to enjoy soft white rice. You've not only won over the stylish salesgirl but also the pure-hearted teacher and the sexy streamer, the innocent companion, the knowledgeable doctor, and the famous actress, and gathered them all together to compete for your affection and spend money on you. All of this is because you've activated a soft rice system. As long as a goddess with a charm level above 90 spends $1 on you, you can receive a reward of 10,000 times that amount. At this moment, my girlfriend Lu Ruoyan is breaking up with me. The system detects that the host enjoys soft rice and hard work. As long as a girl spends money on you, you can get tenfold cashback. Reply with 3 dog emojis to claim the soft rice system, and you can also hear the goddess's thoughts. I thought this was just a delusion after being hit, but somehow I sent 3 dog emojis, and unexpectedly, Lu Ruoyan's angry voice came through. Shenzhe, you're such a loser. Other boyfriends give gifts like the iPhone 18, and you can't even spare $1 for an apple. I see through you. Besides your 18 centimeters, what else do you have? Let's break up, you poor loser. But Lu Ruoyan didn't say anything. Where did that voice come from? But to your surprise, Lu Ruoyan spoke up at that moment. My mom said she doesn't like the name Shenzhe and doesn't approve of us being together. Let's break up. Consider this meal my treat. Lu Ruoyan got up to pay the bill, and you just sat there in a daze, not chasing after her. The system detected that a girl spent money on the host, and the cashback is 17 million yuan. Immediately, your phone received a text message. You felt a chill. Your account at Dasha Bank has been credited with 17 million yuan. You almost fell off your chair. 17 million is exactly the price of this meal. Oh my, could it be real? This is a 10,000-fold return. Soft rice system, can I use this money directly? Are there any restrictions? You can use it directly, with no restrictions. This is amazing. But how does it differ from other systems? They all make girls spend money, and cashback is just nonsense. Look at my name. You thought, if I could get a more obedient goddess to send me money, wouldn't that be a huge profit? It is forbidden to ask the goddess for implied financial support. Otherwise, the system will reclaim all money, which belongs solely to this system. Soft Rice Master, do you have any other rules? Just say them all at once. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be disappointed. Every day, a girl with a charm level of 90 or above must spend money on you. Otherwise, the system will immediately become invalid. Oh my, this really tests my personal abilities. But you've also discovered a loophole in the system. Unexpectedly, this loophole could later turn the system into your slave. Just as you were about to leave, Lu Ruoyan's voice came again. The poor loser is finally getting rid of you. Brother Lu drives a BMW to deliver apples to me. I want to sit in the BMW and laugh. What Lu Ruoyan didn't expect was, you actually heard his thoughts. Your good buddy's surname is Lu, and he drives a BMW. What a pair of scoundrels. At that moment, the system's warning sounded. There are 23 hours and 56 minutes left. The system will automatically disappear. Please quickly find a woman to spend money on you. You panicked upon hearing this, forgetting the sadness of the breakup, and immediately ran to the mall to look for girls with a charm level above 90. But there were many girls in the mall, yet none had a charm level above 90. At that moment, you suddenly thought of the luxury stores. The salesgirls there are all eye-catching and must be very attractive. You headed straight to the luxury clothing store on the upper floor of the mall, casually glanced outside. As expected, the salesgirls were attractive, but none scored above 90. This system is too strict. You steeled yourself and entered an LV store, planning to look carefully inside. Welcome to LV. Since these two women have charm levels below 90, you can't tell how they feel about themselves. One was organizing bags, and when she turned around, you were stunned by her beauty. The salesgirl was stunningly beautiful, wearing black stockings with her professional outfit. At that moment, the system announced, name, Su Lu, charm level, 93, favorability, 0. Would you like to bind? Do I even need to ask? Bind it immediately. You quickly walked up and said, hello, I'd like to buy a few pieces of clothing. Can you help me choose? Hello, are you looking for a suit or casual wear? You didn't hear Su Lu's thoughts. It seemed she was just very dedicated to serving customers. Let's start with the short sleeves. The two salesgirls at the entrance whispered that this type of customer should just browse on their own. However, Su Lu had just been scolded for her service attitude. If she showed any displeasure again, she would be fired. You only knew that luxury clothing is expensive, but you didn't expect that even a casual short-sleeve shirt would cost 23,000 yuan. Does this have bulletproof capabilities? Can I try it on? At that moment, you heard Su Lu's thoughts. If you try it on and don't buy it, she thought, I won't serve you if you don't buy it. But then she said, of course, you can. The fitting room is this way. You took the clothes and entered the fitting room. After quickly changing, you walked out and asked, how does it look? Sir, you're so handsome, everything looks good on you. But what you heard in her thoughts was, he's quite handsome, but he looks too shabby. Can he afford it? No, I can't treat him differently. I just got scolded by the manager yesterday. If the beautiful girl says it looks good, then it must look good. If I buy it, can you help me pick 2 more? Something more simple in style. Thank goodness I didn't give him a dirty look earlier. Of course, I can help. Please wait a moment. Sulu quickly picked out 2 pieces. 1 black, 1 white. How about these? These 2 as well. If it weren't for meeting a low-key rich second generation, these 3 short sleeves would cost 60,000. You're handsome and have a great figure. These clothes would be the icing on the cake on you. If only my boyfriend was as handsome and wealthy. Hearing her thoughts, you secretly rejoiced that there was a chance. You should spend a little more. Help me pick out some shirts and suits too. Sulu was busy running around, and the 2 salesgirls at the entrance also heard their conversation. That guy turned out to be a low-key rich second generation. They regretted not approaching him when he entered. However, they didn't know that no matter how enthusiastic they were, you wouldn't pay them any attention because of the soft rice system. You were only a 90. Handsome, you look even better in this outfit. It looks more natural. You say it looks good, then I'll buy it. Sulu smiled. You really know how to joke, handsome. Let me try on these pairs of dress shoes and casual shoes. They're really comfortable. I'll take all 4. You've already spent about 280,000. If you buy a little more, my commission will reach 20,000. Do you need a bag, handsome? We just got 2 new styles of men's bags last week. I want everything that the beautiful woman picks. Her taste must be better than mine. This rich second generation guy can't be here just for me. You hear Sulu's thoughts and chuckle. I actually came here just for you, handsome, and I picked something for you a few minutes later. Sulu picked up 2 ties, a handbag, and a long wallet. The ties are cheap, just over 4,000 each, and the 2 men's bags are just over 10,000. The most expensive items in the store are women's products. I'll take all of these. Beautiful, let's check out. Handsome, you're not joking, this is real money. It's about 310,000 here. I struck gold today, my commission will be 15,000. This rich second generation guy is handsome and wealthy. If I could be his girlfriend, I'd wake up smiling from my dreams. You suddenly smiled and asked, could you help me pick another women's bag? Something a bit more expensive. Sulu led you to the women's bag display, thinking that such a handsome and wealthy guy must have a girlfriend from a good family. Handsome, what style or design does your girlfriend like? I can help you choose. I'm not sure, I don't know her well yet. Just choose based on your preferences, go for the more expensive ones. If she doesn't like it, you can always find a better boyfriend tomorrow. If I had a boyfriend like that, I'd be willing to be a vegetarian every day. Alright then, Sulu was very serious about picking because she didn't know what style your girlfriend likes, so she had to rely on her own experience. As she picked, she seemed to have chosen something she liked. Handsome, what do you think of this pink medium-sized handbag? Can we check out? This bag costs 106,688. Sulu is getting over 20,000 in commission tonight. Handsome, let's add each other on WeChat. You can contact me anytime when you come to the store. You wanted his WeChat, and didn't expect him to suggest it first. After you scanned to check out, you handed the women's bag directly to Sulu, stopping him. What does this mean? Is this bag a gift for me? Handsome, didn't you ask me to help you choose a bag for your girlfriend? When did I say I have a girlfriend? I just said to pick a women's bag. Don't you like it? How could I not like it? I picked it out myself. It's not about whether I like it or not. We just met, and you're giving me such an expensive gift. How could I accept that? Well, it's already bought. It seems your store only allows exchanges, not returns. If you don't want it, can you sell it to this lady instead? I can refuse it, but I can't give it to someone else. Sulu has been a clerk at LV for over 2 years, but you're the first who is this handsome and straightforward. You heard Sulu's thoughts. Speaking of beautiful women, you worked hard helping me choose clothes just now, and your taste is indeed excellent. In the future, when I buy clothes, I'll trouble you to help me pick out this bag, just as a friend. Alright then, it's a pleasure to meet you. I don't even know your name yet. I'm Sulu, what about you, Shinzei? At this moment, Sulu's affection level increased. Looks like I need to boost my affection level more. At least I'll have a chance to spend money on myself. By the way, can you accompany me to buy something? Help me decide. It's right around here. Sure, I'll be your advisor. You're planning to buy a car. A qualified kept man must package himself comprehensively. Just as you were leaving LV with a dozen bags, an even bigger surprise came. Sulu quickly grabbed something off the shelf. Sister Zhang, I'll take this. Please check it out for me. And remember to use the employee discount. Sulu rushed out, extending her hand, presenting you with a palm-sized gift box. This is a return gift. Congratulations, the host has received 2,280 yuan. with a cashback of 280,000 Huaxia coins. You were so excited that you nearly jumped up, as waves of emotion surged within you. Over 20 million had arrived in your account. It turns out that girls do give gifts in return. Lu Ruyan just thinks that a man's contributions are only natural, they just need to be beautiful. Opening the small gift box revealed a nail clipper-like object. You didn't recognize it and wondered what it was for. Why isn't he saying anything? Is he looking down on this tie clip? It's just a few thousand. These rich second-generation kids really don't think much of you. Hearing Sulu's thoughts, you realized that this object was a tie clip. It's a very beautiful tie clip, and I really like it. Thank you, I really appreciate it, Sulu. It's like you've given me over 20 million. You just bought a suit and tie, and I was thinking you needed a tie clip to match. This tie clip was originally priced at 2,850. Sulu got it for 2,280 with the employee discount. If you had known, you would definitely have felt a heartache. There's a difference of 7 million. Sulu thought to herself, with a rich second-generation guy like you, handsome and wealthy, if he can attract such a catch, what else does he need? Sister, you casually called for a private car with a personal driver at your service 24/7. After about 20 minutes, Sulu saw your destination. Ferrari dealership. Are you buying a car? Yes, I'm not very good at choosing either. With your great taste, help me take a look. The cheapest Ferrari is over 2 million. Are you bringing me here just to look without buying anything? Some fake rich second-generation kids often frequent high-end places to create an image, even hiring people to act. These have been reported in the news. Hearing Sulu's thoughts, you thought this girl is quite cautious, but over 2 million is nothing to just grab. As the two entered the Ferrari dealership, a beautiful saleswoman quickly approached them. She has an attractiveness score of 88 and a 20 affection level. That guy is so handsome. His LV outfit probably costs over 100,000, and his female companion is also beautiful. Why can't I meet such a rich second-generation handsome guy? Did you two not make an appointment? Let me introduce you. Zhongli smiled warmly and was very enthusiastic. Sure, that would be great. Ferrari cars are indeed handsome, but they are also really expensive. Usually, you can only see these luxury cars on your phone, but now the real cars are right in front of you, and you can't help but want to sit in one. Zhang Li noticed your interest in the car. Big brother, you can sit in it and feel it. You sat in with Sulu. Sports cars tend to be a bit cramped. At 1.8 meters tall, sitting in feels okay, the comfort level is just so. But every man has a sports car dream. Now that I have money, I naturally want to fulfill it. You're planning to buy a car. I don't know much about them, so I can't give any advice, but they're really cool. Zhangli said to the two in the car, the paint on this car suits you very well. Its original price is 2.78 million, but I can get it for you at 2.58 million. Sulu was startled by the price. She wasn't very familiar with Ferraris. Let's take a look at that red one, she said, pointing to a dazzling red Ferrari, which is currently priced at 3.15 million. You looked at Sulu and asked, what do you think? It looks great. Paired with such a handsome guy like you, I can't imagine how many girls would be smitten. But what you heard in your heart was, what do I think? If I say it's good at over 3 million, you'll just buy it? I'm just here to play along. If you say it looks good, then it must be of quality. Sulu's eyes widened at the price of over 3 million. You say buy, then just buy it. Which rich kid is this? I've seen plenty of rich second-generation guys trying to show off, but this directness is a first for me. Sir, please check the specifications, as many of the components for the 488 need to be selected. Let the beautiful lady see. But Sulu was even more surprised that you were asking to check the specifications yourself. Sulu thought, this is a car that costs over 3 million. While I was just in the store buying clothes for several thousand, Shenzai, I really don't know much about cars. You guys should know better, and besides, this is your purchase. Look at how good this outfit is that you helped me pick. I trust your taste. Zhangli chimed in, your boyfriend trusts your taste so much, he must love everything you pick. This is quite a misunderstanding. I actually want to be his girlfriend. Sulu glanced at him. He surprisingly didn't say anything, calmly sipping tea. Since you haven't said anything, he decided not to explain and was willing to be misunderstood. In the end, with Zhang Li's explanation, many configurations were selected, and the car price was 4.38 million. Sulu leaned over and whispered, did you choose too many? I'm afraid you won't like the configurations I selected, especially with such a high price. Your taste is great. Let's just go for it. When can I pick up the car after paying in full? Mr. Shen, if you place the order today, the quickest you can pick up the car is in a week. Zhang Li was astonished. Were they acting? They bought a car worth 4.38 million in just over half an hour. Sulu's affection level increased by 10, now at 20. How did my affection level increase? I just bought a car for myself. Spending 4.38 million so decisively proves his financial strength. With last night's spending at LV and now buying a car in full, Sulu was convinced he wasn't a fake rich second-generation kid. If I bought Sulu a car, how much would my affection level increase? Adding a dear after knowing someone for just one day, then buying them a car worth millions, would you dare to give it to them, or would they dare to accept it? It makes sense to proceed gradually. Chenze, I picked all these configurations. If you end up not liking them, don't blame me. As long as you like them, that's what matters. This is your car. Aren't you going to sit? I was thinking of inviting you out often in the future. I knew it. You're trying to win me over. The way you gave me that bag yesterday and now selecting the Ferrari configurations made Sulu feel very involved, as if she were already the lady of the house. Mr. Chen, I see your VIP information, but your home address is not filled in. It's not very convenient. If you need anything, just message me on WeChat. What background does Chenze have? Is he afraid that others will find out about his family background since he didn't provide his address? Sulu started imagining your background. Some hidden wealthy people are very private, but they don't know that you're just too shy to write it down. After buying the car, it was still early. You thought about spending more time with Sulu, so you suggested going shopping. You helped me choose the car, so as a thank you, what do you want to buy? I'll cover it. I just need to tap a few buttons on my iPad, no need to thank me. But what you heard from Sulu's heart was another story. She was just being polite, so don't take it seriously. You played alone, selecting configurations was quite a brain workout. You definitely wanted to thank her for helping you through this tough task. Alright then, since you're so persistent, let's go shopping. Sulu found that her skincare products were running low, so she took you to the La Mer counter. La Mer is a high-end brand under Estée Lauder and is quite expensive. Welcome to La Mer. The saleswoman greeted you warmly. Both of them were wearing designer brands, and such customers clearly have spending power. Last month, you and Lu Ruyan came here, and you bit the bullet and spent 3,000 on a bottle of body lotion for her. That month, the rent for the apartment consumed over 20 days' worth of instant noodles. The saleswoman was about to attend to the two when she was pulled back by another saleswoman. She asked me to come over, she's my classmate. Zhou Yali walked over. Sulu saw her and felt a jolt in her heart. Why is she working here? She really knows how to irritate me. It's been a while. Zhou Yali approached with a big smile, taking Sulu's hand as if they were very close. Is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. The relationship between girls can be misleading. Sulu and Zhou Yali seemed close but were actually rivals. This which makes me sick. What should I say? If I say she's your girlfriend, what if you get upset? Now you heard Sulu's thoughts and realized that her relationship with this saleswoman wasn't what it appeared. Girls are truly scary. They can be so hateful and yet act so friendly. Alright, I'm Sulu's boyfriend. You proactively introduced the relationship between the two. Sulu's affection level increased by 1, now at 21. Sulu was taken aback that you said it yourself, but it really helped her out. At least now she looked good. Lulu, your boyfriend is even more handsome than your last one. What's this bitch saying about a boyfriend? Of course, a gorgeous girl like Lulu can't settle for someone not handsome. Once you said that, Sulu immediately linked her arm with yours. The soft and fragrant touch made you feel a thrill, but you quickly composed yourself and said to Sulu, Lulu, just dance as you like. I'll take you anywhere. Still putting on a show. Let's see if you'll make an excuse to leave first. Zhou Yali didn't know your capabilities. She thought you were just trying to show off in front of Sulu. Sulu wasn't worried that you would skip out on the bill, but she didn't want to buy recklessly. She didn't want you to think she was spending freely just because it was on her tab. Let's take a break first. I'll look around by myself. Lulu, your boyfriend doesn't seem short on cash. How about getting a full set? I'd like to see if he finds it tacky or thinks I'm a gold digger. Lulu said she wanted this La Mer Gold luxury set, which was originally priced at $22,888, but is now on sale for $22,000. What a bargain! I wasn't lying. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you trying to trip me up? But Sulu wasn't lying. She just wanted to see what you would do. Isn't that a bit too few in terms of quality? If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. Such excuses are ridiculous. The men Sulu finds are all flashy but useless. Is one set enough? Let's get 3. Your words made Sulu's heart flutter. She didn't expect you to say that. Sulu quickly grabbed your arm and leaned in closer. Thank you, big brother, you're the best. Sulu's affection level increased by 1, now at 22, beautiful. Let's check out. You scanned to pay, and the amount of 66,000 was instantly charged. Zhou Yali felt uncomfortable as she handed you the receipt. Your affection level is increasing. How about giving me a little something in return? Lulu, your boyfriend treats you so well. leaning on him, "You've really snagged a great catch. Can you even use all 3 sets?" "Of course, he's the best. You really have the capability, unlike those rich second-generation kids who just brag." Sulu held your arm tightly, making you feel a bit flustered. Sulu was in a great mood and said in a slightly playful tone, "Big brother, what are we doing later? Spider-Man 6 is out, and I haven't seen it yet. Let's go watch it." "Sure, I haven't seen it either. What's so great about Spider-Man? It's just that you like it, so let's go watch." You naturally had to show interest. You heard Sulu's thoughts, realizing how nice it is to have money. People will change their preferences for you. After buying the movie tickets and sitting on the bench, you were filled with mixed emotions. This time, your life underwent a dramatic change. "Big brother, you sit down first, I'll go to the restroom." Sulu was gone for a while. 10 minutes later, she came down the escalator with a Starbucks bag in hand. Oh, she went to buy coffee. Sulu walked over with a big smile. "We've been out for 2 hours and haven't had a drink, so I went and got Starbucks. This cup is an oat milk latte, and this one is a caramel macchiato. Which one do you want, big brother?" Your mind raced, trying to remember which cup was more expensive. Although you had had coffee with Lu Ruyan, you couldn't recall the prices. "I'll go with the oat milk latte." Congratulations, the host received 30 soft rice coins, cashback of 300,000 Huaxia coins. You felt helpless. With your way of managing, how would you get by? "Don't mention it. I can't just pull out my phone to check prices." However, Sulu's action increased your affection level by another 300,000. This girl really knows how to play the game. Some gold diggers understand how to fish for favors. They give guys small gifts to entice them, then expect bigger ones in return. You didn't care if she was a gold digger, as long as you could earn soft rice coins. You wouldn't mind spending a few hundred more on her. Sulu was indeed thoughtful. "Big brother, it's hard work having you as my shopping companion." Sulu handed you the oat milk latte, which you took. "What's wrong with it being iced? Don't you like iced coffee, big brother?" "Oh no, both of them are iced. Should I go buy another?" You seemed to realize something as Sulu repeated your words. You instinctively blushed. "What is my big brother thinking? It's just too hot, and iced drinks are more refreshing." You thought he might be hinting at something due to your sensitive stomach. "But you don't need to buy another. This one is fine. If it messes up my stomach, you'll be responsible." You joked. "Then I guess I'd have to repay you with something." How annoying. Just for a cup of coffee, you would suggest such a thing? Sulu's affection level increased by 1, now at 23. Truly, rich people have their ways. No matter what nonsense is said, it won't upset anyone. If I were a broke loser, I would have been slapped right away. You bought tickets for the last row, with no one beside you. "Big brother, at La Mer, how can I say you're my boyfriend? I see your relationship with that saleswoman isn't too good. I said you were my boyfriend to help you save face." Sulu was a bit surprised. This must be what they call a telepathic connection. "Big brother, you're impressive. I really dislike him now. Thank you for standing up for me. As long as you're happy." The movie started, and when Dr. Octopus appeared, Sulu fearfully snuggled into your arms. You felt the warmth of her body and wrapped your arms around her. The atmosphere became subtle, and you were stirred by the mood in Sulu's scent, but it hadn't reached a peak yet. As the movie ended, it was just in time for dinner. "Let's go eat." The coffee Sulu just ordered didn't quite suit Chen-Chi's taste, so she let him choose what to eat. "What do you want to eat, brother?" "Actually, I kind of want to eat at that 2-star Michelin place." Chen-Chi hated being asked what to eat. Every time he went out with Li Ting, they would take ages to decide. This one wouldn't do, that one wouldn't do. At that moment, he heard Sulu's thoughts and immediately said, "Let's eat at Socrates, the 2-star Michelin." Sulu was a bit surprised. She linked her arm with Chen-Chi's. "How did you know I wanted to eat there too? Isn't this just a meeting of minds?" Chen-Chi replied. It wasn't that Chen-Chi couldn't afford a 3-star Michelin meal, but there was only one 2-star Michelin restaurant in Donghai City. Sulu suddenly thought, "Brother, Socrates requires a reservation. It's already past 5, there must be no seats left. How about we change to another place?" Her previous suitors and ex-boyfriends had taken her to Socrates, and it was hard to get a table. "I'll call and ask." Chen-Chi, staying in the presidential suite at the Hildo Hotel, had heard from Butler Lee that if the food in the hotel didn't suit their taste, they could order from Socrates. This was called high-end hotel golden spoon service. Michelin restaurants collaborated with high-end hotels to serve elite guests. "Butler Lee, I want to eat at Socrates later. Can you help me book a table?" "Mr. Chen, please hold on. I will call you back shortly." About a minute later, Chen-Chi received a call from Butler Lee. He smiled slightly at Sulu. "It's done, let's go." "Brother, you're amazing. Such a hard-to-book restaurant, and you got it with just one call." Chen-Chi thought he would gain some favor points, but he didn't receive any notification. As expected, Girls who had seen the world had a higher threshold. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Socrates. Chen Shi gave his name, and the waiter led them to a window seat. Chen Shi had seen on Douyin that Socrates had an aquarium style. Dining inside felt like being underwater. From the window seat, they could see sharks swimming by, which was quite amusing. Chen Shi glanced at the menu. The prices were a bit outrageous. A seafood fried rice costing 300 yuan in a 5-star hotel was considered expensive, but here it was 900. Lulu, you order. Get what you like to eat. Chen Shi handed over the menu. Then I'll order. If you don't like it, we can change it. It's fine, just order. Chen Shi said generously. Sulu had already witnessed Chen Shi's substantial wealth, so since he said to order freely, it was definitely not just polite talk. Then I'll have the French blue lobster sashimi. French blue lobster is the finest among lobsters. It's said that one blue lobster appears among 2 million lobsters, a rare marine creature comparable to a living fossil, a delicacy that is both exquisite and hard to find. One costs around 2,000 yuan, and with the Michelin chef's preparation, this sashimi was priced at 4,288 yuan. Alaskan king crab 3 ways, Canadian geoduck sashimi, black truffle, matsutake. Sulu ordered 6 dishes, totaling nearly 18,000 yuan. Brother, do you think the order is okay? Of course, but it's still a bit short. Let's add 1 or 2 more. Chen Shi noticed that most of the dishes were seafood, so he added 2 portions of Kobe beef and a can of caviar. Sir, our caviar is sold by the gram, 100 yuan per gram. Don't you sell it by the can? We do, but for a can, it's 25,000 yuan. Alright, we'll take 1 can, 1 for each of us. The waiter was slightly shocked, but he had been working here for 5 years and had seen too many wealthy people in Donghai City. Chen Shi's ordering wasn't even the most extravagant. 25,000 for caviar, and 1 can each? My goodness, are rich people this extravagant? How much is that? 70,000, right? I must take more pictures later. Sir, what kind of wine would you like? The waiter asked. Chen Shi didn't understand wine, let alone the high-end wines here. Do you have any recommendations? A few bottles of Chateau Petrus that arrived from France last week. It's from the same region as Lafite, but the taste is better, though it's a bit pricier. How much? Chen Shi was curious to know just how expensive it was. $3,038. Sulu quickly took out her phone to convert the exchange rate. About 22,000. Wow, a meal costs over 90,000. Sulu's favorability +2, current 25. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Shi thought to himself, indeed, romance is what moves women the most. Sorry, I misspoke. It's the ability to spend money that truly impresses women. The dishes at Socrates were served one by one. You finished one before the next was brought out. Brother, can you help me take a picture? Sure, let me take it for you. Chen Shi grabbed Sulu's phone and started snapping away. His photography skills were decent, honed from being scolded by Li Ting. But now he wasn't afraid. If you dare say my photos are bad, then I just won't take them. Brother, your pictures look really good. Sulu was very satisfied with the photos. They just needed a little editing before posting on social media. You got it wrong. It's you who looks good, which makes my photos look good. When you're beautiful, any angle looks great. We haven't even had dessert yet, and your words are so sweet. Sulu immediately sent the photos to the group chat. Sisters, who understands? A meal cost over 90,000. Sister Zhang, Lulu, is it that handsome guy from yesterday? Yeah, in the afternoon he asked me to go car shopping with him, and he paid for 38 million on the spot for a Ferrari 488. Then we went shopping, and he bought me a 66,000 La Mer. Now we're at Socrates for dinner. A bottle of red wine is 22,000, and caviar is 25,000. Xiao Jing, oh my. Lulu, this guy is the golden son-in-law among golden son-in-laws. You're so lucky, I really envy you. I didn't expect it either, he spends money so freely. Sister Zhang, is he the son of some listed company? I don't know, he hasn't mentioned his family. Dining at a Michelin restaurant is a pleasure. Each dish is introduced by the waiter. This meal lasted over 2 hours, enjoying the fish while listening to live piano music, as if they were on the Titanic. What should I do if he suggests going to a hotel later? Sulu fell into a dilemma. A high-quality rich second generation like Chen Shi was hard to come by. Those rich second generations were either very wealthy but looked like short winter melons or crooked fruits, or they were married, or played around extravagantly, indulging in gambling and drugs. It's hard to find someone like Chen Shi, who excelled in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, labor, and had money. Chen Shi sensed Sulu's inner thoughts. Since she was still conflicted, he wouldn't push her. He preferred a situation where feelings ran deep, and everything fell into place naturally. Besides, Sulu had only been in 2 relationships because of her reserved nature, which could be seen as a virtue from another perspective. Let's go to Yida Plaza later. Ha, why go to Yida? Sulu asked. To buy some clothes. After finishing their meal, the two went to the LV store where Sulu worked. As soon as they reached the third floor, the Hermes sales associate Zhang Fanhue could hardly believe her eyes. Isn't that the guy from last night? He bought something at LV and now he's with Sulu? Sulu linked her arm with Chun-Chi as they came down the escalator and headed straight for the LV store. Sister Zhang, who was covering for Sulu, saw them coming and greeted them enthusiastically. Lulu, aren't you off today? Why are you here? Brother Chen-Chi wants to buy some more clothes. The rich guy is casually shopping at LV. Lulu, Mr. Chen probably doesn't need us to attend to him. Sister Zhang, you all are busy. I'll accompany Brother Chen-Chi around. Lulu, take whatever you like, and we'll settle the bill together later. Sulu knew that Chen-Chi was serious, he had the means to do so. Although Sulu was an employee at LV, the clothes from her own store were indeed expensive, and she had only saved a little money, buying 3 pieces with her employee discount. The white floral dress she was wearing was from her own store. You're the best, brother. Chen-Chi was not picky about clothes. Sulu had a good eye, and he didn't even try on the clothes she brought him. He just held them up in front of himself and decided to buy them. They ended up getting 3 short-sleeved shirts and 2 pairs of casual pants, spending 100,000. Brother, does it look good? Sulu came out of the fitting room wearing a black spaghetti strap dress. Her fair shoulders were fully exposed, her alluring curves were evident, and her long legs were accentuated by the dress, making her look incredibly tempting. It looks amazing. Then I'll buy this one. No. Ha! Sulu thought Chen-Chi had changed his mind. The dress wasn't even expensive compared to the caviar they were having for dinner tonight. 1 piece isn't enough, buy a few more, Chen-Chi said. Sulu's affection level +5, current 30, brother, you're so annoying, talking like that, Sulu pouted. Trying on clothes was a completely different concept for girls than for boys. For Chen-Chi, as long as it fit, that was enough. Sulu, with Chen-Chi paying, didn't worry about the price, but once the clothes were on, she had to consider the color, hairstyle, and makeup to match. Chen-Chi couldn't offer much advice, so he just kept saying, looks good. Buy it. Just buy whatever you like. Chen-Chi really wanted to see what it felt like to say that, and now he experienced it. It was truly exhilarating. You're the best, brother. Sulu was as happy as a child, joyfully picking out her favorite clothes. After more than an hour, Sulu chose 5 pieces, totaling 160,000. When Sister Zhang rang them up, she couldn't stop praising Chen-Chi. Mr. Chen, so young and accomplished. With Lulu by your side, you will definitely have a happy and fulfilling life. Sister Zhang. Sulu blushed. They hadn't even started dating yet, and it felt too early to say such things. She looked at Chen-Chi, unsure of how he would respond, feeling both excited and nervous, as the thoughts of rich second-generation heirs were hard to gauge. Of course, with such a wonderful girl like Lulu, I can only cherish her. Stop it, Sulu said shyly. Sulu's affection level +2, current 32, the smooth talk of the wealthy never bothered girls. What they disliked was when someone was broke. Lulu, let me take you home. Sulu grabbed Chen-Chi's arm. Brother, I want to chat with Sister Zhang and the others for a bit. Alright, I'll head back first, and I'll come find you tomorrow night. Chen-Chi guessed why Sulu wanted to stay. It was definitely to have a little meeting to discuss and analyze him. Message me when you get home. After Chen-Chi left, Sulu immediately huddled with the other two, starting to recount everything she did with Chen-Chi today and how much they spent. Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing listened as if they were hearing a story from a novel. 25,000 for caviar, 1 can each? Sister Zhang couldn't imagine how delicious that must be. Do you have any of that? Sister Zhang, what are you talking about? We just met yesterday, how could we be that close today? No way. Even if he spent over 200,000 on me, I can't just give myself away that quickly. Xiao Jing chimed in eagerly. Lulu, if you won't, I will. You little flirt, Sister Zhang teased. Xiao Jing, just give it a rest. Didn't you see how he ignored you when he came into the store last night and went straight for Lulu? With Lulu's looks, figure, and temperament, you wouldn't find a second one in the entire Yida Plaza. Chen-Chi hadn't checked out all the salesgirls at Yida. The one next door at Hermes, Zhang Fanhue, had a charm level of 90, but she couldn't compare to Sulu. But she had grown up a bit too much and wasn't chosen by the soft master. The luxury store on the 3rd floor only had 2 salesgirls scoring 90 points. The others on the regular floors shouldn't be any taller than them. Lulu, you have to seize this golden bachelor, such a quality man is in high demand. I know. Today, when buying a car, the female salesperson Zhang Li added Chen-Chi on WeChat, and in the afternoon, that B*TCH Zhou Yali also wanted to add him but was rejected by Sulu. Could he be the illegitimate son of some wealthy tycoon? When he came to the store yesterday, he was dressed in all cheap stuff. And he came to the store for 2 consecutive days to buy clothes and a car. If he were a genuine rich second generation, he should have had a car long ago. Xiao Jing used her imagination. Although it sounded a bit like a cliché drama, upon closer thought, it did seem plausible. You can't say that. It might really be possible. When he filled out the car purchase information, he didn't write down his address, saying it was inconvenient. Now he's also staying at the Hildo Hotel. Sulu continued Xiao Jing's speculation, piecing together the information she had seen. The three came to a conclusion. Chen Shi was the illegitimate son of a top tycoon in Donghai and had only recently returned to the wealthy circle. Lulu, if that's the case, if you win him over, you'll be the young mistress of a Donghai aristocratic family. It's not that easy. Not every girl is named Wei Shui. Every girl dreams of living a life of luxury, but there are only a handful of wealthy families, and just working hard is far from enough to enter that door. Beauty, figure, background, education, means, and the essential yet elusive luck. Compared to the daughters of wealthy families, Sulu had a certain advantage in beauty, but in all other aspects, she was completely outclassed. But she was lucky. Zhang Fangyue from the neighboring Hermes was comparable in looks, yet Chen Qi entered Hermes and immediately came out. Didn't you say that yesterday you gave him a tie clip, and today when you bought him coffee, he was very happy? He might not care much about money. Look, he spends money on you straightforwardly without any nonsense. However, I think he should pay attention to details and intentions. If you were to give him a gift worth millions, you wouldn't be able to do it. You might as well put some thought into it based on his hobbies. Sister Zhang was experienced, and her advice was very useful for Sulu, and even more so for Chen Qi. If Chen Qi knew Sister Zhang said this, he would definitely hug her and call her his sister. But I haven't really talked much with him. Today was all about shopping. How would I know what his hobbies are? Sulu felt a bit frustrated. She had indeed gotten a bit too carried away today. Even during meals and chatting, she hadn't steered the conversation much towards Chen Qi. Lulu, didn't he just buy a car this afternoon? He hasn't picked it up yet, so you should buy a car air freshener. New cars usually have a smell. When he picks it up, you can give it to him to put in his car. Xiao Jing's idea enlightened Sulu. Right, air freshener, we have that in our store. Sister Zhang, help me get a bottle, calculated with the employee discount. Here it was again, the employee discount. And this air freshener had a bigger discount than yesterday's tie clip. Employees could get it at 30% off. The original price was 4,050 yuan, and after the discount, it was 2,835 yuan, which meant a difference of 1,215 yuan for Chen Qi. If Chen Qi knew how much Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing were helping him, he would have sent them a few more bags. Back at the hotel, Butler Lee had already filled the bathtub with water, and the clothes he changed out of were taken by Butler Lee to be washed. You lazy bum, living off others, and you've even smashed your own rice bowl. Don't you have any ambition? You've only bound 2 goddesses, and you're already soaking in the bath. Chen Qi was scolded by the soft master. He originally just wanted to take a bath and lie in bed watching a movie. After taking a shower, he left the hotel and went to the nearest bar, Black Rose. Chen Qi had never been to a bar before. He heard that just ordering a few drinks at a table could cost several hundred, enough for him to eat instant noodles for a month. It was now midnight, the busiest time at the bar, with groups of handsome men and beautiful women lingering at the entrance. Chen Qi was good-looking, which was his natural advantage. Even before he started spending money, a girl approached him to strike up a conversation. Hey, handsome, wanna have some fun together? What fun? With your charm level of 78, playing with you would get me scolded by my soft uncle. Handsome, let me buy you a drink. Let's have some fun. Another girl with a score of 80 approached him. With Chen Qi's looks, he could attract lower-scoring girls to spend money on him. But for girls scoring above 90, being handsome wasn't enough, money was also needed. Chen Qi entered the bar, where the atmosphere was lively, and the DJ was playing Wild Wolf Disco. The dim environment, combined with colorful lights and the enthusiastic shouts of the atmosphere teen, easily stirred emotions. Chen Qi was still observing. There were too many people in the bar, and plenty of attractive girls, making it troublesome to check them all out one by one. At that moment, the bar's marketing staff, Xiao Xiao, spotted Chen Qi dressed in all LV and immediately approached him. Handsome, which area are you looking for a booth in? I haven't reserved a spot yet. Are there any available booths? Xiao Xiao was delighted. This was a chance to make a sale. Yes, which area do you want? Since I've never been here, can you introduce the options? Xiao Xiao smiled enthusiastically. Sure, brother. Our Black Rose D area has a minimum spend of 8,000, C area is 12,000, B area is 20,000, and A area is 33,000. Is A area still available? Chen Qi asked. Xiao Xiao's face lit up with a smile. Yes, handsome, please follow me. They arrived at booth A06, which was spacious enough for over 10 people to move around without issue. The waiter immediately brought over a fruit platter, and Xiao Xiao asked with a big smile, brother, since it's your first time here, do you need me to introduce the drinks? No need to mention the cheap ones. Chen Qi didn't really understand wine, he just wanted to order expensive drinks to attract girls. He was here for a selection process, to show off his spending power to the marketing staff, and then have them eagerly gather girls for him. The minimum spend in a area was 33,000, and Xiao Xiao directly listed a few drinks over that price to Chen Qi. Brother, our little dragon is 48,888. Xiao Xiao was about to continue introducing but was interrupted by Chen Qi. Be more specific, it's my first time at a bar. Xiao Xiao was a bit surprised. This outfit from LV must have cost at least 100,000, yet it was his first time at a bar? Was he wearing knockoffs? His attitude suddenly became less enthusiastic than before. Little Dragon consists of 3 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne, and Big Dragon is 5 bottles of Ace of Spades plus 1 bottle of Black Gold Ace of Spades, priced at 88,888. The Frozen Supreme Dragon is 128,888. Brother, which one do you want? Chen Qi sensed the change in Xiao Xiao's attitude. He didn't even introduce the Frozen Supreme Dragon, thinking he couldn't afford it? Let's start with the Frozen Supreme Dragon. Brother, we need to pay up front for the dragon set. Scan the code. Xiao Xiao didn't expect Chen Qi to be so direct, ordering the most expensive right away. Seeing 128,000 credited, Xiao Xiao's attitude instantly became even more enthusiastic than before. Brother, are you drinking alone? Do you need me to call some girls to keep you company? That was a given. He was here to find girls, but he understood the kind of people in the bar and didn't hold out much hope. The quality needs to be high. If I'm satisfied, I'll order another Frozen Supreme Dragon set. At that moment, Xiao Xiao really wanted to call Chen Qi daddy. With this order, he could earn a commission of 12,800. The commission for the Black Rose is 10% for amounts between 30,000 to 100,000, 10% for amounts between 100,000 to 200,000, and a uniform 15% for amounts over 200,000. If Chen Qi orders another Frozen Divine Dragon, he can earn 15 points, and he could take the rest of the month off. At that moment, the DJ on stage began to hype up the crowd. Congratulations to A06 for choosing the Frozen Supreme Divine Dragon set. Wishing the boss all his wishes come true and smooth sailing. Soon, 2 men in suits carried in a drink rack emitting white smoke, followed by a group of bunny girls entering A06. This Frozen Divine Dragon set is no different from the Divine Dragon. Both consist of 5 colored spade aces and a bottle of black gold spade A. The only difference is the box holding the drinks has been changed, and the white smoke is dry ice, creating an atmosphere of an ice throne. The crowd in the bar erupted in cheers. It was the first time someone had ordered the Frozen Divine Dragon set this month. Although they weren't the ones drinking, the atmosphere was infectious. Everyone swayed their heads, watching A06. The bunny girls set off confetti cannons and scattered gold paper, instantly creating a dizzying, glamorous vibe. Chen Qi looked down on these bunny girls, let alone Soft Master. 2 bodyguards in suits stayed behind while the bunny girls were sent away. Brother, please wait a moment, I'll call someone for you. Xiao Xiao quickly went out to pick out the prettiest girls from the Atmosphere team. The Atmosphere team knew they were headed to A06 and were all eager to go. Brother Xiao, I'm going. Chen Qi had requested good-looking girls, and Xiao Xiao didn't dare to mess around. A few minutes later, Xiao Xiao brought 4 girls to A06. When the girls saw the handsome boss sitting there, they were taken aback. He looked a bit like Takeshi Kaneshiro. So handsome, and so rich. He looks like my first love. The 4 girls were all in short skirts, crop tops, and black stockings. Although their faces had a bit of makeup, they looked decent. Soft Master, give a score. And this still has the nerve to ask me for a score? Not even an 85 among them. Next batch. Xiao Xiao was perceptive. He noticed Chen Qi didn't seem very satisfied with these girls. Brother, how about letting them keep you company first? It would be too boring for you to drink alone. I'll call more people for you. Alright. Just then, the B03 booth cleared out, and Xiao Xiao immediately ran over to grab a girl. Jenny, A06 has a wealthy patron, and he's a handsome guy. Jenny blinked her beautiful eyes. Is it the one who just ordered the Frozen Divine Dragon? That's right, he needs company. I called a few girls over, but he doesn't seem too satisfied, so he's looking at you. Jenny is one of the top beauties in the Black Rose Atmosphere team. Usually, when she accompanies a drink, customers are willing to order more. They would even add her on WeChat to send her red envelopes and do other things. Xiao Xiao brought Jenny to A06. As soon as Jenny entered, Chen Qi's eyes were glued to her, ignoring the other girls. Wow, she's so beautiful. Jenny had an amazing figure, estimated to be a D cup, with long, slender legs that were fair and well proportioned, wearing a backless outfit and a body-hugging skirt. Her features were exquisite, with big waves of hair, and with her eyes and brows, any man would be captivated. Name, Zhang Jenny. Age, 24. Height, 166. Charm level, 90. Occupation, bar. Atmosphere. Team. Number of relationships, 18. Favorability, 20. In terms of looks, Zhang Jenny and Su Lu each have their strengths, but in terms of figure, Zhang Jenny is superior, though unfortunately, she has had too many relationships. Chen Shi felt a bit disappointed but still invited Zhang Jenny to sit with him. As soon as Zhang Jenny arrived, the other girls knew they had no chance. Brother, you're so impressive, you ordered the frozen divine dragon right away. Jenny sat down right next to Chen Shi, her curves making him a bit dizzy. Su Lu, seeing Chen Shi for the first time, had a favorability of 0. At that time, Chen Shi was still dressed like a loser. Now, his first impression to others is that of a wealthy second-generation rich kid, and it's only natural that Jenny has a good impression of him, who is both handsome and rich. Not bad. What's with his attitude, trying to act aloof? Usually, when guys see Jenny, they have that silly grin, their hands wandering uncomfortably over her. Chen Shi seems uninterested in her. With 18 romantic encounters under his belt, even if he were interested, he wouldn't dare to show it. Soft Master even scolded Chen Shi. If there's nothing here, can't you change the venue? Not ambitious at all. Chen Shi lives off others. No one would say anything about him, nor would anyone think that accepting a drink is living off others. But Soft Master would call him lazy and unambitious. Brother, are you in a bad mood? Let me keep you company with a drink. Chen Shi, just scolded, wasn't in the mood and wanted to go to the bathroom first. The drinks are ready, right? I'll just go to the restroom. As long as the drinks are ready, I'm just afraid you'll order something fancy and not drink it, just to show off. Brother, hurry up. As soon as Chen Shi stepped out, a few girls began discussing him. Have you seen him? So handsome and so rich, and just now Xiao said it's his first time at a bar. Upon hearing this, Jenny thought, what a gem, a second-generation rich kid with strict family values. When Chen Shi came out of the restroom and passed by a table, he suddenly noticed a girl who seemed out of place in the bar, like a breath of fresh air. The girl was sitting at a table with 3 other girls, all in tank tops and short skirts, while she wore a white t-shirt and jeans. Soft Master, what's her score? Name, Han Linlin. Age, 23. Height, 164. Charm, 92. Occupation, teacher. Romantic encounters, 2. Favorability, 0. Damn, what can I say? When you try to plant flowers, they don't bloom. When you don't care, willows grow in the shade. Just went to the restroom and met the goddess of living off others. Soft Master, now you have nothing to say, right? At this moment, a few guys were surrounding Han Linlin, trying to invite her for drinks. Ladies, let's go to B04 for a drink together. We're fine drinking by ourselves, no need for your treat, Lin Yuan, sitting next to Han Linlin, replied. It's more lively with more people. When Chen Shi returned to a 06, Zhang Jenny immediately noticed that Chen Shi was in a better mood than before. Brother, is there something happy? Happy, let's drink. Chen Shi directly poured the most expensive black gold black peach. He hadn't tried other champagnes, so he couldn't compare. He just thought it was quite good, with a sweet, smooth, and rich taste, abundant and delicate bubbles, and a strong fruity aroma. When the benefactor is in a good mood, everyone is in a good mood. Call Xiao Xiao over, and order another ice-sealed divine dragon set. Damn, just had a sip and already ordering another set, how thirsty can he be? Jenny pressed her chest against Chen Shi's arm, her 2 peaks almost pinching his arm. Brother is so handsome, so capable. Chen Shi thought, capable? I still have to thank Lulu. Yesterday, 1 cup of coffee was enough for him to order 2 ice-sealed divine dragons. Lulu, I'm sorry, I want to eat at 100 homes. Xiao Xiao's face was as bright as a flower. He thought Jenny's appearance would surely lead to immediate results. He winked at Jenny, meaning, you're still amazing. I didn't do anything, he just went to the restroom and came back to order again. Jenny assumed Chen Shi was just in a good mood and wanted to spend money. Young Master Chen, if you have any instructions, just say so. Xiao Xiao stood by, bowing and scraping. There's a girl over there in a white t-shirt and jeans, bring those 4 from that table over. The DJ called out again, accompanied by pulsating music. Congratulations to a 06 for the second time tonight in selecting the ice-sealed Supreme Divine Dragon set. May the boss's wishes come true and everything go smoothly. Tonight, the atmosphere at the Black Rose Bar was entirely lifted by a 06. The people in the bar swayed their bodies to the music, and the atmosphere reached a climax. For beautiful ladies, the guest at a 06 invites you to join him for a drink. Han Linlin and Lin Yuan had just arrived, and Chen Shi was ordering the Icebound Divine Dragon for the first time, which they didn't know about. Damn, A06. The two young men from B04 immediately shrank back. They knew A06 had ordered the icebound divine dragon twice. This powerful presence was not something they could mess with. The minimum spend in Area B was only 20,000, while Chen Shi was already over 12 times that. Ladies, the guest at A06 has already ordered 2 icebound divine dragons, Xiao Xiao said. Lin Yuan and the others had been to Black Rose a few times and knew the price of the icebound divine dragon, spending over 250,000 in one night. Who was this person? Lin, Yun, Xiaoxue, let's go. People are often double standard. Just a moment ago, when the two young men from Area B invited them, Lin Yuan had declined. Damn, snobbish gold diggers. The two young men could only curse inwardly. They knew very well that in a place like a bar, having money means being the boss. A Yuan, can't we just drink by ourselves? Han Linlin was somewhat reluctant to go, not because she disliked wealthy people, but because she had observed that today, Area A seemed to be filled with greasy middle-aged businessmen. She liked wealthy people too, but they had to be young and handsome. Simply put, she preferred tall, rich, and handsome types. Linlin, that's Area A, getting to know more quality men can't hurt, Yun said. Yeah, who knows, they might even introduce you to a good job, Xiaoxue added. What job? Being with a rich second generation, you can just be a young mistress, Xiao Xiao said. Ladies, the guest at A06 is a handsome guy, young and wealthy. Marketing talk is best taken with a grain of salt. Even if Xiao Xiao said the guest at A06 was handsome, he would still say it even if the guest was a short and stout fellow. He could even spin a story about someone who had been in prison as a civil servant. Unable to resist the three, Han Linlin followed Xiao Xiao to A06. As soon as they entered and saw Chen Shi, their hearts blossomed. Chen Shi was truly handsome and so wealthy, the four girls' fondness for him increased upon seeing him. Han Linlin's fondness +5, current 5, Chen Shi quickly asked the previous atmosphere group to make room, including Jenny. This made Jenny feel quite displeased. Which of these guys is prettier than me? That White Lotus has a bit of charm, but the sugar daddy wouldn't like someone like that, right? Chen Shi heard Jenny's thoughts and wanted to tell her, you look good, very pretty, but you've been through too many rounds, you're of no use to me. I'm not into the White Lotus type, I like all kinds of beauty. On the table were 12 bottles of Ace of Spades, worth over 250,000. Lin Yuan, Yun, and Xiaoxue couldn't help but take out their phones to take pictures and make TikToks. Such a scene could only be seen a few times in a lifetime, unless one of them managed to hook up with a rich second generation. Only Han Linlin sat quietly and awkwardly to the side. Brother, why did you call us to drink? Lin Yuan, who had been to bars more often, clearly had a bit more courage than the other three. She sat to Chen Shi's left, with Han Linlin beside her. Of course, it's because my sisters are so beautiful. Brother, am I not pretty? Jenny said in a coquettish tone. You're pretty, you're all pretty. Jenny's charm value was also 91, and she was all natural. She belonged to the alluring type, men would feel that impulse upon seeing her. Han Linlin was the pure and obedient type, a stark contrast in style that made people feel protective. Sisters, introduce yourselves. We're all graduates of Donghai Normal University, we just received our diplomas yesterday. I'm Lin Yuan, and these three are my roommates, Linlin, Yun, and Xiaoxue. Lin Yuan introduced each of them to Chen Shi. Han Linlin's three roommates were all decent looking, comparable to the atmosphere group nearby. But to Chen Shi, they were of no use, they were just there to make up the numbers. Linlin, let's have a drink. Han Linlin felt a bit shy, but when Chen Shi raised his glass to toast her, she also lifted her cup and clinked it with his. The taste of the Ace of Spades was completely different from the watered-down version they had at the table earlier, rich in fruity aroma and smooth on the palate. This is much better than the watered-down Ace of Spades that fake rich second generation offered last time, Lin Yuan said from the side. Our Linlin is here at a bar for the first time. She usually doesn't come out when invited, but now that she's graduated, she's finally out to have some fun. If it weren't for the system, I would believe you. There are plenty of girls pretending to be pure in the bar, without some skill, you can't tell the difference. What a coincidence, it's my first time too. Yes, brother has never been to Ace of Spades before, which is why we only just met, Jenny said. Is this for real? So handsome and so rich, aren't those rich second generations supposed to know how to have fun? I'm not a rich second generation. Ah, Han Linlin exclaimed softly. Can he hear what I'm thinking? What Chen Shi said sounded different in others' ears. Jenny squeezed over with her drink. Young Master Chen, so you're a self-made rich first generation. That's really impressive. I toast to you. On the southeast coast, there are many opportunities. With good luck, starting a company can lead to great wealth. Brother, I toast to you too, Lin Yuan said, unwilling to be outdone. Although she wasn't as pretty as Jenny and didn't have her figure, she could tell that Chen Shi wasn't very interested in Jenny. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called the four of them over. Let's all drink together. Chen Shi had an average tolerance for alcohol. If he had to toast each one individually, he would be drunk in no time. Outside his 06, girls occasionally tried to come over for a drink, as they all knew the handsome benefactor inside. However, they were stopped by two burly men in suits. By the way, you just graduated yesterday, right? Chen Shi asked. Yes, brother, does your company need people? Hire us. Lin Yuan had been misled earlier, thinking Chen Shi was a self-made rich first generation. Then we should celebrate. Let's order an icebound supreme dragon. Jenny was a bit confused, wondering where she had gone wrong. She had never been left hanging like this with other men. A few freshly graduated college students, what could be so fun, and they couldn't let loose. Han Linlin and her friends were also shocked by how casually Chen Shi spent over 100,000. In just 1 hour tonight, they ordered 3 icebound supreme dragons, totaling over 380,000. The 4 of them had already entered society, interning at an elementary school, earning a meager 4,000 a month, deeply understanding the difficulty of making money. Han Linlin's favorability +5, current 10, his scanning code looks so handsome and rich. If I could win him over, I could live the life of a young mistress. Han Linlin came from a standard middle-class family. Her mother was a middle school teacher, and her father was a high school teacher. With her background, she had no worries about food and drink. Although her parents' salaries weren't high, she lacked for nothing. Her parents had traditional views, believing that a couple should live a stable and good life. Therefore, they hoped Han Linlin would find a partner in the system, preferably a civil servant, with a stable income and decent prospects. But Han Linlin didn't want to live the mundane life her parents led. She wanted to be a little princess, a young mistress. That's right, she got this idea from scrolling through Douyin. For ordinary people, a dual-income family with good benefits is already a pretty good life. How many people are scrambling to get on shore? This girl really can't be judged by her appearance. Chen Shi heard Han Linlin's thoughts. Looking at Han Linlin's appearance and demeanor, he felt her thoughts were simple. Chen Shi sat down next to Han Linlin. Linlin, do you have a boyfriend? Not yet. What kind do you like? I don't know, I guess it depends on fate. This white lotus flower still depends on fate. With this rich and handsome guy in front of you, do you dare to say you don't like him? Jenny thought to herself. Indeed, women understand women the best. If Chen Shi didn't have a system, he really wouldn't have noticed that Han Linlin was a white lotus flower. How about I be your boyfriend? Brother, if your girlfriend knew you said that, she'd probably kill you. I don't have a girlfriend. If you want, you can be. Even though you spent 380,000 on drinks, I know you have money, but the drinks are for everyone, and I didn't get any benefits. You didn't even give me a bag worth a few thousand, and you want to sleep with me? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Brother, we've only known each other for an hour, and I don't even know your name. Name? Add me on WeChat, and I'll send it to you. After they added each other on WeChat, Chen Shi sent Han Linlin his name. Brother, I want to add you too, Ling Yuan chimed in. Brother, I want it too, Jenny refused to be outdone. The other girls also gathered around. No rush, everyone add. Brother, eat grapes. Jenny pushed Han Linlin aside, sat next to Chen Shi, and handed him a peeled grape. Chen Shi felt that if he let Jenny feed him with her mouth, she would be willing. Brother, let me massage your legs. Jenny's hand wandered on Chen Shi's thigh, and her technique was definitely not a proper leg massage. 10,000 yuan was not a big deal for Jenny. Those bosses who wanted to sleep with her started at 50,000. It also depended on whether Jenny was willing. If they were ugly, she wouldn't accept. She was proactive with Chen Shi, partly because he was rich and partly because he was handsome. There were many handsome guys at the bar, but some couldn't even afford their drinks. Jenny's soft little hand pressed higher and higher on Chen Shi's thigh. Just by looking at her dating history, it was clear that Jenny was experienced, and before long, she had Chen Shi's tent pitched up. Good girls don't let opportunities slip, and bad girls don't waste them. Chen Shi decided to take Jenny back to the hotel that night. He couldn't imagine how comfortable her figure would be. The other girls from the Atmosphere group also came over to feed fruit and massage shoulders. This is so damn comfortable. I haven't spent much money tonight. Han Linlin's favorability -3, current 7, sure enough, just like other rich second-generation kids, playing extravagantly. Chen Shi received the system prompt and heard Han Linlin's thoughts, but he didn't stop. He finally had a system, had money, could indulge in luxury, and enjoy the smooth life. Did he really have to care about a woman's feelings? He wanted to eat Han Linlin's soft rice and eat it hard. Brother, let's play dice, Jenny said. Chen Shi thought drinking without playing was boring. 1 die each, and we'll compare sizes. If you lose, you drink a glass of wine and give me a spank. What if you lose, brother? Jenny asked. There are so many of you, I won't drink. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of Ace of Spades. This game was all profit, and the girls cheered. A bottle of Ace of Spades, if unopened, could be returned to the bar later and was worth over 10,000. Being rich really allows you to take advantage openly. Down below, Han Linlin's favorability -2, current 5, everyone gathered around, but Han Linlin sat aside. Linlin, aren't you playing? Lin Yuan asked. I don't want to play. She didn't want to play, and Chen Shi didn't care about her. He was having a great time. The figures of these girls were all great, especially Jenny's, that perky but looked very inviting. A slap on it would make it bounce. I rolled a 5, brother rolled a 3, I won. Lin Yuan jumped up happily. She casually rolled the dice and won a bottle of Ace of Spades. Linlin, go play, if you lose, it's just a spank. Lin Yuan made spanking sound as trivial as drinking water. If this were out on the street, let alone a spanking, even just taking a picture of someone's backside with a phone would get you pointed at and scolded. Although Han Linlin also wanted it, she had to maintain her persona and couldn't let herself be taken advantage of so casually. The dice game had gone 2 rounds, and everyone had won at least 1 bottle, while Lin Yuan and Yunyun had won 2 bottles. This made Han Linlin feel even worse. She clearly was the most beautiful one. In other situations, those boys would be surrounding her, yet Chen Shi was ignoring her. Chen Shi got up and changed his seat to sit next to Han Linlin. Why isn't Linlin playing? Brother, there are so many people keeping you company, it would be redundant for Linlin to join. Han Linlin wore a face full of grievance, making her look pitiful. How could that be? You're special, different from them. Chen Shi leaned close to Han Linlin's ear and whispered. I don't believe you at all. To be honest, Han Linlin's mind was still clear. She wasn't naive enough to believe everything. Are you free tomorrow? Let's go shopping. I have class in the morning, but I can accompany you in the afternoon. Aren't we on summer break now? Does school still have classes? It's a training class, substitute teaching. Although the school prohibited teachers from substitute teaching at outside training institutions, many teachers still did it privately because the pay from training institutions was much higher than that of the school. Lin Yuan overheard this and also wanted to go shopping with Chen Shi. Who knows, the rich second generation might just buy her a luxury bag. Brother, I'm free tomorrow too. Next time for sure. Tomorrow I'll only take Linlin. Han Linlin's favorability +5, current 10. When someone is treated specially, a sense of superiority arises in their heart. Looking at the time, it was already 2 a.m., and the bar was still bustling with noise. However, Chen Shi had other matters to attend to. Let's call it a night. Brother, there are still 6 bottles of wine left. Jenny was still not satisfied and wanted Chen Shi to stay longer. I'll keep the wine on your card. Aren't you afraid I'll drink it all? Jenny smiled charmingly. If you want to drink, go ahead, it's just a few bottles of wine. Han Linlin really should leave, her family was strict, and coming home this late would require sneaking in. Brother, then we'll head out first. Xiao, call a car for the ladies. Alright, bro, ladies, follow me, I'll arrange it for you. Xiao had earned nearly 60,000 in commissions tonight, let alone arranging a car. He would be willing to run naked if Chen Shi asked him to. Brother, will you come again tomorrow? I'll miss you. Jenny swayed her ample chest against Chen Shi's arm. You miss me that much? Then come with me. So annoying, the two took a car back to the Zierdu Hotel, and when they reached the top floor, Jenny realized that Chen Shi was staying in the presidential suite. Butler Lee was dedicated, even though it was already past 2 a.m., he was still standing at the door to greet Chen Shi. The presidential suite at Zierdu costs 100,000 a day, right? Brother, what do you do? I just live off others. Jenny pouted playfully. Brother is just joking. She had seen many men who lived off women, but this was the first time she had met one who spent over 600,000 in a single night. People are always willing to believe what they see. Chen Shi's entire outfit from LV was worth over 100,000, and Jenny could tell it was all genuine. The 3 sets of drinks from the ice-sealed dragon were also paid for in full, not rented. The drinks given as gifts from the dice game were worth over 200,000. What kind of man living off others would have so much money? Mr. Chen, these are prepared for you, a total of 50 styles. Butler Lee brought over a large wooden box, and upon opening it, it was filled with condoms. The service was truly on point. Chen Shi hadn't even spoken, and Butler Lee was already prepared. Jenny feigned shyness and said, Brother, you're so bad. With so many, you'll tire me out. Jenny, such an experienced girl, understands men very well. With just a gesture, she can stir your blood. Brother, let me scrub your back. The two were playing in the bathtub like a pair of mandarin ducks. Jenny was completely naked, her figure incredibly tempting, ample where it should be and without an ounce of excess flesh where it shouldn't. Chen Shi had 2 girlfriends before, The first was in college, and the second was Li Ting. Li Ting hadn't grown up with him, and Chen Shi had been holding back for a long time, unable to resist Jenny's teasing. They began to grow together in the bathtub, then on the bed, and on the sofa. By the time dawn broke, they had exhausted themselves 5 times before finally falling asleep. Han Linlin was tutoring elementary school students, checking her phone every 2 minutes. She was waiting for Chen Shi's message. Although they had agreed to meet in the afternoon, she kept thinking that Chen Shi should contact her earlier. The boys who had asked her out before would message her non-stop early in the morning, who would wait until the appointed time to send a message. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed. Han Linlin eagerly picked up her phone, only to find it was a message from her sister group. Linlin, these rich second-generation kids spend a lot, don't let their sweet talk trap you. Lin Yuan had won 2 bottles of Ace of Spades yesterday and made 35,000 by returning them to the bar, but she had no intention of speaking up for Chen Shi. Yuan is right, look at how extravagant he was last night, Yun said. I know, I'm not stupid. You can't just listen to sweet words, and you can't just follow him because he has money. Money only counts when it's in your hands. Recently, a saying has been popular in the circle of scumbags: a man's money is for women to see, not for them to spend. The gold diggers severely condemned the person who said this. If they don't spend money, how can they dig? Chen Shi and Jenny slept until noon, and when they woke up, little Chen Shi was also awake. Brother, how annoying to come right after getting up. Isn't it because my sister is too tempting? Another round of growth ensued, and Chen Shi felt a bit weak. Jiang Jenny's favorability +5, current 25, damn, this is more than spending 70 or 80,000, but what good is it if she adds it? He didn't know if the attribute rewards after a 100% strategy would be useful. He urgently needed to enhance his physique, or he wouldn't be able to fully enjoy life. When sending Jenny off, Chen Shi transferred her 100,000 yuan. Jenny felt she had made a huge profit. Chen Shi was generous and handsome, and she enjoyed the growth. Brother, if you miss me, just call me anytime. After Jenny left, Chen Shi checked his phone. Several colleagues in the company group were tagging him, and manager Wang also sent a private message. You didn't come in all morning, do you want to keep your job? Chen Shi had just passed a weekend and had forgotten that today was Monday and he had to go to work. No, I have a system now, why do I still need to work? Right, I'm not working anymore, Chen Shi replied. You say you're not working anymore? Can you take responsibility for the losses caused by the new store that was just handed over to you? Chen Shi was in charge of operations at an e-commerce company, and last week a new project was handed over to him. If he just left, it would indeed cause losses for the company, and if they pursued responsibility, they could even sue him. He wasn't afraid of losing money, he just found lawsuits too annoying. I'll go to the company in a couple of days. Do you think you're the boss? Get over here immediately, you've been absent for half a day without reason, so that counts as a full day. Chen Shi still had to return to the company. There wasn't anything particularly valuable to take, but he had to retrieve a thermos. It was a cup his father used before. After his father passed away, Chen Shi started using it. This cup had probably been used for 11 or 12 years, the paint on the surface completely worn off, and Chen Shi had polished it to a sheen. Chen Shi transferred 50,000 yuan to manager Wang. Manager Wang looked at his phone, a bit confused. Damn, what does he mean by this? Before Chen Shi could reply, another transfer of 50,000 came through, followed by 3 more. Only then did Chen Shi send a message. This 200,000 is compensation. Even if the shop had losses, it was only a matter of tens of thousands. Chen Shi directly transferred 200,000, startling manager Wang. Xiao Chen, did you win the lottery? Yes, that's why I'm not going to work. I thought so. How did you suddenly become so rich? How much did you win? It's not convenient to say, but it's more than enough. Manager Wang thought, in Donghai City, more than enough meant at least 10 million from the lottery. Alright, you don't need to worry about the shop, I'll handle it. With this 200,000, manager Wang could pocket 195,000 and take out 5,000 to give to a subordinate, asking him to take on more work to manage Chen Shi's shop. Later, he could have the company hire new people to fill in, saving him a few thousand more. I've packed up everything on my desk, I'll come to pick it up in a few days. Don't worry, I'll take care of it myself. For lunch, he casually ate some Kobe beef, wild yellow croaker, and wild giant turtle at the hotel. After replenishing his energy, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Chen Shi sent a message to Han Linlin. Linlin, where are you? I'll come pick you up. I thought you forgot about me, brother. Han Linlin sent her location. I'd been all made up, waiting hard all morning. Little did she know, Chen Shi had also been busy all morning. Mr. Chen, the car is ready. A Maybach S800 was parked downstairs at the hotel, specifically for picking up VIPs like Zierduo. Linlin, I'm downstairs. Brother, I'm coming. Han Linlin checked her makeup and outfit one last time in the bathroom mirror. No problem, looks great. Han Linlin went downstairs and saw a Mercedes, confirming it was Chen Qi's car. However, she felt a bit disappointed. Aren't rich second-generation kids supposed to drive Porsches, Ferraris, or Lamborghinis? She could only recognize the logo. She had no idea this Mercedes was a Maybach S800 worth over $6 million. It was much more expensive than the entry-level Porsche or Ferrari, and it was comfortable to sit in. Chen Qi didn't plan to drive his Ferrari often. If he was living off soft rice, he still wanted to switch to a more comfortable and spacious car. A Rolls-Royce would be nice, and then hire a driver. Chen Qi rolled down the car window and called out to Han Linlin. Linlin, over here. The driver, professionally wearing white gloves, got out and opened the rear door for Han Linlin. So it was the driver's car. He really is a rich young master. Once Han Linlin got in, she noticed this Mercedes was different from the one she had ridden before. Some teachers at her school also drove Mercedes, but the interior compared to this one was simply not worth looking at. Linlin, you look really good. Yesterday, Han Linlin wore a white t-shirt and jeans, and her figure couldn't be seen, it all relied on her face. Today, she was dressed in a college style, with a white shirt on top and a pleated skirt paired with white stockings, her well-proportioned thighs glowing white, and black leather shoes on her feet. Coupled with her sweet face, if one didn't say she was a recent college graduate, others would think she was a high school student. Wasn't I good-looking yesterday? Of course you were good-looking. Linlin looks good in anything. Did anyone say you look like Lin Yuner? Here it came, Chen Qi's comparison to a celebrity. Lin Yuner from Girls' Generation? She's much prettier than me. Chen Qi shook his head. You lack a certain awareness of your own beauty. You're prettier than her. Brother just knows how to sweet-talk. Han Linlin was very confident in her beauty. Among so many girls at Donghai Normal University, she could rank in the top 3 of the campus beauties. Mr. Chen, where to next? The driver asked, looking ahead. Han Linlin was a bit puzzled by the way the driver addressed Chen Qi. Shouldn't their driver call in Young Master or Young Master Chen? That's how the wealthy drivers and butlers in TV dramas address their employers. Is this car rented by him? Brother, why does the driver call you Mr. Chen? Chen Qi replied honestly, he's the driver assigned by the hotel. Of course, he addresses guests as Mr. What hotel provides a driver? Han Linlin's imagination was limited by her wallet. She had no idea. In the early morning, Chen Qi and Jenny were still playing hide-and-seek on bicycles in the presidential suite. Go to Yuan 1. Okay, Mr. Chen. Yuan 1 is quite famous in Donghai City, belonging to the top-tier residential areas. Those who live there are either rich or noble. Han Linlin asked, brother, why are we going to Yuan 1? Going home? Chen Qi didn't have a home yet. He was planning to buy one. Sort of. Only the second meeting, and you're bringing someone home. Do you think I'm just anyone? Just because you have some money, you think you can do whatever you want? Han Linlin's favorability -5, current 5. Brother, didn't you say we were going shopping today? Why are we going to your house? Come on, too much inner drama, this is affecting my favorability. Chen Qi explained, we're going to buy a house. Buying a house. After more than half an hour, the car stopped at the Yuan 1 sales office. The sales office was luxuriously decorated, with security guards and receptionists at the entrance all looking sharp, with good looks and height. Sir, madam, do you have an appointment? As soon as they entered, a female salesperson approached them. She was quite attractive, around 30 years old, with a charm level of 88 and 7 romantic experiences. No, it's our first time here, please give us an introduction. Jiang Min was an experienced salesperson with a keen eye. She could tell if someone was wealthy just by a glance and observing their expressions. Ordinary salary workers could enter to look at houses, but they would either seem overly excited or awkward. Chen Qi was dressed head to toe in genuine LV, and his female companion was exceptionally beautiful. Usually, a companion showcased a man's status. Coupled with his extremely relaxed demeanor, it was as if he was just visiting a vegetable market. Jiang Min concluded that Chen Qi was a capable rich second generation. What is your surname, sir? Chen. Mr. Chen, what are your needs? We have 3 types of layouts, 150 square meters, 180 square meters, and 210 square meters. Of course, Chen Qi wanted the largest one. Please introduce the 210 square meter layout. Yuan 1 opened half a year ago, with an average price of about 43,000. 210 square meters would cost 9.03 million. Han Linlin was slightly shocked. Her family's house was 2 million, and her parents' provident fund was still paying off the mortgage, which would take another 10 years to clear. But she quickly calmed down. Her college classmate married a rich second generation from Pengcheng. They just bought a wedding house this year, reportedly at 100,000 per square meter, and that wasn't even the highest price in Pengcheng. Over 40,000 in Donghai City could be considered top tier, but in first-tier cities, it wouldn't even be worth looking at. Mr. Chen, the 210 square meter layout is the most popular right now. There are only 5 units left, 2 on the west side, 2 in the middle, and 1 on the east side. The apartment Chen Shi previously rented was in the middle. Although it had windows, it hardly enjoyed any sunlight. The best layout was the east-facing unit, facing south, where one could feel the sun rise and set through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Which floor is the east-facing unit on? 16th floor, Mr. Chen can take a look at the model. The orientation is excellent. With a broad view, you can see the wetland park from home. The 210 square meter area has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. It's perfect for a wedding house. Chen Shi and Han Linlin were a handsome couple, and with money, Jiang Min naturally regarded them as a couple looking at houses, a pair about to get married. What does he mean? On a first date, bringing a girl to buy a house? Let's take a look at the show flat, Chen Shi said. Okay, please follow me. Jiang Min led them to the show flat of the 210 square meter layout. One word, spacious. Han Linlin's 120 square meter house, after deducting the shared area, is only 98 square meters, which feels much more cramped compared to here. All our layouts are finely decorated just like the model room. Jiang Min introduced the model room as she walked with the two of them. Upon seeing the walk-in closet, Han Linlin's heart raced. The area was almost as large as her second bedroom, and the glass wardrobe and shoe cabinet filled with samples seemed to represent her future life. How happy it would be to live in such a big house. Even if I had to be a full-time housewife, I would be willing. Chen Shi heard her thoughts and strongly disagreed. Damn it, I'm the one living off others. If you don't work, where's the money for me to spend? What does Linlin think? It's beautiful, spacious, and the layout is great. Can a house worth over 8 million not look good? Even a bare shell would look good. Let's go with this one. We'll live in it for now. Jiang Min was overjoyed internally. She had indeed not misjudged these wealthy second-generation heirs by houses like they're buying cabbage, but she still maintained a calm expression. Mr. Chen, are you signing the contract today? Today, is that inconvenient? No, I'll arrange it immediately. Just 10 minutes in, and a 9 million house is bought directly? Does he not know that housing prices are inflated now? Do second-generation rich kids just throw money around? Wait a minute. Han Linlin called out to Jiang Min, who was about to organize the contract. She leaned in and whispered in Chen Shi's ear. Brother, aren't you going to bargain? Many real estate companies have significant discounts now. It's too much of a loss to buy it like this. Talk to her about the price. Maybe we can save $1 million or $2 million. Bargaining seemed to be a skill Chen Shi couldn't acquire. He never haggled when buying vegetables at the market. Whatever the vendor said, he just paid. Now that he had the system, he didn't need to bargain even more. Can we still bargain? I'm not good at that. Is he the foolish son of a landlord? Can't even bargain. His money will eventually be scammed away. Then let me handle it. Despite Han Linlin's sweet and pure appearance, her profession made her quite articulate. Manager Jiang, don't you have any discounts? Other real estate companies have been offering significant discounts these past 2 years. Some even give away gold with house purchases. Jiang Min smiled. Ma'am, our price is already the discounted price. I know many properties have lowered their prices, but you can see what location we are standing in. The core area of Donghai City, with surrounding facilities that are the best in Donghai. Medical resources, educational resources, wetland parks, luxury shopping districts, these are unmatched by other properties. Besides the other 2 top-tier properties, indeed, no other property has the advantages of Yuan. So while other properties were drastically lowering their prices, its price remained firm. Han Linlin still didn't give up and bargained with Jiang Min for over half an hour. Finally, Jiang Min said with a troubled expression, "Alright, I'll apply for it." Linlin, I didn't expect you to be quite the bargainer. Brother, you have to save where you can and spend where you should. The price she quoted is clearly inflated, and there's a lot of room for a discount. 10 minutes later, Jiang Min returned with the approved price. Mr. Chen, 6 million is the best price I could apply for. Saving 430,000, Chen Shi was already very satisfied, but Han Linlin wanted to continue bargaining. If they kept going, it might even become a problem whether they could buy it today. Let's leave it at that, expedite the paperwork. Jiang Min was overjoyed. It seemed that the one in charge was still this rich second-generation heir. In fact, the price could still be lowered, but the more it dropped, the less her commission would be. Mr. Chen, don't worry, we can complete the purchase procedures today. However, the property certificate will take 20 working days to be issued. Staying in a hotel is comfortable, but it always feels a bit lacking. The home purchase contract and other documents took an hour to complete. Jiangmin handed a silver briefcase to Chen-Chi, which contained 6 keys. There was also a pure gold badge with the logo of the Yuan project, which alone was estimated to be worth 30,000 yuan. Mr. Chen, congratulations on becoming the owner of Yuan No. 1. Chen-Chi took the silver briefcase with the keys, thinking to himself, a house worth over 8 million yuan still uses a key lock. I need to change it to a password lock. Since it was fully renovated, he only needed to buy some appliances and furniture to move in at any time. Han Linlin was in a good mood, not sure if it was because she successfully negotiated the price down or because she saw Chen-Chi pay the full 8.6 million yuan. Han Linlin's favorability plus 10, current 15, I thought he would take out a loan, but he actually paid in full. Linlin, thanks to you, I saved over 400,000. Let's go shopping, just pick whatever you like. At least he has some sense. Then, brother, I won't hold back. The two got into the car, and Chen-Chi instructed the driver to head to Yishang City. Brother, isn't Yida Plaza closer? They couldn't go to Yida, Sulu was working today, and if she accidentally saw them, all the hard-earned favorability would be lost. They also couldn't go to Jintai because Sulu's rival classmate, Zhou Yali, was there. If Han Linlin went to shop for cosmetics and was seen by her, it would be a disaster. There's a Hokkaido sushi place in Yishang City, I want to eat that tonight. Sure. Han Linlin had heard of that Hokkaido sushi place, which reportedly had a minimum per capita consumption starting at 8,000. However, for Chen-Chi, that price should be like a home-cooked meal. The two sat in the car, and Han Linlin sent a message to her sister group. Sisters, he just bought Yuan No. 1 for 8.6 million in cash. Xiao Xue replied, is it for you? Yun Yun said, damn it, why can't I meet such a rich second-generation heir? What are you thinking? You've only known him for a few hours. Crazy to buy an 8.6 million house for me. I wouldn't dare accept it even if he did. Lin Yuan said, Linlin, he's probably showing off his wealth by taking you to buy a house. If he can pay 8.6 million in cash for a house, he must have the means, but don't forget, some scumbags don't want to spend money on dating. He just wants to show you how rich he is, making you revolve around him, even to the point of offering to pay. If he doesn't show some real sincerity with cash, don't let him take advantage of you, otherwise, he'll think you're easy to fool. He said he'd take me shopping and I could buy whatever I wanted. Yun Yun warned, just don't pretend to be on a call when it's time to check out. Lin Yuan said, that shouldn't happen, he spent over 100,000 on wine for us last night. Anyway, Linlin, don't trust his sweet talk too much, these rich people are stingy, if they weren't, they wouldn't have so much money. Chen-Chi noticed Han Linlin was typing away, so he asked, what are you so engrossed in? Han Linlin quickly locked her screen, nothing, just checking tomorrow's class schedule. In this situation, even if Chen-Chi didn't have mind-reading abilities, he knew what she was doing. She was just analyzing and criticizing him and the sister group. Chen-Chi was very familiar with this. When he was just pursuing Li Ting, he once took her to a fast food restaurant and spent over 60. While they were eating, Li Ting occasionally typed messages, and later when they got together, she told him she was actually criticizing him in the group at that time. Sisters, who understands? A guy takes me to eat fast food. What kind of good person takes someone on a date to fast food? At 3 o'clock, the two arrived at Yishan Plaza. Han Linlin had a clear goal and headed straight for Chanel. Brother, you said it, I'll just buy, and you pay. Of course, would I trick you? Chen-Chi really wanted to say in a domineering way, buy whatever you want, even buy the whole store, but his financial situation didn't allow it. He still had over 14 million in his account, which was really not enough to show off. Chen-Chi and the other person entered the store, and the salesgirl warmly welcomed them. He noticed that ever since he wore a full outfit of LV, he hadn't had the chance to show off. However, he didn't have that kind of habit, clearly having money but choosing to dress like a loser, only to be looked down upon and then retaliate with a show-off, was troublesome. Han Linlin picked up a pink dress that she had been eyeing on the official website for a long time. It cost 37,000, which was an astronomical price for her. Today, her outfit was her most expensive battle attire, with clothes, a pleated skirt, a Chanel bag, and little leather shoes adding up to just over 10,000. Her monthly internship salary was only 4,000, but fortunately, she was a local in the city. She didn't have to pay rent, got free meals at school for breakfast and lunch, had dinner at home, and could earn over 20,000 during winter and summer training classes. Her mother's middle school was close to the elementary school she attended, so they even saved on commuting costs, with her mom picking her up every day. This allowed her to save a little money each month, but she also used it to buy clothes, cosmetics, and travel. Han Linlin took the dress to the fitting room and came out a few minutes later. Brother, does it look good? The pink dress had a puff sleeve design, and after putting it on, Han Linlin looked even more youthful and cute. Chen Shi gave a thumbs up. Very good looking. His exaggerated praise made Han Linlin laugh. As an English teacher, she found such a mix of Chinese and English phrases very amusing. While Han Linlin was trying on clothes, the salesgirl kept sizing up Chen Shi. He thought it was his striking looks that attracted her attention. Excuse me, are you Chen Shi? I am. How do you know my name? Chen Shi looked at the salesgirl with some confusion. She had just scored a soft rating, Wang Siwen, charm value 86, number of romantic encounters 6. Wang Siwen no longer wore a professional smile but broke into a big grin. It's really you. Don't you recognize me? Jia Ning no. 1 middle school, class 3, Wang Siwen, we were classmates. Another chance encounter with an old classmate, but Su Lu and Zhou Yali immediately recognized each other because they were rivals in high school. They often saw each other's photos on social media. Chen Shi and Wang Siwen were just classmates, with no other relationship. They had hardly spoken a few words and hadn't even exchanged contact information after graduation. Chen Shi hadn't returned to his hometown since going to university. With his parents gone, the house felt like a shell. Just now, the soft rating showed Wang Siwen's name, and Chen Shi hadn't even realized she was his classmate. Chen Shi's impression of Wang Siwen was not deep. He vaguely remembered her being the class flower. Now, looking at Wang Siwen's face, he barely managed to connect the dots. Wang Siwen, I remember, the class flower, Chen Shi replied perfunctorily. Chen Shi, it's been so many years since we last contacted each other. You didn't even attend the high school reunion. Look at you now, doing quite well. Wang Siwen glanced at Chen Shi's outfit, a full outfit of LV, must be worth over 100,000. She pointed to Han Linlin in the fitting room, and you found such a beautiful girlfriend, you must be doing well, have you struck it rich? Ha ha ha, struck what rich? Just doing a small business. Making a little profit from the girls for drinks and meals, then making a big return from the soft rating. You have to take care of me, I haven't made a sale today. Wang Siwen nudged Chen Shi, just as Han Linlin came out of the fitting room. Beautiful lady, don't misunderstand, I just found out that Chen Shi is my high school classmate. Is that so, brother? Chen Shi generously replied, yeah, it's been many years since we last met. Wang Siwen immediately went to grab Han Linlin's hand. Beautiful lady, you have to talk to Chen Shi and get him to buy more. Han Linlin also took a look at Wang Siwen. The sales associates in luxury stores generally have above-average looks, and Wang Siwen was decent, but she paled in comparison to Han Linlin. Brother is very generous, so don't worry, Chen Shi smiled. Linlin, just go ahead and buy. Chen Shi is doing so well now, has he started a company? At Chanel, he says just buy without any foundation, you can't say that. Miss, let me show you the new arrivals from last week. Sure. While Han Linlin was picking out clothes, she casually asked, did you and Chen Shi go to high school together? Yes, we were really close in high school. This was pure nonsense. Chen Shi only shared a relay race with Wang Siwen in one gym class, and they had no other interactions. Han Linlin thought that since they were high school classmates and had a good relationship, she must know about Chen Shi's family background. Is Chen Shi a young master from a big company? Wang Siwen was taken aback. Sister, you don't know? Han Linlin was confused. No what? Didn't Chen Shi tell you? His parents passed away when he was in his first year of high school. Ah, I didn't know that. He never mentioned it. Hearing this, Han Linlin couldn't help but recall what Chen Shi said last night about not being a rich second generation. Could it be that he really started from scratch and became a successful first generation wealthy person? Does he have any siblings? Wang Siwen shook her head. He's an only child. That's not easy, finishing college all on his own and being so successful. How long have you known him? Han Linlin felt embarrassed to say that, counting from last night, it had only been about 5 hours. Not very long. You're so beautiful, and Chen Shi is handsome and capable. You two together, a perfect match. After an hour of selection, Han Linlin picked out 3 dresses, 2 t-shirts, a pair of cropped pants, and 3 pairs of shoes. Brother, I'm done picking. The total here was over 200,000. Coming from a middle-class family, spending 200,000 on clothes in one night was something she couldn't even imagine. What else is missing? Han Linlin looked at herself. Missing what? You didn't buy a bag. Han Linlin was already quite satisfied and momentarily forgot about the essential handbag. The entry-level Chanel bag she brought was only over 5,000, and it would be unreasonable not to buy an expensive bag here. I almost forgot since you didn't mention it, but I've already bought a lot. Han Linlin had an embarrassed expression. Where's the excess? If you like it, just buy it. Han Linlin's favorability +5, current 20, Chen Shi is really too good to you, I'm so envious, Wang Siwen said. Wang Siwen estimated that Chen Shi's worth was at least in the tens of millions, spending at least 300,000 in one night, showing his strong financial power. Han Linlin didn't dare to go overboard. In the end, she chose a gray diagonal striped shoulder bag for only 98,000. Brother, how about this one? Is it pretty? Pretty. Old classmate, let's check out. Han Linlin's favorability +5, current 25, the total for clothes, shoes, and the bag came to 313,000, which shocked Wang Siwen greatly. It wasn't that she hadn't seen wealthy people before, there were plenty of rich wives and bosses who spent tens of thousands in Chanel in one night. But Chen Shi was her old classmate, and seeing someone she knew become so wealthy was shocking to anyone. Later, she wanted to gossip about Chen Shi in her high school girls group. Chen Shi, your spending limit is enough to get a VIP card at our store. Lin, you can handle it. Wang Siwen immediately said, sister, next time you come, you can get a discount. Han Linlin loved Chanel, but whether she got the VIP card or not didn't matter. Even with a discount, she couldn't afford it unless Chen Shi brought her again. Next time, buy a bit more and upgrade to VIP, Chen Shi said. He learned from chatting with Su Lu that there is a level above VIP in these luxury stores called VIC. VIPs may enjoy some special privileges, such as priority reservations, invitations to exclusive events, or customized services. VICs, on the other hand, typically receive a higher level of personalized service, including dedicated service consultants, private shopping experiences, previews and purchasing rights for limited edition products, and other deeper privileges. VIC customers can also enjoy additional benefits like priority access to new arrivals, participation in small brand events, and receiving brand gifts, which are privileges that ordinary VIP customers may not have. Sister, my old classmate is really good to you, Wang Siwen said, unable to hide her smile. To become a VIC at Chanel, one must spend at least 1 million. Isn't this the life of a wealthy woman? Just casually browsing luxury stores and spending hundreds of thousands, Han Linlin said obediently. Brother, buying so much, I won't even have time to wear it all. With Linlin looking so good, shouldn't you change outfits every day? Han Linlin's favorability +5, current 30. You still have to believe in the power of the brand, Chen Shi thought, feeling emotional as he saw Han Linlin's increased favorability. Old classmate, we'll be leaving now. Take care, come again next time. While Wang was checking out, Wang Siwen asked Chen Shi for his WeChat. Maintaining a good relationship with such a big-shot classmate was essential. Just a few steps out the door, Wang Siwen secretly took a photo from behind and immediately sent it to the group. Sisters, guess who I ran into? Who? I don't recognize these two from their backs, but the guy looks handsome, and the girl is beautiful. Wang Siwen replied, it's Chen Shi, from our high school class, quite reclusive. That gloomy guy? He is indeed quite handsome, but he doesn't talk to anyone. There's a reason for that, his parents passed away when he just started high school. Anyone would be affected. Wang Siwen continued, he's doing really well now. I estimate his assets are probably in the tens of millions. What? So impressive. The girl next to him is a campus beauty. She just spent over 310,000 in my store. Wow. So rich. Did you add her on WeChat? You have to invite him to the next class reunion. Chen Shi had little contact with his former classmates, and even though he was wealthy now and could show off, he preferred to invite a few girls out for dinner rather than eat with a group of acquaintances. Linlin, let's go eat. Sure, trying on clothes made me hungry. Han Linlin intimately linked her arms with Chen Shi's, and the two looked like a couple in love. If it weren't for the intimacy level being only 30, Chen Shi might have believed it himself. These high charm value goddesses, with few romantic experiences, have a high threshold. They won't fall in love with you just because you spend hundreds of thousands on them. The two arrived at Hokkaido Sushi on the 4th floor, a restaurant with very Japanese decor. It is said that the sushi chef is from Japan and has excellent skills. Do you two have a reservation? I called this afternoon, my last name is Chen. The waiter thought to himself, this must be the wealthy guy from this afternoon. Originally, the restaurant was fully booked with no available seats, but Chen Shi managed to cut in line by paying an extra 5,000. How could the restaurant miss out on such a big spender? They quickly found a reason to cancel other customers' reservations and freed up a spot. The waiter led the two to a tatami private room. A few hours earlier, Chen Shi had already ordered the menu, so now they just needed to sit and wait for the dishes to be served. Looking at the environment, he suddenly remembered that he had also eaten Japanese food the night before. It was the 600 yuan meal that led to his breakup with his ex-girlfriend, Li Ting. Hello, here are the first 5 dishes: hairy crab, Hokkaido sea urchin, perilla flowers, black truffle mashed potatoes, and sturgeon caviar. Appetizers are just snacks to go with drinks. What wine does the guest want? The waiter asked. Linlin, what do you want to drink? When eating Japanese food, I guess I should drink sake, but I don't really know. How about you recommend something, little brother? The waiter was also someone who adjusted his recommendations based on the customers. Seeing Chen-Chi and Han Linlin, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, both dressed in designer brands, he figured they were definitely wealthy second-generation rich kids. So he first recommended the most expensive sake in the store, and if they declined, he would suggest something else. We have a premium sake imported in its original bottle, Beishua YK35, and the bottle is made of pure titanium. Beishua YK35 is the finest sake in the Beishua series. Y stands for Yamadanishiki rice, K stands for Kara no Hana yeast, and 35 refers to the polishing ratio. This sake has a very high polishing degree among many premium sakes and is listed as one of the 10 most expensive sakes in Japan. Chen-Chi thought about how he had just had a bottle of Chateau Petrus from Bordeaux for 22,000 last night. He wondered how much this Beishua YK35 would cost. What's the price? 13,000. Seems like it's not even as expensive as the Ace of Spades. After last night's drinking spree, Han Linlin was no longer surprised by the price of over 10,000. Alright, let's get a bottle to try. The dishes came out quickly. Fish roe, golden eye snapper, botan shrimp, bluefin tuna belly, and Arctic surf clam. Fried oysters, red and white jade cakes, 1-inch beans, vinegar-flavored sea cucumber, red clam with cucumber and barley miso, cheese shrimp with smoked radish, and simmered yellowtail. Baked abalone with cheese, avocado, maitake mushrooms, asparagus, baby corn, salmon roe, ayase lobster, spring bamboo shoots, and small olives. The table was filled with small plates. After finishing one wave, another wave immediately followed. Han Linlin was busy taking pictures with her phone. Linlin, let me take a picture for you. Then you have to make me look good, okay? Just kidding, you're so beautiful, you'll look good no matter how I shoot. The portions of these dishes were quite small, some were just a bite, but there were so many that after eating dozens of them, they were about 8 or 9 parts full. Brother, what business are you in? Han Linlin asked casually while tasting the dishes, trying to learn more about Chen-Chi. In finance. Chen-Chi thought for a moment. Soft uncle should count as being in finance, right? The finance circle, no wonder he's so rich. I heard that in the financial circle of Magic City, a salary of $1 million a year is considered low. Stocks and funds? Han Linlin asked curiously. More like investments. I give you a way to spend money, and as long as you give me a little, I can get a 10,000-fold return. This should count as venture capital, right? Investments, is it an investment bank? I heard this industry has top-tier income. Just good luck, met a master who guided me. Are you talking about me? Soft uncle suddenly asked in Chen-Chi's mind. Soft uncle, you scared me. Working in an investment bank sounds impressive. It's way better than being a civil servant. Brother, you're really amazing. I toast to you. This meal of Japanese food cost 30,000, and after scanning to pay, Han Linlin's favorability didn't increase at all. Damn, should I have taken her out to eat first before buying clothes? Buying a Chanel worth over 300,000, 30,000 for a meal seemed a bit lacking. Yesterday, Sulu had a Michelin meal that cost over 90,000 and gained 5 points of favorability. Brother, let's go shopping and digest a bit. Chen-Chi looked at the time, it was only 7 o'clock, still early. Sure, let's stroll around. The two slowly walked down from the 4th floor, taking the escalator down one level at a time. When they reached the 1st floor and passed by Chow Tai Fook, Han Linlin tugged at Chen-Chi. Brother, let's go in and take a look. Recently, gold prices have risen sharply, with some stores selling over 700 per gram. Chow Tai Fook was crowded, with many people there to speculate. Han Linlin was captivated. Which girl doesn't like shiny gold? This is so beautiful, gold with diamonds, I really want it, but I've already spent too much today. If I ask for something again, will it seem too greedy and make him uncomfortable? Chen-Chi heard Han Linlin's thoughts. He looked at the gold and diamond necklace. It was indeed beautiful, priced at 88,000. This was just a regular style, not a master design. If it were crafted by a renowned designer, the price would triple or quadruple. Hello, can I see this necklace? Chen-Chi asked the salesperson to take out the gold and diamond piece. Linlin, do you like it? Han Linlin was overjoyed, trying her best to suppress a smile. I do like it, but it's too expensive at 88,000. As long as you like it, I'll pay for it. Brother, you've already spent a lot on me today. I know you have money, but making money isn't easy. Let's wait for next time. Han Linlin had finally met an exceptional man. She couldn't just take everything at once, that would be too greedy. She wanted to take it slow, like boiling a frog in warm water. We have the means, so why wait for next time? Beautiful lady, wrap this necklace up. Han Linlin's affection plus 10, current 40, you're so nice. Brother Han Linlin unexpectedly gave Chun-Chi a quick peck on the right cheek, and he didn't even react. That was too fast, I wasn't prepared. Do it again. Stop it, there are so many people. Han Linlin was playfully resisting. She just wanted to give Chun-Chi a taste of sweetness, especially since she had already spent nearly 400,000 on clothes and gold. With 400,000, Chun-Chi could have called 10 girls and had a battle for 18 rounds. After spending so much money, just a kiss? You might as well buy me a cup of milk tea, Chun-Chi thought. If we're talking about reciprocity, Lulu was more sensible. She bought her a 100,000 bag and received a 2,000 tie clip in return. He would find Lulu later, strike while the iron is hot, and after seeing her for 3 days in a row, her affection should increase a bit more. At that moment, Su Lulu was absent-mindedly gazing outside the store. Lulu, stop staring, you're going to turn into a stone waiting for your husband. He said he would come back tonight, but it's already past 7. Why hasn't he come yet? Su Lulu complained. Don't rush, if it gets too late, just send him a message to check, said Sister Zhang. I won't. That would make it seem like I'm chasing him, Su Lulu replied. After all, she was a beauty with a charm value of 93, with excellent conditions. The rich second generation and wealthy uncles pursuing her could be counted on 2 hands. Even though she was somewhat moved by Chun-Chi, she couldn't lose her composure. Chun-Chi checked his phone, it was already 7:30. Linlin, I have something to do later, so let me take you home first. If you have something to do, go ahead. I can take a taxi back myself. Then let me call you a car. Chun-Chi ordered a luxury car, and only after sending Han Linlin off did he get in. As soon as Han Linlin got into the car and looked at her bountiful spoils, her smile was harder to suppress than an AK. Sisters, guess how much he spent on me today? Yun asked. 200,000? Lin Yuan chimed in, it can't be 300,000, right? Chanel cost 310,000, we had Japanese food for 30,000, and while walking off the meal, I bought an 88,000 gold and diamond necklace. Lin Yuan's fingers flew over the screen. Wait, girl, is he just throwing money around? We've only known each other for a few hours. Yesterday, the ice dragon thought he was just trying to create an atmosphere and show off his strength. He drank quite a bit too. But tonight, this 400,000 is genuinely spent on you. Xiao Shui said, Linlin, I'm about to grind my back teeth to dust. I even ran into his high school classmate at Chanel. Introduce me. Lin Yuan thought all the rich second-generation friends were also rich second-generation. What to introduce? She's a sales associate at Chanel. I got some information about him from her. He's from Jianing County. His parents passed away when he was in his first year of high school. His parents are wealthy and left him a huge inheritance? No, I asked. He made it on his own, said he does investments, something like investment banking. I don't really understand it. Lin Yuan got excited, the screen almost smoking from her enthusiasm. Damn, he can't be a fund manager, right? Fund managers earn millions a year easily. For large funds, they make tens of millions. Yun said, it seems investment bankers are even more impressive than fund managers. Lin Yuan replied, Lin, he's simply extraordinary, young and rich, with both parents gone, so there won't even be any in-law issues in the future. Yun added, but with his strong abilities, and I heard the finance world is even wilder than the entertainment industry. Seeing how he was throwing money around at Black Rose yesterday, he must have no shortage of beautiful girls around him. Lin, be careful, our brains can't compete with the finance world, they have 100 schemes. Sisters, let me say this, if someone wants to give me 400,000, just to play with me, I'd be willing. Xiao Shui chimed in. Lin Yuan said, I second that. Yun echoed, I second that. He asked me if I have time tomorrow to go with him to pick out furniture and appliances. Sister, if you're busy, I'm free. Lin Yuan said. Go away. At this moment, Chun-Chi had already arrived at Yida Plaza. As he went up to the 3rd floor, the Hermes sales associate, Zheng Fangyue, was the first to see him. Here again? I heard from Sister Zhang at LV that he's almost spent 700,000 in the past few days and just bought a Ferrari worth over 4 million. Should I invite him to the store to take a look? Sir, are you here to see Hermes? Zheng Fangyue stepped forward for the sake of her performance and connections. Sorry, I'm allergic to the brand. When Chun-Chi first came, he heard Zheng Fangyue's thoughts and, unsurprisingly, looked down on the Chun-Chi who was wearing Anta and Li Ning at the time. Although Zheng Fangyue had a charm score of 90, with only 8 dating experiences, there was no need for her to pay him any attention. Buying from her would earn her a commission and increase her favorability, but it brought Chun-Chi no benefit at all. Zheng Fangyue was momentarily stunned by his words, and Chun-Chi had already gone to the adjacent Louis Vuitton. Lulu, young Master Chen is here. Where is she? Sister Zhang smiled and said, she was a bit busy earlier. Lulu is eating right now. The sales associates took turns eating. If they all went at once, no one would be there to attend to customers. At that moment, Su Lu was in the break room eating takeout. Hearing that Chun Shi had arrived, she immediately put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and took out a small mirror to check her makeup. It's almost 8, how come you're just eating? You can't starve yourself. Chen Shi suddenly walked in. Customers generally weren't allowed in the staff break room, but Sister Zhang was savvy and just pointed to the door, letting him in. Sulu felt warm inside hearing Chen Shi's concern for her. I'm not very hungry, I had lunch at 1:30. Sulu and her colleagues worked from 10 in the morning to 10 at night, so eating dinner at 8 wasn't considered late. You had beef brisket rice for dinner? Chen Shi glanced at the takeout on the small table. Yeah, I didn't know what to eat, so I just ordered something. He won't look down on it, right? A person who spends tens of thousands on a meal might feel nauseous seeing these pre-packaged dishes that cost only a few dozen. Chen Shi noticed the takeout receipt that hadn't been torn off yet, showing the price for the beef brisket rice. Wow, 32 yuan, that's so expensive. He had never dared to order such expensive takeout before. It was either instant noodles or pre-packaged meals that cost just over 10 yuan. There was also a cup of Hei tea next to it, probably over 20 yuan. This meal cost her as much as my food expenses for 2 days. Lulu, do you usually eat this? Chen Shi asked. We work, how can we have big meals every day? We usually just order this kind of takeout. He really dislikes my meals. As expected, the class difference is evident in what we eat and drink. Sulu's income is quite high, around 20,000 a month, but her expenses are also significant. She spares no expense on herself. Takeout usually costs between 30 to 50 yuan, and with milk tea, coffee, and fruit, just for normal eating and drinking, it adds up to about 4,000 a month. Chen Shidao said, I used to eat takeout too, it's unhealthy. Lulu, don't eat it anymore. With this, Xiao Jing guessed correctly, he is indeed the illegitimate son who recently returned to a wealthy family. Then what should I eat? Su Lu blinked. Isn't there a private kitchen downstairs? You can order from there in the future. Chen Shi and Li Ting had eaten there before. The food was good and clean, but a bit pricey, 35 yuan for a plate of stir-fried water spinach. Sulu said, that's too expensive, I can't afford it on my salary. Chen Shi reached out and pinched Sulu's face. What are you talking about? With me around, you don't need to pay for meals. I'll go talk to them. You can add the restaurant's WeChat, and have them deliver it every day. Brother, you are really too good to me. Chen Shi went downstairs to discuss with the manager of the private kitchen. I'm sorry, we're usually busy during mealtimes, and if we add delivery, it will be even busier. Sir, you can place an order for delivery. We have services on all major platforms. Softy doesn't support directly transferring cash to the goddess. If it's takeout, Chen Shi has to order for her or pay on her behalf, but that's too troublesome. If it can be solved with money, there's no need to go around in circles. 1 vegetarian dish and 2 meat dishes, 200 yuan. For lunch and dinner, that's 400 a day. If you can't do it, I'll just switch to another place. Upon hearing this, the manager realized this was a wealthy customer. Ordering 1 vegetarian and 2 meat dishes for takeout averages about 100 to 150 yuan. He was getting 200 for a pure profit, and since it was right upstairs, it would be foolish not to take the order. The manager immediately put on a big smile. No problem, no problem. Will it be delivered every day? Chen Shi didn't know Sulu's schedule, so he said, not necessarily, but I'll give you 12,000 for the whole month. This is the WeChat of the person receiving the meals. You can add her and check with her daily about the deliveries. Chen Shi pushed Sulu's WeChat to the manager. He transferred 12,000 on the spot and then went to the fruit shop on the first floor to get a membership card, loading it with 50,000. When he returned to the LV store, Sulu greeted him with joy. Brother, the manager of the private kitchen added me. Why did you give him 12,000? I have 4 days off in a month. It's fine, any extra money can be used to add more dishes. Chen Shi took out a card from his pocket. This is a membership card for the fruit shop on the first floor. It has 50,000 in it. Buy whatever you want. Sulu's favorability +5, current 37, he's so thoughtful. It feels like when boys pursue girls in school. Chen Shi indeed courted his first girlfriend in college by bringing her breakfast for a week, and with his good looks, they quickly got together. Brother, even if I eat fruit as meals, I can't spend that much money. Besides, eating too much fruit can make you gain weight. Chen Shi pinched Sulu's delicate face. If you gain weight, I'll still like you. Sulu felt a bit moved, gazing at Chen Shi with emotion. Brother, why are you so good to me? Because you deserve it. Chen Shi put in some thought. He genuinely considered Sulu, hoping she could save some money. He covered her meal expenses, which could save her at least 3 to 4,000 a month. He didn't expect Su Lu to spend all that saved money on him. Spending just 300 a month would be a huge gain for him, multiplied by 10,000, that's 3 million. This 30,000 had the effect of 300,000 for Chen Shi. Sometimes, just throwing money at someone doesn't necessarily win their heart. But with money and a little effort, it can definitely touch someone. Brother, are you free tonight? What's up? Su Lu linked her arm with Chen Shi's. I want to treat you to a late-night snack. Chen Shi was momentarily stunned. He felt so moved he wanted to cry. Lulu was the best, and he didn't expect to be rewarded so soon. Why is he silent? Does he look down on what I'm offering? If you don't want to eat, then forget it. Chen Shi smiled sincerely. Of course I want to eat. How could I refuse something Lulu is treating me to? I'll wait for you to finish work. Su Lu could see that Chen Shi was genuinely happy, his eyes and mouth both smiling. Does he really like me? So he's happy no matter what we eat? Chen Shi heard her thoughts and wanted to tell her. Yes, as long as you treat, anything is enjoyable. Su Lu's affection +1, current 38. Just agreeing to have a meal with her increases affection? The Japanese food they had for dinner was mostly raw, and Chen Shi's stomach was a bit unsettled. Lulu, I need to use the restroom. Chen Shi spent over 10 minutes in the restroom, feeling relaxed both physically and mentally. When he returned to LV, he saw a short, chubby young man talking to Su Lu. Lulu, as long as you agree to go on a date with me, I'll buy you a bag. Su Lu had seen this kind of situation many times. The short, chubby young man was a rich second generation, having spent over 500,000 in the store over the past 6 months. However, with his appearance, both fat and weak-looking, Su Lu wasn't interested, even with his money. She had already rejected him twice before, and here he was again. Mr. Wang, thank you for your interest. We welcome you to shop here. But on a personal level, I hope Mr. Wang can show some respect. I've already rejected you twice. Don't you have any self-awareness? Can't you see what you look like? Respect? As long as you're with me, I will definitely respect you, Wang Zhuge said with a flattering expression. Chen Shi thought to himself, not all rich people are scum or high class, some are just rich but still have a loser personality. Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing both knew that Chen Shi and Su Lu were flirting and were about to explain the situation to Chen Shi. Chen Shi shook his head. It's fine, I'll handle it. He walked over and winked at Su Lu. Hello, could you help me introduce some ladies' bags? Su Lu politely said to Wang Zhuge, Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, but I need to attend to my guests. Aren't I a guest? I'm buying too. Wang Zhuge rudely said to Chen Shi, do you understand the order of things? Chen Shi smiled, not only unbothered but also giving Wang Zhuge a suggestion. These bags are nice, buddy, if you buy one for this beauty, she will definitely agree to go on a date with you. Wang Zhuge looked at Chen Shi, dressed in LV and handsome, thinking he must be a player. He hated this kind of pretty boy because he himself was not good looking. What do you know? Lulu, I'll buy this bag. Wang Zhuge pointed to a black shoulder bag on the third row of the display. Sir, this bag is priced at 123,000, Su Lu said. Hearing the price, Wang Zhuge felt relieved. It was an acceptable amount. Despite his short and chubby appearance, he was a standard rich second generation, with a monthly allowance of 150,000. Compared to those wealthy individuals and big spenders, 150,000 was nothing, but many people don't earn that much in a year. Wang Zhuge's biggest hobby was staying home playing video games. Aside from spending on games, the most he spent was on figurines. He lived alone in a 180 square meter apartment worth 6 million, almost filled with figurines. He drove a 1.2 million BMW 7 Series, and his busiest time was just driving to his dad's company to clock in. Then he would go home to play games and sleep, and clocking in was just to let his dad see that his son was still alive and healthy. His dad didn't care as long as he stayed away from gambling and drugs. Playing games was nothing. Wang Dad's friends' sons are trying to start businesses, and one loss can be in the hundreds of thousands to millions. He thinks it's fine for his son to stay at home playing games, though marrying a wife is a bit of a hassle. So, to encourage Wang Zhuge to find a girlfriend, Wang Dad raised his pocket money from 50,000 to 150,000. I haven't bought any figurines this month, 123,000, just enough. Wang Zhuge thought for a moment and said, Lulu, let's buy this. If I give you this bag, will you go on a date with me? Before Su Lu could answer, Chen Shi walked over. Excuse me, let me through. He stood in front of the bag display, took down all 4 bags surrounding the black crossbody bag that Wang Zhuge wanted, leaving only that one. Chen Shi carried the 4 bags to the counter. Sister Zhang, check out. Did he come here to stock up? Wang Zhuge was taken aback. There are many wealthy people and second generation rich in Donghai City, and he considers himself among the lower tier. This pretty boy is both handsome and rich, which is really infuriating. The 4 bags totaled 600,000, and Chen Shi didn't even blink as he paid. He quietly told Sister Zhang to count this sale as Su Lu's performance. Sister Zhang understood, she wouldn't dare take this performance from him. Chen Shi walked back with 4 shopping bags. Beautiful lady, these 4 bags are for you. Can you go on a date with me tonight? Su Lu had no idea what Chen Shi was up to earlier, but now she understood, he was mocking Wang Zhuge. He's so handsome, and so charming. Su Lu's favorability +3, current 41 dude. What do you mean? Can't you see I'm on a date? Wang Zhuge felt a bit insecure. I see, but I'm just saying, dude, you dare to date a beauty with just 1 bag. Do you look down on beauties? Wang Zhuge suddenly stuttered, he couldn't handle Chen Shi. A bag worth over 120,000 is now so common? He thought he was wealthy, but had he been cooped up at home too long, while everyone outside became rich? Wang Zhuge didn't know the exact prices of the 4 bags Chen Shi held, but he had been to LV a few times and had a rough idea, estimating them to be around 500,000 to 600,000. Damn, with these prices, I could find how many young models at the club, how many figurines I could buy. Unlike the typical shut-in, Wang Zhuge was a wealthy shut-in. When he had physical needs, he went to the club to solve them. But he couldn't find a girlfriend from the club, his dad would never allow it. Alright, handsome, I'll treat you to a late-night snack tonight. Su Lu played along with Chen Shi. Watching Chen Shi and Su Lu flirt, Wang Zhuge felt humiliated. Is having a bit of money really impressive? And you, trying to pick up girls. For a moment, Wang Zhuge even forgot he was also considered wealthy. He just encountered someone richer than himself. Hey, being rich is impressive, Chen Shi said provocatively. Chen Shi didn't care at all, he even thought Wang Zhuge was complimenting him. But Su Lu looked nervously at Chen Shi for a moment before her expression returned to calm. Fatty, talking about picking up girls, if Chen Shi really thinks of me as a pickup girl, I won't let you off, Dad. I'm done playing. I want to find a 2-dimensional wife. Wang Zhuge angrily left Louis Vuitton, probably never to return. Brother, you bought so much again, there's no need to spend so much to get rid of him. I can just refuse him a couple of times. That's not enough, I want him to back off. He shouldn't think he can date our Lulu just by buying a bag. But you don't need to buy 4, that's already 600,000. How rich is he? Coming to the store to throw money every day. Chen Shi thought, is 600,000 a lot? If you treat me to a $100 meal tonight, I still make a profit. As long as Lulu is happy. By the way, I'll let Sister Zhang count this sale as your performance. Brother, you really are something. Of course, I won't let the good stuff flow to outsiders. 600,000, Su Lu can get a commission of 30,000, this commission goes to Sister Zhang, while Chen Shi gets nothing. If it were given to Su Lu, perhaps she would buy Chen Shi some expensive gifts if she had a change of heart. Does that mean I'm your woman, brother? You are, my beloved. Smooth talker Su Lu felt delighted inside, her affection level was speaking for itself. Su Lu's affection level +2, current 43, brother, don't buy bags next time, I can't carry them all. Chen Shi had bought her 5 bags, worth over 700,000, plus Su Lu had bought 2 herself, each over 10,000. She felt her house wasn't even worthy of displaying these bags. Chen Shi also noticed that doing the same thing too often made it lose its novelty, which was evident from the affection level. Tonight, buying 4 bags only increased it by 3 points, clearly a decline. At that moment, Sister Zhan walked over and handed Chen Shi a VIP card. Young Master Chen, you've spent over 1.3 million in our store, you qualify to become an LV VIP customer. Give the card to Lulu. Sister Zhang didn't hesitate and directly handed the card to Lulu. Su Lu's affection level +2, current 45, by the way, Sister Zhang, that chubby guy just now isn't one of your big clients, right? No, he's only spent over 500,000 in half a year, not as much as young Master Chen in one night. That's good, otherwise I'd worry about driving away a big client. Young Master Chen, you are the big client. Although Sister Zhang didn't earn a commission, Chen Shi boosted the store's performance, and with his frequent visits, the store's bonuses would be higher in the future. Chen Shi stayed in the store until 10 p.m., waiting for Su Lu to finish work, and the two went to the underground parking lot together. Mr. Chen, are you going back to the hotel? The driver asked. Su Lu pouted, we're not going to the hotel, we're going to Tianhao Barbecue. Chen Shi thought, exactly, no hotel, let's quickly go eat some late-night snacks. Tianhao Barbecue is a famous barbecue place near Yida Plaza, though it's a bit pricey. It was July, the peak season for barbecues, and basically, every barbecue place was packed. They found a small table outside to sit at. Brother, you don't mind a roadside shop, do you? Lulu, even rich people only have one mouth, they eat grains too. Principal Wang eats at roadside stalls. Su Lu smiled, that's good. What does brother want to eat? Chen Shi looked at the menu. This barbecue was indeed expensive, generally a third more than other places. French imported oysters, Gelardo, 200 each. Damn, can eating this make you go 7 times in one night? At this price, ordering 5 would be 1,000, with a 10 million cashback. Sulu still has some money, spending 2 or 3,000 isn't too much, right? Chen Shi was thinking about the 2 or 3 million cashback when Soft Master broke his dream. Am I invisible? You think you can just take advantage of this? Return the menu, you're not qualified to order. Lulu, you order, I love everything you choose. At that moment, Chen Shi truly hoped Sulu could read his eyes. Order something more expensive. Order more. Sulu took the menu and asked while looking. This place's imported oysters are quite famous. Does brother like oysters? I like them. I like them. Lulu, you understand me too well, order a few more. Then let's start with 4 oysters. It's not good to eat too much. What's wrong with that? Chen Shi asked. Sulu shyly glared at him. Are you trying to do something bad? No, the heavens can testify, my clear eyes, how could they look like someone doing bad things? They say oysters are good for the kidneys, but Chen Shi wasn't thinking in that direction. He just hoped Sulu would order a few more, the pricier the better, so the cashback would be more later. Oysters, eggplants, grilled fish, chicken wings, beef skewers, lamb skewers, grilled shrimp, grilled leeks. Whatever Sulu said, Chen Shi nodded and said he liked it. Sulu rarely eats late-night snacks to maintain her figure, only to spend a little more time with Chen Shi. She worries that if they eat too much barbecue, Chen Shi might have digestive issues, so the portions are small, 2 lamb skewers, 2 beef skewers. Besides 4 giant oysters costing 800, the rest of the barbecue and beer only cost 263. Brother, let me pour you some wine. Although the beer is only a few dozen yuan and not as expensive as the 22,000 yuan red wine, in this environment, beer is the only drink that fits the atmosphere. Brother, you're so rich, what does your family do? I used to be very poor, but recently I met someone important, and my life changed. He must be the illegitimate son of a wealthy family, but there are so many rich people with the surname Chen in Donghai, which family could he be from? She thinks I'm an illegitimate son of a wealthy family. Chen Shi didn't explain, the identity of an illegitimate son of a wealthy family isn't bad. They chatted and ate, mainly Sulu doing the talking, as Chen Shi didn't need to actively find topics. Brother, what do you usually like to do? Just go shopping and spend money. That's great. I also want to shop and eat every day, not go to work. Sulu, your thinking is very dangerous. Only through work can one demonstrate their value and make life less boring. Sulu pouted. Which girl doesn't want to be a rich wife, shopping every day? I really want to live such a boring life. Lulu. Chen Shi suddenly grabbed Sulu's hand. If a person does nothing all day, they will become numb and useless. Brother, are you talking about yourself? I am useless, living off others. Thank you, Lulu, for treating me. Chen Shi clinked glasses with Sulu. Sulu laughed at Chen Shi. You mustn't say that about yourself. Chen Shi is living off others. If the goddess doesn't work, where would the money come from for him to spend? Even if he casually does a job and earns a few thousand, that's still income, having his own economic power. He must not like girls who are idle. This is to motivate me to do well in my career. But work is work. There's no need to be too tired. As long as you're happy doing it, we aren't short on money. After resting, we can go shopping, have a big meal, travel. Work is just for adjustment. You know, shopping and eating big meals every day would get boring, right? Sulu knows that the shopping, big meals, and travel Chen Shi talks about are different from the usual few thousand or tens of thousands spent on shopping and dining. With his wealth, outings must cost hundreds of thousands or millions, maybe even a private yacht. Just thinking about enjoying a rich person's life in the future made Sulu feel that working isn't so tiring after all. Brother is right, Sulu said with a beaming smile. Brother, besides shopping, do you have any other hobbies? When I'm free, I watch movies and play games. They ate until after 11. The young waiter was checking the menu, and Chen Shi had already estimated the cost of the meal to be around 1100. Hello, the total is 1063, you can just give 1060. Rounding down is a common practice in the restaurant industry. Although it's just a few yuan, it can sometimes earn the goodwill of customers. However, at this moment, Chen Shi really wanted to shout, no, it's just 3 yuan, do you think Lulu can't afford it? 3 yuan, to Chen Shi, is equivalent to 30,000. Although Sulu's income is decent, she usually wouldn't spend over 1,000 on a meal. However, in the past few days, Chen Shi had helped her earn a commission of around 70,000 to 80,000. Sulu readily scanned the code and paid 1,060 yuan. Earn 1060 soft meal coins, cashback of 10,600,000 Huaxia coins. Chen Shi's text message alert rang. He checked and saw it was a bank deposit notification. He now had over 24 million in his card. For an ordinary person, that is an astronomical fortune. But in first-tier cities like Magic City, Imperial Capital, and Pang City, not to mention the bosses and shareholders, even some elite workers can accumulate wealth in the tens of millions. Chen Shi still needs to work hard to expand the soft rice business, to grow and strengthen it. While Chen Shi was enjoying barbecue and beer, Han Linlin couldn't find peace after returning home. She got home at 8 o'clock, and when her parents saw her carrying a pile of luxury brands, they immediately pulled her to the sofa for questioning. The interrogation lasted for more than 3 hours, and Han Linlin ended up arguing with her parents. You've only known him for a few hours, and he buys you 400,000 worth of things. What does he want from you? Han's mother pointed at the pile of Chanel. He wants me for my looks. Linlin, our family is just an ordinary one. You say he's an elite in the financial circle earning millions a year. This is not a match. He might just be playing around. Han's father had a poor impression of the financial circle. Some of his students had entered it, and their social circle seemed very extravagant. Han Linlin sulked, feeling she couldn't get through to her stubborn parents. Mom and Dad, can't you hope for something good for me? Can't I tell if he's just playing around? Han's mother said earnestly, Daughter, I'm afraid you'll be deceived. Some scammers set up traps so deep that they give you a little sweetness first, and then sell you off while you're counting their money. However, Han's mother did have a point. Some scams were indeed too sophisticated, with layers upon layers of deception. Mom, I will protect myself. Han's father pushed up his glasses. Linlin, the son of Director Lee from the Education Bureau, has already found someone to contact me, saying he wants to get to know you. Look, our family is all teachers, and with Director Lee's family, it's a good match. Before Han's father could finish, Han Linlin interrupted him. No meeting, no adding, no chatting. You child, have you grown wings? You've learned to talk back. Director Lee's family are all civil servants, working for the state, solid and reliable. What's wrong with that? Anyway, I won't meet him. If you want to meet, you go. She didn't want to miss out on a golden son-in-law like Chen Shi. After seeing an 8.6 million house during the day, now that she was back home, she felt her own house was shabby. After arguing with her parents, Han Linlin went back to her room without washing up, instead opening today's spoils and starting to plan her outfit for tomorrow. After dropping Su Lu off at home, Chen Shi returned to the hotel past midnight. He lay in the bathtub, scrolling through Douyin, having almost finished watching all the local female streamers from Donghai in the past few days. There were indeed many beauties online, but they were mostly the result of makeup, beauty filters, and technology. Among those rated 90 by Soft Master, he had only come across a dozen or so in the past few days. None of these dozen female streamers met the goddess binding criteria. If it really doesn't work, I can only scroll through the entire network. If I find someone who meets the criteria, I'll spend more money to get her to Donghai. Chen Shi scrolled a couple more times, and just as he was about to think of something, a beauty appeared before him. A standard oval face, alluring phoenix eyes, and a cherry-red mouth painted with tempting glossy lip gloss, making one feel an urge to take a bite. Her long brown waves fell over her chest, obscuring the hint of a big white rabbit. The purple silk spaghetti strap top was even more tempting than not wearing anything at all. Her tiny waist swayed with the music. A pair of snow-white long legs were absolutely stunning, both proportionate and full of strength. Before Chen Shi could inquire about Soft Master, the information of the streamer Yao Yao is not sexy popped up directly. Name, Sunny Yo, age, 25, height, 168, charm value, 92, occupation, streamer, number of relationships, 2, favorability, 0, would you like to bind? Soft Master, do I even need to ask? Bind. Chen Shi excitedly jumped out of the bathtub, not even bothering to dry off as he ran to the bed. Among these female streamers, it's really rare to find one who has had 3 or fewer relationships and still has a charm level of 90. This is a dancer-type streamer from the borderline dance area, and she has only had 2 relationships. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. She looks fiery, yet she's more virtuous than some women who appear to be serious. Sunny Yao doesn't have many fans, only 160,000, even though her dance is captivating. Why are her fan numbers so low? She is currently performing the graceful dance of the Korean girl group Song Puppet, twisting her body with the music, which is quite stirring to watch. Chen Shi entered the live stream room, where there were quite a few people, and the comment section was very active. Can't imagine how comfortable this must be. The streamer is so hot, I'm good now. The one above is too weak. Is this all they can do? You can easily guess what kind of comments a borderline dance area streamer would attract. Chen Shi changed his Douyin nickname, which was originally the same as his WeChat name, What to Eat Later, to small portion of roast duck rice. Chen Shi rarely watches Douyin live streams. He hardly watches short videos on Douyin either, spending most of his time on a small video site. He clicked on the fan leaderboard in the live stream room, and the top account was a level 67. The name was Society's Dragon Brother. A level 67 account is quite impressive. He has at least spent 5 million in the Douyin live stream. However, Chen-Shi couldn't see how much was spent on Sunny Yao, only the streamer herself could see that. Chen-Shi wiped his damp hands and then started to recharge his Douyin account. He planned to recharge 1 million at first, but due to limits, he had to do it in 2 transactions. Small portion of roast duck rice sent a carnival in the not-so-sexy live stream room. A red scrolling subtitle flashed in Sunny Yao's live stream, and other live stream rooms also saw the carnival notification. However, a carnival isn't anything special. It was only 3,000 yuan, and there are plenty of wealthy people online. Oh wow, a big spender has come to the stream. It has to be a big spender. If Yao relied on us freeloaders, she'd probably starve to death. If you starve, she won't. Do you think the top spender is a vegetarian? People can be so envious. Just this one time, I've spent my month's salary. Sunny Yao covered her chest and leaned closer to the phone to check the ID of the person who sent the carnival. Then she sweetly read it out loud. Thank you, Roast Brother, for the carnival. Should I call you Roast Brother or Duck Brother? Chen-Shi didn't reply. He was sending the second carnival. Since it was his first time sending gifts on Douyin, he wasn't very skilled, and his speed wasn't fast enough. A few seconds later, the second carnival was sent. Small portion of roast duck rice sent a carnival ×2 streamer. The big brother has sent 2 carnivals. Why not hurry up and dance a hot dance? Hey, did you notice that Roast Brother was a level 1 account when he first entered the live stream? I saw it. Now he's already level 29, and he just sent 2 carnivals. Is Roast Brother here? What does he want Yao to dance? When Chen-Shi entered the livestream, Puppet was almost finished, and he hadn't really watched. Dance Puppet again. Okay, Sunny Yao is already captivating in appearance, and dancing the Korean girl group's fiery dance is truly mesmerizing. Roast Brother has taste. Roast Brother has the same vision as a Korean chaebol. He must not be an ordinary person. Sunny Yao started the accompaniment and danced while thinking. This person should be a passerby. I haven't heard of any arrangements from the guild tonight. Chen-Shi rarely watched female streamers dance on Douyin. He usually watched Odd Biao on a small video site. However, after watching female streamers dance for a few days, he felt that none of them danced as well as Sunny Yao. Another one, Sunny Yao is dancing even harder. ×4, ×5, ×6. Until 60 carnivals, only then did the screen stop flooding. But the comments section exploded. In less than 2 minutes, 60 carnivals, that's 180,000. Burn Duck Brother, stop it, don't burn anymore. In 2 minutes, you burned my entire year's salary. I burned 2 years. Why isn't Burn Duck Brother talking? Is he here to launder money? Is it a union account? Have you ever seen a union account with 0 followers, 0 fans? Someone clicked in and saw, indeed all zeros. A union account would never be like this. Definitely a low-key big shot, just bored and throwing money around. At this moment, Chen-Shi threw his phone on the bed and went to blow dry his hair. A few minutes later, he came back to see he was already 5th on the fan list. 180,000 can get to 5th? Her fans aren't that strong. Burn Duck Brother has set it to private, can't follow him. Making it so mysterious, it makes people more curious. Could it be a new way to attract traffic, doing it on purpose? Sunny Yao had finished dancing and was waiting for Chen-Shi to speak. Burn Brother, are you not here? Did you see my private message? Burn Brother, what else do you want to see me dance? Chen-Shi didn't notice the private message and typed in the comment section. Can you do AOA's catwalk? Thanks to Burn Duck Brother for letting us enjoy. Burn Duck Brother really likes girl groups. Burning a lot. Sunny Yao saw Chen-Shi appear and immediately smiled brightly. What Burn Brother requested, I can do. I'll go change into another outfit. Sunny Yao's #1 fan, Society Yulong Brother, just started his live stream, watching the scrolling subtitles in other female streamers' rooms. Someone was throwing money at Sunny Yao. Bro, you're quite rich. Society Yulong Brother commented. The #1 big brother has appeared. Long Brother is here. Hearing this, there's a bit of a powder keg vibe. Some people were enjoying the drama. Long Brother, Burn Duck Brother just burned 180,000 in 2 minutes. If it goes on for a few more minutes, your #1 spot will be gone. Chen-Shi continued to throw money, and the netizens were getting anxious. No, Burn Brother, the streamer hasn't even come out yet. How did you get up there? Big shot, isn't your finger tired? I can help you throw money. Damn it, why am I not rich? I also want to throw money. Bro, even if you have money, it's not meant to be spent like this. If you're throwing money here, you won't get what you want, might as well switch to another streamer. Society Yulong Brother commented again. His words left some netizens confused. but many understood what he meant. No way, the streamer hasn't even gotten the #1 Big Brother? No wonder Long Brother hasn't thrown gifts recently. I'm just here to watch the dance, Chen Chi replied. He saw Long Brother's comment and understood why Sunny Yo had only had 2 relationships. She really sells her art, not her body. Long Brother must have been rejected, which is why he said that in the comments. Sunny Yao came back after changing her clothes. Her Catwoman leather outfit was sexy yet cute. The comments section started buzzing again. Streamer, the tissues are ready. I'm ready. Unbelievable, you're ready before it even starts? You need to see a doctor. Sunny Yao saw the carnival flooding hadn't stopped and was a bit shocked, quickly used another phone to message the union. The union replied immediately. It wasn't arranged by them, just a low-key rich passerby. Chen Chi hadn't replied to the previous private message, so Sunny Yao sent another. Thanks to Burn Brother for the 75 carnivals. Burn Brother, I'm going to dance the catwalk now. Chen Chi's carnivals were flooding the scrolling subtitles and other live streams. Many viewers came over out of curiosity. The number of online viewers in Sunny Yao's live stream room surged from 8,000 to 250,000 and is still rising. Came here out of curiosity. Wow, this female streamer is really something. High-level succubus. Society's Dragon Brother posted again. Can't understand what I'm saying, huh? Some thought Dragon Brother was starting to spend to maintain his top position. However, before they could see Dragon Brother perform, the third-ranked Monkey entered the livestream. So lively. Just after he sent that message, netizens noticed that Monkey's third place was gone. Monkey, you lost your third place. Monkey got robbed. Burnt Duck Brother is amazing. He's already spent 230,000 and still going. Monkey sent a message, bro, just stop. Monkey had no intention of spending to reclaim his third place. The second-ranked Wind Blows Skin Inflammation Cool was called into the livestream. Bro, it's pointless to spend here, switch to another streamer, you'll be happier. Wind Brother spent 400,000 on Sunny Yo and even flew from the north to the East China Sea to meet her. He spent 20,000 on a meal, only to receive a thank you, brother. Netizens began to speculate why the top 3 were all coming out to tell Burnt Duck Brother to stop spending. Could it be that the 3 of them didn't get along with the streamer, so they fell out? They were all wealthy and cared about their image, so some things couldn't be said directly, otherwise, it would seem like they couldn't handle it. Previously, a top brother from Linen City spent 300,000 on a female streamer and arranged to meet offline. In the end, the brother didn't get to sleep with the streamer and, in a fit of anger, printed their chat records and hung them in the street. He demanded a refund for his gifts, and the two ended up fighting, losing all face. Chen Shi commented, I feel happy just watching her dance. Jin Jinlong sat in his office looking at his phone, his expression somewhat angry. Unappreciative, throwing money around. He had spent 600,000 in Sunny Yao's livestream, which wasn't too much, and he had also spent over $1 million on several other female streamers. However, he felt comfortable spending over $1 million, it was smooth sailing, and he achieved his goals. The top brother in the livestream as a female streamer, everyone could see what he was after. But some things couldn't be said outright, we need to keep the livestream green. He hit a wall with Sunny Yao. After becoming the top, he finally met the streamer offline as he wished. Sunny Yao's looks were not much different from online, a 100% original natural beauty. After they finished their meal, Jin Jianlong hinted and suggested to Sunny Yao to go to a hotel, promising to give her more money afterward. But Sunny Yao decisively refused. This meant that Jin Jianlong spent 600,000 just for a meal, and he even paid for it. He didn't even get to hold the streamer's hand. The second and third places had similar experiences. They spent money to meet the female streamer but didn't even get to hold hands. Although Dragon Brother was angry, he couldn't force it, otherwise, he could be accused of rape, and that would be the end for him. However, as the top, his words carried weight in the livestream, and later, if anyone wanted to spend on Sunny Yao, he would come out to warn them. Jin Jinlong privately messaged Chen Chi. Bro, even if you get to the top, it won't matter, this bitch is hard to please, always taking and showing off. If you wanna sleep with a female streamer, switch to another one, you don't need to spend more, you can already sleep with her. This did have some impact on the popularity of Sunny Yao's livestream. Without a few big shots leading the spending, how could it be lively? Even the guild couldn't spend here every day. There were plenty of streamers in the guild, and they preferred to focus their energy on the big streamers. Chen Chi happened to be looking at the private message Sunny Yao sent him, asking him to add her WeChat. At this moment, there were probably dozens of private messages. Boss, do you need a massage? 5,000 can fly nationwide. Brother Roast Duck, I am your half-brother. Brother Roast, do you like non-tung? Brother, I can dance really well too, come to my livestream. Brother Roast, I'm really hot, I'll show you my verified account. Various chaotic private messages made his head spin. Socialite Longgu, isn't this the top one? Why are you sending me private messages? Chen Shi thought there would be a scene of mockery and face slapping, but when he clicked into the private messages and saw those 2 lines, he realized they were there to share experiences, advising him not to keep sending gifts to Sunny Yao, as it would be pointless. Chen Shi thought, if it were that easy to sleep, I wouldn't even bother looking for her. Carnival times 80, times 90, times 100. Chen Shi suddenly felt that throwing money was tiring. His fingers were starting to feel sore. Jin Jianlong saw that Chen Shi still hadn't stopped and didn't bother with him anymore, cursing under his breath. Throwing money. Sunny Yao's favorability +1, current 1, Sunny Yao's favorability +2, current 3, Sunny Yao's favorability +3, current 6, Sunny Yao's favorability +4, current 10. Sunny Yao was dancing lightly, managing her expressions perfectly. Even when she saw the carnival surpassing 100, she didn't scream. But inside, she was extremely excited. She had been a streamer for almost a year and had only seen such situations in others' live streams. She never expected it would happen to her today. Every year, many people explode in popularity overnight online, and tonight, this incredible fortune finally fell upon her, Sunny Yao. What Chen Shi was throwing wasn't just money or carnivals, but a future. The audience attracted by the carnival on the screen had already surpassed 500,000. Chen Shi kept throwing until he reached 333, then stopped because the 1 million he charged was all spent, leaving only 1,000 in his account. It was already quite late for a midnight snack, and by the time he returned to take a bath, it was almost 1. Chen Shi mechanically continued to throw carnivals, his eyes growing weary. As drowsiness hit him, he typed a message in the comments. Done throwing, going to bed. Wow, are big shots this calm? Tomorrow's trending search is reserved. Rich people throw 1 million without feeling a thing. Is this Principal Wan's alternate account? Has Brother Roast left? Good night, Brother Roast, Sunny Yao said sweetly. Before going to sleep, Chen Shi added Sunny Yao on WeChat, and without waiting for her to accept, he tossed his phone aside and fell into a deep sleep. Sunny Yao, however, couldn't sleep tonight. Her follower count skyrocketed from 180,000 to 850,000, and it was still rising every second. Sunny Yao calculated that the 333 carnivals Chen Shi gifted were worth 999,000. With the platform taking half, the guild taking half, and then deducting 45% in taxes, she would end up with over 130,000. Besides Chen Shi's carnivals, a large number of netizens attracted by him also sent gifts. Tonight, Sunny Yao earned 200,000. As long as she could seize this wave of traffic, even without Chen Shi in the future, she could still live well with her large fanbase. After Chen Shi fell asleep, an hour later, he and Sunny Yao trended on social media. Douyin reveals $1 million roast duck. Mysterious brother roast gifts $1 million. New Oriental's Dong streamer was gifted 600,000 by a big shot in one night, trending for 2 days. Mr. Tree, who sings, received 3 to 4 million in gifts during his live stream, trending for over a week. Chen Shi's million would probably trend for 2 to 3 days as well. Sunny Yao was in her live stream, dancing and chatting, and by 3 a.m., she could no longer continue and ended the stream. Chen Shi woke up at 10 in the morning when Butlerly was preparing lunch. Butlerly reminded Chen Shi that the 3-day stay in the presidential suite was coming to an end and asked if he wanted to extend. I almost forgot, let's stay for another 4 days. They hadn't bought anything at the first of the month, and today they planned to buy furniture. If all went well, they could move in within 2 or 3 days. Even though Butlerly had seen many wealthy individuals, he was still slightly shocked by the young handsome man in front of him. Staying in a presidential suite for a week, costing 700,000, without batting an eye. It was as if this wasn't a presidential suite at 100,000 a night, but rather a budget hotel at 200 a night. Which rich family's son is this? In the separate kitchen of the presidential suite, a private chef was preparing lunch for Chen Shi. Over the past 3 days in the presidential suite, Chen Shi had spent over 30,000 on lunch alone. Although the private chef was part of the suite service, the ingredients still came with an extra charge. For today's lunch, Chen Shi ordered a piece of East Star grouper, paired with abalone rice. One word, delicious. While eating, Chen Shi scrolled through his phone. He noticed an unread message from someone saved as Aunt Wang, and instinctively felt a bit tense. He opened the chat to check. Xiao Chen, pay the rent for next quarter in the next couple of days. This Aunt Wang was Chen Shi's landlord, her expression not very friendly, always wearing a frown. Aunt Wang, I'm moving out in the next couple of days, I won't be renting anymore. You're not renting anymore? Why didn't you say so earlier? I still need to find new tenants, really. Chen Shi guessed she would mention the deposit, but right now he wasn't worried about that. I'll come by at 1 p.m. to pick up my things and give you the keys. The rental place was filled with junk. The most valuable item was an Asus laptop he bought in college, which had become quite slow after 4 or 5 years. He planned to find an old man collecting scrap to take away his clothes later. The most important things were his diploma, driver's license, and some family photos from his childhood. He opened another chat window, with a WeChat nickname called Yao Yao Not Sexy, and immediately recognized who it was. She had accepted Chun Chi's friend request last night. Burn brother, your WeChat name is so interesting, it matches your Douyin nickname, right? Chun Chi's WeChat was named What to Eat Later, which he had originally called on Douyin as well, but changed to a small portion of roast duck rice last night. At 1 a.m., when Chun Chi logged off, Sun Yao sent a message. Good night, brother. At 9 a.m., she sent another. Brother, are you awake? Chen Chi replied at that moment. What's the real name of the streamer? I'll save it. Sunny Yo was currently in a meeting with the union. Last night's surge in traffic had pushed her followers over 1 million. If she could capitalize on this wave of traffic, both the union and she would profit greatly. Yao Yao, I'll send you an assistant tonight to help with interactions. By the way, has that roast duck brother contacted you? You must catch this kind of rich guy. If he comes back to give you another wave of gifts, you'll be completely famous. If we put in full effort, it's not impossible for you to become a top streamer within 2 months. This person is too mysterious. He even set his privacy so I can't follow him, and he hasn't followed you either. When Chen Chi was scrolling through the first carnival, Sunny Yo had wanted to follow him but found that he had set his privacy. After becoming friends, he didn't say anything. She even suspected he might be some middle-aged boss with nothing to do, who happened to see her dancing, got excited, and gifted 1 million, then stopped watching Douyin. At that moment, WeChat chimed, and Sunny Yao saw that Chen Chi had replied. Just call me Yao Yao, brother. Chen Chi sent her a message. I'm used to saving full names. So old-fashioned, he probably was just a middle-aged uncle. However, facing her wealthy benefactor, Sunny Yao quickly sent her name. Let's have a meal when you're free. Chen Chi hadn't said much, directly inviting her to dinner. Sunny Yo was used to it. Dining with older brothers was a necessary course for female streamers, and how well they performed in this course depended on the streamer's skill. Sure, where are you from? Yao Yao is in Donghai City. We're in the same city. What a coincidence. Can we meet tomorrow at noon? Okay, then tomorrow at noon. Chen Chi didn't continue the conversation. Now, when he interacted with the girl, he was in a leading position, the one in power, no longer needing to please her as he had before. He hadn't chatted with Su Lu or Han Linlin on WeChat these past few days. If they could meet, they would meet directly. Talking 100 sentences was not as substantial as one solid gift. Sunny Yo spoke with the union members. Brother Roast Duck replied to me. He's also from Donghai City, and we've arranged to meet tomorrow at noon. The head of the union, Li Xiang, said, Yao, opportunities are something you have to seize yourself. Tomorrow, you should probe Brother Roast Duck's background. If he really is a low-key big shot, your chance to turn things around will come. By then, the troubles at home won't be troubles anymore. Sunny Yo had rejected the previous top 1 and top 2, and the union was aware of it. The union had hinted that the female streamer should sleep with the top 1 to encourage him to come to the live stream room and shower her with gifts. This way, the union could earn more from the rewards. To the union, the streamer was merely a tool for making money. They didn't care about how the tool felt. Sunny Yo was not unaware of the union's intentions. She knew that in the industry, it had become the norm for female streamers to accompany men to bed. But there was a mental barrier she couldn't cross. She could have dinner and sing with the big shots, treating it as a work-related social engagement, entertaining clients. But accompanying someone to bed was something she couldn't do. Yao, your figure and looks are excellent. You just lack an opportunity. Li Xiang had said this to many female streamers, and he would say the same when he wanted to sleep with them. Sunny Yao nodded but did not compromise in her heart. Chen Chi took a car to his rental apartment. This community was an old one, with narrow roads and insufficient parking spaces. The security guard at the entrance poked his head out of the booth, the midday sun shining on his bald head. No outside vehicles allowed inside. Chen Chi found it too hot to walk in, so he rolled down the window and said to the guard, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang recognized the person in the car and walked over to take a look. Isn't this little Chen? How come you're driving a big Benz? Chen Chi had come to the security office a few times to pick up packages and had chatted with Uncle Zhang a few times, so he remembered him. Isn't this kid living in a small rented room? How can he afford such an expensive car? Uncle Zhang thought to himself. Chen Chi smiled, I made a little money. You kid are doing well. This car must cost 70 or 80,000, right? Not all men understand cars, many only recognize the brand logo. Uncle Zhang thought this big Benz must not be cheap, but he didn't know it was a Maybach S800 worth over 6 million. Uncle Zhang, I'm here to return the lease. I'll grab my things and leave right away. You're moving out? Chen Shi said to the driver. Master Zhu, do you have any cigarettes? Shu Quan did bring some cigarettes, but they were just 20-some yuan lihuan, which someone like Chen Shi, who lived in a presidential suite, wouldn't care for. Mr. Chen, I don't smoke anything fancy. If you want, I can go buy you some now. Alright, go buy 2 packs of soft huazi, there's a convenience store nearby. As he spoke, Chen Shi had already transferred 2,000 yuan to Master Zhu. Master Zhu looked at his phone and immediately said, Mr. Chen, you don't need to spend that much on soft huazi, 1,300 is enough. Chen Shi didn't smoke and wasn't familiar with the specific prices. He only knew it was about 600 or 700 a pack, so he simply transferred 2,000, not minding the few hundred. You take it and hurry to buy. Master Zhu knew that these wealthy people often tipped well, so he didn't stand on ceremony with Chen Shi and quickly got out of the car to buy cigarettes. Chen Shi opened the back door of the car. Uncle Zhang, it's hot outside, come in. Uncle Zhang had never sat in such a spacious big Benz before and immediately took a seat. The comfort of the leather seats was 1,000 times better than the plastic stools on the bus, and the air conditioning was strong, with an unknown fragrance filling the car. The scent was refreshing, calming the restless heart of summer. Wow, Xiao Chen, this big Benz is comfortable. Zhang Deyi, I need to go inside to tidy up the place and grab some things. Is it okay if the car goes in? Zhang Deyi looked troubled. Xiao Chen, you know our old community, the parking spaces are pitifully few. The parking spots are in high demand, and it's still packed inside today. Grandpa, I'll just park for a bit, I'll be gone in 10 minutes, just a temporary spot will do. I know, but there's no way, even the temporary spots are gone. At that moment, Master Zhu returned to the car after buying cigarettes, handing over 2 packs of huazi. Chen Shi took one, while the other remained in Master Zhu's hand. Master Zhu, that one's for you. Mr. Chen, that won't do, I can't accept this. He had just taken 700 from Chen Shi as a running fee, and this pack of soft huazi was 650, he felt embarrassed to take it. For the past few days, Master Zhu had been Chen Shi's private driver, almost following him around the clock. The place he stayed the most was various parking lots. Sitting in the car for long periods was actually quite tiring. Since he had already bought cigarettes, he might as well get an extra pack for him. If you want it, just take it. Staying in a presidential suite that costs 100,000 a night is nothing to these wealthy people. A few $100 is nothing to them. Thinking of this, Zhu Quan thanked him repeatedly and accepted the pack of cigarettes. Chen Shi handed the pack he had to Zhang Deyi. Zhang Deyi, I've troubled you a few times to help me receive packages. Now that I'm moving out, there's nothing to send, so take this cigarette. Zhang Deyi was overjoyed, not expecting Xiao Chen to have made a fortune and still remember this old man. His monthly salary was just over 3,000, and he could hardly afford a 650 pack of soft huazi. With Chen Shi being so generous, he felt he couldn't refuse the favor. Xiao Chen, you're too generous, receiving packages is just a small matter. By the way, you can drive in later. The parking spots are gone, but you can park at the entrance of Building 8. I'll keep an eye on your car from the roadside. If any cars come by, I'll let the others go around. The roads in the old community were narrow, and if a car parked on the roadside, the passage could only accommodate one vehicle. If Chen Shi's Maybach were to park in the passage, it would definitely obstruct traffic in the community. But if security guard Zhang Deyi coordinated a bit, it would be fine. Thank you, Zhang Deyi. Shu Quan drove the car according to Chen Shi's instructions and stopped in front of his rental house, Building 8. Zhang Deyi, do you know anyone who does cleaning? I don't need most of the things in my place anymore, so if someone can come and tidy up, they can take what they want. Cleaning fee is 300. Although Chen Shi had money now, he still maintained his standards. Naturally, he had to handle the basic matters of cleaning after moving out properly. Zhang Deyi immediately agreed, sure, they'll be here in 5 minutes. The cleaner Zhang Deyi contacted was actually his wife, who was at home watching TV after lunch. With a phone call, he summoned her over. Zhang Deyi stood by the car, watching his wife come over with cleaning tools. The young man from 401 is impressive. He just gave me a pack of soft huazi. You hurry up and go clean, do a thorough job. Chen Shi looked at the rental house he had lived in for 2.5 years, then glanced at the Maybach parked outside, feeling as if he were dreaming. From being a low-level worker, he had transformed into a wealthy person. Not just any wealthy person, but a god of wealth. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and began rummaging through the drawers for useful documents. Membership card for a hair salon, breakfast shop vouchers, points card for a supermarket. A pile of random things were tossed into the trash can. When he flipped through a few old photos, Chen Shi's expression turned melancholic. In the photo, he was still a middle school student, with his parents on either side, linking their arms with his. He felt a pang in his heart, wishing his parents were still around. Now he had the means to provide them with a worry-free retirement, to take them wherever they wanted to go. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Chen Shi's thoughts. Young man, I'm Zhang Da's wife. Aunt Zhang, I don't need these things anymore. Take whatever you can use and throw away what you don't. Aunt Zhang looked at the small room, about 12 square meters, with one bedroom and one bathroom, and a portable induction cooker by the window for cooking. Chen Shi mostly ate noodles, so there wasn't much grease, and the windowsill was relatively clean. A typical cleaning lady would charge just over 30 yuan for such a small room. Offering 50 would have a bunch of aunties fighting to do it. Offering 300 yuan made Aunt Zhang beam with joy. Aunt Zhang was quick and efficient. In less than half an hour, she had tidied the place up nicely. She set aside the induction cooker, pots, and pans that were still usable, planning to take them back. Chen Shi also gave her his antique laptop. Of course, he had deleted all the study materials inside, otherwise, if Aunt Zhang's little grandson saw them, it would be a bad influence. Dozens of gigabytes of study materials were gone with a few taps, but Chen Shi didn't mind. He was already in the field, so he didn't need to study anymore. At 1 o'clock, the landlord, Aunt Wang, arrived at the rental house on time. Aunt Wang still had a stern look on her face. You should have told me earlier about moving out. I can't refund your deposit like this. The deposit was just 1 month's rent, only 1,200 yuan, and Chen Shi generously said, it was a last-minute decision, you don't need to refund the deposit. He returned the keys to Aunt Wang and was about to leave when she called him back. I haven't checked yet, why the rush? Saying this, Aunt Wang took a flashlight out of her bag in the middle of the hot summer day. Chen Shi was speechless, but it was indeed something Aunt Wang would do. Aunt Wang began to check if the furniture and appliances in the room were damaged. However, there was just a table, a bed, and an air conditioner in the room. What was there to check? The fan, induction cooker, and simple wardrobe were all bought by Chen Shi himself, and now they were being taken away by Aunt Zhang. The room was cleaned very well, and Aunt Wang pretended to check for a few minutes but couldn't find any faults. She didn't give up, walked to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and switched on the light. Everything was fine. When she turned on the bathroom heater, a look of finally found something appeared on her face. This heater is broken, you need to replace it. This doesn't count against the deposit, you owe me another 1,500. She wouldn't have mentioned the heater if it weren't for that. As soon as it was brought up, Chen Shi felt a surge of anger. Aunt Wang, when I moved in, I found the heater was already broken, and I told you about it. I called you several times to fix it, and you said to wait. Aunt Wang, hands on her hips, said arrogantly, whatever was broken was fine before you moved in, you clearly broke it. Check the WeChat records, I told you twice on WeChat and called you twice. No records, I changed my phone. Aunt Wang was being unreasonable, determined to trap Chen Shi in this pit today. There was no way he was getting out without paying 1,500. Chen Shi didn't care whether it was 1,500 or 15,000, but he couldn't be taken for a fool. After living there for 2.5 years, enduring cold showers in winter, she still had the nerve to ask him to pay for the heater. I have records. Chen Shi took out his phone, but Aunt Wang waved her hand dismissively. I won't look, who knows if you made it up or faked it. So this 1,500 is just going to stick to me, huh? Chen Shizhen wanted to slap her twice, but this aunt in her 50s, if she got into a fight, both of them would probably end up in the police station. Aunt Zhang in the hallway heard the argument inside and rushed over to mediate. Xiao Chen is not the kind of person to play tricks, he didn't break it, so you can't expect him to apologize unreasonably. Aunt Wang knew Aunt Zhang and was aware that she was the wife of the security guard, Uncle Zhang. Aunt Wang spoke in dialect, you two outsiders are teaming up to bully people, huh? But both Chen Shizhen and Aunt Zhang understood her. Chen Shizhen was from Jianing County under the jurisdiction of Donghai City, and Aunt Zhang's family was from the neighboring Jiala County. Their dialects were basically the same as in the city, so communication was smooth. However, for some middle-aged people in the city with a strong sense of superiority, those from the surrounding counties were considered outsiders. Who are you calling an outsider? You guys, making the community a mess. Say that again. Aunt Zhang was furious and was about to confront Aunt Wang. Chen Shizhen pulled her back and whispered a few words in her ear. What are you whispering about, sneaky? Don't mess around, you must get me that 1,500 today. Aunt Zhang nodded and immediately went downstairs. Chen Shizhen still had to go to the furniture city with Lin Lin in the afternoon, so he didn't have time to waste with the shrew, Aunt Wang, but he definitely wouldn't pay the 1,500. About 5 minutes later, Aunt Zhang came back upstairs, followed by 2 other aunts. One of the aunts looked fierce and was clearly not to be trifled with. Wang Suelian, are you being reasonable? Does that young man really care about this 1500? If he didn't break it, then he didn't. Don't think you can trick him. Lu Hong, why are you everywhere? Get lost, this is none of your business. Aunt Wang looked displeased at Aunt Lu. How is it none of my business? I'm from the neighborhood committee. If there's a dispute in the community, I have to manage it. Aunt Lu said, hands on her hips, with righteous indignation. But is it really that good? The neighborhood committee has always been about smoothing things over. Are they really here to uphold justice today? Earlier, Chen Shizhen didn't let Aunt Zhang continue arguing because he was afraid she wouldn't win. So he quietly told her to find 2 more ants. He would give each 2,000 to help him scold Wang Suelian. Aunt Zhang thought she was going to make a fortune today. Chen Shizhen was actually hiring people to argue, 2,000 per person. Wasn't that easy money? She immediately brought Lu Hong over, who was also one of the stronger ants in the community, known for her fighting skills. There was also Aunt Li, a good sister of Aunt Zhang. With such easy money to be made, she naturally wanted to bring her sister along. The 3 of them teamed up to argue against Wang Suelian, sure to win. You're still pretending. Now you come out with your neighborhood committee identity to scare people, huh? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wang Suelian had the air of someone ready for a verbal battle, hands on her hips, voice loud. Wang Suelian, don't shout at me, let's stick to the point. What point? What are we discussing? This shower heater was broken by him. Chen Shizhen cleared his throat. I'm not arguing with you, I have things to do, so I'm leaving first. Xiao Chun, if you have things to do, go ahead, we'll handle it here, Aunt Zhang said. Lu Hong rolled up her sleeves. Young man, this shrew is unreasonable, let me teach her a lesson. Chen Shizhen went downstairs, knowing a fierce battle was inevitable. As soon as he reached the first floor, he heard high-level cursing coming from upstairs. Back, back, back. Wang Suelian was already heated, and Lu Hong's fighting ability was on par with hers. With 2 helpers, she couldn't hold her own at all. She was so angry that she cried on the spot. Uncle Zhang was shading himself under a tree by the roadside and saw Chen Shizhen coming down, quickly approaching him. Xiao Chen, is everything sorted out? All done, thank you, Uncle Zhang, I have to go now. Alright, I'll go open the door for you. Uncle Zhang jogged to the security room to lift the electric gate. He just heard that Chen Shi spent 6,000 yuan to hire 3 aunties to go and argue with Wang Suelian. Are rich people really this willful, hiring people to argue? Chen Shi left this community where he had lived for 2.5 years and probably wouldn't come back again. He sent a message to Han Linlin, saying he would arrive at the training class building in 15 minutes. Han Linlin had a class this afternoon, but to go shopping with Chen Shi, she found another teacher to cover for her. Han Linlin changed into the Chanel dress she had just bought yesterday. The 30,000 yuan dress made her feel even more confident. Linlin looks so beautiful today. Brother, you're just flattering me as soon as we meet, Han Linlin giggled. Linlin is so beautiful, I have to compliment you every day. Brother, what are we doing today? Didn't we just buy a house yesterday? Today, you can accompany me to buy some furniture. Master Zhu, let's go to my Kaluo. Han Linlin leaned closer to Chen Shi. Brother, choosing furniture for the new house is usually something the hostess does, right? I just happen to need a hostess. Why don't you come? I wouldn't want to. You have so many beautiful women around you, I wouldn't know how to manage being your hostess. Chen Shi took Han Linlin's hand. Where are the beautiful women? Where? I only see a vinegar jar. Hateful, I'm not jealous at all. But he's so rich and handsome, surrounded by beautiful women. If I really became his girlfriend, I definitely couldn't keep him in check. Chen Shi heard Han Linlin's thoughts, he was speechless. Who could keep him in check? The only person who could was Soft Master. Soon, the 2 arrived at Mikaeluo Home Furnishing City, which had everything from furniture, home appliances, boards, to indoor decoration materials. Let's go look at beds first. Is he hinting at something? Chen Shi was a bit speechless. This girl had quite the imagination. He just wanted to buy a bed first. The most famous bed brand in Mikaeluo was Hason's on the 4th floor. Chen Shi had never imagined that a mattress could sell for millions. Brother, Hason's. They guess sleeps on this brand's mattress, it's super expensive. Han Linlin, who followed entertainment gossip closely, was very interested and walked into the store, wanting to see how comfortable the celebrity's mattress was. A female salesperson greeted them. Working as a salesperson at Hason's was no less than working at a Porsche or Ferrari dealership. She might even earn more than them. Some people buy cars for face value, even getting a low-spec model on loan just to have that logo to show off. But furniture is placed at home, you can't take a bed out, and basically, no one would take out a loan to buy a bed. Customers entering Hason's generally had real wealth, pursuing quality. Chen Shi glanced at the salesperson. Soft Master, this charm value is 90, right? Name, Wooing age, 25 height, 163 charm value, 89 profession, sales love count, 1 favorability, 25 damn, just a little short. Wu Ying's love count met the criteria, but unfortunately, her charm value was 1 point short, and having a favorability of 20 upon first meeting surprised Chen Qi. This guy looks like a younger version of Takeshi Kaneshiro, my ideal type, so handsome. Solved the mystery, it turned out that Chen Qi's looks were exactly what Wu Ying liked. The man is dressed in a donkey brand, and the woman is in Chanel, plus she looks really good. Sir, madam, what do you need? I can introduce our products to you. Wu Ying approached them enthusiastically. We just bought a house and need a full set of bedding, bed, mattress, and 4-piece bedding set. Then let me take you to see the beds first. Han Linlin curiously asked, I heard your store has the same mattress as Big S's, right? Wu Ying smiled, yes, many people know our brand because of Big S's news. Is that mattress really 2 million? It is indeed 2 million. There happens to be the same model on display in the store, I can take you both to see it later. Chen Qi was also very interested. A 2 million mattress would provide a baby-like sleep? Wu Ying introduced the bed's dimensions, materials, and design concepts to the two of them. Chen Qi understood nothing about these, he only grasped the dimensions, and when she mentioned mahogany or solid wood, he could only nod pretentiously. The current price of this bed is 100,000. Now he understood. Not bad, let's take a look at others. Han Linlin clicked her tongue upon hearing the price, no wonder it's a celebrity model, it's so expensive. Wu Ying smiled, beautiful lady, with the bag you have, you could buy a bed. Han Linlin touched the Chanel bag she had just bought for 98,000 yesterday. A wave of vanity surged within her. Carrying such an expensive bag was for show, to receive compliments from others. If no one noticed, the bag would be no different from a plastic bag. If you put it that way, this bed doesn't seem so expensive anymore. Han Linlin tried to appear indifferent to the bag's price, as if she had casually brought it out. Should I get Chen Qi to buy me 2 more bags, just to carry this one for photos? Others would think I only have this one to show off all day. Chen Qi said, this price is a bit cheaper, let's keep looking. A big client has arrived. They seem to be here to choose furniture for their wedding house. You too can take a look at this model. Many of our newlywed clients at Yuanwan and Yulong Mansion choose this as their wedding bed. Really? Please tell us more. Chen Qi took Han Linlin's hand, offering no explanation, as if deliberately letting others misunderstand their relationship. Han Linlin's affection level +1, current 41, brother, why don't you explain? You didn't explain either. Han Linlin was speechless, she had opened her mouth but didn't speak earlier. Deep down, she hoped to be with an elite like Chen Qi, who was both handsome and wealthy. Wu Ying took the two to see the mattress that was the same as the one used by Big S. Can we try it out? Of course, Wu Ying smiled. Let's lie down and give it a try. Without waiting for Han Linlin's response, Chen Qi took her hand and lay down on the 2 million mattress. To be honest, Chen Qi didn't feel any difference from the hotel beds. Han Linlin lay on the mattress, looking at the handsome face beside her, and suddenly her cheeks flushed. Han Linlin's affection level +1, current 42, if only we could have a home together, that would be wonderful. How does this increase affection? Linlin, what do you think of this mattress? Han Linlin was momentarily stunned. Ah, it's quite good, very good. Chen Qi sat up and pointed at the mattress. Then we'll take this one. When can it be delivered? Wu Ying was extremely excited, she could make a big profit from this order. Knowing these two were wealthy, she didn't expect them to be this rich. Sir, for warehouse distribution, if all goes well, it can be delivered by tomorrow morning. Alright, and the bed we just saw, the one for 1 million, along with the 4-piece set. Linlin, which 4-piece set do you think is good? This question made Han Linlin feel as if she were the mistress of that home. The sky blue set, I think it looks nice. The 4-piece set on the bed cost 88,000, not counting the change, just the bed and mattress were more expensive than her family's house. Linlin, we haven't chosen for the other 2 rooms yet, let's keep looking. This is truly a multi-million mansion, if we keep buying, the furniture will cost more than the house. Han Linlin's affection level +5, current 47, after that, they chose 2 more sets. The beds for the 2 guest rooms weren't as expensive, only 1 million. The store manager of Hazeding personally came to attend to them upon hearing that a big client had arrived. In the end, after a discount and rounding off, Chen Qi was charged 5 million. Brother, spending 5 million on furniture is even more extravagant than spending 6 million on a house. You mean the house doesn't match the furniture, right? No worries, we can buy a nicer villa later. Is an 6 million house not good enough? Just how rich is he? No. One mansion is quite nice, but I want a bigger space. Should we give that house to Linlin? Chen Shi thought, giving away an 8.6 million house should boost his favorability by dozens, right? Han Linlin stopped in her tracks. Han Linlin's favorability -2, current 45, we're not even a couple yet, and he's giving me such an expensive gift. Although I really want to live in a mansion, this is too much. Is he laundering money? Or does he want to use me for something? Brother, such an expensive house, I can't accept it. Unless we get married, and it's our joint property. Chen Shi cursed inwardly, damn, why did my favorability drop? Marriage was basically impossible for Chen Shi. With that kind of bond, how could he still enjoy the benefits? Is Linlin thinking about marriage? Not at all. Han Linlin pouted. The two continued to choose a sofa, coffee table, dining table, kitchenware, and tableware, spending 1 million. Chen Shi definitely wouldn't be cooking at home much, so he didn't choose anything too expensive for the kitchenware and tableware. They were just for show. When selecting a television, Chen Shi checked the time. It was already 5 o'clock, and they had been shopping all afternoon. Let's go with that Samsung 98-inch one. Chen Shi paid for the TV, 119,800. Brother, I'm a bit tired from shopping. Let's stop shopping and go eat. What does Linlin want to eat? Han Linlin knew Chen Shi was very wealthy. They had spent over 6 million on furniture and appliances that afternoon. If she said she wanted to eat at a high-end restaurant costing tens of thousands, Chen Shi would probably agree without batting an eye. Brother, I want to eat hot pot, the new place that opened last week, Dabasha Hot Pot. I saw the reviews online, they were all pretty good, many bloggers went to try it. If Linlin wants to eat, then let's go. Such words, like wanting to eat and just going for it, wanting to buy and just buying, Chen Shi had never dared to say before. These past few days, he had said them freely. Having money makes you lose worries, but you gain happiness. The two drove to Dabashu Hot Pot. Chen Shi asked Shu Quan to park nearby while he sorted out dinner, planning to call him when they were ready to leave. There was already a long line outside Dabashu, with many people sitting at small tables playing cards. Chen Shi checked the time, July 9th, Tuesday, 5:15 p.m. It's just past 5, aren't people working? Brother, it's summer vacation now, there are definitely more people, adults bringing kids, and students. I forgot it was summer vacation, there are so many people, it's even more exaggerated than Haiti Leo. Newly opened places are always like this, plus so many influencers promoting it, more people come to try it out. Chen Shi got the ticket, small table 222. At this rate, will we even get to eat by 9 p.m.? Han Linlin didn't mind, she was the type who could wait hard for a bite to eat. In the past, she often went to check out trendy spots with Lin Yuan and the others, waiting 2 to 3 hours in line. When Chen Shi was with Li Ting, he didn't like these kinds of places. No matter how good the food was, just waiting in line made him feel it wouldn't taste good. Plus, there were quite a few scalpers and hired hands inside, which left him with an even worse impression of these trendy spots. But back then, he didn't have money, so he couldn't afford scalper tickets. Now that he had money, why wait at all? Chen Shi took the number and didn't line up, standing aside to look around when a scruffy-looking young man with a buzz cut approached. Hey, buddy, need a ticket? What ticket? Han Linlin didn't react for a moment. Dining number, my little table is 158, I'm waiting for table 5 to be available. How much? Chen Shi asked, not because he wanted to buy, but to gauge how greedy these damn scalpers were. 500 yuan, it can save you at least over 2 hours of waiting, a good deal. Damn, this is outrageous. These scalpers not only disrupt the dining experience of regular customers but also sell a number that costs nothing for such a high price. Although Chen Shi was furious, there was nothing he could do, no matter how rich he was, he couldn't change the scalping industry. A few years ago, he heard that a popular hot pot restaurant opened in Jinling City, where many celebrities had dined, and scalper tickets sold for 2,000 yuan, yet there were still fools willing to buy them. Han Linlin thought Chen Shi would buy it since it was only 500 yuan, after all, he had spent over 6 million that afternoon. No, thanks. 400, buddy, I can't go any lower. Seeing Chen Shi refuse, Han Linlin said, don't you want to cut in line? Or should we eat something else that doesn't require waiting? No, I just think table 5 is still too many. We have money, can't we afford a bite of hot pot? Come with me. Chen Shi took Han Linlin's hand and walked into the restaurant. The staff at the number-taking station called out to them, hello, what's your number? We're here to find someone. Brother, you don't know the owner of Dabashu, do you? It's possible he knows these big bosses with that much money. Chen Shi heard Han Linlin's thoughts, he actually wanted to get to know them, as he would indeed need to connect with some upper-class people when he became wealthy. I don't know him, it's my first time here. Then who are we looking for? Chen Shi stood in the aisle of the restaurant and scanned the area, spotting his target. It was a young man and woman who had just been called in, still putting on their aprons and hadn't started ordering yet. Not easy, babe, spent 400 yuan on a scalper ticket just to get in, otherwise, we'd have to wait 2 hours. The bespectacled young man said, feeling heartbroken, he wouldn't even splurge on an express ticket for a train. Today, he spent 400 to cut in line just to eat hot pot with his girlfriend at this overrated restaurant. I'm starving, let's hurry and order. At that moment, Chen Shi and Han Linlin appeared beside their table. You guys, is there something? The bespectacled young man asked. Hello, could you give us your seats? I'll pay 2,000 yuan. The young man was taken aback. Did I hear that right? He said 2,000? That was equivalent to a quarter of his salary. He was tempted, but he looked at his girlfriend, who remained silent. The young man said, we waited a long time to get in, we just sat down, and you want us to get up. How much could a hot pot meal cost? 300 yuan was more than enough, and with the scalper ticket, it would only be 700. 2,000 yuan would leave him with a profit of 1,300. And he really wanted to sell the seat immediately. But he was afraid his girlfriend would be angry. This hot pot was something he promised her they would eat last week. If they didn't eat it, she would definitely say he couldn't keep his promise, and it might lead to arguments in the future. Compared to 2,000 yuan, he preferred to enjoy a good meal and seek some peace. At least his girlfriend wouldn't argue with him over this. Add 500 more. Are you crazy? 2,500 could buy how many hot pot meals? Handsome, beautiful, we'll sell you the spot. Suddenly, the girlfriend spoke up to sell the seat. Alright, give me the payment code, I'll scan it for you. The girl immediately provided the payment code, and seeing 2,500 yuan arrive, she felt overjoyed. Who would have thought they could make money while eating? Today was really lucky. Hurry up and get up to give the seat. The girl glared. Babe, then let's go eat at another hot pot place. What hot pot? Let's go for Japanese food. Didn't you say you wanted hot pot today? Can't I want something else now? The young man felt helpless. He knew that if he had suggested eating something else just now, his girlfriend would have definitely said she had been waiting a week just to eat hot pot. Watching the noisy couple leave, Chen Shi seemed to see himself from 4 days ago. At that time, he had also been meekly circling around Li Ting, thinking only of her feelings. What's wrong, brother? Han Linlin called out to Chen Shi, noticing he seemed a bit distracted. It's nothing, let's order. I thought you knew someone inside, turns out it's just this way of operating. Your cash ability is really useful. The scalper at the entrance saw the young couple come out and thought, didn't I just give them tickets to go in? Why are they out so quickly? Hey, why are you guys out? Not eating anymore? No, just now a guy brought his girlfriend and bought our seats for 2,500. The scalper had seen Chen Shi and Han Linlin go in earlier. Damn, no wonder he didn't buy my ticket. A rich guy wouldn't even look at it, just went straight to a table. Han Linlin held the iPad for ordering and began to select the soup base. Brother, can you handle spicy food? Not really, let's get a 4-section pot. You can order spicy if you want, just get me a mushroom soup base. Han Linlin suddenly realized that she had only known Chen Shi for 3 days and knew very little about him. She didn't know what he liked to eat or drink, his height, weight, birthday, or shoe size. The only thing she knew deeply about Chen Shi was that he was rich, incredibly wealthy. Brother, you eat beef and lamb, right? I quite like them. What about duck intestines and tripe? Sure, let's order a portion of each. In the past few days, Chen Shi had been eating high-end ingredients, and he was already tired of Kobe beef. Now, coming to eat synthetic meat was just a change of taste, to feel the atmosphere of being among many people. Don't order too much, it's just the two of us, and it would be a waste if we can't finish it. He had never dared to say this before, he was afraid Li Ting would think he was reluctant to spend money and would order less. Now, Han Linlin didn't think that way. Someone who could casually buy a 2 million yuan bed wouldn't care about ordering a few more dishes. He must think it's shameful to waste food. I didn't see that coming. With so much money, he still has such qualities. Perhaps out of habit, Chen Shi indeed didn't want to waste food. Even when dining in a presidential suite, he would have the private chef prepare a portion that he could finish. Han Linlin had 3 dipping sauce plates in front of her, a dry sauce, a spicy sauce, and a sesame sauce. Chen Shi wasn't very good at mixing sauces, so Han Linlin made him 3 of the same. Brother, this tastes better than Heidileo. I think it's about the same. If you like it, I can get you a membership card so you can come here with friends in the future. Sure, thank you, brother. Han Linlin really liked this place, and hearing that Chen Shi wanted to get her a card made her very happy. Although it was enjoyable to go shopping with Chen Shi, dining out with her girlfriends was a different experience. She planned to bring Ling Yuan and the others here to eat, take some group photos, and chat about gossip. Brother, let's go watch a movie later. When Chen Shi heard this, he knew that at this time, they would definitely be going to see the newly released Spider-Man 3. Although he liked it, he had just watched it with Sulu a couple of days ago, and he didn't want to pretend he hadn't seen it and watch it again. Chen Shi took a sip of water. Forget the movie, we just ate so much. How about we go for a boat ride instead? The Jianing River in Donghai City runs through the city center, leading directly to the East Sea. In the past 2 years, tourism had been vigorously developed, and many yachts had been set up along the riverbank. The summer yacht projects had become extremely popular, allowing tourists to enjoy the evening breeze and the city skyline from the yachts. Are we going to ride a yacht? But it's really hard to get tickets now. Han Linlin smiled playfully. I forgot my brother has superpowers. Chen Shi waved his hand, calling the waiter over to settle the bill. This meal cost 310 yuan, the cheapest he had eaten in the past few days. Hello, can I get a membership card? Sure, we have a promotion at our store right now. Recharge 1,000 and get 100 extra, recharge 2,000 and get 300 extra, recharge 5,000 and get 800 extra. What about recharging 100,000? The waiter was taken aback. Sir, do you want to recharge 100,000? Yes, 100,000. I need to discuss this with our manager, please wait a moment. The waiter ran off to find the manager, and Han Linlin said beside him, brother, that's too much to recharge. How long will it take for me to finish eating? Even if I come every day for 3 meals, it would take me 2 years. Just take your time eating. Don't you have a few sisters who come to eat often? It won't take long. Then I'll thank you on their behalf, brother. Han Linlin's favorability +2, current 47, the manager of the restaurant came over to confirm with Chen Shi again. Sir, you want to recharge 100,000? Yes, 100,000. We don't have a promotion for a 100,000 recharge, but I'll make an exception and give you 15,000 extra. And I'll give you a platinum card, so you won't have to wait in line when you come to the store in the future, just go straight in to dine. Chen Shi didn't care how much he was given, he wouldn't be coming to eat anyway. Alright, Linlin, give your phone number to the manager and use your number to register. Chen Shi paid 100,000, and the manager respectfully handed the card to Han Linlin. The two stood up to leave, and the young waiter looked on with envy, saying, having money is just so generous, and your girlfriend is so beautiful. Will I ever have a chance to experience the happiness of the rich in my lifetime? Get back to work, hurry up and go home to sleep early. In your dreams, you can be an emperor, the manager urged. Just as Chen Shi and Han Linlin walked out of an aisle, they reached the condiment area where it was a bit crowded. A 7 or 8-year-old child was rushing by, holding a dipping sauce dish. As expected, an accident happened. The little boy ran too fast, lost his grip on the dish, and spilled half of it on Han Linlin's Chanel bag. Han Linlin's face immediately fell. I just bought this yesterday, I've only carried it for a few hours, and now it's covered in oil and soy sauce. How am I supposed to clean this? She quickly took out a wet wipe from her bag to clean the oil stains off the bag. But the effect was poor, it needed to be sent to a counter for professional cleaning and maintenance. Seeing Han Linlin frowning as she wiped her bag, Chen Shi could empathize with her feelings. A valuable item just bought, now dirty and stained, anyone would be annoyed. Hey, little friend, if you bump into someone, you should say sorry, Chen Shi said, reaching out to stop the child. La 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 la, the little boy actually made a face at him. Damn, I've encountered a brat, Chen Shi thought. At that moment, a woman in her 30s with a techie look pulled the brat behind her. What are you doing? Why are you being so fierce? You're his mother, right? Your child spilled sauce on my friend's bag. I just want him to say sorry, Chen Shi replied. What does a little kid know? It's just a bag, just wipe it off, the woman said dismissively. Han Linlin was furious. This was the first bag Chen Shi had given her, and it was the most expensive bag she had ever owned. What do you mean, just a bag? This is Chanel, a 100,000 yuan bag. The woman glanced at the bag and curled her lip in disdain. A 100,000 yuan bag? If you're carrying a high imitation, don't shout so loudly. If Han Linlin hadn't personally chosen it at the Chanel store, and with Chen Shi's financial strength, she might have questioned it, but now she only felt the woman was avoiding responsibility. This is a genuine Chanel, just bought at the counter yesterday. The kid doesn't understand, but you, as a mother, don't understand either? Are you brain dead? Chen Shi didn't hold back, directly speaking his mind. The woman immediately got angry. Who are you cursing at? Wearing a whole outfit of fake brands, do you really think you're something? The manager heard the commotion and rushed over to mediate. Upon seeing that the people arguing were his super VIP customers, he immediately felt nervous. Mr. Chen, what happened? Chen Shi briefly explained the situation. I have no demands, just a dirty bag. The child can apologize. The manager had just received Chen Shi's 100,000 yuan. Someone who could spend that much on hot pot wouldn't give his girlfriend a fake bag. He said to the woman, Ma'am, Parents need to keep an eye on their children in public places. Young children have poor self-control, and parents should always be attentive. What do you mean? Are you saying my child has no upbringing? It's ridiculous. Can't we move freely while eating in your store? If a shrew refuses to reason, there's nothing you can do. Chen Shi thought about using his money to hire someone to argue, but this was a public place. With so many people watching, if someone recorded it and posted it on Douyin, they might make headlines. This was not in line with his low-profile style, and if Sulu saw him with another woman, his favorability would definitely drop. The beautiful lady's bag is genuine, and her dress is also authentic. The LV that the handsome guy is wearing is also real. At this moment, two girls stepped forward to speak. They were both from well-off families. They often visited luxury stores and even started a review account together. Their knowledge of luxury goods might be more professional than that of the sales associates. Oh, if you say it's real, then it must be real. We do reviews on bags and clothing. With 500,000 followers on Douyin, we can generally tell the difference between real and fake. The woman was actually panicking inside. She had claimed that Han Linlin's bag was fake because she had one just like it. The texture and the shape of the buckle looked a bit different from Han Linlin's. She believed that the one her husband gave her was real, so she concluded that Han Linlin's was a high imitation. Young man, the girl didn't ask you to compensate, an apology will suffice. Exactly, your child dirted someone else's bag, even if it's not a designer bag, she should say sorry. That young couple clearly looks wealthy, they aren't even holding it against you, and you still have the nerve to argue. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, and even the thick-skinned woman couldn't withstand the power of public opinion. The woman with the technological face looked conflicted, just as she was about to apologize. Chen Shi suddenly pulled Han Linlin away. Forget it, let's go. I'm afraid looking at her too long will affect my digestion. Poor brain-damaged person, her face is all fake, she probably hasn't even carried a real bag. You! The woman with the technological face turned pale with anger. What did you say? Don't go. The manager blocked the woman, and seeing her flustered and stamping her feet made Chen Shi more willing to accept that than her saying a simple apology. Simple insults, ultimate enjoyment. Shu Quan had already parked outside, the two got into the car, and Han Linlin still looked upset. Linlin, don't be angry, don't stoop to her level. But this is the first bag my brother bought for me, and I've only carried it for less than a day. As Han Linlin spoke, her eyes turned red with grievance. It's okay, I'll send it to my old classmate later to have it cleaned and maintained. Master Zhu, go to Yisheng City. Half an hour later, inside the Chanel store. Old classmate, here to help me with my sales again? Wang Siwen greeted them warmly. The bag I bought yesterday got dirty, I'm here for maintenance. Han Linlin handed over the bag. Oh, how did this happen? It's all greasy. Don't mention it, sister, can this be cleaned? That's not a problem, just come pick it up tomorrow afternoon. Chen Shi said, Linlin, pick 2 more bags to switch it up. Old classmate, you spoil your sister too much. Hearing this, Han Linlin's mood improved significantly, and her brows relaxed. Han Linlin favorability +1, current 48, Han Linlin and Wang Siwen chatted while choosing bags. Sister, what was Chen Shi like in high school? Wang Siwen actually had no connection with Chen Shi, but now that Chen Shi was so wealthy, she had to find some way to relate to him. She thought that if she got along well with Han Linlin, whom she assumed was Chen Shi's girlfriend, she could connect with Chen Shi through her. Yesterday, she mentioned Chen Shi in their group chat, and a few sisters wanted to add him on WeChat. Wang Siwen shared her WeChat contact card with them, but they couldn't add him. It was obvious that Chen Shi had set his privacy settings so that others couldn't add him, only he could add others. Chen Shi, back in high school, he was so handsome. His grades were good, but he didn't perform well on the college entrance exam. I remember after school, he always liked to go to a fishball shop to buy fish balls. She couldn't say much more, she didn't dare to make things up. If Han Linlin ended up chatting with Chen Shi and brought up some nonsensical things that never happened, it would be awkward for her. At that time, they all felt that after Chen Shi's parents passed away, he became very gloomy. He didn't communicate much with his classmates. She remembered that only one boy from the neighboring class was close to him. They chatted for more than half an hour, and Han Linlin was thinking about going for a boat ride later. Brother, I've made my choice. Chen Shi was scrolling through Douyin. His private messages were flooded, probably with hundreds of them. If he hadn't set his privacy, others wouldn't be able to follow him. He might have become an internet celebrity by now. Sunny Yao started her live stream and sent a WeChat message to Chen Shi before going live. Brother, I'm live at 8 o'clock, you have to watch. Chen Shi replied, I have something on tonight, I might not be able to watch. Although Sunny Yao felt a bit disappointed, she had to maintain her momentum and work hard on her live stream while the heat was still there. Chen Shi locked his phone and stood up. Have you made your choice? Then let's go to the next place. Ah, go to the next place? Aren't you sad about the first bag I bought you? That was your first Chanel bag. Later, we'll go buy your first LV, Prada, and Hermes. He's so good at this, I didn't expect him to be so romantic. Han Linlin's favorability +3, current 51, brother, do you treat all girls like this? Han Linlin's eyes were filled with Chun-Chi, her gaze almost dreamy. Other girls can't compare to you, you're special. Chen-Chi had said this when they first met at the Black Rose bar 2 days ago. Han Linlin's favorability +1, current 52, sweet words combined with money had an even better effect. Just using sweet words alone would seem greasy. Chen-Chi, you're too good to your girlfriend, right? If she said she wanted to buy out our store, would you agree? Wang Siwen felt so sour inside she could pickle a jar of sauerkraut. This gloomy comparison, how could he be so wealthy now? Just bought 2 bags for 230,000, and now he was going to buy more. Was he planning to reach 1 million? Oh my, how could the gap between people be so vast? Wang Siwen thought of her husband, who earned just over 20,000 with a 996 work schedule. Buying her a bag required careful planning, he could only buy one a year. Lin, do you want it? No, even if my brother has money, he shouldn't waste it like this. Chen-Chi knew that because he was wealthy, girls would be proactive and speak sweetly. But hearing Han Linlin's response still made him quite satisfied. Let's go buy a donkey bag. Chen-Chi was very familiar with the LV store, although the layout of this one in Yishang City was a bit different from the one in Yida Plaza. The products inside were basically the same. Sulu was working in the store, lost in thought. She had just finished a takeout from a private kitchen, and it tasted so much better than the pre-packaged takeout. The ingredients were fresh, and as soon as they were cooked, the staff delivered them upstairs. Sulu had a small appetite and couldn't finish 3 dishes, so she told Sister Zhang and Xiao Jing not to order takeout and to take turns eating later. Lulu, Chen-Chi is really good to you. He covers your meals, and the monthly food expenses are 12,000. Which ordinary family can afford that? Zhang Jia, don't forget about the 50,000 for the fruit, Xiao Jing reminded. He's so rich it's inhuman. Lulu, do you know there are many people whose annual salary isn't even 50,000? My heart is hurt. I can't take it. I need to buy 2 Musang King durians to soothe my wounded soul. Buy. A few $100 doesn't bother Sulu anymore, especially with her 2 colleagues taking advantage of her. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Chun-Chi. Since Saturday, he had seen her for 3 days in a row, and today she hadn't heard from him at all. She didn't know if he would come tonight. She was conflicted about whether to message him. What are you thinking about? Zhang Jia noticed Sulu's distraction immediately. It's about Chen-Chi, Sulu said softly. He didn't say he would come today, and he hasn't sent a message all day. Is that how you pursue girls? Aren't you supposed to find ways to talk to them? Good morning, good afternoon, good night, are you there, have you eaten, have you slept? Xiao Jing patted Sulu's forehead. Lulu, you're talking about losers. Do you think Chun-Chi looks like a loser? His wealthy background is obvious. Girls are the ones who actively pursue him. Besides, Chen-Chi is so handsome. Even if he was an ordinary person before and has just returned to wealth now. But have you heard the saying, a man with money becomes bad? Now that he's so rich, how could he pursue girls like an ordinary guy? Maybe he's out on a date with another girl right now. Sulu's expression changed slightly. She had thought about that, but she believed Chun-Chi was serious about her. Seeing Sulu's expression shift, Xiao Jing quickly changed her tone. He might be busy with work. You know, some rich second-generation kids are really outstanding and work hard in their family businesses. When we have many guests, we don't even have time to check our phones. Zhang Jia took Sulu's hand. Lulu, you're not a silly girl. You should be able to feel whether Chun-Chi likes you or not. Sulu certainly felt that Chun-Chi liked her. Which rich second-generation kid buys bags and clothes, spending over 1 million, just to hold hands? He must be serious about pursuing her, taking it slow, not the kind of low-level second generation who just wants her body. It's impossible for Chen-Chi not to desire her body, but what he wants is the kind of love that comes naturally. If it were just a physical need, he could find Jenny or someone else, throw a few tens of thousands, and get great service. Zhang Jia said, Lulu, why don't you send a message to chat? Zhang Jia, didn't you tell me to be more reserved before? Oh, those other guys can't compare to Chen-Chi. He's the real deal, tall, rich, and handsome. Sulu actually wanted to contact Chen-Chi. As soon as Zhang Jia said that, she opened Chen-Chi's chat window. Is brother there? She typed a few words, felt silly, and deleted them. Is brother busy? No matter if you're beautiful or not, in their relationship, if you're in a lower position, you'll unconsciously feel humble. Sulu had never sent such messages before, it was always others reaching out to her. They would ask what she was doing, if she was busy, if she had time. She would reply if she wanted to and ignore them if she didn't. Chen Shi had just finished paying for an 110,000 bag for Han Linlin at LV, and now they were at the Gucci next door. His WeChat pinged, and he took out his phone to see a message from Su Lu. He typed back, "A bit busy, I'm out. Does Lulu miss me?" He quickly added. Su Lu blushed as she held her phone. "Not at all. Is Lulu's heart made of stone? I miss you. Then why didn't you come find me? You didn't even send a message all day." "Well, I was busy with clients, making money. If I don't earn, how can I treat Lulu well?" This was reasonable. The goddesses he was tied to could all be considered clients of Chen Shi, and his money came from them. Accompanying Han Linlin shopping could also be seen as attending to a client. Su Lu thought to herself, with Chen Shi being so wealthy, the clients he entertained must be impressive. Perhaps they were CEOs of well-known companies, it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb him now. "Then brother, you can be busy. Brother, are you free the day after tomorrow?" She sent another message. Chen Shi thought for a moment. He had dinner with the female streamer Sunny Yao tomorrow, but the day after should be free. "I'm free. What does Lulu want to do? I'm off the day after tomorrow. I want you to spend the day with me, and I'll cook for you." Chen Shi was overjoyed. This meant he would get to enjoy some home-cooked meals. "Lulu can cook? Of course. I'm really good at cooking. During my breaks, I like to practice my culinary skills. Then I'm in for a treat. I'm a bit tired of eating out all the time. Then come to my house the day after tomorrow, and I'll make a feast for you." Chen Shi kept his eyes on his phone, typing away, and when Han Linlin leaned over, he immediately locked the screen. "Does brother have something going on?" "No, it's just that my Caro asked if it's convenient for me to come over tomorrow to install the TV." Han Linlin grabbed Chen Shi's hand, a 98-inch super large TV. "Can I come to your house to watch it? A lonely man and a woman, aren't you afraid?" Chen Shi teased with a smirk. "Brother wouldn't do that. If he just wanted to sleep with me, he could have made demands after buying me 400,000 worth of things yesterday. He must be serious about wanting to date." Chen Shi heard Han Linlin's thoughts and secretly mused. "That's right, I want to seriously date you." After leaving Prada, Han Linlin had another bag in her hand. This one was cheaper, only 88,000. Then they entered the luxury brand Hermes store. The sales associate at Hermes was slightly surprised to see Chen Shi and the two of them. Did they buy out the nearby stores? Han Linlin had 3 shopping bags from LV, Gucci, and Prada, and her dress and shoes were all Chanel. Chen Shi's short-sleeved shirt, casual pants, and sneakers were all LV. Are they luxury goods collectors? Chen Shi glanced at the sales associate. "Softy, give me a score." Name, Lin Hui. Age, 25. Height, 168. Charm value, 88. Occupation, sales associate. Number of relationships, 3. Favorability, 10. Unfortunately, she was 2 points short on charm. "Hello, welcome to Hermes. How can I assist you?" Lin Hui's attitude was much better than Zhang Fanyue's at the Hermes in Yida Plaza. Although Chen Shi knew it was because he looked like a wealthy person. "I'm just looking at bags. I've seen that Kelly style online, it's really beautiful. A beautiful woman's taste is always good." The Kelly bag is a high-end series from Hermes, generally priced around 300,000. Moreover, this popular style cannot be bought directly at Hermes. To buy this bag, one must first purchase other items in the store. This means you need to spend 300,000 on other products before you can buy the Kelly bag. Netizens say this is bundling consumption, filtering for submissive customers. If you don't comply with the store's rules, you can't buy it. Of course, there are plenty of wealthy people who don't care about bundling. To them, 300,000 and 600,000 are no different. Chen Shi didn't know about these things before. After spending time at LV, Su Lu and Sister Zhang would talk about some matters in the luxury goods industry. "Beautiful lady, you can take a look at these shoes, they match the Kelly bag perfectly." Lin Hui couldn't directly say that to buy the bag, one must first purchase equivalent items. They all hinted to the customers. Han Linlin's Douyin and Xia Honshu are not just for show, she knows the tricks of Hermes. She glanced at Chen Shi. "Buy clothes, shoes, and bags too," Chen Shi said generously. Han Linlin's favorability +2, current 54, "Then brother, you need to sit for a bit, it takes time to pick." Chen Shi found a stool in the store, sat down, and opened Douyin to watch Sunny Yao's livestream. To be honest, this girl's figure and looks are indeed captivating. If she were to replace Daji, King Zhou would probably be just as enchanted. Tonight, he didn't plan to spend on the carnival. He understood a bit about the rules of live streaming. The platform takes half, and if there's a guild, it depends on the profit-sharing contract between the guild and the streamer. Big streamers can take a larger cut, while small streamers usually split 50-50, and then taxes are deducted. By the time it reaches the streamer, it's not that much. Yesterday, Chen Shi spent $1 million. all of which went to the platform and the guild. He estimated that Sunny Yao would see less than 150,000, not even enough to buy a Hermes bag. Moreover, after spending $1 million, Sunny Yao's favorability only increased by 10 points, showing that spending money online is not as effective as meeting in person to boost favorability. Even with money, it should be spent wisely, not wasted randomly. Han Linlin was looking at bags while glancing at Chen Qi. She put the shoes back on the shelf and said to Lin Hui, "Wait a moment." Han Linlin took out her phone, opened Meituan Waimai, and searched for nearby food. This one will do. It was a famous fishball shop, known for being expensive. Generally, fishballs cost only a dozen yuan a bowl, and they are handmade, but the most expensive fishballs in this shop sell for over 100. A few seconds later, Han Linlin placed the order and paid. The delivery showed it would arrive in about 15 minutes. Chen Qi was engrossed in watching Sunny Yao's girl group dance when an unfamiliar number called in. "Hello, delivery." "Delivery? I didn't order any," Chen Qi replied, puzzled. "Is this Mr. Chen from Hermes? I'm already on the escalator." Half a minute later, a delivery guy in a yellow shirt came over, holding a rather nice-looking delivery bag. "Mr. Chen, that's me. Your delivery." "I didn't." Just as Chen Qi was about to speak, Han Linlin ran over and interrupted him. "Brother, it's my order. I saw you didn't eat much hot pot tonight and are here with me buying bags, so I was afraid you'd be hungry." Chen Qi was greatly touched. This girl was quite thoughtful. During dinner, Han Linlin had asked for Chen Qi's phone number, saying that if WeChat didn't connect, she would call him. At that time, Han Linlin hadn't thought of ordering takeout for Chen Qi. She just wanted to save a number. "Linlin is so considerate. What did you order?" "Fish balls," Han Linlin smiled. "I heard from Wang Siwen that you liked fish balls in high school, and there happens to be a pretty good Jianing fishball nearby." Han Linlin was a local from the city, having roamed the area since childhood and loved exploring shops with her friends. She knew where to find good food. Chen Qi was from Jianing County, where fish balls are famous. The handmade fish balls she ordered were recognized for their great taste and high price. "You even asked Wang Siwen about this." Chen Qi was indeed a bit moved. The price of these fish balls wasn't high, but Han Linlin had started to invest in him, which was a good beginning. After hearing the system prompt, he felt even more touched and retracted his earlier thought that the fish balls weren't expensive. Gain 163 soft rice coins, cashback 1,630,000 Huaxia coins. What the hell? How can a small bowl of fish balls cost 163? He used to enjoy buying fish balls at the school gate, but they were only 3 yuan a bowl for synthetic fish balls. He had never eaten anything this expensive. Chen Qi glanced at the delivery receipt, which stated that the grouper handmade fish balls were 158, with a delivery fee of 5 yuan, totaling 163 yuan. No wonder it's so expensive. It turns out it's handmade fish balls made from grouper. Damn, how luxurious, using grouper to make fish balls. The fish balls are quite large, but there are only 6 in a bowl, which comes out to 27 yuan each. Chen Qi earned 163 million, which is already more than the money to buy a bag tonight. I hope Han Linlin keeps up the good work. Seeing Chen Qi so happy, Han Linlin felt happy too. She was afraid that since Chen Qi used to eat these things, now that he has money, he wouldn't eat such cheap stuff anymore. I need to chat more with Wang Siwen to learn more about my brother's past. Chen Qi thought, it's a good idea, but I'm not really familiar with Wang Siwen. We only nod at each other. Han Linlin was also generous for once. With her 4,000 yuan internship salary, she was willing to spend money on hot pot and milk tea. After all, she lived at home, eating at home and school, with no other expenses. But if she had to order a bowl of 158 yuan fish balls for herself, she wouldn't be willing to spend that. However, ordering for Chen Qi was different. He had already spent over $1 million on her. Even treating him to fish balls that cost 10,000 yuan a bowl wouldn't be excessive, but she didn't have that much money. Right now, her total savings were just over 10,000, and there would be plenty of places to spend money in the future. While chatting during hot pot, she also learned that Chen Qi's birthday was in 2 months, and she had to prepare a decent gift by then. She spent 610,000 at Hermes, buying bags, clothes, and shoes, plus 2 Chanel, Gucci, LV, and Prada bags. Brother, did I buy too much? Both Chen Qi and Han Linlin were carrying shopping bags. Where's the excess? It's just a few bags. Han Linlin's favorability plus 3, current 57 tonight. She spent 12 million on luxury goods, plus 400,000 from yesterday. The money spent on Han Linlin had already surpassed Sulu, but Sulu would get much more in cash back. Brother, it sounds like you're buying groceries. Han Linlin laughed. Let's go, put the stuff in the car, and we'll go for a yacht ride. It was just past 9, and the last yacht departed at 11. However, Chen-Shi checked the ticketing website and saw that tickets had long been sold out. The two went directly to the yacht dock, where the next yacht would board at 9:30. There were already dozens of people in line. Unlike hot pot restaurants, Chen-Shi couldn't just board the yacht and buy a spot. They needed to check their tickets at the entrance first. Rich people love to buy yachts, and the wealthy in Donghai City are no exception. Lin, what do you think? Should I buy a yacht? Yachts are expensive, but since you're so rich, I would believe you if you said you were buying a plane. Donghai City's coastline is long, and many wealthy people have bought yachts to dock at the seaside. When Chen-Shi went to the beach before and saw those luxurious yachts, he felt quite envious. Rich guys would throw swimsuit parties on their yachts with a few girls. At that time, Chen-Shi wondered if he could ever live that kind of life. Now, he really was living it. He still couldn't afford a top-tier luxury yacht. A few months ago, the owner of Facebook spent $2.3 billion on a yacht. Describing the financial power of world-class billionaires as wealth that could rival nations is not an exaggeration, of course, referring to African countries. A more ordinary yacht, accommodating a dozen people, costs just over $1 million. I'll take you to the beach sometime to see the yachts and feel it. We should buy one too. Riding on a yacht is also one of the entertainment options for rich wives. Han Linlin naturally wanted to ride on a yacht, racing across the Azure Sea. Just thinking about living that rich wife life makes me smile in my dreams. What classes would I even teach then? Dealing with parents all day would be exhausting. Chen-Shi thought, this idea of yours is dangerous. You just gave me a taste of soft rice, and I'm counting on you to keep it up. The yacht by the river can hold 30 people at a time. Chen-Shi just needed to casually find someone in line and buy a ticket at a high price. He scanned the queue, ready to pick a seller. Brother, look at those two people. Han Linlin pointed to a man and a woman standing at the back. Aren't they the little couple we met at the hot pot restaurant this evening? What a coincidence, we ran into them again. Let's go ask if they're selling tickets. The couple also noticed Chen-Shi and Han Linlin. Baby, it's that rich guy from the hot pot place. Chen-Shi walked over and said, bro, good to see you again. Rich guy, you're not thinking of buying a spot again, are you? The bespectacled man asked. You guessed it right, $1,000 a ticket. Are you selling? The yacht tickets were only $100, and although it was a bit difficult to buy on the same day, it was still possible to get tickets for tomorrow online. However, Chen-Shi wanted to go today, to get on the boat right away. Not selling, the bespectacled man's girlfriend surprisingly rejected Chen-Shi. Baby, it's $2,000. Didn't you say before that we should take advantage of such good opportunities? I just don't want to sell. Is there a problem? Two male college students nearby overheard their conversation and came over to ask, bro, are you really buying a ticket for $1,000? Are you selling? Chen-Shi asked. The two male college students replied in unison, selling. Only a fool wouldn't sell. They were locals from Donghai, out for a leisurely boat ride in the evening, and didn't expect to stumble upon a money-making opportunity. Chen-Shi didn't necessarily want to buy from the bespectacled man, he just thought it was a coincidence and wanted to chat with him for a bit. Plus, he felt the bespectacled man resembled his former self, so he wanted to give him some money. But since they weren't selling, that was fine, he could buy from someone else, as they would all board the boat together anyway. Why isn't he raising the price? The girl actually didn't want to sell, she was just thinking that since Chen-Shi had raised the price at the hot pot restaurant, maybe she could sell for more now. But she forgot that everyone in the queue had the same ticket, and if she didn't sell, there were plenty of others who would. Wait, we'll sell, Chen-Shi said, sorry, I'm buying from these two brothers. It was a buyer's market now, and everything was up to Chen-Shi. 900 a ticket, the girl suddenly lowered the price. The two male college students became tense, wondering how a price war had started. Was Chen-Shi really someone who cared about that extra $200? Since you said you weren't selling, then I won't buy. I've already promised these two little brothers, Chen-Shi said. The two male college students sighed in relief. Seeing the opportunity to make money slip away, the girl began to complain to the bespectacled man. It's all your fault. The bespectacled man looked confused. What did I do? Why didn't you say you were selling before me? Now look, he's buying from someone else. The bespectacled man knew his girlfriend had a bad temper. Even if he had said he was selling first, she might have opposed it midway. He felt a bit frustrated, and his mood for the boat ride was gone. His girlfriend's unpredictable nature was exhausting him, and he didn't know how long he could hold on. A little over 10 minutes later, on the yacht, the evening breeze was refreshing, making one feel relaxed. This was Chen-Shi's first time enjoying a leisurely boat ride and sightseeing without any pressure. He looked at the tall buildings lining the riverbanks, with thousands of lights and flickering neon signs, a scene of prosperity. I used to wonder if I could buy a place of my own before I turned 40. Now, if I work hard, maybe I can buy a whole building next month. Han Linlin quietly took Chun Chi's hand. Brother, what are you thinking about? I was thinking, the moonlight tonight is really beautiful. Han Linlin paused for a moment. She knew this phrase was a translation from the neon writer Natsume Soseki. When Natsume Soseki taught his students, he had them translate the meaning of I love you. The student directly translated it as I love you, but the neon people are more reserved, so Natsume Soseki said this sentence should be translated as the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Is he confessing to me? What should I say? Ah, what did I say? How did it turn into a confession? Chen Shi just said it casually, not thinking too much about it. Han Linlin said, yes, the wind is gentle too. If the other party has feelings, they could respond, the wind is gentle too. But after Han Linlin said that, Chun Shi didn't react, just quietly looking at the river view. Am I overthinking? Is he just simply talking about the moon? After getting off the yacht, Chun Shi sent Han Linlin back home. As soon as Han Linlin got home, she rushed to her room, closed the door, and started a group video call. Guess how much Chen Shi spent today? Lin Yuan asked. You guys went shopping at Michael today, right? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. To match Chen Shi's 8.6 million house, buying furniture and appliances would cost at least 2 million, right? 2 million? You guessed a bit right, he bought a mattress for 2 million. The three in the video were dumbfounded, as if the scene had frozen. Yun incredulously asked, a mattress that's more expensive than my house? What kind of mattress? It can't be the kind from Big S's house, right? It's the same model as Big S's. The total for furniture and appliances was over 6 million. Damn, is this the extravagant life of the rich? If you sold the three of us, we couldn't even gather 6 million, Lin Yuan gritted her teeth. Xiao Shui curiously asked, Linlin, was it just furniture? Did he buy you anything? Wait a moment, I'll show you, prepare yourselves. Han Linlin pointed the camera at tonight's spoils. 6 different brand bags, a dress, a pair of shoes, and a hat. Wow! Oh my god! I don't want to talk anymore, you guys go ahead, Lin Yuan said. Yun exclaimed, Hermes bags, how much do those cost? The bag was 320,000. Before buying the bag, I had to buy other things first, so I bought a dress and shoes, spending 610,000 at Hermes. The other 5 bags from Chanel and Prada cost 510,000. Is there no justice? Spending 12 million in one night. Wait, are you talking about Huaxia currency? I don't even have that many joy beans, Xiaoxue said. Yun reminded, did you forget, there was also 400,000 yesterday? Are we using the same currency? Why do I hesitate for half a day to buy a 20 yuan milk tea, while you guys treat buying luxury goods worth over 1 million like buying cabbage? Lin Yuan said, I'm so envious and jealous, no way, sell one bag and treat us to milk tea for 10 years. Yun said, with so many bags, let me borrow one to carry. Let me borrow one too, Xiaoxue said. Han Linlin scolded, you guys are crazy, sell what bag? We're eating at Dabashu tonight. He gave me a 100,000 card, I'll take you guys out to eat tomorrow. 100,000? 100,000? 100,000? Can you really just throw money around like this if you're rich? Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Good sister, does Chun Chi have any single friends? Introduce them to me. Han Linlin had only known Chen Chi for 2 or 3 days and had only seen him alone, so she didn't know any of his friends. As for female friends, she wasn't sure if Wang Siwen counted. Maybe later, I'll ask around. Sister, you've married into a wealthy family, don't forget us when you're rich, Lin Yuan said. Outside the door, Han's mom knocked and then walked in. When she saw the luxury shopping bags all over the floor, she was also taken aback. Linlin, did that man buy all these? Who else could it be? Tell mom, how much did all this cost? Today and yesterday, it totaled 52 million. Even though Han Ma is already 50 years old, with rich life experience, there are quite a few colleagues at school who have married into wealthy families. 2 years ago, a young female teacher married a rich man, and within half a month of their marriage, her husband bought her a BMW 5 Series worth 500,000. This was talked about among the female teachers at school for half a year, all praising her for marrying well. But it was the first time Han Ma had seen someone like Chen Shi, who spent money so freely. Did he just give it to you? Didn't ask for anything in return? Mom, what are you talking about? He's not that kind of person. Daughter, I'm not a rigid person. It's not that I insist you marry a civil servant. If you can marry into a good family, I'd be happy too. But I have to remind you, wealthy people are often very deep, especially if he's in finance. You must keep your eyes open. Especially be careful if there are other women around him. You don't want to find out too late. Han Linlin had been a bit infatuated these past few days, not thinking too much, just feeling that Chen Shi treated her very well. I understand. Mom, can you ask Dad to stop arranging those blind dates for me? Your dad is stubborn and old-fashioned. I'll try to talk to him. In just 2 days, without Chun-Shi having met Han Linlin's parents or said a word, Han Ma's attitude had changed. Although he hadn't spoken, money speaks. Chun-Shi lay contentedly in the bathtub soaking in a milk bath, watching Sunny Yao's livestream on his phone. I wonder what it's like to jump in front of someone. What's the experience? He was somewhat looking forward to meeting tomorrow at noon. The two girls now, Sulu is a graceful beauty, while Han Linlin is pure and innocent. Chun-Shi had had a deep interaction with someone like Sunny Yao before, Jenny. But their exchanges were only superficial. There was an emptiness on a spiritual level. On July 10th, Wednesday, it was overcast with scattered showers. Today, Chun-Shi got up early, already washing up by 9:30. He was going to Gongyuan No. 1. Today the furniture and appliances would be delivered, and he needed to keep an eye on things. Gongyuan No. 1, Unit 8, 16th floor. Chun-Shi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking out at the wetland park. The furniture hadn't arrived yet, and the house felt empty. 210 square meters is already quite large for a residence, but after staying in a 400 square meter presidential suite, Chun-Shi could still clearly feel the difference in space. I still need to buy a villa with a big yard. A manor would be even better, Chun-Shi thought to himself. The first to arrive was the team to install the TV, but they were stopped at the community entrance. Chun-Shi communicated with the security guard over the phone, registered them, and only then did the installation workers come in. Starting at 10:30, Chun-Shi received calls one after another. The team for the electronic smart lock, the curtain installers, the sofa, TV cabinet, wine cabinet delivery. Several groups of people gathered downstairs at Unit 8, and after Chun-Shi arranged everything, they went upstairs to install in an orderly manner. After waiting for over an hour, the bed delivery finally arrived. But Chun-Shi didn't have time to watch them finish. He had to head to Socrates. He had a lunch appointment with Sunny Yao at noon. However, he couldn't leave without someone keeping an eye on things, so he made a WeChat call. Manager Jiang, are you free now? Jiang Min was eating takeout at the sales office when she received Chun-Shi's call and immediately cleared her throat. I'm here, Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? Can you come to my house now? Chun-Shi asked. Jiang Min's mind immediately started racing. What does he mean? Is he interested in me? Is he calling me to his house for that? His girlfriend is so beautiful, could he cheat? But it's hard to say, these rich people play around a lot. Jiang Min had a charm value of 88, was 30 years old, but nowadays, women take good care of themselves, and you can't tell the difference between a 30-year-old and someone in their 20s. She believed her looks and figure were quite good, and because of that, she was picky when looking for a partner, which is why she ended up at 30. Sure, just give me a moment. Jiang Min quickly touched up her makeup and appeared at Chun-Shi's door about 10 minutes later. Mr. Chen, isn't your girlfriend here today? No, it's just me. 3 installers were setting up a bed in the bedroom, while a mattress was propped up in the living room. It's a Hester mattress. Quite a few residents in our community use this brand. They all say it's comfortable to sleep on, but it's expensive. How much did Mr. Chen buy this for? Not bad, 2 million. They say it's the same model as Big S's. Hearing this, Jiang Min silently pulled her professional skirt up by 2 centimeters. The black stockings were actually lace, a new pair she had just changed into. Young and wealthy, that's him, so rich that a 2 million mattress could buy a house. Jiang Min had looked up Chun-Shi's information, 26 years old, from Donghai Jianing, unmarried. As long as he was unmarried, she still had a chance. Even though his girlfriend was quite beautiful, she didn't seem like a formidable character. Mr. Chen, are you letting someone come to see the bed? Jiang Min leaned closer to Chun-Shi, and his arm was bumped by 2 soft objects. Did she misunderstand something? Why is she burning up? Chun-Shi took a step back. Manager Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't explain clearly. Jiang Min was 4 years older than Chun-Shi, but if she didn't say she was 30, everyone would think she was only 25 or 26. She was indeed quite attractive, with a slim waist, long legs, and fair skin. If it were a few days ago, Chun-Shi would have been captivated by such a beauty, unable to resist. However, now, if she didn't score at least 90 points, he couldn't be bothered. There were too many girls above 80 points, and he wasn't a teddy bear, taking every girl that came his way. I need to go out later. Could you please keep an eye on them while they set up the bed? Saying this, Chun-Shi transferred 2,000 yuan to Jiang Min via WeChat. This money is for Manager Jiang to have afternoon tea. Jiang Min's face flushed. It turned out she had been overly sentimental and misunderstood Chun-Shi. No problem, no problem. I'll keep an eye on them for you. A young man must protect himself well outside, and the same goes for at home. When Chen Shi arrived at Socrates, he was a few minutes late, and Sunny Yo was already sitting at the table he had reserved. When Chen Shi walked in, the young waiter approached him and informed him that the lady had already arrived. The waiter remembered Chen Shi. A few days ago, he had ordered 2 cans of caviar at the restaurant. Rich people have it good, playing around with beautiful women. That one on the table seems to be the female streamer who trended yesterday. Although Chen Shi had brought 2 different girls to eat, the waiter's professionalism prevented him from speaking out of turn. When Sunny Yo entered and reported the table number, the waiter quietly led her to her seat. As the waiter guided Chen Shi inside, Sunny Yo saw the handsome guy and didn't connect him with the roast duck guy. She thought roast duck guy should be a rather stiff middle-aged man. Until Chen Shi stood in front of her. "Hello, Miss Sun." Sunny Yo looked up at the young man who bore a resemblance to Takeshi Kaneshiro. He was sunny, handsome, well-dressed, and had a pleasant scent of perfume. By the way, the perfume was chosen by Su Lu at her shop for Chen Shi. "Roast duck guy?" Sunny Yo said uncertainly. "It's me. Why, do I not look like someone who can spend $1 million? Sunny Yo immediately stood up, her tall figure at 168 centimeters. Plus, today she was wearing a very figure-hugging purple stepmother dress, accentuating her curves. Chen Shi thought she looked even more alluring in person than in the video. "I didn't expect roast duck guy to be so young and handsome. I thought he was a middle-aged uncle." Sunny Yo's favorability +5, current 15. "I was still thinking about how to face the top brother, but I didn't expect him to be a tall, rich, and handsome guy. If he makes that kind of request, would I agree?" Sunny Yo herself was shaken. The 3 older brothers before were all polite during meals, treating it as a social engagement, and she resisted when they wanted to hold her hand. "You look even better than on the live stream. Is your streaming equipment too cheap to showcase your beauty?" "Brother Roast Duck, you really know how to talk," Sunny Yo smiled. "Can I know your name now? Calling you Brother Roast Duck feels strange." "Chen Shi, she is in to start." After saying that, Chen Shi extended his hand. "Nice to meet you. It's my honor to meet Brother Chen Shi." Sunny Yo's delicate hand was soft as if it had no bones, warm and smooth to the touch, extremely comfortable. "Has anyone ever told you that you look like Lee Hyun-mi?" Here it was, Chen Shi's comparison to a female star. "She's a big beauty from South Korea. I'm just a small streamer, how can I compare to her?" No, Yao is even prettier than her." Brother really knows how to flatter. "Yao must be hungry, order whatever you like." Sunny Yo took the menu. She had eaten at Socrates before, and the prices were quite high. But for Chen Shi, who spent $1 million in one night, it should be pocket change. "Since you're treating, I won't hold back." Seeing how familiar Sunny Yo was with ordering, Chen Shi guessed that the previous older brothers must have brought her here to eat. "Brother, have you seen enough?" Chen Shi said. "Yao works hard dancing. It consumes a lot of energy, so eat more meat. Let's get some M9 Wagyu." As usual, he ordered 2 cans of ostrich caviar, which indeed tasted exquisite. "Yao, is it okay to drink a little at noon? If brother wants to drink, I can accompany you." The last time with Su Lu, the bottle of Chateau Petrus that cost 22,000 was quite good, so Chen Shi asked the waiter if there were any other good wines in the store. "Young man, do you have any good wines recently?" Chen Shi asked. "Sir, you came at the right time, our boss just flew back from France this morning. He brought back 6 bottles of Romani Conti white wine, priced at 43,500. Chen Shi nodded. "Open a bottle." This meal was even more expensive than the one with Su Lu, totaling 120,000. "Does brother know a lot about wine?" "Not really, I just drink casually. After all, expensive ones usually taste good." A meal costing over 100,000, his financial power is much stronger than the previous older brother's. Sunny Yo's favorability +3, current 18. What does brother do to be so capable? "I do some investments, living off women." "Is it in e-commerce women's clothing or beauty products?" Living off women and making so much money, Sunny Yo could only think of these 2. Those big streamers selling goods are also the best at making money in the female market. According to the Consumption Power Survey in Huaxia, the top consumer group is young girls, followed by women, children, the elderly, dogs, and then men. In short, women's money is the easiest to earn. About that, Chen Shi thought. He bought brand-name clothes and cosmetics for goddesses, investing millions, and the returns were also huge. "Does brother often watch live streams?" "How should I put it? If you stream, I watch often." "I don't believe you, but brother hasn't even followed me. I can't follow you either." Chen Shi picked up his phone and said, "I usually keep a low profile, my Douyin is set to private." "Then can brother and I follow each other now?" "Sure." "Alright, now you're my only follow," Chen Shi said. "Then brother must always support Yao, be Yao's only one, and can't go to other female streamers for the carnival." That's hard to say. If he finds a female streamer who meets his criteria, he would still support her. But he would definitely use a different account. However, in front of Sunny Yao, he still had to say nice things. Other female streamers can't compare to Yao Yao's beauty, without any beauty filters. Just sitting here, she looks like a painting. What girl doesn't like to hear others praise her beauty? Sunny Yao smiled charmingly. Brother, with your sweet talk, I don't know how many girls you've deceived. Not many, just one. Are you asking how many girls I've deceived? Sunny Yao's favorability +1, current 19, Yao Yao dances so well, have you practiced before? Chen Qi, someone who doesn't usually watch dance streamers, could tell that Sunny Yao danced much better than many female streamers who only know how to shake their hips and waists. I majored in dance in college. Before becoming a streamer, I was a dance teacher at an art institution. No wonder, it matches your profession. I've always wanted to find a girlfriend who majors in dance, someone who can dance for me at home every day. Girls who major in dance usually have great flexibility and can perform difficult moves. For example, Chen Qi had previously asked Jenny to try a split, but she couldn't do it. Are you hinting at me? Sunny Yao stared at Chen Qi. Chen Qi smiled. Isn't that obvious? What I mean is I want you to be my girlfriend. Meeting and becoming a girlfriend is just wanting to sleep with me. When female streamers meet big brothers, they can't escape this matter. The previous top streamer, Jin Jianlong, directly said that he would pay 50,000 for a night. This price is quite high among escort girls, showing that Jin Jianlong holds Sunny Yao in high regard. Naturally, Sunny Yao refused. What she meant was that if he liked her, he should help her rank higher and bring more people to the carnival. Sunny Yao needed a lot of money. Although 50,000 is not a small amount, it falls far short of her goal. Private companionship, while ensuring her basic needs, wouldn't earn her big money. She hoped the big brothers could help her rank higher in the carnival, increase her fame, and gain more fans, allowing her to become a major streamer. In the future, when she takes on commercial deals and sells products, she could command very high prices, which is how she could make big money. But Jin Jianlong wasn't foolish. If he spent 100,000, after the platform and union take their cut, only about 13,000 would remain for Sunny Yao. With just over 10,000 in hand, how could she be satisfied? To make her satisfied, he would need to spend over $1 million. Jin Jianlong might as well offer 50,000 for a night. That 50,000 wouldn't be taxed and would go directly into Sunny Yao's pocket. He's so handsome and wealthy, sleeping with him wouldn't be a loss, but it can't be for free. People have double standards. When faced with a greasy middle-aged man like Jin Jianlong, Sunny Yao acted very aloof, not even willing to hold hands, let alone sleep together. Moreover, she couldn't accept lying in bed with a greasy middle-aged man. So she told Jin Jianlong that she wanted to build her career, to earn her own money, and hoped he could support her career. If it were Chen Qi, as long as he could afford the price, Sunny Yao would be willing to follow him wholeheartedly, even if he had other women. Being my boyfriend costs a lot, you know. How much? 5 million. When Sunny Yao said this number, she felt nervous inside. She stared at Chen Qi's face, observing his expression. If he showed even a hint of displeasure, she would say she was joking. When she said this to Jin Jianlong before, he immediately started cursing. He scolded her about whether her bed was gold-plated or diamond-studded, thinking she was some kind of fairy. It's worth noting that the top female streamers in the dance category only earn 2 to 3 million a year. Smaller streamers earn about 10,000 to 20,000 a month, while the worst earn a few thousand, barely making ends meet. Sunny Yao actually opened with 5 million. Even if Jin Jianlong had that money, he wouldn't give it to her. Damn, she doesn't even pretend. Is she just going to fish for money directly? But the soft master prohibits directly transferring money to the goddess. Chen Qi still had about 18 million, he could afford 5 million. Su Lu was treating him to dinner tomorrow, and he estimated he could get a few 100,000 back. But if 5 million is spent, how much goodwill can be gained from Sunny Yao, and how much can she return to herself? I'm a bit curious, why 5 million? Chen Qi asked. Sunny Yao didn't expect Chen Qi to respond like this. She picked up a piece of conch sashimi for him. Don't you think I'm a gold digger, brother? Chen Qi replied, I want to hear why it's 5 million, and not 3 million or 8 million. Sunny Yao fell silent for a moment before speaking. My family owes 5 million. Others say it's not easy to earn 5 million, but being able to owe 5 million also takes some skill. My dad was cheated by a business partner at a casino in Macau and lost a large sum of money. Not only did he sell his shares in the company, but he also owes the bank 5 million. You can't trust a gambler's words. It's unclear whether Sun's dad was truly set up or if he just loves to gamble. Now he has become a deadbeat, working odd jobs every day, and my mom is too sick from worry to get out of bed. My younger brother is still in high school. Now it's all on one person to support this family. What a storyline, a gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, and a broken daughter. If you don't help her, who will? Isn't this the kind of story you would only hear in a foot massage parlor or a club? A woman who can come up with such a story must be full of nonsense, with hardly a true word in her mouth. How many boyfriends have you had? Chen Qi suddenly changed the subject. 2, Sunny Yao answered honestly. If it weren't for Wanya, Chen Qi would definitely think she was lying, deliberately saying so little. But the number Sunny Yao mentioned was the same as Wanya's. She actually didn't lie. Don't you believe me, brother? Well, with my looks, saying 2 would be hard for anyone to believe. With such a charming appearance and such a melodramatic family story, it's hard to believe she's telling the truth. Chen Qi said, I believe you 100%. Sunny Yao looked at Chen Qi with a moved expression. Really? Why wouldn't I believe you? Are you a liar? Haven't you heard that the prettier a woman is, the more she can deceive? If that's the case, then you must be a top-notch con artist. Sunny Yao laughed at Chen Qi's teasing. You're too flattering. So, you need 5 million to pay off your family's debts. That's a dutiful daughter. How can that be called a gold digger? Do you think I want to be this dutiful daughter? In the days when I had no worries, eating and drinking, I would even be willing to be called a daddy's girl. Hearing Sunny Yao's inner thoughts, Chen Qi was convinced that this story should be true. Do you really think so, brother? He can't be a high-level scumbag, saying sweet words just to sleep with me, right? Chen Qi nodded. The burden of the family has fallen on you, a weak woman. It's really not easy. He immediately asked Wanya, can I not transfer the money directly to her, but to her dad instead? Yes. With Wanya's reply, Chen Qi had a plan. Sunny Yao continued, actually, I originally planned to rely on myself to become a big streamer. That way, I could also have a good income to help pay off the family's debts. There are many examples of streamers making money to pay off family debts on platforms like Douyin and Douyu, but those who stand out are all lucky ones. How many people are working hard as streamers but still remain lukewarm? To be honest, there are also older brothers who want to support me, but I resist it, and the money they offer is completely insufficient to pay off my family's debts. Chen Qi smiled slightly. Then how do you think I can afford 5 million in support fees? You look like you have a lot of money, but I was just trying to say it. I thought you would scold me. I didn't expect you to talk to me so much. Chen Qi picked up a ball of Australian lobster and shrimp for Sunny Yao. 5 million isn't much, I can afford it. Sunny Yao's eyes flickered. She didn't expect Chen Qi to actually agree. This was 5 million, not 50,000 or 500,000. A year ago, when her father's company was still running, those rich second-generation suitors would have been willing to pay a bride price of 5 million. Because this was a strong alliance, the Sun family would likely provide a dowry of 3 to 4 million. Now, given her family's situation, those rich second-generation men avoided her like the plague. Who would still want to be with her? To be with her meant dealing with her family's debt issues. Moreover, her father would find it hard to make a comeback. The Sun family would become an ordinary family, barely scraping by. But it depends on your performance. Isn't this just the typical line of a scumbag trying to take advantage of me? Sunny Yao's favorability -2, current 17, brother, you're not saying you want me to stay with you for a few days, satisfy you, and then give me the money, right? Do I look like that kind of scumbag? Chen Qi asked. Looks a bit like it. Chen Qi said, send me your dad's card number. What for, brother? Sunny Yao was surprised. Of course, to transfer the money. Fine, I'll send you the card number. Let's see what you can do. Soon, Chen Qi received a WeChat message from Sunny Yao. He copied the card number and entered 1 million in the Daxia Bank app. 1 million wasn't much. Han Linlin had spent over 1.5 million, and Sulu spent a bit less, around 900,000. Chen Qi thought about how much favorability this 1 million would bring him with Sunny Yao. A few seconds later, Sunny Yao received a call from her father. Yao, I just received 1 million in my card, but it was immediately deducted by the bank. Do you know what's going on? Sun's father was already a key focus for the bank. As soon as there was money in his account, it would be automatically deducted. Their house had also been auctioned off by the bank, and they were now renting. This year, Sunny Yao sold her BMW to cover family expenses. Sunny Yao stared blankly at Chen Qi while on the phone. 1 million, just like that? Not even a note of caution? Sunny Yao's favorability +40, current 57, Chen Qi shuddered, startled by the system notification. Wow! It directly increased by 40 points, this 1 million was worth it. But in Sunny Yao's eyes, this was more than just 1 million, it was a promise of 5 million. She believed that Chen Qi wasn't just talking empty words, he would really transfer the remaining 4 million to her. This was a lifeline for her family of 4. Brother, you transferred 1 million? Sunny Yao's voice trembled slightly. This was different from receiving 1 million in gifts on Douyin, where she would only see a little over 100,000 in her pocket. Now it was 1 million in cash, all of it going directly into her father's account. Your dad must have told you, right? Brother, aren't you afraid I'm a scammer? Making up a story to trick you? Chen Shi put down his chopsticks and looked seriously into Sunny Yao's eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul, your eyes tell me you're not lying. Suddenly, a voice in Chen Shi's mind mocked him. Look who's acting all wise, didn't I tell you? To be honest, if it weren't for the ability to hear thoughts, just based on Sunny Yao's charming appearance, most people would stereotypically think she was a gold digger or a social climber. With a look like that of a courtesan from a club, how could she have only dated 2 boyfriends? Sunny Yao was touched by Chen Shi's words. Having fallen from grace, she had seen the coldness of the world. Those friends she used to be close with wouldn't even answer her calls now, fearing she would ask to borrow money. This man, whom she had only met half an hour ago, had directly transferred 1 million to her family. Sunny Yao's favorability +1, current 58. Sunny Yao was moved to tears, the tears in her eyes swirled. For the first time in a year, she felt cared for. Seeing her like this, Chen Shi immediately got up and wiped around her eyes. Why are you crying again? I'm happy, Sunny Yao said, laughing through her tears. So are you my girlfriend now? But you haven't sent the 5 million yet. In fact, Sunny Yao had already tacitly agreed. She was willing to follow Chen Shi. If you perform well, I'll continue to send money. Once you finish sending, I'll consider you my boyfriend. They exchanged glances and after a while, both burst into laughter. Playing a nesting doll game here, Chen Shi said, I have a condition now. If you meet it, I'll send another 1 million. So you finally brought up that request. What request do you have, brother? If you want to be my girlfriend, you can't be a dance area streamer anymore. On his first day in Sunny Yao's live stream room, Chen Shi saw some vulgar comments in the chat. Yesterday, when Sunny Yao's fans surpassed 1 million, the comments section became even more lively, filled with filthy language. Men have possessive instincts. If she became his girlfriend and then wore so little to dance seductively for other men, Chen Shi felt uncomfortable. If I don't stream, how will I make money? Are you going to support me? Sunny Yao asked. How much can you earn from streaming? About 20,000. That was an optimistic estimate. A few months ago, her income was only a few thousand. Gradually, as her fan base grew, it stabilized at around 15,000 to 20,000. How many years will it take you to pay off your family's debt with that salary? Listen to me, stop streaming, and I'll support you. Sunny Yao was moved by his sweet words and slowly said, actually, teaching dance in a training class was quite good before. Although the salary wasn't high, there wasn't so much pressure. Now I have to be mentally prepared every day to read comments and private messages. I know very well what those men are thinking. My mental fortitude isn't strong enough. I can't handle it like those top female streamers who can remain unflustered in the face of vulgar comments. Chen Shi said, if you like teaching dance, then go back to teaching. I do like teaching dance, but I've signed a 2-year contract with the guild. If I stop streaming, I have to pay a 1 million penalty. A few months ago, a female streamer was sued for 1 million by the guild for not streaming the required hours. If Sunny Yao stopped streaming, it would be even worse. She would definitely have to pay the penalty. That's not a problem. I'll help you pay that penalty. What normal man could accept his girlfriend wearing so little to dance provocatively for others? Sunny Yao's outfit was still relatively decent, but the top streamer in the dance area, Wang, wore outfits that were even more revealing, with shorts shorter than Chen Shi's underwear. Sunny Yao shook her head. No, I don't want you to waste your money on that. I can continue streaming, but I won't dance seductively anymore. I'll switch to wearing hanfu and dance classical. With her looks, wearing so much while dancing classical wouldn't matter how well she danced. The streaming effect would definitely be poor. There were hardly any classical dancers in the dance area. To gain traffic, one had to wear as little as possible. If she wore more, the vulgar comments would decrease significantly, which could be acceptable. Alright then, after a while, I'll buy you a house. Sunny Yao seemed to guess something and said with a half smile, brother must have a wife already, wanting to keep me as a hidden beauty, treating me like a canary. What are you thinking? I'm single. Single? Sunny Yao looked at him in disbelief. A man so rich and handsome, and he says he's single? It was like telling Sunny Yao she had only dated 2 people. No one would believe it. I trust Yao Yao so much, she wouldn't still doubt me, right? Although it was a typical playboy line, Sunny Yao was enchanted by Chen Shi's decisive action of sending money just now and his heartfelt words. I believe you, I believe everything you say, brother. Let's go to Hermes later, Chen Shi said. Are you going to buy clothes, brother? Chen Shi pointed to the bag next to Sunny Yao. He was gradually getting to know luxury goods, and that Prada was probably just over 10,000. I'll buy you a bag, look at yours, it's old. Sunny Yao felt a bit embarrassed by his words. I've sold most of my luxury items. I used to have bags worth over 100,000 at home. The two chatted and ate, and after more than an hour, Chunchi took Sunny Yao to the parking lot. Look at the sky, it seems like it's going to rain, Sunny Yao said, looking at the gloomy sky. I checked the weather forecast this morning. It's supposed to rain this afternoon. Just as Chunchi finished speaking, raindrops fell from the sky without warning. In an instant, the raindrops turned into a downpour. Damn, it came just like that. Chunchi grabbed Sunny Yao's hand and ran towards the car. Luckily it was only a few meters away. Shu Quan immediately got out of the driver's seat to open the door for them. Both Chunchi and Sunny Yao's hair got wet, and the raindrops clung to Sunny Yao's snow-white skin, like a beauty emerging from a bath. Sunny Yao brushed her hair. I spent half an hour on my hairstyle, and now it's ruined. The wet look has its own charm. Brother, be serious. Sunny Yao took a hair tie from her bag and tied her hair up into a high ponytail. Looks good. Daji has turned into Hua Mulan. Brother, you should tie yours up too. It's a mess right now. Chen-Chi's hair was a bit long, and if he pulled it all back, he could manage a small bun, barely resembling a samurai's hairstyle. It was this hairstyle that made him somewhat resemble Takeshi Kaneshiro. As she spoke, Sunny Yao leaned her whole body towards Chen-Chi, and his face was right in front of her weapon. Just a little closer, and it would turn into a facial cleanser. Even though Chen-Chi had good self-control, he almost lunged at her on the spot, but luckily the system notification interrupted him. Earn 20 soft rice coins, cashback of 200,000 Huaxia coins. What, just 200,000? Chen-Chi touched the hair tie on his head. Was this thing worth 20 yuan? Due to his hairstyle, Chen-Chi had bought hair ties online before, and the prices added up to just a few dimes each. Li Ting had bought better ones for only 2 or 3 yuan each. 20 yuan? What brand of hair tie was that? The hair tie on his head was the same as the one on Sunny Yao's. Yao, this hair tie is quite special. Is it a rainbow? The hair tie was woven from 7 colors of thin strings and had a small pink cat on it. This? I made it myself. Does it look good? It looks really good. Yao has such skillful hands. The materials only cost a few bucks. I just made it one night when I was bored. Chen-Chi thought, for a few bucks of materials, why did Soft Grandpa give 20 yuan? Was it for labor costs? Soft Grandpa replied, shouldn't I charge you a bit more for labor, like 10 or so? So that's how it is. Soft Grandpa is righteous. By the way, Soft Grandpa, can you add a bit more for labor? After all, it was made by a beauty. You brat, don't push your luck. Sunny Yao looked at the car's interior. It was very similar to a car she had ridden in before. Brother, is this a Maybach S800? Although the car had a Mercedes logo on the front, Sunny Yao clearly knew more about cars than Han Linlin. After Maybach was acquired by Mercedes, it started using the Mercedes logo. Her dad's friend used to have this S800. You know about cars? I happen to have seen this model, otherwise, I would only know it's a Mercedes. Master Zhu, go to Yixiong City. On the 3rd floor of Yixiong City, there was a row of luxury brand counters. When Sunny Yao's family was wealthy, she often came to shop with her sisters. Now, not only could she not afford to shop, but she had also sold her collection of bags. Brother, are you really going to buy it for me? It's just a bag. But brother has already given my dad $1 million. That's one thing, buying a bag is another. Sunny Yao received a definite answer and said, then I'll go check out Chanel first. Chen Shigong wanted to say it was fine, but suddenly remembered that Wang Siwen was at Chanel, and she seemed to be chatting quite well with Han Linlin. If she blabbed to Han Linlin, it would be a hassle. If you're going to buy, you should get the top-tier Hermes bag, that suits our temperament. Sunny Yao chuckled and tugged at Chun-Chi's clothes. But, brother, you're dressed head to toe in Louis Vuitton. Personal preference, that doesn't matter. Buying a bag for Yao definitely means getting the best. Most of his LV outfit was chosen by Su Lu. He really needed to buy a few different brands to switch it up. Otherwise, people would think he only loved Louis Vuitton. Welcome to Hermes, how can I assist you? Lin Hui stepped forward to greet them, immediately recognizing Chen-Chi. Didn't he just buy a bag yesterday? Today he's with another girl, and this one has a better figure. These rich second-generation kids, they really don't lack beautiful women. Lin Hui was smart and didn't greet Chen-Chi but treated the two as if it were their first meeting. Chen-Chi nodded at her, signaling that she was doing well. Hello, I'd like to see the Kelly bag, Sunny Yao said. She leaned closer to Chen-Chi and whispered, brother, this bag is 320,000, is that okay? There's nothing wrong with it, if you like it, buy it. I'll take a look first, I've seen it online before, but I don't know how it looks in person. Lin Hui smiled, this way, please. The girl he brought, how come her taste is the same, another Kelly bag. Chen-Chi's clothes were a bit damp, so he picked out 2 t-shirts at Hermes. Sunny Yao's bags, clothes, and shoes totaled 630,000. Sunny Yao's favorability +3, current 61. Before her family went bankrupt, she would only buy bags under 100,000 at Chanel or LV. She still couldn't bear to spend over 300,000 on Hermes. If he kept buying for these goddesses, it seemed all the salesgirls in Donghai City's luxury stores would recognize Chen Shi. But luxury goods were something every woman loved, whether a goddess or just an ugly person. Everyone wanted to carry a designer bag out. Brother, are you infatuated with me at first sight? In a good mood, Sunny Yao asked a common question between couples. No, it's lust at first sight. Old pervert, Sunny Yao pouted. She was quite confident in her looks, and Chen Shi's words actually made her happy, but she couldn't help but tease a little. So if you meet a prettier girl, would you also be lustful? I think it's unlikely, unless the space agency can find the heavenly realm. Sunny Yao blinked. What do you mean? Your beauty has no rivals in this world, unless a fairy descends. So cheesy. Sunny Yao complained, but her favorability was still increasing. Sunny Yao's favorability +1, current 62. Brother, are you going to watch my live stream tonight? Chen Shi thought for a moment. It seemed he had nothing to do tonight. Staying at his new home for a night and lying down to watch the live stream sounded good. I've never seen classical dance, so it's perfect to watch tonight. Sunny Yao linked her arm with Chen Shi's, practically crashing into him, and Chen Shi unabashedly stared at her assets. Still watching. Sunny Yao shot him a glare. A feast for the eyes. I want milk tea. No matter how rich you are, you still have to drink milk tea. Principal Wang and Jay Cho do the same. Chen Shi pinched Sunny Yao's delicate face. Alright, let's go buy some. Sunny Yao ordered a cup of succulent grape, and Chen Shi's was cheeseberry. Brother, is yours good? Want to try? Sunny Yao playfully said, sure. She leaned over, bit the straw, and took a small sip. Delicious. Chen Shi looked at the bright red lip print on the straw and continued to drink without any hesitation. It's still a bit lacking. What do you mean it's lacking? Isn't the raspberry milk tea good? Then you drink mine. Yours is also a bit lacking. Then what does brother want to drink? He probably rarely drinks milk tea, or maybe there's a pastry chef at home who makes it specially. Imported milk tea tastes better. Where in Donghai City can you buy imported milk tea? I've never heard of it. Sunny Yao thought for a moment, is foreign milk tea really that good? She had been to several countries and felt that none of them compared to Huaxia's milk tea. Chen Shi stared at her, and she suddenly thought of something. Brother, that's annoying. There's no imported one. Who says there isn't? Isn't there an imported supermarket up ahead? Chen Shi pointed to the Sam's Club in front. He just remembered he needed to buy some daily necessities for his new home tonight. Let's go browse the supermarket. Okay, I'll see if there's any imported milk tea. Chen Shi was buying toilet paper when 3 messages came in on WeChat. He took a look. It was from his good buddy, Chunny Tian. Chi Z, are you working overtime tonight? I'll pick you up after work. Let's drink something. It's on me. Chen Shi knew at a glance that Chunny Tian must have had a fight with his girlfriend, Lin Xian. Speaking of Lin Xian, he had to mention Li Ting. Chen Shi met Li Ting through Lin Xian. If you're drinking tonight, don't drive, I'll call a car. Chunny Tian replied instantly, alright, I won't work overtime today, leaving at 5:30, not even Jesus can stop me. Chen Shi tugged at Sunny Yao's hand. Yao Yao, I have something to do tonight, I can't have dinner with you. Sunny Yao was very understanding. She knew that someone like Chen Shi, who was wealthy, had a lot going on, possibly millions at stake every minute. Brother, if you have something to do, go ahead, I'll take a taxi back later. No need to rush, I'll take you back. It was still pouring rain outside, and the Maybach emerged from the basement as if it had burst out of a waterfall. The rain poured down on the car, but fortunately, the Maybach's soundproofing was excellent, and Jay Chow's Calixiang was playing inside. The rain falls all night, my love overflows just like the rain. Chen Shi began to sing along. Sunny Yao clapped enthusiastically. Brother, you sing so well. If you go to the beauty zone to sing, there will definitely be rich women giving you tips, maybe even supporting you. Rich women can't compare to you. Chen Shi dropped Sunny Yao off at her home. When they got out of the car, Zhu Quan opened the door for Sunny Yao, holding an umbrella outside. The Maybach's trunk had an umbrella, but Zhu Quan was using one he had just bought himself at the mall. Zhu Quan escorted Sunny Yao all the way to the corridor of the community where she wouldn't get wet. Miss Sun, please check if you left anything behind. Zhu Quan handed the luxury shopping bag to Sunny Yao. Thank you, Master Zhu. Just as Zhu Quan was about to leave, Sunny Yao called out to him. Master Zhu, does Chen Shi have a wife? Or a girlfriend? Even if Chen Shi didn't have a wife, a wealthy young man like him would definitely have a girlfriend from a well-matched family. Sunny Yao understood this. When her family was doing well, her father always told her to find someone from a suitable background, and her friends were all the same. If Chun-Chi had a girlfriend, how could she compete with a rich young lady in her current state? Even if Chun-Chi liked her, his parents wouldn't allow him to marry the daughter of a deadbeat. However, Zhu Quan's answer relieved Sunny Yao. I'm not too clear about Mr. Chen's matters, but as for a girlfriend, there shouldn't be one, at least. The only lady I pick up and drop off is you, Miss Sun. Thanks, then Master Zhu, please head back quickly, Chen-Chi is still waiting. Zhu Quan returned to the car and recounted the conversation he had just had with Sunny Yao to Chen-Chi. This girl still doesn't trust me. Master Zhu, you speak very well. Chen-Chi immediately transferred 5,000 yuan to Zhu Quan. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Zhu Quan was overjoyed. Working for a boss like Chen-Chi would be so comfortable. Sunny Yao returned home. She was currently renting a small 3-bedroom apartment, just enough for her parents, younger brother, and herself to each have a room. Sun Dad went to the labor market in the morning to look for daily work but couldn't find any. He returned home at noon when it started pouring rain. Her younger brother, Sun Yu, was in his second year of high school and had just started summer vacation a couple of days ago. Sun Mom had been at home taking care of her health. She used to be a wealthy lady who didn't work, and now that her health was poor, it was even less likely for her to go back to work. Yao Yao, why did you buy Hermes? Don't you know the situation at home? Sun Mom saw the 4 or 5 Hermes shopping bags and immediately accused Sunny Yao of spending money recklessly. Sun Dad then pulled Sunny Yao aside and asked, Yao Yao, what was that 1 million at noon about? At that time, Sunny Yao couldn't say much over the phone and told her dad to wait until she got home. That money was transferred by my top brother. Sun Yu, a high school sophomore, was quite knowledgeable for his age and said tactfully, Sis, have you and him? You know? Sunny Yao shot him a fierce glare, stop talking nonsense, or I'll hit you. Sis, that top brother is really impressive. What's he like in person? Very handsome, only 26 years old. He has no conditions at all and directly transferred 1 million to Dad's card. We had lunch at Socrates, and it cost 120,000. These Hermes bags were also bought by him, totaling about 630,000. The 3 members of the Sun family were left dumbfounded. Sun Mom said, even when we had money, we wouldn't dare to spend like this. What car does he drive? Sun Dad asked. Maybach S800, but he doesn't drive, there's a chauffeur. Sun Yu stroked his chin, Sis, you can't be a seductress, can you? Although you look okay. But after just 3 or 4 hours of meeting, he spent over 1.7 million on you. How did you manage that? Did you sign up for a class? I saw someone online selling a course called 3 Sentences to Make a Man Spend 1 Million. Sunny Yao picked up a slipper and was about to hit Sun Yu. What do you mean I look okay? I'm a beauty. In her brother's eyes, the glamorous appearance of his sister was an illusion. Only her current state felt real. Especially since Sunny Yao was 7 years older than Sun Yu, he had basically grown up being beaten by her. By middle school, he had grown taller, and Sunny Yao could no longer overpower him, so she gradually stopped hitting him. But in his childhood, his sister's fierce image left a shadow on his young heart. Mom, look at Sis. Sun Mom stopped Sunny Yao and pulled her down onto the sofa. Yao Yao, which family is he from? He didn't say. I only know his name is Chun-Chi, and he works in investments. Old son, do you have any impression of him? Sun Mom asked. Sun Dad had been in the business world for decades and knew quite a few big shots in high society, many of whom were surnamed Chen. Among them, there were also quite a few in investments, but he had never heard of anyone named Chen-Chi. Perhaps he was too low in status to reach the real upper class. He's probably a low-key young master from some wealthy family, Sun Mom said. Yao Yao, if he's willing to spend so much money on you, he must like you. You must hold on to him. Whether our family can return to our former life depends on him. Sun Mom now felt stifled living in this 110 square meter small 3-bedroom apartment. They used to live in a villa with a yard. Yao Yao, if he can help Dad in business, Dad will definitely be able to make a comeback. Sunny Yao felt a lot of pressure. The whole family was counting on her, and it seemed her parents wanted to treat Chen-Chi like an ATM. Although she also wanted to help her family pay off their debts, her parents' words made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Sun Ma whispered in Sunny Yao's ear, Yao Yao, if you end up with him, don't bother with safety measures. If you get pregnant, you'll have something on him. Mom! Sunny Yao was a bit angry. How could her mother say such things? Other people's mothers always told their daughters to protect themselves and not to let men deceive them. At this moment, Chen-Chi was almost at the office building where Chen Tian worked. Their office buildings weren't far apart, just a 10-minute drive, so Chen-Chi was quite familiar with the area. I'm almost there, wait for me by the green belt. I'm heading down too. Damn it, it's raining, so annoying. Chen Tian stood by the green belt, watching for the ride-hailing car coming from the east. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz drove towards him. Without thinking much, Chen Etienne glanced at it and continued watching for the ride-hailing car. Chen Shi opened the rear window and called out to Chen Etienne. Etienne! Chen Etienne turned to the sound and saw it was Chen Shi in the car, cursing out loud. Damn, you little brat, you've even got a big Benz now, let me have a ride. Get in quickly. Chen Etienne put away his umbrella and got into the Maybach. You could have just taken a taxi. Are you swimming in money now? Why take a luxury car? It doesn't cost that much, Chen Shi laughed. Chen Etienne sat in the back and glanced at the interior, noticing something was off. This was much more luxurious than a regular Mercedes. Driver, what kind of car is this? Xu Quan replied, Maybach S800. Chen Etienne's eyes widened. Boys often joked about buying a Maybach or Rolls-Royce when they got rich. He never expected to actually ride in a Maybach today. Shi, how much did you spend? You actually dare to ride in a Maybach? Chen Etienne was well aware of Chen Shi's income. It was insane to ride in a Maybach on that salary. Suddenly, Chen Etienne thought of something and stared at Chen Shi. Wait a minute, you didn't strike it rich, did you? A few days ago, a high school classmate suddenly said you spent over 300,000 at Chanel and that you were investing and worth millions. I didn't know about you. I thought they were just spreading rumors and ignored it, thinking they must have mistaken someone else. Don't tell me you really got rich? Chen Shi understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. He had read a news story about a man who won a lottery worth millions but didn't tell anyone, not even his wife. The man continued to work normally, driving his old second-hand car, but secretly bought a house near his office and would occasionally go there alone, ordering expensive meals from hotels. His family never noticed anything different about him. Chen Shi didn't want to live like that. If he had money, he wanted to be open about it. If others asked to borrow money, he would just refuse. He had no parents or relatives to worry about, and he wasn't afraid of gossip. Who could do anything to him? If he were worried about bad people kidnapping him for money, that would be a bit paranoid. Principal Wang and the others should just stay indoors. Besides, Chen Shi wasn't a famous rich person. Having tens of millions in assets wouldn't stand out in Donghai City, let alone the whole of Huaxia. Chen Shi said, I won the lottery, do you believe it? Damn, how could I not believe it? You're in a Maybach and spending over 300,000 in one night. All that LV you're wearing must be real too. Who still wears fakes? Chen Etienne gritted his teeth. Damn it, this feels worse than being killed. Why don't I have this kind of luck? As the saying goes, one fears a brother's hardship but also fears a brother driving a Land Rover. It's fine to share joys and sorrows, but if one is happy while the other is not, it's hard to bear. Tell me, how much did you win? A lot. Anyway, I don't have to worry about food and drink. I can just relax for the rest of my life. Just give me a number to put my heart at ease. Don't ask, I'm afraid you'll have a heart attack. Chen Etienne placed his hands on Chen Shi's shoulders and shook him vigorously. If you got rich, you wouldn't even tell your brother, afraid I'd borrow money, and I even said I'd treat you tonight. Chen Shi felt dizzy from his shaking head. Stop shaking. I'll treat tonight, I will. Chen Shi and Chen Etienne had a great relationship. They had lived in the same neighborhood since childhood. They attended the same elementary school, were in the same class in middle school, and were in neighboring classes in high school. After Chen Shi's parents passed away, he fell into a low point and stopped communicating with his classmates. Wang Siwen and the others privately called him gloomy. Chen Etienne came to find Chen Shi almost every class break and walked home with him after school, treating him to fish balls. Most of Chen Shi's holidays during high school were spent with Chen Etienne's family. Chen Etienne's family had done him a favor. Western cuisine, Japanese food, Sichuan cuisine, barbecue, what do you want to eat? Chen Shi asked. Damn, it's hard to choose. Rich guy is treating, I want to eat everything. What's your budget? No limit, as long as it's in Donghai City, any restaurant you can think of, we can go. Chen Etienne raised an eyebrow. Can we go to Socrates? That was the only Michelin 2-star restaurant in Donghai, with an average cost of 8,000 per person. Master Zhu, Socrates. No way, dude, are you serious? Chen Shi messaged Butler Lee to help arrange a reservation. If they went last minute, it was likely there would be no seats. The waiter saw Chen Shi again. This time he was accompanied not by a beautiful woman, but by a guy. The quirks of the rich really are hard to fathom. Coming 3 times a week, he must treat Socrates like a canteen. It was Chen Etienne's first time in such a high-end restaurant. He watched the fish in the aquarium while quietly asking, Foster father, how did you get this reservation? The internet says you need to book 2 or 3 days in advance. Don't underestimate the power of cash. Come on, take the menu and order whatever you want. Don't look at the prices, just order what you like. Foster father is treating you to a lavish meal today. Thank you, Foster father. Chen Etienne's eyes lit up, ignoring the prices in the thousands on the menu. He ordered 10 dishes in one breath. How's that, foster father? Chen Shi looked disdainful. You won't spend money even if you have it. Order more, add another 10. So much, we can't finish it. The portions here are small, just eat freely. The two turned the Michelin restaurant into the feel of a roadside eatery. Chen Shi asked, what did you and Lin Qian argue about this time? Sigh, what else could it be? We've been dating for 2.5 years, and we still have to talk about the wedding dowry. How much does she want? Upon hearing this, Chen Tian felt that the Kobe beef in his mouth lost its flavor. Don't even mention it, 588,000, that's the dowry, plus 100,000 for the wedding gifts, and the car money and name change fee are extra. Not to mention the banquet. I don't even dare to calculate it. You know how expensive it is to hold a banquet here. Donghai City, being a coastal city, usually has a lot of seafood at banquets, making them quite pricey. A wedding banquet at a hotel generally costs over 5,000 per table, not including drinks, and that's considered a normal price. Spending over 100,000 on a banquet is quite common. Let's not even talk about the house. If you don't have a house, don't even think about getting married. My parents are also digging deep to help me pay a bit more for the down payment, so the mortgage pressure will be lighter later. Calculate it, 600,000 for the down payment, dowry, wedding gifts, and banquet, that's over $1 million. I was thinking if the dowry were a bit less, like 188,000, my family could manage the rest. But she won't budge a bit, saying everyone else is asking for 588,000, and her parents raised her so hard, plus she has a younger brother. If I don't pay, it means I don't value her, I don't love her. Chen Shi thought to himself, as expected, another very cliché dowry plot. He had seen so many of these in the news over the past 2 years. So how much is her dowry? A 4-piece bedding set, supposedly made of silk, Chen Tian said helplessly. Chen Shi laughed. What does it matter if it's silk or pure cotton? Don't you find it ridiculous? We haven't been to other places, so I won't comment, but let's not talk about the wealthy in Donghai City. For ordinary folks getting married, a bride price of over 100,000 is just to get things started, and 20-some thousand is considered decent. According to custom, the bride's family doesn't mention a dowry equivalent to the bride price. There should be at least a few tens of thousands, and neither set of parents takes that money. It all goes to the young couple. Lin Qian must have watched too much Douyin. What does it mean that everyone else is at 58? 8? Are they going crazy? Is your relationship only worth a set of 4 pieces? Chen Tian indeed had some feelings for Lin Qian, so he said, her family doesn't have much money, they can't even afford to give her a car as a dowry, and I already have a car. I understand what you mean. Are you really struggling with the dowry? Does she really like you? Let me ask you, if she agreed to a bride price of only 18.8, would you not even want the 4-piece set? Chen Tian replied, of course. You've been together for 2.5 years, you can manage the house, car, and other things. The bride price isn't that you're not giving it, it's just a little less. If she really likes you, she would understand you, not be so inflexible. Chen Shi filled Chen Tian's glass. Uncle and aunt, do you understand? I understand, I told them a few days ago. What did they say? Chen Tian sighed, my dad said they could at most come up with $1 million. Then the 400,000 shortfall in the bride price is really impossible, let's just forget it. This girl is out of your league. You know that business has been tough these past few years, my family's grocery store is doing worse each year. Chen Shi nodded, I agree with uncle and aunt. But, I really like her. What do you like about her? That she gave you a 4-piece set? Chen, to be honest, I envy your family, uncle and aunt are really nice. They have some savings, they can support you in getting married and buying a car. If you switch to another girl, she would definitely be better than Lin Qian. Seeing Chen Tian silent, Chen Shi took out his phone and opened the Daxia Bank app. A few seconds later, Chen Tian received a text message. Damn, who transferred me 100,000? It can't be you, Shi Zi? Ha? 100,000? Chen Tian looked at Chen Shi's expression, thinking it wasn't him, but unexpectedly, Chen Shi said, sorry, I accidentally missed a 0. Then Chen Tian received another text message about a transfer of 900,000. He was stunned, looking at the message and then at Chen Shi. Shi Zi, how much did you actually win? Foster father, from now on, you are my foster father. With this money, I can smoothly marry Lin Qian. Chen Shi's next words made Chen Tian feel like he was in a skit. The 1 million isn't for you to marry Lin Qian, it's for you to break up with her. You can't handle this T0 version, if you stay with her, you'll have a hard life. I don't care if you suffer, if uncle and aunt get dragged into it, I won't agree to you being a freeloader at your age. Wait, isn't this the plot where the rich girl's father gives money to the poor boy to leave the rich girl? Just say whether you want to break up or not, if not, return the money to me. Chen Tian fell into a brief dilemma. 1 million, he would need to drink tap water every day, not rent a place, and sleep under a bridge for 9 years to save that up. 1 million, plus the 600,000 down payment from his parents, could buy a small 2-bedroom apartment in the city outright. Break up. That's right. Chen Shi smiled with relief. You don't think I'm greedy, do you? That I would break up with my girlfriend for money? Chen Shi said, I won't say you're greedy for money or that you play with girls' feelings. You've already given all you can give. It's her greed that is too much. Let's go, we've eaten enough. Next round. Where to next? Black Rose. A bar, sure, just right since I haven't had enough to drink. If Brother Fu is treating, I won't hold back. He had only been to Black Rose with friends before, and it was a bit pricey, which he couldn't really justify. But now that Chen Shi had won the lottery and was treating, he could drink freely. Even though my luck is bad and I can't win the big prize, my brother is lucky. Shizi, you take care of me for the rest of my life, I'm just going to lie down. Chen Shi pushed him aside in disdain. Get lost, no bromance. Half an hour ago, Chen Shi had reserved a booth at Black Rose with Xiao Xiao. He also texted Jenny to arrange for the beautiful women. At the entrance of Black Rose, quite a few spirited young men and women were already waiting for the doors to open. When 8 o'clock came, the bar opened, and groups of young men and women walked in. A young man looked at the people in the bar and said to his companion, "What's going on today? The Atmosphere crew is here so early. You wouldn't believe it, and they're all good looking. Is there some event tonight? Haven't heard anything, maybe a promotion? Isn't that Jenny? She usually doesn't come until after 11. Jenny, Xiao Xiao, and 8 tall, sexy women were having a small meeting. Chen Xiao will be here soon, he's a big spender. Jenny, make sure you take good care of the girls. If we get 3 more Ice Dragon cocktails, everyone's commission will break 10,000. One of the beauties said, Xiao Xiao, what's the point of commission? Last time, Chen Xiao just sent over drinks. We can resell them to the bar, and make even more than the commission. Jenny thought to herself, what are those few drinks worth? Chen Xiao had given her 6 unfinished bottles. That night, through her hard work, she earned 100,000 in labor fees. If Chen Xiao asked her out again tonight, she could make a big profit. When Chen Shi arrived at Black Rose at 9 o'clock, he was stopped at the door by security. They were holding takeout boxes of barbecue, while the notice next to the bar's entrance read, no outside food or drinks allowed. On the way, Chen Yi had suddenly said that Socrates' Western cuisine was too upscale, too elegant, and he was allergic to elegance. He wanted something more common, like barbecue. So, Chen Shi took a detour to pack some barbecue to bring along. Sir, I'm sorry, but outside food is not allowed in our establishment, the security guard pointed to the notice. Chen Yi said, Shizi, why don't we eat first and then go in? Are you Wang Bao Bao? Chen Shi said to the security guard, come on, cut me some slack. The security guard replied expressionlessly, no. I'll give you 3,000 yuan, you can buy some cigarettes. This was the first time Chen Yi saw Chen Shi use cash power, just to bring in some food, offering the security guard 3,000 yuan? This was just throwing money around. Zhou Leishan was shocked. He knew there were many wealthy people at the bar. Just yesterday, a security guard moved a guest's car and received a 200 yuan tip. He worked here and only made 6,000 a month, and Chen Shi was offering him 3,000 just to bring in barbecue. No. Zhou Leishan didn't even expect that he would refuse a 3,000 yuan tip. 5,000. Zhou Leishan's resolve was wavering. He was out working to make money, after all. Who would turn down money? Sir, please don't make it difficult for me. The bar has rules. If I let you in, it would break the rules. Chen Shi had only spent a little over 2,000 when he bought a spot for hot pot and tickets for a yacht. Now, he couldn't even get a security guard to budge for 5,000 yuan. He noticed the guard stood tall, his uniform and hat were neat, and his demeanor was different from the other street thugs. Were you in the military? 10 years in the army. At that moment, Xiao Xiao ran out. What are you doing? Chen Xiao is our VIP guest, and you're stopping him outside? Do you want to get fired? The bar's rules state that. You still dare to speak? Xiao Xiao glared at him. Chen Shi waved his hand. It's fine, there aren't many principled people like him left. He just follows the rules. Xiao Xiao flattered. Rules are for ordinary people. Chen Xiao is wealthy, it's different. Chen Shi found this remark harsh, but that's how society works. Few make the rules, and the majority obey. Fortunately, Chen Xiao doesn't hold it against you. Chen Xiao, let's go in. Zhou Leishan watched Chen Shi enter and began to question whether what he had just done was right. He had spent too long in the army, disconnected from society, and after retiring, he struggled to find a suitable job for months. Either he couldn't adapt to the company's pace, or he couldn't accept the so-called social niceties. Zhou Leishan told himself he was principled, but he knew others called him stubborn. Chen Tian asked as they walked, Shizi, are you a regular here? I've been here once. Chen Xiao, it's still A06. Xiao Xiao led the two to A06, where Jenny and 8 beautiful women were already seated. Upon seeing Chen Shi, Jenny immediately stood up and hugged him tightly. Chen Xiao, why did you take so long? We've been waiting for ages. Chen Tian had never seen such a scene. They were all beauties, especially Jenny, who was hugging Chen Shi. Wow, I just saw something like this online. What's the next batch? Do you want to change to the next batch? Chen Shi asked. Suddenly, 2 beauties in black stockings and short skirts grabbed Chen Tian's arms, one on each side. Handsome, aren't we good enough? Don't want the next batch? Chen Tian felt the softness on his arms and was instantly captivated. No, just them. Chen Tian's eyes widened. The black stocking beauties had legs that seemed longer than his life. Chen Shi said, this one is also Chen Xiao, he's the main character tonight. Take good care of him, if he's happy, I'll be happy. The girls laughed brightly. Don't worry, we'll take good care of him. They knew that if Chen Shi was happy, they would earn big. Xiao Xiao, bring 2 sets of ice-sealed divine dragon first. Chen Xiao, you haven't even finished the stored wine you gave me last time, Jenny said. Then keep it and drink it slowly. Seeing that Chen Shi didn't care about the stored wine, Jenny was overjoyed. Those 6 bottles of Black Ace returned to the bar at a low price were still worth 70 or 80,000. Chen Shi had essentially gifted Jenny that amount. Shizi, ice-sealed divine dragon, priced at 128,888. Are you going to order 2 sets directly? Chen Tian was dumbfounded. He thought they would at most order a divine dragon to enjoy, but it turned out they were throwing money around. Aren't 2 sets enough? Then we can order more later. No. Chen Tian was at a loss for words. On the DJ stage outside, the DJ shouted energetically. Congratulations to A06 for ordering 2 sets of ice-sealed Supreme God. Wishing the boss all his wishes come true and smooth sailing. The guests in the bar erupted in excitement. A06, last time it was also A06, is it the same person? I saw Jenny went to A06. So impressive, which young master is this? A dozen bunny girls and 4 suited men carried 2 wine racks around the bar, then walked to A06. The bunny girls pulled out confetti and scattered gold paper, instantly elevating the bar's atmosphere to a climax. The DJ worked hard, and the beauties swayed their waists freely. So many beauties, I was so foolish to cling to Lin Xian. You can't just find a girlfriend here. Chen Tian leaned closer to Chen Shi's ear and said, it's all fun and games, don't think about that. Why not? Look at them, each one is so beautiful, with slender waists and curvy hips. How many good ones are there among those who come to the bar? Chen Shi replied. These are all players. Be careful if you want to date someone like this. For the first time, Chen Tian felt the atmosphere surrounded by beauties, and he was a bit overwhelmed. This may not be the case, you can't just dismiss it all. There are always some good girls out there. Are you good at math? I'm average at math, you know that. Chen Tian didn't understand what Chen Shi meant. Then why are you playing with probability? There will definitely be some girls who come to the bar out of curiosity. But what do you think the probability is of you meeting a good girl among so many players? Remember, it's fine to play around, but don't think about anything else. After drinking for a while, Chen Shi felt the urge and ran to the restroom. Sitting on the toilet, he opened his phone and entered Sunny Yao's live stream. Sunny Yao was wearing a light blue hanfu long dress and was dancing classical dance. I have to say, a beautiful woman looks good even in a sack. But the audience in the comments section wasn't buying it. Chen Shi took a look. Indeed, the vulgar comments had decreased significantly, the number of fans had dropped a lot, while insults and accusations had increased. What is the streamer doing? Wasn't she dancing sexy hot dances yesterday? We came to see her in black stockings and long legs. What does it mean that you're wearing so much? Isn't this a scam? The streamer really fits her ID now. Yao isn't sexy. I'm out, I'm a bit vulgar. I can't watch something so elegant. I'll go watch some hip shaking instead. Unfollowed, wasting my expressions. The comments section was filled with curses, and Sunny Yao's WeChat union group was also full of messages tagging her, along with a dozen missed calls. The union's head, Li Xiang, sent several WeChat messages to Sunny Yao. Yao, what are you doing? Dancing classical dance? Why don't you go sing Peking opera? Do you want to be popular? You finally got some traffic, and now it's all gone. Change it. Immediately switch to hot dancing. Sunny Yao didn't look at these messages. She danced according to the time specified in the contract, which didn't say she couldn't dance classical dance. Anyway, Chen Shi said he would support her, so she didn't have to wear so little and dance provocatively anymore. However, the union made money off the streamers. The more popular the streamer, the more tips they received, and the more the union earned. Sunny Yao had finally shown signs of becoming popular, but she extinguished it herself. Seeing that Sunny Yo wasn't responding, Lee Xiang called the assistant he had assigned to her yesterday. The new college student assistant was scolded by Lee Xiang. The assistant, feeling wronged, said, "Mr. Lee, Yo said she won't dance hot dances anymore. What the hell is she doing with this classical dance? How many people in the dance area dance classical? Ask her if she doesn't want to pay off her family's debts." The assistant was renting a room in Sunny Yao's house, and when she arrived today, she found the Sun family in a good mood. The takeout and fruits ordered for dinner probably cost 700 or 800. It didn't look like they were in debt at all. Sunny Yao's live streaming of classical dance didn't count as a breach of contract, as long as she met the required streaming hours. Although this would cause her to lose fans and earn less money, she didn't care. Li Xiang stared darkly at Sunny Yao, who was live streaming. If she didn't become popular, that would be one thing, but now that there was a chance for her to be popular, she was doing this, which was cutting off the union's financial lifeline. Sunny Yao's fan count dropped from 1 million to 700,000 within 2 hours and was still declining. There weren't many streamers dancing classical dance. Usually, they were teachers from dance institutions promoting their own schools, and having 200 to 300,000 fans was considered a lot. Chen Shi didn't want Sunny Yao to dance provocatively, but classical dance looked good too, with its own charm, only the audience wasn't happy. Chen Shi saw all the insults, slanders, and sarcastic comments in the comments section. Being a streamer wasn't easy. No matter what you did, there would always be someone ready to nitpick. The former top fan, Jin Jianlong, saw Sunny Yao's self-destructive drop in fans and sneered. Does she really think she's something special? She's getting carried away, thinking she can broadcast whatever she wants. Chen Shi recharged another million into Douyin. Then he typed a few words in the comments section. Not bad at jumping. Oh, look, Brother Roast Duck has appeared in the comments. Brother Roast Duck, your uncle spoils her dad. What's so good about classical dance? Is this a new way to attract traffic, reverse traffic? Are we also a part of their play? There are plenty of beautiful female streamers online. No need to waste time here. I'm going to Douyu. Now, Sunny Yao's fan count has dropped to 600,000. Chen Shi has a rebellious mindset. Since you don't like watching classical dance, I'll find some who do. Brother Roast Duck sent a small portion of roast duck rice to the not-so-sexy livestream for the carnival. Just now, Sunny Yao hadn't seen Chen Shi typing in the comments, but after the carnival was sent, she realized Chen Shi was watching the livestream. Didn't he say he had something on tonight? I thought he wouldn't come. Sunny Yao was overjoyed, walked to her phone, and tidied her hair, saying, "Thank you, Brother Roast Duck for the carnival." After changing into a hanfu, Sunny Yao's voice became more confident. What's so good about this? Watching classical dance on Douyin, I might as well watch CCTV. A person dancing a flea dance, now pretending to be pure? Chen Shi didn't argue with them but instead started his carnival storm. Brother Roast Duck sent a small portion of roast duck rice to the not-so-sexy livestream for the carnival times 10. Brother Roast Duck sent a small portion of roast duck rice to the not-so-sexy livestream for the carnival times 30. The carnival kept coming in, this time more continuous than the day before, without any breaks in between. After sending 333, and finishing the 1 million he charged, he finally stopped. Chen Shi's account level rose from 55 to 60, and to reach level 61 he needed 2 million, still short by 2,000. In this half hour, Sunny Yao's livestream topped the national hourly chart, receiving official platform recommendations. Her fan count, which had sharply dropped at first, now surged to 1.6 million. The demographic of her fans shifted from mostly male viewers of flirtatious dances to a majority of female viewers. Sister is so beautiful. This hanfu is so pretty. Is there a link? The classical dance feels like a dream back to the Tang dynasty. Sunny Yao's favorability +5, current 67. Sunny Yao had just messaged Chen Shi, asking him why he sent so much money again. He was busy sending carnivals and hadn't replied. Now he did. Seeing them bully you in the comments, I couldn't just sit back. They even picked on you. They don't like watching, but I do. Yao's dance foundation is so good, she looks good doing anything. Sunny Yao's favorability +1, current 68. Brother, you really don't have to pay them any mind. Sunny Yao originally didn't want Chen Shi to lose 100 for her breach of contract, which is why she continued the live stream. Now she didn't need to please the audience. She could dance her own dances and end the stream when the time was up. It's fine, just a little money. Dance however you like. Just don't tire yourself out too much. Then I'll dance a folk dance tomorrow. Sure, as long as you're happy. When Sunny Yao was in school, she excelled in classical and folk dance, and was also good at ballet and Latin. Modern dance was no problem either. Streaming flirtatious dances was just a necessity since that's what people love to watch online. Since she didn't have to worry about making money, dancing what she liked during the live stream was quite nice. Doing what one loves always brings joy. The union, which had been quite upset, was now all smiles. Li Xiang said to a few employees, Yao Yao is hooked up with a big shot, brother Roast Duck has some real power. Just from Chen Chi's tips tonight, the union received 250,000, and with some tips from passers-by, the union's income for the night reached 300,000. I didn't expect this little streamer, Sunny Yao, to become the union's cash cow. A sinister thought suddenly arose in Li Xiang's mind. Chen Chi had squatted on the toilet for half an hour, his legs numb from squatting. When he returned to the booth, he found an extra girl there, and he thought it was Chen Tian who had let someone in. The girl was standing next to Chen Tian, chatting away. Chen Chi walked closer to take a look. Damn, isn't that Lin Qian? More than half an hour ago, Chen Tian had posted a short video on his moments, complete with a location tag. There were 12 bottles of Ace of Spades on the table, surrounded by sexy beauties. The caption read, "Thanks to my benefactor, for bringing me into this world of indulgence." Lin Qian was furious when she saw the post and immediately ran over, searching booth by booth until she finally found Chen Tian. Chen Tian, you really are something. You said you couldn't afford a smaller betrothal gift because your family is struggling. And yet here you are, living it up and splurging. Chen Tian had already decided to break up with Lin Qian, so he said, Lin Qian, you said that if you can't come up with the betrothal gift, we should break up. So let's break up. I can't come up with it anyway. Lin Qian scoffed, you can spend over 200,000 on wine but can't afford a betrothal gift of over 500,000? Is this what you call loving me? I wasted 2.5 years on you. Chen Chi patted Lin Qian on the shoulder from behind. You got it wrong, I bought this wine. Lin Qian turned around and mocked, you? Don't make me laugh, I know your income. Li Ting broke up with you, didn't she? It was because you had no money. Li Ting and Lin Qian were good friends, they shared everything, and Lin Qian already knew about Chen Chi and Li Ting's breakup but she hadn't told Chen Tian. You broke up with Li Ting? Only then did Chen Tian realize. Jenny stood up to speak for Chen Chi. Chen Xiao might be short on cash, but he spent 600,000 to 700,000 on drinks here. If he's broke, then Li Ting's ex must be looking for a rich boyfriend. Lin Qian was unimpressed. She looked at Chen Chi, dressed in LV, and mocked, Chen Chi, just because Li Ting thought you were poor, you're now pretending to be a big shot? Wearing fake designer stuff and renting wine to impress the Atmosphere Group. Jenny couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at the wine on the table. Does Chen Xiao need to rent wine? What are you talking about? Chen Xiao gets wine for free. Exactly. You must have never seen LV before, what kind of eyes do you have? This whole outfit is worth over 100,000. Lin Qian still didn't believe it. Alright, Chen Chi, you're really going all out to show off, taking out loans to splurge, huh? Chen Tian looked at Lin Qian, who was mocking his brother, and couldn't help but say, Lin Qian, can't you stand to see others do well? Go try to get a loan for a few million and see if the bank will give it to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian began to waver. She knew Chen Chi had no house or car, so he couldn't get much from the bank. A personal loan would max out at 500,000. Suddenly, she thought of something. It was Chen Chi who suggested the breakup with Li Ting. Chen Chi, did you win the lottery and break up with Li Ting because you were afraid she'd spend your money? Chen Chi admired Lin Qian's imagination, but such things had happened in society before. How much did you win? Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Why should I tell you? Chen Chi replied. Chen Chi, you selfish person, Li Ting was right to break up with you. At this point, Chen Chi got angry. He had been wholeheartedly devoted to Li Ting, and the word selfish had no place in his character. Chen Chi laughed. I'm quite generous. I just transferred 1 million to Etienne. Don't believe me? Etienne, show her your balance. Chen Etienne thought it unnecessary to provoke Lin Qian like this, but Chen Chi called out again, and besides, it was him who had made the transfer. Chen Etienne opened the Daxia Bank app, scrolled to the transfer records, and found 2 transactions. One was for 100,000, and the other for 900,000, totaling exactly 1 million. When Lin Qian saw the balance, her expression changed instantly, and she mustered the courage to say, Chen Etienne, now that you have money, you can afford the betrothal gift, right? Sorry, that money is for him to break up with you. Lin Qian's eyes widened in shock as she glared at Chen Chi and began to curse him. Chen Chi, how can you be so malicious? You go behind my back and ruin other people's feelings, and you still expect me to consider you a brother. Chen Chi replied, then ask him if he still wants to marry you. Everyone's gaze turned to Chen Etienne. Chen Chi looked at his brother, hoping that all the things he had said during dinner would resonate with him. If he still fell headlong into this, Chen Chi wouldn't care anymore. He would consider the 1 million as just a contribution. Chen Etienne stared at Lin Qian, the dim lights of the bar casting a strange glow on her face. Has she always been this harsh when she speaks? Chen Etienne asked, is the bride price of 588,000 non-negotiable? Lin Xian replied in surprise, Chen Etienne, you're so rich now, and you only want to offer 588,000? Isn't it a sign of love for a man to spend more money on a woman? The bride price is 688,000. Upon hearing this number, Chen Etienne felt utterly disheartened. He never expected Lin Xian to be so greedy as to raise the price. You can leave, I'm not paying this bride price. Lin Xian sneered, is this what you call loving me? You have money but aren't willing to spend it on me. So, you only care about the bride price, being with me doesn't matter, does it? You don't want to, right? Fine. Chen Etienne, don't come begging me, Lin Xian said. She picked up a glass from the table and splashed it in Chen Etienne's face. She wanted to splash Chen Shi too, but a suited man at the door restrained her and took her out. A blonde girl grabbed Chen Etienne's hand and sat down, using a tissue to wipe his face. Young Master Chen, your ex-girlfriend doesn't understand you at all. What's wrong with offering a lower bride price? The remaining money will still belong to her after marriage. She doesn't see you as family. What's yours is yours, and what's hers is hers, so she wants to find ways to get more from you. To even raise the price at the last minute, my mom said my bride price only needs to be 288,000. Honestly, I think 188,000 would be fine. The blonde girl was clever. She now knew Chen Etienne was wealthy, and more importantly, he had a rich friend, Chen Shi. If Chen Shi could give Chen Etienne 1 million, it showed their relationship was very close. If she could be with Chen Etienne, and he followed Chen Shi well, the rest of his life would be carefree. Chen Etienne remained silent. Although the blonde girl was being a bit sarcastic, he had indeed thought that way earlier. He took Chen Shi's 1 million, but he still felt that the 588,000 bride price was too high. If Lin Xian could consider him, he could transfer the remaining money to their joint account after marriage, allowing Lin Xian to use it freely. However, Lin Xian only cared about the bride price, as well as her own family and brother. The sudden price increase left Chen Etienne utterly disappointed. Jenny, bring another frozen dragon, Chen Shi said. Just as Lin Xian reached the door, she heard a 06 order another frozen dragon set. Chen Shi was indeed making a fortune. She immediately took out her phone to call Li Ting. Li Ting had just finished getting her nails done with friends and brought home some barbecue. Ting, guess who I just ran into? How would I know? Who? Your ex-boyfriend, Chen Shi. Why bring him up? That poor guy, he wouldn't even buy me a phone, just looks a bit handsome. Don't you know? He can afford not just one phone, but 100 now. Li Ting scoffed lightly, you must be talking about a model phone. He won the lottery. Now he's decked out in LV, and they say he spent 6 or 70,000 at Black Rose these past few days. Li Ting stood up in shock from the sofa. What? He won the lottery? How come I didn't know? How much did he win? I estimate at least 10 million. He transferred 1 million to Chen Etienne. Li Ting murmured, no wonder, so that person was him. What do you mean no wonder? That night when I went to get my nails done, I saw a handsome guy getting into a Mercedes by the roadside. I thought he looked a bit like Chen Shi, but then I realized how could Chen Shi afford a Mercedes? Ting, did he win the lottery while he was with you, keeping it a secret, and only splurged after breaking up? As soon as Li Ting heard this, her mindset exploded. It meant she could have been a millionaire. Instead, Chen Shi was playing tricks on her, deliberately saying he couldn't afford a phone, just to enjoy himself alone. Li Ting hung up the phone and immediately sent a WeChat message to Chen Shi. She hadn't deleted him, and he hadn't deleted her either. He just deleted all his previous moments and set them to be visible for only 3 days. A few minutes later, Chen Shi noticed a WeChat message from Li Ting. He wasn't surprised. Lin Xian must have said something to her. Wang Taiwan scratching his head. JPG Chen Shi replied with a childlike question mark emoji. He knew what Li Ting's question mark meant. It was just her way of asking him how he suddenly had money. He intentionally replied with a childlike emoji because Li Ting had previously said she didn't like children. After being scolded a few times for sending child emojis, he dared not send them anymore. Li Ting saw this emoji and immediately got angry, sending another question mark. Chen Shi understood. She was questioning him, knowing full well he didn't like child emojis. Why did he still send it? Can't you speak human language? I don't have time to play charades with you. Li Ting held her breath and typed. You won the lottery, why didn't you tell me? Why should I tell you? We broke up. You must have won before we broke up, deliberately saying we should break up, so you could enjoy yourself alone. Do you have a delusion? Or are you going crazy thinking about getting rich? Who told you I won the lottery? Lin Xian said you spent 6 or 700,000 at Black Rose, and I saw you getting into a Mercedes. If I didn't win the lottery, where would I get that much money? Do you believe me if I say I'm being kept by a rich woman? Chen Shi, are you really that petty? Afraid I'll spend your money, you even made up this excuse. Chen Shi felt helpless. No one believed him when he told the truth. He set Li Ting's messages to do not disturb and ignored her. He now had the power to show off and slap her in the face, but there was no need. It was all in the past. Soft Master, Li Ting is the first goddess I bound. Is it okay to just leave her like this? Soft Master replied, it matters, it occupies a goddess position. Damn, there's a goddess position? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask, you were the one who wanted to bind her first. Chen Shi felt helpless. Wasn't it because there were no other goddesses at that time, and I wanted to bind her to test the system? How many goddess positions are there? 10. Chen Shi thought to himself that he had already bound 4, with Su Lu producing the most. Han Linlin and Sunny Yao were just starting out. Can I unbind? Yes, I'm not a tyrannical system with unreasonable clauses. Hearing this, Chen Shi thought Soft Master was quite humane. Then let's unbind Li Ting. Sure, but the favorability must reach 100 to unbind. Chen Shi was stunned. Isn't this a hidden clause to trick people? He didn't want to interact with Li Ting anymore, but without interaction, the favorability wouldn't increase, and he couldn't reach 100 to unbind. Soft Master, if I unbind after reaching 100 favorability, will the goddess's favorability reset to 0? If it's unwavering love, it won't reset, but after unbinding, if the goddess spends money on you, you won't get the 10,000-fold return. Only bound goddesses can give you the 10,000-fold return. So, no matter what, Li Ting will always be by my side unless I waste a goddess position. After tasting the sweetness of the 10,000-fold return, Chen Shi naturally knew that the more goddesses he had, the more opportunities he had to make money. Even if I don't want to get entangled with this ex anymore, I still have to maintain some connection. But he is different now, I can't indulge Li Ting anymore. My own comfort and mood come first. When Li Ting saw that Chen Shi didn't reply, she immediately called him on voice. Chen Shi swiped his hand and hung up. Chen Shi, look at you, getting rich and thinking you're something special, daring to hang up on me. She called several times, all of which were hung up by Chen Shi, making her stomp her feet in anger. I know you're at Black Rose, I'm coming to find you now to clear things up. Chen Shi still didn't reply, but he didn't want to see Li Ting and ruin his mood for the night. One day, that's enough, I'm leaving. Chin Yi Tian looked at the time, it was only 11:30, and the nightlife was just beginning. It's still early, didn't we just order 6 bottles? We haven't even drunk much yet. Aren't you working tomorrow? If you can't finish it, save it for next time. Chi Zi, we're both millionaires now, why work? Chin Yi Tian was getting a bit tipsy, and Chen Shi gave him a light slap on the head. $1 million isn't that much, I still have to work hard even with all this money. You want to just lay back? Chi Zi, what are you working hard for? What project are you working on lately? If you have good investments, bring me along. We'll talk about it later, just focus on your job for now. Chen Shi's project was something only he could handle, but once the funds were sufficient, he could start a company or acquire one for fun. Young Master Chen, leaving so early? Jenny held Chen Shi's hand reluctantly, she still wanted to have something happen with him that night. Next time. By the time Li Ting and Lin Xian arrived at A06 again, Chen Shi and the others had already left. Chen Shi, are you avoiding me? He must have won the lottery, Li Ting thought to herself. Chen Shi first dropped Chin Yi Tian off at home, then went to Zierdu to load the clothes from the presidential suite into the car. By the time he returned to Yuan Yihao, it was already 12:30. Although it wasn't as grand as the presidential suite, it was Chen Shi's home. The furniture and appliances were all set up, and he had just changed the password on the lock. Lying on the $2 million Hastings mattress, he saw a message from Sunny Yao that had come in a few minutes ago. Brother, can you accompany me to buy dance costumes tomorrow? Sunny Yao started her broadcast at 8 every day and ended at 12. It was actually quite tiring. Chen Shi had tipped her $1 million, and she had extended her broadcast for over 2 hours. Now, she had finished on time, had taken a shower, and was applying body lotion. Tonight, Chen Shi had tipped her $1 million, pushing her to the top of the hourly rankings. However, half an hour later, she was pushed down by another streamer's big spender. There were still many wealthy people in Huaxia. I have something to do tomorrow, so I can't accompany you. Sunny Yao felt a bit disappointed when she saw Chen Shi's reply but still responded, it's okay, I'll go buy it myself. Will you still watch my live stream tomorrow night? It depends on the situation, if I'm not busy, I will. Get some rest early, dancing is so tiring. In a couple of days, I'll take you out for a big meal. Brother, you should also rest early and not tire yourself out too much. Good night, brother. Good night. Chen Shi opened Sulu's chat window again and looked at the few messages from earlier. It was Sulu's address. Lulu is still the best. I haven't spent much on her yet. I need to spend a bit more tomorrow. A night without dreams. July 11th, Thursday, sunny. Chen Shi slept until 10 in the morning, getting up feeling refreshed. I have to say, this $2 million mattress is even more comfortable than the presidential suite. He checked his phone. At 9:30, Sulu had sent a message. Sulu got up 3 hours earlier than on workdays today. The alarm woke her up at 6. She wanted to prepare a sumptuous home-cooked meal for Chen-Chi. To buy fresh ingredients, she arrived at the market early in the morning, but the aunties shopping for vegetables were already there before her. Brother doesn't like spicy food, so let's make local dishes from Donghai. Sulu ran to the poultry stall, planning to make a chicken and flour snail casserole, starting with a local free-range chicken. Although she could cook, Sulu had little experience in selecting ingredients, so she asked the vendor which local chickens were the best. Local chickens come in many varieties. There's one for 30 yuan a pound, and another for 60. The most expensive ones are raised on traditional Chinese medicine and seafood, selling for 150 a pound, and they've been raised for 4 to 5 years. Hearing that they were raised on traditional medicine and seafood, Sulu thought they must be very nutritious, so she asked the vendor to pick one. Boss, choose a bigger one. This one is the biggest. The vendor weighed it. Exactly 4 pounds. Do you want to take it home and raise it for a few days, or should I process it for you now? Please process it now. The vendor was extremely skilled, and in less than 5 minutes, he had cleaned the old hen. A 600 yuan hen was something Sulu would never have considered before. After all, a regular chicken would suffice. But now she was cooking for Chen-Chi, and with more money in her pocket, she wanted to buy the best ingredients for this meal. Boss, how much are the flour snails per pound? 100 a pound, all fresh and large. The price for the flour snails was market rate, not too expensive, but if they were wild, they could sell for 200 a pound. Alright, please weigh me a pound, and they all need to be alive. At 11 o'clock, Chen-Chi arrived at the entrance of Sulu's community. No entry for outside vehicles. A young security guard walked over and knocked on the passenger window. Chen-Chi opened the rear window and said to the guard, "Hey, can you make an exception? I'm just here for lunch." As he spoke, Chen-Chi handed over a soft cigarette. Seeing the whole pack, the young guard's eyes lit up, and he took it without hesitation. Rich people really know how to spend. This pack is 650, I'd only dare to smoke it during the new year. Looks like being a security guard is a wise choice. Not only do I avoid 40 years of hardship, but I also get to smoke. The guard said, "Just for one afternoon, right? You'll definitely come out in the afternoon?" "I will definitely come out. Can you help me find a parking spot?" "Sure, follow me." After Zhu Quan parked the car, Chen-Chi let him roam free, telling him to come back after they finished eating. Following the address, Chen-Chi found Sulu's house and rang the doorbell. Sulu had been sitting in the living room, waiting for Chen-Chi to arrive. As soon as she heard the doorbell, she ran over. "Brother, you're here. Here are the slippers, just bought them. Earn 249 soft meal coins, cashback of 2,490,000 huaxia coins. Wow, this can also earn cashback?" Chen-Chi never expected slippers could have cashback. It seems Sulu had bought them especially for him. What kind of slippers are so expensive? As Chen-Chi bent down to pick them up, he noticed a small indentation on the side of the shoe. Oh, they're Nike. Because of the surprise cashback, Chen-Chi didn't even notice how cool and sexy Sulu looked. She wore a white silk lace-trimmed camisole nightgown, with a hint of a small white rabbit visible in front, and her long, slender legs were snow-white and delicate, looking incredibly alluring. "Lulu, did you call me over to eat, or to eat you?" Sulu crossed her arms and playfully pouted, "You're so annoying. Of course, it's to eat. Brother, sit for a while, the lamb chops will be ready soon." Sulu poured a glass of water for Chen-Chi and cast the god of cookery on the TV. As last time Chen-Chi mentioned he liked watching Stephen Chow's movies while eating. Chen-Chi glanced around. Sulu's apartment was not large, just a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, and the decor was very feminine and cozy. After half an hour, Sulu called out, "Brother, the dishes are ready." Chen-Chi walked into the kitchen, and Sulu began to plate the dishes. "So much. It's rare for you to come to my house. I have to make sure you eat well. Here, let me help you." Chen-Chi helped carry the dishes out, a total of 5 dishes and 1 soup. Earn 1370 soft rice coins, cashback 1370000 huaxia coins. Chen-Chi was overjoyed. Lulu did not disappoint him. "Lulu, this table of food is quite extravagant." "Not at all, just a little over 1,000. Brother, don't be picky, drink some flour snail chicken soup first, it's really fresh." The table had 4 oysters for 360, 2 grilled lamb chops for 150, flour snail chicken pot for 750, cuttlefish seaweed soup for 50, pig stomach baby cabbage for 50, and cucumber with black fungus for 10. Earn 200 soft rice coins, cashback 2 million huaxia coins. Hearing another cashback notification, Chen-Chi was stunned. "Soft master, what kind of money is this? Sorry, I forgot to add the labor fee, Soft Master replied. Damn, Soft Master is quite generous, but for such a beauty like Lulu, cooking in such cool attire, is it only worth 200? Do you want it? Yes, yes, yes. Chen Shi was in a great mood and took Su Lu's bowl to serve her some soup. Lulu, you've worked hard, eat more. Brother, eat the oysters. This gelato oyster is the same as the one we had at the barbecue place the other day. Guess how much it is each? The barbecue place sells it for 200. It should be cheaper in the market, right? 190 each, much cheaper. The barbecue place really has high profits. Su Lu added a chicken leg for Chen Shi, and he found it particularly delicious. Lulu, what kind of chicken is this? The meat is tender, fresh, and flavorful, much better than ordinary chicken. Of course, this is a free-range chicken raised on traditional Chinese medicine and seafood, 150 per pound. So expensive. After getting the soft coins, Chen Shi had never eaten chicken dishes. If this chicken were sold at Socrates, it would cost 2 to 3,000. Not expensive. With the money for a meal with brother, I could cook dozens of tables like this. Is Lulu's cooking this good because she learned from Stephen Zhou? Chen Shi glanced at the TV, which was currently showing the final of the food god competition. My dad is a chef, so I learned a bit from him. The two chatted while eating. The atmosphere was very harmonious, just like a newlywed couple. Lulu, is this house rented or bought? My family helped with the down payment. I'm still paying the mortgage. It's not big, 75 square meters. It's not big. It really doesn't feel good to hear. What emotional intelligence. It's still my own purchase. Sulu muttered in her heart, and Chen Shi's next sentence immediately made her heart bloom with joy, secretly cursing herself for misjudging Chen Shi. A bigger house is more comfortable to live in. I'll buy you a big house. Brother, you're not joking, are you? Buying a house, in Sulu's view, was a big deal, not only costly but also a sign of the other person's seriousness. What's there to joke about? Buying a big house so you can live more comfortably, Chen Shi said seriously. Damn, buying a house, is it going to be in my name, or in your name for me to live in? I really want to ask directly. Let's go right after we finish eating. I'll call Master Zhu to drive. So soon? Brother, do you have a house in mind? Aren't you working at Yida Plaza? The better nearby property is that one Hui. Sulu really didn't expect Chen Shi to mention that name. Her eyes sparkled as she excitedly said, Brother, Wan Hui, that property is top-notch in Donghai, with an average price of 50,000, and there's only one layout, 200 square meters. I know, if it's not 200 square meters, how can it be called a big house? Donghai City is not like the first-tier cities of Magic City or Imperial Capital, where houses average over 100,000 or 200,000. Donghai has 3 high-rise residential buildings in the first tier. Gong Yuan no. One has an average price of 43,000, with 3 layouts to choose from. The average price of Wan Hui is 50,000, with only 200 square meter units available. The most expensive Yulong mansion has an average price of 60,000, selling only large flats of 300 and 450 square meters, with good floors fetching over 30 million. There are many other properties with an average price below 40,000, but their location and amenities are certainly not comparable to these 3 developments. How can he make buying a house at an average price of 50,000 sound as easy as buying cabbage? Chen Shi glanced at his balance. His assets had reached over 33 million. The main contributor to this was Su Lu. Spending 10 million to buy her a house isn't too much, right? An hour later, the two of them went out. Su Lu sat in the car, restless and unable to calm down from her excitement. As they drove into the Wan Hui sales office, Master Zhu got out to register. Before Chen Shi and the others could enter, a saleswoman walked over to the car to wait for them to get out. The saleswoman, Su Yun, had a very elegant appearance, with a charm score of 91 and 6 romantic encounters. Chen Shi thought it was a pity. A Maybach S800 worth over 6 million, and getting out of the car are handsome men and beautiful women. They're probably rich kids here to buy a wedding house. Sir, madam, do you have an appointment? Do you need an appointment to see the house? Top-tier properties do indeed require appointments to view, but it also depends on whether the sales staff are busy or in the mood. It was supposed to require an appointment, but I just happen to be free now and can assist you both. Thank you for your trouble. Please follow me. This property was one Su Lu passed by every day on her way to and from work, but she had never entered. Now, following Chen Shi inside, it truly felt like stepping into high society, completing a class leap. May I ask, Mr. Chen, M.S. Su, are you planning to buy this as a wedding house? Sulu stared at Chen Shi, eager to know how he would respond. No, it's for my girlfriend to live in, and I'll put her name on it. Although this wasn't the answer Sulu most wanted to hear, it was enough to make her heart bloom with joy. He's openly acknowledging me as his girlfriend in front of others. that's a recognition of our relationship, right? He even said he'd put my name on it. Is that for real? A 10 million mansion. Sulu's favorability +2, current 47. Even Su-yun, who had seen many wealthy people, was taken aback by how good Chen Shi was to his girlfriend. MS. Su, Mr. Chen is really good to you. You two look like a domineering CEO and a young lady straight out of a comic. What kind of young lady am I? I'm at most a Cinderella. He's like this, loves to spend money. Sulu laughed. Su-yun showed them around the model room. The exquisite decoration of Wan Haohui had a bit of a hotel vibe, while Gong Yuan no. One felt more homely. Sulu smiled throughout the viewing, her excitement hard to conceal. This open kitchen means I can cook more delicious food for my brother in the future. Sulu's current kitchen is very small, and she has a lot of cooking utensils. The oven, microwave, large and small pots, frying pans, and clay pots make the kitchen feel cramped. She really liked this large kitchen, and of course, she loved the independent dressing room even more. Then I'm in for a treat, Chen Shi said. Let's go see those 2 units. Chen Shi chose 2 units on different floors, one on the east side and one on the west side. Brother, this unit faces Yida Plaza. Clearly, Su-lu preferred the one on the 21st floor. This unit is currently priced at 11 million. Although Su-lu knew the prices at Wan Haohui, hearing the sales quote in person still shocked her. For such a luxury home, if it were for me to live in, I might not even be able to afford the property management fees. Chen Shi hadn't thought about this issue. The property management fee for Gong Yuan no. One is 30,000 a year. Wan Haohui would probably be a bit more expensive, but he could just pay for Su-lu when the time comes. If Su-lu were to pay, she could afford it, but Chen Shi couldn't let her spend this money. If she spent this money, wouldn't that mean a few tens of thousands less for him to spend? Does Lulu like it? She likes it, but isn't it too expensive? A 11 million mansion, I absolutely love it. As long as you like it, Miss Su, let's sign the contract today and purchase the house in full. Is this the power of the second generation of a wealthy family? Su-lu and Su-yun thought to themselves. Su-yun smiled brightly, knowing she would make a big profit from this deal. No problem, please both of you wait in the VIP room while I prepare the contract. Chen Shi and the others waited in the VIP room, sipping tea. Su-lu said, brother, the property fees for Wan Haohui are very expensive. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Don't worry, I'll help you pay for it later. You're so thoughtful, brother. Su-lu kissed Chen Shi on the cheek. Su-yun brought the contract, and after Su-lu signed more than 10 pages, Chen Shi immediately transferred the money to Wan Haohui's account. Su-yun was happy, the 30,000 commission was successfully in her hands. Su-lu was even happier, almost flying. Su-lu's favorability +20, current 67. The money is paid, the contract is signed. This isn't a dream, right? I've really become the owner of a mansion worth millions. Favorability increased by 20 points. Not bad, it seems I need to spend more money. However, Chen Shi couldn't let Su-lu's favorability increase too quickly. If it reached 100, her spending on him would double in return. He still needed Su-lu to spend more money on him. Miss Su, congratulations on becoming the owner of Wan Haohui, here is the key. It was also a silver briefcase, similar to the one given to Chen Shi by Gong Yuan no. 1. Brother, can you help me move today? Wan Haohui was also fully furnished, but unlike Gong Yuan no. 1. Wan Haohui included appliances and furniture. If the residents didn't like them, they could replace the furniture and appliances with their favorites. Although they were free, they were all brand-name appliances and furniture, better than what Su-lu had at home, and she loved them, not even thinking about replacing them. Of course, I'll call a moving company for you. Su-lu didn't have much to move. The most important things were her newly bought LV bags and clothes. The rest weren't worth much. This kitchen is so big, I need to buy a bigger oven and a 4-tier steamer. Su-lu had already started crazily adding items to her shopping cart on Taobao. The moving company sent a small van, and in the end, they didn't move the bed or appliances, just 3 suitcases and 5 plastic storage boxes. This move was the easiest one they had ever done. By 4 o'clock, Su-lu was already organizing her wardrobe in her new home at Wan Haohui. I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Su-lu hummed a song, in a great mood. Brother, when the new kitchenware arrives, I'll make you a big meal. Chen Shi's eyes lit up. I can't wait. Brother, I want to eat Socrates tonight. No problem, I'll call to make a reservation right now. Chen Shi had eaten at Socrates 3 times and had become a VIP, now he could make reservations himself without needing help from the hotel. Su-lu was very curious. With an 11 million mansion, Chen Shi had simply given it away, so what kind of house did he live in? In Donghai City, the high-end residential areas more expensive than Wan Haohui were only Yulong Mansion. As for villas, there were a few developments. Brother, I still don't know where your home is. Which home are you talking about? Sulu was taken aback. With so much money, how could he possibly have only one house? How many houses do you have, brother? It's hard to say, I buy them when I see one I like. Seriously, is this house deed thicker than a dictionary? If I marry him and have a child, it really means there's a throne to inherit. Sulu's favorability +1, current 68. Chen-Chi didn't expect that just a little imagination could increase her favorability. Brother, when can I pick up the Ferrari? I want to sit in the passenger seat. Chen-Chi pinched Sulu's little face. You can pick it up the day after tomorrow morning. Your exclusive passenger seat is only for you. Lulu, do you have a driver's license? Sulu shyly shook her head. I failed the second driving test 5 times, and now the exam validity has expired. If I want to take it again, I have to re-register for the first subject. Then forget it. I was planning to drive this Ferrari for you. Sulu crossed her hands in an X gesture. No way. Absolutely not. I never want to take the driving test again in this lifetime. Besides, it only takes a few minutes to get to work, and when we go out to play, you can just pick me up, right? Brother, are you tired of me and don't want to pick me up anymore? Chen-Chi smiled. How could that be? It's my honor to pick up Miss Su. You're just good with words, Sulu giggled. Sulu's favorability +1, current 69. What the hell? What's going on? Is Sulu in a sensitive period? Why does she increase her favorability just by saying a few nice things? Could it be because she's living in this 11 million mansion? Is there a mansion bonus? Chen-Chi guessed correctly. Sulu was very excited about living in the mansion. This was a mansion written solely in Sulu's name. Other couples get married, and the woman often fights to add her name, but Chen-Chi and she had known each other for less than a week. Although Chen-Chi treated her well and was wealthy, he didn't expect to be rich to this extent, casually gifting a mansion. Brother, when you signed the contract, you said it was for your girlfriend. So, what's our relationship now? Chen-Chi pulled Sulu and dragged her onto the sofa, where she sat sideways on his lap, their bodies pressed closely together. What do you think our relationship is? Sulu pouted, pretending to be confused. I don't know. Chen-Chi looked at her alluring red lips, and in such an ambiguous position, his mind went blank, and he instinctively leaned in to kiss her. Sulu immediately shivered, as if electrified, a tingling sensation sweeping through her body. She didn't expect Chen-Chi to kiss her directly. Sulu's favorability +2, current 71. Hearing the system notification, Chen-Chi finally reacted. Damn, it can't keep increasing. Sulu had already spent over 5,000 on him, which meant over 50 million for Chen-Chi. To reach a favorability of 100, the system would refund 100 million. That still felt a bit low. 100 million wouldn't even get into the top 100 of the Donghai City rich list. Sulu was currently the girl Chen-Chi valued the most and understood the best, so he wanted her to spend more money to gradually increase her favorability. By then, doubling the refund to tens of billions wouldn't be a problem. Chen-Chi stopped the lip service with Sulu. Sulu lay limply on Chen-Chi. Brother, are you staying over tonight? Sulu surprisingly took the initiative to suggest that Chen-Chi stay, and he indeed craved her body. But to control the points and achieve a higher refund, he had to refuse Sulu. If a kiss could increase favorability by 2 points, staying over would at least increase it by 5 points. After all, Chen-Chi was very confident in his growth skills. That time with Jenny, her favorability rose from an initial 20 to 25. Although every girl has a different experience in this regard, if an experienced girl like Jenny could increase by 5, Sulu should at least increase by 7 or 8. Tonight, I have an appointment with a client to discuss some matters. Brother has important things to do, then let's do it next time. Chen-Chi was most afraid of women who talked about feelings with the rich and money with the poor. Fortunately, Sulu was sensible. If it were Li Ting, she would probably say, which is more important, the client or me? When the two went to Socrates for dinner, the waiter was already numb. This rich guy really treats this place like a cafeteria. Every meal starts at 100,000. Damn, if you didn't know better, you'd think Socrates had turned into a 10 yuan cafeteria. While they were eating, Sulu said, Brother, I wanted to ask at noon, why are you wearing Hermes? I thought you only liked LV. Clothes, just wear whatever. They say women are like clothes. Does that mean you treat me casually too? Do you know why I buy so much LV? Because you're there. Sulu continued teasing, so now that you're wearing Hermes, does that mean there's someone special in Hermes? That's unfair. If Lulu doesn't like it, I won't wear it anymore. Chen-Chi had half a sentence left unsaid, not wearing it when he sees you. Sulu laughed. I'm not joking. Wear whatever you want. I'm not the kind of girlfriend who restricts your freedom to dress. At that moment, Chen Tian's voice call popped up. Shi Zi, help me. Chen-Chi's heart tightened. Could it be that they lost money yesterday and were caught? What happened? Lin Xian and Li Ting are blocking my house. Since you didn't reply to Li Ting's message, she couldn't find you and came to block me with Lin Xian." Hearing this, Chen Qi felt like hitting Chen Etienne. "What are you shouting for? I thought something happened to you." "Just ignore them. Tomorrow you can change houses." "Alright, I've had enough of this small room. I'll find a serviced apartment tomorrow." Chen Qi hung up the phone, and Sulu curiously asked, "Brother, who was that?" "A friend, nothing serious, just making a fuss." Sulu guessed from the tone of the call that it was one of Chen Qi's friends, probably someone he was close to. "Brother, I haven't met your friends yet. I'll take you to meet them when I have time." A boyfriend introducing his girlfriend to his friends is a form of recognition for her. Sulu felt very happy when she heard Chen Qi agree. Back at the Marriott at 8 o'clock, Sulu's video call didn't stop. First, she gave Sister Zhang and Xiaojing a full tour of her 11 million mansion. Then she excitedly said, "He publicly acknowledged me as his girlfriend and said he would take me to meet his friends." "Lulu, if I weren't already married, I'd be fighting you for that man," Sister Zhang said. Xiaojing was about to grind her back teeth. "Just one day, and you've stepped into high society? No way, Lulu, I want to stay at your place tomorrow." "Which place are you talking about?" Sulu wanted to tease Xiaojing. "Great, finally, you're playing this joke too." Sister Zhang said, "What about your house? Is it just sitting there empty now?" "I plan to rent it out to help share the mortgage. I can also bring my parents to stay later." Sulu's house could easily rent for 2,000 a month. Her mortgage was 4,500, so this would save her quite a bit. "Lulu, you've married into a wealthy family. Don't forget your poor sisters," Xiaojing said. "I don't even know which wealthy family he belongs to. He's very low-key. After these few days together, he hasn't mentioned anything about his family. Let me buy you do it." Xiaojing searched for the list of wealthy people in Donghai City. The Chen family tycoon with a son as big as Chen Qi should be in his 50s or 60s. These two tycoons seem similar. One is worth 5.8 billion, the other 9.1 billion. Next time, try to get some information out of him. Chen Qi leaned back on the sofa, casting the live stream on the big screen, and suddenly sneezed. The 98-inch TV was showing Sunny Yao's live stream, and it looked much better than on the phone. Sunny Yao was performing a folk dance today, just finishing the Dai Peacock dance. Sunny Yao went to the folk street with her brother Sun Yu during the day for her live stream that night. There, they sold clothing and accessories from various ethnic groups. While browsing a shop that sold Tibetan clothing, Sunny Yao planned to buy some beads and chains as accessories. "Wow, sis, look at this sky bead. Such a small one sells for 280,000, more expensive than gold." Sky beads are unique accessories of the Tibetan people, essentially dyed agate. There's no distinction between genuine and fake, only between new and old. The shopkeeper, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit with a goat beard, approached Sun Yu and said, "Items from the Sui dynasty, combined with lost craftsmanship. Young man, 280,000 is not high. What are you two looking at?" Sunny Yao had already bought a Tibetan dress for dancing and now needed some Tibetan accessories. The shopkeeper specialized in Tibetan folk items, and the various rare things were unfamiliar to the siblings. Sunny Yao was attracted to a bright red bracelet in a glass box. The shopkeeper, noticing her gaze on the red bracelet, immediately said, "This is a bloodstone bracelet from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, blessed by high monks from Tibet. It can enhance fortune and ward off evil for peace." Sunny Yao's family used to run a business and believed in Buddhism, so she was quite interested in these items. Upon hearing that it was blessed by high monks from Tibet, she couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing her interest, the shopkeeper quickly took the bloodstone bracelet out of the cabinet. "Miss, take a closer look." Although the shopkeeper was old, he often browsed Douyin and knew about the various trends, including Buddhist girls, who pretended to be devout, visiting temples to take photos or pose in prayer. Many such girls had come to his shop, and they were the easiest to deceive, selling them bracelets worth a few dozen for 10 times the price. This is a top-quality bloodstone, with a bright and rich color, smooth and continuous bloodlines, high completeness, and detailed, clear patterns. This bracelet is one of the treasures in my shop. The bracelet was indeed genuine, the shopkeeper wasn't lying, it was indeed high-quality bloodstone. But to claim it was from the Ming dynasty and blessed by monks was just a trick. On Taobao, it sold for a maximum of 3,000, along with a bunch of maintenance items. "How much is this?" "If the young lady truly wants it, 50,000. Sunny Yao wasn't very surprised by the price. After all, she came from a wealthy family. Her mother wore several bracelets worth over 100,000. However, things were different now. Although she had earned over 200,000 from live streaming in the past few days, she still hesitated to spend 50,000 on a bracelet. "Sis, 50,000 is too expensive. It's just for the live stream. No need for that. Just buy a few for a few hundred." Sunny Yao replied, "It's not for myself." "Then who is it for?" time returned to the present. Chen Shi wasn't very interested in ethnic dance. Yesterday's classical dance had a bit of a charm, but he couldn't appreciate ethnic dance. He typed a comment. Not bad. Brother Roast Duck is here. Seeing Chen Shi appear, Sunny Yao guessed he should be free now, so she picked up her phone to message him. Chen Shi saw Sunny Yao playing with her phone during the live stream and assumed she was messaging him. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, he received a WeChat message from Sunny Yao. Brother, are you free tomorrow? Did Yao Yao miss me? Humph, dream on. Sunny Yao retorted, then continued, I wore Hanfu for the live stream yesterday, and today a Hanfu manufacturer contacted me for collaboration. Hearing this, Chen Shi realized how sharp these merchants' instincts were. He knew that given Sunny Yao's current situation, it was inevitable that businesses would come knocking. Congratulations, Yao Yao, you're going to make a fortune. Brother, stop teasing me, it's just a small business. The advertising fee isn't even enough for you to have a meal. The business actually offered a 200,000 advertising fee, but the union would take half. Specific matters have already been coordinated between the union and the merchants, and Sunny Yao is going to the merchants' experience store to try on clothes first. There shouldn't be any issues tomorrow. Then brother, come with me to try on clothes. No problem. Sunny Yao typed a few words, there's a surprise for brother tomorrow, and then deleted them. She thought for a moment, a small bracelet worth tens of thousands isn't much of a surprise. It's better to take it out when they meet tomorrow. See you tomorrow, brother, I'll continue my live stream. Chen Shi walked into the second bedroom, which he had turned into an esports room, with 9 rectangular boxes neatly stacked against the wall. All 9 boxes were Alienware laptops, and there was one unpacked and set up on the table. These Alienware laptops were gifts from the Hasten store. Chen Shi had spent 5 million on betting, and the store had given him a bunch of freebies, bedside tables, dining tables, phones, Alienware laptops. He didn't want anything else, just took 10 Alienware laptops. He had originally planned to wait for the assembled machine he bought for 500,000 to arrive before playing. Since he had nothing to do tonight, he decided to make do with the Alienware laptops for now. He logged into the LOL account of Black Rose and saw Chenny Tian in the game as soon as he came online. He called him. You brat, you're really into the game. I'm single, so I can play games when I want and drink when I want. Chen Shi said, play faster, let's team up for the next match. Bro, I just started, why don't you find a girl to play with first? Alright. Chen Shi hadn't thought of finding a girl to play with. Girls are definitely better than Chenny Tian. He quickly downloaded a companion app and browsed through the available companions. Most of the companions were part-time college students, with some full-time. Each companion's profile included photos and videos, but the editing was excessive. Some had poor skills, and the editing was ridiculous, making Chen Shi feel nauseous. Others had decent looks and were slightly edited, so they could be considered beauties. Chen Shi flipped through them one by one. His standards had risen, and these heavily edited internet celebrity faces didn't pique his interest. This one's not bad. A girl named Tian Tian caught Chen Shi's eye. The other companions all had the same snake-like faces. She had a rounder oval face, big eyes, and looked very cute and innocent. Soft master, does this one score 90 points? Chen Shi, an ordinary person, couldn't see the true appearance of the girl under the effects of beauty filters, cosmetic surgery, and makeup. In this day and age, technology is so advanced that even a 40-year-old ant can look like an 18-year-old girl. Name, Su Tian. Age, 22. Height, 165. Charm level, 92. Occupation, student. Part-time companion. Love experiences, 0. Favorability, 0. Would you like to bind? Damn, what new world have I discovered? Love experiences 0? A girl this good-looking hasn't been with anyone? Bind. It's not that such girls don't exist, they definitely do. But they are absolute rarities. In today's society, the relationship between men and women isn't that sacred. There's no such thing as choosing one person to grow old with or finding one person to share a lifetime. Perhaps the person who is lying beside you tonight, professing their love, will be in someone else's arms tomorrow. Chen Shi felt a bit excited as he looked at Su Tian's price. Online companionship was 60 per hour. Offline companionship, which included esports games, board games, and script murder, was 200 per hour. Purely green companionship, limited to public places. Chen Shi hadn't ordered companionship before, so he didn't know how the prices compared, but now he didn't need to check the price. He placed an order for 1,000 hours of offline companionship. Su Tian had just finished her junior year and had already started her internship this summer. She had only recently been dragged into part-time companionship by her roommate. Su Tian's looks and voice matched her name, both were very sweet, so she had quite a few clients. But her skills weren't very good, and the bosses who hired companions were also looking to gain points, so naturally, they hoped the companions could play well. Being good-looking and having a sweet voice were definitely advantages, but if the skills were lacking, very few bosses would continue to choose her. If a boss was simply lecherous, he wouldn't spend money on a companion, he could just go to a KTV or a club where prices are clearly marked. Su Tian had just finished a session, and that boss had chosen her because she was pretty, but he didn't expect her skills to be so poor, causing him to lose points. Her roommate, Zhou Ningning, noticed Su Tian's somewhat dejected expression and guessed that she must have been criticized by the boss again. Zhou Ningning was currently a full-time companion, with better skills, playing support and coordinating well with the bosses, and she was also good at conversation. She had quite a few regular clients and could earn at least 300 yuan a day, sometimes even over 600. Su Tian's income was less stable, as she was part-time. Some nights she could make over 200, while other times she earned nothing. Zhou Ningning suggested that Su Tian consider adding offline companionship. If she only did online, her poor skills would lead to unstable income. If it were offline, the boss would likely overlook her lack of skills given her good looks. Su Tian knew that many girls doing offline companionship on the platform earned a lot, but she was also aware of the hidden pitfalls. Tian, just tell the boss it's purely a green companionship, limited to public places. After some hesitation, Su Tian finally added the offline option to her companionship profile. As a result, just after updating her personal information, she was noticed by Qin Shi. Su Tian received a notification from the companionship app about a new order, and when she opened it, she gasped in surprise. What's wrong, Tian? Zhou Ningning was startled. Su Tian held her phone up to Zhou Ningning. Look at this, 1,000 hours of offline companionship. Zhou Ningning was also shocked. That was 200,000 yuan. The platform takes a 30% cut, leaving 140,000 yuan to earn. Spending 200,000 yuan on a companion was extravagant. With 50,000 yuan, Uzi could be hired to play with you. Quick, contact the boss and ask if he accidentally added 2 extra zeros. Su Tian immediately reached out to Chun Chi on the platform. Boss, you just ordered 1,000 hours of offline companionship. I want to confirm if it's really 1,000 hours? Chen Shi replied, it's exactly 1,000 hours. Su Tian looked at Zhou Ningning in disbelief. The project she had just added had attracted a boss willing to spend such a huge amount. Ning, the boss said it's really 1,000 hours. Calm down, Tian, you must have hit the jackpot, you've encountered a big spender. There are rich second-generation kids in the companionship circle who hire girls to play with them out of boredom, and they can be very generous. Who knows, it might even develop into a romantic relationship. As long as he's not a greasy old man, I'll be grateful, and he's a rich second-generation kid, Su Tian said. At 200 yuan per hour for offline companionship, that price was what an ordinary worker would earn in a day. It could be said that it was too expensive for the average person, while the wealthy wouldn't bother with it. Spending 200 yuan on companionship, with meals and entertainment charged separately, the wealthy couldn't engage in anything risque. What would they gain from that? They might as well go to a club. Of course, some wealthy individuals wanted to conquer companions with their skills. Many companions also misrepresented themselves, claiming to offer green companionship while actually providing yellow services for a little extra money. Su Tian typed and asked, what game does the boss want to play? League of Legends. When do we start? Chen Shi replied, right now. Su Tian glanced at the time, it was already 9:30. Was it a bit unsafe to go out for companionship at this hour? Tian, you made it very clear in your profile that it's limited to public places. You should ask the boss if you can go to a designated internet cafe. The companionship app they were using, Phone U, had the largest download volume and was relatively more legitimate. The app collaborated with internet cafes and board game bars in multiple cities. If they wanted to play offline, they could go to designated places and even get discounts. Su Tian thought about it and decided to go to the designated internet cafe. Anyway, she had her own bottom line. She would definitely only be a pure green companion. If the boss tried to get handsy, she would just walk away. Su Tian sent Chun Chi a location, Yulong Internet Cafe. Chen Shi knew that the girl was probably thinking about safety, and since the internet cafe wasn't far, he told Su Tian he would arrive in half an hour. Seeing the boss agreed, Su Tian immediately took out her makeup kit. Ning, which outfit do you think looks good? Don't wear long pants, go for the school-style plaid skirt. Your legs look great, and it makes them look longer. Donghai Business School was only 15 minutes away from Yulong Internet Cafe. Su Tian took a taxi to the cafe, and as soon as she walked in, all the boys' eyes were on her. What a beautiful girl. Her legs are so long, so white and straight. If only a beauty like this could play games with me. Idiot, with a beauty like that, you still want to play games? Play with the beauty. Let me see, which loser is she here to find? Su Tian stood at the door and messaged Chun-Chi on the app. Boss, I've arrived. The message instantly showed as read but not replied. Su Tian stared at the chat box, thinking Chun-Chi was typing, but after waiting 7 or 8 seconds with no response, she said, Tian Tian. Chun-Chi had already appeared in front of Su Tian. She didn't notice and was startled by his sudden appearance. When she looked up, it turned out to be a handsome guy. The boss with 1,000 hours? It's me. Why do you look so surprised? Su Tian inexplicably felt nervous. Why is my heart racing? Su Tian's favorability +3, current 3, no, I just didn't expect the boss to be so handsome. I didn't expect you to be even prettier than in the photos, a bit like Lee Ji-eun. The comparison to a star came up again. No way, Lee Ji-eun is super pretty. Chen-Shi stared at this exceptional college girl with zero growth, her eyes radiated clarity. Su Tian noticed Chen-Shi was staring at her and didn't dare to meet his gaze, turning her head to say, Boss, let's start the machines first. Chen-Shi walked to the bar, and the front desk girl was also a part-time college student, and she looked decent. Always seeing losers, it's rare to see a handsome guy. Beautiful, open a private room. Handsome, do you have a membership? Charge 1,000 and get 200 extra, plus free drinks. The front desk girl was very enthusiastic, completely different from how she treated other boys. The boys sitting near the front desk saw the front desk girl's attitude and sneered. Face dog. It's not that girls don't take the initiative, it's that we're not handsome enough. Chen-Shi took out his phone and said, alright, charge 1,000, open a private room. The front desk girl looked at the recharge amount and immediately said, handsome, did you charge the wrong amount? You charged 3,000. Chen-Shi replied, no, just charge 1,000. The other 2,000, please help me change the mouse and keyboard in the private room, and bring some snacks and drinks. Tian, what do you want to drink? Su Tian was stunned on the side. Is he a rich second generation here to experience life? 2,000 for a new keyboard and mouse, is he complaining about them being dirty? Although the environment in the private room was much better than the hall, the keyboard and mouse were still touched by thousands of people. Chen-Shi spending a little money to make his experience more comfortable was fine, right? The front desk girl had never encountered such a request before, it was too refreshing. Internet cafes wouldn't casually change keyboards and mice to save costs, these were consumables, and frequent changes would lead to high expenses for the cafe. Since he said to only charge 1,000, I can refund the extra 2,000 for myself. I can spend a few hundred to buy him a new keyboard and mouse from the internet cafe. Thinking of this, the front desk girl immediately agreed. Handsome, A3 private room, I'll get you new mouse and keyboard right away. Su Tian came back to her senses, anything is fine, just mineral water. The few college students sitting nearby were stunned. Grass, did you hear that? Is this the power of Brother Fu? No, if he thinks it's dirty, he can play at home. What do you know? He might just want the atmosphere. I don't understand Brother Fu's world. This beauty looks a bit familiar. If she's a beauty, of course she looks familiar. No, doesn't she look like that fashion designer? Chen-Chi and the others walked into the A3 private room. The space was decent, just passable. The price for the room was 20 yuan an hour, to be honest, a bit expensive. When he was in college, Chen-Chi had been to internet cafes a few times, but later thought it was a waste of money and just played in the dorm. Su Tian asked, what do we call you, boss? Chen-Chi, the Chi in start. I'm Su Tian. Boss, what heroes do you usually play? I play Yasuo. Su Tian was speechless. During this time, she had been a companion player, and the bosses who played Yasuo were either really good or really bad, with the latter being the majority. Boss, I usually play Sona and Lux, but I'm not very good. Su Tian gave Chen-Chi a heads up, so he would be mentally prepared when the game started. It doesn't matter if you're good or not, but shouldn't you change how you address me? Chen-Chi said. Address? Oh. Su Tian realized, brother, please don't dislike me for being bad. Just play casually, as long as you're having fun, that's what matters. Is the game even important now? Since he had encountered such a goddess, of course, he wanted to get to know her better. Su Tian saw that Chen-Chi's account was named Black Rose, so she borrowed an account to play with him. Are you still a student, Tian? East Sea Business College, about to be a senior, just started interning. What major are you studying? Fashion design. What do you do, brother? I do some investments. Investments? In finance? You're really impressive, brother. Su Tian's favorability +1, current 4, Chen-Chi was speechless. This could increase favorability? Are naive female college students this easy to deceive? If she was so easy to deceive, how come her growth count was still 0? Not bad, just trying to make a living. You're too modest. Relying on yourself to strive is much better than being a rich second generation who does nothing." Hearing that, "Do you have something going on with the rich second generation who does nothing?" Chen Qi asked. Su Tian quickly shook her head. No, I was just saying that. The rich second generation who does nothing indeed had something to do with Su Tian. Her father was a good-for-nothing playboy. Back in the day, her dad was handsome, wealthy, and very popular with girls. Her mom was a train attendant, very beautiful, and her dad fell for her at first sight. Her dad deliberately rode a few more stops just to spend more time with her mom. By the time he got off, he had already gotten her home phone number, and then he launched a fierce pursuit. Her mom couldn't resist the sweet talk and soon fell deeply in love with her dad. A year later, they got married and had Su Tian. But her dad didn't become more family-oriented after starting a family. He remained the same carefree playboy. Back then, dance halls and karaoke were all the rage, and since her family was wealthy, he didn't bother to find a proper job. He frequented those places, and it was only a matter of time before something went wrong. He got involved with a dancer, and her mom found out. That time, her mom endured it. A few years later, when Su Tian was in kindergarten, her dad got involved with another woman, and that woman got pregnant. Even more infuriating, that woman gave birth to a son, and her dad proposed a divorce to her mom to marry that woman. Su Tian and her mom then moved back to her grandmother's house because of her rich second-generation dad. Her mom had instilled in Su Tian the idea that there wasn't a good rich second generation. Although Su Tian wasn't completely swayed by her mom's views, she certainly had no good feelings towards those spoiled, idle rich kids. "Don't rush, take your time," Chen Qi said. Su Tian had just sent another person to their demise, and now her record stood at 0 wins and 4 losses. "He has a pretty good temper, not even calling me bad," Chen Qi thought as he operated fiercely, only to see the score drop to 0 wins and 5 losses. Both of them were noobs. Although his main purpose wasn't to play games, it was indeed a bit embarrassing to perform so poorly. So, Chen Qi clicked on 3 skilled companions in the Fengyu companion app, all of whom were experts, ready to carry the 2 of them. With the experts leading the way, both of them were getting into the game when suddenly the door to the private room was opened. A young man at the door looked at them and asked, Tian, who is he?" The questioning tone made Chen Qi think this guy was Su Tian's boyfriend. However, Su Tian's profile showed 0 growth. Could it be that they had just started dating and hadn't gotten to that point yet? "Senior, what brings you here?" Huang Qingyi was not in the same major as Su Tian. He was a year ahead of her. He had stumbled upon this beauty at school and had someone introduce him to Su Tian. He had asked her out many times, but unless it was a gathering with friends, Su Tian had always declined. Su Tian knew Huang Qingyi was interested in her, but she had heard that he was wealthy and enjoyed playing around, quickly changing girlfriends. Such a person was immediately crossed off her list of potential partners. Nevertheless, they maintained a friendship, occasionally going out for meals or drinks during gatherings. "A junior said he saw you with a guy in a private room, so I came over." "Who is he?" Huang Qingyi looked at Chen Qi with a displeased expression. "He is my gaming client," Su Tian replied. "You're still doing gaming companionship?" Huang Qingyi was somewhat surprised. He had no idea. "I just started recently. Before, it was all online, and tonight is my first offline session." Chen Qi thought to himself, what a coincidence, he had become her first offline client. Tian, are you really short on money? If you need money, you can ask me to borrow some. I can help you. There's no need to do this companionship thing. You never know who you might meet. It's dangerous. Su Tian said, "It's just normal gaming, and here, nothing will happen." Chen Qi asked, Tian, is he your boyfriend?" "No." "Yes, I am her boyfriend," Huang Qingyi interjected. Chen Qi could see that this guy was being overly sentimental. Huang Qingyi looked at Su Tian, "I went through a lot of trouble to help you find an internship. You should focus all your energy on your work now, not on these messy things." Speaking of the internship, Su Tian indeed owed Huang Qingyi a favor. He had found her a position at a company related to her major, with an internship salary of 6,000, plus commission. That was comparable to what regular employees earned, except she couldn't yet enjoy the 5 insurances and 1 fund. In Donghai City, an intern in their 4th year without a diploma typically earned between 3,000 and 4,000. Even if one was exceptionally capable, it was impossible to earn 6,000 as a new intern unless they had connections. "Senior, you're right, I should cherish this internship opportunity and work hard. As long as you understand, let's go, you have work tomorrow." "I can't leave yet, I have a job to complete," Su Tian said. The internship was indeed a good opportunity. But this order from Chen Qi was even more of a chance. If she missed it, it might not come again. With 1,000 hours, and the platform taking a 30% cut, she could still earn 140,000. I will do my daytime job well and won't cause any trouble for you, senior. Huang Qingyi's tone was strange as he said, Su Tian, you wouldn't want to lose your job, would you? Su Tian was very satisfied with this internship. She wanted to continue working in the fashion industry in the future. She was grateful that Huang Qingyi could find her such a good opportunity. But now, Huang Qingyi was actually using this to threaten her, which made Su Tian feel a sudden aversion. Don't think that just because you introduced me to a job, you can boss me around. If it comes to it, I'll find another one myself. Huang Qingyi, I know my own affairs, please don't interfere too much. And you're not my boyfriend. Seeing Su Tian's expression turn cold, Huang Qingyi immediately changed his tone. No, Tian, you misunderstood my intention. I just hope you can perform better at work. Chen Shi had been watching the drama unfold for a while and realized that Huang Qingyi was trying to manipulate Su Tian. He probably wanted to use the job introduction to make Su Tian feel grateful and get closer to her. So annoying, it's ruining my mood. Chen Shi glanced at Huang Qingyi, who was dressed in branded clothes, pants, and shoes, totaling over 10,000 yuan. Among college students, he was considered a wealthy guy, and being able to introduce Su Tian to a good job indicated that his family was well off. However, he was a bit self-righteous and arrogant, thinking that just because he helped Su Tian, she should listen to him. Tian, let's call it a day for now, I'll find you again tomorrow. Chen Shi confirmed the payment for 2 hours on the gaming companion app, which was 400 yuan. Su Tian happened to be in a bad mood, and Chen Shi's gaming experience was disrupted by Huang Qingyi, but he remained in a good attitude and let Su Tian leave first. Su Tian said shyly, Boss, I'm not in good shape today, I'll play well with you tomorrow. Huang Qingyi was unwilling. It was unacceptable for the girl he liked to be a gaming companion. Dude, how many hours did you book? Just cancel it, I'll give you double the price, go find another companion. Huang Qingyi had never booked a gaming companion before, but he had heard from friends that the price was not high, between 200 to 300 yuan, and with a little extra money, you could do other things. Usually, a few hours of gaming companion service would cost a few thousand yuan, which he could afford. Su Tian's expression froze. She knew Huang Qingyi was a rich second-generation kid and quite famous at school. He used to drive a Porsche 911 to class, but now he said he would pay double to Chen Shi, which was a bit much. If he knew Chen Shi had booked 1,000 hours, he would be shocked. Chen Shi smiled. Are you sure? Hurry up and cancel the order, it's just a few thousand yuan, I'll give it to you right away. Chen Shi opened the gaming companion app and clicked on the order, which showed 998 hours remaining. The 200,000 yuan he deposited was for the platform, and the gaming time was negotiated between the client and the companion. After playing for 2 hours, Chen Shi confirmed the 2 hours, and the fee would only reach Su Tian's account then. He showed the order screen to Huang Qingyi. Remaining gaming time, 998 hours. It still shows 199,600. You said you'd give me double, so that's 399,200. Do you need my card number? Huang Qingyi gasped. Who would spend 200,000 yuan on a gaming companion, especially a green one? The college students watching at the door were also dumbfounded. What a tycoon! This rich guy just had someone change the mouse and keyboard. Huang Xiao has kicked over an iron plate this time. Huang Qingyi's family ran a company, giving him a monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan, and sometimes he could even get 80,000 if he insisted. This was higher than many white-collar workers' salaries, and he lived quite lavishly at school. Driving a Porsche, flirting with younger girls, he usually succeeded. When going to bars, he always sat in the A-zone, and occasionally pooled money with other rich second-generation friends to order a frozen divine dragon. But asking him to take out 400,000 yuan in cash was impossible. How could anyone book 998 hours? You must be doing this on purpose, you just placed the order. Huang Qingyi was unwilling to believe what he saw. Senior, the boss initially ordered 1,000 hours. Su Tian spoke up for Chen Shi. Huang Qingyi's face turned pale, he had overplayed his hand and regretted saying he would pay double. Dude, you're not even his boyfriend, is it necessary to meddle so much? Chen Shi said. Huang Qingyi still wanted to argue to save some face. Boss, I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow night, Su Tian said. Su Tian turned to leave the private room, with Huang Qingyi following behind. Tian, let me give you a ride. No need, I'll take a taxi myself. Chen Shi was also preparing to go home. He was in a good mood after binding with a new goddess today. He spent just a few bucks, and Su Tian's favorability increased by 4 points, indicating that this girl had a relatively low threshold. She might still be in a love-struck phase, so when interacting with her, he needed to control the pace and not let the favorability rise too quickly. When he returned from Su Lu's place, Chen Shi had let Zhu Quan off work. Usually, once he got home, He didn't need the car much, so Zhuquan could rest. Earlier, when he arrived at the Yulong Internet Cafe, he had called for a ride, and now he was calling for one to go back. At the entrance of the Internet Cafe, Su Tian refused to get into Huang Qingyi's Porsche and was waiting for her ride. Tian, let me give you a ride. It's not safe to take a taxi at night. Thank you, senior, but no. Seeing Chen Shi come out as well, Su Tian walked over to chat with him. Aren't you playing anymore, boss? It's no fun playing alone. The beautiful girls have all left, so what's the point? Su Tian had a good impression of Chen Shi. He was handsome, wealthy, and very cultured during their conversation. He didn't say any vulgar jokes or overstep boundaries. She had heard from other girls that some bosses were already good if they didn't touch or grope, but they always had to take advantage with their words. Some bosses who liked feet insisted that the girls take off their shoes and socks to play games. My car is here. An Audi S6 pulled up at the entrance of the Internet Cafe. Chen Shi had chosen a luxury ride but didn't specify a model. Models like the Mercedes E-Class, BMW 5 Series, Audi S6, and above could register as luxury rides. It was basically impossible to get a ride in a Maybach S800. Huang Qingyi saw that Chen Shi was still taking a taxi. Did he not even have his own car? Don't tell me he deliberately charged all his money into the companion app pretending to be rich, tricking girls, and then applying for a refund from the platform. Huang Qingyi said this loudly, wanting both Chen Shi and Su Tian to hear. Su Tian had heard from the girls on the platform that there were indeed some who pretended to be wealthy. However, when Chen Shi chatted with her, he never flaunted how rich he was. He didn't mention money at all. Those who pretended to be wealthy usually liked to boast about how much they spent and how much they spent on which girl. Is it really like that? Su Tian looked at Chen Shi, curious about how he would respond. Chen Shi sighed inwardly. This society is so superficial. If you don't drive a luxury car, you can't even speak loudly. He went over to say a few words to the Audi driver, paid him, and sent him away. Then he returned to Su Tian and said, if you're not in a hurry to go back, wait a moment, and I'll drive you in my Maybach. A Maybach? Stop bragging, you must be pretending now that I've called you out. Huang Qingyi was now even more convinced that Chen Shi didn't have much money and had charged it all into the companion app to trick girls. People in the internet cafe were passing the word around, having heard that the rich guy was coming in a Maybach. Those losers had never seen a Maybach, and many came out to see the commotion. Su Tian said, boss, my car will be here in 100 meters. A few seconds later, a Toyota Levin stopped at the entrance of the internet cafe. Chen Shi ran over to say a few words, then transferred 500 yuan to the driver to have him leave. The car is gone, just get in my car. Su Tian had no choice. She actually wanted to see what a Maybach looked like, having only heard about it online before. Alright then. At this moment, Zhu Quan received a WeChat message from Chen Shi and hurriedly ran out from the staff dormitory of the Zierdu Hotel. As long as Chen Shi hadn't checked out, he was a VIP guest at the hotel, and Zhu Quan had to serve him well. Zhu Quan took the car keys from Butler Lee and headed to Yulong Internet Cafe according to the location. Where's the car? It's been over 20 minutes, stop pretending. Huang Qingyi said, don't worry, we'll be there soon. He seems so confident, he must really have something. Although Su Tian received an order for 1,000 hours and had just generously topped up her card at the internet cafe, Chen Shi didn't actually spend much. He played for 2 hours, and the platform settled 400 yuan, of which she received 280. Topping up 3,000 yuan is indeed quite generous among college students. But how much does a Maybach cost? Su Tian wasn't very sure, but it should be at least several million, something not just anyone could afford. 2 minutes later, a luxury car with the Mercedes-Benz logo stopped in front of the Yulong Internet Cafe. College students watching the scene discussed it while holding their phones. Isn't that a Mercedes? You don't know? Maybach was acquired by Mercedes, and now they all use the Mercedes logo. Is this really a Maybach? Take a picture and check it on Shadi. Huang Qingyi immediately recognized the car in front of him as a Maybach S800. This car could buy him 6 Porsches. But he didn't believe this car belonged to Chen Shi. Zhu Quan got out of the driver's seat and opened the door for Chen Shi in the back. Mr. Chen, are we going home now? This scene looked too much like a TV drama. To put it bluntly, it was too fake, too much like acting. Driving a Maybach, with a gloved driver, saying some cringeworthy lines. Dude, you don't have to show off like this, Huang Qingyi said. The onlookers had already found out the price of the car. Wow, the starting price for a Maybach S800 is 6 million. 6 million? So expensive. Su Tian was also taken aback by this price. The rich second-generation students she encountered at school were mostly at Huang Qingyi's level. They either drove a Maserati or a Porsche, BMW, or Mercedes, all around $1 million. She had never heard of anyone at school driving a Maybach. Boss, is this your car? No. Huang Qingyi laughed heartily. I knew it, it's rented, right? Renting it for a day costs 8 or 9,000 yuan. Are you feeling heartbroken? Spending so much just to show off? Chen Shi said, it's the hotel's car, and the driver is also from the hotel. A hotel car? Are you staying in the presidential suite? Shu Quan was perceptive. After hearing a couple of sentences, he understood the situation and said, Mr. Chen is our esteemed guest in the 100,000 yuan presidential suite at the Zierdu Hotel. He has been staying at the hotel for 6 nights, and I have been serving him all along. Huang Qingyi said, the actor's lines are still a bit stiff. Mr. Chen is a distinguished guest at our hotel, and we have a responsibility to ensure his travel arrangements. As for renting a car, it's completely unnecessary. This Maybach S800 is the hotel's car, worth 6.8 million. Here is my employee ID. If there are any doubts, you can verify my identity at the hotel. Shu Quan showed his employee ID, and now the onlooking college students believed him. Damn, a 100,000 yuan presidential suite. Even if this car isn't his family must have cars that are no less than a Maybach. This rich guy treats the presidential suite like a budget hotel. It's outrageous. How can someone be this wealthy? A 100,000 yuan presidential suite, is he a domineering CEO from a TV drama? Su Tian looked at Chen Shi. Boss, if you're this rich, do you still need to find someone to play with? For a wealthy person like him, there should be a crowd of beautiful women wherever he went, and besides, he was so handsome, he wouldn't lack for women throwing themselves at him. Su Tian couldn't understand why he would want to find a girl to play with, especially a pure one. If I didn't call it playing, how would I meet you? Ah, what does he mean by that? Let's go, I'll take you back to school. Huang Qingyi watched as the two got into the Maybach, gritting his teeth in anger. He had always been the center of attention at school, surrounded by boys who followed him and girls who vied for his affection. Everyone at school spoke in agreement with him. Who would dare to argue with him? Today, he experienced his first slap in the face in life. Tian, wasn't that your boyfriend just now? Chen Shi asked. Really not, he's just a senior I met at a gathering, she replied. He introduced me to an internship a few days ago, and I'm quite grateful to him. But he just threatened me with that, and I'm thinking about whether I should change jobs. Chen Shi laughed. Then you can be my full-time gaming companion. No, I still need to work. Indeed, being a full-time gaming companion could earn quite a bit, but no matter how you looked at it, that job didn't sound very respectable. Besides, being a full-time gaming companion for Chen Shi sounded like being kept. Her grandfather was a strict old teacher, and her mother was always crying. They would never allow her to do such a job. Doing it part-time was fine, but making it her main job was something she couldn't accept. You don't need to worry about work. If you need it, I can introduce you to something better. In this day and age, as long as you have money, you can directly buy a job. Moreover, Chen Shi also planned to start his own company, and he could bring Su Tian in then. Boss, didn't I say, why are you still calling me boss? Su Tian wasn't quite used to calling him brother. When she was online as a gaming companion, she often slipped and called him boss. This made the boys who liked her quite dissatisfied. Clients wanted to hear her sweet brother. Brother, aren't you in finance? My major is fashion design. It doesn't really match, does it? What does that matter? If you need it, I can start a fashion company. That's a bit exaggerated, Su Tian said. Su Tian had a very clear understanding of herself. She grew up in a single-parent family, and her family background was quite ordinary. If it weren't for her grandfather being a retired senior teacher with a pension of over 10,000, her mother probably wouldn't have been able to afford her college education. Fortunately, heaven had been kind to her, giving her a good appearance, which she knew was her natural advantage. But because of her family situation, she felt that when she got married in the future, she wouldn't be able to marry into a wealthy family. What wealthy family would look at a girl from an ordinary single-parent family? She thought her upper limit for marriage would be someone like Huang Qingyi, or maybe even a bit lower. Chen Shi was clearly several levels above Huang Qingyi, someone she couldn't aspire to. Let's play a few more rounds tomorrow. Okay, what time will you come over, brother? Chen Shi thought for a moment. He had promised Sunny Yao to accompany her to try on clothes tomorrow, and they would definitely have dinner together. 8:30. Then see you at 8:30 tomorrow. When Su Tian returned to the dormitory, Zhou Ningning eagerly pulled her aside to ask how her benefactor was. Guess? Su Tian smiled mischievously. Look at you, he's a handsome guy, right? Not only handsome, but also super rich. While Su Tian was happily chatting with her friends, Huang Qingyi was fuming. He had just been scrolling through Douyin and came across a video titled Maybach Beats Porsche. It was definitely filmed by some college student at Yulong Internet Cafe. Most of the comments below the video were from students of Donghai Business School. Isn't that Huang Xiao from Business Administration? I know that beauty, she's Su Tian from Fashion Design. Who's the handsome guy who looks like Takeshi Kaneshiro? Is the Maybach his? It seems like two guys are competing for the beauty. The one in the Porsche didn't win. Porsches aren't even worth driving. If I had money, I'd drive a Maybach too. Huang Qingyi's face burned with anger. This slap in the face had even made it online, and he had lost all his face. He couldn't swallow this anger. He absolutely wouldn't allow Su Tian to see that guy again. After Chen Shi returned home, he watched Sunny Yao's live stream for a while, and before he knew it, he dozed off. On July 12, Friday, it was sunny. Chen Shi woke up particularly early today, unable to sleep past 8. He initially thought about going downstairs for a stroll and having breakfast. However, the sun was already quite strong at that hour in the summer, so he gave up on the idea and ordered takeout instead. At 9, Sunny Yao sent a message. Brother, can you come pick me up? Wait for me an hour, I'll be over. He had already finished breakfast, and Xu Quan had arrived downstairs in the community. If he went to Sunny Yao's place now, he could get there in half an hour. However, Chen Shi was quite calm. He first went to the wardrobe to pick out some clothes and then styled his hair. It took him half an hour to get ready before heading out. Sunny Yao was dressed very coolly today, wearing a white tank top and denim shorts. Mr. Chen, where are we going now? Zhu Quan asked. Yao Yao, you tell Master Zhu. Sunny Yao scrolled through the chat history, found a location, and handed her phone over. Master Zhu, it's this location. Xu Quan looked at it and entered the address into the car's navigation. Brother, aren't you busy today? Sunny Yao knew that Chen Shi was an investor, and investors were usually very busy, meeting many people and signing many contracts. She was very happy that Chen Shi was willing to take time to accompany her to try on clothes. No matter how busy I am, I have to make time for you. You've worn a lot of outfits in your live streams these past 2 days, not bad. I'll send another $1,000,000 to your dad. Chen Shi originally didn't want Sunny Yao to perform a dance in front of so many people. Now that she was dancing classical, he didn't mind as much. Damn possessiveness, just afraid I'll wear less and be seen by others. Brother would prefer if I wore a cotton padded jacket for the live stream. A cotton padded jacket isn't eye-catching, or a transformer armor instead. A tin man is more interesting. Are you trying to kill me? That's so heavy. Sunny Yao received a WeChat message from her dad, and another $1,000,000 came in. Sunny Yao's favorability +2, current 70, this $1,000,000 added a rather pitiful amount of favorability. When Chen Shi promised to help her family pay back $5,000,000, it directly added 40 favorability, but that was like an advance on future favorability. Now, Chen Shi was just following through on his promise, slowly helping her pay off the debt. The money Chen Shi spent on Sunny Yao included $2,000,000 in rewards, $2,000,000 in debt repayment, $630,000 on Hermes, and $120,000 on meals. Favorability was steadily increasing, but the cashback was only a 20 yuan hair tie. Before she continues to give cashback, favorability can't increase anymore. Chen Shi looked out the window. The street view was so familiar, it was near where he used to work. Should I give it to him now? Will he like it? Sunny Yao wanted to give Chen Shi a gift, and she was a bit worried that he might not appreciate this cheap item. Ah, she's going to give me something? Chen Shi heard Sunny Yao's thoughts and felt ecstatic, though he couldn't show it on his face. Sunny Yao rummaged through her Hermes bag and took out a redwood box. The box looked antique and wasn't very big. What could be inside? Brother, yesterday I went to the folk street to buy clothes and accessories for the live stream. I saw a beautiful bloodstone bracelet in a Tibetan folk shop. Sunny Yao opened the wooden box, and inside was indeed a bright red bracelet that looked quite beautiful. The shopkeeper said this is an item from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, blessed by a high monk, which can enhance fortune and ward off evil for peace. I saw your hands were empty, you weren't wearing anything, so I thought of buying you something to wear for good luck and to ward off misfortune. Chen Shi looked at his bare arms. He wasn't wearing anything. Mainly, he had been poor before and didn't have the habit of wearing watches or jewelry. It seemed he needed to develop that habit in the future. Yao Yao even thought of me while shopping. Do you like it, brother? I like the one Yao Yao gave me. Chen Shi immediately put the bloodstone bracelet on his left hand. Earn 20,000 soft meal coins, cashback of 200 million Huaxia coins. Hearing the soft grandpa's notification sound, Chen Shi almost bit his tongue in excitement. What the hell, 20,000? This broken bead costs 20,000? No, this precious bead is so expensive? Direct cashback of 200 million. Yao Yao, you really are astonishing when you finally make a move. He now wanted to pay off the remaining 3 million debt for the Sun family all at once, but he held back. With Sunny Yao being so considerate, she might give him expensive gifts in the future. Accumulating double cashback would be delightful. Chen Shi pretended to be calm, but his heart was already surging with waves as he touched the bracelet and said, "This bloodstone looks to be of good quality. Yao must have spent quite a bit of money." "Not much, just a few tens of thousands. As long as my brother doesn't dislike it, I'm very happy." Yesterday, the shop owner tried to rip off Sunny Yao, quoting 50,000, but after an hour of haggling with Sunny Yao and Sun Yu, they managed to bring it down to 20,000. The shop owner finally sold the bracelet to her with a pained expression, making a profit of 17,000. When he came out today, Chen Shi thought trying on clothes would definitely be boring. He didn't expect that before he could even try on the clothes, Sunny Yao would give him a big surprise first. Chen Shi's card balance was over 220 million, instantly making him a billionaire. The two went to the Hanfu company, and it was Sunny Yao's first time doing a live stream to promote products. Although the agreement with the merchants was handled by the union, and she had nothing to do with it, she wanted to check the quality of the clothes to avoid bringing poor quality items to her fans. Chen Shi was in a great mood now. He responded positively to everything Sunny Yao said, providing plenty of emotional value. "Brother, which one looks better, this green gauze or the pink gilded one from earlier?" "The green gauze. I think the texture looks more elegant, the design of the belt feels better, and it makes you look fairer." Usually, Chen Shi would only say both are good or you look good in anything, but now, feeling good, he said so much. Sunny Yao still had several sets of Hanfu to try on, and Chen Shi glanced out the window. The previous company was just a 5-minute drive away, and he still had a thermos cup at manager Wang's place. Although it had been used for over 10 years and might not even be wanted by the scrap collectors, it was his father's cup, and its significance was different. It was just on the way, so he decided to go pick it up. Yao, I'm stepping out for a bit, I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll take you out for a big meal later." "Okay, brother, hurry back." On the other side, Su Tian was not in a good mood. She didn't know who had snitched, but even Suma found out she was doing companionship work. While Su Tian was at work, Suma called, saying she saw Su Tian with a man on Douyin. "Your grandpa and I worked hard to raise you and put you through college so that you could study well, to learn some useful knowledge and find a stable job in the future. What are you doing? Companionship work? I've never even heard of that. I looked it up online, and it really made me furious. You're a young lady, how can you do companionship work? What's the difference between that and being a bar hostess?" Suma had been a mistress to a bar hostess back in the day, so she despised those kinds of women. "Mom, what do you mean by bar hostess? I'm a green companion." "Green?" Suma didn't understand. "I don't care what color it is, you can't do this anymore. If it gets out, where will your mother and I put our faces? If your grandpa finds out, he might get a heart attack." Su Tian knew her grandpa's temper. The old man was getting on in years and wasn't in good health. "Mom, please don't tell grandpa, I won't do it anymore." "Fine, come home tonight and see your grandpa." Suma hung up the phone. Su Tian's family was also local to Donghai City, but they lived in a more remote area in the suburbs. When she worked, she still preferred to stay in the school dormitory, which was closer. Huang Qingyi hid outside the stairwell, eavesdropping on Su Tian's phone call. Upon hearing that the objective had been achieved, he revealed a cunning smile. Huang Qingyi was the son of the company's boss, but he hadn't told Su Tian that he had also started working at the company a few days ago. The reason he kept it from her was that he wanted Su Tian to feel that he had gone through a lot of trouble to secure her an internship position through connections. This way, Su Tian would be grateful to him, and he could use the excuse of changing jobs to come to the company. In reality, Huang Qingyi had just given his father a heads up, and it was easy for him to get Su Tian in for the internship, which actually came with quite good benefits. Huang Qingyi was in the HR department, and when Su Tian joined, the emergency contact she listed was her mother. He found Su Ma's number from the onboarding form and then searched for her on Douyin, sending her a private message with that Douyin video. This led to Su Ma calling in a fit of rage. Su Tian hesitated for a moment but still sent a WeChat message to Chen Shifa. "Brother, sorry, something came up at home, I can't be your gaming companion." Chen Shifa received the message, a bit surprised, but it didn't matter much. "It's okay, less of a gaming companion, more of a friend, that's good too." Are you going online tonight, brother?" "Sure, let's aim for 10 consecutive wins tonight." Chen Shifa put away his phone and entered his former company, where the receptionist was surprised to see him. "Chen Shifa, why did you leave so suddenly?" "People move up, I found a better place," Chen Shifa replied. As he entered, he ran into quite a few colleagues, but since he wasn't very familiar with them, he didn't greet them. He went straight to the operations department, and when the old colleagues saw him, they all stood up. "Look who it is, the operations department star." He was the star. "Chen Shifa, your resignation was too sudden, right?" The colleagues exchanged a few words, inquiring about where Chen Shifa had gone and if he had found a better opportunity. Only one slightly chubby young man with round glasses had a complaint. Chen Shifa, you really aren't being fair, leaving so suddenly. You left a mess for me to clean up, Zhang Ding said with a bitter expression. Manager Wang had said he would handle things, but the result was that the new store Chen Shifa managed was handed over to Zhang Ding. Manager Wang took 200,000 from Chen Shifa but only gave Zhang Ding 3,000 as overtime pay. Because there was no handover from Chen Shifa, Zhang Ding not only had to manage his own store these days but also had to reorganize all the data from Chen Shifa's store from scratch. He was basically working until after 1 in the morning every day, and if he had known Manager Wang pocketed 197,000, he definitely would have quit. Thanks for your hard work, I'll treat you to drinks sometime, Chen Shifa said. Chen Shifa entered Manager Wang's office, where he was watching a TV drama. Who is it? Don't you know to knock? Manager Wang looked up and saw the lucky guy who had struck it rich overnight, Chen Shifa. Chen Shifa, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? I just happened to pass by and came to pick up some things. Manager Wang got up and went to the sofa to grab a small cardboard box. This was all of Chen Shifa's belongings. Just 2 notebooks, 3 pens, a sticky notepad, a pair of headphones, a pack of tissues, and a thermos. It's all here, not a single item missing. I packed it myself. Thanks, Manager Wang. Chen Shifa didn't take the other items, just picked up the chipped thermos. Manager Wang sized him up. Wow, he was decked out in LV, probably worth over 100,000 altogether. This kid really hit the jackpot, but it hadn't been reported in the news, so no one knew how much he won. Chen Shifa, what have you been busy with lately? Not much, just investing. Generally, when people brag, they like to say they're into investments or have some projects going on. Such empty talk holds little weight. However, when Manager Wang heard Chen Shifa say this, he believed it. You must have won quite a bit in the lottery, Chen Shifa. I have a good project outside, it's almost ready. Just a little funding short, if you're interested, we can talk. Chen Shi said dismissively, alright, let's meet another day and chat, I have some things to attend to. Then you get busy first, we'll gather when you have time, Manager Wang replied. The shift in identity didn't require any fanfare. Just a week ago, Chen Shi was his subordinate, and now he had become the object of his flattery. Chen Shi left the manager's office with a thermos in hand and happened to run into Manager Chow from the HR department, who was there to see Manager Wang. This person was disliked by Chen Shi. Oh no, disliked by the entire company. Manager Chow was the boss's brother-in-law, the kind of person who particularly enjoyed seeking attention. How much did he enjoy it? Anyone who has worked in e-commerce knows that every year around June 18th or Double 11, he would be busy for at least half a month, crunching data, adjusting prices, and launching ads. The most outrageous thing Manager Chow did was call everyone in for a meeting on the morning of June 18th, claiming it was for safety education, which resulted in no one from customer service being available to respond. The monthly performance evaluations were handled by the HR department, and Manager Chow would definitely cause trouble. Chen Shi had been troubled by him before, with several hundred yuan deducted from his salary. Manager Chow was quite surprised to see Chen Shi. When Chen Shi resigned, he left without a word, filled out no paperwork, made no handover, and didn't even inform the HR department. Only Manager Wang knew. Manager Chow learned from Manager Wang that Chen Shi had resigned and scolded him for not following any rules. After that, if Chen Shi wanted to get his resignation certificate, he would definitely not approve it. Manager Wang also didn't tell Manager Chow that Chen Shi didn't need a resignation certificate. He was already financially free. Chen Shi, what are you doing back at the company? You're not thinking of collecting your salary, are you? Don't even think about it. You left without reason and caused losses to the company. I will hold you accountable for that. Chen Shi was most annoyed by this guy and couldn't be bothered to deal with him, walking straight out. Don't think about leaving. Manager Chow grabbed Chen Shi's shoulder. Let go, Chen Shi said coldly. Hearing the commotion, Manager Wang rushed out. What's going on? Chen Shi informed me about his resignation, and someone has taken over his responsibilities, so there were no losses. Manager Chow showed no respect to Manager Wang. Employee resignations must be approved by the HR department. He neither gave a month's notice nor did any handover. The colleague taking over his work suddenly has more tasks. Isn't that causing trouble for the department's operations? Zhang Ding indeed had grievances. Although Manager Wang privately gave him 3,000 yuan, he would rather not have it. One person doing the work of 2 was simply too exhausting, and if something went wrong, he would have to take the blame. We haven't been able to recruit an operations person these days. How can you expect Zhang Ding to manage? Manager Chow didn't know that Zhang Ding had received 3,000 yuan, but he wasn't standing up for Zhang Ding. He didn't care how much overtime these workers had to put in. He just couldn't stand being ignored. Having someone resign like that made him lose face. Normally, an employee would resign, then have a private chat with him, be educated a bit, and go back to work. The commotion in the operations department quickly spread to other departments. Huang Qingyi from the HR department heard that a previously unreasonably resigned employee was causing trouble and immediately rushed over. When he arrived at the operations department and saw Chen Shi, he was stunned. Huang Qingyi pulled a colleague from the operations department aside and asked, "Is he the one who resigned before?" "Yeah, just before you joined the company." Huang Qingyi was overjoyed. Wasn't this just walking into his trap? I knew this pretentious guy was just renting a car. Damn, turns out he's an employee who resigned from my company. This is hilarious. Huang Qingyi came up with a plan and immediately ran to the design department. Tian, come with me." "Where to?" Su Tian was not in a good mood at that moment. "To the operations department." Chen Shi looked at Manager Wang. "Manager Wang, didn't you say everything was handled?" "Manager Wang has handled it, finding Zhang Ding to take over. As long as the store doesn't have any issues, the HR department won't be able to find fault." Who knew Manager Chow would be so arrogant, not only refusing to give Manager Wang face but also wanting to hold Chen Shi accountable? "Chow Koan, enough is enough. Chen Shi isn't drawing a salary and hasn't caused any losses to the store. You can just hire someone to take over." "Wang Guanhua, is this how you teach your subordinates? If employees learn to act like this, won't there be any rules left? The company will be in chaos. Besides, hiring someone isn't something you can just do on a whim." Manager Wang walked over to Zhang Ding and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I'll add 3,000 yuan for you." Then Manager Wang raised his voice and asked, "Zhang Ding, is your work going smoothly? Can I take another month?" "Once Manager Chow hires someone, I'll help you share the workload right away. If they still can't find someone in a month, then it's Chow Koan's problem." Zhang Ding thought, 6,000 yuan, working overtime for a month, done. "Manager Wang, I'm fine. The store's data has been good lately, and sales are quite strong." Logically, since Zhang Ding, who was taking over the work, had no issues, this matter should have been settled. But Manager Chow was unhappy. This made him lose authority in the company. He had to penalize Chen Shi to set an example. Su Tian was brought to the operations department by Huang Qingyi, and when he saw Chen Shi, he was also taken aback. Chen Shi also saw Su Tian and Huang Qingyi at the door. "What's going on?" "The internship job Su Tian mentioned is at this company." Huang Qingyi was extremely pleased at this moment. This was his territory. He said to Su Tian, Tian, isn't that the guy from last night? I heard he was an employee of the operations department who left without reason. How much could a small employee have? Just think about it. You almost got scammed by him. Su Tian's favorability -1, current 3, Su Tian's favorability -1, current 2, Su Tian's favorability -1, current 1, hearing the system prompt, Chen Shi was stunned. What was going on? Don't let it drop any further. Chen Shi immediately walked to the door. Tian, you're interning at this company. Don't call me Tian, I don't want to talk to a scammer. Chen Shi looked at Huang Qingyi, who was smirking beside him, knowing he was probably the one causing trouble. Although misunderstood, Chen Shi had already thought of a way to respond. I didn't scam you, Chen Shi said. Didn't you say you were doing investments? Now, can you dare to say you're not an employee who just left this company? Su Tian hated those smooth talkers who never spoke a word of truth. Su Tian's favorability -1, current 0, seeing that the favorability had dropped to 0, Chen Shi knew that whatever he said now, she wouldn't listen. I just left not long ago, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Huang Qingyi was quite arrogant in his own company, even though no one knew his identity except for Manager Chow. Huang Qingyi almost looked down his nose at Chen Shi. Stop pretending, don't be stubborn. You left less than a week ago, don't tell me you can afford a Maybach now. As soon as these words were spoken, the company erupted. Manager Wang knew Chen Shi had won the lottery and was quite wealthy, but he didn't expect him to have bought a Maybach. Other colleagues chimed in with their comments. What? Chen Shi bought a Maybach? No wonder he left. Could it be that he won the lottery? What? Didn't you understand what Huang Qingyi meant? I guess Huang Qingyi saw Chen Shi driving a Maybach and is now questioning him, not that he bought it. Chen Shi signaled to Manager Wang with his eyes. Manager Wang, could you accompany me to meet Director Huang? I have a project I want to discuss. I'm laughing. Who do you think you are? The boss wants to meet, so you just meet? Manager Wang was sure that Chen Shi was now financially strong and that he probably really had a big project to discuss with the boss. Chen Shi sought him out for connections. If the project succeeded, he would surely benefit. Xiao Huang, step aside. Chen Shi has serious business to discuss with the boss. He has some ridiculous serious business, just a pretentious loser, still putting on airs, and he has a project. Xiao Huang, mind your language, this is a civilized workplace. How can you speak like that in the company? Huang Qingyi said unabashedly, so what? I talk like this at home. This is the company, not your home. A new employee just joined, and he's so arrogant. Wang Guanhua looked at Chao Kuan, manager Chao, is this the person under you? Huang Qingyi's next words left everyone stunned. The boss is my dad, so you say, is the company my home? Qingyi, I told you to be low-key in the company, Chao Kuan said. Uncle, I have to teach this pretentious guy a lesson. Wang Guanhua's heart sank. Damn, you're the boss's son? You should have said so earlier, now I'm really embarrassed, Chen Shi whispered to Wang Guanhua. Manager Wang, the prize I won is huge, really huge. If you come with me this time, your life will be better than it is now. Seeing Chen Shi's calm demeanor and recalling the moment he unhesitatingly transferred him 200,000, Wang Guanhua chose to side with Chen Shi. Let's go, we'll meet Director Huang, Manager Wang said. Go ahead, I want to see how you get scolded by my dad, Huang Qingyi said. Su Tian looked at Chen Shi, feeling quite uncomfortable. She had thought Chen Shi was a graceful and capable elite, but it turned out he was just a big talker and a fraud. Senior, why didn't you tell me this is your family's company? I was afraid you'd overthink it. Huang Qingyi didn't mention it earlier because he wanted Su Tian to feel that getting her this job took a lot of effort, making her grateful to him. Secondly, he wanted to hide his identity and create a persona, so that when he thrived in the company, Su Tian would think he had achieved it all on his own. In the chairman's office, Wang Guanhua stood awkwardly to the side. Chen Shi stood in front of the desk, surveying the office environment. It was his first time here. Huang Guirong glanced at Chen Shi with an unhappy expression. Wang Guanhua, what kind of person did you bring in? Director Huang, this is Chen Shi. He was also an employee of our company before, and he wants to discuss a project with you today. Huang Guirong shouted angrily, get out, get out. Chen Shi said, Director Huang, I'll get straight to the point. I want to acquire this company. Ha! Wang Guanhua was stunned. He hadn't mentioned that the big project was an acquisition, and now he felt like a traitor leading the enemy. Get out, Wang Guanhua, kick him out immediately, or you can get out of the company too. Huang Guirong was furious, a former employee coming to him saying he wanted to acquire his company, how could that not make him angry? 60 million, cash, I want to become the owner of this company today. 60 million? Can you even come up with 60,000? If you keep causing trouble, I'll call security. Huang Guirong never expected that Chen Shi really had 60 million. He thought Chen Shi was just here to make a scene. Director Huang, Chen Shi won a big prize. A huge prize. Wang Guanhua confirmed that Chen Shi's win was not just in the millions, but over 100 million. Lottery? How much could that be? I can't say how much, but I can afford 60 million, Chen Shi said. You can contact your lawyer now to draft the contract. Seeing that Chen Shi had been calm throughout, Huang Guirong figured he must have really won a huge prize, giving him the confidence to speak to him like this. Wang Guanhua was sharp, having followed Huang Guirong for many years. He knew that since Wang Guanhua personally brought him in, there was a high chance Chen Shi had a substantial amount of money. Acquiring the company, are you serious? Director Huang, I am serious, so I hope you take this seriously as well. If you don't believe me, you can consult a lawyer or accountant you trust. Sometimes, business deals can be settled with just a few words. It's not as complicated as one might think. As long as the interests are met, Huang Guirong can sell the company immediately. 100 million, I won't sell for less than that. Chen Shi smiled, Director Huang, let's not beat around the bush. I am the one who runs the company, how could I not know its situation? Manager Wang is from the operations department, the lifeblood of the company is in the operations department, and he knows best how much profit we make each year. Huang Guirong looked at Wang Guanhua as if he were a traitor. Wang Guanhua's eyes darted away, not daring to meet Huang Guirong's gaze. A few years ago, e-commerce was thriving, and the company had a net profit of 8 to 10 million. Now, with the rise of Douyin and Pinduoduo, e-commerce has become fiercely competitive, and profits have plummeted. Especially since the company specializes in women's clothing, it is even more competitive. In the past 2 years, during the 6, 18 and Double 11 promotions, sales have been dismal. The company's profits have dropped to 4 to 5 million, nearly halving. Huang Guirong looked at the financial statements, which showed a decline year after year, and he felt troubled. The next decade is uncertain, especially with the government's strong support for new energy in recent years. He was considering switching tracks, and if Chen Shi truly had the capability to acquire the company, he would be willing to sell it to him. The company's estimated market value, based on a multiple of 12 to 15 times the net profit, is around 70 million. Huang Guirong's asking price of 100 million is purely a lion's share. Director Huang, you should know how competitive the women's clothing industry has become and how low the profits are. Huang Guirong has been in business for decades and has clearly felt that it is becoming increasingly difficult to operate. However, he never expected someone would come to acquire his company. His company has about 100 employees, and such a scale of clothing company is as common as dirt in Donghai. Those acquisition cases are usually for listed companies valued in the billions. Who would be interested in a small, uncompetitive company? 90 million, this company is my life's work. Huang Guirong began to tell a story. As long as the story is good and the PPT is well done, one can pull off a heist. Chen Shi was not buying it, he didn't need this company that badly. Director Huang, no need for stories, 70 million. After today, I will lose interest in this company, tomorrow I will acquire another one. Huang Guirong's bottom line was 60 million, but as a businessman, who wouldn't want to earn a bit more? 80 million, this is my hard work. Chen Shi interrupted Huang Guirong. If Director Huang is not sincerely selling, then forget it. I think 70 million should easily buy someone else's hard work. Director Huang's hard work, you should keep it for yourself. Huang Guirong cursed inwardly, this kid was impossible to deal with. 70 million in cash, where could he find such a good deal? With this money, he could invest in other projects or retire directly. Chen Shi turned to leave, not in the manner of someone pretending to walk away from a market negotiation, but genuinely preparing to acquire another company. Wait, 70 million in cash? Cash. Cash flow is king. He was afraid Chen Shi would offer some equity or property as collateral. Half an hour later, 3 people entered the chairman's office. They were a lawyer, an accountant, and the manager of the Donghai branch of Daxia Bank, all known to Huang Guirong. They were drafting the contract on site, while Chen Shi made a call to Sunny Yao. Yao, the bracelet you gave me is really useful. What's up, brother? Just came out to handle some business and happened to sign a contract to buy a company. Sunny Yao was stunned. In the eyes of investment tycoons, is buying a company the same as buying cabbage? Just happened to buy it on the way? Chen Shi never expected that he would just stop by to pick up a thermos cup, and it would turn into an acquisition of a company. You stay here for a while, lunch will be later. It's fine, brother will come over after he's done. Sunny Yao was very happy. Just now, Chen Shi said it was because of the bracelet she gave him that he signed the contract. Doesn't that mean she brought good fortune to Chen Shi? Chao Cohen looked at the chairman's office. They've been in there for almost an hour, why haven't they come out yet? Your dad wouldn't be fooled by that kid, would he? Huang Qingyi said, I'll go take a look. Huang Qingyi walked to the office door, grasped the doorknob, but found it locked. Dad, it's me. If there's something, talk about it later. Huang Guirong said from inside. Huang Guirong was afraid that Chen Shi would have second thoughts about this deal, and now no one could enter the office to disturb them. The bank supervisor made a call to the president and then nodded at Huang Guirong. According to the rules, bank employees are not allowed to check customer deposits without permission. Now the supervisor had received Chen Shi's consent and consulted the president. After checking the balance, he confirmed that Chen Shi could complete the acquisition. But the supervisor did not tell Huang Guirong that Chen Shi had over 220 million. According to the process, large transactions in the tens of millions need to be applied for 1 working day in advance. Now that the president has approved it, the transfer can be completed today, the supervisor said. The lawyer's acquisition contract was also drafted. He was a professional and had handled several such acquisition cases. Wang Guanhua saw that a change of ownership was imminent, so he flattered Chen Shi. Chen Shi, oh no, Chairman Chen. You said before that if I came in with you, life would be better. Chen Shi smiled. Manager Wang, the contract isn't signed yet, I'm not the boss. But it will be soon, Wang Guanhua flattered. Don't worry, you'll still be your manager afterward. Wang Guanhua breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Which company doesn't change a batch of executives when it changes owners? As long as Wang Guanhua could keep his position, he was satisfied, but he thought that Dong Kuan wouldn't be so lucky. Half an hour later, a few people casually walked out of the office. No one knew that in just over an hour, this company had already changed owners. Huang Guirong was overjoyed. He had sold the company for a very satisfactory price. It was 10 million more than his expectation, and he felt he had made a killing. Chen Shi also knew that his price was slightly high. But it didn't matter, it was just 10 million, and he was willing to pay it. He just wanted to acquire a company immediately. Even if it wasn't this one, there would be another lucky one that he would acquire at a high price. Call all the managers here, I have an announcement to make. Huang Guirong did not go to the conference room but stayed at the workstation in the lobby, as per Chen Shi's request. Soon, all 8 managers of the company arrived in the lobby corridor, alongside dozens of employees' workstations. Everyone was staring at Huang Guirong. From today onwards, I, Huang Guirong, am no longer the owner of Donghai Xingrong Clothing Company, Ltd. The company was acquired an hour ago. The new boss now. Huang Guirong turned to look at Chen Shi. Is Chairman Chen. Silence fell. The information was not much, but it was explosive. Zhang Ding patted his chubby chest. Thank goodness, as long as it's not going bankrupt. At his previous company, everyone was working hard overtime the day before, and the boss even ordered takeout for everyone. The next day when he came to work, the company was gone, and the computers and desks were all cleared out. Zhang Ding hadn't received his salary for that month yet. Now this company was suddenly acquired. Although it was bewildering, it was just a change of ownership. It was just that this new boss was someone he never would have imagined, his former colleague. Dad, you must be joking, right? What did that kid say to you? Huang Qingyi was dumbfounded. How did his family's company suddenly become someone else's, and that person was a show-off? He had just said that the owner of the company was his dad, so now Chen Shi was his dad? Brother-in-law, what's going on? Chao Cohen couldn't understand. The employee who had just resigned last week came back today to acquire the company and became his new boss. Wasn't this a plot from a novel? Huang Qingyi stepped forward and grabbed Chen Shi by the collar, shouting fiercely, "What tricks did you use to make my dad sell the company? Qingyi, let go!" Huang Guirong scolded. Chen Shi smiled faintly. No tricks, just a normal transaction. Normal transaction? By my ass. Although Huang Qingyi was a second-generation rich kid who asked for money, he knew how much it cost to buy a company since his family owned one. How could this show-off come up with tens of millions? If you don't let go, I can sue you for provoking trouble. There just happens to be a lawyer here, Chen Shi said. The lawyer added, Mr. Chen acquired Donghai Xingrong Clothing Company, Ltd. for 70 million. All contract documents are complete and have legal effect. Wang Guanhua went up and pulled Huang Qingyi's hand. If you don't let go, in Chairman Chen's company, if you lay a hand on Chairman Chen, you won't want to stay, right? Wang Guanhua's words were essentially meaningless. Now that Chen Shi was the boss, Huang Qingyi would definitely be the first to leave. The colleagues erupted in chatter. What kind of plot is this? A loser making a comeback, slapping a show-off in the face? 70 million, did Chen Shi win the lottery? Now that there's a new boss, we shouldn't have any issues, right? Su Tian felt her head buzzing in the crowd. He didn't lie to me? He really is an investor? I spoke to him with that kind of attitude. What should I do? I can't even face him now. The managers from various departments felt betrayed by Huang Guirong. After following him for so many years, he had silently packed up and sold the company. However, Huang Guirong had made a killing. He didn't care about any camaraderie. Qingyi, let's go, Huang Guirong said. Chairman Huang, what is going on? You need to give us an explanation, the purchasing manager said. Wang Guanhua was the least worried. He was on the right side now, and with a new boss, he could continue his old life. Manager Liu, can't you understand? The company has been acquired by Chairman Chen. Huang Guirong sold everyone to Chairman Chen. The Huang father and son left the company just like that. Chao Cohen was just a connected person, a slacker, and he had just offended Chen Shi. There was no place for him here anymore. He could only rely on Huang Guirong to make a living. The remaining managers and employees felt uneasy. Everyone shared a consensus that after the company was acquired, there would be a major overhaul or mass layoffs. Especially now, with the economic environment being poor, finding a job after being laid off would be tough. Amidst the anxious and expectant gazes of the crowd, Chen Shi finally spoke. Managers, come to the conference room, the rest return to your posts. The company had 8 departments: operations, customer service, design, procurement, administration, human resources, finance, and warehousing. With the HR manager gone, there were still 7 people in the conference room. We're all old colleagues and familiar faces, so I won't be polite. I assume you're all very nervous about the personnel changes in the company. The managers stared at Chen Shi. Their relationships were not as he described, as old acquaintances. Some had only exchanged a few words, while others hadn't spoken at all, just knowing of each other's existence. Chen Shi said 4 words. Everything remains the same. Of course, if anyone feels uncomfortable staying with a new boss, you can leave. Upon hearing this arrangement, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a change of boss, nothing else had changed. Chairman Chen, the HR manager position is currently vacant, Wang Guanhua said. Let's leave it empty for now. I'll arrange for someone in a while. I'll be quite busy later, so if there's anything, you can communicate with manager Wang first. Wang Guanhua suddenly straightened his back, feeling triumphant inside. Don't worry, President Chen, the company has me watching over you, Chen Shi said to the manager of the administrative department. Manager's son, the company name needs to be changed. It will be called Tanchi Fashion Company, Ltd. from now on. Although the employees outside were all sitting at their desks, not a single one was working. Hundreds of small groups were in an uproar. The conference room must be a stormy sea right now. What should we do? Will they announce the layoff list as soon as they come out? If there are layoffs, then so be it, as long as the compensation is adequate. I don't want to be laid off. It's hard to find a job, and it's difficult to adapt to a new environment. Su Tian was lost in thought at her workstation. Will he fire me? If I get fired, so be it. I brought this on myself. After about 10 minutes, the managers all came out and returned to their departments. Subordinates surrounded their bosses to inquire about the news. Manager Wang, what kind of ridiculous plot is this? Last week, Chun-Chi was sitting across from me, and now he's the new boss. I had a decent relationship with Chun-Chi before. He shouldn't fire me, right? Oh no, I borrowed a pen from Chun-Chi last month and didn't return it. Wang Guanhua cleared his throat. What are you all making noise about? Just work well, everything remains the same. Ha? What do you mean, huh? It's just a change of boss. What does it have to do with you little employees? Wang Guanhua walked over to Zhang Ding and said, Zhang Ding, you're in luck. President Chen promoted you to deputy manager of the operations department. Zhang Ding's mind went blank. He had previously complained about Chun-Chi suddenly leaving him with a mess. He never expected that after Chun-Chi became the new boss, he would get promoted. Manager Lu from the design department felt uneasy. When he returned to the design department, he saw Su Tian sitting at her workstation. What is the relationship between this intern and the new boss that I have to take good care of her? Su Tian, come here, Manager Lu called out. Su Tian was anxious. It's over, I'm going to be fired. She walked into Manager Lu's office. Manager, are you going to fire me? Manager Lu was taken aback. What firing? I want to ask you, what is your relationship with President Chen? He wants me to take good care of you. Su Tian thought for a moment. They had only met once in a gaming and client relationship, but yesterday Chun-Chi said they were friends. Just friends. He actually didn't fire me and even asked Manager Lu to take care of me. Su Tian's favorability plus 10, current 10. Chen-Chi received a system notification and found that his favorability had increased so much. Indeed, powerless explanations are no match for actions that prove it. Chen-Chi sat in the chairman's office, a shabby thermos cup sitting conspicuously on the desk. He picked up the landline and called the administrative department, asking them to change the furniture and decorations in the office. At that moment, a WeChat notification sounded. Boss, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have questioned you. Still calling me boss? But now, you are indeed my boss. Call me boss again, and I'll deduct your salary. Brother, don't deduct my salary. I'm just a small intern. You can't bully me. Chen-Chi made Su Tian laugh. Alright, I won't deduct your salary. I'll have Manager Lu personally guide you. Learn well, and if you do a good job, I'll give you a raise. Thank you, brother. Chen-Chi thought that Su Tian was just a poor student, with no money or savings. It would be a bit difficult to ask her to buy gifts or spend money on Chen-Chi. Soft master, can I have Manager Lu give her a raise? It doesn't count as giving money directly to a goddess, right? Sure, you can give her a raise of 100,000 or even 1 million. Soft master replied. Really? Isn't that too much? About 50,000 or 60,000 should be enough. You really have it all planned out. If you don't want the number anymore, just do it like this. Chen-Chi said helplessly, this isn't exactly giving her money directly. What's the difference between having someone else transfer money to her and you transferring it directly? Are you trying to find a loophole with me? Then my identity as chairman is pretty useless, isn't it? I can't even increase an intern's salary. I'm not an unreasonable system. You can't say it outright, but you can hint at Manager Lu, said Soft Master. Hearing this, Chun-Chi thought it was feasible. He was the boss, and if his subordinates received his hint, anyone with a bit of sense would act according to his wishes. So, Chen-Chi called Manager Lu back to the office. Manager Lu, that intern in your department, I think her performance is quite good. Manager Lu was speechless. You just returned to the company today. How could you have seen that intern's performance? Are you two having an affair? Deliberately playing workplace cosplay? We are all part of your play. Su Tian's abilities are indeed good. She's currently doing some graphic design work, and in a while, she can design independently. What's her internship salary? 6,000 base salary plus 2,000 performance bonus. This was still the treatment Huang Qingyi had arranged for Su Tian through the back door. Usually, interns only get a maximum of 4,000. Chen-Chi thought to himself, damn, that's so high. I only got 3,000 during my university internship. Her internship salary is about the same as other senior employees. I see that the young girl is quite hardworking. we can make some adjustments to her salary, Chen Shi said. Manager Lu was quite conflicted. Then how much should I increase it? You're her direct supervisor, you can decide. Chen Shi couldn't say it outright, but this was enough. Manager Lu felt overwhelmed, internally complaining. What do you mean I should decide? She's an intern, and 6,000 is already high. How much more can I increase it? Should I, as the manager, take care of her? You, who can afford 70 million, are giving me a riddle over a few thousand in salary. Isn't that making it difficult for me? Manager Lu said, fine, then I'll go back and discuss it with the HR department. Chen Shi looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock, time to get off work, and Sunny Yo was still waiting for him. As he went downstairs, several employees saw Chen Shi getting into a Maybach. Within minutes, the whole company knew that Chen Shi drove a Maybach. This was way cooler than the former chairman Huang Guirong's 2 million Mercedes S600. It was lunchtime now, but Manager Lu had no mood to eat. If he didn't handle the first task assigned by the new boss well, it would be hard for him to get by in the company in the future. The HR manager had left, and now he could only discuss Su Tian's salary with Supervisor Feng from HR. Manager Lu, can you let me know what the relationship is between Su Tian and the new boss? Supervisor Feng asked. How would I know? Anyway, their relationship is not ordinary. Su Tian is good looking. I think they are probably in that kind of relationship. Manager Lu looked around. Shoo, don't say that carelessly, be careful it reaches the boss's ears. Supervisor Feng said, the boss wants to give Su Tian a raise but doesn't say how much. This is tricky. How about this, set her salary at the base salary of our design department supervisor, 8,000 plus performance bonus. You can assess the performance later, have some insight, Manager Lu said. Supervisor Feng replied, I'm not stupid, full marks for performance. Manager Lu informed Su Tian of the new salary situation, and Su Tian was taken aback by this unexpected joy. No company in Donghai City offers such treatment to interns. This is higher than many people who have worked for 5 or 6 years. Su Tian knew it must be Chen Shi who raised her salary. She sent a message to Chen Shi. Thank you, brother, for giving me a raise. Chen Shi thought to himself, Manager Lu was quite quick. How much did you increase it by? Brother, you know the answer but are pretending not to. I really don't know, it was Manager Lu who adjusted it. You really don't know? Let me tell you, my salary is quite high now, with a base pay of 8,000 and an additional 2,000 for performance. After all that, Manager Lu only added 2,000 on top of the original amount. Chen Shi thought it was too little, he wanted at least 20 or 30,000. But Manager Lu felt that this was already an outrageous salary for an intern from a second-tier university who hadn't even graduated yet. Su Tian's income was much higher than Han Linlin's and Li Ting's. Back at the Hanfu company, Sunny Yo had changed back into her own clothes and was sitting on the sofa waiting for Chen Shi. When she saw Chen Shi come in, Sunny Yo went up and linked her arm with his. Brother, what company did you buy? A small e-commerce company that sells women's clothing. Women's clothing? Can you take me to see it? I'll take you to see it when I have time. You must be hungry, let's go eat first. Chen Shi had no intention of taking her. With them holding hands like this when they entered the company, Su Tian would surely deduct a lot of points from her impression of him. I'm really a bit hungry. Brother, let's eat Cantonese food. Sure, whatever you want to eat. There aren't many Cantonese restaurants in Donghai City, even though it's coastal and the flavors should be somewhat similar. But the most popular cuisines remain Hunan, Sichuan, and Jiangxi. Chen Shi found a Cantonese restaurant that many bloggers had reviewed, aptly named Dragon and Phoenix Tower. It opened 5 years ago, inviting Hua Zai to be the guest at the opening ceremony, where he sang congratulations and prosperity. At that time, it was incredibly popular, and you had to book a week in advance just to eat there. Now, while it wasn't as exaggerated, it was still hard to get a table during mealtimes. Shu Quan slowed down the car, and Chen Shi saw the ancient-style 3-story Dragon and Phoenix Tower. Sunny Yao leaned out to take a look. There are indeed a lot of people. I came here once before, and it was super popular. Brother, let's go eat at Li Ji. That Cantonese restaurant is quite authentic too. My family used to be VIP there, so we didn't have to queue. Chen Shi said, since we're here, it's already 12:30, if we circle around again, I'll be starving. He had the money, so why worry about not being able to eat? Chen Shi took Sunny Yao out of the car. The line of diners at Dragon and Phoenix Tower stretched from the restaurant out to the street, and no one seemed to mind the heat in the middle of the day. A few young girls dressed in hanfu were there, and Chen Shi worried they might get heatstroke. That looks like a social media influencer. Who? The one who danced in hanfu a few days ago and got $1 million in tips. A few of the hanfu girls were discussing. Just as Chen Shi and Sunny Yao were about to enter the restaurant, a few girls approached them. Sister, you must be Yi Yao. So beautiful. You look even better in person than in the videos. Sister, you look stunning in Hanfu while dancing classical. Can we take a picture together? Sunny Yao's follower count had reached 1.6 million, although it couldn't compare to those big influencers. She was still a streamer with 1 million fans. She was a bit surprised to be recognized by fans while walking down the street. Just a few days ago, she was still a small streamer with only a few 100,000 followers, and this sudden change in status was hard for her to adapt to. A photo? Sure. Chen Shi tactfully stepped aside to let the girls take a picture with Sunny Yao. Among the people waiting in line, there was even a male fan of Sunny Yao who came over to take a photo. After they finished taking pictures, Chen Shi joked, "Wow, I have a big star standing next to me." "Big star? You have to give me an autograph later." Sunny Yao pinched Chen Shi's arm. "Brother, you just like to joke about me. What big star am I? If it weren't for you, I'd still be an unnoticed small streamer." Sunny Yao was still grateful and didn't let her newfound fame go to her head. "Yao, big star, let's find a private room to eat. I'm afraid your fans will keep asking to take pictures, and we won't be able to enjoy our meal," Sunny Yao said, "but all the private rooms are full." She had never seen Chen Shi use his cash ability to cut in line. It was a kind of dominance that didn't even require waiting for a table. At that moment, a waiter was leading a family of 4 upstairs. Chen Shi called out to them, "Excuse me, are you going to the private room on the 2nd floor?" The family consisted of a middle-aged couple with 2 middle school girls. The middle-aged man replied, "Yes, we're next in line." "Hello, let's negotiate. I'll offer you 3,000 yuan if you let me have the private room. What do you think?" The prices at Longfeng Tower were a bit higher than at Dabashu. Last time at Dabashu, Chen Shi offered 2,000 yuan for a spot, so this time he raised his offer. The middle-aged man glanced at his wife. He wanted to sell immediately. Although he was a company manager with an income close to 20,000, he didn't want to miss out on the chance to cut in line for 3,000 yuan. His wife was also a frugal person. They expected to spend around 700 or 800 yuan for their meal, and 3,000 yuan could take them to a more upscale restaurant. "Is it really 3,000? The woman confirmed. "It's really 3,000, I can scan the code for you right now." "Alright, the private room is yours," the woman agreed. "4,000, I want the private room." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their transaction. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut walked over with a flamboyant woman. As soon as Sunny Yao saw him, she tightened her grip on Chen Shi's arm. Chen Shi sensed something unusual from her arm and asked, "Yao Yao, what's wrong?" Sunny Yao whispered, "That's the 3rd place in my livestream before Monkey Suit." Monkey Suit, whose real name was Yang Daji, had spent over 200,000 in Sunny Yao's livestream. After that, he arranged to meet her offline, and upon seeing her, he became infatuated, staring at her lewdly throughout their meal. After finishing, Sunny Yao made an excuse to leave, which infuriated Yang Daji, who had spent over 200,000 and hadn't even held her hand. The middle-aged woman was ecstatic. What a lucky day. Going out for a meal and someone is willing to pay to cut in line, and even bidding for it. Chen Shi also found it interesting. It was the first time he encountered someone competing with him to cut in line. "Sister, I'll offer 4,000. The woman suddenly grabbed her husband's hand, feeling thrilled. The waiter was dumbfounded. Do rich people really need to throw money around just to warm up? Yang Daji sized up Chen Shi and then said to Sunny Yao, "Looks like the streamer has hooked up with a rich second generation. He's the one who tipped over 1 million, right?" Yang Daji didn't know that Chen Shi had already tipped a total of 2 million. He had only seen Chen Shi's first tip while watching online. After that, he hadn't been on Douyin much and had spent 200,000 to meet a female streamer, who was the one beside him. The female streamer had flown all the way to Donghai to meet him, and they not only held hands but had also been working hard on their fitness these days. When the woman heard Chen Shi offer 4,000, she immediately agreed, "Then it's yours." Yang Daji wouldn't back down. "My girlfriend is hungry and doesn't want to wait in line. I'll offer 4,500. The female streamer clung to Yang Daji's arm and cooed, "Yang Gu is so nice, really capable." 5,000. Chen Shi continued to raise the bid. 5,500. Whatever Chen Shi shouted, Yang Daji would outbid him by 500, and the two of them escalated their bidding to 12,500. The woman was about to crush her husband's hand. Could they really earn over 10,000 just for a meal? A windfall had fallen right into her lap. Yang Daji was not intimidated at all. Being able to spend over 200,000 in Sunny Yao's livestream showed he had some means. He owned a trading company and could earn 3 to 4 million a year, which was quite impressive in Donghai City. He often paid to cut in line. Today, he wasn't specifically targeting Sunny Yao. He had originally planned to cut in line to buy a private room and just happened to run into Chen Shi, who was also buying a private room. Yang Daji looked at Chen Shi with a smug expression. "What's wrong? Big brother on the leaderboard not going to raise the bid anymore? He didn't think much of Chun-Chi just because he had spent $1 million. Yang Daji felt he could spend that much too, but it was too low a cost-performance ratio to spend it on Sunny Yao. He might as well spend it on other female streamers. No more bids, big sister, just sell it to him, Chun-Chi said. The woman didn't mind. In fact, she hoped the two would continue competing, as that would allow her to earn more. Alright, then this private room will be given to this brother. Sorry about that. The woman even apologized to Chun-Chi. After all, he was the one who had first expressed the desire to buy. Seeing that the private room was gone, Sunny Yao thought Chun-Chi was a bit upset because of Yang Daji's interference, so she said, "Brother, shall we change to another place?" "Why change? What time is it?" "I'm starving, let's go to the third floor. Dragon and Phoenix Hall." The waiter quickly explained, "Sir, the Dragon and Phoenix Hall is still available, but it's reserved for VVIP guests." When Chun-Chi searched for Dragon and Phoenix Hall online, he saw a review blogger reveal that there was a hidden private room there. It was only open to VVIP guests, and to become a VVIP, one had to spend a total of $1 million in a year at Dragon and Phoenix Hall. "I know, can I become a VVIP and go to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall now?" The waiter, unable to handle such high-end clients, immediately called the manager over with a walkie-talkie. When the manager arrived, the waiter whispered a few words in his ear. "Sir wants to apply for VVIP?" Manager Joe asked. "That's right, let's do it now, we're waiting to eat." "Sir, the VVIP at Dragon and Phoenix Hall requires an annual fee of $1 million. Can't I just pay it all at once? Don't you have a prepaid card?" Chun-Chi asked. Manager Joe was taken aback by Chun-Chi's words. Paying $1 million at once was far more impressive than accumulating it over time. They had a dozen or so VIPs in their establishment, each spending tens of thousands every time they came. But they all paid for one meal at a time. He had never encountered someone like Chun-Chi who would pay $1 million in one go. $1 million in the bank would earn over $10,000 in interest. But putting it into Dragon and Phoenix Hall would yield nothing. Perhaps the hall would even use that money to earn interest at the bank. "We do have that option, sir. Do you want to apply now?" "Right now, we're waiting to eat." Sunny Yao knew Chun-Chi was wealthy and extravagant. Dining at Socrates cost tens of thousands per meal. However, she was still a bit shocked by the idea of spending $1 million just to eat. Is he planning to treat this place like a cafeteria and come here every day? Yang Daji's expression twitched. Is this guy messing with me? Deliberately bidding against me? Although he could earn $3 to $4 million a year, spending $1 million on a meal was absolutely out of the question. The tech-savvy female streamer beside him suddenly had the urge to pounce on Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi was young, handsome, and wealthy, 100 times better than the greasy middle-aged Yang Daji. The middle-aged couple was also left speechless, shocked by Chun-Chi's extravagant wealth. So spending tens of thousands to cut in line was just a way for the rich to pass the time? Manager Joe personally took Chun-Chi to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall on the third floor, and Chun-Chi didn't hesitate, immediately applying for the VVIP membership. The Dragon and Phoenix Hall was very spacious, with a large round table for 22 rows of sofas, and even a rockery fountain. Generally, VVIP guests would inform them in advance when coming to dine, and most of the time it was to host important clients. Manager Joe had never encountered someone like Chun-Chi who came to eat with only 2 people. Manager Joe, will the service speed for VIPs be faster? Mr. Chen, all services at Dragon and Phoenix Hall prioritize VIPs. That's good, I'm starving and just afraid of having to wait for the dishes, Chun-Chi said. Yao Yao, you order. Sunny Yao asked, brother, have you always been this extravagant? Not really, I used to be more low-key. It's not that he wants to keep a low profile, it's mainly because he didn't have the strength before. Now that he has become powerful, he definitely wants to live comfortably. Sunny Yao ordered several signature Cantonese dishes, white-cut chicken, braised pigeon, honey-glazed char siu, crispy roast pork, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, lobster baked in broth, steamed East Star grouper, abalone, sea cucumber in abalone sauce, and boiled geoduck. 10 dishes in total, but the portions aren't too large, so 2 people should be able to finish most of it. Chen-Chi got up a bit early today and had a basket of crab roe buns for breakfast, which he has already digested by now. Seeing that Chen-Chi has a good appetite, Sunny Yao took a few bites herself and then helped him peel shrimp and serve fish. This was Chen-Chi's first time eating such expensive Cantonese cuisine, and perhaps due to the novelty, he found it even better than the 2 Michelin-starred Socrates. Brother, eat the shrimp, the meat is so tender. It really is good, you should eat too. This table of food was quite cheap, only 30,000 yuan. Chen-Chi really couldn't eat anymore, and there were still some leftovers on the table, enough for 3 or 4 more people. It felt wasteful to leave it, so he planned to ask the waiter to pack it up to take down for Zhu Quan. Brother, can I pack the leftover dishes? Sunny Yao suddenly asked. You want to pack them? I see that the dishes are quite clean. I want to take them back for my brother and the others. 30,000 yuan worth of food. Even in the past, her family didn't often eat like this, and now they definitely couldn't afford it. Since it was just the two of them, Chen Shi didn't really serve himself, it was all Sunny Yao who helped him. The dishes were still neatly arranged, not messed up, and Sunny Yao wanted to take them home for her family to have for dinner. Oh no, he won't think my behavior is low class, will he? This is so embarrassing. How could I say something like packing in front of him? Chen Shi, hearing Sunny Yao's thoughts, actually felt that she was quite good at managing her life. Sure, then just 2 mantis shrimps, and let's order another plate. Sunny Yao sighed in relief and happily said, no need, there are still plenty of other dishes. That won't do, there are 3 people in your family. What does it mean to take just 2 shrimps? Chen Shi handed his VVIP membership card to Sunny Yao. You keep this card, when you have time, bring your family to eat. The food here is quite good. Sunny Yao initially felt embarrassed to accept it, but then thought about how Chen Shi always spent millions. He helped her family pay off debts and gave her generous tips, always extremely lavish. This VVIP membership card was probably just a regular cafeteria recharge card for him. Thinking of this, Sunny Yao accepted the membership card. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my parents. Sunny Yao's favorability +2, current 72, after they were full, the two sat in the Dragon and Phoenix restaurant for a while. There were professional Cantonese opera performers performing in the restaurant, and with the antique decor, many young girls in Hanfu came to take photos. Chen Shi leaned by the window, listening to the music, when Butler Lee from the Hildo Hotel called. Hello, Mr. Chen, you haven't stayed at the hotel these past few days. Are you dissatisfied with the service? Not at all, your hotel service is excellent. Tonight is your last night, may I ask if you will be extending your stay? Chen Shi remembered that the 4 days he planned to extend would expire tonight. I won't be extending, I'm going to the hotel to check out soon. Sunny Yao, hearing Chen Shi on the phone, was quite curious. Brother, do you stay in hotels? I stayed in a hotel for a few days recently. Isn't he from Donghai? Why does he need to stay in a hotel? Could he be keeping a mistress? Chen Shi felt a bit nervous hearing Sunny Yao's thoughts. This morning, Su Tian had also made assumptions, which lowered her favorability towards him. After waiting for a while, the system did not indicate any deduction in Sunny Yao's favorability. This was Sunny Yao's perspective, it was broad-minded. Yao, come with me. I was mentally prepared for him to have other women. But what does it mean to take me directly to a hotel? Isn't he afraid I'll run into that woman? The two got into the car, and Chen Shi, feeling a bit drowsy after a full meal, leaned against Sunny Yao's legs, asking her to massage his head. Brother, is the pressure okay? Sunny Yao's soft, delicate hands pressed on Chen Shi's head, feeling quite comfortable. It's good, press on my temples a bit more. Chen Shi closed his eyes and said, Master Zhu, how much is your monthly salary at Shidua? Zhu Quan was momentarily at a loss for words. He wasn't sure what Chen Shi meant by this question. Was he just chatting casually after a meal, or was he trying to poach someone? Zhu Quan had a fixed salary at Shidua, with a base pay of 12,000, plus various allowances totaling about 5 to 600. After deducting social insurance and taxes, he took home around 11,000. Zhu Quan was a straightforward person and wouldn't boast, he simply stated what he earned. About 11,000 after tax. Master Zhu, I see you drive quite steadily. How about working with me? On the surface, Zhu Quan remained calm, but inside he felt a small thrill. After a week of observing Chen Shi's financial power, Zhu Quan understood him better than those goddesses. Moreover, Chen Shi was generous. Although he had only shown it twice, Zhu Quan felt that he wasn't stingy with his employees. He regretted not quoting a higher salary earlier. If he switched jobs, he could have secured better treatment. Sunny Yao, listening to their conversation, realized that Master Zhu was not Chen Shi's employee. Zhu Quan thought to himself, you didn't even mention how much the salary would be, how can I answer you? After tax, it's 30,000 a month, with social insurance and housing fund as usual, and Sundays off. Wow, Zhu Quan unconsciously pressed harder on the accelerator, and the car began to speed up. 30,000 after tax was basically 3 times his current salary. In Donghai City, a monthly salary of 30,000 was a sign of being in management, while middle management typically earned only 10 to 20,000. Zhu Quan was from a neighboring city. He came to work in Donghai because the economic conditions in his hometown were not as good. Now in his 40s, his child was just starting elementary school, and although it was only a 3-hour trip back home, he tried to save money by only going back every 2 months. His child had come to Donghai during summer vacation, but Zhu Quan couldn't bring his wife and child over because he was living in a hotel dormitory. So, he rented a place for them short-term, which was quite a financial burden for him. With 30,000, I could skip the dormitory and rent a nicer place to bring my wife and child over. However, he thought about it, with Chun-Chi offering such a high salary, his expectations might also be higher than at Shidua. Mr. Chen, will the working hours and job responsibilities change from what I have now? 9 in the morning, and as for the evening, it's hard to say. Just driving, the same as now. Chen-Chi rarely left before 9 in the morning, and evenings could be busier. Shu Quan felt that it sounded pretty much the same as his current job. He was used to irregular hours at the hotel. Moreover, with such a high salary from Chun-Chi, he was willing to work overtime. Mr. Chen, I have no problem with that. When do you need me to start? By noon tomorrow, Chen-Chi's presidential suite would expire, and his private driver service would end. He definitely needed Zhu Quan to seamlessly take over and continue driving him. Start tomorrow. Tomorrow? Shu Quan felt a bit troubled. He had worked at Shidua for 5 years, and morally, he didn't dare to leave suddenly for another job. Furthermore, his contract with Shidua stated that leaving without cause required compensation of 20,000 to the hotel. This was considered the training fee the hotel had invested in him. A qualified luxury car driver needed training before starting work. Mr. Chen, if I leave suddenly from Shidua, I will have to compensate them. That's easy to handle, I'll compensate you. The compensation for a small employee isn't much, and Chen-Chi didn't care at all. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen-Chi planned to bring Zhu Quan to the company he had just acquired, but personally, he couldn't provide Zhu Quan with the 5 insurances and 1 fund. Sunny Yo had gradually become immune to Chen-Chi's arrogance. I used to dance live, and after exhausting myself, I could only make 20,000 at most in a month. He hires a driver for 30,000, why don't I just be his driver? Chun-Chi heard Sunny Yao's thoughts and asked, Yao, what are you thinking about? I was thinking, Master Zhu must be tired driving alone. How about I drive for you? I can take the night shift, and Master Zhu can take the day shift. Chen-Chi opened his eyes and looked at Sunny Yao from below. Are you driving a proper car? Brother, that's annoying. Back at the Hildever Hotel, Chen-Chi directly told the hotel manager that he wanted to poach Master Zhu. Although the hotel manager was a bit surprised by the sudden recruitment, it did affect their staffing arrangements. But someone who could afford to stay in the presidential suite for 7 days was definitely not an ordinary person. He couldn't afford to offend a manager like that. Mr. Chen, it's a blessing for Master Zhu to be chosen by you. However, all our hotel employees undergo training before joining, and there will be some minor issues in the contract for those who leave suddenly. Chen-Chi replied, I understand that. I will compensate the hotel for the money, and I will cover it for him. Mr. Chen, aren't you staying tonight? That 100,000 cannot be refunded. I'm not staying, Chen-Chi said. He actually stayed in a presidential suite that costs 100,000 a night. Wait, it doesn't seem strange that he stays in a 100,000 presidential suite. Sunny Yao began to keep up with Chen-Chi's pace. She told herself not to be overly surprised by figures in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Otherwise, it would make her seem unrefined. It only took half an hour for Zhu Quan's resignation procedures to be completed. Chen-Chi called Wang Guanhua. Manager Wang, I've hired a private driver, please handle his onboarding. He will add you on WeChat shortly. Okay, don't worry, Chairman Chen, I will take care of it. Wang Guanhua was feeling quite pleased with himself. Not only had he secured a position, but he was also Chen-Chi's direct superior before, which clearly placed him above the other managers in the company. If Chen-Chi was the emperor, he was the crown prince's tutor. There was nothing much to do in the afternoon, and Sunny Yao said she wanted to watch a movie. Surprisingly, it was Spider-Man 3. Chen-Chi quickly said he wanted to watch a Stephen Chow movie, but the cinema didn't have it. So they found a riverside restaurant with a private cinema and watched Kung Fu. Do you like Stephen Chow's movies, brother? Stephen Chow is talented. Even now, they are still enjoyable to watch. That evening, they had a candlelight dinner at the riverside restaurant, but the weather didn't cooperate. Didn't they say it would be sunny today? It was so hot during the day. When has the weather forecast ever been accurate? Chen-Chi replied. They hadn't even finished their drinks when they ran back indoors from the outdoor restaurant. At 8 o'clock, Sunny Yao had to go live, so Chen-Chi first took her home. He returned to Yuanwan, took a shower, and looked at the clothes he had changed out of. I still need to find a cleaner to do some cleaning chores. Although staying in a hotel meant not having to worry about anything, with services available, it still wasn't home. The Chinese people's obsession with home is ingrained in their bones. This apartment was the first one Chen-Chi had bought. He estimated he would stay here for a while, so hiring a cleaner to tidy up was necessary. As for a chef, it wasn't needed for now. He was free all day and could go out to explore different restaurants for food. At 8 o'clock, Su Tian sent a message asking when Chun Shi would be online. Chen Shi replied it would be 9 o'clock, and it was just about 9. Brother is online now. Tian has been waiting for me, huh? As soon as Chun Shi logged in, Su Tian sent him a message in the game. Su Tian was sitting in the living room with her laptop, keeping her grandfather company while watching TV. As soon as she saw Chun Shi come online, she dashed back to her room. To play games without being disturbed by Su Ma, she even locked the door. No, I just came online too, Su Tian said. Wait, I'll call someone else. Chen Shi called Chen Tian. Get online, get online. I'm in the shower, don't rush me. How can you answer the phone while showering? Chen Shi asked. I'm used to it. Lin Xian used to tell me to answer calls anytime, even in the shower, so I brought my phone into the bathroom. That's a good habit, please keep it up. 10 minutes later, Chen Tian came online and noticed a girl, immediately intrigued. Shi Zi, who is this? Su Tian heard another guy join the team, and it sounded like he was close to Chen Shi. Hello, I'm Su Tian. Wow, your voice is so sweet. Are you here to play with us? Yesterday, Chen Tian was too focused on his own game, so he asked Chen Shi to find someone to play with, and now he naturally assumed Su Tian was that person. How to put it, she was, but now she's my employee, Chen Shi said. Your employee? What do you mean? Did you start a company? Chen Shi hit the jackpot. Starting a company wasn't hard, just rent a place, hire a few people, and a makeshift team would be formed. Sort of, I didn't start a company, I bought one. I acquired the company I used to work for. Ha? Chen Tian expressed his deep confusion. He knew the scale of Chen Shi's company. Although the e-commerce industry had seen a significant drop in profits over the past 2 years, it was still making money, just not as much as before. The previous owner of Chen Shi's company was willing to sell a consistently profitable business. Unless Chen Shi offered a considerably high price for the acquisition, a figure Chen Tian dared not guess. Shi Zi, how much did you pay for the acquisition? Chen Tian anxiously awaited Chen Shi's response. Not much, 70 million. Ha? This exclamation came from Su Tian. Shi Zi, you've reached a level I look up to now. Acquiring a company so casually, like a business tycoon in a novel. Chen Shi replied, you've read too many novels, it's just that I got lucky and hit the jackpot. The three of them played a chaotic battle while chatting. Shi Zi, you're a boss now, take me along. I don't want to stay in this lousy company for a day. Chen Shi originally wanted Chen Tian to come over, but now without a trusted aide and often being absent, things would definitely go awry over time, even though he didn't rely on the company for income. A profit of 4 to 5 million a year was enough for anyone, and it was less than what Su Lu could get back from a single meal. But since he acquired it, he had to take responsibility. He couldn't let the company go under. Come on, I'll make you the manager. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian started to decline. I was joking, your company does women's clothing, and I deal with pets. Aren't you afraid I'll bankrupt your company? I'm not asking you to be the operations manager, I need a human resources manager. HR? I can't do that either, you know I usually don't handle HR. Chen Shi said, if I'm not afraid, why should you be? There are supervisors below to help you, you just need to keep an eye on the company. 50,000 a month, with a year-end bonus of 200,000. Chen Tian was silent for a while, stammering, You're not joking, are you? What's there to joke about? You just casually bought a 70 million company, and you're worried I can't afford this salary? Chen Tian said, no, I don't even think I'm worth 50,000. In Donghai, one could earn an annual salary of 800,000, which we call the Emperor of Labor or the Immortal of Labor. Chen Tian felt the price was too high, he felt guilty even receiving that much. He believed that earning 20,000 a month was already the best he could hope for. An annual salary of 800,000 was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine. However, 800,000 wasn't even enough for Chen Shi to take his goddess on a shopping trip to Hermes. I say you're worth it, so you are, Chen Shi said. After Chen Tian's parents passed away, they had always helped him, and he remembered that kindness. Now, offering Chen Tian a mere 800,000 job was a way to repay his family. Come report to work tomorrow, Chen Shi said. Chen Tian exclaimed, but I'm off tomorrow. Chen Shi suddenly remembered that his company had a single day off, while Chen Tian had 2. Finding a job with 2 days off in Donghai City was impressive, and if it also provided 5 insurances and 1 fund, that would be even better. Many factories only offered 1 day off a month, which they commonly referred to as a single day off. Chen Shi thought that his own company needed to make some changes. Just come over tomorrow to get acquainted. Understood, boss, Chen Tian shouted. I'll introduce you to the other managers, and when you're at the company, take care of Su Tian. Hearing Chen Shi ask the new HR manager to look after her warmed Su Tian's heart. Don't worry, boss. Chen Shi said, Tian, if there's anything at the company, just find him. From now on, it'll be trouble for Manager Chen. Sister-in-law, call Manager Chen more formally, privately, just call him Brother Tian. Su Tian didn't dare to respond. Chen Tian seemed to think of Chen Shi and Su Tian as having that kind of relationship. Chen Shi said, Tian, it's fine to call him Brother Tian. Whether he didn't hear the term sister-in-law or chose to ignore it, did I just stumble upon a script about a domineering CEO and a silly intern? Su Tian had read many novels about domineering CEOs, where the male lead always had a sidekick brother. Usually, this brother would create opportunities for the male and female leads. Sometimes, a friend's assistance was even more effective than directly expressing one's feelings. Su Tian's favorability +1, current 11, is the threshold for little girls really this low? Chen Shi thought to himself. It had been a long time since he and Chen Tian played games together. When they both had girlfriends, they would sneak in a game once every couple of months. Now, once they started playing, they lost track of time. Shi Zi, do you think he'll play games with Principal Wang in the future? This was indeed very possible. As long as Chen Shi's goddesses were supportive, his wealth would multiply. By then, he would definitely be dealing with top wealthy individuals in Huaxia, and perhaps Principal Wang would even take the initiative to befriend him. I'll do my best, Chen Shi said. Sounds good. Will Lin Go also join us for a 4-man squad then? Principal Wang's friend Lin Go often played games, but it was unclear how skilled he was. Su Tian glanced at the time. It was already midnight, and she was starting to feel sleepy. Brother, you guys keep playing. I'm logging off first. I have to get up early tomorrow. Chen Tian said, the boss is here. What are you afraid of? If you're late, it's on him. No, Su Tian didn't want to take advantage of her slight connection with Chen Shi to act recklessly at the company, arriving late or leaving early. Even if her colleagues wouldn't dare say anything to her face, she didn't want to be the subject of gossip behind her back. It was better to do her job well and give others no reason to talk. Su Tian was staying at home tonight. It was much farther to the company from home than from school. She needed half an hour to do her makeup and had to get up by 6:30. Usually, she would do simple makeup at school, which only took 10 minutes. Now that Chen Shi was also at the company, she had to be more serious and meticulous with her makeup. After logging off, Chen Shi thought about taking Chen Tian to the company tomorrow. He also needed to pick up his Ferrari, so he shut down his computer and went to sleep. On July 13th, Saturday, it was cloudy. At 9 o'clock, Zhu Quan arrived at Yuan No. One and called Chen Shi to ask where the car was parked. The car? Chen Shi didn't immediately respond. Wasn't Zhu Quan supposed to be driving? He suddenly remembered that the Maybach was the car from the Hildo Hotel, and now Zhu Quan couldn't drive anymore. You wait downstairs for a bit, I'll be right down. At the entrance of Gate 1, Zhu Quan saw Chen Shi coming and immediately went to greet him. Boss, Master Zhu, can you drive a Rolls-Royce? Chen Shi asked. Zhu Quan thought, wow, a Rolls-Royce, even more upscale than a Maybach. What kind of business is he in to be so rich? I haven't seen him meet any big clients this week. Zhu Quan nodded. Yes, there's a Cullinan at the hotel. I've driven it a few times. Alright, I'll go buy a Rolls-Royce in the next couple of days. Boss, what car are we taking today? Ferrari. As a result, a minute later, a BMW 5 Series arrived, which was the special car called by Chen Shi. Get in, the Ferrari hasn't been picked up yet, we'll go get it later. When they arrived at the company at 9:30, they happened to run into Chen Tian waiting for the elevator in the lobby. Chen Tian had been to Chen Shi's company before and could find his way around without anyone guiding him. You're really on time, Chen Shi said. Of course. Chen Tian saw Master Zhu behind Chen Shi, whom he had met once before. Is Master Zhu joining the company too? Yes, he's now my personal driver. The three entered the company, and the employees nodded and greeted Chen Shi as they saw him. Manager Wang, call all the department heads to the conference room. The managers thought to themselves, another meeting. Indeed, with a change in leadership, there was no peace. Today we'll discuss two things. I won't waste everyone's time. Etienne, stand up. Chen Etienne stood up, and Chen Shi introduced him to the other managers. This is my friend, Chen Etienne. He will be the HR manager from now on. The other managers had the same thought. Another one with connections. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Etienne. I look forward to working with you all, Chen Etienne said. The new boss arranging for a trusted aide was nothing unusual. As long as this newcomer wasn't like the previous Chao Cohen, who liked to stir up trouble, it would be fine. The second thing is, the company will switch to a 2-day weekend from now on. As soon as this was said, the faces of the other managers lit up. The difference between a 2-day weekend and a 1-day weekend was significant. With a 1-day weekend, time was too tight, and outings could only be day trips. However, the managers of operations, customer service, and warehousing seem to have something to say. Wang Guanhua said, Chairman Chen, operations sometimes need to adjust work based on platform activities. Chairman Chen, if there are no customer service staff, the store will definitely receive a lot of complaints, the customer service manager said. And if the warehouse doesn't ship, it will also affect the store's ranking, the warehousing manager echoed. Chen Shi, being in this line of work, knew very well that if everyone had a 2-day weekend, the company would go bankrupt in less than half a month. Starting next week, the entire company will have 2 days off per week, and for any weekend tasks that require overtime, there will be double pay. Chairman Chen, customer service and the warehouse don't differentiate weekends, they are already scheduled for time off. How does that work? You originally had 1 day off a week, now you will have 2. The customer service manager said, but this arrangement won't work with the current staffing. Manager Chen, please recruit staff for customer service and the warehouse as soon as possible, Chen Shi said. As soon as Chen Tian took office, he received a task, and he confidently replied, understood. After the other managers left the conference room, Chen Tian asked Chen Shi a question. Chi Zi, with his 70 million acquisition, changing to a 2-day weekend and expanding staff, the operating costs will also increase. How many years will it take to break even? The company was making about 4 to 5 million, and increasing staff would reduce profits, which was why Huang Guirong had been reluctant to hire more people. Adding 1 employee would mean an additional expenditure of around 100,000 for salaries and social insurance, so how could a capitalist be generous? But Chen Shi wasn't relying on that 4 to 5 million profit to get rich. Even if the company could only make 1 million, he wouldn't mind. Don't worry, with me around, even if we hire another 100 people, the company won't go under. Chen Tian estimated that Chen Shi might have won a jackpot of over 500 million. Alright then, I'll take care of hiring. In the design department, at a workstation against the wall, Su Tian's eyelids were drooping, as if she was about to fall asleep. She was already someone who loved to sleep. Usually, she got up at 7:30, but today 6:30 was indeed a bit early. With weekends still in school, and now just starting her internship with a single day off, her biological clock was still adjusting. Su Tian, the chairman is here. A girl from the nearby workstation kindly reminded her, fearing that the new boss would see Su Tian daydreaming. Manager Liu had not spread any rumors about Su Tian and Chen Shi possibly having some sort of relationship in the company. Only he and HR supervisor Feng knew the inside story. Are you very sleepy? Chen Shi stood expressionlessly next to Su Tian's workstation. A few colleagues around felt the atmosphere tense up. The intern was caught slacking off by the boss, and it seemed like it was all over for her. Ah, chairman. Su Tian shivered and immediately woke up, staring at Chen Shi with her big eyes. Come with me. There happened to be no one in Manager Liu's office next door, and Chen Shi called Su Tian into the office. Seeing Chen Shi's serious expression, and knowing this was the company, it was only natural for him to reprimand her for work-related matters. Chairman, I won't dare again next time, Su Tian said nervously. Just the 2 of us now, call me brother. Did you not sleep well last night? Seeing that Chen Shi wasn't scolding her, Su Tian felt relieved. I actually slept quite well, just woke up too early and feel a bit sleepy. You don't live far from school, do you have to get up very early? I went home last night, didn't stay at school, my home is in the western suburbs. That is a bit far. How about this, sweetie, you don't need to stay at school anymore. I have an apartment next to the company, the tenant just moved out last month, you can stay there. It's only a 7 or 8 minute walk, so you won't have to get up so early. Chen Shi said. Hearing that it only took 7 or 8 minutes to walk, Su Tian thought that riding a shared bike would only take 3 or 4 minutes to get there. This was too tempting for her. With work starting at 8:30, she could get up at 8 and sleep a little longer. Does brother live there too? Su Tian shyly asked. I don't live there, but by asking that, do you hope I live there or not? I don't know. Su Tian lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Shi. Do I hope or not? He really seems like a domineering CEO. Su Tian's favorability +1, current 12, I'll have someone clean it up, and you can move in after work on Monday. Thank you, brother. After Chen Shi left, he went out of the design department, and several colleagues asked Su Tian if everything was alright. It's fine, the boss didn't scold me. Chen Shi walked into the HR manager's office without knocking. Chen Tian was sitting in his designated spot, taking photos and videos. You scared me, you didn't even knock. So, how do you like the manager's office? Chen Shi asked. I like it, very satisfied. I'll go to the flower and bird market tomorrow to buy a few potted plants to place here. I was thinking, this spot could have a lucky bamboo, and over there could have a money tree. Chen Shi pulled him up from his chair. Stop thinking about it, Go out now and find an apartment in the nearby community, within a 10-minute walk. Why are you looking for an apartment? Are you buying a house? Chen Shi had told Su Tian he had a place nearby, and now that he had said it, he had to have one. It was still possible to buy now. Yes, buying a house. Find a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom place. Price is not an issue. The key is it has to be close and new. I need to move in by Monday. Since Chen Shi said price was not an issue, it definitely wasn't a problem. There was no exaggeration involved. So urgent? Well, Su Tian is moving in on Monday. Oh wow, keeping a beauty in a golden house, that fits your current rich guy status. Get lost, hurry up. Chen Tian asked, aren't you coming with us? I have something to do later. What is it? I bought a Ferrari, going to pick it up. Chen Tian grabbed Chen Shi's arm and shook it vigorously. Damn, you buy a Ferrari and don't tell me. I want to go too. A man's love for sports cars needs no words. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the Ferrari dealership. As soon as they entered, Chen Shi was surprised to see Su Lu there. Su Lu had arrived at the store at 9 o'clock, and the salesperson Zhang Li remembered her, inviting Su Lu to the VIP room to rest. Miss Su, why isn't Mr. Chen with you? I didn't tell him, I came secretly, and don't tell him either, Su Lu said. She had been waiting in the store for over an hour and finally waited for Chen Shi to arrive. Brother, you're here. Su Lu immediately linked her arm with Chen Shi's. Lulu, what are you doing here? Aren't you working today? I wanted to pick up the car with you. Chen Tian opened his mouth in surprise. Shizi, who is this? My girlfriend, Su Lu. Lulu, this is my buddy Chen Tian, Chen Shi introduced. Hello, Su Lu greeted politely. His friend, hey, it's the first time meeting her. Su Lu was very happy that Chen Shi introduced her as his girlfriend. It was an acknowledgement in front of friends. Hello, Shizi, your girlfriend is so beautiful, Chen Tian said. Of course, not only beautiful but also a great cook. Next time, brother, bring your friends to try my cooking. Chen Tian was full of question marks. If this is his girlfriend, then Su Tian from the company really is a hidden beauty? While Su Lu was looking at cars, Chen Tian quietly asked Chen Shi, Shizi, how many girlfriends do you have? Rich people, what's wrong with being a bit more loving? They're all good girls, and I want to give each of them a home. Damn, Shizi, you've changed, Chen Tian said. Chen Shi had indeed changed, completely and utterly transformed. People always change. Chen Tian gritted his teeth, changed into the person I envy the most. Damn, why can't I win the lottery? Stop hating, work hard, and next year I'll raise your salary to $1 million. Chen Tian was a very content person. He knew that his potential wealth relied entirely on Chen Shi. He was already very satisfied with an annual salary of 800,000, let alone $1 million. As for Chen Shi having several girlfriends, as a brother, he just needed to be a good wingman. There was no need to meddle in other matters. Shizi, how much is this car? I forgot, but it seems to be around 480 after tax. Chen Tian sat in the passenger seat and took out his phone to snap pictures. So cool, let me drive it. Next time, Chen Shi pushed Chen Tian out of the way. Lulu, come on, let's go for a ride. Chen Tian said, what about me? The Ferrari 488 is a 2-seater, so with Su Lu, there was no room for anyone else. You two can take a taxi back to the company. Su Lu opened her LV bag in the car and took out a beautifully packaged rectangular gift box with the LV logo on it. Brother, since you're picking up a new car today, I didn't know what to give you. This car air freshener is from our store, and it smells really good. If you like it, you can put it in the car. Receive 2835 soft meal coins, cashback of 28,350,000 huaxia coins. This air freshener originally cost 4,050 yuan, but after the discount, it was 2,835 yuan. Su Lu had originally wanted to ask the store manager for help buying it, as the manager's discount was even bigger. But after thinking about it, she decided against it. Using the manager's discount would only save her a little over 200, so she didn't want to trouble anyone else. Chen Shi was overjoyed inside but pretended to be calm on the surface. It was still our Lulu. Su Lu spent a little over 8,000 on gifts and meals for Chen Shi, which amounted to over 80,000 in his eyes. Although her gift wasn't as valuable as Sunny Yao's bracelet, Su Lu surprised Chen Shi the most frequently. Let me smell it. Chen Shi leaned in to sniff. The scent was pleasant, not overwhelming, and would be nice to air out in the car. It smells pretty good, but not as good as you. You should sit in the car more, it will smell even better. The two were very close, their heads almost touching, and Chen Shi could clearly smell Su Lu's body fragrance. The cramped space in the car reminded them of the passionate kiss they shared a couple of days ago at the Marriott. They leaned in closer, hearing each other's breaths. Just as Chen Shi was about to taste her enticing cherry lips, Chen Tian, who had just taken a few steps away, ran back to ask a silly question. Are we reimbursing the taxi fare? Get lost, get lost. Interrupted by Chinitian, Chen-Shi and Sulu exchanged smiles and shared a quick peck. Let's go, take Lulu for a ride. Charge, charge, charge. Sulu waved happily. The roar of the Ferrari V8 engine announced to passers-by that the rich guy was out on the streets. Outside, the temperature was 36 degrees, but the air conditioning was on in the car, and the windows were rolled down. Sulu felt immense satisfaction as she noticed the envious glances from pedestrians. She had already showcased her luxurious stay at the Marriott on Douyin and Zaya displaying it from all angles. The comments section was flooded with thousands of messages. Sisters, you look so good, so envious of the sisters living in a mansion. Where did the sister find such a good boyfriend? He treats you so well. Sulu spent an entire evening replying to these comments, and she enjoyed it immensely. Now, sitting in the Ferrari, she could more directly feel the envy from passers-by. Regardless of age or gender, everyone couldn't help but steal a few glances at the combination of luxury cars and handsome men and beautiful women. Sulu's phone camera was working overtime today. Once in the car, she didn't stop taking pictures. Brother, let's take a couple's photo. Sulu thought to herself that since they were already a couple, they should at least have a photo together. She had seen other girls on Zaya taking pictures with their boyfriends next to their new cars, complete with a car-picking ceremony. They hadn't taken any photos in the store, so they had to take one in the car to post online. And it had to capture the car logo on the steering wheel, but not too obviously, to avoid looking forced. It should seem like a candid shot. Sure, go ahead and take it. Chen-Shi tilted his head slightly toward the passenger seat as Sulu leaned in. The camera was set to burst mode, and they snapped 100 photos in no time. Brother, can I post the couple's photo on Douyin? Sulu asked while selecting the pictures. Since both of them were good-looking, any photo they took would turn out well, and with a filter, they could post it right away. Post it on Moments. It's best not to share it on other platforms. You know I prefer to keep a low profile. Only Sulu's friends could see her moments, but posting it online might attract attention from other goddesses. It seems rich people pay more attention to privacy. Posting on Moments is fine, let those sisters be envious. Got it, I'll pick the best one, Sulu replied. She chose a couple's photo and added a caption. My boyfriend picked up a new car, going for a ride, so happy. As soon as she posted it, her rival, the sales associate Zhou Yali from La Mer, saw it. Zhou Yali immediately zoomed in on the photo, recognizing the man driving as the same one who had come to the store last time. Damn, a Ferrari. This B*TCH really found a golden turtle. Zhou Yali felt a mix of envy and hatred. Seeing her rival living so well, it was more painful than if she had been killed. She gritted her teeth and commented on Sulu's post. Lulu, your boyfriend is so rich, I'm so envious. Sulu saw Zhou Yali's comment and felt extremely pleased. She didn't reply and turned off the screen. Brother, can you accompany me to do my hair this afternoon? Chen-Shi had previously been annoyed at accompanying Li Ting for manicures and hairdos, just waiting around and having to provide emotional support. When asked if the new hairstyle looked good, he couldn't just say good, he had to specify what looked good and how. But now that he was rich and free, he thought it was fine to go along. After all, Lulu was a big client too. Is Lulu going to dye her hair or perm it? I want to dye it again, it's a bit faded. Sulu's hair color was brown, and among Chen-Chi's 5 goddesses, she was the only one with dyed hair. Sunnyo and Li Ting had big waves and water waves, while Han Linlin and Su Tian both had long black straight hair, though Han Linlin's was a bit longer. What color do you think looks good on me, brother? Chen-Chi thought this brown color looked quite nice and suited Sulu well. Let's stick with this color, it looks good. Okay, then I'll dye it brown again. Brother, let's eat first, and then we'll go. What does Lulu want to eat? Sulu's beautiful eyes twinkled as she playfully said, Kaifeng cuisine. Chen-Chi quickly thought through whether there were any high-end Kaifeng restaurants in Donghai City. Lulu, are you talking about KFC? Sulu laughed. Yes, brother, you wouldn't not know, right? I just didn't react in time. When it came to food, Chen-Chi always thought of high-end, expensive restaurants. He never expected fast food. Why do you suddenly want to eat KFC? I just suddenly craved junk food, hee hee. Rich people also eat fried chicken and barbecue. As long as it satisfies their taste buds, they don't care about health. I haven't had it in a long time. It's nice to change things up occasionally. Chen-Chi was now rich and had never thought of eating KFC. He used to be reluctant to spend on it. After all, KFC was still more expensive than Sha County or Lanzhou. The two found a KFC and ordered a combo meal for 2, just enough to eat. Not bad, Chen-Chi said. Brother, you've eaten so many delicacies. Occasionally eating junk food must feel refreshing for your taste buds. I don't think that's it. It must be because I'm eating with you that even this ordinary burger tastes good. Brother, it's so greasy, even greasier than this big chicken leg. Then let's drink some ice coke to cut the grease. Just as they were finishing up, Chen Shi received a message from Li Ting. Although he had set his messages to do not disturb, with no notification sounds or vibrations, he happened to be looking at WeChat, so he opened the chat box. Another question mark he hated. If you can't talk, then don't. Chen Shi replied. Li Ting felt a bit excited when she saw that Chen Shi finally replied. She said to Lin Xian beside her, he replied to me. Lin Xian leaned over. How did he reply? Let me see. Ting, you can't send messages like this, you two have broken up. You can't be as arrogant as before. You need to speak properly. The reason Li Ting reached out to Chen Shi again was that Lin Xian had seen a recent post from Chen Yitian on WeChat. The photo showed Chen Shi and Chen Yitian sitting in a Ferrari, accompanied by a caption. Congratulations to my godfather for getting a Ferrari. If it had been before, Lin Xian and Li Ting would have questioned whether they rented the car to show off. Now that they knew Chen Shi had won the lottery, it was quite normal for him to buy a Ferrari. The two girls grew more and more angry. After breaking up with Chen Shi, Li Ting thought he would definitely come to ask for reconciliation, as she was very confident in her looks. But after waiting 4 or 5 days, she hadn't received a single message. In the end, she learned from Lin Xian that Chen Shi had won the lottery and was spending money like water at a bar. Lin Xian thought the same way, believing she had Chen Yitian under her control, thinking that since he had taken Chen Shi's 1 million and could afford the betrothal gifts, he would definitely come back to her. A Ferrari, it must cost 3 to 4 million, the person sitting in the passenger seat should be me. Li Ting thought to herself. Lin Xian urged Li Ting to put her pride aside. Be a little softer in your attitude. He has been with you for more than half a year, has he treated you well? Li Ting hesitated. Pretty well. She knew that Chen Shi had given a lot and tried his best to treat her well, but she was greedy and wanted more. So she didn't feel that Chen Shi's kindness was particularly precious. Then he must have feelings for you. You just broke up a week ago, you still have a chance to win him back. You should ask him to meet, talking face to face is more effective. It's hard to gauge feelings over cold messages. Li Ting felt conflicted. It was Chen Shi who proposed the breakup, and she had agreed decisively. Because Chen Shi didn't buy her a phone, she felt he didn't value her. Now she was being asked to seek reconciliation, and she found it hard to swallow her pride. Isn't this too humble? It makes me look like I'm chasing after him. Sister, if it were the old Chen Shi, I wouldn't say this. He only had the advantage of being handsome. Now he's both handsome and rich, and didn't you say his parents have passed away? With no in-law issues, if you can be with him, you shouldn't expect to live too comfortably. Lin Xian continued, did you not see that day at the bar? Those flashy girls were all over Chen Shi. If you don't win him back soon, you'll really have no chance. Li Ting took Lin Xian's phone and zoomed in on the photo. In the picture, Chen Shi was wearing LV, gripping the Ferrari steering wheel, looking so confident. He looked the same, but in just 7 days, it felt like he had become a different person, his aura completely changed. Li Ting composed a message in her mind and then typed it out. Baby, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper. I will learn to understand you better and won't make unreasonable demands anymore. Let's meet and have a good talk. Li Ting typed this message with great determination. In the past, when she argued with Chen Shi, she had never backed down, always waiting for him to appease her. When Chen Shi saw Li Ting's message, he snorted coldly. Do I not know you? If it weren't for my money, would you be speaking so humbly? If it weren't for Li Ting occupying the goddess position, Chen Shi wouldn't want to have any entanglements with the past. Now, Su Lu, Han Linlin, Sunny Yao, Su Tian, who among them wasn't better than her? But now he could only continue to engage and had to raise the favorability to 100 to remove the goddess position. I'm busy lately, I'll let you know when I have time. Chen Shi replied. Looking at this indifferent response, Li Ting felt extremely humble. Lin Xian said, he didn't reject you, I told you he must still have feelings for you. Really? But look at his cold tone, he never spoke like this before. Sister, you two are broken up now. The fact that he can reply to you is already quite good. I think you still have a chance to reconcile, otherwise, why wouldn't he just reject you outright or block you? Li Ting recalled the time spent with Chen Shi, her willfulness and little tempers, which he always tolerated. Chen Shi had even said he wanted to marry her. He must still have me in his heart. Li Ting favorability +3, current -7, okay, then contact me when you're free. Li Ting replied. Seeing that Li Ting had taken action, Lin Xian, the strategist, also wanted to reconcile with Chen Yitian, so she sent a message. But Chen Yitian had completely given up on her, she was destined not to have the same luck as Li Ting. Chen Shi received a system prompt, looking puzzled. Why did the favorability increase again? After finishing KFC with Sulu, they went to Apollo Hair Salon, a place Sulu often visited. The barbershop is a chain brand, positioned in the mid to high-end market, with membership cards starting at 10,000 yuan. Sulu could easily ask Chen-Chi to take her to a more upscale barbershop now. However, when it comes to girls getting their hair cut, once they have a favorite stylist, they insist on that person, no matter how many directors or managers come by. Chen-Chi parked the car and followed Sulu into the barbershop. This kind of mid to high-end barbershop attracts quite a few beautiful women. Chen-Chi glanced around and found the quality to be quite good, with both young girls and married women present. "Brother, it might take a while," Sulu said. "That's fine, you go ahead. I'll just sit here and play on my phone." A server brought over a fruit platter and a glass of lemonade, along with some snacks. Chen-Chi sat down and opened the Tomato Novel app, continuing to read the latest updates of "The Goddess Gave Me a Flower. The system returns 10,000 times." Sulu went inside to wash her hair, and at that moment, two girls in tank tops and yoga pants entered the shop, one with long hair and the other with short hair. They spotted Chen-Chi sitting on the sofa. "Isn't that the handsome guy with the Ferrari from the parking lot?" the long-haired girl said. The two girls had entered the parking lot behind Chen-Chi, and their parking had been a bit slow. "Come on, let's go chat with him," the short-haired girl suggested. Her girlfriend was here just now, she must be washing her hair now. So what if she has a girlfriend? Just because she's married doesn't mean they haven't slept together, the long-haired girl said, holding a bottle of drink as she walked to the lounge area, her voice teasing. "Handsome, could you help me open this bottle cap? It's a bit tight, and I can't get it open." Chen-Chi sat there while the two girls stood in their tight yoga pants, perfectly showcasing their figures. Chen-Chi wasn't Niao Renfeng, nor was he Ding Dang Cat. At first glance, these two girls were indeed very beautiful, both in looks and figure. If Chen-Chi were to rate them, he would say they both deserved over 90 points. However, Soft Master said, "You still need to practice facial adjustments, thigh and abdominal liposuction, can't you see that?" "How would I know about liposuction?" Chen-Chi replied helplessly. But that wasn't the key point. Both girls had growth counts of 42 and 51. With that, did Chen-Chi still dare to look? He immediately raised his gaze, focusing on their faces. "Sure, let me help you open it," Chen-Chi said, taking the long-haired girl's sea salt soda and easily twisting it open. "Thank you, handsome." The short-haired girl sat down next to Chen-Chi. "Are you here alone to get your hair done?" Although Chen-Chi wasn't interested in these two, he was idle, so he casually chatted with them for a bit. "I came with my girlfriend, do you want to keep chatting?" The long-haired girl leaned closer to Chen-Chi. "Why not chat? This LV piece you have is this year's new model, right? It must be over 30,000 yuan. I forgot, my girlfriend picked it out for me." "Wow, you're so rich." "I'm not rich, I'm just living off my girlfriend." The short-haired girl giggled. "You're really funny." They didn't believe Chen-Chi was living off Sulu. If Sulu were that wealthy, she could afford a Ferrari and wouldn't come to Apollo for a haircut. Apollo was just a well-known chain brand, and its prices were much cheaper than those private hair studios. Truly rich women went to those places. "Handsome, do you mind having two more girlfriends?" The long-haired girl was straightforward, getting right to the point. "I don't mind, but I don't know if my girlfriend would." Chen-Chi could have more than two girlfriends if he wanted. He could have 20, as long as they met his criteria, but these two clearly did not. The long-haired girl and the short-haired girl exchanged knowing glances. Men are indeed always looking at what's in the bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. None are faithful. "Just don't let your girlfriend find out," the long-haired girl said. "We sisters can have fun with you, handsome." The long-haired girl's tone was filled with teasing, her gaze alluring as she looked at Chen-Chi. The short-haired girl added, "One dragon and two phoenixes, happy double flying." If it were an ordinary guy, he would have already been hooked. Not only his mouth but also his second brother would be up. Chen-Chi calmly said, "How happy? Why don't you come try it with us now, handsome? Your girlfriend will take a long time to do her hair." At that moment, Sulu came out after washing her hair and saw two little firecrackers sitting on either side of Chen-Chi. Her expression slightly darkened. "Brother, who are they?" "Beautiful lady, don't misunderstand, I just asked the handsome guy to help me twist a bottle cap," the long-haired girl said. Seeing the main character arrive, the two girls stopped chatting and stood up. "Thank you, handsome, please enjoy this bottle of soda water." The long-haired girl handed the soda water to Chen-Chi, with a tissue underneath the bottle. After the two left, Sulu said, "Brother, can I have this bottle of water?" "I'll open it for you," Chen-Chi replied. Sulu mimicked the long-haired girl's teasing tone and took the soda water. "Thank you, handsome." Chen-Chi laughed. Turns out you were waiting for me here, did you eat something wrong?" Sulu opened the tissue, and there was a phone number written with an eyebrow pencil. "I didn't eat anything wrong, does brother want to add them?" Sulu placed the number in front of Chen-Chi. Without even looking, Chen-Chi crumpled the tissue into a ball and threw it in the trash. They aren't even worth a hair on you, not even a dog would add them. Sulu's favorability +1, current 72, that's more like it, Sulu said. Go get your hair done, I'll just sit here and watch you. I'm going. Sulu took 2 steps and suddenly turned around, snatching the soda water from Chen-Chi's hand and gulping it down in one go. Luckily, it was a 300 milliliter small bottle. If it were 500 milliliters, she probably couldn't finish it. Chen-Chi was amused by Sulu. He knew exactly what she was thinking, she just didn't want him to drink the water given by the little firecrackers. Are you Wang Baobao? Thank you for the water, brother, it's really good, Sulu said. Sulu spent 3 hours dyeing her hair, and Chen-Chi was so engrossed in his novel that he didn't feel like he had waited long. Brother, come take a look, how is it? It looks great, the color is very even, and the dyeing is very detailed. Mainly, Lulu's face is beautiful, she would look good even with green hair. Pat, I don't want green, Teacher Tony said from the side. Miss Sue, you still have 1600 in your card. The dye we used this time is of better quality, and after the member discount, it's 2000. The store is currently running a promotion, recharge 10,000 and get 1,000 free, recharge 20,000 and get 2,000 free, recharge 30,000 and get 3,000 free. These hair salons are quite tricky. If you aren't a member, Sulu would have to pay 3,800 for a haircut, and after the member discount, it's 2,000. She had previously recharged 10,000, which lasted almost a year, and she couldn't even remember how much was left on the card. Chen-Chi knew these hair salons were expensive, but he didn't expect them to be this expensive. Damn, 2,000 bucks, I feel it's too expensive to get a haircut for 30 at the Yanties in the neighborhood. Sulu was now financially comfortable, with a salary of around 20,000, and she didn't have to pay for meals, fruit, milk tea, or commuting. Even the house she previously lived in was rented out for 2,100, offsetting half of her mortgage. Spending 10,000 to recharge the card averaged out to about 900 a month. Sulu planned to pay for this herself. Chen-Chi treated her to meals and bought bags worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The house was worth millions, and this 10,000 was just pocket change. She felt embarrassed to ask Chen-Chi for it. How much do you get for recharging 300,000? Chen-Chi suddenly asked. Teacher Tony looked shocked. Sir, did you say 300,000? Yes, you heard me right, 300,000? Please wait a moment, I'll call the manager. Sulu had already gotten used to Chen-Chi's extravagance, only saying, brother, don't spend money recklessly. 300,000, I won't even use it all by the time I'm 50. Dyeing my hair too much isn't good for its quality. No need to dye it too much, but you should come for some treatments to make your hair smoother. Chen-Chi reached out and touched Sulu's hair, even her strands were beautiful, and he wasn't wrong about that. It's not much money, you won't use it all, just bring your friends to get their hair done. Alright then, thank you. Brother Sulu's favorability +1, current 73. Brother, I had Kaifeng cuisine for lunch, but I didn't eat much. I'm hungry now. Sulu touched her flat stomach. What do you want to eat tonight? There's a Xinjiang restaurant in Dongguan district that says it's really good online. Let's go eat there. Chen-Chi had never tried Xinjiang cuisine, but he had seen it online and it looked appetizing. Just in time, I was craving it too, so let's go for Xinjiang cuisine. Brother, wait for me. Sulu said as she ran out of the hair salon, and 2 minutes later, she came back holding a 1-liter bottle of soda water. Handsome, this bottle of water is for you. Sulu still spoke in the tone of a senior girl. Ha ha, are you trying to make this a meme? Chen-Chi couldn't do anything about her and took the large bottle of soda water. Gained 8 soft meal coins, cashback 80,000 Huaxia coins 80,000 credited. Although it wasn't much, Chen-Chi found Sulu quite interesting. It was just the peak time for getting off work, and after Chen-Chi came out of the parking lot and hit the main road, he was stuck in traffic. Who said driving a luxury car doesn't get stuck in traffic? It's just as bad. At the front, a traffic light was about to turn green in 2 seconds. Chen-Chi pressed the gas. With the power of the Ferrari 488, he could definitely make it. However, he didn't rush. There were many electric bikes on the road after work, and it was hard to predict if one would come out recklessly. This Ferrari was just picked up today, with no license plate or insurance yet. Crashing the car would be a small matter, but hitting a person would definitely make the news. No license Ferrari picked up today, mysterious rich second generation. These keywords would be enough for the media to write several reports. Chen-Chi stopped at the crosswalk and suddenly heard a loud engine roar coming from behind. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw a sports car accelerating past, overtaking 3 cars and pulling up next to Chen-Chi. As it got closer, Chen-Chi could see it was a Lamborghini Gallardo, a bit more expensive than his Ferrari 488. Probably around 5 million. The Gallardo had a man and a woman inside. The young man turned to Chun-Chi and gestured, as if to challenge him to a race. With the green light as a signal, the two supercars would race. Chun-Chi ignored him. He believed in civilized driving, safety for everyone. Racing was too dangerous. He wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. It was hard to get a system, and his great life was just beginning. Valuing his life was the most important thing. Brother, does he want to race you? Sulu asked. Ignore him, we'll drive our own way. Drive slowly. The green light turned on, and the Gallardo shot off the line, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen-Chi drove according to the speed limit, maintaining a steady pace. By 7 o'clock, the two were already eating at the Xinjiang restaurant. Everyone online says this place has very authentic flavors, Sulu said. Chen-Chi had never tried Xinjiang cuisine from other places, so he couldn't compare, but he thought it tasted really good. These roasted buns are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. One bite and it's bursting with juice, and the lamb has no gamey taste at all. If you like it, I can make it for you. You can make roasted buns? Chen-Chi asked. I can learn, right? The kitchen in the house you bought for me is so big, I can't let it go to waste. Sulu's cooking skills were already quite good, but she had never made dough-based foods like steamed buns or hand-pulled noodles. However, Sulu's dad has been a chef for decades and knows everything. If he asks Su's dad for advice, it might not be a perfect replica, but it should be pretty close. Brother, this morning you asked Chen Tian to take a taxi back to the company. What does your company do? Now Chun-Chi is a serious person with a career and a company, so there's no need to play coy. We make clothing, a small company, just for fun. I know quite a few small bosses, and they wouldn't dare treat buying a luxury home like buying cabbage. There are a few listed companies in Donghai that make clothing. His family wouldn't be one of them, would they? Brother is so low-key and humble. Just living well is enough. There's no need for flashy displays. He is so composed, unlike some rich second-generation kids who are afraid others won't know they have money. They ate a bit too much meat in the evening, so the two went shopping at the mall. To digest, they also bought lip gloss, foundation, eyebrow pencils, and other cosmetics. They didn't buy much in cosmetics. These things aren't expensive, with even the big brands costing just a few thousand. They spent a total of 20,000, which took a bit of time. Chen-Chi accompanied Sulu in choosing the color of the lip gloss and the shade of the foundation. Only now, with money and leisure, and with the goddess as his client, could he patiently give serious advice. Sulu wasn't just casually asking which looked better or which suited her more. She genuinely needed Chun-Chi's eye to help her choose. After all, women dress up for the ones they admire, and whatever makeup Chun-Chi likes, she would wear. Brother, let's go check out Balenciaga. Balenciaga sounds good, Balenciaga. Sulu smiled slyly. Does brother prefer black stockings or nude stockings? Black stockings, occasionally. Nude stockings are fine too. Then can I wear them for you to see tonight? Sulu whispered in Chun-Chi's ear. This was a blatant temptation, and while it was nice, being alone in a room with a man and a woman, especially after their passionate kiss last time and with a current affection level of 73, if Sulu wore black stockings tonight, they would definitely have some development. According to Jenny's previous experience, after growing closer to Chun-Chi, the goddess's affection level would at least increase by 5 points. This felt a bit too fast. The wealth Sulu brought to Chun-Chi was over 80 million, but it still felt a bit lacking. No rush, prepare more styles first, and I'll look again next time. Does this mean he isn't moved? Am I not charming enough? Or has he overcome his addiction and has extraordinary self-control? Then I'll buy more, Sulu said. After 10 o'clock, Chen-Chi sent Sulu home and returned to apartment No. 1. Accompanying a girl shopping isn't an easy task. By the end of the day, he felt more exhausted than when he was at work. Fortunately, he wasn't an average guy and didn't have to worry about money. If it were an average guy, after a day of fun, he would be calculating how much he spent, which would make him even more tired. Chen-Chi took a shower and leaned on the sofa, looking at the several videos Chen Tian had sent him. They were all videos of houses that Chen Tian and the agent had filmed on site. I saw 6 houses today, and there are 5 more tomorrow, all within a 10-minute walk to the company. There are quite a few good layouts for sale, but they are all over 10 minutes away. Chen-Chi replied, these few today look quite old. Let's take a look again tomorrow. At that moment, Han Linlin's voice call came in. Hello, Linlin, why are you calling so late? Brother hasn't contacted me for 3 days, can't I call? Han Linlin's tone was filled with grievance, as if she was about to cry. She looked like the type who easily tears up. Chen-Chi quickly said, of course, Linlin can call any time. Chen-Chi had indeed been busy interacting with other goddesses over the past 3 days and hadn't sent a single message to Han Linlin. Does brother not miss me? Of course I do. Then why haven't you contacted me? Chen-Chi replied, I've been busy acquiring a company lately, with a lot of things to handle, and I just got caught up in it. Han Linlin heard that Chun-Chi was acquiring a company, something that only happened in TV dramas and novels. She never expected that someone she knew in real life would actually do such a thing. Acquiring a company seemed like a very rigorous and complicated process. She could understand why Chun-Chi didn't have time to look for her. However, little did she know that sometimes acquisitions could be so simple and straightforward. Once the money was in place and the contract signed, the company was sold off. What company did brother acquire? A small clothing company, not many employees, just over 90, but there are many areas that need restructuring right after the acquisition. Over 90 people seemed quite a lot to Han Linlin. Will brother be very busy lately? Why? I have something to ask brother for help with tomorrow, but I don't know if brother has time. Linlin has something, no time, I also have to squeeze out time. What is it? Han Linlin walked to the door and locked it. In the living room outside, Han Dad was complaining to Han Mom about their disobedient daughter. Directly from the Education Bureau comes from a scholarly family. His son is also young and promising in the bureau. Such a family is the most suitable for us. Your daughter still complains about this and that. It really makes me want to die. Han Mom had initially been on the same side as Han Dad, thinking that Linlin would have a good life marrying into Director Lee's family. But seeing the luxury goods worth over $1 million in Han Linlin's room, she changed her stance and sided with her daughter. Now that our daughter is grown, she has her own ideas, we can't impose our thoughts on her. Why are you helping her speak now? Han Linlin began to talk about the matter she needed Chun-Chi's help with tomorrow. My dad insists on forcing me to go on a blind date with the son of a director from the Education Bureau. I don't want to go. If I say no, he won't recognize me as his daughter. Brother, can you accompany me on the blind date tomorrow? Let the other party give up and stop talking to my dad. In the system, this was a top-tier match in the blind date market, a hot commodity. The Education Bureau was quite compatible with Han Linlin's profession as a teacher, but now she was Chun-Chi's bound goddess. How could she let someone else have her? Don't worry, I'll definitely accompany you tomorrow. Chun-Chi had been a bit neglectful of Han Linlin lately. He should spread his attention evenly. Although Han Linlin had only given him a bowl of fish balls worth over 100, it showed that she still had potential to develop. After hanging up with Han Linlin, Chen Tian urged Chun-Chi to log on and play a few rounds. Wait half an hour, I'm setting up the computer. Aren't you using an Alienware laptop? What are you setting up? I spent 500,000, bought some parts, and made a custom-built machine. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then a loud shout. Damn, Godfather, let me play, let me play. Chen-Chi thought assembling it himself was quite tiring, so he sent the address to Chen Tian to come over and help. Half an hour later, Chen Tian rushed to Chun-Chi's house. Shizi, you didn't say you lived in Yuan 1, this must be 7 or 8 million, right? Well, if I can buy a company worth 70 million, and a Ferrari worth over 4 million, I wouldn't be surprised if you lived in a mansion worth 10 million. This must be over 200 square meters. With such a big place, aren't you lonely? Let me live with you. Chen-Chi disdainfully replied, get lost, if you want to live here, buy your own. How can I afford a house? Wait, actually, I think I can afford it. Chen Tian hadn't yet adapted to the current changes, even without the 1 million given by Chen-Chi. Now with an 800,000 annual salary at Chen-Chi's company, he could buy a 2-bedroom apartment in 2 years and a large 3-bedroom in 3 years. Shizi, look at this 500,000 computer. Chen-Chi took him to the second bedroom, which was his esports room, where 9 Alienware laptops were piled in the corner, still unopened. Wow, you have so many aliens, let me play with one. Chen Tian could easily buy an alien computer now, but he was still using his old desktop. Grab one when we leave later, Chen-Chi said. It's not like it's something valuable, it's just a few tens of thousands, and it was part of a mattress promotion. He originally planned to bring it to the company as a prize for employee motivation. Shizi, with your computer specs, it might be catching up to Principal Wang's. Chen-Chi knew that Principal Wang had $1 million computer, which had even trended online back then, reportedly scoring in the world's top 5. Not really, his has many specs that aren't available domestically, they were all ordered from abroad. It's been so many years, computer specs update quickly. I estimate yours isn't much worse than his. The two of them assembled the computer together, and in just over 10 minutes, it was ready. Chen-Chi used the new computer while Chen Tian used the alien one, and they immediately started a game, later letting Chen Tian play a few rounds on the new computer. Alright, that's enough, I can't play anymore. I have an appointment with the agent to see a house at 8:30 tomorrow morning, Chen-Chi said. I plan to buy it tomorrow, the price isn't an issue. The prices in the neighborhood near their company weren't high, just over 2 million. Chen Tian didn't think Chen-Chi's statement about the price not being an issue was bragging, he had that kind of strength. A dreamless night passed. On July 14th, Sunday, it was drizzling. Chen Shi slept soundly. The raindrops tapping against the floor-to-ceiling windows created a natural lullaby. He woke up at 9:30, washed up, and had breakfast. Just after finishing his takeout, Chen Etienne called at 10 o'clock. "Shizi, we've seen all the suitable houses, and there's one in Changtai Jinyuan that's the best. It's close to the community entrance, so we can walk fewer steps, and the house is nicely decorated." Chen Shi replied, "I've seen the video, it looks good. How much? Let's buy it directly." 2,400,000, which is reasonable. The surrounding prices are about the same. But the owner still lives there, and if we want her to move today, she wants an extra 200,000. Chen Shi thought, 200,000 isn't much. Asking someone to move out on short notice is indeed urgent, so it's just like paying for the owner's hotel stay. 2,600,000, no problem. Alright, I'll tell the owner. You come to sign the contract. Zhu Quan was already waiting in the underground parking lot and immediately opened the passenger door for Chen Shi when he arrived. "Ferrari is still too small, Master Zhu, you must be uncomfortable sitting in it." It's fine. Even if he was uncomfortable, Zhu Quan couldn't say so. "If you have nothing to do these days, go buy a Rolls-Royce, it's much more comfortable to sit in." When Chen Shi arrived at Changtai Jinyuan, Building 6, Apartment 801, Chen Etienne, the agent, and the owner were all there. "Shizi, this is the owner. Soft master, rate her." In the house video that Chen Etienne had shown Chen Shi, the owner hadn't appeared, so he thought it was just an ordinary middle-aged man. He didn't expect it to be a beautiful woman. She wore a high-slit modern cheongsam, her figure curvaceous and exuding charm. Name, Zhu Yaqing. Age, 33. Height, 166. Charm level, 90. Profession, model. Number of relationships, 10. Favorability, 5. This time, Chen Shi didn't misjudge. The beauty was indeed a 90, but he really couldn't tell she was 33. Zhu Yaqing had her hair styled elegantly, her makeup exquisite, especially her eye makeup, which was very captivating. Chen Shi looked at her and thought she seemed to be only 25 or 26. The buyer is also a handsome guy. "Hello, I'm Zhu Yaqing, the owner. My surname is Chen, Miss Xu. I understand the situation, the price of 2,600,000 is fine." What Zhu Yaqing said next made both Chen Etienne and the agent feel it was quite unreasonable. "Mr. Chen, I think 2,600,000 is a bit low. We bought it for 2,700,000. I'm not making a profit off you, I'm selling it for 2,700,000. He is willing to add 200,000 to let us move out today. He must be someone in a hurry to buy and not short on cash." The agent was speechless, cursing inwardly, wondering how someone could be so shameless. "Miss Xu, the housing prices have dropped significantly. Selling at the original purchase price is not feasible now. This apartment was listed at 2.4 million, already down by 300,000. Chen Shi was eager to buy, so he added 200,000 to get the owner to move out. But Zhu Yaqing wanted to sell at the original price. She was either greedy or foolish. Chen Shi heard Zhu Yaqing's thoughts and realized that his eagerness to buy made her think that this apartment was the only option for him. "Miss Xu, didn't we agree on 2.6 million an hour ago?" Chen Etienne said, somewhat annoyed. This last-minute urgency reminded him of his ex-girlfriend Lin Qian. The difference between 2.7 million and 2.6 million is just 100,000. "I see, Mr. Chen is dressed in designer brands and has an extraordinary demeanor. He doesn't seem like someone who would quibble over 100,000. "Miss Xu, other apartments of this layout are all at 2.4 million. We offered 2.6 million because we are in a hurry to buy," Chen Etienne said. Chen Shi waved his hand, signaling Chen Etienne to stop talking. "Miss Xu, you must have sensed my urgency to buy, which is why you raised the price at the last minute." "I am indeed in a hurry, but if you think you can manipulate me like this, you're mistaken. There's another apartment in this community with the same layout, and it's still vacant. Do you believe I can offer 2.4 million, and the owner will sell it immediately?" The other apartment was located at the back of the community, requiring a 4 to 5 minute walk to the entrance. Chen Shi found it a bit far. Walking a few more steps would be tiring, so he chose Zhu Yaqing's apartment, which was close to the entrance, just a 5-minute walk to his company. That won't do, the real estate market is bad, and it took 2 months to get someone to view the property. Zhu Yaqing quickly changed her tune. Alright, let's go with your 2.6 million. At that moment, a man walked in from outside, looking sunny and handsome, tall and fit, a definite heartthrob. "Qingqing, how's the negotiation going?" Zhang Wentao asked. "Mr. Chen's offer is quite generous. Where can we find such a good buyer?" Zhu Yaqing replied. "Although he's a handsome guy, meeting us is your bad luck," Chen Shi said. "Then let's sign the contract. We'll go to the real estate registration center for the transfer tomorrow." Tomorrow we won't be in Donghai anymore, you can find whoever you want. Great, Mr. Chen is really straightforward. Chen Shi felt something was off. What did Zhu Yaqing mean by saying they wouldn't be in Donghai tomorrow? Can I take a look at the property certificate? Chen Shi asked. Sure, Wentao, go get the property certificate, Zhu Yaqing replied. Chen Shi looked at the property certificate for a while. He couldn't understand it, so he handed it to the agent. Zhu Yaqing and Zhang Wentao exchanged a glance. They won't figure anything out, will they? Chen Shi said, the owner's name is Miss Xu. I thought it was this gentleman. My husband takes good care of me, so the house is under my name. It doesn't matter whose name it is. Hurry up and sign the contract. Zhu Yaqing linked her arm with Zhang Wentao, looking very intimate. In our family, it's all up to Qingqing, Zhang Wentao said. Agent, prepare the contract. Miss Xu, let me take another look at the apartment. Chen Shi toured each room. The layout and decor were quite nice. A few minutes later, Chen Shi received a WeChat message from Jiang Min, the sales representative from Unit 1. When Chen Shi looked at the property certificate earlier, he had secretly taken a photo. Because he heard Zhu Yaqing's thoughts, he was certain there was something wrong with this house. So he messaged Jiang Min, asking if she knew anyone at the real estate registration center. Today was the weekend, and the registration center was closed, but if you had connections, you could still get things done. Mr. Chen, this property certificate is fake. The homeowner's name is not Zhu Yaqing, it's Lu Liwei, a 47-year-old man. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi thought to himself, Zhu Yaqing is so beautiful, she can't be a transgender, can she? No, that's not right. Soft Master hasn't said anything, she must be a genuine woman. Her husband doesn't look 47 either, he seems to be in his early 30s at most. Then there's only one possibility, this house belongs to someone else, and she made a fake certificate to sell someone else's property. Chen Shi had seen news like this a few times, where tenants impersonated landlords and forged documents to sell houses. But as soon as the documents were checked, the truth would be revealed immediately. What should I call you, sir? Chen Shi asked. My surname is Zhang Wentao. Indeed, it's not Lu Liwei, these two are undoubtedly fraudsters. Chen Shi sent a message to Chen Etian. Pretend you have something to do and call the police, just say someone is using a fake property certificate to commit fraud. Chen Etian looked up in surprise at Chen Shi, then put the phone to his ear. Hello? Mom, I'm not coming home for dinner tonight. Can't hear? I said I'm not coming home for dinner. Chen Etian walked outside while talking, and after a while, he returned from the call and winked at Chen Shi. The real estate agent's contract was also ready. Zhu Yaqing and Zhang Wentao looked it over, and Chen Shi pretended to examine it as well. Mr. Chen, have you finished looking? Zhu Yaqing urged. Don't rush, this is buying a house, not buying cabbage. We must look over the terms carefully. If Sulu heard this, she would definitely think he was wrong. Buying a multi-million mansion was just like buying cabbage. When buying cabbage, one might even need to pick out the good ones. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Wentao glanced at Zhu Yaqing and said, Who is it? Zhu Yaqing shook her head at him. I'll go take a look. Zhu Yaqing went over to open the door and froze in place. Two police officers stood at the entrance, and Zhang Wentao asked, Who is it? Police. Zhu Yaqing forced herself to stay calm. Why are the police here? The real estate agent was also confused. He was just showing a house to clients. How did the police get involved? Was this place a haunted house? Excuse me, what seems to be the problem? Zhu Yaqing asked. Someone reported that there is fraud happening here using a fake property certificate. There must be a mistake. How could something like this happen? Chen Shi gave Chen Etian a knowing look. Chen Etian stood up and addressed the door. Officer, I made the report. This property certificate, you can check it to see if it's real or fake. Zhu Yaqing panicked and pointed at Chen Etian, cursing him. You think my house is overpriced and are framing me, right? How could he tell it's fake? This certificate should be able to pass for real. Chen Shi said, Officer, I suspect they are pretending to be a couple to commit fraud. Please show your ID. This was bad. Once the ID was checked, their marital status would be exposed. A few minutes later, the police found information on the two. You both are unmarried. How can you claim to be a couple? Zhu Yaqing hurriedly explained. We just call each other that. Isn't it normal for couples to call each other husband and wife? Once the officer checks the property certificate, you can argue all you want. Zhang Wentao panicked. Let's go, we're not selling the house anymore, everyone out. The police wanted to grab the property certificate from the coffee table, but Zhu Yaqing quickly stuffed it into her clothes. Chen Shi smiled, Officer, I took a picture, it's very clear. So he took a picture and had someone check the certificate. Zhu Yaqing, furious and embarrassed, actually tried to snatch Chen Shi's phone. Chen Shi quickly hid behind the police. Ma'am, don't get physical. This wasn't a complicated case. The police made a call and quickly confirmed that the property certificate was fake. Ma'am, this house belongs to the owner Lu Liwei. What is your relationship with him? At this moment, Zhu Yaqing was already panicking. Under the police's questioning, she revealed the relationship between the three of them. Lu Liwei is my sugar daddy, and Zhang Wentao is my boyfriend. She planned to sell the house and go to Vietnam with Zhang Wentao. This Zhang Wentao was not simple either. It was only under the police's inquiry that it was discovered. He was actually in the same line of work as Chen Qi. On the surface, Zhang Wentao was a Taobao model, but in reality, he was a kept man by a wealthy woman. That wealthy woman bought Zhang Wentao a house for her 50th birthday. Last month, Zhang Wentao had already sold the house, and now they were just waiting for Zhu Yaqing to sell this house. The money from selling the house, combined with their savings, could amount to 6 million, allowing them to buy a comfortable house in Vietnam and enjoy their world together. How did you find out we weren't married? Zhu Yaqing asked. Chen Qi replied, it's only because you're too beautiful. This sentence was lost on Zhu Yaqing, and the others didn't understand it either. Zhu Yaqing and Zhang Wentao could be described as a handsome couple, looking like a perfect match. You can't be lying. It's obvious you're deceiving us. Chen Etian thought to himself, how come I didn't see that she was lying at all? Yin Susu said that the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving. Zhu Yaqing believed that when she lied, her face didn't flush, and her heart didn't race. Coupled with her looks, men were completely under her spell. Unfortunately, her charm level had reached 90, and Chen Qi could hear her inner thoughts. Therefore, the more beautiful a woman was, the more honest she appeared to Chen Qi. The owner Lu Liwei rushed to the scene upon the police's notification. Although keeping a mistress was unethical, the law couldn't do anything about him. However, Zhu Yaqing and her accomplice's forgery was solid evidence, and they were in for a lawsuit. He didn't get scammed, so why are you arresting us? The two police officers were left speechless by this beautiful legal novice. Ms. Zhu, it's not that only successful scams are illegal, your forgery is already a criminal act. Please come with us. You should also come back to the station with me to record a statement. Chen Qi said, Officer, I have something important to attend to later. Why don't we just record it here? Generally, the person reporting a case needs to go to the police station to make a statement. Other assisting personnel can make a statement on the spot in the presence of two police officers. The person reporting was Chen Etian, and there was no victim in the case, so as long as Chen Etian went to the police station to make a statement, it was sufficient. The police officers finished taking statements from Chen Qi, the intermediary, and Lu Liwei. They took Chen Etian, Zhu Yaqing, and Zhang Wentao downstairs. Mr. Chen, are you looking to buy a house? Lu Liwei asked. Yes, I wonder if Mr. Lu is selling? This house was originally for keeping a mistress, and it was almost sold by the mistress, but thanks to Chen Qi, Zhu Yaqing was exposed. 2 million, as a thank you to Mr. Chen for helping me keep the house. Lu Liwei gave Chen Qi a discount of 200,000. Then I won't be polite, Mr. Lu. Alright, let's sign the contract. In the end, the house was bought, and it was much cheaper than expected, although Chen Qi didn't care about the money. But at least he wasn't scammed, losing 6 million was a small matter, but being tricked would have made Chen Qi very unhappy. Mr. Lu, what about the things in the house? All the furniture and appliances, if Mr. Chen needs them, I'll leave them for you. The rest, I'll have someone move out. There were many designer bags, clothes, and trendy decorations that Lu Liwei had bought for Zhu Yaqing. He would take all of these away to prevent that couple from selling them. When Chen Etian returned, it was already 12 o'clock. Chen Qi, in a good mood, said, Lu Liwei sold the house to me for 2 million. Wow, that's 200,000 cheaper. This guy is quite reasonable. With the 200,000 saved, I need to think about how to spend it. Oh, I know, let's buy another house. Chen Etian's phone received a text message, and he stared at Chen Qi in shock. Qi, why did you send money again? 4 million. I haven't even figured out how to spend the 1 million yet. You bought the other set in the back row, so you won't have to rent a place. Chen Etian was almost kneeling to bow to Chen Qi. Father, please accept my bow. If Chen Qi could see Chen Etian's favorability level, it would have already exploded. The friendship between boys is simple. If you buy your girlfriend a $3 drink, she might call you a loser. But if you buy a drink for your brother, you will definitely receive sincere thanks. Not to mention giving a whole set of housing. Chen Etian now only regretted not being a girl, otherwise, he would want to marry Chen Qi. Forget it, make sure to bring uncle and aunt over to stay more often. Han Linlin had already met her blind date, Li Mingda, at Dabashu. Why hasn't my brother come yet? Just now, Han Linlin had messaged Chen Shi, and he replied that he was almost there, but it was already nearly half an hour. Li Mingda had an ordinary appearance, not unattractive but not handsome either, wearing half-rimmed glasses, standing at 175 centimeters, and having a slim build. He had even gone to the barber this morning to style his hair for the meeting with Han Linlin. Linlin, you really like hot pot, right? It's okay, Han Linlin replied coldly. She chose Daba Shu because eating here didn't cost her anything. To be precise, it didn't cost Li Mingda anything, nor did it cost her own money. Her membership card had 100,000, which she couldn't even finish. After they finished eating, she planned to settle the bill herself, not wanting to owe Li Mingda anything. What hobbies do you usually have? Shopping, eating, traveling. I also quite like traveling. I heard your dad say you like reading. What books do you read? Just browsing around. Li Mingda tried various topics, awkwardly chatting for over half an hour. Anyone could tell that the girl had no interest in him, but Li Mingda was completely captivated by how much better Han Linlin looked in person than in her photos. He promised me he would definitely come back. What a liar. Han Linlin favorability -1, current 56, Chen Shi, who had already reached the entrance of the restaurant, received a system prompt and cursed inwardly. Damn, it must be because she's angry about me being late. The manager of Dabashu recognized Han Linlin as soon as he saw her. Isn't that the girlfriend of that rich second generation? Why did she come with a different guy for hot pot? When he saw Chen Shi come in, he immediately thought, oh no, the rich second generation isn't here to catch her cheating, is he? Han Linlin had almost finished eating and didn't want to stay with Li Mingda for another second. Waiter, the bill. Han Linlin said. I'll take care of it, how can I let you pay? Use my membership card. Seeing Han Linlin competing with him to pay the bill, Li Mingda thought, she must be interested in me. Now that we've met, if my dad asks, just say we're not suitable, Han Linlin said. Ha, I think we're quite suitable. I'm a civil servant in the Education Bureau, with an annual salary of 200,000, and great benefits. You teach at a school, when it comes to promotions, my family can help you out. Li Mingda was very confident in his own conditions, and being from the Education Bureau, he understood the salary levels of various schools in Donghai City. The elementary school where Han Linlin was interning paid 4,000 for her internship, and even if she got a permanent position, her annual salary would probably only be around 100,000. In terms of both income and benefits, Li Mingda was a level above Han Linlin. Han Linlin asked, is 200,000 a lot? It wasn't even enough for her to buy a Hermes bag. Isn't 200,000 a lot? Li Mingda was puzzled. I'm very materialistic. I want to live in a mansion worth millions, drive a sports car, and carry designer bags. Li Mingda said, Linlin, stop looking at Xia Hongshu and Douyin, look at how your thoughts have been led astray. How have my thoughts been led astray? Han Linlin was a bit angry. When they first met, Li Mingda started lecturing her. It's okay, I can correct your worldview in the future. Thank you, but no need. I'm fine as I am. See, you're just saying that out of anger. At this point, Han Linlin was truly amused by Li Mingda's thick-skinned nature. He was simply a shrimp-headed guy. To be honest, I have a boyfriend. I only came out to meet you today because my dad forced me. You're lying. It's definitely because I didn't rush to pay the bill just now that you're upset. Han Linlin was speechless. Was his thought process really this peculiar? She had already made her feelings clear. She had no interest in him, yet he was still trying to add drama to the situation. What do I have that's good? You're just awkwardly chatting with me with that thick skin. You look pure and sweet. At first glance, you seem to have a good personality and know how to live life, Li Mingda said. Han Linlin checked the time, it was 12:40, and Chen Shi still hadn't arrived. Han Linlin's favorability -1, current 55, suddenly, Chen Shi appeared behind Han Linlin, sat down next to her without saying a word. Han Linlin was startled, her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at him, filled with grievance. Being late for so long made me deal with this annoying guy for half a day. Beautiful lady, you look so pure, a bit like Lin Yuner. Can we get to know each other? Chen Shi pretended not to know Han Linlin and started role-playing. Li Mingda was displeased. This was his blind date, and here was a passerby causing trouble. Dude, what are you doing? Don't you know we're on a blind date here? You guys are on a blind date? Sorry, Chen Shi feigned surprise. Sorry, but are you not leaving? Chen Shi looked at the two of them, stroked his chin, and said, looking at the atmosphere, it seems your blind date isn't going very well. What does that have to do with you? Li Mingda said impatiently. If it weren't for Han Linlin being there, he would have wanted to go up and hit Chen Shi. No, dude, how about I teach you how to go on a blind date? You need to find more topics that interest girls. Let me demonstrate. Li Mingda thought to himself, I've been looking for topics for over half an hour, and with the intel provided by Han's dad, yet Han Linlin still showed no interest in him. Before Li Mingda could speak, Chun-Chi turned to Han Linlin. Beautiful lady, can we add each other on WeChat? What is he doing, role-playing? Han Linlin said expressionlessly, I don't add guys on WeChat casually. Li Mingda scoffed. He thought Chun-Chi was impressive, but he was just rejected. Now, his favorability towards Han Linlin deepened. She really isn't an easy girl. Chun-Chi asked, so how can I add the beautiful lady on WeChat? Do you have a mansion? Han Linlin asked. Li Mingda chuckled. Han Linlin had just mentioned that she liked luxury cars and mansions, and her question was meant to make Chun-Chi back off. Yes, 210 square meters, 6 million. Li Mingda thought, is he making that up? Do you have a luxury car? Yes, I just got a Ferrari 488. Ah, I thought he would say a Mercedes. Chun-Chi had shown off his car, and Sulu and Chenny Tian had immediately posted about it on their moments, but he hadn't posted anything himself, so Han Linlin didn't know he had bought a new car. The car keys were with Zhu Quan, otherwise, Chun-Chi would definitely have taken them out and thrown them on the table. Then you can add me on WeChat, Han Linlin said. Li Mingda interjected, wait, Linlin, how can you casually add a guy on WeChat? Why do you care so much? Are we that familiar? Han Linlin said coldly, her words piercing Li Mingda's heart. No, what I mean is, you can't just believe whatever he says. Beautiful lady, look into my eyes, how sincere, Chun-Chi said, acting exaggeratedly. I believe him, he has a mansion and a luxury car, which is exactly my type. Li Mingda was furious and said, how can you be so snobbish? Vulgar. Materialistic. Han Linlin remained expressionless, that's just how I am. Brother, when I said that to him, please don't think I'm like that. Hey, beautiful, are you free now? I'll take you for a drive, Chun-Chi said. Sure. Chun-Chi and Han Linlin ignored Li Mingda and walked straight to the door. Li Mingda immediately chased after them. He wanted to see if Chun-Chi's luxury car was real. Zhu Quan drove up and parked in front of the Dabashu entrance, where several customers were eyeing the sports car. A Ferrari. Why doesn't it have a license plate? It's a new car, they probably haven't registered it yet. So rich. Zhu Quan came over with an umbrella. By now, the rain had lightened significantly, just a fine drizzle. But he still had to fulfill his duty as a dedicated driver, ensuring Chun-Chi didn't get a drop of rain on him while getting into the car. Brother, you really bought a Ferrari. Just bought it casually, it's not very comfortable to sit in. I plan to buy a Rolls-Royce in the next few days. Truly a wealthy person without humanity. Han Linlin's favorability +1, current 56. Master Zhu, you can go have lunch now, you can clock out. I'll drive myself in the afternoon. Zhu Quan thought to himself, he really picked the right boss. The salary is high, and he even gets breaks now and then. In the afternoon, he could find an agent to rent a place, letting his wife and kids come over during the summer vacation. Zhu Quan handed the umbrella to Chun-Chi, then boss, I'll clock out now. Call me anytime if you need anything. Go ahead. If it weren't for the fact that the 488 only seats 2, Chun-Chi wouldn't want to drive himself. Sitting in the back is much more comfortable. Once Chun-Chi and Han Linlin got in the car, Han Linlin was a bit excited to be in a Ferrari for the first time, looking around. Finally, her gaze landed on the car air freshener in the front passenger seat. This air freshener smells pretty good. Chun-Chi replied without changing his expression, it's a gift from the 4S shop, the scent is alright. Han Linlin adjusted the angle of her seat back. Sulu was 165 centimeters tall, and Han Linlin was 164 centimeters, so they were about the same height. The front and back distance of the seat didn't need adjusting, but Han Linlin felt the backrest was a bit too forward, so she adjusted it back a little. Sulu won't notice the seat has been adjusted next time, right? Never mind, if she asks, I'll just say Chun-Chi sat here for a day. Han Linlin looked at Chun-Chi, brother, why are you so late? There were a bunch of accounts to check at the new company. I've been busy and haven't eaten yet. Ah, you haven't eaten? Why didn't you just eat at Dabashu? Hot pot, I didn't have much of an appetite, Chun-Chi said. Then what do you want to eat, brother? Chun-Chi glanced at the restaurants along the street, hot pot, barbecue, Sichuan cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Jiangxi cuisine, local dishes, Western food. They all looked quite delicious, but at that moment, Chun-Chi had no desire to eat. I don't know. Chun-Chi suddenly felt he was being too picky. When he used to date Li Ting, he would always ask her what she wanted to eat. Li Ting would say she didn't know and wanted him to guess, which annoyed him the most. Han Linlin's eyes twinkled as she mysteriously said, I know a place with great food, I'll take you there. What do they serve? Chun-Chi asked curiously. Just trust me, brother, I'll guide you, it's not far and we'll get there quickly. Han Linlin piqued Chun-Chi's curiosity. she didn't know what delicious food awaited them. Han Linlin used to enjoy exploring restaurants with Lin Yuan and was quite familiar with the eateries in the city. The restaurant she was taking Chen Shi to was called Taipei Story, serving Taiwanese snacks. As soon as Chen Shi saw the restaurant, he suddenly felt hungry. Linlin, the place you found is great, oyster omelette, I really want to eat that. Not only do they have authentic oyster omelette, but they also have various Taiwanese specialty snacks. Last year, Wu Bai came to Donghai for an event and ate at this place. Everyone says the taste is authentic. Chen Shi parked the car by the roadside, and the two of them held hands, running into the shop under the light drizzle. The shop was decorated in a retro style, with walls adorned with vinyl records and CDs, all featuring Taiwanese actors and singers. Boss, do you have a small table? Han Linlin asked. Beautiful lady, you came at just the right time. A table just cleared on the second floor. Chen Shi listened to the boss's accent, which was quite strong. He must be a genuine Taipei person. Han Linlin pulled Chen Shi upstairs, and at that moment, the music in the shop switched to nocturne. Brother, order whatever you like, it's on me. Han Linlin generously handed the menu to Chen Shi. She couldn't afford a big meal, but snacks were still within her reach. Wow, Linlin is treating me, so I have to eat more. The voice of Soft Master suddenly echoed in his mind. Return the menu, got it? Last time, Sulu treated him to barbecue late at night, and Chen Shi wanted to order a whole table to cash in on the rewards, but Soft Master immediately stopped him, telling him not to think about taking advantage. Got it, Chen Shi replied. He returned the menu to Han Linlin. Linlin, you order, I don't know what's good. Han Linlin had eaten here before and was confident in ordering. Brother, you don't eat spicy, right? A little bit is acceptable. Then let's get a large portion of oyster omelette without spice. The large intestine oyster vermicelli is also good, along with tube rice cake, fish soup, and 3-cup chicken. Brother, can you accept stinky tofu? It smells bad, but tastes good. It's quite delicious. Then let's have an order of stinky tofu, and a Taiwanese hot dog for dessert. Let's go with mango ice. Chen Shi quickly glanced at the prices of these 8 items on the menu. Taipei's story is not only about delicious food but also about sentiment. Anything related to sentiment won't be cheap. Outside, oyster omelets sell for around 20, but here they sell for 38, and Taiwanese hot dogs are 10 each. Adding up the 8 items, it surprisingly cost $227. Not bad, too. 27 million, putting back the money I spent on the house this morning. Han Linlin had already eaten at Dabashu, so she couldn't eat much now, just tasting a small bite of each snack. Brother, how does it taste? Oh, not bad, Chen Shi replied in a tone mimicking Jay Cho. Han Linlin laughed. As long as brother likes it, it's good. These snacks are a nice change of pace, they are still very satisfying to eat. Linlin, I find you know a lot about food. The fish balls last time were also good. I don't know much, just bored. When I go out shopping or exploring, I discover some places with decent flavors. Then next time, if you find any good places, take me along, Chen Shi said. Sure, as long as brother has time, I'll take you out. After Chen Shi finished the last of the mango ice, Han Linlin took the initiative to go settle the bill. Received 227 soft meal coins, cashback of 2,270,000 huaxia coins, feeling good, too. 27 million credited. Brother, what are we doing next? It's still early, let's go check on the car. The Rolls-Royce? Han Linlin asked. Yes, the Ferrari is too small. Wow, there are plenty of big cars, not looking at anything else, just the Rolls-Royce. 20 minutes later, at the Rolls-Royce 4S store. Chen Shi's Ferrari, lacking a license plate, couldn't be recognized by the automatic barrier's camera, so he had to honk the horn. The security uncle came out and saw it was an unlicensed Ferrari. Sir, are you here to look at cars? Yes, I'm here to buy a car. Chen Shi directly said, buy instead of look. The security uncle was also knowledgeable about cars. He immediately recognized that Chen Shi's model was a Ferrari 488, worth over 4 million. Since it didn't even have a license plate yet, it indicated he had just bought it a couple of days ago. That's quite extravagant. Just bought a Ferrari and now getting a Rolls-Royce, the security uncle said. I'll open the door for you. The horizontal bar was lifted, and Chen Shi walked in. In the Rolls-Royce parking lot, several luxury cars were parked, and his Ferrari didn't stand out much here. Brother, it's a Rolls-Royce. I'm a bit nervous going in, said Han Linlin, taking Chen Shi's hand. You just got out of a Ferrari. What's there to be nervous about entering a Rolls-Royce 4S store? It's not like we can't afford it. He sounds so manly. Han Linlin's favorability +1, current 57. The combination of Chen Shi and Han Linlin, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, attracted attention wherever they went. It was raining today, and there were fewer people looking at cars. The female salesperson, Kai Ije, was idly waiting. Seeing Chen Shi and the two of them enter the store, she immediately approached them. The man is dressed in LV, the woman in Chanel. They should have some financial strength. Potential customers, sir, madam, are you here to look at cars? Yes, we're here to buy a car. Do you have an appointment with a salesperson? No, is the beautiful lady free? Chen Shi asked. He had just received a score from Soft Master. Name, Kaijia. Age, 28. Height, 167. Charm value, 94. Profession, sales. Number of relationships, 5. Favorability, 5. Kaijia's charm value was very high, but unfortunately, her number of relationships was a bit excessive. Then let me show you around, sir and madam. Chen Shi said, let's take a look at the Cullinan. This car was very famous, with many videos of the Cullinan on various social media platforms. It also had another name, called difficult to afford. Not to mention the Lamborghini Veneno, which was as common as tomatoes. Even cars at the level of the Cullinan were something ordinary people could only look up to. Brother, I saw online that the starry sky roof of the Cullinan looks amazing, Han Linlin said. Ma'am, we have a display car with a starry sky roof. You can sit inside and experience it, said Kaijia. Come on, let's sit in and take a look, Chen Shi said. Outside, it was a rainy day, and the light was dim. With the windows tinted, even during the day, the starry sky roof could be clearly seen in the showroom. The roof sparkled like a vast galaxy, looking quite dreamy. Han Linlin loved this feature and found it very romantic. Chen Shi, however, directly asked about the price. Mr. Chen, the price range for the Cullinan is between 7 million and 10 million, mainly depending on the configuration you choose. It was time to select the configuration, and Chen Shi wanted Han Linlin to choose. If Mr. Chen wants to place an order, I suggest doing it soon. Production capacity is tight in the UK right now, and it will take a year to get the car. Rolls-Royce is a British brand and is fully imported, so in addition to waiting for production, one also has to wait for shipping. Hearing this, Chen Shi lost interest in buying. Damn it, waiting a year just to buy a car. Aren't there any cars available domestically? There are no new cars available, but we do have some used cars. If Mr. Chen is interested, I can introduce them to you. Used cars? Not really, considering that those wealthy people driving Rolls-Royces often played with their cars in ways Chen Shi found distasteful. Kai Ijie suddenly thought of something. Mr. Chen, are you considering the Phantom? The Phantom is a step above the Cullinan, being Rolls-Royce's flagship model. The price range is between 8 million and 13 million. Is there a Phantom available? Chen Shi asked. Yes, about 8 months ago, a customer ordered a fully equipped Phantom, but there were some issues with their funding midway. Last week, the car arrived at the store, and the customer told us to consign it at the original price. The car is brand new, the customer hasn't even seen it, and it has been parked in our garage. Chen Shi said, take me to see it. Kai Yijie led Chen Shi and Han Linlin to another building's garage. Chen Shi's first impression of the Phantom was that it was slightly lower than the Cullinan, but he was satisfied with everything else. The most important thing is that this car is available right now. As long as the seller is willing, he can drive it away today. Since it's a new car, the protective film on the interior hasn't been removed, and there's paper laid on the seats. Chen Shi only took a look from the outside. What's the price of this car? Chen Shi asked. Kai Yijie didn't immediately quote a price but handed Chen Shi a tablet. Mr. Chen, this is the configuration chosen by a previous client. Take a look. That previous client was quite capable. He chose basically all the options available, and this Phantom is the top configuration. The price is 13 million. Chen Shi had a rough idea. For a top configuration, it was about this price. 13 million? Isn't that like driving a villa onto the street? Han Linlin came from an ordinary teacher's family. Her parents' combined savings barely allowed them to buy a house in the city. Although they had one gasoline car and one electric car, both were domestically produced models just over 100,000. Han Dad wanted to buy a car worth 200,000, something a bit better, but was scolded by Han Mom. Chen Shi had just bought a Ferrari that hadn't been registered yet, and now he was looking to buy a Rolls-Royce worth millions. This felt very surreal to Han Linlin. Is his money just blowing in from the wind? Linlin, how do you like the Phantom? Han Linlin came back to her senses. It looks great, super impressive. If my brother drives it out, I don't know how many girls he'll attract. Chen Shi laughed. Silly, have you ever seen a Phantom owner driving it? It's always the driver. Manager Kai, is the owner in Donghai City? I'd like to negotiate today. Kai Yijie replied, yes, the owner, Mr. Deng, lives nearby. I'll contact him now. Kai Yijie stepped aside to make a call. Han Linlin whispered, brother, what's your psychological price? We need to negotiate a bit more. Previously, when buying a house at Yuan 1, Han Linlin had actively helped Chen Shi negotiate down by over 400,000. For this 13 million car, she felt it was unrealistic to sell at the original price, especially since she heard the sales representative mention that the original owner had some issues with his cash flow. He must be in a hurry to sell, which makes it easier to negotiate. I don't have a specific psychological price, I just want to drive it away today. Brother, you should spend where you need to and save where you can. We can definitely negotiate a good price. I'll help you with that. Alright then. About 15 minutes later, Kai Yijie returned to say the owner was in the VIP room. Chen Shi and Han Linlin followed Kai Yijie into the VIP room, exchanging surprised glances. Inside sat a woman, blonde and blue-eyed, a pure foreigner. Softy, is a foreign girl okay? As long as she's a woman, it's fine. Then hurry up and rate her. Name, Jessica. Age, 31. Height, 170. Charm level, 87. Occupation, English teacher. Number of relationships, 10. Affection level, 0. Perhaps it was the novelty. Chen Shi found Jessica quite striking, especially those long legs. But her charm level and number of relationships didn't meet the standard. Didn't they say the owner was a Mr. Deng? Chen Shi asked. Mr. Chen, this MS. Jessica is Mr. Deng's wife. Mr. Deng is currently busy, so he asked MS. Jessica to discuss the price with you. Jessica stood up and spoke in broken Chinese. Ni hao. As long as you can speak Chinese, that's fine. Xia. Can you speak Chinese? Chen Shi asked. Sorry, I'm not Chinese. He understood. Wow, this foreign girl only knew hello and thank you. Chen Shi's English was poor. After passing the 4th level in his sophomore year, he had returned all his English knowledge to his high school teacher. Moreover, students in Huaxia generally excelled in written exams but struggled with spoken language. Hello, we are looking to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Are you Mr. Deng's wife? Suddenly, Han Linlin spoke up in English to communicate with Jessica. Chen Shi completely forgot that she was an English teacher, but her accent was just like the Americans he saw in movies. If he didn't look at Han Linlin, he would think there were 2 foreign girls in the room. Jessica was delighted to find that Han Linlin could speak fluent American English and started chatting with her. Kai Yijie's English was decent too. She had originally planned to be Chen Shi's translator, but upon hearing Han Linlin's pronunciation, she thought better of it and decided not to embarrass herself. Han Linlin chatted with Jessica for a few minutes. If they spoke a bit slower, Chen Shi could understand the gist, but they were talking too fast. From their expressions, it seemed the conversation wasn't going smoothly. Han Linlin pulled Chen Shi aside. Brother, she knows we want to buy a car right away. Now she's using that to say she can sell us her car directly, saving us a year. Time is money, and she wants to add another 1 million on top of the original price. I'm not that anxious. If I can't get a Rolls-Royce, I can buy a Maybach just the same. Aren't they eager to sell? I haven't driven a brand new car, so I'm not taking advantage of them. I take the car, they take the cash, each gets what they need. I'll only offer 13 million, if that's okay. We sign the contract today. If not, then forget it. Han Linlin nodded. Okay, I'll tell her that. Chen Shi didn't have much money right now. He spent 70 million on the company. The aromatherapy gift from Su Lu was 35 million. The Taiwanese snacks Han Linlin treated him to were 27 million, and he spent 6 million on 2 apartments in the morning. After all the calculations, he still had over 170 million left. But he didn't need to argue over 1 million. After all, it was a car ready to go, saving him a lot of time. If he could buy it today, he would feel good about it. 1 million can't buy my comfort. Jessica finally said okay 3 times in a row. Brother, she agreed to 13 million. We can sign the contract today. Alright, Manager Kai, please handle it. Since the vehicle's license plate hadn't been issued yet, the transaction process was very simple. They just needed to sign a contract. They also needed the 4S dealership to change the purchase invoice from Mr. Deng's name to Chen Shi's. Jessica called the owner, her husband Mr. Deng, asking him to come sign the contract right away. While waiting for him to arrive, Han Linlin and Jessica continued to chat. Brother, Jessica is from Florida in the beautiful country. She said if we ever go to Florida, she can recommend fun places for us. Is that the Florida that doesn't support idlers? We could go visit if we have time. Half an hour later, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses and slicked back hair walked into the VIP room. Kai Yijie quickly introduced, this is Mr. Deng. Mr. Deng, this is Mr. Chen and Miss Han. Only Jessica unabashedly went over and kissed Deng Xiangwei. Hello. Deng Xiangwei shook hands with Chen Shi. Mr. Chen, have we met somewhere before? A big shot who could afford to buy a 13 million phantom in cash surely couldn't have met the previously broke Chen-Chi. This was just Deng Xiangwei's way of making conversation. Mr. Deng must have mistaken me, Chen-Chi replied. Mr. Chen, young and promising, a handsome talent, today, because of this car, we can consider ourselves acquainted. Deng Xiangwei thought Chen-Chi must be quite capable. There were many wealthy people in Donghai, and owning 2 villas could make one a millionaire. But someone who could pull out 13 million in cash was truly impressive. The fact that he could produce that amount indicated he must have over 100 million in cash on hand. Deng Xiangwei was 35 this year. He wasn't starting from scratch, as his family owned a factory that provided him with some startup capital for his business. He is also a capable person. As the saying goes, it's not the second generation's drinking and gambling that we fear, but their hard work and diligence. The second generation already starts at a higher point than ordinary people, and if they work hard, the chances of success are significantly higher. Deng Xiangwei is a successful example. He started his own company, which is even larger than his family's factory. However, half a year ago, he encountered problems with a factory he invested in Vietnam, and now the domestic market is not doing well, leaving him in need of funds to fill the gap. He immediately noticed that Chen-Chi had an extraordinary demeanor, which sparked his desire to befriend him. Mr. Chen, what business are you in? Deng Xiangwei asked. I'm into investments. Deng Xiangwei thought to himself, I've never heard of this person in the investment circle. Is he a recent rising star? Investors have a sharp eye. Mr. Chen, you are quite impressive at such a young age. I have a project in Vietnam. If you have time, would you like to learn more about it? Sure, let's talk when we have time, Chen-Chi replied. The polite exchanges between businessmen usually go in one ear and out the other. As long as the money hasn't arrived, it's all just talk. Let's talk later essentially means let's not talk at all. There is no project more profitable than investing in a goddess of wealth. Chen-Chi would only invest in Vietnam if he had nothing better to do. Chen-Chi made a call to summon Zhu Quan back to work. When Zhu Quan saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he was stunned into silence for a moment. I just took a break for 2 hours, and you've already bought a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The boss's strength is too impressive. Master Zhu, is it okay to drive this car? Chen-Chi asked. Of course, no problem. I drove a Cullinan at the hotel before. Zhu Quan put on white gloves and opened the back door for Chen-Chi. Brother, wait a moment, Han Linlin said, stopping Chen-Chi. Let's take a group photo by the car. Sure, let Master Zhu take it. Master Zhu, could you please? Han Linlin handed over her phone. Zhu Quan wasn't good at taking photos, but he just snapped away at the two of them, sure to get at least one usable shot. Miss Han, the photos aren't very good, Zhu Quan said. Han Linlin looked through the album. There were over 40 photos, and she could just pick one and edit it. It's fine, the photos are okay. The two got into the car, and after Han Linlin finished taking pictures outside, she started taking some inside as well. She wrapped her arm around Chen-Chi and snapped dozens more. Boss, where to now? Zhu Quan asked. Chen-Chi checked the time. It was 3:30, but it was too early for dinner. Linlin, where do you want to go? Han Linlin was focused on selecting photos when she heard Chen-Chi's question, so she thought for a moment. She had never been to the new house they had bought together, so she blurted out, let's go to your house. As soon as she said it, Han Linlin felt she had misspoken. Oh no. Why did I say something so frivolous? He won't take it the wrong way, will he? She quickly explained, I haven't had a chance to visit your new home yet. Right, the furniture and appliances are all set up, many of them were chosen by you. Master Zhu, let's go home. On the way, Han Linlin was meticulously editing the photos. In reality, there wasn't much to fix since they both looked good. Over-editing would make it look unnatural and less appealing. Brother, can I post the group photo on Douyin? Chen-Chi replied, let's not post it on online platforms, just share it on Moments. He probably doesn't want to show off his wealth. Okay, then I'll think about what to write for the Moments caption. Han Linlin held her phone and stared at it for half a minute but couldn't come up with anything. Chen-Chi directly took her phone, quickly typed something, and returned it to her a few seconds later. Ah, Han Linlin exclaimed, looking at the caption Chen-Chi had written, surprised. Chen-Chi had written, congratulations to my boyfriend on acquiring a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Brother, does this mean I have to officially announce it on Moments? Han Linlin blinked at Chen-Chi. What's wrong? Is the caption not good? Should I delete it and rewrite it? Chen-Chi pretended to reach for his phone, but Han Linlin directly protected it against her chest. No need to delete it, this is quite good. He's admitting I'm his girlfriend, and he hasn't even confessed yet. How sudden is that? Han Linlin's favorability +2, current 58, Chen-Chi thought to himself, confess? Is that something he needs right now? The car can talk, the house can talk, the money can talk, but he doesn't need to say a word. When they got home, Han Linlin curiously wandered around the house. Brother, you have so many computers in your gaming room. Brother, is the mattress like the one used by Big S comfortable? The kitchen is so big. The bathroom is also so big. Oh, brother, haven't you washed your clothes? He had forgotten after taking a shower and changing clothes last night. For the past couple of days, Chen Shi had been thinking about hiring a maid to clean and do laundry. I forgot, I'll wash them tonight, and I'll hire a maid tomorrow, Chen Shi said. Han Linlin directly tossed the clothes into the sink, turned on the faucet, and said, Brother, where's the laundry detergent? I'll help you wash them now. Han Linlin helping him with laundry boosted Chen Shi's favorability. This small gesture slightly elevated her status. After all, competition among goddess clients was quite fierce. Whoever could give Chen Shi more benefits would get him to spend more time with them. The two sat on the sofa watching a 98-inch TV, and Chen Shi played a Korean variety show featuring Lin Yuner. Linlin, how did you get on TV? Han Linlin playfully punched Chen Shi's arm. Brother, you're not with me because you like Lin Yuner, are you? Lin Yuner is just riding on your coattails, otherwise, I wouldn't be watching. Smooth talker Chen Shi asked, Linlin, how come your spoken English is so good? My dad is an English teacher, and my mom is a Chinese teacher and also a homeroom teacher, so my dad took me out a lot when I was little. He likes watching Western movies, and I watched them with him before I even started kindergarten. He would watch and teach me movie lines at the same time. Over time, I practiced and ended up speaking like a Westerner. Chen Shi chuckled, I also like watching Western movies and TV shows, but my spoken English is still terrible. Brother probably just watches. If you repeat after them, the effect would be different. Teacher Han, can you help me practice my spoken English? Han Linlin said, then you have to listen to the teacher. Okay, teacher, are you hungry? Let me treat you to a meal. It was almost 6 o'clock, and they had digested most of their lunch. Han Linlin nodded. Let's go, I've made a reservation at Socrates. Han Linlin had never eaten at Socrates. Chen Shi had only taken Su Lu and Sunny Yao there before. It wasn't that it was particularly delicious or expensive, he just wanted to share the experience. Great, I've always wanted to go, the aquarium style is quite interesting. When they arrived at Socrates, the reception staff had already become immune to the sight. This rich guy has changed to another beauty, he changes girlfriends more often than Principal Wang. Linlin, what else do you want to add? Chen Shi handed over the menu. Tonight, Chen Shi was ordering the dishes himself. Damn it, I'm treating, so the softie has nothing to say, right? Han Linlin was a little surprised to hear the caviar priced at 25,000 and the white wine at 43,500. That's enough, brother, you ordered too much. This meal is going to consume the entire recharge card of Debashu. Han Linlin's favorability +1, current 59, the final price exceeded the 100,000 recharge card by 30,000, and Han Linlin was gradually getting used to Chen Shi's spending power. Brother, can you help me take a picture? Of course, my photography skills are much better than Master Zhu's. Anyway, she was quite satisfied with the photos I took for Su Lu. This high-end restaurant had a great atmosphere. The two of them listened to the live piano and elegantly savored fine wine and delicacies. Han Linlin clinked glasses with Chen Shi, her gaze lingering on him. Han Linlin's favorability +1, current 60, once the atmosphere is set, the feeling comes, we really need to do more romantic things, Chen Shi thought to himself. They sat in the restaurant until after 9, and then Chen Shi drove Han Linlin home. The Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the entrance of a community that didn't quite match its status. Brother, wait a moment, I need to go upstairs to get something. What is it? You'll know soon. Han Linlin got out of the car and hurried towards her home. The comments on Han Linlin's social media post from the afternoon exploded. In her social circle, the most impressive people only drove BBA cars, who would dare to dream of sitting in a Rolls-Royce. Sister, are you serious? Is this a confession gift? Wow, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury car worth millions. Whose young master is this? Linlin, your boyfriend is so handsome. Messages flooded in from her sister group and some not-so-familiar classmates. Han Linlin only replied a few times in the sister group, telling Lin Yuan and the others that they would video chat in the evening. When Han's mother saw her daughter had returned, she asked, how's the son of Director Lee? Mom, I just went to deal with my dad, and that guy is really annoying. He started lecturing me right after we met. Han Linlin changed the subject. Mom, guess what Chen Shi bought today? You were with Chen Shi this afternoon, right? Han's mother hadn't seen Han Linlin's social media post because Han Linlin had blocked her parents. I went with him to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 13 million. The original owner's wife is American and quite funny. She can only say a few words in Chinese, and I acted as her translator. We had dinner at Socrates, and it cost 130,000. Han's mother sat on the sofa, stunned. The information was overwhelming in just 3 short sentences. 13 million? Rolls-Royce? 130,000 for dinner? One dinner cost as much as her annual salary. Tell me, what kind of phantom costs 13 million? Han's mother exclaimed. I'll explain later. Where's Dad? He went out to have dinner with friends. Han Linlin thought, that's good. She walked into the study, which was actually a shared workspace for the family, as all 3 were teachers, and the room was filled with various teaching materials. Han Linlin walked to the bookshelf by the window and took a DVD from the second shelf. When Han's mother saw Han Linlin coming out of the study again, she was about to go out. Where are you going so late? Just downstairs. Han Linlin put on her shoes and jogged to the entrance in 3 minutes. What are you going to get? Chen Chi asked. Brother, this is for you. Han Linlin handed him the DVD. Chen Chi took it and looked at it. This old antique disc was at least 20 years old, if not 30. It was a DVD of Jurassic Park, something he had watched with his dad when he was in elementary school. Later, with the rise of computers, such things became obsolete. However, this DVD was well preserved, and the original transparent plastic case was wrapped in another box. Linlin, why are you giving me a DVD of Jurassic Park? When I was a child, I learned English by watching these DVDs. You can watch it too. Chen Shi thought, she's sharing her childhood with me. Couples do this kind of thing after getting together. Linlin, asking me to watch a retro DVD is disrespectful to my 98-inch TV. What era is it now? Those old movies have been restored to ultra-clear quality and can be watched online. Brother, take another look at this disc. It's not the same as what you find online. Could there be another secret? When Chen Shi was young, there were still rental disc shops. To avoid being checked, the shops would burn adult content onto some legitimate movie discs, a classic case of hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. She wouldn't want to study and grow knowledge with me at night, would she? Chen Shi flipped the disc over and noticed some hasty English writing in the lower right corner on the back. What is this? S something? Han Linlin said, it's the abbreviation for Steven Spielberg. Chen Shi repeated the English that Han Linlin had said, Steven Spielberg? Is this Spielberg's signature? Yes, it seems like it was about 7 or 8 years ago when he came to the capital to promote a new movie. My dad is a huge fan of his. He flew to the capital just to get this signature. Steven Spielberg is a world-renowned director with an extensive filmography. Jaws, Jurassic Park, Indiana Jones, Saving Private Ryan, Ready Player One, and so on. Chen Shi couldn't say he had seen all of his movies, but he had seen about 80%, most of them during his school days. Didn't you say you also like watching Western movies? I thought with Spielberg being so famous, you must have seen quite a few of his films. This signed disc is a gift for you, brother. Han's dad was outside eating at a street stall with friends when he suddenly sneezed. This really is a case of a daughter growing up and leaving home. The good son of dad, not even married yet, is already giving away dad's treasures. If Han's dad found out that his cherished disc was missing, who knows if he would be so angry he'd spit blood. Isn't this your dad's collection? It wouldn't be right for you to give it to me. It's fine, he gave it to me for my 18th birthday. In reality, he wouldn't part with it. Han Linlin wasn't foolish either. She had already thought of finding a disc online and forging a signature to put on the shelf. Her dad probably wouldn't notice. I really like it, thank you, Linlin. Received 2,500 soft meal coins, cashback of 25 million Huaxia coins. Chen Chi's hand trembled slightly as he held the disc. Damn, this broken DVD costs 2,500? The disc itself wasn't expensive. Even buying a legitimate disc over 20 years ago only cost a few dozen. The valuable part was the signature. Chen Chi secretly searched online to see how much Spielberg's signature was worth. Spielberg is a world-famous director, and in America, there are places that sell his signed photos, but they aren't too expensive, around 70 or 80 bucks. Of course, there are always crazy fans. Rare signed photos have even sold for $40,000. He was just an old man relying on his talent. If he were a trending star, one could only imagine how crazy the fans would be. Chen Chi had seen domestic fans go crazy buying chopsticks used by trending stars, cookies they had bitten into while filming, and so on. The prices were all in the thousands, simply outrageous. 2,500 should be a reasonable price. Soft Master said, "You think I would cheat you?" Soft Master is absolutely fair. If Chen Chi had enough money, he was even considering inviting this old man to make a movie. Han Linlin was still worried that this signed disc wouldn't be easy to give away since it wasn't worth much. It was all about sentiment. But seeing Chen Chi so happy made her smile as well. As long as you like it, that's good. At this moment, Han Linlin was already thinking about what other signed collections her dad had. Then I'll head back now. Chen Qi grabbed Han Linlin's arm. Wait. Without warning, a sudden kiss landed on Han Linlin's lips. Her body stiffened, but she didn't push Chen Qi away. His lips are so soft and gentle. Zhu Quan, seeing the situation behind, immediately moved the rearview mirror aside and kept his eyes fixed ahead, motionless. The two people's tongues began a passionate and friendly exchange. Han Linlin's body gradually softened, and Chen Qi held her as they kissed for more than a minute before slowly parting. Han Linlin's favorability +2, current 62, brother, I should go up now, Han Linlin said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Go ahead, when you have time, come to my house and teach me English. Only English, okay? Chen Qi said with a mischievous smile. What else do you want to teach me, Teacher Han? I won't talk to you anymore. Han Linlin pecked Chen Qi on the cheek and then got out of the car. The sisters' group chat went wild, with Lin Yuan and the others tagging Han Linlin every 10 minutes. They had to hear every detail of what happened today. Rich lady, tell us, what does it feel like to sit in a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Lin Yuan asked. Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. What gift did he give you when he confessed? Yun Yun said. Han Linlin replied, he didn't give me a gift, we just went to Socrates for a meal. How much was it? Just say it, so we can give up. Xiao Shui said. It was about 130,000. My heart is dead. Me too. Lin Yuan said, I think I can still be saved. Sisters, treat us to debauch tomorrow, we need to eat 2,000 worth. Okay, I'll cover all the hot pot from now on. What a big talk, but I like it. Han Dad returned home with a somewhat unpleasant expression. During dinner, he received a call from Director Li of the Education Bureau. After Li Mingda returned home, he told his family about the blind date. Director Li's family felt that Han Linlin was too unappreciative. All three members of the Li family were civil servants, and with such conditions, Han Linlin still looked down on them. As a result, she ran off with a rich second generation who suddenly appeared. The world is indeed declining, and people's hearts are no longer as they used to be. Han Dad roughly guessed who the rich second generation that Director Li mentioned was. It was the one who previously bought Han Linlin a designer bag. Bang, bang, bang. Han Dad knocked on Han Linlin's door. Linlin, come out, I have something to ask you. I'm on the phone, Han Linlin replied. Are you on the phone with that kid? I told you last time not to associate with him, but you still don't listen. Han Mom rushed over and grabbed Han Dad. Old Han, don't be so old-fashioned and stubborn. Why do you want your daughter to go on a blind date with Li Mingda? Han Dad said sternly, their family are all civil servants, with stable jobs and high incomes. If Linlin marries into their family, her life will definitely be worry-free, and she might even have some support at work. Han Mom said, you also hope your daughter marries well and lives a good life. If my daughter marries someone she likes, she can also have a good life, isn't that happier? Forcing her to be with someone she doesn't like is harming her. Han Dad frowned. Are you talking about that Chen kid? People in the financial circle, I've heard too many stories of infidelity. Old Han, it's surprising that you're an English teacher and watch so many Western movies. Why can't your mindset be a bit more open? Having such a rigid impression of a profession, can't you be more tolerant? Han Dad indeed had a negative view of the financial circle. Many of his high school graduates went to Donghai University of Finance. After graduation, they entered the financial industry, and some students said that those boys in the financial circle were quite wild. I also want my daughter to have a good life. She's my only precious daughter. If she encounters a scumbag, how heartbroken would she be? Whether Han Linlin would be heartbroken is unknown, but you, old man, would definitely be heartbroken in the study. The next day, July 15th, Monday, sunny, high temperature warning. There were quite a few things to do today. The house bought from Lu Liwei yesterday needed Chen Qi to go for the transfer. The registration of the Ferrari and Rolls-Royce, along with the hefty purchase tax, also required Chen Qi to go. Yesterday, Zhu Quan drove the two cars back in 2 trips. The Ferrari stopped in the underground parking lot, as Chen Qi only had 1 parking space. He handed a cigarette to the security guard. He parked the Rolls-Royce along the main road of the community. The security guard knew that both cars belonged to Chen Qi and was greatly shocked, nodding repeatedly, assuring that he would keep a close watch on the vehicles. This community should have the best cars driven by him. The cars are more expensive than the houses. No. One building was not cheap. Those living here were mostly executives and bosses. However, most of the cars were high-end BBA models, with a few sports cars, and there was one each of the Rolls-Royce Ghost, Wraith, and Cullinan, but no Phantom. Boss, where to first? Zhu Quan asked. Real Estate Registration Center. After signing the contract yesterday, Chen Qi received the keys and called 2 cleaning ladies to thoroughly clean the house. Especially the bathroom, which looked dignified from the outside, but was actually quite dirty inside. There were long hairs and some unknown grime in the corners of the bathroom. If Su Tian moved in, she would inevitably feel uncomfortable. At 9:30, Chun-Chi drove the Ferrari, followed closely by Zhu Quan and the Phantom, entering the real estate registration center one after the other. These two luxury cars, both unregistered, attracted everyone's attention as soon as they drove in. Lu Liwei was already waiting at the entrance and saw Chun-Chi arriving in the Ferrari. He thought that giving Chun-Chi a discount of 200,000 on the house seemed a bit excessive. The guy clearly wasn't short on money. Mr. Lu, sorry to keep you waiting, Chun-Chi said. Not at all, I just arrived. Zhu Quan parked a little further away. Just as he finished parking, he jogged over. When the two cars entered, Lu Liwei also saw Zhu Quan and thought he was another big shot. But then Zhu Quan ran to Chun-Chi's side and called out, "Boss, the parking space here is a bit small. It took me some time to park." Chun-Chi tossed the Ferrari's key to Zhu Quan. "I didn't park straight. I'm afraid the car next to me will hit my door. Go park it again." Zhu Quan took the key and went to repark the car. Lu Liwei asked, "Mr. Chen, what about that Rolls-Royce? That's a Phantom, it's mine too." Lu Liwei also owned a company and had some money, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford a house to keep a mistress. His car was a 1.38 million Mercedes GLS SUV, which was quite impressive. But in front of Chun-Chi's two cars, it seemed a bit insignificant. Driving such high-end luxury cars but coming to buy a house worth over 2 million, could he also be keeping a mistress? The two entered the registration center. With the real estate market not doing well, there were fewer people here than before. In the past 2 years, there used to be long lines. Now, as soon as they entered, they encountered an available window. In less than 10 minutes, the transfer was completed, and after 15 working days, the property certificate would be changed to Chun-Chi's name. Mr. Chen, let's keep in touch. Sure. Chun-Chi didn't linger. He still needed to go to the vehicle management office to register the cars. After leaving the registration hall, Chun-Chi walked to the parking lot. He saw a light blue Lamborghini blocking the front of his Ferrari. Zhu Quan was arguing with the owner of the Lamborghini by the car. "Sir, if you park like this, how can I get my car out?" The young man in the car, wearing sunglasses, replied arrogantly, "Is this your car? This is my boss's car, he will be out soon. Please let us through, and once we leave, you can park here." "Alright, I'll wait for your boss to come." "Sir, you can't be unreasonable, there are other spots available inside, why don't you park there?" "I just like parking here. What business is it of yours?" Chun-Chi walked over. "What's going on?" "Boss, he insists on parking here, he won't move until you come." The young man in the Lamborghini got out, adjusted his sunglasses, and sized up Chun-Chi. "So it's really you," the young man said. Chun-Chi looked at him, not recognizing him. "Who are you?" Chun-Chi asked. The young man in sunglasses said, "Yesterday afternoon, at the traffic light, buzz buzz buzz." As soon as he said that, Chun-Chi remembered. This Lamborghini was the Gallardo from yesterday. "Did you remember?" Luo Kaiyang asked. "It's you, why did you block my car?" Luo Kaiyang smiled, "No other reason, just wanted to get to know you. That 488 of yours, just bought it, right? Still hasn't been registered. It's new, what's wrong with that?" This guy looked like a spoiled rich kid, and Chun-Chi didn't know what he wanted. "Buddy, don't be nervous, I just want to make a friend. I really like sports cars, besides this little bull, I have a big bull at home. I created a group, whenever I see a sports car I like on the road, I like to chase it down and get to know the owner. Buddy, do you want to join the group? It's all about supercars, we can go out for a drive later." Chun-Chi wasn't really interested in street racing, it was too dangerous, and he wanted to enjoy life. However, he suddenly thought of something. These rich kids who played with supercars were basically the upper class of Donghai City. These people had extensive connections. To exaggerate, they were well connected in Donghai City. Chun-Chi wasn't worried about money now, but some things couldn't be accomplished just with money, you also needed connections and power. If the authorities wanted to target you, even someone at the level of Ma Yun would have to hide overseas. Chun-Chi could be considered a nouveau riche, lacking any accumulation or foundation, so getting to know more upper-class people wouldn't hurt him. "Are there many girls in your group?" "Ah, buddy, so you like that?" Luo Kaiyang laughed. "There are some, but you know, these young ladies are hard to deal with, a lot of trouble. If you want to have fun, I also have a sister group, but quality is very high, I'll add you in later." Sister group? Chun-Chi wasn't interested. With his conditions, did he still need sisters? He needed goddesses who met his criteria. If they were rich women, that would be even better, generous spending, and the returns would be unimaginable. Chun-Chi thought that the girls who could afford supercars were all rich young ladies. In his stereotype, rich young ladies were usually good-looking. Maybe he could get lucky and bind one. Chun-Chi and Luo Kaiyang added each other on WeChat, and Luo Kaiyang added him to two groups. One was called Donghai Car Team, and the other, Spider Cave. Chen Shi, change your nickname in the car team group to your car model. Chen Shi modified his group nickname to Ferrari 488. He looked around, there weren't many people in the group, only 28, all of whom Luo Kaiyang had gathered from the road one by one. Luo Kaiyang sent a message in the group. Welcome new member, the esteemed Ferrari 488 owner. Welcome brother, another Ferrari in the group. Why another Ferrari? Luo Xiao, can't you catch a Lamborghini? Lamborghini? Luo Xiao already has two, with the four in the group, it's almost a cattle farm. Luo Kaiyang said to Chen Shi, there are currently more Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Porsches in the group. All are cars worth over 3 million, I don't let in anything lower. Chen Shi thought about it. It didn't seem that impressive, considering it was a third-tier city. If it were a supercar group in Shanghai or Beijing, there should be plenty of tens of millions worth of supercars. The best one should be your big bull, Chen Shi said. No bragging, my big bull is indeed impressive. 5 million, I can't bear to drive it, I just admire it in the garage at home. The Lamborghini Aventador is a flagship supercar under Lamborghini, priced around 6 million to over 9 million. But the best isn't the big bull, it's the Porsche Carrera GT, and the owner is one of the top second-generation rich kids in Donghai. The price of the Porsche Carrera GT ranges from $3 million to $5 million, and fortunately, there are quite a few of them. A global limited edition of 1,270 units, unlike those that are limited to just a few or dozens. After being shipped from America to the country, with various tariffs, value-added tax, consumption tax, and shipping costs, the owner spent $5 million just to get the car. Young Master Yang usually doesn't talk much in the group, our status is still quite a bit lower than his. At that time, I was also shamelessly pulling him in. Calculating it out, this young Master Yang indeed spent over 32 million to buy the Porsche Carrera GT, which is quite extravagant. Chen Shi flipped through the group members, there were only 5 girls, and they all had their friend circles set to 3 days visible. Are there any beauties among these girls? Luo Kaiyang was the one who personally invited people into the group, so he had met everyone. They're all okay, when I have time, I'll organize a gathering and invite everyone out. Alright, let me know when. After leaving the real estate registration center, he went to the vehicle management office to register the cars. Just the purchase tax for these 2 cars was over 1.5 million, with the Phantom costing 1.15 million and the Ferrari 390,000. The staff at the vehicle management office sees various vehicles being registered every day, and luxury cars worth around $1 million are a daily sight. But cars in the tens of millions are not so common. Mr. Chen, are the Phantom and 488 both yours? The staff member at the window couldn't help but glance at Chen Shi a couple more times while processing the registration documents. A supercar like the Ferrari 488 can be registered once every month or two at this vehicle management office. A luxury car in the tens of millions might only be encountered once every 6 months. Now, encountering both types of cars at the same time, and both belonging to the same person, is even more impressive, especially since they are registered under his private name, not a company name. Usually, those who buy luxury cars have factories or companies, and cars worth millions are registered under the company name for tax deductions. Yes, what's the matter? Is there a problem? No problem, no problem, I just wanted to confirm. Many people in the hall were watching the 2 luxury cars parking outside, discussing how much the cars cost and who the owner was. A girl nearby, wearing a sunshade mask, overheard the conversation between Chen Shi and the staff. She couldn't contain her excitement. So young and handsome, and he bought 2 new luxury cars, he is quite impressive among the second-generation elites in Donghai. Zhang Yu is a professional mistress, specializing in mingling with successful middle-aged men. Today, she came to transfer ownership of a second-hand Panamera, which a married man bought for her for 600,000. Driving this little sports car out for afternoon tea with her friends is quite impressive. But compared to the 2 luxury cars at the entrance, it was nothing. Chen Shi had completed the registration and was preparing to go out with the documents. Handsome, are those 2 cars outside yours? Zhang Yu walked over. Chen Shi glanced at the woman wearing a sunshade suit and mask. Her voice was soft and pleasant, and her large eyes suggested she was a beauty. Soft master, give a rating. Give a feather, let her show her face. Soft master said. Chen Shi nodded at Zhang Yu. Yes, miss, is there something you need? Zhang Yu took off her sunshade mask, revealing her fair and delicate face. If this beauty wasn't altered by technology, she would definitely score over 90. She was not inferior to Chen Shi's other girls. Name, Zhang Yu. Age, 26. Height, 167. Charm value, 94. Occupation, mistress. Number of relationships, 11. Favorability, 10. Damn, there's even a profession as a mistress. What a waste of this face. A charm value of 94 is considered high among his goddesses, but with 2 ones in the growth count, it would be better if one of the ones were removed. You think too beautifully, soft master said. Zhang Yu slightly parted her ruby lips and softly said, handsome, I've never been in a Rolls Royce. Can I get in the car and take a picture? She was very confident in her looks, and since it was just a small request, most men wouldn't refuse her. Sure. Chen Shi didn't refuse either, it was just a photo, after all. Indeed, with my beauty, no man can resist. Zhang Yu's little scheme was that once she got in the car, she would have the chance for more interaction and more little gestures. Xu Quan saw Chen Shi come out with this beautiful woman and couldn't help but admire his boss, who could charm anyone anywhere, and they were all top-tier beauties. Beauty, do you want to take the picture from the front or the back? Chen Shi asked. From the back, please. Xu Quan immediately opened the back door for Zhang Yu. Once she got in, the spacious back seat and luxurious interior of the Phantom made her instantly forget about that Panamera. Now this is what a luxury car is. If I can win him over, I can't imagine how great it would be in the future. Handsome, aren't you getting in? Zhang Yu sat in the car for a few seconds before realizing Chen Shi was standing aside, playing with his phone, showing no intention of getting in. Aren't you here to take a picture? I won't get in. Is he a blockhead? Or just pretending to be a gentleman? Zhang Yu posed in various ways for 2 or 3 minutes. At that moment, a girl passing by not far away looked at Chen Shi's profile with a hint of contemplation. This person looks a bit familiar, that hairstyle, that outfit from LV, it can't be wrong, he's that nouveau riche. Zheng Fangyue had seen Chen Shi pass by Hermes several days in a row, then enter LV, and that LV's Su Lu had become his girlfriend. Last time, Chen Shi even told her he was allergic to the brand, which made Zheng Fangyue angry for a long time. Is that his Rolls Royce? Su Lu was so damn lucky to be with such a rich guy. A couple of days ago, she overheard Su Lu chatting with Sister Zhang and others, saying Su Lu's boyfriend bought a Ferrari 488. Zheng Fangyue's boyfriend drove a Porsche 911 and occasionally picked her up from work, making the other salesgirls envious. Su Lu had been envious before, but after accompanying Chen Shi to buy the Ferrari, she no longer felt that way. One of those could buy 3 or 4 911s. Zheng Fangyue's boyfriend bought a second-hand Mercedes G-Class today, and since she was off, she came along to transfer the ownership, not expecting to run into Chen Shi. Ferrari and Rolls-Royce, that must be over 10 million, damn it. Zheng Fangyue didn't understand cars, she recognized the Ferrari and Rolls-Royce logos, but the specific models and prices were all guesses. She estimated that the 2 cars together would cost over 10 million. Su Lu is still too young. How could a nouveau riche like him be serious in a relationship? I wonder if Su Lu is the third party or being cheated on. Seeing a beauty get into Chen Shi's car, Zheng Fangyue couldn't help but have a thought. She took out her phone and snapped a picture of Chen Shi. Just then, Zhang Yu got out of the car, and being a bit dramatic, she pretended to lose her balance and leaned against Chen Shi. This was perfectly captured by Zheng Fangyue. Handsome, sorry, I lost my balance. Chen Shi stared at his phone and said, it's fine, Lu Ban is dead. Team battles can lose, but Lu Ban must die. He's actually playing a game here, am I less attractive than the game? For the first time, Zhang Yu began to doubt her charm. Is he gay? Chen Shi was speechless in his heart. Just because I didn't pay attention to you, how does that make me gay? Handsome, thank you for letting me get in the car to take a picture. You're welcome, it's a small thing. Let's add each other on WeChat. Chen Shi, without looking up, said, I'm in a team battle. Then he got in the car, closed the door, and in one smooth motion, as soon as he sat down, he secured a pentakill with his hero. Zhang Yu stood there, dumbfounded. This was the Waterloo of her career. Never had a man failed to support her when she was about to fall. Even an ordinary girl would expect a boy to step in during such moments, right? Yet he was only focused on that boring game. Was it that my face wasn't pretty enough, or my figure not alluring enough? Boss, where to now? Xu Quan asked. Back to the company first, then you can drive the Ferrari to the office later. After leaving the vehicle management office, they hadn't even gone 50 meters when Xu Quan suddenly slammed on the brakes and swerved, crashing into the car on the left. Fortunately, the speed wasn't fast, otherwise, Chen Shi would have flown from the back seat to the front. Boss, are you okay? Xu Quan nervously turned to ask. It's over, I just bought this new car and now I've crashed it. My life is ruined, Chen Shi replied, though he was fine, just having bumped his shoulder against the passenger seat. What happened? Despite the air conditioning being on full blast, Xu Quan was already sweating. Before Xu Quan could speak, Chen Shi saw a 4 or 5-year-old girl walk past the front of the car. Boss, that kid suddenly darted out. I really couldn't avoid it and could only swerve, which is how I hit the car next to me. Chen Shi and Xu Quan got out of the car. The little girl was standing there, holding a small yellow ball, looking dazed and clearly frightened. "Are you okay, little one?" Chen Shi asked. Xu Quan felt dry-mouthed and nervously said, "She just suddenly ran out to pick up the ball. She's so small, I really didn't notice." "No need to panic, it's just a bumper. As long as no one is hurt, let's call the insurance." This incident truly couldn't be blamed on Xu Quan. Accidents happen while driving, like branches falling from roadside trees or a truck losing a wheel and hitting the car behind it. Sudden appearances of pedestrians from the roadside are also common traffic accidents. The car that Xu Quan hit was a Camry parked in a roadside space, and the passenger door was already slightly dented. The left bumper of the Phantom was also damaged, making Xu Quan's legs tremble. A new car worth 13 million, barely 2 minutes out of the dealership, and now it was crashed. This would definitely make the trending news. Replacing the bumper on a Phantom would cost about 250,000 to 300,000, not including labor costs. However, Chen Shi didn't mind the car being damaged. He was just relieved that he hadn't hit the little girl. He didn't want to be famous. At that moment, a young man wearing a yellow hat and shirt rushed over, squatting down to hug the little girl. "Baby, does anything hurt?" "Daddy, the car didn't hit me." Hearing this, the delivery guy felt relieved. It was then he noticed the luxurious Statue of Liberty emblem on the car. LL Rolls-Royce. The delivery guy nearly sat down in shock. If this were to escalate, he couldn't afford to pay for it even if he sold himself. Although according to traffic safety laws, pedestrians are considered the vulnerable party, and the driver must bear some responsibility regardless of the circumstances, even if the accident was caused by the pedestrian. But even if both parties shared responsibility, the delivery guy had no means to cover the repair costs for a Rolls-Royce. He was poor, his wife had left him, and his elderly parents back home couldn't help take care of the child. So he had to deliver food while also looking after his child. Earlier, he had parked by the roadside to deliver food to a street vendor, and his daughter had gotten out to play with the ball. The ball rolled from the sidewalk onto the road, and the little girl, not understanding the danger, ran to pick it up. The parked car on the roadside blocked Xu Quan's view, which led to the inability to avoid the accident. "Sir, my daughter doesn't understand." The delivery guy's voice trembled. He was already choked up and couldn't speak. He made only 6 or 7,000 a month delivering food in Donghai. He still has to support his daughter and the elderly, living frugally every month, like a beast of burden. Right now, he only prays that the heavens will show some mercy and that the car owner won't ask him for compensation. As long as the person is fine, you don't need to worry about the car. Just take the child and go. The road isn't safe. The heavens didn't show mercy, but the car owner, Chen Shi, did. It was a minor issue. Fixing a car would cost no more than a cup of milk tea from any goddess. The delivery guy didn't go crazy on him. If he had rushed over and indiscriminately accused Chen Shi of hitting the child, Chen Shi wouldn't have had such a calm attitude. They are all working people. There's no need to make things difficult for each other. Chen Shi could understand the immense pressure the delivery guy felt earlier. If he had to bear some responsibility, it might have made him break down and cry. The delivery guy stood up and bowed to Chen Shi at a 90-degree angle, bowing 3 times. "Thank you, boss. May you live a long and prosperous life. Baby, say thank you to the uncle." The little girl didn't know why she had to thank Chen Shi, but since her dad said so, she immediately complied. "Thank you, uncle," the little girl said in a sweet voice. The delivery guy left with his daughter, but Chen Shi couldn't leave yet. The owner of the Camry that was hit hadn't arrived, but the traffic police had come first. 2 traffic police officers on motorcycles happened to encounter the crashed Rolls-Royce. "What happened?" The female officer stopped her motorcycle and asked Chen Shi. Han Jiaran?" Chen Shi unconsciously muttered. "I'm asking you how the accident happened." The male officer walked over. "Xiao Jiang, let me handle this." "Comrade, please show your driver's license and vehicle registration." "Officer, I'm the driver, I'm the one driving the car," Xu Quan quickly said. Chen Shi was attracted by the female officer's looks. She resembled Han Jiaran, especially the mole on the left side of her nose. Although she wore a police cap, it was clear that her hairstyle was short. Her features were very three-dimensional, with a straight nose and a cherry-like mouth. "Soft master, rate her." Name, Jiang Yuni. Age, 24. Height, 168. Charm level, 93. Occupation, traffic police. Number of relationships, 1. Favorability, 0. Would you like to bind? Bind. Do I even need to ask? Chen Shi was overjoyed, grateful to the delivery guy's daughter. If she hadn't caused the accident, he wouldn't have met the qualified goddess Jiang Yuni. The owner of the Camry worked nearby and quickly rushed over. Seeing his car had been hit by a Rolls-Royce, he thought this was a windfall. He would definitely have to pay a few tens of thousands. "Xiao Jiang, call Sister Li over to make a report," the male officer said. Hearing this, Chun-Chi suddenly had some impression of Jiang Yuni. Recently, there had been news about the most beautiful traffic police and the most handsome special police across various places, especially in Linen City. The traffic police in Donghai City had also done something similar, selecting the prettiest one in their department. They even opened an account on Douyin to promote traffic laws. Chun-Chi had seen it on Douyin before, but at that time, he didn't have a car. He had no interest in those explanations of traffic regulations and would just swipe away. They are going to submit to the official traffic police account. I should leave quickly, Chun-Chi thought. The Camry owner was arguing with Zhu Quan. I was parked nicely by the roadside, and I got hit. Why am I so unlucky? Zhu Quan kept apologizing. I'm sorry, the insurance company will be here soon. We are fully responsible. We will compensate as needed. Chun-Chi said, no need to wait for insurance, let's settle it privately. The Camry owner was overjoyed. Going through insurance would only cover the car repairs, and trying to claim lost wages from the insurance company could drag on for a month. If they settled privately, the money would go directly into his hands, and the other party driving a Rolls-Royce definitely wouldn't be short on cash. Okay. The Camry owner said, I rushed to fix my car and was late for work. I still have to drive for Didi at night, and now I can't even do that. How about 10,000? He thought that replacing a door on his old Camry would only cost about 4,000, and if he went to a familiar repair shop for some bodywork and paint, it could be done for 500. As for driving for Didi part-time, he only made about 70 or 80 a night. Asking for 10,000 was quite a stretch. Chun-Chi said, 10,000? Is that too high? Driving a Rolls-Royce and still being so stingy, 10,000 is probably nothing to him. The Camry owner actually felt guilty. If the insurance company came, it would probably only cover a little over 4,000 for a door replacement. But he didn't plan to replace the door. If he could get cash compensation, he would just do a simple repair and use the rest of the money to enjoy a nice foot massage. Jiang Yuni and the male traffic police frowned at the price. This guy was trying to take advantage. They had dealt with many traffic accidents, and in such cases, 4,000 or 5,000 was about right. Comrade, you should be reasonable. Jiang Yuni was about to reason with the Camry owner. Then how about 8? He was just about to lower the price to 8,000 when Chun-Chi directly silenced him. 30,000, sorry for hitting your car and delaying your work. Zhu Quan knew his boss well, he was generous. The Camry owner and the 2 traffic police were taken aback. Someone offered 10,000, and you say 30,000? Is that how you bargain? I wanted to help him reason, but fine, the rich don't care about money. If it weren't for the cars parked by the roadside, Zhu Quan might have avoided this altogether, and there would have been no need for the traffic police, and Chun-Chi wouldn't have met Jiang Yuni. Alright, thank you, boss. This car was hit well. After receiving 30,000, the Camry owner didn't even care about the car anymore and hurried off to the nearest foot massage parlor. Comrade traffic police, you're the one from Douyin doing legal education, right? Chun-Chi asked. That's me. Comrade, although your accident has been settled privately, could you tell our colleagues about it and film a Douyin? Chun-Chi drove a Rolls-Royce, had an accident, didn't give a dime to the pedestrian who caused it, and compensated the owner of the hit car 7 or 8 times. Such benevolent behavior is worth promoting and can be considered a form of positive energy in society. Chun-Chi had seen similar videos, like the one where an elderly man on a tricycle rear-ended a Mercedes S-Class owner, and the old man panicked, pulling out his only 20 yuan and kneeling to apologize. The owner not only didn't pursue the matter but quickly helped the old man up and reassured him that it was fine. The behavior of the Mercedes owner received unanimous praise from netizens. Chun-Chi's actions were even more kind and generous than that of the Mercedes owner. Jiang Yuni wanted to turn this small accident into a Douyin video for promotional purposes. That's not very convenient, Chun-Chi said. Then can we have the driver film it? Jiang Yuni asked. That, too, is not very convenient. So low-key? Do you not want to appear in the public eye? At that moment, a Volkswagen drove towards them. A woman in summer police uniform holding a gimbal got out of the car. A Rolls-Royce, that's good material. Li Ru knew that the more expensive the car, the more it attracted attention, and the video would get more views. Nini, is this the car owner? Sister Ru, we won't film this, the owner doesn't want to be on camera. Li Ru looked Chun-Chi up and down and advised, handsome guy, you're so good looking, the video would look great with you in it. God damn, Chun-Chi thought. He wasn't there to become a star, whether he was on camera or not. The official account of the traffic police had 1 million followers, and with the keyword Rolls-Royce, it would definitely trend locally. He just wanted to make money quietly. Besides, being famous inevitably brought a lot of trouble. Sorry, it's not very convenient. Chun-Chi changed the subject. Officer Jiang, can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Yuni replied, sorry, it's work time, not very convenient. Damn it, Chen Shi suspected that she was doing it on purpose, and he returned the words to him unchanged. At that moment, a call came through the intercom, reporting a traffic accident nearby. Jiang Yuni and her partner hopped on their motorcycle and rushed to the scene of the accident. This was the first time for such a situation. They hadn't even added each other on WeChat, and now she was gone. But the goddess was already bound to him, occupying a goddess position. He had to win over Jiang Yuni somehow. Li Ru smiled and said, comrade, what do you want Jiang officer's WeChat for? Isn't she the most beautiful traffic police officer? Wanting to add a beautiful girl's WeChat is quite normal, right? Chen Shi replied. Are you married? Do you have a girlfriend? Chen Shi said, definitely single, otherwise, why would I want Jiang officer's WeChat? Li Ru laughed, I'll push her WeChat to you. Thanks a lot, but why are you helping me? I'm not only her colleague but also her cousin. She broke up 3 months ago and hasn't gotten over it yet. She used to be someone who laughed a lot, but now she just has a straight face all day, Li Ru said. I hope she can move on soon. It would be nice for her to start a new relationship. Chen Shi became curious, can I ask how she broke up? The data in Sofkia's system showed that Jiang Yuni had only dated one person. What could cause such a girl to break up? Li Ru said, she had a rich second-generation boyfriend before, and they dated for 2 years. As for their feelings, it seemed quite sweet. 3 months ago, the guy suddenly proposed a breakup. A week later, he got engaged to another woman, and 2 months later, they got married. The reason for the breakup, as she told me, was that the guy's family business had some issues, and that woman was the daughter of a supplier to his company. His dad made him go on blind dates, a business marriage, a strong alliance. Li Ru shook her head, but I guess her ex-boyfriend had already hooked up with that woman, she just didn't know. It was just another story of a scumbag cheating for profit. Chen Shi didn't find it particularly melodramatic or absurd. Got it, it was a cliff-like breakup that hurt her. Yes, that's the meaning, Li Ru said. However, if you want to pursue her, you might need to put in some effort. She was hurt by the rich second-generation guy and doesn't have a good impression of rich men. You drive a Rolls-Royce, you must not lack beautiful women around you. Chen Shi thought, I have money, is that a hindrance? I don't believe in evil. Chen Shi and Li Ru added each other on WeChat, and Li Ru pushed Jiang Yuni's WeChat card to Chen Shi. He wrote a note in the friend request saying, Rolls-Royce owner, and then hit send. At the company, Chen Shi was the only one who returned. He drove the Ferrari back. Xu Quan drove the Rolls-Royce to the 4S shop. Salesperson Kai Jie was shocked. The car that was just picked up yesterday was back today, and the bumper was smashed. Does Mr. Chen want to learn from the Shanghai Emperor? Back at the company, it was almost noon, and they were about to break for lunch. Chen Tian arrived late that morning. He went to the previous company to pack his things. He also paid 20,000 as compensation to avoid any complaints later. Although Chen Shi had said he would handle any compensation issues, the small amount was covered by Chen Tian himself. Today was his first day as the HR manager. In the morning, HR supervisor Feng interviewed several customer service positions. After he arrived, he conducted second interviews, felt they were okay, and let 2 of them go back to wait for notifications. Chen Shi walked into the HR department without knocking on the manager's office door. Chairman Chen, could you knock first? Chen Etienne said. Chen Shi stepped back and knocked twice on the door. Is this okay? You're the boss, you have the final say, Chen Etienne said helplessly. How's your first day at work? It's fine, mainly, Supervisor Feng is doing the work, I'm still digesting and absorbing. Chen Etienne sighed, I've suddenly been promoted too high, and I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Take your time to learn, no rush. I won't put any pressure on you. Cheesy, are you sure the company can afford such a high salary for me? Chen Etienne had worked in the e-commerce industry for a few years, and from what he understood, in a company of this scale in Donghai City, he had never heard of any employee earning an annual salary of 800,000, aside from the boss. Chen Etienne thought to himself that since he was Chen Shi's buddy, that was why he was offered such a high salary. He hoped that the company wouldn't go bankrupt just because they were paying him so much. It sounded absurd, but it had indeed happened before, purely due to poor management. You're already worrying about the company's future on your first day at work. You've got a big vision. Bringing you on board was definitely the right choice. Don't worry, even if I have to work hard to support the company, I won't let it go under. Of course, Chen Etienne hoped the company would operate well. Earning a high salary for a long time would be great for him too. With 5 minutes left until the end of the workday, Chen Shi walked to the design department, where the employees greeted him with smiles. After taking over the new company, Chen Shi had changed a regulation, turning single days off into double days off. This was a great blessing for the workers. The company not only didn't exploit them but also gave them an extra day off. The employees had a very high opinion of this former colleague and new boss. A conscientious capitalist, everyone called him. Su Tian, come with me on a business trip this afternoon. Business trip? Su Tian was puzzled. For a fashion designer, a business trip usually meant going to factories for samples, communicating with suppliers, or attending industry exhibitions. But those were tasks for Manager Liu or the supervisors. As a new intern, she had no qualifications for that. A few colleagues nearby gossiped in a small group without Su Tian. I've been here for 2 years and never had a chance to go on a business trip. She's been here for a week and is already going. The boss must have taken a liking to Su Tian. What's the big deal? Young and beautiful, looks are an asset. I thought Manager Liu liked Su Tian, treating her so well. Turns out she has the boss as her backer. So envious. But I heard Director Chen has a girlfriend. Doesn't that make Su Tian the third wheel? Don't talk nonsense. Let's just pretend we don't know. They were referring to Li Ting. Su Tian left work 5 minutes early, and the two of them went to the underground parking lot of the office building. Chen Shi pressed the key fob for his Ferrari, and the car lights flashed as it beeped twice. Su Tian exclaimed, "Brother, you got a new car? Just bought it. No girl has sat in the passenger seat yet. Come on, let's go for a ride." Chen Shi said this with a straight face, not even blushing. Really? Of course it's true. They got into the car, and Su Tian felt a bit awkward. I'm the first girl to sit in the passenger seat. The passenger seat held special significance for girls. Some girls wouldn't allow their boyfriends to have other girls sit there. It was a declaration of ownership. Su Tian's favorability +1, current 13. Are all college students this naive and easy to fool, or is she just particularly easy to deceive? Su Tian's reaction made Chen Shi feel a bit embarrassed. Brother, where are we going on this business trip? Chen Shi replied, what business trip in this hot weather? Ah, it's not a business trip? Why do you seem a bit disappointed? Do you love working that much? Su Tian quickly shook her head. No, I just thought going on a business trip would broaden my horizons. Su Tian excelled in her major courses and genuinely liked fashion design. When she first started college, she had even fantasized about working for international brands like LV or Chanel as a designer. However, as she grew older, she had given up on such unattainable dreams. I'll take you to Paris Fashion Week when I have the time, so you can really broaden your horizons, Chen Shi said. Brother, you mustn't lie to me. Chen Shi looked at Su Tian. Do I look like someone who would lie? Su Tian's face flushed, and she recalled the misunderstanding with Chen Shi a few days ago, only to find that he had swiftly acquired the company without a second thought, showcasing his formidable strength. Not like that. My brother always means what he says. The house next door in Changtai Gingyuan has already been cleaned up. You won't need to go back to the company this afternoon. Just organize your things and move in. Su Tian said, Brother, isn't it inappropriate to leave work to do your own things? Chen Shi was amused by Su Tian's naive words. Who am I? I'm the boss. If I say you have a day off, then you have a day off. Su Tian was aware that there was a bit of ambiguity between her and Chen Shi, but she didn't want to be the subject of gossip at the company. However, their ambiguity was already known throughout the company, only she thought others were unaware. After becoming the boss, Chen Shi began to understand why the villains in novels and TV shows were so obsessed with power. Being in a high position, a single word could determine a person's fate. It was a rather peculiar feeling. He was still just a small company owner, but if he were to become the boss of a publicly listed company with thousands or tens of thousands of employees, it would be even more different. Then I'll go back to the dorm to grab some things and then head home for some clothes. Alright, let's eat first. What do you want to eat? Whatever my brother eats, I'll eat too. To be honest, Su Tian was really obedient. Then let's just have something simple. Half an hour later, at Socrates. Su Tian's surprise was evident on her face. This restaurant was the only Michelin 2-star in Donghai. She had seen it on Douyin, where the average cost was around 8,000 yuan. The waiter was already numb. How many is this now? Is his kidney really that good? Is this just something simple? This is a bit over the top, isn't it? Tian, what do you like to eat? Chen Shi handed over the menu. Su Tian glanced at the menu twice but couldn't bring herself to order. So expensive. Why does seafood fried rice cost 900 yuan? Brother, you order. I'm not very good at it either. Su Tian handed the menu back. Alright, I'll order. If there's anything you don't like, just let me know. Chen Shi ordered a table of dishes based on a 100,000 yuan meal standard. Other goddesses received this treatment, so Su Tian couldn't be any less. Sir, your total is 103,000 yuan. When it was time to pay, the waiter quoted the price. Scan to pay. Chen Shi paid swiftly and decisively. Su Tian's favorability +3, current 16, the domineering CEO must be written based on him. Chen Shi hadn't even reached the fixed segment of buying luxury goods, and Su Tian's favorability had already risen to 16. For girls who had never been in a relationship, the threshold was indeed lower. Should we go back to the dorm or home first? Chen Shi asked. Let's go back to the dorm first. I'll get the things from home next time. Su Tian's home was in the western suburbs, but it was still in the city. When she lived on campus, she would go home once or twice a week. So, her belongings in the dorm weren't as many as those of other out-of-town roommates. Donghai Business School was an ordinary second-tier university, and the management wasn't very strict, but Chen Shi's unregistered vehicle couldn't just enter whenever he wanted. Social vehicles needed to register the owner's identity information, and coincidentally, Chen Shi hadn't brought his ID. Sir, we'll just be in for a moment, we'll be out quickly. Su Tian said. No way, this is the school leadership's rule, outside vehicles and personnel must register their identities to enter the campus. Chen Shi unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around, and pulled out a pack of soft cigarettes from behind the seat. Because it was a two-seater supercar, the space behind the seat was pitifully small. Chen Shi had only stuffed a dozen cigarettes in case of emergencies. Sir, please make an exception, we'll be out quickly. Saying this, Chen Shi handed over the pack of cigarettes. This trick had never failed him, and this time was no exception. As soon as the security guard took the pack, his face immediately broke into a smile. Alright, but you have to be quick. Zhou Ningning took a few orders for companionship in the morning, so busy that she hadn't even eaten lunch. She had just packed a chicken leg meal from the cafeteria and returned to her dorm. A red Ferrari passed by her, looking handsome, and stopped at the entrance of the dormitory. What a handsome Ferrari! If only I could find a boyfriend who drives a Ferrari, she thought. She saw a girl get out of the passenger seat, whose back looked a bit like her roommate Su Tian. That's Tian Tian! Zhou Ningning shouted, Tian Tian! Su Tian heard the familiar voice and turned around. It was her good sister. Is she your classmate? Chen Shi glanced at Zhou Ningning. Yes, she's my roommate, Zhou Ningning said as she jogged over, holding her sunshade. Tian Tian, how did you get out of the Ferrari? Who is he? Su Tian replied, he's my boss. Your companionship boss? What are you talking about? He's the boss of the internship company. Ah, your boss is so young and handsome. Zhou Ningning was quite surprised. Tian Tian, go organize your things, I'll wait for you in the car. Chen Shi returned to the car. It was too hot outside, and it was more comfortable inside. As Su Tian and Zhou Ningning entered the dorm building, Zhou Ningning's curiosity exploded, pulling Su Tian's hand with hopeful eyes. Tian Tian, don't tell me your boss is your boyfriend. How could that be? We just met a few days ago. Then did he bring you to school? He's a boss, and you're an intern, there shouldn't be any intersection, right? That's because Su Tian couldn't come up with an answer either. From a normal perspective, Chen Shi really had no reason to give her a ride. Excluding the boss-employee relationship, only a romantic relationship remained. Tian Tian, you really don't make a move unless it's stunning. Your first boyfriend is a high, rich, and handsome guy who owns a company and drives a supercar. I'm so envious. It's not that fast, Su Tian said softly. She felt that Chen Shi was interested in her, from the first time they met during the companionship, to the misunderstanding with a bad attitude the day before. He hadn't blamed her. Now he was providing her with free housing and even personally helping her move. That's how it is between boyfriends and girlfriends, right? What's the big deal? There are so many couples in school who get together in just 3 days. The dopamine kicks in quickly. By the way, he just asked you to organize your things. Why? You two aren't planning to live together, are you? Su Tian quickly explained. No, he just happens to have an empty apartment next to the company, so he let me stay there for convenience. I'm so jealous, he's too rich. Can you ask him if I can stay in his empty apartment? Su Tian thought for a moment. Chen Shi said that the 3-bedroom apartment was available for her, and such a big place would be empty anyway. I'll ask. If he agrees, you can move in to keep me company. Good sister. Zhou Ningning happily pulled Su Tian's hand as they went upstairs. Su Tian didn't have much stuff since she often went home, and the clothes in the dorm were just enough for a week. Now it was all summer wear, light and short, fitting into a single suitcase. After organizing for about 10 minutes, they packed everything up, a small suitcase, a handbag, a cooling mat, and a summer quilt. The two of them carried their luggage downstairs, and in the lobby on the first floor, Su Tian saw the vending machine and called out to Zhou Ningning. Wait for me a moment. She wanted to buy a bottle of drink for Chen Shi. Su Tian had never been in a relationship, but she had seen other girls buy water for their boyfriends who played basketball. She decided to follow suit, especially on such a hot day, to buy a drink to quench her thirst. In front of the vending machine, Su Tian pressed for 2 bottles of Yuanqi Forest, each costing 5 yuan. When Chen Shi saw Su Tian come out, he got out of the car and opened the front trunk of the Ferrari. Fortunately, the suitcase was small enough to fit in, but there wasn't room for anything else. Why did you bring a cooling mat and summer quilt? I forgot to tell you, I bought new ones and set them up. Then Ning Ning, can you help me take it back? Zhou Ning Ning said, you don't need it anyway, I'll give it to the dormitory aunt. Alright. Chen Shi and Su Tian got into the car and stood outside for a while, both feeling unbearably hot. Brother, which flavor do you want? Su Tian took out 2 bottles of Yuanqi Forest from her handbag, 1 white peach flavor and 1 cherry blossom green grape flavor. Chen Shi felt a surge of joy. The little girl was quite considerate and even knew to buy drinks. He casually picked 1 bottle, knowing the prices were the same, unlike the last time when Su Lu bought him coffee and was mocked by soft grandpa. I'll take the white peach, Chen Shi said. Su Tian handed him the bottle of white peach. Earn 5 soft rice coins, cashback of 50,000 huaxia coins. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. This is a good start. Chen Shi noticed that Su Tian's handbag was a bit special. The leather color was different, looking like it was pieced together. The printed pattern resembled peonies and also looked like peonies. The embossed logo was from a brand he didn't recognize. Tian, your bag looks quite nice, Chen Shi said. Su Tian immediately brightened up upon hearing this and asked with a smile, does brother think it looks good? Chen Shi had been to luxury stores recently and had seen many bags, but he hadn't seen one in this style. It's quite unique. I made it myself. The leather is all leftover material pieced together. Chen Shi pointed at the logo and asked, is this TT? Yes, it's an abbreviation for Tian. Chen Shi gave a thumbs up and praised, not bad, Tian is quite the designer. Not really, I just made it out of boredom. Su Tian was modest on the outside, but she truly appreciated Chen Shi's compliment. Which design student wouldn't want to become a well-known designer and have more people know their work? It looks good, very distinctive, more stylish than those big brands, Chen Shi said. No, how could I compare with the big brands? Big brand bags are indeed nice. If I had money, I would want to buy one too. Su Tian's clothes and daily necessities were all very ordinary and affordable. She had 3 bags, all small CK and New Zealand brands, costing a few hundred each. Chen Shi heard her thoughts and said, let's go to the mall to buy some daily necessities. Su Tian's shower gel, shampoo, and conditioner were almost used up, so she didn't bring them down and planned to buy new ones at the supermarket in the evening. The two went to Qianjia Plaza near the school, which was popular with students because it was close to the university town. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but take a few more glances at the supercar Ferrari. When entering the mall's parking garage, since there was no license plate and the temporary plate couldn't be recognized, Chen Shi had to call the security guard. Hey, can you lift the barrier? The chubby security guard checked the time, it was 2:40, then pressed the remote to lift the barrier, allowing the Ferrari to enter. Chen Shi and Su Tian first went to the Walmart supermarket on the first floor. Su Tian looked around in the personal care section. It seems a bit more expensive than online. Chen Shi heard her thoughts and directly took the few bottles of shower gel and shampoo that Su Tian had looked at and put them in the shopping cart. Brother, I can't use that much. Su Tian saw 7 or 8 bottles of shower gel in the cart and wondered how long it would take to use them all. Buying so much is such a waste. I don't have much money in my card. She actually wants to pay for it herself. What a rare find. Su Tian thought about how these were all her own things and felt embarrassed to ask Chen Shi to pay for her. Chen Shi said, just use them, see which one feels the best. The ones you can't use, you can give to your roommates. Just buy whatever you want, you're with the boss, and he won't make you pay. But I don't need that much. I'll just buy the one I usually use. Su Tian put back the excess and then picked out some daily necessities and cleaning supplies. Altogether, it probably cost around 400 to 500 yuan. This was probably the time when Chen Shi spent the least money. Coming out of Walmart, Chen Shi said to Su Tian, now I'm taking you on a business trip. Ha? Really going on a business trip? Where to? The 3rd floor, over there where they sell luxury goods. I'm taking you to learn about the design styles of big brands. Su Tian had been to luxury stores before, but she was quite nervous when she came with her roommates just to broaden her horizons. They couldn't afford to buy anything, so they could only look, feeling shy and not daring to ask too much. Now that she had a big shot like Chen Shi taking her, she could appear more composed. So, which store should we visit first? Chen Shi asked. Let's go to Bottega Veneta. I really like their design style. Bottega Veneta, abbreviated as BV, is a top-tier Italian luxury brand, slightly lower in status than LV. Bottega Veneta's style is characterized by minimalist, understated designs that emphasize craftsmanship and materials. LV, on the other hand, offers more classic, diverse designs and a wider product line. Su Tian preferred Bottega Veneta's understated luxury designs even more. Chen Shi hadn't been to Bottega Veneta while accompanying other goddesses shopping. Its reputation is indeed lower than that of LV, Chanel, and Gucci. However, the prices are still firm and not much cheaper. Welcome to Bottega Veneta. How can I assist you? The sales associate, Lu Qingqing, was 22 years old, with a charm level of 85 and had grown 5 times. Although young, her insight was sharp. Lu Qingqing immediately recognized that Su Tian was a college student, even an average person could tell. Su Tian's aura screamed, "I am an innocent college student," which is what people online refer to as having a clear but foolish look in her eyes. As for Chen Shi, it was obvious he was a wealthy guy. Lu Qingqing thought that Su Tian was either Chen Shi's girlfriend or a college student being supported. "Beautiful lady, are you looking at bags?" "Just browsing," Su Tian replied. She was genuinely there to look at bags, to see the craftsmanship and design of the understated luxury Bottega Veneta bags. Chen Shi said, "Let's look around ourselves." Since they didn't need assistance, Lu Qingqing left them to browse on their own. Su Tian picked up a deep blue handbag, and Chen Shi thought it resembled a woven bamboo basket. "Brother, did you know that Bottega Veneta's leather can rival Hermes? It's all very high-quality genuine leather, and their leather weaving technique is unique among many luxury brands." Chen Shi replied, "It looks pretty good. This small clutch is also very exquisite," Su Tian said. Bottega Veneta's bags are very understated, with logos that are not prominent. Some even have no logo at all, just a tag inside the bag. Su Tian really liked their weaving craftsmanship. It was delicate and full of artistry. After browsing for more than half an hour, Su Tian planned to go next door to Gucci. "Wait a moment, Tian, Chen Shi said. He waved to Lu Qingqing, "Beautiful lady, come here." "Brother, what's up?" Su Tian asked. Chen Shi didn't answer her but spoke to Lu Qingqing instead. "Beautiful lady, wrap up these 6 bags and take them to the checkout." Chen Shi pointed to the 6 bags Su Tian had just looked at. Su Tian's head buzzed. "This scene, I've seen it in a TV drama, and now it's happening to me for real? How much is this going to cost?" Lu Qingqing had worked in the store for a year and had seen her fair share of wealthy wives and second-generation rich kids coming in. They paid quickly and decisively, but she had never encountered someone buying bags like this in bulk during her time as a sales associate. "Sir, 6 bags?" Lu Qingqing confirmed. Within seconds, she calculated the price of the 6 bags. 2 large handbags, 3 crossbody bags, and 1 small clutch, totaling 157,000. The price for these 6 bags is 157,000. Upon hearing this price, Chen Shi thought to himself that it was cheaper than LV and Chanel. The large handbag seems to be priced at over 40,000, while the small clutch is just over 8,000. "Wrap it up," Chen Shi said. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Buying it for you, don't you like it?" "I just came to take a look, I didn't plan on buying a bag." Su Tian quickly waved her hands. No, I can't accept it." "Aren't you going to study the design techniques of big brands? It'll be good for you to take it home and learn. Then you can design hot-selling products for the company in the future." Chen Shi's reason for giving the bag was a bit stiff but carried a hint of dominance. Dominance mixed with a touch of romance, and the romance was all about extravagance. 157,000 just like that, is this how a domineering CEO pursues a girl? Su Tian's favorability +5, current 21, "Brother, I will definitely work hard." Xia Zhu said she didn't love money, but every moment Wang Duoyu moved her cost money. Su Tian was the same, she wanted to find someone devoted, to avoid ending up in a situation like her mother's. But being devoted wasn't enough, he also had to be good-looking, which meant handsome and wealthy. Huang Qingyi met most of Su Tian's requirements except for being too flashy, and Chen Shi far exceeded her expectations. She had never thought about dating a big boss, especially one so young and handsome. Just this little money and it added 5 points to her favorability. Her favorability is too easy to increase. The two left the Baodai family and continued to wander aimlessly. When they reached the 2nd floor, Su Tian suddenly saw a shop called Ice Princess. "Brother, do you want ice cream? I'll treat you." Su Tian didn't know if she was being naive or just slow. She just thought that the ice cream looked delicious and wanted to eat it with Chen Shi. Unlike Su Lu and Sunny Yao, who would ponder and ask before giving gifts. Because Chen Shi was really too wealthy, spending millions or tens of millions without batting an eye. They would think, for such a rich person, would he even appreciate a regular gift? But Su Tian didn't think in that direction at all. She treated Chen Shi more like an ordinary college guy. Sure, just right to cool off. They walked to the Ice Princess shop, where a few people were still in line. "Brother, which one do you want?" Chen Shi glanced at the price list, very reasonable, very expensive, very comfortable. The cheapest cone was 14 yuan, ice cream cups started at 18 yuan, and sundae cups and milkshakes started at 33 yuan. Ice cream cakes were even priced from 138 to 358, and they were only 4 inches, just saying they were quite pricey. If I order the 358 one, wouldn't that be 358 million? If I order it, she probably won't refuse, right? Stop your imagination, got it? Soft master may be late but he arrives. Chen Shi helplessly said to Su Tian, Tian, can you order for me? Sure, I saw some recommendations online. Su Tian flipped through her phone. In the end, she ordered a peacock cup chocolate almond flavor for Chen Shi, priced at 35. She ordered an avocado yogurt milkshake for herself, priced at 29. Su Tian really knows how to be considerate, ordering me a more expensive cup. They waited for 7 or 8 minutes before their order number was called. Earned 35 soft meal coins, cashback of 350,000 huaxia coins, 350,000 in hand, plus the drinks she treated him to at school. It was already 400,000. This was more than when Chen Shi treated her to Socrates and bought a 150,000 bag. Brother, try mine. Su Tian actually scooped the first bite of her milkshake and brought it to Chen Shi's mouth. This girl can really handle it. Previously, because she didn't let Li Ting have the first bite of the cone, she instantly sulked and angrily questioned Chen Shi if he didn't love her anymore. It left him speechless. Chen Shi took the first bite. The taste wasn't as good as the 520 yuan dessert from Socrates, but he gave it a very high rating. Delicious, amazing. Su Tian laughed. How can you praise it so much? You should try mine. Chen Shi also took the first bite and gave it to Su Tian. The peacock cup is really delicious. We really look like a couple this way. Su Tian's affection +1, current 22. Tian, do you like ice cream? Chen Shi asked. Su Tian nodded. I'm generally not very interested in other sweets, but I really like ice cream. Then I'll get you a recharge card. Thank you. Brother Chen Shi walked to the counter and spoke to the waiter. Hello, I'd like to get a recharge card. Sir, just scan the code and register. Once registered, give me the verification code, and I'll give you the card. The Ice Princess recharge card can be used online and also has a physical card. Tian, when is your birthday? Chen Shi asked. The last step of registration requires setting a password for the recharge card, and Chen Shi thought it would be good to use Su Tian's birthday directly. May 16th. Okay, the recharge card password is your birthday. Chen Shi charged the recharge card in the app but found that there were only 3 recharge amounts, 200, 500, and 1000. Moreover, he could only click once for each charge, so he ended up charging 20 times 1000, and finally got tired of clicking. 20,000 yuan for ice cream would be enough for her to eat for 2 years. The waiter saw the amount displayed in the system, 20,000 yuan. He looked up at Chen Shi. 20,000 yuan would take eating every day for a year to finish. Generally, it would take an average person 4 to 5 years, but a rich guy is just a rich guy, treating money like nothing. Sir, your recharge card is ready, and the balance is 20,000 yuan. The parents buying ice cream nearby were shocked. The Ice Princess has a relatively high price, and the parents coming here to buy ice cream are generally well off, but they usually only recharge 1 or 2,000, enough for 3 to 4 months of eating in a year. Did the young man really charge that much? Can he finish it? Is he not afraid of getting diarrhea? He must be a rich second generation. Su Tian was dumbfounded when she heard the waiter say there was a 20,000 yuan balance, staring at Chen Shi. I really can't get used to how this domineering CEO spends money. Chen Shi heard Su Tian's thoughts and said, Tian, I just casually charged some money on it. The card is for you. Come eat whenever you want. Brother, you really don't need to charge this much. I can't finish it. Chen Shi handed the card to Su Tian. Take your time eating. You can also bring your friends to enjoy it. 20,000 yuan should be no different from 20 yuan in his eyes. Su Tian's affection +1, current 23. Chen Shi thought, there is still a difference. If someone gave me 20 yuan, I could get a cashback of 200,000. By 5 o'clock, the mall began to get crowded with people coming for dinner. What do you want to eat for dinner, Tian? This time, Su Tian didn't say, whatever brother eats, I'll eat. She thought for a moment. There's a Japanese barbecue place on the first floor outside the square. I heard the taste is pretty good. Let's go, then we'll have barbecue. Chen Shi hadn't eaten grilled meat this week either. Su Lu had treated him to skewers once. This barbecue restaurant is called Saitama's Barbecue, and the average cost per person is 300 yuan, which isn't cheap. The restaurant also has a premium package, the Supreme Barbecue at 4,000 yuan per person. They're grilling Kobe beef. The price is reasonable, so let's go for 2, Supreme Barbecue. Su Tian knew this place had a premium package, serving imported A5 Wagyu, but she hadn't thought of coming to eat something so expensive. Even the regular dishes cost around 300, which was a bit pricey for her. She didn't expect Chen-Shi to directly order the most expensive package in the restaurant. Su Tian's affection +1, current 24, brother, do you usually eat this expensive? Not really, sometimes I just have a simple fried rice. A simple seafood fried rice costs 300 yuan. Fried rice? I'm really good at making it, people call me the fried rice master. Really? Then I have to give it a try. After finishing the barbecue, the two returned to the parking lot of Qianjie Square from Chiyu's barbecue. Chen-Shi looked around and realized he had forgotten where he parked his car. I think it was in Zone D, Su Tian said. Luckily you remember, Zone D is on the second underground level, right? Su Tian shook her head. I think it's just this level. Let's check the parking layout map, Chen-Shi suggested. Although Qianjie Square is near the university and Su Tian often comes here, she usually takes a taxi and has never been to the underground parking lot. She couldn't recall the layout of the garage. Brother, the security guard is over there, I'll go ask, Su Tian said as she jogged over, politely and cheerfully inquiring. Excuse me, sir, how do I get to Zone D? Just go straight this way and turn right at the second intersection. Thank you, you're the one with the temporary license Ferrari, right? The chubby security guard remembered the handsome guy and beautiful girl in the Ferrari, as the temporary license couldn't be identified. He also registered it and manually let the car through. Yes, what's up? You guys are leaving, right? The temporary license can't be scanned, I'll open the gate for you. You scan this payment code, you came in at 2:40, and now it's 6:30. Counting 4 hours, that's 40 yuan. Parking here is free for the first half hour, and after that, it's 10 yuan per hour. Okay. Su Tian scanned the code to pay for the parking fee, and Chen-Shi received a system notification on the other side. Gained 40 soft rice coins, cashback 400,000 huaxia coins. What kind of money is this? Su Tian ran back and took Chen-Shi's hand. Brother, I'll take you to find the car. Soon, they got into the car, and as they drove to the exit, Chen-Shi was about to honk the horn to call the security guard to manually lift the barrier. But before he could honk, the chubby security guard in the booth waved at him, and the barrier lifted. As the car approached the security booth, Chen-Shi asked, how do you pay for the temporary license? The beautiful lady already paid, the chubby security guard pointed at Su Tian. Chen-Shi turned to look at Su Tian in surprise. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Wow, so that 400,000 earlier was contributed by her. This girl is really sharp. She wasn't as wealthy as Su Lu, who bought expensive LV tie clips and car air fresheners. Those things were a bit of a stretch for Su Tian. But what made Chen-Shi like her more wasn't how expensive the things she bought were, but her thoughtfulness. A bottle of water costing 5 yuan isn't expensive, but some girls wouldn't even be willing to spend that, let alone the 40 yuan parking fee. Su Tian just felt she was doing something very ordinary and didn't think to praise herself for being considerate. Chen-Shi treated her to high-end barbecue she had never tried before and bought her a bag worth over 150,000. It was only right for her to buy Chen-Shi some ice cream and pay for the parking fee. Why did you pay for the parking fee? Chen-Shi asked. Su Tian smiled. I asked for directions earlier, so I just paid it then. If I pay in advance, I won't have to scan the code again at the exit. What a clever little head. The car drove out of Qianjie Square, and now they were heading to Changtai Jinyuan to help Su Tian tidy up her place. Yesterday, Chen-Shi had called 2 cleaning ladies to come and clean, asking Chen-Tian to supervise. The cleaning was very thorough, and the marble tiles were so clean they could reflect light. Chen-Shi also had Chen-Tian go to the flower market to buy several pots of flowers to make the house feel cozier. Brother, this house is really nice. It's about a 4 to 5 minute bike ride to the company from here, so I can sleep a little longer in the morning. Chen-Shi took Su Tian to the second bedroom, which had a bed and a computer desk. I just bought a computer a couple of days ago, an Alienware. It's good for watching dramas and playing some small games. Seeing so many idle Alienware computers, Chen-Shi took one over. Thank you, brother. Su Tian's favorability +1, current 25. Su Tian was extremely happy to move into her new house, running through each room twice. Suddenly, she remembered the request from her roommate, Zhou Ningning. Brother, am I the only one living here? Of course. There are extra rooms. Can I have my roommate come live with me? The one you met at noon. Sure, having her around would be nice. Chen-Shi said. That's great. Su Tian jumped up in joy. She could live with her sister again. Seeing her like this, Chen-Shi felt a rush of youthful energy. Their date that afternoon hadn't cost much, but the experience was quite good. Brother, the flowers on the balcony are too dense. Can you move a few pots to the living room and bedroom? When Chen Tian bought them, he hadn't thought about arranging them and had the delivery guy put them all on the balcony. Alright, you decide how to arrange them, and I'll move them for you. As Chen Shi was moving the flowers, his WeChat phone rang. It was Chen Tian calling. Shi Zi, what are you doing? Helping Tian organize things. What kind of flowers did you buy? They're all red, can't you have some color coordination? I thought of you two being sweet and fiery. Are you free later? Chen Shi asked. Why? Come over and take a look. I cleaned up yesterday and went over this morning. Now I'm also a person with a house in the city. Of course, I have to thank my adoptive father. Chen Tian was very excited. This house couldn't compare to Chen Shi's, but it was his own property. Alright, I'll come over later. Chen Shi hung up the phone and said to Su Tian, Tian, let's go check out Chen Tian's new house. Where is his place? Just behind this community. A little over 10 minutes later, the doorbell at Chen Tian's house rang. So fast. I came empty-handed. Chen Shi said. What gift would our chairman Chen bring? Your visit makes this little house shine. Get lost, get lost. Tian Gu. Su Tian greeted from behind. Come, let me show you my new house. There wasn't much to see, the layout was the same as Su Tian's, and even the decoration style was similar. By the way, Shi Zi, I hired a cleaner to clean your house this afternoon. I kept an eye on it for a while. It looked alright while they were cleaning. You can check it out when you get back. If you're satisfied, you can have that cleaner come regularly. Chen Shi nodded. Okay, I'll check it out. Chen Shi had been living in Yuanwan for several days without sweeping the floor or bothering to wash his clothes. He had been thinking about finding a cleaner for regular cleaning. That afternoon, Chen Shi set a temporary password on the electronic lock and sent it to Chen Tian, letting him bring the cleaner over to work. How big is his house that he needs to hire a cleaner? Is he living in a villa? Su Tian couldn't help but think of the house Chen Shi lived in, but then realized it was quite normal for him to live in a villa. Cheesy, Tian, I just bought a PS5, let's play together, Mario Party. Chen Tian had now bought everything he used to hesitate over or couldn't afford. He had bought 4 PS5 controllers just so friends could come over and sit in the spacious living room to play games and have fun. Since we're free, let's play. Chen Shi said. Brother, take me with you, I've never played PS5 before. Su Tian said. No worries, I haven't played either. We'll just mess around, the controller will get worn out. July 16th, Tuesday, light rain. Last night, they played games at Chen Tian's house a bit too late. After returning home, Chen Shi took a shower and went straight to bed. However, Li Ting couldn't sleep no matter how she turned. Didn't he say to contact him when he's free? Why hasn't there been any news for so long? Next to Li Ting's makeup table was a small delivery box. It was a composite gift she had prepared for Chen Shi. This gift, in the past, Li Ting could guarantee that as soon as she took it out, Chen Shi would be excited and call out. But now she wasn't sure, because Chen Shi was too wealthy. Would he even care for such cheap gifts? Lin Xian had completely lost her chance. Chen Yi couldn't stand her harassment any longer and had blocked all her contact methods. Lin Xian placed her hopes on Li Ting, hoping she could win Chen Shi back. At that time, she would say some good words to Chen Shi, asking him to persuade Chen Yi and Lin Xian to get back together. Xian Shen, a colleague said they would introduce me to a blind date today, driving a BMW 5 Series, with 2 houses at home. How does he look? Lin Xian asked. Not bad, but a bit worse than Chen Shi. Lin Xian said, how much is a BMW 5 Series? Let me check. About 500,000, far less than the 4 million Ferrari 488. But you can meet him first. If you can't win Chen Shi back, this BMW guy is still okay. Li Ting still wanted to get back together with Chen Shi. This BMW guy's conditions were far inferior to Chen Shi's in every aspect. At 9 o'clock, Zhu Quan was already waiting in the garage of the first building for work. Chen Shi came down at 9:30, and Zhu Quan opened the door of the Ferrari while saying, Boss, the Rolls-Royce people said the bumper needs to be replaced, costing 300,000. The repair time is about 5 to 7 days. Also, since we didn't stay at the accident scene for the insurance to take photos for evidence, this cost can't be covered by insurance. Chen Shi nodded. Got it, have the forest shop send the bill later. Zhu Quan was once again astonished by his boss's substantial financial power. A repair fee of 300,000 seemed to have no effect on him. He casually nodded, and the matter was settled. When Chen Shi arrived at the company, there wasn't much to do in the office, so he brewed a pot of tea and found a TV series to watch. Previously, Huang Guirong didn't have much to do either, but to find something to occupy himself, he would occasionally hold a meeting, listen to reports, make a few comments, showcase the chairman's prestige, and enjoy the taste of power. Chen Shi, on the other hand, preferred a style of present when there are matters, retreat when there are none. Watching a show, drinking tea, is it comfortable? Very comfortable, Chen Shi replied. You're still comfortable, just returning a few dozen yuan and you're satisfied? Chen Shi suddenly realized it was Soft Master talking to him. Ah, I remember now, there's nothing much today, so I'll just meet Li Ting. Chen Shi sent Li Ting a WeChat message. 6 p.m. Socrates. Li Ting was checking her colleague's reimbursement forms when she heard the WeChat notification and immediately leaned over to take a look. Finally, she received the message she had been waiting for. It's Chen Shi. 6 o'clock today, great. Li Ting's favorability +7, current 0. Chen Shi was startled by the system prompt. Just agreeing to meet her raised her favorability by so much. Li Ting touched her handbag, relieved that she had the gift with her, otherwise, she would have to go home to get it. She quickly replied, Are you coming to pick me up? Chen Shi saw the message and thought, does she not understand the situation? He replied expressionlessly. No time. In the past, Li Ting would have exploded. What do you mean no time? Is there anything more important than her? It's fine, I'll go by myself. Li Ting turned to send a message to Lin Xian. Chen Shi asked me to meet at 6 at that Michelin restaurant, Socrates. Lin Xian replied, Did you bring your makeup bag? It's best to put on a more demure look. I brought it. I hid in the bathroom to do my makeup this afternoon. When you meet, be mindful of your attitude. Chen Shi is not the same Chen Shi as before. Do you know? He bought Chenny a house worth over 2 million. How rich must he be? Previously, Chen Shi gave Chenny Tian 1 million, and now he's buying him a house. He's so generous to his brothers, so he must be even more generous to his girlfriend. Li Ting saw what Lin Xian posted and was stunned, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, unable to type. Is Chenny Tian a succubus? Or is Chen Shi a local tyrant? How can he be this generous? Has he won the lottery and made over 100 million, so a few million doesn't even matter to him? Qian, how do you know this? Didn't Chenny Tian block all your contacts? I checked his Douyin with a secondary account, he just posted this morning. Chenny Tian had no idea he was being watched. It wasn't even noon yet, and Chen Shi had already called Chenny Tian and Su Tian out for lunch. The fast food and takeout near Chen Shi's company were quite expensive. Without coupons, they were all over 20. Su Tian lived near the company now, and she didn't cook much, so she needed to eat at the local restaurants for all 3 meals. The 3 were eating chicken pot when Chen Shi asked, Tian, how does it taste? Delicious, very flavorful. Then I'll top up your card, so you can come eat whenever you want. Still using clever tricks to save money for the goddess, solving her meal problems and saving on food expenses. Saving 1,000 or 800 a month could mean more money spent on Chen Shi. Su Tian had learned from yesterday's Ice Princess experience and was afraid Chen Shi would go overboard and top up tens of thousands. Brother, eating at the same place all the time can get boring. Let's top up a little less. Chen Shi nodded. That's true, the chicken pot flavor is a bit strong. Then let's top up 10,000, each restaurant on this street can have 10,000. This way, we can switch it up and eat wherever we want. Ha! Su Tian was astonished. He's being a bit too considerate. Su Tian's favorability +2, current 27. Chenny Tian dropped the chicken leg from his mouth. Shi Zi, do you really have to be this extravagant? Are you getting cards for every restaurant on this street? There were over 20 restaurants on both sides of the street. If he got cards for all of them, that would be over 200,000 gone. I'll leave this to you, I'll transfer you the money later. Chenny Tian leaned in and whispered, Shi Zi, this is full on keeping her. You bought her a house to live in, and you're spending so much on meals. Aren't you afraid Su Lu will find out? Chenny Tian only knew that one of Chen Shi's girlfriends was Su Lu. If he knew Chen Shi had several girlfriends on par with Su Lu, he'd probably be so envious he'd spit blood. Chen Shi replied, I won't let her know. At Li Ting's company, her colleague's sister Wang sat down next to her with her takeout. Xiao Ting, I showed your photo to a friend of mine, he's very interested in you. He wants to ask you out for dinner tonight, do you have time? Unfortunately, Li Ting had a fateful dinner appointment tonight. If it went well, she'd enjoy a life of luxury. Sister Wang, I have something on tonight, let's do it another time. By 4 in the afternoon, Li Ting was already gone from her desk, leaving colleagues looking for her in a panic for reimbursements. When they called, she said she was in the restroom, and when asked how long she'd be, she replied she had diarrhea. She was hiding in a stall, putting on an exquisite makeup for tonight's rendezvous. She had originally worn a short skirt and a white t-shirt in a school style, but she had just asked someone to buy her a pair of stockings, which she was now wearing. Having been with Chen Shi for over half a year, she knew a bit about his preferences. Chen Shi liked black stockings, but she rarely wore them because she had 2 cats at home that would snag them. Now she had specifically bought a new pair of black stockings to wear. When Li Ting came out of the restroom and walked down the hallway, the male colleague's eyes widened. Li Ting already had a good figure and looks, her charm rating hitting 90 points. The combination of a short skirt, black stockings, and full makeup was stunning. Without beauty filters, she looked better than those internet celebrities. At 5 o'clock, Li Ting ran off. She was afraid of getting stuck in traffic during rush hour and hailed a cab as quickly as possible. She had been late so often before, making Chen Shi wait for over half an hour each time, but now she didn't dare to be late. Chen Shi had already left work long ago. As the boss, he could leave whenever he wanted. At that moment, he was at a scratch-off lottery booth on the street, desperately trying his luck. He had already spent 10,000 yuan, scratched for an hour, and only won 600. Can it be this unlucky? Chen Shi was speechless. His hand was sore from scratching. He had intended to kill time and test his luck, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Chen Shi glanced at the time. It was almost 5:55, so he strolled leisurely towards Socrates. He received a message on WeChat from Li Ting. I've arrived. Having money is really great. Everyone will remember you and treat you seriously. Li Ting was usually the one who was late, but this time she actually arrived 5 minutes early. She stood at the entrance of Socrates, and since Chen Shi didn't reply, she didn't go in. This Michelin restaurant, she had seen it before. It was high-end and romantic, with a high cost, averaging 8,000 per person. Moreover, you couldn't get in without a reservation. Chen Shi must have booked it a couple of days ago. He's here today to reconcile with me. Generally, people needed to book 2 days in advance, but Chen Shi only needed to book 2 hours ahead. He was already a gold VIP at Socrates. Chen Shi thought the food here was decent, clean and hygienic, with fresh ingredients and a nice environment. As he walked a few meters from Socrates, he noticed a beautiful girl in black stockings. Although he only saw her profile, he was sure she was at least a 90 out of 100. Damn, isn't that Li Ting? After spending half a year together, he recognized her just from her profile and figure. Li Ting was waiting for Chen Shi, and 2 young men dressed like rappers couldn't help but approach her, feeling a bit excited at the sight of such a beauty. Hey, beautiful, are you alone? Let me treat you to a meal. Sister, do you like rap? Li Ting coldly replied, I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Sister, we're rappers, have you seen the new rap show? We all participated. I haven't seen it, not interested, Li Ting said. Come on, don't be so cold, let's be friends. Li Ting was a bit annoyed by them. You'd better leave, my boyfriend is not someone to mess with. So scary. We rappers aren't afraid of anything, we play it real. What rappers? Show us some freestyle. Chen Shi suddenly appeared behind the two. Baby. Li Ting stepped forward and linked her arm with Chen Shi's. The 2 rappers looked at Chen Shi, dressed head to toe in LV, and scoffed. Wearing a donkey brand, so tacky, no personality at all. Worth over 100,000, and they call it tacky? That's what these half-baked rappers said. Inside, they were envious to death. If they had money to buy a few thousand yuan worth of big brands, they would want to take 800 photos. Hey, your boyfriend isn't that great either. He dresses himself up like a model but gives you cheap stuff. They could tell that Li Ting's t-shirt, short skirt, and little shoes weren't from any big brand. Guys like this are the least real, you need to be careful. Li Ting said, don't talk nonsense. Let's go eat, why waste so much time with these 2 fakers? Chen Shi said. Rappers hated being called fakers, and when the 2 heard Chen Shi say that, they immediately got angry. Who are you calling a faker? Chen Shi ignored them and took Li Ting into Socrates. The 2 rappers couldn't get into Socrates and could only diss Chen Shi outside. The waiter saw that Chen Shi had switched to another girl and almost ground his back teeth to dust. How many is this? Doesn't he ever get tired of it? Every time I come, I spend over 100,000. Even if I have money, I can't just throw it around like that. Still at the same old spot, next to the aquarium, where he could see the fish up close. If it were with any other goddess, Chen Shi would enthusiastically hand over the menu and let her order. But with Li Ting, they had been together and then parted ways, so the atmosphere between them was still a bit delicate. Chen Shi looked at Li Ting. Her makeup looked really good today. In the past, he had said she resembled Qin Eugene. Today, he didn't know if it was the makeup, but she looked even more like her. There wasn't much animosity between Chen Shi and Li Ting. It was just that at the time, his circumstances couldn't meet her needs. They had quarreled multiple times before, all because of money. Before pursuing Li Ting, Chen Shi had a bit of savings, and he was quite generous when going out, saying yes to concerts that cost several thousand without hesitation. Later, when the savings ran out, he could only rely on an 8,000 yuan salary each month. Now, as long as she didn't act up or go crazy, money was no longer an issue. Chen Shi could easily spend a few million on her without feeling anything. His attitude just now definitely means he still has feelings for me. Baby, I'm sorry. I was thoughtless before and didn't consider you. Can we get back together? I promise I won't be unreasonable anymore. We'll definitely live well. The classic scenario of talking money with the poor and emotions with the rich. Li Ting realized that Chen Shi was no longer short on money, so there was no reason to create conflicts over it. Chen Shi knew he was now in an absolutely dominant position. If he wanted to humiliate Li Ting, it would be as easy as pie. However, he didn't do that. Li Ting was a bit opportunistic. It seemed that the other goddesses were better off than her, but that was just because Li Ting's timing was off. If she had met Chen Shi after he gained the system, she would have been attracted to his powerful abilities like the other goddesses. If the other goddesses had encountered the Chen Shi from 10 days ago, they probably wouldn't have even acknowledged him. Moreover, Li Ting was the first goddess he had bound, giving him 17 million as startup capital. This allowed him to meet Su Lu and the other goddesses later on. Let's order first. Chen Shi didn't answer Li Ting directly but handed her the menu. Order what you like. Li Ting happily took the menu, glancing at the prices and getting a shock. Isn't this too expensive? Everything is in the thousands, how can I order? If I order too much, he'll definitely think I'm just after his money and spending it recklessly. Baby, why don't you order instead? Li Ting handed the menu back to him. I've called him baby 3 times in a row, and he hasn't rejected it. He must want to reconcile with me. Baby was what Li Ting used to call Chen Shi. Of course, it was only when she was in a good mood or needed something from him. Most of the time, she just called him by his name. Chen Shi didn't intend to refute her. They were meant to get back together anyway, otherwise, it would be a waste for her to hold on to a goddess position. Chen Shi ordered over a dozen dishes, and since he didn't order any alcohol tonight, the total would probably be cheaper than the previous times. Although Li Ting had only glanced at the menu earlier, she remembered many of the prices. Just the Kobe beef and blue lobster he ordered would cost 18,000. He really is completely different from before. With this kind of confident aura, spending over 100,000 wouldn't even make him blink. Should I still take out that gift? It might seem too cheap for him now. As Chen Shi was ordering, he heard Li Ting's thoughts and became interested. She even prepared a gift for me? I don't mind if it's cheap, hurry up and take it out. Li Ting took out a figure wrapped in acrylic from her small CK handbag. Chen Shi was quite surprised to see that it was Spider-Man. Baby, you like Marvel, right? We were supposed to watch it together, but then, on the day they broke up, Chen Shi bought 2 tickets to Spider-Man 3 in preparation to go watch it. This Spider-Man figurine is for you. This was the terrifying aspect of his ex-girlfriend, an advantage that Su Lu and her friends did not possess. After all, Li Ting had been with Chen Shi for more than half a year. She had known about his interests and hobbies, but she simply didn't care. Just a boy's hobby, who would pay attention? After all, boys' spending power ranked lower than that of the elderly and dogs. Li Ting had never thought of buying anything for Chen Shi before. She was only ever on the receiving end. Chen Shi took the Spider-Man figurine, and the system gave a prompt. Earn 3,800 soft meal coins, cashback of 38 million huaxia coins. Damn, she actually spent money on the real deal. At that price, it was undoubtedly the genuine article. Chen Shi understood Li Ting's income and spending level. She worked as a cashier in a small company, earning 6,000 a month. Both her parents were ordinary workers, and they lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. She ate breakfast and lunch outside, with takeout usually costing around 20. She had afternoon tea every other day, ordering milk tea, coffee, and small cakes, plus some fruit, which brought her monthly food expenses to about 1,500. She also went shopping with her friends, bought clothes, got her nails done, and shopped online, which added up to over 2,000 a month. Transportation costs, phone bills, and the expenses for feeding her 2 cats, including cat food and litter, also amounted to 600 or 700 a month. Although Li Ting's salary was 2,000 higher than Han Linlin's, it was hard to say who saved more each month. After all, Han Linlin didn't have to pay for meals at school, and her mom drove her to work. This 3,800 figurine would take Li Ting 2 months to afford if she didn't save up intentionally. 38 million was more expensive than the tie clip Su Lu had given him the first time. Li Ting had really put in a lot for this reconciliation gift. With this, Li Ting could be said to have made a strong start. You still remember that I like these? I quite like it. Seeing Chen Shi accept the figurine, a joyful smile appeared on Li Ting's face. He accepted it, so that means we're back together, right? Li Ting hesitantly asked, so now, what about us? We're back together. That's great, baby, you're the best. Li Ting's favorability plus 50, current 50, explosion. Chen Shi's mind suddenly couldn't process it. Soft Master, did you get the value wrong? Directly adding 50? You originally had 50. Soft Master replied. Only then did Chen Shi remember that they had been a couple before. But had Li Ting's favorability towards him been so low before? Only 50, no wonder the breakup was so decisive. He thought that as a couple, their favorability should have been at least 70 or 80. Now that he had agreed to reconcile, and with his wealth, Li Ting immediately restored her favorability. "Baby, did you buy a Ferrari?" Li Ting asked. Chen Shi was puzzled. He hadn't posted anything about buying a car on any platform, including WeChat or Douyin. "How did you know I bought a Ferrari?" Lin Xian saw it on Chen Etienne's WeChat. Speaking of Lin Xian, Li Ting remembered the favor Lin Xian had asked of her. If Li Ting reconciled with Chen Shi, she hoped he could persuade his buddy Chen Etienne to reconcile with Lin Xian as well. "Baby, Chen Etienne and Lin Xian are already at the stage of discussing marriage. It's such a pity to break up now." Chen Shi directly interrupted Li Ting. "It's not a pity. If you're going to speak up for Lin Xian, then you can take this figurine back." Chen Etienne was not Chen Shi. Chen Shi continued to interact with Li Ting because the system's goddess position was occupied. Chen Etienne was now enjoying the benefits alongside Chen Shi. With his conditions, he could easily find someone better than Lin Xian, and there was no reason to go back. Moreover, Chen Shi didn't like the T0 version of Lin Xian. She was just so self-righteous. If we're talking about girls, Chen Shi's girlfriend's friends are all more attractive than Lin Xian. He could introduce any of them. In the past, if Chen Shi spoke poorly of Lin Xian, Li Ting would definitely scold him. Now, for her own happiness, she immediately chose to abandon her friends. "Shanxian, I'm sorry, I haven't even been in a Ferrari yet. Let's go to Jintai later and I'll buy you a few Chanel and LV items, so people won't say I'm not good to my girlfriend." "Not at all, my baby treats me really well." Li Ting was overjoyed. Chanel and LV were exactly what she wanted. At this moment, in Yida Plaza, on the third floor, there weren't many customers at the Hermes and LV stores, and Zhang Fangyue was pondering how to tell Su Lu about what she saw yesterday. The sales associates in this luxury goods section basically all knew each other. Even if they weren't close, they would nod and greet each other when they met. Zhang Fangyue pretended to be browsing and walked over to the adjacent LV, where Su Lu and the others were chatting. "Lulu, your boyfriend is so rich. With a Ferrari and a Rolls-Royce, he must change cars every time he picks you up." Chen Shi bought a Ferrari, and Su Lu had just mentioned it to Sister Zhang and the others a few days ago. As they chatted, several sales associates from nearby luxury stores also knew that Su Lu's boyfriend bought a Ferrari. But what was the deal with the Rolls-Royce? Su Lu had no idea. "My boyfriend doesn't have a Rolls-Royce, who told you that?" Su Lu said. Zhang Fangyue was surprised. "I didn't hear it from anyone, I saw it myself." "Lulu, don't you know? Yesterday he was at the vehicle registration office. There was a Ferrari and also a Rolls-Royce." Su Lu had just accompanied Chen Shi to pick up the Ferrari on Saturday, and now there was another Rolls-Royce? "Are you sure?" Su Lu asked. "I took a picture." Zhang Fangyue opened her album, clicked on the photo she took yesterday, and it was undoubtedly a Ferrari. She pretended to slip and clicked on the next photo, which showed a woman leaning on Chen Shi, looking like she had just gotten out of the car. Su Lu's heart sank as she looked at the beauty in the photo. "Am I the third wheel, or am I being cheated on?" Zhang Fangyue pretended to be casual. "Oh no, how did I take this one?" "Lulu, do you know this girl?" Su Lu forced a smile and said, she should be his friend. Seeing her expression, Zhang Fangyue knew things weren't simple. Su Lu's affection -1, current 72, Chen Shi was eating when he suddenly received a notification from Soft Master. "What's going on? Why did my affection drop? Is it because I haven't contacted her these past 2 days?" Su Lu really wanted to call and directly question Chen Shi about that woman, but she suppressed her anger and sent Chen Shi a message. "Brother, what have you been up to these past 2 days?" Chen Shi saw Su Lu's message and had no idea what was happening, so he replied, "What's wrong, Lulu? Are you feeling down? How did you know I was feeling down? Am I a worm in your stomach? Then do you know why I'm feeling down? I'm a bit of a dumb worm, I can't guess. Lulu, why don't you tell me?" Chen Shi thought, if you want me to guess, then I don't want to reply. Say what you want. He hated guessing games. "Did brother buy a Rolls-Royce?" "Yeah, how did you know?" "A friend of mine saw you at the vehicle registration office." "Just bought it. I wanted to surprise you." "Brother, did you go to register it alone?" When Chen Shi saw this, he felt something was off. "Why would you care how many people I took to register? Master Zhu was there too. What's wrong?" Su Lu didn't reply immediately. After a few seconds, Chen Shi received a photo. The photo showed him with that professional mistress, Zhang Yu, with her hand resting on his arm, leaning towards him. "Then brother, tell me, who is this girl?" "So that's how it is." Chen Shi understood immediately. Someone must have taken this photo and shown it to Su Lu, gossiping behind his back. "Did Lulu eat something wrong?" "Brother, I'm still your girlfriend, right?" "Yes, you are my good girl." "Then if you have me as your girlfriend, why are there other women flirting around?" "Lulu, are you angry because of this photo?" "Don't be mad yet, wait for me an hour, and I'll tell you who this woman is." "Okay, I'll wait an hour." Su Lu was also very nervous. What if Chen Shi's answer wasn't what she wanted? What should she do then? Break up? Or turn a blind eye and continue their relationship? Although Sulu misunderstood him, Chen Shi didn't feel annoyed. She didn't start off questioning or throwing a tantrum, which made Chen Shi willing to continue talking to her. Chen Shi stood up and said to Li Ting, "I'm going to make a call." He walked aside and called Zhu Quan. "Hey, boss. Master Zhu, go to the vehicle management office right now and pull up the surveillance video of that woman getting into the car yesterday." "Boss, the vehicle management office is already closed." "I know, but the security guard should still be there. Offer him a little something to help out." "On it." Chen Shi hung up and transferred 5,000 yuan to Zhu Quan. As soon as Zhu Quan received the transfer, he rushed out of his rental apartment to catch a taxi to the vehicle management office. "Baby, we've eaten well, let's go for a walk to digest," Li Ting said. "Let's settle the bill." When it was time to pay, the waiter announced the price. "Your total is 74,300. Chen Shi thought this meal was quite cheap. Before, it had always been over 100,000. He quickly scanned the code to pay. Li Ting's affection +3, current 53, "He's so rich, I never thought I'd have a boyfriend who spends tens of thousands on a meal." Getting back together with him was the right choice. He really accepted those few thousand yuan figurines. He must be considering our feelings. Chen Shi thought, "No, I'm just a guy who makes money. I'll take whatever you give me." The two walked out of Socrates and saw a crowd gathered by the roadside, including the two rappers from earlier. "Fei Ge, that's the guy who said all our rappers are fakers, really arrogant." These two little rappers, frustrated after failing to flirt with Li Ting and getting scolded by Chen Shi, were furious and had a belly full of anger. So they called over a few of their strongest friends from their circle. 3 luxury cars were parked by the roadside, a red Porsche 911, a black Nissan GTR, and an Audi A7, all worth over $1 million. The owner of the Porsche was named Ji Fei, a core figure in this circle, dressed in expensive Hermes. If Sulu were here, she would definitely recognize him. Isn't he Zhang Fanyue's boyfriend? She had seen this rich second generation driving a Porsche when he occasionally came to pick up Zhang Fanyue at Yida Plaza. Yi Fei transferred a second-hand G-Class at the vehicle management office yesterday and had also seen a Rolls-Royce there, but he didn't notice Chen Shi standing nearby. "Hey, you were the one who dissed our rappers just now, right?" Yi Fei and his crew blocked Chen Shi in Li Ting's path. Li Ting held onto Chen Shi's arm, unconsciously tightening her grip. "What's up? Are you going to hit someone?" Chen Shi said, unfazed. "In a civilized society, hitting people is too low." Yi Fei replied. "Then move aside, don't block the way. You think you can just walk away after insulting the rappers? What do you want then?" Yi Fei said, "You called them fakers, and from the way you talk, you seem to know a bit about rap. Let's have a rap battle right here." Chen Shi didn't know anything about rap. He had only watched a couple of episodes of Wu Qian's show before. "I'm not coming." Chen Shi pretended to walk away. Yi Fei and his group didn't make a move, just surrounding you and dissing you. Chen Shi found it amusing, as if it were a village ant scolding someone, only with the genders switched. "Baby." Li Ting tugged at Chen Shi with some concern. "It's fine, I'll make a call." Chen Shi scrolled through his WeChat friends and found Luo Kaiyang. After adding him on WeChat yesterday, he casually browsed through his moments. Luo Kaiyang's hobbies were cars, watches, and rap. He even placed third in the rap competition in Donghai City in May, showing some real talent in that area. Yi Fei said, "Calling someone, huh? Go ahead." Li Ting whispered, "Baby, forget it, don't pay them any mind." With so many people on Yi Fei's side, if Chen Shi called someone over, it might really stir up some trouble. "Nothing will happen, it's still early, just consider it a way to pass the time watching live rap." More than 20 minutes later, a series of roaring engines approached. A light blue Lamborghini Gallardo came into view, followed by a black Ferrari 296, a yellow McLaren 570, and a white Bentley Continental. These 4 cars were all luxury vehicles worth over 3 million, and when they appeared, the Porsche 911, GTR, and Audi A7 suddenly seemed dull. Yi Fei exchanged glances with the other 2 car owners, thinking one of them must have called someone. The 4 supercars parked by the roadside instantly attracted the attention of all passers-by. Luo Kaiyang stepped out of the Lamborghini, striding towards Socrates with an arrogant gait. "Young Master Luo," Chen Shi called out. Yi Fei recognized Luo Kaiyang at a glance. "Isn't that Luo Kaiyang?" Luo Kaiyang had taken 3rd place in the Donghai City rap competition. Anyone involved in rap there should know him. Coupled with his prominent family background, he was a key figure in the Donghai rap scene. Even if there were a few rappers stronger than him, they couldn't compete with his wealth. Luo Kaiyang's family clothing company had gone public, with an estimated market value of 5 billion. "What's up? Someone wants to diss my friend group." Yi Fei knew Luo Kaiyang, but Luo Kaiyang didn't know them. Different classes, different circles. Luo Kaiyang wouldn't even acknowledge Yifei's group when he saw their cars. His supercar friends group only invited owners of cars worth over 3 million. The few rappers didn't dare to speak when they saw Luo Kaiyang. If he were just an ordinary rapper, they would have gone up to diss him directly. But he was a rich kid driving a Lamborghini, someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Young Master Luo, he's your friend, it's a misunderstanding, Yifei said. You know me? Last month, at Li Xiao's gathering, we met. Oh, Luo Kaiyang didn't remember Yifei at all. Chenxi, is it really that hard for you to handle just these few guys? Luo Kaiyang said. Yesterday, he thought Chenxi only had a newly bought Ferrari 488. But when they were leaving the real estate registration center, Zhu Quan drove over in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Luo Kaiyang was knowledgeable about cars. Just by looking, he could tell it was a top-spec Phantom. He immediately asked Chenxi, I heard there's a top-spec Phantom for sale recently. It wouldn't be this one, would it? It is this one, just got it yesterday, Chenxi replied. The news Luo Kaiyang heard was that the owner was selling it at the original price, and it had to be a full payment, meaning Chenxi had paid 13 million in one go. Instantly, he elevated Chenxi's status a notch. Anyone who could pull out over 10 million in cash must have assets worth hundreds of millions. They said they wanted to diss me, how could I? I saw you posted a rap video on your moments. I thought you must be an expert, so I called you to back me up, Chenxi said. Luo Kaiyang pointed at Yifei, shouting, so you wanna diss me, huh? Come on, let me see if I can't take your head off. Yifei really wanted to kick those two rappers to death. What kind of people had he gotten involved with? Luo Kaiyang was notorious in the second-generation circle of Donghai for being arrogant and looking down on others. Anyone who could hang out with him was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Yifei looked at Chenxi, feeling uneasy, not knowing which rich family's young master he was. If he offended him, it wouldn't be fun to face retaliation. It's a misunderstanding, it's just that my two little brothers are blind. Yifei walked over and kicked each of the two rappers. The rappers said nothing, they didn't dare provoke Yifei. And they certainly didn't dare provoke Luo Kaiyang. Moreover, they had teased Li Ting first, so if Chenxi wanted to teach them a lesson, they would have to accept it. Now that he's rich, his circle of friends is different. Fortunately, we got back together, otherwise, if he ran into those rich beauties, I wouldn't have had a chance. Li Ting was once again glad that coming to find Chenxi was the right choice. Lao Xiao, have you eaten? Chenxi asked Luo Kaiyang and the other three rich second-generation friends. Luo Kaiyang and his friends had driven through the rain to the mountain roads of Jianing County in the afternoon. He said that running in the rain was romantic. When Chenxi called him, he had just returned to the city. Just got back, haven't thought about what to eat. Chenxi pointed to the nearby Socrates with his thumb. Lao Xiao and three buddies, come help me out, we haven't even had dinner. I'll treat this meal, otherwise, I wouldn't feel right. Luo Kaiyang was not one to be polite. If Chenxi wanted to treat, then let him treat. Alright then, we won't be picky about the place, let's go to Socrates. Chenxi ordered a dozen dishes for Luo Kaiyang and his friends, costing nearly 100,000 yuan. Lao Xiao, do you want a drink? No, it's cool in the evening, I still want to run a couple more laps. Aren't you eating? Luo Kaiyang asked. We've already eaten, now I want to take my girlfriend out for a stroll. Your girlfriend is pretty. Hearing Luo Kaiyang's compliment, Li Ting responded with a smile. After the two left, the Bentley owner asked, Lao Xiao, what's the background of this Chenxi? He's quite generous, this meal must have cost around 100,000, right? I don't know either, I just met him yesterday. Besides his Ferrari 488, he also has a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Luo Kaiyang and his friends hadn't really helped Chenxi with anything, yet he treated them to such an expensive meal, which showed his strong financial backing and generosity. Li Ting sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, feeling as if her life was complete. Baby, I really didn't expect to be in a Ferrari. Ferraris aren't that comfortable, next time I'll take you in the Rolls-Royce, Chenxi said. Ah, you bought a Rolls-Royce too? Is it a Cullinan? Phantom. Li Ting immediately discreetly checked the price of the Phantom on her phone, which was even more expensive than the Cullinan. Baby, how much did you win in the lottery? You've bought cars worth over 10 million. Why are you asking this? Are you with me for my money? Li Ting shook her head vigorously, quickly waving her hands. No, I was just asking. He really is different from before. Li Ting felt the pressure of his aura. The previous Chenxi was completely submissive. Whatever she said, Chenxi wouldn't dare to retort, let alone ask back. In the car, Li Ting took probably 100 photos, all material for her various platforms. It was hard to finally be in a sports car. How could she miss the chance to show off? The two arrived at Jintai and went straight to the luxury goods counter on the first floor. Buy whatever you like, Chenxi said. You're so good, baby. Li Ting gave Chun-Chi a kiss on the lips. They hadn't grown much before, but they still shared kisses, and every time they did, Chun-Chi would be excited to death. Now, his threshold was higher, and his experiences broader. A kiss no longer stirred any waves. Let's go check out Chanel. She pulled Chun-Chi into the Chanel store, and at that moment, Chun-Chi received a WeChat message from Zhu Quan. It was the surveillance video he wanted. Zhu Quan rushed to the vehicle management office, asking the security guard for help in finding the surveillance footage from yesterday morning. The guard initially didn't want to pay him any mind. He was in the security room eating skewers, drinking beer, and watching TV. But when Zhu Quan offered to pay 1,000 yuan as a thank you fee, the guard immediately let him in. Chen-Chi gave Zhu Quan 5,000, so he made a net profit of 4,000. Chen-Chi watched about 3 minutes of the video. It was quite complete, so he forwarded it to Su Lu. Distracted, Su Lu opened Chun-Chi's message with a flutter of anxiety. Video? She played the video. The visuals were decent, but the sound was a bit noisy. However, if she listened closely, she could still hear voices. In the video, Zhang Yu got into a Rolls-Royce while Chen-Chi stood by the car playing a game. When Zhang Yu got out, she was the one who reached out to help Chen-Chi, but in the end, he ignored her, closed the car door, and left. Brother, why did she get in the car? She said she had never been in a Rolls-Royce and wanted to take a picture, so I let her. I've never been in one either. Lulu, don't be angry. I'll buy you a Rolls-Royce to drive, okay? Brother, you know I haven't even gotten my driver's license. I don't want to drive. Brother, you're not allowed to let other girls get in the car anymore. Okay, only let Lulu in. That's more like it. Su Lu's affection level increased by 2, now at 74. Chen-Chi glanced at Li Ting, who was selecting bags. She had just sat in the passenger seat of a Ferrari. Previously, Chen-Chi had said that the Ferrari passenger seat only belonged to Su Lu. Lost 1 point, gained 2 points. What is Su Lu thinking? Su Lu got the answer she wanted, not only clearing up the misunderstanding but also trusting Chun-Chi even more. Lulu, who sent you that photo? That person must have done it on purpose, taking it out of context. It was Zhang Fanyue from the Hermes next door. She said she saw you at the vehicle management office and accidentally took that photo. I think she's just jealous that your boyfriend is better than hers. Don't associate with her anymore. Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. This time it wasn't a troublesome matter, it was resolved easily. However, it also served as a reminder for Chen-Chi to be more cautious in the future. Li Ting didn't notice that Chen-Chi had been typing on his phone. She was too captivated by the Chanel bags to pay attention to anything else. This classic chain bag is so beautiful. So expensive, 78,000. He said to buy whatever I want. If I really take this, will he think I'm being greedy? Clearly not. 78,000 was too cheap. The other goddesses who had bought bags before had at least started from 100,000. Li Ting had just brought Chun-Chi a profit of 38 million. How could he be stingy about buying a bag worth over 100,000? Ting, how's the selection going? Chen-Chi asked. Li Ting picked up a small handbag nearby, estimating it to be just over 20,000. Baby, how about this one? Chen-Chi responded with a hint of doubt. Over 20,000, does he think that's expensive? He's clearly so rich. I didn't even pick a bag worth over 100,000, just a small one, and he still has an opinion. Chen-Chi heard Li Ting's thoughts and raised his voice a few decibels. Why is it just a small bag? Didn't I say to buy whatever you want? Baby, are you serious? When have I ever lied to you? That's true, he always means what he says. If he can't do it, he won't agree. Baby, I want this chain bag, it's so classic, Li Ting said. How much is this? The sales assistant nearby quickly replied, this model is 78,000. Li Ting looked at Chun-Chi, observing his expression. If he showed any hesitation or doubt, she would say never mind. Take it. Pick 2 more, these 2 are both black, a bit monotonous. I think so too. Li Ting had just set her eyes on a pink bucket bag, which was a bit pricey, so she didn't mention it. Brother, is this 87,500 okay? Not bad, it has a bit more space than the chain bag, can hold more stuff, let's get it. I feel like I'm dreaming, this script of casually buying in a luxury store has actually come to me. If Lin Xian knew, she would definitely be envious to death. Ting, take another look, that flat bag is also very classic. Enough, baby, even with money, you can't spend it recklessly. Buying a bag doesn't cost much, Chen-Chi said. These 3 bags can last me a long time, let's buy next time. Not much? The 3 bags add up to 190,000, I haven't earned that much in 2 years. Chen-Chi felt that Li Ting's change was a bit sudden. In the past, although she never asked Chun-Chi to buy expensive luxury items, within his salary range, she basically squeezed him to the limit. Now that Chun-Chi had money, she actually wanted him to save and not spend it recklessly. Alright then, just these 3 bags, let's look at clothes and skirts. Chanel's clothes and skirts are famously exquisite and expensive. The timeless little black dress, no matter how trends change, Chanel always manages to be one of the leaders. How did I not notice before? He spoils me so much, I'm so happy. Baby, you're so good. Just a moment ago, she said not to spend recklessly, but upon hearing about buying clothes, she dismissed that statement. Beautiful lady, your boyfriend really dotes on you, I'm so envious. The salesgirl was genuinely envious. Chen Shi was not only handsome but also wealthy. He's just like that, always spending money. Li Ting subtly boasted about Chen Shi's wealth and how much he spoiled her. Brother, does this top look good? Classic Chanel design. Chen Shi sat nearby, crossing his legs and scrolling through his phone. Sunny Yao had just started her live stream, and he hadn't shown up in Yao Yao's live room for a few days. Chen Shi glanced at Li Ting. Looks good. Baby. So perfunctory. Looks good, very good. Li Ting wanted to act spoiled like before, insisting Chen Shi specify what looked good. But then she thought, the situation was different now. Forget it, as long as he buys it for me. If I annoy him and he doesn't buy it, I'll cry to death. Then I want this one. Sure, let's pick a couple more. Chen Shi heard Li Ting's thoughts and figured this girl wasn't foolish enough to be unaware of the situation. Just pick what you like, don't make a fuss. Li Ting spent over an hour choosing and trying on clothes. In the end, she bought 2 tops, 2 skirts, and a pair of high heels. Are you done picking? Chen Shi asked. Done, baby. Li Ting leaned in, tightly hugging Chen Shi's arm. Beautiful lady, time to check out. The salesgirl took the 3 bags along with the clothes and shoes to the counter to package and ring up, and Chen Shi quickly scanned to pay. The total came to 278,000, and Li Ting's heart surged as she glanced at the bill. It's really paid, 278,000. My family of 3 doesn't earn that much in a year. Li Ting's favorability +5, current 58. Just a mere 20-something thousand added 5 points. Li Ting's threshold was quite average. This favorability was within Chen Shi's expectations. Other goddesses had already seen him as a rich guy when they met him. Li Ting, however, had a contrasting feeling. Just over 10 days ago, Chen Shi was still an ordinary office worker. Although he could treat her well, his economic status meant luxury goods were absolutely out of reach. Now buying designer brands felt like buying cabbage, which made Li Ting's heart feel like it was on a roller coaster. He likes me, has money, and treats me well. I've practically landed the lead female role in a drama. I almost turned him into an ex-boyfriend. It seems I'm destined for this kind of fortune. Chen Shi thought, you really are lucky, being the first one bound by the system. The 2 of them came out of Chanel with bags in hand, and since it was still early, they continued to wander aimlessly around Jintai. When the girl was in a good mood, she always liked to find something to do. It was the same for any woman. Li Ting linked her arm with Chen Shi and said sweetly, baby, you said you would marry me before, and we've been talking for more than half a year now. When will you let me meet your parents? Chen Shi hadn't thought at all about meeting parents or getting married. Wasn't that just looking for trouble and adding stress to himself? He was quite comfortable in their current state. I just started a company, and there's a lot going on. My career is still on the rise. Let's wait a bit longer for meeting the parents. It's okay, it's my fault for bringing it up too early. Let's wait until your career is stable. Chen Shi pinched Li Ting's cheek. Ting Ting is so understanding now? People have to grow up. Chen Shi stared at Li Ting's big white rabbit. You're already grown up enough, you don't need to grow up anymore. Li Ting's big white rabbit was quite rich, you could say it was a fine product. All you know how to do is drive. I'm ignoring you now. He's gotten bolder now, he never dared to tell dirty jokes before. By the way, baby, what company are you running now? You know. Chen Shi replied. I know? The company I used to work for, I've acquired it, and now I'm the boss. Li Ting was dumbfounded. That company she had heard Chen Shi mention before had about 100 employees, and now he was the boss of those 100 people? This was simply a template for a loser's comeback, a life on easy mode. As they strolled, Li Ting spotted the La Mer counter ahead. This was a luxury skincare brand, very expensive. There was a time they had a fight, and Chen Shi had bought her a 3,000 yuan body lotion. The texture was indeed different from regular body lotions, it made her skin feel smoother. Baby, I want to check out La Mer. Okay. No, wait. Chen Shi quickly changed his mind. He suddenly remembered that this was Jintai. Su Lu's rival classmate, Zhou Yali, worked at the La Mer counter ahead. He had just cleared up a small misunderstanding with Su Lu, and he didn't want poor Lulu to hear bad news again. How much is La Mer anyway? You could buy over 10 bottles for the price of a bag. Why can Chanel be bought casually, but not La Mer? Could it be that it reminded him of the time they fought, and he bought me body lotion? Baby, why not? Chen Shi said seriously, I've heard that La Mer isn't that great, Helena Rubinstein is better. La Mer and Helena Rubinstein were both top skincare brands, there was no saying which was better. Different strokes for different folks. Li Ting certainly knew about Helena Rubinstein, she had seen it many times on Zaya Hongshu. Just a small 50 milliliters bottle could easily cost 2 to 3,000, if used quickly, it would be gone in a month. Who could afford that? I haven't used Helena Rubinstein either, let's see how it works. The two turned to leave, just as Zhou Yali was sending a customer out and caught a glimpse of Chen Shi's back, pondering. This looks a bit like that guy? Never mind, can't remember. She saw that Li Ting was carrying a bunch of Chanel shopping bags, and a wave of bitterness surged in her heart. Why can these women find such rich boyfriends? That little B***TCH Sulu even found a guy who drives a Ferrari, it's really infuriating. Just then, Sulu, who was sorting merchandise, suddenly sneezed. I told you all to clean up properly, look, even Sulu is sneezing from all the dust. The store manager said. Sulu touched the display case, which was spotless, she had just cleaned it yesterday. It must be someone talking bad about me again. Chen Shi showcased what it meant to be extravagant at Helena Rubinstein once more. Beautiful, this black and white bandage cream is our Helena's flagship product, with very significant anti-aging effects. The sales assistant was holding a small set containing 2 small bottles, one black and one white, priced at $74.60. Chen Shi had accompanied Sulu to buy La Mer before. These products were actually quite similar, just with different names. Let's take a look at the black bandage eye cream, Li Ting said. Chen Shi stopped the sales assistant. Do you have any more comprehensive sets? Yes, we have Helena's Bandage Repair Full Cycle Set, which includes both face cream and eye cream, providing comprehensive repair and anti-aging. The price is $96.40. The sales assistant thought that since Chen Shi asked this, he should be able to afford it, no problem. After all, they look like they had just come from Chanel, and those shopping bags must be worth at least 200,000. Upon hearing the price, Chen Shi thought it was quite cheap. That La Mer Gilded Luxury set was over 20,000, and he had bought 3 sets for Sulu. This Helena set was less than 10,000, so he could get a few more. What do you think, Ting Ting? Chen Shi asked. This set is pretty good, using the most expensive eye cream for the longest nights. I've been binge-watching dramas lately and sleeping so late, my dark circles are showing. Chen Shi said, beautiful, let's get 5 sets. 5 sets? The sales assistant repeated, afraid she had misheard. Yes, 5 sets. Isn't this a kind of revenge spending after suddenly becoming rich overnight? He looks just like a nouveau riche. Li Ting whispered. Baby, I'm not that old yet, I don't need that much. Are you saying you think I'm old and want to find an 18-year-old girl? Chen Shi said, lifting Li Ting's chin. How could that be? Our Ting Ting is still so fresh. I see 1 bottle is so little, it won't last long, better to buy more and stock up. That's too much, how about we just buy 2 sets for now, and I'll look at other things. Alright, you choose. The sales assistant was greatly shocked. Are the rich second-generation kids really this willing to spend money on dating lately? I heard last week a guy bought 3 gilded sets at La Mer. This rich guy today is no worse than that. Li Ting took about 20 minutes to choose, finally buying 2 bottles of body lotion for 3,000 each, 5 tubes of sunscreen for 1080 each, and 2 sets. The total at checkout was 30,680, not even the price of a bottle of drink. Handsome, here's the bill. Li Ting's favorability +2, current 60. I won't need to read novels about domineering CEOs and their pampered wives anymore, my life is just like that. Beautiful, let's exchange WeChat for the price. I'll contact you first when new styles arrive. The sales assistant said enthusiastically. Sure. Li Ting happily added the sales assistant's WeChat. The two of them walked out of the Helena counter, and after a few steps, Li Ting suddenly stopped. Baby, I forgot to buy something, wait for me. Let's go together, Chen Shi said. No need, it'll be quick. Saying that, she had already run back into the store. The stuff in this store is quite expensive, she pays for herself, I can't bear to spend that. Saving more money to spend on Chen Shi would be better. Chen Shi also walked towards the store, preparing to pay for Li Ting. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Ting had already scanned the code to pay. When Li Ting saw Chen Shi coming over, she quickly ran to his side. Baby, I forgot to buy facial cleanser just now. Then just let me pay for it, Chen Shi said. Li Ting pouted, didn't you say that in a relationship, it should be mutual? I can afford this, so I'll pay for it myself. Chen Shi didn't expect she still remembered what he said when they broke up. It's summer now, and the weather is hot, you don't even need facial cleanser, and it's uncomfortable to have oily skin all day. This facial cleanser is a gift for you. Chen Shi was quite surprised. You bought this for me? He took the facial cleanser, and Soft Grandpa immediately gave a prompt. Earn 680 soft rice coins, cashback of 6,800,000 Huaxia coins. Thank you, Helena, for selling your products at such a high price. This 125 milliliters facial cleanser actually costs 680 yuan, and comes with 320 milliliters samples. Li Ting's advantages were once again on display. Chen Qi had some life details that other goddesses were unaware of. Li Ting had been to Chen Qi's previous rental once, and there wasn't even a facial cleanser in the bathroom. Chen Qi said he didn't like using it. When it got too oily, he just washed with soap while showering. Ting, you've really grown up, Chen Qi said. Come on, let's go upstairs and get you a new phone. When Li Ting heard about the phone, her expression didn't show joy. Instead, it was a bit awkward. At the beginning of the month, she broke up with him over the phone. If he hadn't mentioned the phone, I wouldn't feel so embarrassed. Baby, a new model is coming out in 2 months, so let's not change it for now. When the new model comes out, we'll buy it, Chen Qi said. Li Ting felt awkward about the phone exchange, but Chen Qi was grateful. If she hadn't brought up changing the phone, Chen Qi wouldn't have mentioned breaking up, and Soft Grandpa wouldn't have appeared. His life wouldn't have undergone such a drastic change. In the end, Li Ting still changed to a new phone, an iPhone 15 Pro Max, white 1 terabyte priced at 13,999. Baby, now we have matching phones. Let's take a couple's photo for the screensaver. Sure, Chen Qi replied. He wasn't worried about being discovered by other goddesses, it was just a screensaver. He would switch it to the default screensaver as soon as they parted. Just like the bracelet Sunny Yao gave him, he only wore it when he saw Sunny Yao. Li Ting took the photo, added a filter and made some adjustments, then sent it to Chen Qi. Just as Chen Qi finished changing the screensaver, Chen Etienne's voice call came in. Qizi, Ling Xian somehow got my new home address and is coming over soon. Let her come, she can't get in anyway, Chen Etienne said irritably. She went crazy tonight, calling me from several numbers. I ordered 3 gaming companions, and I was having a great time, but when I blocked one of her numbers, she just switched to another, making it impossible for me to enjoy my game. You're enjoying yourself. I only ordered 1, Chen Qi said. That's not the point is, I'm about to explode from her annoyance. Suddenly, Chen Etienne's voice call was cut off, and a few seconds later, he called back. I was interrupted by Lin Xian's call. Are you free now? Come drink with me. Chen Qi checked the time, it was 9:30, still early. Let's go to Black Rose. After he hung up, Li Ting curiously asked, Baby, who was that? Chen Etienne, he wants me to go drink. Chen Etienne? It's been a while, take me with you. The two couples had gone out together before and were familiar with each other. I haven't been to Black Rose yet. Chen Qi used to go there to listen to Chen Etienne complain about Lin Xian, and bringing Li Ting along would be a bit inconvenient. Take me, Li Ting pouted and acted cute. Alright. Chen Qi thought, at worst, they would just drink, and he could save the complaints for next time. Tonight, Black Rose was quite busy. The booths in Area A were full, so Chen Qi and Xiao Xiao booked a spot in Area B. When Chen Qi arrived at Black Rose, Xiao Xiao was already waiting at the door. Chen Qi was his big client, so the service had to be top-notch. This was his 3rd visit this month, and he had spent at least 400,000 on the first 2 visits. As soon as Chen Qi parked the car, Xiao Xiao approached him. Young Master Chen, let me take care of the car, you can go right in. Xiao Xiao waved to Zhou Leishan beside him. Park Chen Xiao's Ferrari properly, be careful. Li Ting turned to glance at the narrow back seat filled with spoils, each item worth several thousand. Should I take it down? Letting a stranger park it would be troublesome if it gets lost. Chen Qi smiled, get out of the car, are you worried about the valuables? Don't worry, this security guard is quite reliable. He still remembered Zhou Leishan. The last time he and Chen Etienne brought in barbecue, they were stopped at the door. Zhou Leishan had been a soldier, very principled, one could say stubborn. Even if Chen Qi misjudged him and Zhou Leishan was indeed untrustworthy, it would only be a lost bag, not worth much. After hearing this, Li Ting said no more and got out of the car with Chen Qi. Chen Etienne was already sitting in B03, he had just arrived 2 minutes ago when the Atmosphere Group's big sister, Jenny, showed up. Jenny had heard that Chen Qi had booked a booth and was on his way, so she found an excuse to slip out from the boss of A03. Xiao Xiao looked at Li Ting. The girl was indeed pretty, but he couldn't quite figure out her relationship with Chen Qi. With Chen Qi's capabilities, it would be too easy for him to have a beautiful girl by his side. If she were just an ordinary companion, Xiao Xiao wouldn't care, but if she were a girlfriend, he would have to treat her well. Chen Xiao, who is this beautiful lady? My girlfriend. Has my friend arrived at B03? Yes, he's already been served drinks, Xiao Xiao replied. Last time, Lin Xian had come to stir up trouble, they hadn't drunk much of the frozen dragon during the second round before Chen Shi and the others left. The leftover drinks were stored on Chen Etienne's card, and feeling down, he came over and started drinking them himself. A few girls from the Atmosphere group held their glasses and said teasingly, "Tiangu, are you troubled? Don't drink alone, we'll keep you company." Jenny kept glancing outside. She didn't think much of Chen Etienne, he was just tagging along with Chen Shi for a meal. Only when a real big spender arrived would Jenny get excited. After all, providing emotional value was quite exhausting. She didn't want to waste her energy on Chen Etienne. When Jenny saw Chen Shi walk in, her face immediately lit up, but then she noticed a woman intimately linking arms with Chen Shi. Jenny's expression changed in an instant, like a Sichuan opera face change. This woman looks like she has an unusual relationship with Chen Shi, a girlfriend? I haven't even arrived, and you're already drinking. Li Ting? Chen Etienne was momentarily stunned when he saw the woman next to Chen Shi. How did this guy get back together with Li Ting? Didn't he tell me not to bother with Lin Xian? Now he's off with his ex. Etienne, long time no see. Li Ting knew what had happened between Chen Etienne and Lin Xian. As Lin Xian's best friend, she should feel a bit awkward seeing Chen Etienne, but Chen Shi had said that if she spoke up for Lin Xian, they wouldn't get back together. So Li Ting chose her boyfriend. If they started complaining about Lin Xian later, she could join in. "Xiao Xiao, bring out a frozen dragon first," Chen Shi said. Xiao Xiao felt excited, as expected. "Every time you come, it's the frozen dragon. You're truly my big benefactor. Beautiful lady, what fruits or snacks would you like?" Xiao Xiao handed the tablet to Li Ting. With a big spender like Chen Shi, a regular fruit platter wouldn't reflect Xiao Xiao's service, so he let Li Ting choose for herself. "We can order ourselves?" Li Ting asked. Chen Xiao is a VIP customer. The service is definitely different from regular guests, Xiao Xiao replied with a smile. Li Ting stared at Chen Shi, pretending to be angry. "Baby, it seems you've been here quite a few times." "Let me think, not really, this is the third time. Spending a few hundred on a casual table doesn't matter how many times you come." Coming once to an A-Zone booth and ordering 2 sets of frozen dragon, the marketing team would remember you for 2 years. "Chen Xiao, is this beauty your girlfriend?" Jenny asked. "Yes." Bringing a girlfriend to the bar, what was he thinking? It should be a temporary girlfriend, like Principal Wang, thought Jenny. A normal guy wouldn't bring his girlfriend along to drink at a bar. A serious girlfriend would have already scolded him to death. But those temporary girlfriends or companions around the boss wouldn't care so much because they knew their place. With this in mind, Jenny, who had been concerned about Li Ting's status, picked up her drink and sat down next to Chen Shi, ignoring Li Ting's sulky expression. "These girls are indeed all over Chen Shi. I should have made my move earlier." Chen Shi heard Li Ting's thoughts and secretly wondered, is something going to happen tonight? However, he wasn't very excited. His mindset was completely different from before. When Li Ting was unwilling to grow with him, even a kiss would make Chen Shi feel thrilled. Now, he was not lacking in women, and his desire in that regard had somehow diminished. Compared to physical intimacy, he even enjoyed the feeling of ambiguity more. Congratulations to B03 for ordering the Icebound Supreme Dragon set. May the boss's wishes come true and everything go smoothly. The DJ shouted the booth number and blessings. It was Jenny's first time experiencing such an extravagant atmosphere. The bar's way of doing things was to satisfy the guests' vanity and desire to show off. Bunny girls scattered gold paper, and a muscular man in a suit carried a drink rack around the bar. Wow, the Icebound Dragon is even more expensive than the previous Supreme Dragon. Did I hear that right? It's B03, not A03? There are quite a few rich guys and big shots tonight. In the Black Rose booth, the minimum spend in B area was 20,000, while in A area it was 33,000. Ordering a 128,888 Icebound Dragon set in B area was indeed a bit exaggerated. Lu Jianrun, the boss of A03, heard the DJ shout and didn't think much of it. It was just an Icebound Dragon, after all, he could afford it. Jenny has been in the bathroom for over 10 minutes, Ma Chang, go check where she ran off to. Originally, Jenny was in A03, but when she heard Chen Shi was coming, she found an excuse to slip away. Compared to a wealthy, greasy middle-aged man, a tall, rich, and handsome guy was definitely more attractive. A few minutes later, Ma Chang returned to A03 and loudly said to Lu Jianrun, "Boss, Jenny went to B03. That bitch, she runs to wherever the drinks are expensive, huh? Tell marketing to order an Icebound Dragon." Lu Jianrun said. "One from B area? What a joke, trying to show off with a pig's nose stuck in a green onion. That pocket money of hers must be used just to show off." Soon, the DJ passionately shouted again, "Congratulations to A03 for ordering the Icebound Supreme Dragon set. May the boss's wishes come true and everything go smoothly." Lu Jianrun had already ordered a Supreme Dragon an hour ago, and now he was ordering another icebound dragon, spending over 200,000. Lu Jianrun's marketing went to B03 to pull Jenny away. Boss Lu specifically wants you to accompany him for drinks. Jenny actually didn't want to go, she was part of the Atmosphere group, not a drinking companion, and there was no rule that said the Atmosphere group had to accompany drinks. Moreover, the atmosphere here was clearly better, mainly because Chen Qi was present. A handsome guy was much more eye-catching than a greasy middle-aged man. I'm just going to drink here, Jenny said. Chen Qi was drinking a bit fast and was already feeling tipsy. He pointed at the marketing guy and said, "Let go, she's not going anywhere, just drinking here." The marketing guy knew that the guests in B03 were Xiao Xiao's big spenders, very powerful, and every time they came, they ordered at least 2 icebound dragons. "You can leave," Chen Qi said. "He really doesn't want to part with me." Jenny thought Chen Qi wanted her to stay to drink with him. In reality, Chen Qi was just following Chen Tian's mood since he was feeling down. The marketing guy didn't dare to offend Chen Qi, awkwardly smiled, and exited B03. "Where's Jenny? I ordered an icebound dragon and she won't come? Is she looking down on me?" As soon as marketing returned to A03, Lu Jianrun gave him a scolding. "Lu, Jenny is not a hostess, and we can't force her to sit on stage. Besides, the guests in B03 are quite powerful." Lu Jianrun slammed the table and shouted, "There's a big shot in Area B. Let's pool some money and get a frozen divine dragon. Ma Chang, bring Jenny over, I want her to accompany me tonight." "Sure thing, bro, I'll bring her over in a minute." Ma Chang stood up and left with 2 other lackeys. This was the first time Li Ting had drunk such expensive champagne. She had tried a few thousand yuan bottles, but she had no idea what a tens of thousands yuan one tasted like. Is it psychological? This ace of spades does seem to taste better than regular champagne. "Young Master Chen, I toast to you," Jenny said. "Baby, don't drink so fast, you'll get drunk," Li Ting thought to herself, not wanting Chen Qi and Jenny to drink together. This little firecracker was indeed good-looking, with a stunning figure. With her being so attentive to Chen Qi, Li Ting could guess what she was after. "Let's all drink together," Chen Qi said. Just as everyone was about to clink glasses, Ma Chang and his 2 lackeys walked over. Ma Chang arrogantly pointed at Jenny. "Marketing asked you to come over, but you couldn't be persuaded, right? Our Lu wants you to accompany him." Just by looking at Ma Chang's attitude, Chen Qi knew that this Lu was not a good person. "I'm not a hostess," Jenny said. If Chen Qi hadn't come today, she would have just accompanied Lu Jianrun. But now that Chen Qi was here, she felt like she had a backing. After all, they had grown up together. When Jenny was in college, she worked part-time as a social butterfly, attracting quite a few wealthy men. Now, after working full-time at Black Rose for a year, she had intermittently been supported by a few rich second-generation heirs and wealthy bosses. Of course, these men had to be decent-looking to catch Jenny's eye. She was selective about her clients. However, among those who had interacted with Jenny, Chen Qi was the most handsome and generous, giving her 100,000 in one go, and the experience was quite enjoyable. That Lu looked like a pig, and she had only gone to drink with him because Chen Qi wasn't there. Now, she had no intention of going. "Who are you? What are you shouting about?" Chen Tian stood up, his face flushed from the alcohol, clearly drunk. "None of your business, sit down." Ma Chang, dressed in tight clothes and sneakers, tilted his head and shouted at Chen Tian through his nostrils. Usually, Chen Tian was a good citizen who didn't cause trouble. But now, having drunk too much and feeling agitated, plus being wealthy, he had gained some courage. Faced with Ma Chang's provocation, he showed no fear. "You're quite arrogant, huh? I'm taking this person away. If you don't agree, come and try me." Seeing this, Chen Qi realized a fight was about to break out. There were 3 of them on the opposite side, and they had Chen Tian, who was still drunk. Most likely, they would suffer losses. I wonder how effective the system's attribute rewards are. Chen Qi thought of Soft Master's attribute point rewards. "Just add some points to strength. You can take down these street punks in a few hits," Soft Master said. Chen Qi wanted the attribute point rewards but also wanted to control the points, hoping to gain more from the goddess for a double return in the end. But one couldn't have both fish and bear's paw. For now, Chen Qi planned to focus on the double return. "Baby, hold Chen Tian back, if it really comes to blows." Li Ting felt a bit anxious as she looked around. Bars were indeed places where trouble brewed every few days. "Everyone, let's talk it out, let's talk it out." Xiao Xiao rushed over with security, sent by Chen Shifa. "Guests, Jenny is drinking here for now, can we go to a 03 later?" Xiao Xiao said. "No, we're going over now." Ma Chang's attire and demeanor were quite displeasing to Chen Qi, looking like a thug. Chen Qi stood up. "She said she wants to drink here, are you trying to force her?" Chen Qi had been silent earlier, and Ma Chang thought the big spender here was Chen Tian. "Who do you think you are to speak here? Get lost." Chen Shi already disliked Ma Chang, and now being insulted by him was unbearable. Dare to insult my brother. Upon hearing Ma Chang insult Chen Shi, Chen Tian's blood boiled, and he stepped on the table, ready to confront Ma Chang. Ma Chang grabbed a bottle of Ace of Spades from the table, aiming to smash it on Chen Shi's head. Everyone felt a chill. With a loud crash, the bottle shattered. Zhou Leishan executed a flying kick, swiftly shattering the bottle in Ma Chang's hand. Liquor spilled everywhere, and the scene turned chaotic, with several girls from the Atmosphere group screaming, "Damn it, a little security guard dares to meddle, let's beat him up." The three street thugs prepared to deal with the security guard first before turning on Chen Tian. One of the younger thugs lunged at Zhou Leishan, while Ma Chang pretended to elbow him. Zhou Leishan struggled free, and the summer security uniform burst open, revealing his muscular frame clad in a camouflage vest. Despite being grabbed by two thugs, Zhou Leishan surprisingly executed a takedown, instantly bringing one thug down. Who would have thought a mere security guard could fight like this? In this day and age, aren't security guards usually just useless guys or fragile college students? If you're this capable, why are you wasting your time as a security guard? But Ma Chang was a streetwise guy, still possessing a fierce streak, and he grabbed another bottle. This time, Zhou Leishan didn't shatter the bottle but engaged in close combat, directly neutralizing Ma Chang's strength. The bottle fell from his hand, and another unopened Ace of Spades shattered. In just a minute, all three of Ma Chang's men were taken down. Ma Chang stumbled back, looking disheveled. I didn't expect this security guard to be so tough. Chen Shi felt a pang of sympathy. Zhou Leishan had principles and dared to stand up in a crisis. If it had been any other security guard, they would never have dared to kick the bottle from Ma Chang's hand. At most, they would have let the two sides fight and then tried to break it up. Xiao Xiao approached, dumbfounded. Shanzi, what did you do before? I was a soldier, I wrote it in my resume. Zhou Leishan had joined the army at 19 and served for 10 years. If it weren't for his mother's declining health, he wouldn't have chosen to retire. After leaving the army, he regretted it a bit, realizing he couldn't fit into society and couldn't find a decent job. But being able to accompany his mother every day, even as a security guard, he had no complaints. That's enough for today, Etienne, let's wake up and go, Chen Shi said. After the commotion, Chen Etienne was about sober up. If it weren't for the security brother just now, my head would have been smashed. At that moment, beaten Ma Chang returned with Lu Jianrun. Lu Jianrun was 180 centimeters tall, weighed 180 kilograms, and looked tough and intimidating. Damn it, how dare that little security guard touch my people? Don't you know my reputation on the streets? Chen Etienne, now sober, felt less bold than before. Seeing the other side still causing trouble, he shouted, I'm recording this, if you dare to make a move, I'll call the police. Lu Jianrun snorted coldly. Trying to scare me? I'm scared of you, I'm just a grandson. In the underworld, getting sent to detention for fighting was just a regular occurrence. They didn't care about any criminal record, stains, or the impact on their family's public service exams. Mr. Lu, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Xiao Xiao hurriedly stepped in to mediate, fearing the situation would escalate. Misunderstanding your mother, this is fucking called a misunderstanding? Lu Jianrun shoved Xiao Xiao aside, pointing at the three who had beaten Ma Chang. It's embarrassing to say, 3 against 1 and they couldn't win. Do they even know how to fight? Zhou Leishan, you, a mere security guard, dare to hit a guest. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Lu. Otherwise, you can forget about your job. Lu Jianrun's marketing guy came over, indiscriminately accusing Zhou Leishan. This is why I find it hard to work, I can't fit into this society, Zhou Leishan thought. Kneeling was out of the question, as a tall man who had served 10 years in the army, his inherent bravery wouldn't allow it. But he didn't want to lose this job either. Zhou Leishan worked 2 jobs, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at a supermarket as a stock clerk, earning 4,000. Although it wasn't much, as long as he did his job well, he didn't have to deal with others, which he liked. After work, he still had time to buy groceries and cook for his mother. At 8 p.m., he worked part-time as a security guard at Black Rose, finishing at 3 a.m., earning 6,000. It seemed like he had little time to sleep working 2 jobs every day, but Zhou Leishan didn't feel tired. He even found it easier than when he was just doing insurance sales. He was quite satisfied with the balance of his current life. If he lost the job at Black Rose, finding a similar one would be difficult. He had seen night shifts, but the hours didn't match up. Jobs like night loaders worked from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and only the job at Black Rose perfectly fit with his daytime work. Chen Shi immediately noticed Zhou Leishan's concerns. What's so good about a security job? Brother, stand up for what's right. Come to my company, I'll make you a supervisor, with a monthly salary of 20,000. If someone else said this, Zhou Leishan might hesitate, but he had dealt with Chen Shi twice. The first time, Chen Shi and Chen Etienne got out of a Maybach because Zhou Leishan stopped them with barbecue. Xiao Xiao said Zhou Leishan didn't recognize the grate, but Chen Shi told Xiao Xiao not to blame him. It was all part of the job. The second time was tonight, and Chen Shi had switched to a Ferrari. With such strength, it's normal to have a company at home. Offering employees a 20,000 monthly salary isn't exaggerated. Chen Etienne chimed in, "Brother security, our chairman Chen keeps his word. The 20,000 monthly salary will definitely not be less." Chen Shi could even offer an annual salary of 800,000. What was 20,000? Lu Jianran grew angrier the more he listened. They were fighting and even starting a recruitment right there. Damn it, is Ma Chang dead? If not, hit him. After hearing Chen Shi's words, Zhou Leishan no longer held back and took a stance to confront them. Lu Jianran, along with his 3 lackeys, was about to attack Zhou Leishan. Suddenly, the bar's music stopped, and the colorful lights were replaced with ordinary fluorescent lights. "Baby, I just called the police," Li Ting whispered to Chen Shi. "Good job." In fact, with Zhou Leishan around, they were already stable and wouldn't suffer losses. However, if it escalated, blood would definitely be shed. Just now, Zhou Leishan had only knocked them down without using much force. 3 police officers approached. Now that the music had stopped, the lights returned to normal. Seeing the officers in uniform, Lu Jianrun's mind calmed down. "What's going on? A group fight?" the officer asked. Jenny said, No, they were ganging up on him. This could be said to have started because of her. Chen Etienne ignited the fire, and Zhou Leishan acted. "Where did we hit him?" "Officer, look, who looks like they were beaten?" Ma Chang said. The police weren't blind. Zhou Leishan was unscathed, while Ma Chang and his 2 companions clearly looked like they had been beaten. Lu Jianrun didn't want to go to the police station. If he won, he could go in for a couple of days and come out looking good. But his 3 lackeys actually lost the fight, and he couldn't accept going to the police station under these circumstances. "Officer, it's a misunderstanding. It was too dark in the bar, and my brothers accidentally fell." Chen Shi didn't know what Lu Jianrun was thinking, but since the other party didn't want to go to the station, that was even better. They didn't want to deal with such trouble either. "Officer, it's a misunderstanding. No one was fighting." Chen Etienne, Li Ting, and the others were all staring at Chen Shi. Since Chen Shi was their leader and had said this, the matter was settled. Both sides claimed there was no issue, and no one was injured. The 3, Ma Chang and the others, had only minor scrapes from hitting the ground because Zhou Leishan had held back. The police gave both sides a verbal warning and left the Black Rose. As Lu Jianran was leaving, he made a threatening remark. "You guys, I'll remember this. Be careful in the future." In response to Lu Jianran's threat, Chen Shi shot back, "You should tell your lackeys to be more careful, so they don't fall again." "Damn it!" Ma Chang cursed. "Let's go," Lu Jianran said coldly. "Bring people to guard the bar. When that security guard gets off work, deal with him." The bar returned to its lively atmosphere, with the cleaning lady tidying up B03, while Chen Shi and the others went to a 03. "I'm really sorry. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened," Jenny said. "It has nothing to do with you. Those guys act like gangsters, and I find it unpleasant too." In the past, Chen Shi was a poor loser, lacking strength and background. He wouldn't dare provoke thugs or street punks, fearing retaliation if he couldn't win. Now, he wasn't afraid at all. He spent some money to hire a few retired Special Forces soldiers. If Lu Jianrun dared to mess with him, he would beat him to a pulp. "Brother security, what's your name?" Chen Shi asked. "Zhou Leishan, as in the thunder." "Brother Zhou, about what I mentioned earlier, I'm serious about you coming to work at my company." "Mr. Chen, may I ask what your company does?" "Women's clothing e-commerce." Zhou Leishan showed a difficult expression. "Mr. Chen, thank you for your kindness, but I know nothing about this field and might not be competent. I really can't handle online stuff. I can only do some physical work, like being a security guard or moving goods." Chen Shi thought for a moment. Their company didn't need security guards, as they were hired by the property management of office buildings. "It's okay, Brother Joe can come to my company, and we'll arrange something. You won't be unemployed, and I guarantee a salary of 20,000. "Mr. Chen, I can't thank you enough. If you ever need me, I'll definitely be there." Chen Shi said, "Come tomorrow, and let Chen Etienne arrange things for you at the company." "Sure, but can I be a bit late? I need to inform my current workplace." "Aren't you working here?" "I have another job during the day, stocking shelves at a supermarket." Upon hearing this, Chen Etienne immediately said, "Brother Zhou, you've done stocking? That's perfect. We're looking for a supervisor in our warehouse." Chen Shi asked, "Really?" "Yeah, Shi Zi, didn't you ask me to supplement the staff and implement a full 2-day weekend?" Chen Etienne continued, "Brother Zhou, I'm not bragging. The benefits at our company are top-notch in the Donghai e-commerce sector. 5 insurances and 1 fund are provided from the start, weekends off, overtime pay, and different afternoon teas every day. Li Ting listened, envious. Baby, your company is doing so well now? Of course, it was good. Chen Qi generously shared the company's profits, benefiting the employees. Brother Zhou, a monthly salary of 20,000, a year-end bonus of 150,000, and a raise if you perform well, Chen Qi said. This treatment was even higher than Zhu Quan's monthly salary of 30,000, especially since Zhu Quan only had 1 day off a week. Zhou Leishan understood that he had encountered a benefactor. For him, it was akin to reaching the heavens in one step. Where could he find such a good job? With his own abilities, it would be impossible in this lifetime. Alright, I'll go over tomorrow at 10. The job at the supermarket was also a part-time position. He could simply make a phone call to confirm. However, Zhou Leishan's personality was stubborn. He wanted to greet the supermarket manager in person. Baby, I'll go work as an accountant at your company, Li Ting said. That wouldn't do. There was a Su Tian in the company, and they were still in the phase of building rapport, so the goddesses couldn't know about each other. If the rapport reached 100 and became unwavering, then they could meet, and by then, she probably wouldn't leave Chen Qi. Do you want to have an office romance? Chen Qi asked. Seeing each other every day would lose its novelty, Li Ting replied. I only earn 6,000 a month there, not even a third of what Brother Joe makes. Brother Joe has to support a family, you have me to support you, so why envy that little salary? If I give you a salary of 20,000 a month, you still can't afford a bag, right? Li Ting knew that Chen Qi was fully capable of supporting her. Baby, I don't want to work anymore, working is too tiring. Damn, why is everyone like this? Sulu didn't want to work before either, she wanted to be a rich wife. If you don't work, you can't even afford a figurine, how can I give you cash back? Chen Qi said seriously. If you don't work, you'll become useless. Just go to work, you don't have to try too hard, just treat it as a way to adjust your life. When you get bored, I'll accompany you to buy bags, clothes, have big meals, and travel. Li Ting had heard such words before. They were used online to tease rich second-generation kids. Similar to, rich guy, are you here to experience life? Working is just a way for you to kill time because you're too bored. Li Ting thought that this wasn't bad, she could be a low-key rich wife. Chen Qi's phone rang again, almost every half hour. So annoying, I really want to turn off my phone. Who is it? Who else could it be? It's Lin Xian, she keeps changing numbers to call me. I don't know where she gets so many numbers. Chen Qi said with a long face. This wasn't difficult, there were services on Taobao for phone calls and text messages. When Li Ting heard it was Lin Xian, she felt a bit awkward. Lin Xian had quarreled with Chen Qi over the betrothal gifts and broken up. Li Ting had said it was good to break up and that she mustn't marry a stingy man. Chen Qi received a text message, another one from Lin Xian using a new number. Damn, she's gone crazy. She's already at my doorstep and insists on seeing me. If she can't see me, she'll jump off a building. I can't go back to that house, Chi-Zi, I'll stay at your place tonight. Such life and death situations where someone threatens to jump off a building, Chen Qi had only seen in the news. He didn't expect it to happen around him now. Ting Ting, you should go take a look, don't let anything really happen, Chen Qi said. Brother Zhou, you should go back and rest early. Okay. Zhou Leishan had to go home and find a decent outfit, sleep early, and get his spirits up for his first day tomorrow. Lu Jianran and his gang would have to wait around all night. Ting Ting, I'll call a cab for you, you go check on Etion, and I'll send the stuff in my car to you tomorrow. Baby, where are you living now? Tell me the address. Chen Qi looked at Li Ting meaningfully. If you want to come to my house, we can just leave together, I'll have Etion find a hotel. What are you thinking? I'm calling a designated driver for you. In fact, if Chen Qi said a few more words, Li Ting would half-heartedly follow him home for a deeper exchange. But Chen Qi was distracted by the latter part of Li Ting's sentence and didn't think about anything else. Call me a designated driver? Yeah, you've been drinking, you need a designated driver to take the car back. Ting Ting has really grown up, she's so considerate. After our previous dates, you always called a car for me and saw me off. I did it for you once too. Tonight, having just reconciled, Li Ting felt a bit tipsy, and Chen Qi's display of wealth made her happiness soar. Yuan 1 North Gate. Li Ting was a bit surprised but quickly regained her composure. Yuan 1 is worth 7 to 8 million, it's normal for him to afford it now. Li Ting entered the starting point and destination in the app, and the order showed 14 kilometers, with a driver fee of 52 yuan. Baby, look at this amount, it means I love you. Chen Qi glanced over, oh, what a coincidence. Can you call a driver for me too? Chen Yi came over and said, get lost, do it yourself. Chen Qi pushed Chen Yi away in disdain. Chen Yi was driving a Corolla that his dad bought for him. He had already planned to sell this car and buy a Mercedes C300 outright. When Chen Shi was dropped off at the community garage by the driver, he called Li Ting to let her know he had arrived. Li Ting ended the order and paid the driver fee. The app immediately notified her of the transaction. Earned 52 soft meal coins, cashback of 520,000 Huaxia coins. Comfortable, today Li Ting racked up points, a 3,800 yuan Spider-Man figurine, 680 yuan Helena cleansing foam, and 52 yuan for the driver fee. On the first day of their reconciliation, Chen Shi made 45,320,000 yuan. Chen Yi was in an external vehicle and couldn't enter Yuan 1, but Chen Shi had given the security guard a tip in advance. Chen Yi smoothly drove in. Please take a moment to rate my service. Thank you for using Nyoma driver. Goodbye. Thank you, driver. The driver was packing up his folding bike, preparing to leave. Chen Shi received a call from Li Ting. Baby, is Chen Yi next to you? Lin Xian is in a complete emotional breakdown. She really wants to jump off the building, and we can't stop her. Lin Xian was truly a headache, causing such a scene in the middle of the night. She must have watched too many Qiangyao dramas. Got it, I'll take him over. Chen Shi hung up and called the departing driver back, while also dialing 110. Hey, go to Chang Tai Jing Yuan, I'll transfer you 100 directly offline. Doubling the price for such a short distance, any fool would take this order. Okay, sir, I'll put the folding bike back. No need, I won't be using this one later. The 488 can only seat 2, so they took Chen Yi's Corolla to Chang Tai Jing Yuan. Shizi, I really don't want to see her, look at how she's making a scene, it's too scary. I didn't ask you to reconcile with her, Chen Shi replied. Then why go see her? She caused a scene at your doorstep, it's not good. You should go calm her down and get her away. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Chang Tai Jing Yuan, where the police had already arrived before them. Trying to reason with a crazy woman like Lin Xian was pointless. Chen Shi had to let the police handle it. Did you call the police? Chen Yi was dumbfounded. Yeah, you can't handle it, we need the police's help. Lin Xian was sitting at Chen Yi's doorstep, crying loudly, keeping the neighbors awake, who came out one by one to watch. She was unashamed, just crying her heart out, making it quite awkward for Li Ting, who came to comfort her. Xian, let's go back. I won't go back, I want to see Chen Yi. I want to reconcile. Lin Xian cried, tears streaming down her face. Anyone who didn't know would think Chen Yi had wronged her. Miss, if there's something, we can talk at the police station, making a scene here is disturbing the peace. When Chen Yi returned home and saw a rogue sitting at the door, his scalp tingled. Chen Yi. Lin Xian saw Chen Yi coming out of the elevator and immediately rushed towards him. Officer, protect me. Chen Yi hid behind the police officer. Chen Yi, you said you would marry me. You ungrateful. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers immediately assumed that Chen Yitian was a scumbag who had abandoned Lin Xian. Don't talk nonsense. We broke up normally, I didn't do anything to let you down. Lin Xian began to embellish her story, portraying herself as deeply loyal and good to Chen Yitian, while claiming that he was heartless. Is 28 a lot for a betrothal gift? You have $1 million in savings, and you won't even part with this little money. Aren't you just toying with me? How is it just 28? 8? You said it was 68. 8 before. I've already lowered the betrothal gift, what more do you want? That night, Lin Xian was stimulated when she saw the photos Li Ting sent her of a Chanel bag and a luxurious dinner at Socrates. She thought to herself that Li Ting had reconciled with Chen Shi and was starting to enjoy life. Although Chen Yitian couldn't compare to Chen Shi, his current situation had doubled from before. He had $1 million in hand, bought a house outright, and had another one in Jianing County, with his parents also holding $1 million. Chen Yitian was good and devoted to her, life would surely be better in the future. Even if the betrothal gift was a bit less, they could slowly take money from him after marriage. Even if it's 28,000, I still won't get back together with you. Chen Yitian, you have no humanity. You owe me for 2.5 years of my youth. Chen Shi couldn't listen any longer, he knew best how Chen Yitian treated her, and how could she shamelessly say such things? You brain. Chen Shi almost cursed out loud in front of the police, calling Lin Xian a brain-dead person. He suddenly understood how Principal Wang felt when he spoke freely online, even celebrities were cautious about posting on Weibo. Principal Wang dared to directly and succinctly insult people. He was a businessman who didn't rely on his looks to make a living, with a family fortune in the billions, so what did he have to fear? Chen Shi also realized that he had been speaking more boldly lately, which must be the confidence that money brings. However, in front of the police, he still needed to hold back. If you keep making a scene, it won't do you any good. Chen Shi, you won the lottery, why don't you give Chen Yitian a bit more? Isn't he your brother? Chen Yitian gritted his teeth, holding back the urge to hit Lin Xian. Chen Shi had already been good enough to him, and Chen Yitian was genuinely afraid that Chen Shi would think too much because of Lin Xian's chaotic words. Of course I'll give, but you won't spend a dime. Are you angry? Chen Shi replied. Lin Xian, hearing this, was driven to madness, almost performing a full spin on the ground. Baby! Li Ting, seeing her sister so upset, couldn't help but say something. Chen Shi, for Li Ting's sake, didn't continue to provoke Lin Xian. Officer, which police station are you from? We're leaving now. If that woman wants to make a scene, let her continue. If she stops, she can come to the police station to talk. Chen Shi left the mess to the police. If Lin Xian really wanted to jump off a building, there would be police to stop her. Hurry up and leave. Are you going to let people sleep? Don't act crazy. Haven't you seen such a shrew? Officer, please take her away quickly. Half an hour later, Lin Xian was finally taken to the police station. As soon as she entered the precinct, her mind calmed down. Inside the police station, the officers mediated and counseled for an hour, and by 1 in the morning, everyone finally came out. Lin Xian was completely disheartened. She had gained nothing. Regretting her decision to break up with Chen Yitian over the 68 betrothal gift, she realized that with her conditions, finding a boyfriend with 2 houses and 2 million in cash was basically a matter of luck. Meanwhile, for Chen Yitian to find a girl with conditions like Lin Xian's, or even much better, was a simple task. Chen Yitian returned home, while Chen Shi took Li Ting back. Baby, if you want to talk about Lin Xian, let's change the subject. After all, Lin Xian had been Li Ting's sister for many years, and her current predicament was mainly her own fault. But now Li Ting felt a sense of sorrow for the rabbit mourning the fox. Baby, you wouldn't want to leave me, would you? How could you think that? I still want to buy you a big house, a big gold chain, and a big diamond ring. When Li Ting heard about these things, she stopped feeling sad. The two sat in the back seat of the special car, holding hands, the atmosphere quiet and gentle. When they arrived at Li Ting's neighborhood, she suddenly said, Baby, it feels like before, when you took a taxi to send me home, only the car is fancier now. Don't keep thinking about the past, think more about the future. Good days are just beginning. This was something Chen Shi said to Li Ting, but also to himself. Li Ting's favorability +1, current 61, be careful on your way back, baby. Message me when you get home. Got it. By the time Chen Shi returned to No. 1, it was already 1:50 a.m. After a quick shower, he went to sleep. July 17th, Wednesday, sunny, high temperature warning. Last night's events were quite taxing on the mind, and Chen Shi didn't wake up until 9:30 a.m. Xu Quan arrived at the garage punctually at 9, and seeing that Chen Shi hadn't come down, he waited. Zhou Leishan arrived at the company but didn't dare to go in, standing at the door. He called Chen Yitian, who came out to take him to the HR department to complete his onboarding procedures. Everything was going smoothly until Chen Yitian went to the finance department to inform manager Cui that Zhou Leishan's position was warehouse supervisor, with a salary of 20,000. Manager Cui had objections. As Chen Yitian's trusted aide, they wouldn't say anything if he offered a salary of 50,000. But why should Zhou Leishan, as a supervisor, be paid 20,000, the same as several of their managers? Manager Cui suspected that Chen Yitian was bringing people in recklessly. With such arbitrary salary decisions, the company's personnel costs would skyrocket. He feared the company might go bankrupt. Manager Chen, the details of salary negotiations are beyond my purview. I only ensure salaries are paid on time. However, isn't 20,000 a bit much for a warehouse supervisor? The current supervisor only has a base salary of 8,000. If Manager Zhang from the warehouse finds out, it won't look good. He only makes 20,000, and a new supervisor is coming in at the same rate. Manager Cui, this Zhou Leishan was personally recruited by Chairman Chen. He's a capable person. Personally recruited by Chairman Chen? Manager Cui was half convinced. Don't believe it? When Chairman Chen arrives, you can ask him yourself. As he passed the corridor, Chen Yitian ran into Su Tian, who was coming out of the tea room. Tiangu, I heard there was a couple arguing in the neighborhood until 1 a.m. yesterday. Oh, really? I didn't notice. I must have been sleeping too soundly. Chen Yitian scratched his nose and laughed. That couple was none other than him and Lin Xian. It was truly embarrassing. By the time Chen Shi arrived at the company, it was almost 11 o'clock. Manager Cui immediately went to the chairman's office. Chairman Chen, this morning Manager Chen recruited a warehouse supervisor and offered a salary of 20,000. He said this person was personally recruited by you, Chairman Chen? Yes, that's right, Chen Shi nodded. Since Chen Shi said so, Manager Cui, as a subordinate, should have just responded, but he still voiced his thoughts. Chairman Chen, isn't 20,000 a bit high for a warehouse supervisor? He is worth that price. You don't need to worry about it, just ensure salaries are paid on time. Chairman Chen, what I mean is, the company is expanding its workforce recently, and personnel costs are increasing significantly. Our profits will be compressed. Chen Shi waved his hand. Manager Chui, your dedication to the company is commendable. However, I have a clear understanding of the company's operations. Manager Chui wasn't truly that dedicated, it was half and half. As a financial manager, he had to be responsible for the company's financial situation. Even with a new boss, he would still voice his opinions when necessary. On the other hand, he was afraid that Chen Shi and Chen Tian, these two young people, wouldn't manage the company well, and if the company went under, it wouldn't be fun at all. He had seen quite a few small family businesses where relatives brought in relatives, salaries were randomly set, and management was lacking, which directly led to the demise of the company. Originally, the company's profits had been declining for the past 2 years. A few years ago, it was around 70 to 80,000, and now it was about 4 million. With Chen Tian coming in and offering an exaggerated monthly salary of 50,000, everyone just talked about it privately. No one dared to voice any objections to the boss's brother. Now, with another unknown person coming in and offering 20,000, who knows if more relatives would come in, all demanding such high salaries. Manager Chui didn't want the company to go under. He had been here for 9 years, and after the new year, it would be 10. He got along well with his colleagues, and changing to a new environment would be troublesome, requiring him to readjust. The key was that his family lived in a nearby community, and his youngest daughter had just started kindergarten. Every day at 3 o'clock, he would ride his little electric scooter to pick up his daughter from kindergarten and bring her to the office, and by 5, they would go home together. If he changed companies, it wouldn't be so convenient to take care of the child, and he would have to call his parents from the village to help. But his wife didn't want to live with her in-laws, and he was maintaining a very balanced state of work and life. Changing companies would disrupt this balance, and just thinking about it made him anxious. Forget it, anyway, I'm the financial manager, I'll know before anyone else if the company is going to collapse. If it really comes to that, I'll look for a backup plan in advance. Chen Shi didn't know what Manager Chui was really thinking, but with him around, it would be hard for the company to go bankrupt. Just as Manager Chui left, Manager Lu from the design department arrived. Chairman Shen, the samples for the autumn new collection are ready. Would you like to take a look? This was a company tradition. Every season when the samples came out, Wang Guirong would go to see them. Although he was just an old man who couldn't offer any professional opinions, it was good to make an appearance and show the boss's authority. Now that the boss had changed, Manager Lu still followed the previous tradition to inform Chen Shi. Chen Shi was also aware of this process. Manager Lu would call the boss, the operations department manager, and the supervisors to discuss. Alright, let's go take a look. In the design department's sample room, 10 plastic mannequins were lined up wearing the autumn new collection outfits. The operations department manager Wang Guanhua, the newly promoted deputy manager Zhang Ding, and 2 supervisors were all present. What the hell have I done to become a deputy manager and participate in the new product discussion? Zhang Ding was clearly a bit nervous. He had just been promoted a few days ago and hadn't adjusted his mindset yet. Manager Lu brought Chen Shi in, and everyone greeted him. Zhang Ding, how's it going? Are you adapting these days? Chen Shi asked. It's okay, Zhang Ding replied awkwardly. The reason Chen Shi promoted Zhang Ding was that he understood him. Zhang Ding used to sit diagonally across from him. This chubby guy had good work abilities and was quite adept at handling data, but he was a bit stiff. Su Tian, seeing Chen Shi, blinked her eyes a couple of times. If my first piece can pass the discussion and go into mass production, that would be great. As a newcomer intern, Su Tian actually didn't have the qualifications to participate in new product design. At most, she could assist. But Manager Lu received instructions from Chen Shi to take good care of Su Tian, so he made an exception and allowed her to design independently. Among the 10 sample outfits, one was Su Tian's creation. If I choose the outfit she designed, she'll be over the moon, Chen Shi thought to himself. Once everyone was gathered, Manager Lu began to introduce the samples. Now that national trends are becoming more popular, we've incorporated some traditional elements into this design. As Manager Lu spoke, Chen Shi slowly walked past the samples. He's looking at my dress. Chen Shi heard Su Tian's thoughts and realized that the dress in front of him, which resembled a horseface skirt, was designed by her. This dress looks pretty good. He praised my dress. Manager Lu thought to himself, you all just keep pretending. Su Tian must have sent you the design sketches long ago. Chairman Chen, this design is by our intern Su Tian, Manager Lu said. Su Tian, introduce your design to Chairman Chen. Ah, okay. Su Tian felt fine talking to Chen Shi, but with other supervisors and managers present, she felt a bit nervous. The design inspiration for this dress comes from the horseface skirt. As Su Tian was introducing, Chen Shi received a delightful WeChat message. Sunny Yao had sent a message. Brother, I'm at that Hanfu company from last time. Brother, are you at the company? I'll treat you to lunch. Shen Qi replied immediately. I'm here. What made you think of treating me to lunch? It won't be at Longfeng Tower, will it? The card for Longfeng Tower is all charged by you, so that wouldn't count as treating me to lunch. I got another business deal yesterday, and I want to share it with you. So you made some money, then we definitely need to celebrate. Speaking of income, among the goddesses, Sunny Yao should be the most impressive. After receiving $2 million tips from Chun Chi, her popularity skyrocketed. The income from live streaming tips, combined with business deals, easily brought in hundreds of thousands. If she treated, it would definitely be upscale and expensive. Su Tian finished her design introduction, but Chen Qi hardly listened. His mind had already flown to Sunny Yao. Chen Qi casually said, not bad, not bad. Manager Lu, Manager Wang, we can try to push this item. Let's make a small batch first and see how it goes. Wang Guanhua said, Chairman Chen's judgment is definitely not wrong. This dress will definitely sell well. Manager Lu didn't expect Chen Qi to give his opinion directly. In the past, Huang Guerong never interfered in product discussions. Professional matters were left to professionals. Huang Guerong was also afraid of giving misguided advice. If the clothes were produced and didn't sell, it would waste a lot of money. Chen Qi wasn't afraid. He was fully capable of supporting Su Tian, and a batch of goods only cost tens of thousands. He had plenty of money to experiment. Su Tian's favorability +2, current 29. This is just like the plot of the urban workplace drama I watched. He dotes on her too much. Su Tian knew that Chun Chi was helping her in his capacity as a boss, giving her opportunities to grow and paving the way for her. You all continue, I have something to attend to, Chen Qi said. As he was leaving, Chen Qi sent Su Tian a message. Keep it up. Su Tian was greatly encouraged and full of motivation. I will definitely not disappoint brother. Manager Lu sighed. Su Tian really was lucky. As a small intern, she caught the boss's eye, and in the future, she would surely rise to great heights. He should maintain a good relationship with Su Tian to prevent her from whispering in the boss's ear and taking his position as manager. Xiao Su, you need to revise this design draft. I'll help you look at it later. Thank you, Manager Lu. Su Tian felt that the workplace wasn't so scary after all. Her colleagues were very friendly, and the leaders cared for her. Other colleagues could only envy her. Their design drafts would only receive a single word from the manager, revise, with no manager personally helping them revise. On the way out, Chen Qi ran into Chen Tian, who was interviewing candidates. Have many people come to apply recently? A lot. With 2 days off a week, 5 insurances, and 1 fund upon employment, and overtime pay, just these 3 benefits already surpass 90% of e-commerce companies in Donghai City. The base salary needs to be a bit higher. It should be comparable to the benefits in Modu and Pengcheng. Chen Qi said, take your time, we'll make the company a well-known enterprise in Huaxia, like companies such as Li Ning and Anta, making it a household name. Chen Tian's eyes lit up. Zi, you really have big dreams, but I love it. For a small company with an annual profit of around 4 million, aiming for a market value of hundreds of billions or even trillions does seem a bit unrealistic. What big dreams? Am I that kind of person? We're doing real work. I'm full, Chen Tian said. How's Zhou Leishan doing? Is the onboarding going smoothly? Chen Qi asked. I've already spoken to manager Zhang from the warehouse. I've sent him over. He should be fine as long as he can get off work by 5. His mom had a stroke last year and has trouble with her lower body. He's the one taking care of her now. The company's warehouse isn't in the city center. The rent there is too expensive, so to save costs, they set it up in the western suburbs. It takes about an hour and a half by bus. Doesn't the company have a Wuling van for deliveries? Let him use that for commuting. Tell the procurement team to buy 2 electric bikes this afternoon, around 100,000 each, and they need to be in stock. Okay, got it. The procurement department often goes to the fabric market in the city to buy fabric samples, so the company provided them with a Wuling van. Other departments also use this van for short trips, and clearly, 1 vehicle isn't enough. 10 minutes later, Chen Qi arrived at the office building where the Hanfu company was located. Sunny Yao was chatting with a young girl in the lobby. When Sunny Yao saw the red Ferrari parked at the entrance, she received a message from Chen Qi. Arrived. The last time Sunny Yao met Chen Qi was on Friday. He mentioned the Ferrari on Saturday, and Chen Qi hadn't posted anything on social media. But seeing that Ferrari made her think it was Chen Qi's car. He's here. Sunny Yao walked out briskly, and through the car window, she saw Chen Qi in the driver's seat. Brother, Yao, get in the car. Sunny Yao said to her assistant beside her, you can go back. Come back for the live stream tonight. Okay, I'm leaving then, Sister Yao. Sunny Yao got into the car, staring intently at Chen Qi. and immediately gave him a kiss. Brother, I missed you. It had been 4 days since Chen-Shi and Sun Yi last saw each other. They had only chatted a bit on WeChat, and Chen-Shi said he was busy. Chen-Shi kissed her back. I missed you too. There have been too many things at the company lately, and I haven't had time to accompany you. Brother, is this your new car? Sun Yi was fascinated by the Ferrari 488. Yes, I just picked it up a couple of days ago. You're the first to sit in the passenger seat, Chen-Shi said. Really? But why do I smell perfume in the car? Sun Yi sniffed, like a little dog, investigating the interior. It should be the scent from this air freshener. It's not air freshener, it's perfume, and it smells quite nice. Brother, have you had other girls in this car? Sun Yi stared at Chen-Shi, feeling a mix of honesty and scrutiny. Sun Yi was already the fourth goddess to sit in the passenger seat. The first was Su Lu, who sat in the car on the day it was picked up. The second was Han Linlin, and the third was Su Tian. I remember now, it was the female sales representative from Ferrari. She sat in the car for quite a while. Sun Yi looked at Chen-Shi with a look of uncovering the truth. Did she try to be nice to you? Brother, boys need to protect themselves out there, especially boys like you. With a handsome and wealthy appearance, even knowing he had a girlfriend, some girls still threw themselves at him. Okay, I will definitely keep myself pure for you, Chen-Shi said. Sun Yi laughed at Chen-Shi's teasing. Yao, who was that girl just now? She looked a bit familiar. After my brother gave me a 100 reward for the first time, the company assigned me a little assistant. I remember now, she appeared during the live stream, Chen-Shi said. Yes, she helps me with some preparations. The little girl is quite obedient and diligent. What are you going to treat me to, Yao? Chen-Shi got to the point. Getting her to spend money was the main thing. Home-cooked dishes. Do you know about the Little Foodies? Little Foodies? I haven't heard of it. In the East Bay area, the owner was the executive chef of the former 5-star Hotel Juanhao. He quit and started his own private kitchen. My dad and he grew up together. We used to go there often to eat, but after he went bankrupt, it felt awkward to go. Others have to make reservations, but when I go, Uncle Joe arranges everything immediately. A private kitchen serves exquisite dishes, and it's hard to say how the taste compares to that of restaurants. However, the presentation is definitely unique, much better looking than the mass-produced dishes in 5-star hotels. Moreover, the prices are very reasonable, never ripping off the poor. They sell for exorbitant prices. The more expensive, the more Chen-Shi likes it. He estimates this meal could bring in at least 10 million. After driving for over half an hour, they arrived at a 3-story villa in the East Bay area. The location is in the center of the East Bay, a hidden gem amidst the hustle and bustle, with a very pleasant environment. 2 Mercedes-Benz vans were parked in front of the villa, likely belonging to guests dining at noon. Brother, let's go in. Chen-Shi followed Sun Yi into the villa, where the owner, Uncle Joe, personally came to greet them. Yao, it's been a while since you came. Where are your parents? Uncle Joe, my parents didn't come, I'm here with my boyfriend. Chen-Shi glanced at her. She had previously said she would help her family pay off a 5 million debt before agreeing to be Chen-Shi's girlfriend. Now she openly acknowledged it in front of others. This young man is quite talented, a handsome couple, you match well. Uncle Joe, you flatter us too much, Sun Yi replied. You two go upstairs and take a seat, the dishes will be ready soon. As they went upstairs, Chen-Shi asked, have you already ordered the dishes? Yes, brother said we should eat together when we have time, so I called Uncle Joe to order the dishes. Originally, Uncle Joe would cook based on his own creativity. He might stew a chicken or stir-fry it. But since brother doesn't eat spicy food, I reminded him not to make today's dishes spicy. Chen-Shi smiled. Yao was really thoughtful. Just as they sat down, the waiter set the tableware and immediately brought out the cold dishes. This dish is called Looking at the Moon, the waiter introduced. Is this pickled radish? Chen-Shi picked it up with his chopsticks. The radish was sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, round and translucent. If you say it looks like the moon, it does have some resemblance. Is this showcasing knife skills, or is he reluctant to part with the radish? Isn't Uncle Joe from a 5-star hotel? It looks like something from Lanzhou ramen. Such thin radish, when eaten, feels less tasty than pickled radish strips, not crispy at all. Hearing Chen-Shi's complaints, Sun Yi whispered, creative private kitchens are like this. How much is this pickled radish, this Looking at the Moon? Just tell me so I can give up. 50. Are you talking about yen? No, it's in Chinese currency. There are only 5 pieces, not even as thick as a piece of Wang Wang snowcake, and it sells for 50. A 2 yuan radish can earn him 1,000, right? Chen-Shi was ruthlessly mocking it, but inside he was overjoyed. What a surprise, I didn't expect this private kitchen to be so expensive. Even a cold dish is priced like this, so one can imagine the price of the main dishes. Brother, it's still okay, it's much cheaper than Socrates. If you put it that way, that's true. Chen Shi really hoped some goddess would invite him to Socrates for a meal. $10,000 would mean $1 billion in return. After another 7 or 8 minutes, the 5 dishes Sunny Yao ordered were all served. Stir-fried clams with mushrooms, clay pot fairy chicken, 8 treasure lotus leaf sticky rice steamed crab, bamboo shoots and yellow beans boiled yellow fish, and golden soup shark fin. Wow, these dishes look very expensive. Estimating 1,000 is an understatement. This yellow fish should be worth more than 1,000. Brother, this golden soup shark fin has a bit of spice, you should try it first. This dish, Sunny Yao had eaten before. She thought it wasn't spicy at all, she just didn't know if Chen Shi could accept it. So this is shark fin soup, huh? Not bad, another expensive dish. Chen Shi scooped a bit of soup with a small spoon and took a small sip. It's okay, I can accept it. It's a bit sour with a hint of spiciness, very delicious. The two chatted casually while eating. Brother, I renewed my contract today, and the revenue share with the union changed from 50-50 to 80-20. Sunny Yao had signed a 1-year contract that wouldn't expire until the end of next month, but the union had her come in to sign a new contract this morning. She was very satisfied with the new contract's revenue share. Generally, when a streamer becomes more popular, the union will make concessions, fearing that the streamer might not renew and leave. This calls for a celebration. In a couple of days, I'll buy you a car. What kind of car do you like? I used to drive a BMW 5 Series, I quite like BMWs. If I buy another car, I want to get a BMW again. BMW, that's pretty good. Let's buy it tomorrow. Such a casual gift, if someone didn't know better, they might think he was giving her a toy car. Really? Brother, you didn't even ask me what model I want. There are only a few series of BMWs, which one do you want? I want to upgrade to the 7 Series. Sure, the 740? It's quite nice. It's over $1 million, Sunny Yao said. Just pick the car, don't worry about the price. By the way, I'll transfer another $1 million to your dad. Sunny Yao felt excited inside. Brother, let me peel the crab for you. Sunny Yao's affection level +3, current level 75. With this $1 million paid off, the Sun family's debt would still be $2 million, and Sun dad would soon regain his freedom. Sunny Yao's little assistant, Zhao Xiuyan, had just started working a few days ago, and her boss had already given her a raise. Originally, her working hours were from 7 in the evening to midnight, with 4 days off a month, earning 5,000 yuan. Now, the evening working hours remained the same, but if Sunny Yao had any work during the day, she would need to accompany her, and her salary increased to 8,000 yuan. Zhao Xiuyan was very satisfied with this salary. She was 21, just graduated from a junior college, and had spent a month looking for a job without finding a satisfactory one. Other classmates had taken jobs as receptionists earning 4,000 yuan or worked in electronics factories with shifts. Zhao Xiuyan's 8,000 yuan salary could be said to be far superior to her peers. Zhao Xiuyan now needed to help Sunny Yao organize the advertising scripts for the evening. She also needed to scan a copy of the newly signed contract in the morning and send a PDF file to Sunny Yao. She opened the scanning app on her phone and scanned the contract page by page. Fame has come, even this world is friendly. Zhao Xiuyan looked at the revenue share terms on the contract, 80-20, and the union had to be polite to give the big streamer a better deal. Looking again, Zhao Xiuyan immediately moved her phone away and picked up the original contract. What's going on? Zhao Xiuyan hurriedly called Sunny Yao. Sister Yao, did you look carefully when you signed the contract this morning? I did, what's wrong? I'll send you a picture, take a look. Their call didn't disconnect, and Sunny Yao received the picture Zhao Xiuyan sent on WeChat. It was the page of the contract with the revenue share, and there was a section that Zhao Xiuyan had circled. How could this happen? Sunny Yao was shocked. I clearly saw it. It took me half an hour to sign the contract. Sister Yao, hurry back to the company and check the other copy. Sunny Yao hung up the phone, feeling uneasy. Chen Shi asked, what happened? There's a problem with the contract. The 80-20 share is turned into the company taking 80%, and I only get 20. I looked at the contract carefully this morning. It was clearly 80% for me. Chen Shi comforted Sunny Yao, saying, don't panic, you can tell it's someone from your company who did this. It's impossible. After signing the contract, I immediately gave it to Zhao Xiuyan. Then it must be your assistant who made a fake contract? I don't know, I'm calling her over now. Zhao Xiuyan hurriedly arrived at the small Western-style building, bringing the contract with her. Sunny Yao flipped through just 2 pages and confidently said, this is the one I signed this morning. The signatures and fingerprints on the contract were undoubtedly hers. Think about it, could it be that someone switched the contract before you signed? It shouldn't be. Sunny Yao suddenly turned to look at Zhao Xiuyan, recalling that when she was almost done reviewing the contract, Jia Xiuyan had gone to make her a cup of coffee. As a result, the coffee spilled on her leg, and she had left the conference room for about 5 or 6 minutes. Sister Yao, you're looking at me like that. I'm scared. I really didn't do anything. Jia Xiuyan lacked charm, otherwise, Chen Shi could have judged whether she was lying through his heart's voice. You spilled coffee on my leg, and we went to the restroom for 5 or 6 minutes. If the contract was switched, it could only have happened in that short time. Zhao Xiuyan spoke almost in a sobbing tone. It was President Li who asked me to make you coffee. When I brought the coffee into the conference room, President Li happened to be leaving. He bumped into me, and I couldn't hold it steady, so a little spilled out. Sunny Yao thought for a moment. If Zhao Xiuyan had switched the contract, there would be no need for her to tell her. She probably had also been used by Li Xiang. Li Xiang got hold of Sunny Yao's new contract and happily opened a bottle of champagne at noon. Business matters aren't as sophisticated as one might think. Sometimes, simple, despicable tricks are the most effective. He took advantage of the moment when Sunny Yao finished reviewing the contract and was about to sign, and pulled off this stunt to switch the contract. When Sunny Yao returned from the restroom, she didn't review the contract again and signed it directly. Sunny Yao, this cash cow, he had to keep in his grasp. Now the contract was signed. Either Sunny Yao would continue with the 20-80 split, or she could quit, but she would have to pay an 8 million breach of contract fee. Sunny Yao trembled with anger. Li Xiang was treating her as a money-making tool, digging a pit for her. Chen Shi held Sunny Yao's hand and said gently, Yao, don't panic. It's just an 8 million breach of contract fee, we can just not do it. Brother, I know you have money, but I don't want you to waste it. Li Xiang used such despicable means to bind me, I can't accept it. I'm going to find him right now. Chen Shi said, I'll go with you. Let me see what kind of person this Li Xiang is. Sunny Yao went to settle the bill. This meal at the private restaurant cost 4,680 yuan. Earned 4,680 soft meal coins, cashback 46,800,000 huaxia coins. Now Chen Shi's balance had reached over 270 million. It seemed like a lot, but this amount of money was hardly enough to be the richest in a small district in year 1 AD. The three of them arrived at Sunny Yao's company, Manhwa Media. As soon as they entered, Chen Shi smelled a strong scent of perfume. There were many more female employees than male employees in the media company. Especially since Manhwa Media only signed female anchors, there wasn't a single male anchor. The overall quality of the girls here is much higher than that of the Black Rose Atmosphere Group. However, after looking around, there wasn't a single ordinary employee with a charm value reaching 90. Sunny Yao stormed into Li Xiang's office with great momentum. Li Xiang, seeing the unfriendly Sunny Yao, was not surprised. It was only a matter of time before the contract was discovered. Li Xiang, you are truly despicable and shameless. Sunny Yao threw the contract onto the desk. What's wrong? Why is our newly promoted big anchor so angry? Li Xiang asked knowingly. Stop pretending. You switched the contract. Do you dare say it wasn't you? What are you talking about? What switched contract? I don't understand. Clearly, we agreed that I would get 80% and the company 20%. What's going on with this contract? Sunny Yao questioned, pointing at the contract. Li Xiang pretended to look at the contract and then said, that's right, the company gets 80%, you get 20%. Your signature and fingerprint are right here. You. Faced with Li Xiang's shamelessness, Sunny Yao was furious, her heart racing. I'm going to sue you. Li Xiang leaned back in his office chair, speaking without restraint. Go ahead and sue. This is a contract you signed yourself, it has legal effect. Enraged, Sunny Yao tore the contract to shreds. There are 2 copies of the contract, and you signed both. If you tear this one, I still have the other. Chen Shi understood, Li Xiang was the one who swapped the contract. The other party had the contract signed by Sunny Yao, and if it went to legal action, it would likely be a long process. Chen Shi recalled Sunny Yao saying she had seen the contract in the conference room. If there were cameras, they should have recorded the process. Although it was possible that Li Xiang had turned off the cameras beforehand, Chen Shi held on to a glimmer of hope and wanted to try using his financial power. However, if there were no cameras, they would have to think of another way. At that moment, a beautiful woman with exquisite makeup and a white off-shoulder dress walked in. This should be their company's anchor, quite a looker. Soft master, give her a score. Name, Lu Yusin. Age, 27. Height, 166. Charm level, 90. Occupation, anchor. Number of relationships, 8. Favorability, 0. Upon receiving Lu Yusin's information, Chen Shi thought it was a pity. Yao, what's going on? Lu Yusin asked, holding Sunny Yao's hand with concern. Li Xiang is shameless, he swapped my contract renewal and changed the split to 20% for me and 80% for the company. Aren't you just 20? Ha, if I hadn't heard from Zhao Xiaoyan that you were planning to switch companies, Li Xiang wouldn't have rushed you to renew. Lu Yusen looked surprised. How could this happen? Mr. Li, is this true? Don't listen to her nonsense. She must have misread the contract and signed it without seeing clearly. Li Xiang's face made Chen Qi want to punch him. However, Chen Qi heard Lu Yusen's inner thoughts and felt that this matter was definitely related to her as well. Chen Qi exchanged glances with Sunny Yao. Yao Yao, let's go. I'm not staying in this trash company. Li Xiang smiled insincerely. Alright, bring the breach of contract fee of 8 million. If I get that money, I could buy a small apartment in Europe, making it convenient to stay there during vacations. Lu Yusen was already thinking about how to spend Sunny Yao's breach of contract fee. The ability to read thoughts is really useful against pretty girls. Lu Yusen appeared to stand with Sunny Yao, but in reality, she was on Li Xiang's side. It seems their relationship is not simple. Chen Qi glanced at Lu Yusen. Chen Qi pulled Sunny Yao out of the office, and Lu Yusen followed. Yao Yao, we must not compromise on this kind of oppressive contract. We must fight for our rights. Lu Yusen acted brilliantly, and Sunny Yao believed her. She was genuinely supporting her. The three left the company. Zhao Xiaoyan had been too afraid to speak. Although she was Sunny Yao's assistant, it was Li Xiang who paid her. If Sunny Yao had been the one paying her, she would have definitely joined in cursing Li Xiang. Sister Yao Yao, what should we do now? Chen Qi tightened his grip on Sunny Yao's hand and said calmly, don't worry, it's not a big problem. Brother, don't solve it with money. Giving him 8 million would be too cheap for him. I wouldn't give it to him. I already have a plan, Chen Qi replied. Really? Sunny Yao looked intently at Chen Qi. Who was that woman just now? Chen Qi asked. Lu Yusen is the most popular streamer in the company, specializing in beauty. What's her relationship with Li Xiang? Just a normal superior-subordinate relationship, but Lu Yusen is a big streamer, so Li Xiang treats her a bit better. I feel like there's something more between them, Chen Qi said. Sunny Yao replied, Lu Yusen has a husband. Her husband is also a big streamer, but he does gaming. That makes things easier. Brother, why are you asking this? What does it have to do with the contract? Chen Qi didn't answer and continued to ask, does she have an assistant? Yes, she's the top star at Manhwa Media, so she definitely has an assistant. Is there a way to contact that assistant? The sooner, the better. Zhao Xiaoyan said from the side, I'll try. Although she hadn't been in the company long, she had joined an assistant group. Several of the slightly more prominent streamers in the company had assistants. These junior assistants often complained in the group about how hard it was to please their streamers, how they had so many trivial matters. Especially Lu Yusen's assistant, who was the most active in the group, couldn't go a day without complaining about Lu Yusen. In a nearby Starbucks, Wang Ying walked in and immediately spotted Zhao Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, what made you think of calling me to drink Starbucks? Is there something urgent? Chen Qi, sitting at the next table, moved his chair over. I'm looking for you. Who are you? Wang Ying looked at Chen Qi in confusion. You can call me Roast Duck Brother. Upon hearing this name, Wang Ying exclaimed in surprise. Ah, you're the Roast Duck Brother who received $2 million gifts. What do you want with me? I want to make a deal with you, Chen Qi said. Wang Ying had no idea what Chen Qi was up to. As a small assistant, what kind of deal could she possibly make with such a wealthy guy? Roast Duck Brother, don't joke with me. What could I possibly trade with you? Sunny Yao, who had her back to them, turned around and raised her duckbill cap. We need you to gather some dirt on Lu Yusen. Sister Yao Yao, you're here too. Wang Ying said awkwardly, Sister Yao Yao, I'm timid, I can't handle this kind of thing. Evidence of Lu Yusen cheating, 1 piece for 200,000. If it's solid evidence, 500,000 for 1. Chen Qi offered a very tempting price, comparable to what top stars would pay for dirt. Of course, Lu Yusen, a beauty influencer with 1 million followers, couldn't be compared to a star. It was just that Chen Qi was willing to spend money to take her down. Wang Ying also knew a bit about the gossip prices in the influencer circle. 200,000 was definitely a high price. As long as there's solid evidence, wouldn't that mean I could get 500,000? I could quit my job right away. Lu Yusen was already quite harsh on her. If it weren't for the 8,000 monthly salary, she would have stopped serving her long ago. After a brief moment of thought, Wang Ying chose to agree to Chen Qi. Okay, I'll do it. Chen Qi said, add me on WeChat. Wang Ying added Chen Qi on WeChat, and a few seconds later, she received a transfer. Roast Duck Brother, you're sending money now? No, this 10,000 is for your activity expenses. Go get a better outfit and take some impressive photos. Wang Ying was impressed by Chen Qi's approach. He transferred 10,000 before anything had even started. This was the most straightforward business strategy. If you play dirty, I'll send in an undercover. After Wang Ying left, Sunny Yao still had some doubts and asked Chen Qi, brother, how are you so sure that Lu Yusin and Li Xiang are involved? This is the first time you've seen them. My intuition tells me so. Intuition? Sunny Yao felt that acting solely on intuition was a bit rash. Don't worry, my intuition has never been wrong, especially when it comes to beautiful women. Tonight, just do your normal livestream, there's no need to panic, Chen Qi said. Wait until you come out of Fenghua Media, I'll start a media company just to support you. Sunny Yao knew that Chen Qi was an investor, and starting a media company wouldn't be difficult for him. Just last week, he had bought an e-commerce company. With Chen Qi around, Sunny Yao felt much more at ease, her previously drooping face now restored to a smile. Then I'll wait for my brother's company to open. Starting a company from scratch is quite troublesome, so Chen Qi still planned to use the old method and buy an existing one. He spoke for the first time in the Donghai Car Team group. Is there anyone who knows of any media companies that are for sale? This group was filled with rich second-generation kids that Luo Kaiyang had pulled in from the streets, with families involved in various industries. They also had some entrepreneurial projects, but most were just wasting their family money. Luo Kaiyang said they were foolish. With so much money, why work hard to start a business? They should learn from him and enjoy being a playboy. As soon as Chen Qi sent the message, someone replied, Young Master Chen, are you looking to buy a company? Chen Qi remembered he hadn't spoken in the group before, nor had he mentioned his name, so how did this person know his surname was Chen? It was probably something Luo Kaiyang had mentioned privately. Yes, I'm planning to get into media recently. If there are any media companies for sale, please let me know. I have one that is planning to sell. How convenient. It seemed expanding his network was indeed useful, especially among the upper class. Young Master Chen, I'll add you for a private chat. Luo Kaiyang also joined the conversation. Young Master Zhang, great. Your broken company finally has someone interested. Don't talk nonsense, my company's development prospects are very good. I'm just busy with other matters lately and don't have the energy to manage it. Zhang Ming was so angry his teeth itched. Luo Kaiyang was just spouting nonsense, it was really too damaging. If Chen Qi didn't chat with him later, he would miss out on this deal. Chen Qi accepted Zhang Ming's friend request. Young Master Chen, if it's convenient, let's meet and talk. Sure. Are you free this afternoon? If you have time, let's go to the tea house. Okay, you set the time. Is 3 o'clock okay? Chen Qi checked the time, it was 2:20, so he replied. Sure. Sunny Yao was sipping her Starbucks while chatting with Zhao Xiuyan about what songs to dance to that evening. Yao, there's a media company for sale. I'm planning to go take a look, come with me. Sunny Yao was taken aback. Although she knew with Chen Qi's capabilities, he wouldn't just be making empty promises about starting a company, she didn't expect him to move so quickly. She had only finished half of her frappuccino, and Chen Qi had already contacted the media company for sale. Okay, brother, wait for me, I need to touch up my makeup. When they arrived at the tea house, they were about 7 or 8 minutes late. Zhang Ming had sent the room number via WeChat and told Chen Qi not to rush, to take his time. Brother, why are we at a tea house? Sunny Yao asked. The other party said to come here first to chat. Chen Qi pulled Sunny Yao and pushed open the door to the private room. Inside sat a young man in a white shirt, who looked somewhat familiar to Chen Qi. Isn't this the guy who drove the black Ferrari 296 and came with Luo Kaiyang last night? Last night at the entrance of Socrates, Chen Qi had called Luo Kaiyang, and 3 other rich second-generation kids had come with him. This Zhang Ming was one of them. Young Master Chen, nice to see you again. Zhang Ming stood up to greet him. Brother, do you know each other? Chen Qi replied, he's from the supercar group, we've met before. Zhang Ming was perceptive, for rich guys like them, having 2 or 3 girlfriends was quite normal. He guessed that the girl beside Chen Qi last night and the one with him now were both his girlfriends. Yes, we've met once, but we haven't been formally introduced. Young Master Chen, my name is Zhang Ming. I don't need to introduce myself, right? Luo Xiao must have told you about me, Chen Qi said. There's no need to mention Chen Xiao, but Chen Xiao, your girlfriend looks a bit familiar. She resembles some celebrity, right? Zhang Ming indeed didn't recognize Sunny Yao, but he said this to compliment her beauty. Yao, I told you you're a star, even Zhang Xiao said so. Oh, her? She just recently hit over 1 million fans. Zhang Ming suddenly had a bit of an impression. Isn't she that Yao who's not sexy? The one who dances. Classical dance. He initially wanted to say she danced sexy, but he certainly couldn't say that in front of Chen Qi. Yes, that's me. Hello, Zhang Xiao, I'm Sunny Yao. Hello, you look even better in person than in the videos, and you have such a great presence. Chen Xiao is so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Zhang Ming was momentarily stunned, then suddenly thought of something. Wait, Chen Xiao, Yao not being sexy is your girlfriend. So the one who received tips before and trended on hot searches, that's you, right? Chen Shi smiled, good deduction, Zhang Xiao. We were still guessing in the group if it was Luo Xiao, he denied it 3 times, turns out it was Chen Xiao. The 3 chatted casually for a while, and they had drunk half a pot of Longjing tea. Zhang Xiao, tell us about your media company. Zhang Ming took out his tablet and opened Douyin. Chen Xiao, Miss Sun, take a look at these streamers, all under my 93 media. Chen Shi looked at them one by one, for streamers, each with over 500,000 fans, the most having 950,000. These were the 4 best streamers Zhang Ming could present, although they were still quite mediocre, the others were even worse. Not a single one had 1 million fans, which showed how struggling Zhang Ming's 93 media was, and the name was quite risky too. My company's address is on the 19th floor of the Times building, with 20 employees and 12 contracted streamers. Chen Shi suddenly asked, Zhang Xiao, why do you want to sell the company? I've been working on other projects recently, and I really can't spare the energy. I still want to focus on one project, so I'm reluctantly selling. In plain terms, it meant the company was struggling to operate and was likely to incur losses. Zhang Ming was one of the targets of Luo Kaiyang's ridicule, having taken money from home to start a business, wasting time and effort without making any progress. 93 Media hadn't reached the point of losing money yet, but last year's profit was only 500,000. For an office worker, 500,000 was a lot, equivalent to an executive-level income in Donghai City. But for the rich second generation in the group, earning only 500,000 a year while investing their own money was nothing to boast about. These second-generation members could easily spend over 500,000 on a 3-day trip, and earning just 500,000 a year seemed pointless. How much are you planning to sell for? Chen Qi asked. Zhang Ming blurted out, 6 million. You must be kidding. At that moment, Luo Kaiyang walked in, not knowing how he found this place. Luo Xiao, what brings you here? I saw you guys chatting in the group, and I was bored, so I came to join the fun. Zhang Ming, your broken company is about to go bankrupt, and you still dare to sell it for 6 million? Those streamers of yours have no viewers. Zhang Ming knew Luo Kaiyan was just like that, a dog couldn't spit out ivory. Luo Xiao, we're discussing serious matters here, can you not mess with me? We're all in the same group, just give a real price, don't be vague, Luo Kaiyang said. Zhang Ming's situation was different from Huang Guirong's when selling his company. Huang Guirong's company had around 4 million in profit, and he could hold on to it without selling, still generating income. Zhang Ming's 93 Media was not so certain, last year's profit was only 500,000, and what this year would bring was still unknown. Several streamers privately planned to jump ship as soon as their contracts expired. With Luo Kaiyang butting in, Zhang Ming felt he couldn't ignore him. Alright, since Luo Xiao said so, I'll just quote a bottom line price. 3 million. I've paid 300,000 in rent for 3 years, and there are still 2 years left. Renovation, office desks and chairs, computers, photography equipment, and ready employees, all of this adds up. Before Zhang Ming could finish, he was interrupted by Luo Kaiyang. Don't tell me all of that is worth 3 million. Young Master Luo, we're all in the same group. Let me make a little profit, I can't possibly sell it at a loss, Zhang Ming said with a bitter face. Luo Kaiyang didn't know if he was being kind-hearted or just bored, but he came over to help Chen Qi negotiate. Chen Qi smiled and said, Young Master Zhang, 3 million isn't expensive. Zhang Ming, you're lucky to meet someone as generous as Young Master Chen. Young Master Chen accepts 3 million? Sure, 3 million to make a friend, not expensive, Chen Qi said. Both Luo Kaiyang and Zhang Ming were impressed by Chen Qi's perspective. Making a friend for 3 million wasn't expensive at all. It turns out that buying and selling a company isn't as grand as imagined, it's quite similar to bargaining at a market. My boyfriend is really handsome, millions sound like just a few dozen bucks coming from his mouth. Sunny Yeo witnessed the transaction of a company like this. Young Master Chen, I will draft the contract as soon as possible. If you have time, you can come to the company with me to take a look. No need to go to the company. That's true, it will be Young Master Chen's company from now on. I'll treat you tonight, let's go to Dengyun Tower for dinner. Chen Shi said, I have something to do tonight, let's do it tomorrow. No problem, remember to bring Miss Sun, and Young Master Luo can come too. Luo Kaiyang said, why are you being so verbose? If you didn't invite me, I would have to shamelessly find a chair to sit down. After leaving the tea house, Sunny Yeo asked, brother, what is Young Master Luo's full name? Luo Kaiyang, why? Do you know him? It really is him. He's the young master of Kaiyang fashion, very famous in the second-generation circle of Donghai, and his company is worth 5 billion. Sunny Yao came from a wealthy family with assets in the tens of millions, so her social circle was definitely higher than that of the other goddesses. Among her previous friends, there were also those worth over 100 million, but she had lost contact with them now. Kaiyang Fashion, that listed company? The company is actually named after him. It seems his parents really pamper the son. Chen Shi only now realized Luo Kaiyang's identity and was a little surprised. But Luo Kaiyang said that the real top second generation in their group was Yang Rui, who drove a Porsche Carrera GT. Even Luo Kaiyang, worth 5 billion, said he was small fry compared to Yang Rui, which shows how terrifying Yang Rui's family's wealth must be. Chen Shi had seen reports that the wealthiest in Donghai City was only over 40 billion, not even making it into the top 50 in Huaxia. Yang Rui's family was probably around 10 billion, definitely not as wealthy as Principal Wang's family. By the way, Yi Yao, do you know Dangyun Tower? Chen Shi asked. It's a relatively high-end restaurant in Donghai City. Chen Shi had either been there or heard of it, but he really didn't know about Dangyun Tower. I've only heard of it. It's a manor in the western suburbs. It's somewhat similar to the design of Suzhou Gardens. The manor is membership-based, and to dine inside, you need to verify your assets first. You need to have assets of at least 100 million to qualify for membership. Donghai City has such places, Chen Shi said. He had only heard of some top luxury houses for sale in the capital and Magic City. Guests needed to verify their assets to view the houses. Without over 100 million in assets, they didn't even qualify to look. He didn't expect that in Donghai, there was actually a manor where even dining required asset verification. It said that the membership card for Dangyun Tower costs 500,000 a year. Even if you don't go to eat, you still have to pay that 500,000. That young Master Zhang, I didn't expect him to be so capable, Sunny Yao said. Zhang Ming's family had assets over 100 million, which Chen Shi wasn't surprised about. After all, it was all certified by young Master Luo. Without some strength, Luo Xiao wouldn't take him out to play. That 500,000 yuan membership card is just buying an identity. The food at Dangyun Tower isn't necessarily better than that at Socrates or Longfeng Tower. Socrates is considered a top-tier restaurant in the East China Sea, but they don't require proof of funds. You could have a net worth of hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands, or even borrow money to eat there, as long as you can pay after your meal. But at Dangyun Tower, it's not just about the food. Perhaps after dinner, you might stroll around the estate and run into another billionaire, and while chatting, a business deal could be struck. Yao Yao, I won't be able to have dinner with you tonight, I have some matters to attend to. Brother, go ahead and take care of your business. Sunny Yao has personally experienced that what the big shots call some matters might just be a small matter worth millions. A cup of tea, a casual chat, and a huge transaction could be completed. Yesterday, he promised Li Ting to pick her up after work for dinner, saying they would have Thai food. Chen Shi first took Sunny Yao home, then headed to Li Ting's company. At this moment, Li Ting had 10 minutes left of work, and Chen Shi sent her a message. I'm downstairs. Baby, so early. In the past, when Chen Shi came to pick her up, he would take a taxi after finishing work at his own company, arriving around 5:30. Now, Chen Shi doesn't even have to work, so he has plenty of time. After drinking 2 pots of tea at the tea house in the afternoon, and with green tea being diuretic, Chen Shi had drunk so much that he had to go to the bathroom twice already and now couldn't hold it any longer. He parked the car in the office building's parking lot and rushed to the lobby to use the restroom. When he came out, he saw the convenience store next door and suddenly craved the grilled sausages inside. After drinking tea, his stomach felt completely empty. Hello, what do you need? 2 black pepper grilled sausages. The sausages cost 5 yuan each, although they contain a lot of additives. They were one of Chen Shi's favorite snacks. He happily ate one in each hand. The taste is really good. In fact, the taste was just average. These grilled sausages could be found everywhere at snack stalls. He only found them delicious because he was hungry. Upstairs, Li Ting was just about to clock out when the manager walked over and threw a stack of invoices at her. Work some overtime and organize these invoices, stick them together with the reimbursement forms. Tomorrow, I want to get off work now. We need it urgently right now. In the past, Li Ting would have cursed the manager under her breath and then begrudgingly worked overtime. Yesterday, Chen Shi had just told her that work was just to avoid boredom, a way to spice up life. 5 o'clock, off work. Finish it before you leave. Whoever wants to do it can do it. You don't want to work anymore, do you? The manager said. No, I'm just doing my job within my salary. Overtime is a different job. Are you going to pay me overtime? Even if the company offered overtime pay, Li Ting wouldn't stay. Work was just about experiencing life. Moreover, her company didn't pay for overtime. With the manager looking astonished, Li Ting picked up her bag and walked straight out of the office. The manager didn't expect Li Ting to refuse the overtime request right in front of him. As Li Ting exited the office building, she happened to see Chun-Chi standing at the convenience store entrance. Li Ting? Suddenly, someone called out her name. Li Ting thought it was a colleague and turned to look, but it was a stranger. You must be Li Ting, the man approached her. And you are? Li Ting looked at him, trying to remember who he was. My name is Fong Dawn, Sister Wang introduced me to you. You look even better than in the photo. Today, Li Ting was wearing a bodycon dress paired with half-length black stockings, making her look quite striking. Only then did Li Ting remember that a few days ago, her colleague Sister Wang had mentioned introducing her to a blind date who drove a BMW 5 Series. Fong Dawn had wanted to ask Li Ting out yesterday, but she had reconciled with Chun-Chi. Fong Dawn looked at the photos of Li Ting that Sister Wang had sent him several times, and he simply couldn't help but like her. So he decided to be bold and directly ask Li Ting out for dinner at her company. Oh, Li Ting replied coldly. Chun-Chi saw Li Ting talking to a man and thought to himself, has my girlfriend found a new boyfriend? He walked over, holding the last grilled sausage. Ting Ting, want a grilled sausage? Just in time, I'm a bit hungry, Li Ting said as she took the sausage and took a big bite. Although Fong Dawn saw that Li Ting and Chun-Chi seemed a bit close, he didn't think Chun-Chi was Li Ting's boyfriend. Sister Wang had told him that Li Ting had broken up just over 10 days ago, and now was her single period. Dawn, what brings you here? Sister Wang had almost been asked by the manager to work overtime, so she made up a reason to come out. Just as she reached the entrance, she ran into the familiar Fong Dawn. Sister Wang, off work? I'm here to ask Li Ting out for dinner, she said with a smile. Not bad, very proactive. This is how you should pursue a girl. Ha, Li Ting, isn't that your ex-boyfriend? Sister Wang recognized Chun-Chi, who had picked up Li Ting a few times before. Her colleagues had seen him at the entrance. Fong Dawn looked at Chun-Chi and thought to himself, is he the guy who broke up with Li Ting because he wouldn't buy her a phone? Sister Wang had talked to him about Li Ting's situation. When Li Ting had just broken up, she had complained everywhere about how stingy her ex-boyfriend was, saying that Chun-Chi was worthless. When Sister Wang talked about Li Ting, she told him to be generous in pursuing her. Don't be stingy like her ex-boyfriend. Sister Wang, he's not my ex-boyfriend, we got back together, Li Ting said. Ah, how did you get back together with that stingy guy? Think it through. Why not consider Fong Dawn? Look at this young man, he looks so spirited, and his conditions are good. Li Ting awkwardly scratched her foot, feeling embarrassed. I should have known better than to talk so much with them. Now he knows I call him stingy behind his back. Chun-Chi was not surprised. He could guess how Li Ting would insult him after their breakup. Even if she told others that her ex-boyfriend had died, Chun-Chi wouldn't find it strange. Li Ting, let me treat you to dinner. After dinner, I'll take you for a ride in the BMW 530 I just got. Some people really do flaunt their car models like that. If he knew Chun-Chi drove a Ferrari 488, would he turn pale? Sister Wang, it was all just a joke before. My relationship with my baby is really good. She ignored Fong Dawn and linked her arm with Chun-Chi's. Baby, let's go eat. Let's go. Fong Dawn heard that Li Ting had gotten back together with Chun-Chi, but he didn't give up. Li Ting was simply his type. She was like a dish custom made for him. He had heard Sister Wang mention Chun-Chi's conditions, and they were completely incomparable. No house, no car, not even willing to buy a phone. He was just a bit better looking than him, but good looks can't be eaten. Li Ting, I think you should consider me. Fong Dawn mustered his courage and directly tried to steal her away in front of her boyfriend. Chun-Chi was also impressed that he dared to say such things in front of him. What the hell? What if Chun-Chi gets angry? At least I'm still here, Chun-Chi said. Fong Dawn continued to ignore him and said to Li Ting, I have 2 houses, and I'm an executive, I earn $20,000 a month. Being with me will definitely be much better than being with him. I can buy you a new phone every year. Please, don't mention the phone again. This was Li Ting's sore spot. She was afraid Chun-Chi would remember her previous immaturity. I don't even know you, please don't talk nonsense in front of my boyfriend. He's just generous enough not to hold it against you, Li Ting said. Sister Wang said, shouting, choosing a husband is a lifelong matter, and family background is very important. Women fear marrying the wrong man. If you marry poorly, you will suffer. These two really treated Chun-Chi as if he were invisible, standing in front of him and saying these disparaging words. Chun-Chi said with envy, dude, you drive a BMW 530. Fong Dawn immediately felt a sense of superiority rise within him. The latest 530 top configuration, and you don't even have a car. How can you shield Li Ting from the wind and rain? Is a BMW more expensive, or a Ferrari? Of course, a Ferrari. You don't even know that? In a couple of years, I plan to buy one, Fong Dawn said. Chun-Chi had too many ways to slap Fong Dawn in the face, but hitting a small character like him wouldn't give him any sense of achievement. Ting, wait for me here for 2 minutes. Okay. After Chen Shi walked away, Fang Dawn became even bolder, not only flaunting his own strength but also slandering Chen Shi. This made Li Ting extremely disgusted. So pathetic, where does he get his sense of superiority? Chen Shi is so rich now and doesn't show off, not even posting on social media. Among the boys Li Ting knew, she had never seen any of them buy a new car and managed to resist posting about it, let alone a Ferrari. Chen Shi's composure and low profile made Li Ting admire him. Soon, a classic red Ferrari drove up to the entrance. He really did come in a Ferrari. Chen Shi rolled down the car window and called out to Li Ting, Ting, let's go eat. Sister Wang was surprised, shouting, you didn't say your ex-boyfriend drives a Ferrari. Didn't he have no car? Li Ting smiled. It was impossible not to have vanity when a Ferrari came to pick her up after work. He just bought it. Look, the license plate hasn't even been sent yet. Fang Dawn felt he had been played, but he also thought it was unlikely. This car shouldn't belong to Chen Shi. A Ferrari 488, a car worth over 4 million. Can he afford it? Fang Dawn was a bit anxious, pointing at the Ferrari. This must be rented. He's just trying to trick you into getting back together. Li Ting said coldly, are you feeling defensive? Whether it's rented or not, I know better than you. After saying this, she jogged over and got into the car. Fang Dawn stood there, his face ashen, feeling humiliated and angry. Inside the Ferrari, Chen Shi joked, if I had come a little later, would my girlfriend have a new boyfriend by now? Li Ting pouted, baby, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be involved with another man? Look, the background of my social media is all our new photos. Chen Shi glanced and said, alright, just teasing you. Li Ting posted photos from dinner at Socrates and shopping at Chanel on her social media. She also shared the same content on Douyin and found that she couldn't search for Chen Shi's Douyin account anymore after unfollowing him. Baby, did you change your Douyin name? Chen Shi not only changed his nickname but also set his privacy settings. Su Lu had also asked for Chen Shi's Douyin account, and he directly said he didn't use Douyin. I deactivated it. I didn't really watch Douyin anyway, just occasionally checked out some other sites. Li Ting was a heavy Douyin user and often shared videos with Chen Shi. Especially travel videos, she would send to Chen Shi, and when he replied, this place looks great, she would say, is that all you can say? Chen Shi knew exactly what she meant. She wanted him to take her out to play. At that time, his salary was already stretched thin with regular dates, let alone having money for travel. He also wanted to say, let's go, I'll take you, but he didn't have that capability. Later, after a fight, he simply uninstalled Douyin. Oh, I see. I posted our photo yesterday and wanted to tag you, Chen Shi said. Ting, just post on social media, don't post on other platforms, let's keep a low profile. Alright then. Li Ting didn't want to lose her temper with Chen Shi over such a trivial matter. She saw Chen Shi's phone on the center console and instinctively picked it up. She wanted to change Chen Shi's WeChat background to the photo they took together yesterday. Previously, Chen Shi's background was a picture of just Li Ting. Chen Shi was driving and didn't notice that Li Ting had taken his phone. If Li Ting opened WeChat and saw that all the recent chats were with women, it would definitely cause trouble. The screen lit up, and the wallpaper was their photo from last night. Chen Shi had changed the wallpaper when he bought grilled sausages downstairs. This photo is really nice. Let's use this as the background. Chen Shi heard the thought and realized that Li Ting was holding his phone. Li Ting skillfully and habitually entered the password. 0922, Password incorrect, did you change it? Chen Shi's previous password was set to Li Ting's birthday, but since they had broken up, it was normal for Li Ting to think of changing it. 0921, she then entered Chen Shi's birthday, but it was still incorrect. Chen Shi had originally used his own birthday, but after getting together with Li Ting, he changed it to her birthday. Now both passwords were wrong. Good thing I changed the password, Chen Shi thought to himself. This phone was bought the night he got the system, and the new password was the date of that day. 0706, this day marked Chen Shi's reboot day, a fresh start in life from July 6th. Baby, what did you change your phone password to? I want to change your WeChat background. Chen Shi looked straight ahead and said, Ting, I think personal privacy is quite important. But aren't we a couple? Even couples need to leave some personal space for each other, that way, the relationship will be better. What's wrong with him now? He used to let me look at his phone freely. Has he become wealthy and found another woman? They say men change for the worse when they have money, and seeing Chen Shi's change, Li Ting immediately thought of this possibility. Chen Shi guessed that Li Ting would think this way, but he would never let her see his phone. He changed the subject and brought up something that would definitely interest Li Ting. Ting, I might need to apologize to you first. Li Ting's heart sank, sensing something bad. What did I say? Is he going to bring up breaking up again? The Chanel bag and clothes you bought yesterday, I thought they were in the way in the back seat. I stuffed them all into the front trunk. The bag might have gotten a bit deformed. With that Li Ting breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't about breaking up, but she was still heartbroken about the Chanel bag. It should be fine, the bag is leather, so a little squishing won't ruin it. Li Ting didn't dare to blame Chen Shi. Why did he have to stuff all the bags together? Some of the bags from yesterday were in the front trunk, while others were in the back seat. When Zhou Leishan helped park the car, Li Ting was worried that the bags might get lost. When they went to pick up Sunny Yao for lunch, Chen Shi took all the bags from the back seat to the front trunk. The front trunk of the Ferrari 488 wasn't very big, but everything fit in. However, Chen Shi stuffed them a bit too forcefully, and one of the Chanel shopping bags got torn. After we finish eating, let's go to Hermes and buy you a few bags. Hermes looks even better, Chen Shi said. Hermes? It must look better, and it's definitely much more expensive. Really? Baby, what would I lie to you about? We'll go after we eat, just for a stroll. So exciting, Hermes. Li Ting instantly forgot that she was a bit angry earlier about Chen Shi not telling her the password. The two arrived at the Thai restaurant, Taj Mahal. There aren't many places to eat Thai food in Donghai City, and this one is considered the most authentic and has the best environment. Of course, dining out can be quite expensive, averaging over 800 per person. Wow, the decor is like the Taj Mahal, no wonder it's called the Taj Palace. It really has a Thai flair, Li Ting said. Baby, Thai food can be a bit heavy, you might not be used to it. Li Ting had tried other Thai restaurants with her girlfriends, and the flavors of Thai cuisine tend to be bold, with a mix of sour, sweet, salty, bitter, oily, astringent, and spicy. Chen Shi had never eaten Thai food before and found it quite novel. It's fine, let's try something new. Hello, how many are you? A cheerful waiter approached at the entrance. 2, Chen Shi replied. Please take a number, there are still 7 tables ahead. Chen Shi wasn't one to wait in line, he wanted to flex his cash ability and go straight to a table. Mr. Chen. Suddenly, a voice called out to Chen Shi. Baby, is that person calling you? Li Ting glanced at a middle-aged man behind them. This person looks a bit familiar. Chen Shi took a closer look and then remembered he had seen the middle-aged man just this past Monday. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. Lu Liwei was the original owner of the house that Su Tian had sold, and in the end, he sold it to Chen Shi for 200,000 less. Mr. Chen, are you here to eat at this place? Yes, I brought my girlfriend to try it. You must be waiting in line. Here, my table is next, so I'll give you my number. Lu Liwei said. I can't accept that. It's no trouble at all, please don't be polite, Mr. Chen. Lu Liwei's house had almost been sold by his mistress, Zhu Yaqing, but fortunately, Chen Shi had seen through the scam. Otherwise, Lu Liwei would have lost a house, and if the police came to investigate, it would have escalated, and his wife would definitely have found out and demanded a divorce. Daddy, I want to eat here. A girl about 10 years old walked up behind Lu Liwei. Today, his daughter insisted on having Thai food, which was why he brought his wife and child out. Old Lu, who is this? Mrs. Lu asked. A major client of the company, Mr. Chen. Upon hearing he was a major client, Mrs. Lu greeted him appropriately. Sweetheart, how about we eat somewhere else? You can have whatever you want, Mrs. Lu said. The little girl was also quite fickle. She had just wanted Thai food but now wanted Western cuisine. Really? Then I want to eat at Burger King. Lu Liwei's affluent family placed great importance on health, and Mrs. Lu closely monitored their daughter's diet. They could afford fast food like KFC and Burger King, but they didn't want their child to eat it. Their daughter could only have it once every 2 or 3 months, but at her age, she had a special fondness for such junk food. Since her mother said she could have whatever she wanted, she wouldn't hold back. Burger King is too. Mommy, you said I could have whatever I want, you can't go back on your word. Alright, Mrs. Lu said helplessly. Lu Liwei smiled. I hope I didn't embarrass you, Mr. Chen. Kids are like that, it's nice to indulge in junk food occasionally. Exactly, the little girl chimed in. He's so impressive, even dining out, he runs into business partners. Successful men are particularly charming, especially when they are handsome. In just a few minutes, Chen Shi and Li Ting were called to their table. Chen Shi let Li Ting order. Don't worry about the price, just order whatever you like. This price range is so much cheaper than last night's Socrates. Then I'll order. Most of the prices on the menu were around 100 or 200. The slightly more expensive dishes, like Thai curry crab, were priced at 368 per serving, while other Thai restaurants typically charged over 200. Li Ting ordered a variety of classic Thai dishes: Thai curry crab, tom yum soup, Thai grilled shrimp, Thai grilled chicken, green papaya salad, mango sticky rice, Thai pineapple fried rice, Thai stir-fried rice noodles, and coconut milk chicken soup. Baby, let's drink fresh coconut juice. Alright, you order. Li Ting waved her hand. Hello, the dishes are ordered. Please tell the kitchen to reduce the spiciness a bit. Sure, ma'am. After the waiter left, Chen Shi said. Actually, there's no need to say that. If it's not spicy, it won't have the authentic flavor. I know you too well, a little spicy, and you'll definitely have an upset stomach when you get back. Li Ting replied. Chen Shi looked confident. I'm planning to start training my stomach. A little Thai food is nothing. Forget it, you might end up in the restroom before we even leave the restaurant. The waiter first brought 2 fresh coconuts, with holes drilled in them and bendy straws inserted. The two chatted while sipping coconut juice, waiting for their dishes. At that moment, a sexy woman wearing a crown and a high-slit gown appeared in the restaurant. Chen Shi estimated that this woman was at least 1.7 meters tall, with an exceptionally good waist-to-hip ratio. All the men in the restaurant instinctively focused their attention on the tall beauty. She definitely scores over 90, Soft Master rating. I refuse. Soft Master replied. Ah, is the system on strike? Don't talk nonsense, I'm online 24 hours. Then why not give a score? My goddess position is still available. What's there to score about a guy? Hearing Soft Master's response, Chen Shi's excited heart instantly turned into a still pond. Damn, it's a lady boy. Li Ting turned to see the transgender beauty and angrily said to Chen Shi, isn't she beautiful? Long legs? Chen Shi shook his head. You used the wrong term. What do you mean? Suddenly, Li Ting thought that this was a Thai restaurant, and the decor was all Thai style. The beauty was dressed like a Thai beauty pageant contestant. Ah, she can't be a transgender person, right? Chen Shi nodded. How did you figure that out? She looks more feminine than women. Look at that delicate face and that alluring figure. Chen Shi said, I could tell at a glance. So impressive, but I just can't see it. Li Ting said. Baby, you wouldn't want to stare openly, would you? So you're saying this? How about we make a bet? If I win, I get to kiss you for 2 minutes. If you win, you kiss me for 2 minutes. Li Ting pouted. That's not how you bet. It's not fair. No matter who won or lost, it seemed like Chen Shi was the one benefiting. It seems like I'm taking advantage. How about this? If you win, you kiss me for 5 minutes, an extra 3 minutes. Li Ting was about to be driven crazy by Chen Shi. That beauty pageant contestant was hired by the restaurant for an event, and she also offered photo services, but it cost 50 yuan to take a picture with her. The staff member next to the beauty would translate for the customers. Li Ting quietly called over a staff member and asked softly, excuse me, is she a transgender person? Yes, she's this year's beauty pageant champion. Chen Shi grinned, I won. Good thing I didn't win, or I would have been at a greater loss. Li Ting said. After they finished their meal, Li Ting specifically went to the restroom to touch up her makeup and rinsed her mouth twice. It's been a long time since I've kissed him. Why am I feeling a bit nervous? They had kissed before, whenever the atmosphere was right, but this was the first time they had scheduled a kiss in advance. Ting Ting, bring a coconut, it's quite refreshing. The two went to the parking lot and got into the car. Li Ting felt a bit parched. She took a sip of coconut juice and then handed the coconut to Chen Shi. Baby, want a drink? Chen Shi was about to bite the straw but stopped. Drinking it this way isn't flavorful enough. I want to drink it straight from the coconut. Li Ting's face turned red. No funny business. Chen Shi leaned in and kissed her. After a long time apart, they were once again intimate, like dry kindling meeting a fierce fire. Their lips and teeth intertwined. They were supposed to kiss for 2 minutes, but they ended up kissing for 5 minutes, only stopping when interrupted by the honking of a nearby car. Li Ting's favorability +2, current 63. It's bad, didn't you say 2 minutes? Li Ting said shyly. It seems like we went over time, how about you kiss me back? No. Alright then, let's go for a walk now, maybe check out Hermes. Baby, which mall should we go to, Yida Plaza? It seems closer. Yida Plaza is definitely a no-go, right next to Hermes is Sulu. Even if Sulu isn't there, Zhang Jia and Xiao Jing aren't blind. Plus, that sales associate at Hermes, Zhang Fangyue, is quite the gossip. We can't go to Yishang City either. Right next to Hermes is Chanel, where Chen Chi's high school classmate Wang Siwen works. Wang Siwen seems to have added Han Linlin on WeChat. The nearby bustling place with a good selection of luxury stores is Sherdai Department Store. Let's go to Sherdai Department Store, Chen Chi said. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Sherdai Department Store. As they were about to buy from Hermes, Li Ting's steps quickened a bit. Ting Ting, you go ahead, I need to use the restroom, Chen Chi said. He didn't feel much during dinner, thought the taste was alright. However, with the spiciness and sourness, his delicate stomach couldn't take it anymore. Is everything okay, baby? I'm fine, I'll be right back. Li Ting took out a small pack of tissues from her bag. Here are some tissues for you. Chen Shi had planned to scan a code to buy tissues at the restroom entrance, but he didn't expect Li Ting to bring a small pack. Carrying tissues is a good habit. I'm off now. Earned 1 soft rice coin, cashback 10,000 huaxia coins. Hearing the prompt from Soft Yi, Chen Shi was momentarily stunned. Ha! This works? Because those small packs of tissues were so cheap, he hadn't thought about the cashback aspect. What the goddess gives you counts. If you think it's too little, I can take it back, Soft Yi said. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. I don't think it's too little. Chen Shi ran to the restroom and squatted for 7 or 8 minutes. When he came out, he heard a young couple arguing in the hallway. Don't be mad, I promise I'll take you next time. Why wait for next time? Is 300 yuan for a ticket that expensive? Next time, I don't even know if my favorite band will come again. Chen Shi felt like he had seen these two somewhere before and remembered. They were the couple he bumped into while cutting in line to buy tickets last week, and later met again by the river while taking a yacht. Didn't you just buy a bag? Money's a bit tight. Yuan Zhong and Xiaxian had just come out of LV, and Xiaxian was holding a mini handbag. This small bag could only fit a phone, powder, and lipstick. Anything more wouldn't fit. Because it was small, it was also the cheapest in the LV store, priced at 5,700 yuan. Don't say it's just a bag. This is my birthday gift. You promised me 2 months ago. A ticket to the music festival is 300, Xiaxian said it so simply. Is 300 yuan really that expensive? But for the two of them, that's 600, plus round-trip train tickets, accommodation, and food, adding up to at least 2,000 yuan. Yuan Zhong's monthly salary is around 7,000 to 8,000, and this 5,700 yuan bag has already drained him. It would take at least 2 months to recover. He didn't know if Xiaxian was truly naive or deliberately ignoring other expenses, downplaying the situation. All these costs had to be covered by Yuan Zhong, so he was very clear about the calculations. How about I buy the tickets, and you go with your friends? Yuan Zhong suggested. Is it that hard to just want to go to a music festival with my boyfriend? Now Xiaxian wasn't saying 300 yuan wasn't expensive anymore. If she went alone, she'd have to pay for her own transportation, and her friends wouldn't help with accommodation and meals. They'd have to split costs. Next time we can go together. I'm planning to change jobs soon, and if all goes well, my salary will increase. Next time? That'll be next year. I don't want to wait that long. Then how about you help me share some of the costs? Yuan Zhong said. Yuan Zhong, how can you say that? Which girl goes out to play and pays for herself? Chen Shi listened to a few words, then shook his head and left the corridor. These two, eating jujube pills. A humble sycophant, Chen Shi always saw his past self in Yuan Zhong's demeanor. Li Ting excitedly picked out clothes, not forgetting to send a video to her sister Lin Xian. Xian, look where I am, Hermes. Last night, Lin Xian was desperate at Chen Etienne's house, but in the end, she couldn't win him back. After returning home from the police station, her heart was like dead ashes. Seeing the Socratic dinner and Chanel bag that Li Ting sent her only fueled her jealousy. She was already in such a miserable state, while her sister was thriving, enjoying a happy life. Suddenly, she had a thought. She hoped Chen Shi would also break up with Li Ting, so they could both suffer together. She feared her sister would have a hard time, yet also feared her sister would drive a Range Rover. Lin Xian couldn't sleep all night, and when she received Li Ting's concerned voice message in the morning, her thoughts suddenly changed. She had already lost a former boyfriend who became rich overnight. She couldn't afford to lose a friend who could become a wealthy lady. Last night, Li Ting even said she would give her a Chanel bag. This sister was truly reliable. Now, Lin Xian hoped that Li Ting and Chen Shi would be well and their relationship would grow stronger. In the future, she could also benefit from her wealthy lady friend. Li Ting had no idea about Lin Xian's thoughts. She only regarded Lin Xian as her closest friend. They used to swap beautiful clothes and skirts, both having similar figures, making everything fit well. Did Chen Shi take you to buy a bag again? I'm so envious. You really have a good life, Lin Xian replied in a voice message. I'll take a few sets of skirts for you to look at. Back at Hermes, Li Ting was still trying on clothes with the sales assistant. It was the same routine before buying a bag. First, they had to buy other items worth the same price as the bag. Li Ting walked over to Chen Shi and asked, "Baby, is your stomach okay?" "It's fine. How's the bag you're looking at?" Li Ting whispered, "Hermes requires matching purchases. I saw a bag for 280,000. You can't buy it directly. You have to buy over 200,000 worth of other products first to qualify for the bag." "I know, so just buy a few pieces of clothing. That adds up to nearly 600,000, Li Ting said. "If you like it, just buy it. 600,000 isn't much. 600,000 isn't much? I need to take it slow. Yesterday, I bought 3 Chanel bags and clothes, spending 278,000. If I buy here again, it'll add up to over 800,000. Baby, am I really buying it? Go ahead. After more than half an hour, Li Ting chose 3 sets of skirts, a pair of shoes, and a bag. Sir, that's a total of 586,000. Will you be paying by card or scanning the code? Scanning the code. Chen Shi quickly paid, and the sales assistant handed him the receipt. Li Ting's favorability +4, current 67, it's a bit dreamy. I'm really afraid this is a dream. I used to complain he had no money, now I can't guess how much he has. Li Ting linked her arm with Chen Shi's, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Baby, take me to see your new house later. What does the mansion at No. 1 Gong Yuan look like? Just looking at the house? Chen Shi asked. Li Ting widened her beautiful eyes. What are you thinking? Chen Shi said deliberately. Just looking at the house is too boring. I also bought a 500,000 computer, and its performance is amazing. Ha? A 500,000 computer? Does it transform by itself? Buying a sports car worth 3 to 4 million, Li Ting could understand, but a 500,000 computer was beyond her comprehension. Men remain boys until death. Even with so much money, he still loves playing games. The two of them went down to the basement with shopping bags, and Li Ting looked at the Ferrari 488, then at her spoils. Baby, it probably won't fit in the car. No problem, I'll call another car, Chen Shi said. Chen Shi called for a private car, and when he got to the ground, the Audi S6 arrived. Driver, wait a moment. Chen Shi opened the back door but didn't get in. He waved to Li Ting. Bring over the things. Li Ting carefully placed several Hermes shopping bags onto the Audi. Alright, driver, just follow me. Aren't you getting in? The driver asked. No, just putting a few shopping bags. The driver was speechless. It was clear they were wealthy and had nothing better to do than use a luxury car as a delivery service. But when he saw Chen Shi get into the Ferrari in front, he suddenly felt relieved. So it's rich guy, then it's fine. Half an hour later, at No. 1 Gong Yuan. Li Ting stood at the entrance, taking off her little leather shoes, her legs wrapped in black stockings, revealing her fair thighs, looking quite alluring. Chen Shi didn't have any slippers for girls at home, but he had bought several pairs for himself. His hand moved away from a pair of gray slippers. These seemed to be the ones Han Linlin wore last time. Here, wear these slippers. Chen Shi handed her a pair in navy blue. Baby, your house is so big, how many square meters? Li Ting walked into the living room. The minimalist decor combined with Chen Shi's lack of furniture made the space feel exceptionally spacious. About 210 square meters, not that big. It's worth noting that Chen Shi used to live in a presidential suite of over 400 square meters. That's not big? It's bigger than my house by 2 times, Li Ting said. Feel free to look around. I'll get you a glass of water. It was Li Ting's first time at Chen Shi's new home, but it didn't feel as awkward as other girlfriends' first visits to their boyfriends' places. She had been to Chen Shi's rental before, which was shabby and small. She wanted to leave within 2 minutes. This is an esports room. So many laptops, Alienware? The esports room didn't attract Li Ting much, but when she walked into the walk-in closet, her eyes lit up. Donkey brand, Donkey brand, Donkey brand, still Donkey brand. He bought over a dozen LV clothes. There are also a few Hermes pieces here. Chen Shi's clothes only took up a quarter of the closet space. It wasn't that he couldn't fill the closet, he was just too lazy to buy clothes. Trying them on was exhausting. If the rest of the space were filled with my clothes, that would be wonderful. Li Ting was already fantasizing about becoming the lady of the house, living in a big house, enjoying the life of a rich wife. By then, I'll also start a live stream, dressing up at home every day. Li Ting envied those bloggers who lived in big houses with walk-in closets. Their lives seemed so exquisite. Chen Shi turned on the TV and found a variety show to watch. Ting Ting, come watch Sister Who Brings the Wind. Coming. Li Ting ran over and saw a beautiful wine bottle and 2 glasses on the coffee table. So he plans to take me down tonight, right? A little drink, and when the mood is right, things will get hands-on. Tonight, Li Ting spent nearly 600,000 on Hermes, a spending that was enough to win her over. So when she thought Chen Shi wanted to do something with her tonight, she felt no resistance. Baby, weren't you just getting water? Why did you bring wine? You can't be saying, wine is just water. Chen Shi laughed as he picked up the bottle on the table. This is water, you thought it was wine? This is imported Veen mineral water. The 750 milliliters bottle of Veen mineral water looked very similar to a champagne bottle, appearing quite high-end. Veen mineral water comes from Finland and is hailed as one of the freshest and purest water sources. A bottle sells for $23, about 170 Chinese yuan. What Veen mineral water? I've never heard of it. Li Ting scanned the bottle and searched online. So expensive. Baby, you must spend 300 to 400 on water every day. There's none. Sometimes drinking Bling H2O might cost 500 or 600. Li Ting searched and found that this Bling H2O costs $40 a bottle. Baby, your life is already so high quality. Even the water you drink is different from ordinary people. It doesn't cost much, and the taste is indeed better. Try it. If you like it, I'll bring a few boxes back for you. I really want to live here. Li Ting looked at such a luxurious house and thought about her own small 2-bedroom apartment, which felt like a birdcage. If she could live in a mansion, drink water worth hundreds every day, and have a spacious dressing room, how happy that would be. Chen Shixin said, "You can live here, but I can't." He was comfortable living alone and might bring goddesses home at any time. If he cohabited with one goddess, the others would definitely be furious. Li Ting sipped her water and said, "The taste is indeed sweeter. Baby, if we get married in the future, can this be our wedding house?" Chen Shi didn't expect Li Ting to bring up this topic, but they had been dating for more than half a year. One was 25, the other 26, both of marriageable age, and now that they were so wealthy, getting married and holding a banquet was not a problem. The issue was that he didn't want to get married now, nor could he. Chen Shi asked, "Are you satisfied with this house?" "Very satisfied. This community is top-notch in Donghai. I think it's still a bit lacking. If it's a wedding house, it's a bit small. If we have kids in the future, this space will definitely not be enough." Has he already thought about life after having kids with me? Li Ting's favorability +1, current 68, 210 square meters is enough. The living room is so big, the child would be tired after crawling around a couple of times. One child is enough, but 2 or 3? They'd bump into each other while crawling, Chen Shi said. Annoying, who wants to have 2 or 3? Li Ting lightly punched Chen Shi's chest, and he directly held her hand. The two locked eyes, and at that moment, the background music from the drama played A Lifetime of Love. A lonely man and woman in the same room, the atmosphere was at its most ambiguous. The collision of their lips felt so natural, the soft sensation transmitted from their tongues to their brains. Their lips danced, intertwining in a passionate and friendly dialogue. Li Ting's favorability +1, current 69, Li Ting's favorability +1, current 70, the soft reminder from the app made Chen Shi calm down. Alright, if this continues tonight, the favorability will rise too quickly. Chen Shi slowly stopped his movements, and Li Ting opened her eyes, looking at him with a dazed expression. Are we going to the bedroom? What underwear did I wear today? Ting, if you like it here, you can come live. Chen Shi said. Really? I do want to live here, but if my parents find out, they'll definitely kill me. Li Ting's parents were quite conservative. They didn't mind if she stayed out overnight or traveled with her boyfriend for a few days. After all, they were 25. But if their daughter went to live with a man, they couldn't accept that unless the two were already engaged. It's not cohabitation, just you living here, Chen Shi said. Ha? Then where will you live? I'll buy another one. Chen Shi planned to buy the most luxurious high-rise residential building in Donghai City, the Yulong Mansion. The layouts there were all large flats, much larger than this one. Li Ting didn't expect Chen Shi to be so extravagant, directly buying a new place just to avoid cohabitation. Baby, there's no need, I'll just live at home. It's fine, anyway, it will be yours in the future. Isn't it good for you to live here first? Didn't you say you liked it here? Besides, I was planning to buy another one anyway, Chen Shi said. Have you ever seen a wealthy person with only one property? Those invisible rich people aside, Chen Shi had seen the old man in the news from the Magic City, holding 50 or 60 property certificates. He currently only had 2 properties under his name, the one at Gongyuan No. One worth over 8 million, and the one at Changtai Dingyuan where Su Tian lived, worth over 2 million. This clearly did not match the balance of over 200 million in his bank account. He hadn't even bought a villa yet. Chen Shi planned to get each goddess a house, making things more convenient. In the future, when he dated and sent the goddess home, they could sit upstairs for a while, get a feel for each other, and then do something. It would be inconvenient if they lived with their parents. This way, Chen Shi would have his own living space, and each goddess would be comfortable. I really like this walk-in closet. I can buy so many clothes in the future. Baby, wait until you buy a new house, and then I'll come live with you. It won't be long, I'll go buy it in a couple of days. Time quickly passed to 11 o'clock, and Chen Shi prepared to drive Li Ting back. I can just take a taxi back. You send me home and then come back, it'll be midnight. Ting is so understanding and considerate now, Chen Shi said. I've always been considerate, okay? This statement was clearly a bit of a stretch. I'll call for a car. A few minutes later, a BMW X5 arrived. Chen Shi helped put the shopping bags from Hermes and Chanel into the car. Message me when you get home, Chen Shi said. Bye, baby. Li Ting gave Chen Shi a quick kiss on the lips and then got into the car. Once she reached the entrance of the community, Li Ting called her mom. Mom, you're not asleep yet, right? Come down and help me carry some things. I was just about to fall asleep. What things? Do I have to come down? There's quite a bit, hurry down. Li Ma got out of bed, and Li Ba asked, Ting Ting? Yeah, she asked me to come down and help her carry things. Li Ma went downstairs in her pajamas, and Li Ting was standing next to the security room at the community entrance, with a dozen shopping bags at her feet. Several white shopping bags had the word Chanel written on them. Li Ma recognized the brand, it was Chanel, and she had colleagues who carried Chanel bags. The other orange shopping bags had the letter H on them, which Li Ma didn't recognize. Where did you get the money to buy Chanel? Li Ma was greatly shocked. Mom, let's go upstairs first. The two of them carried the dozen or so spoils upstairs. Li Ma held Li Ting's hand and curiously asked, Are you dating a new boyfriend? A rich second generation? A big boss? No, Li Ting replied. Then where did you get the money to buy these luxury brands? Chen Shi bought them. Li Ma was taken aback. Is he your ex-boyfriend who has no car, no house, and whose parents have passed away? He can afford it? Didn't he say he couldn't even buy 2 iPhones? The keyword phone appeared again. Mom! He's different now, he won the lottery and is very rich. How rich can he be? Li Ma still didn't have a concept in her mind. Winning 5 million in the lottery would be gone after buying 2 apartments in the city. Rich enough that you can't even imagine. Me? I can't imagine? He won tens of millions. Li Ting said mysteriously, probably even more. He bought 2 cars, one Ferrari costs over 4 million, and the other Rolls-Royce is over 10 million. The house he lives in now is gone yuan no. 210 square meters, over 8 million. All these Chanel and Hermes bags cost over 800,000. Li Ma was silent for half a minute, thinking, but her CPU was a bit overwhelmed. Li Ba was an accountant at the factory, and Li Ma was a cashier at the supermarket. Their house was a 2-bedroom in an old community. A very ordinary family of 3, with a total savings of less than 500,000. Spending over 800,000 on a few bags. What kind of person is that? The Chen Shi you're talking about. Is it the same Chen Shi I'm talking about? Of course, what are you thinking? Li Ma used to think Chen Shi was quite handsome, but his family background was indeed too poor. If he were to become a son-in-law, Li Ma could accept it. Now Chen Shi suddenly had a house and a car. What 8 million, 10 million? Li Ma was starting to doubt the unit of 10,000. However, she hadn't seen the car or the house, so their authenticity was still to be verified. But the bag was right in front of her. Are these all genuine? I personally picked them out at the store. How could they be fake? The receipt is still here. What brand is this orange one? Li Ma asked. Hermes, Mom, this one bag is worth all the Chanel here. Guess how much? I dare not guess. 280,000, for one bag. Li Ma's pupils shook, and she shouted towards the bedroom. Old Li, stop sleeping, hurry up and pick a date for your daughter and son-in-law. Li Ba came out, confused. Where did I get a son-in-law? Li Ma said seriously, which son-in-law? It's Chen Shi. Li Ba still hadn't figured out the situation. Didn't they break up? Did he agree to be a son-in-law? Dad, you can't say that word anymore. What's wrong? Li Ba looked puzzled. Daughter, tell your dad. Li Ting recounted the meals and shopping she had done with Chen Shi over the past few days. Li Ba and Li Ma listened, stunned. You spent over 70,000 on meals? Li Ba was dumbfounded. Yeah, I was shocked when I saw the bill. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like that. Winning the lottery will eventually run out. Dad, he's a boss now. He acquired the company he worked for. The friends he has now are all wealthy people driving luxury cars. If he doesn't spend at a certain level, he won't fit into the circle. Li Ba pushed up his glasses, pondering. I didn't expect him to suddenly become successful and have his own company. I wonder if I can go work as a security guard at his company after I retire. Li Ting chuckled. Li Ma said, look at your ambitions. Your son-in-law is a big boss. Would he let you be a security guard? You should just enjoy life at home. He treats me so well, he will definitely take care of you. Li Ting said. Chen Shi took a shower and lazily lay on the sofa scrolling through Douyin. He watched survival shows, fixed cow hooves, stock market analyses. At that moment, a WeChat message popped up. It was from Wang Ying, whom he had just added in the afternoon, the assistant of Lu Yusen. Mr. Chen, they went to the hotel tonight. I didn't dare to go in, but I filmed a video at the entrance. Wang Ying sent a video of Lu Yusen linking arms with Li Xiang as they entered the Juanhao Hotel. The two had just had lunch at Socrates and went to a hotel in the evening, indicating they were in a good mood today. Well done. Send the card number. Wang Ying excitedly sent the card number, nervously waiting for the SMS notification. Just a minute later, the bank's message came in, 200,000 credited to the account. My God, just for a short video, I got 200,000. Mom, I'm rich. Wang Ying jumped up from the boat, dancing and shouting. Her mom thought something had happened and rushed into her room, only to see her daughter going wild on the bed. If you can get their chat records, I'll give you 500,000. Chen Shi felt the video was a bit plain. He needed something explosive, something solid. Originally, Wang Ying was a bit nervous about doing this kind of stalking and filming. But now, under the huge temptation of money, her heart was filled with only one emotion, excitement. To get the chat records, Wang Ying, as an assistant, had the best chance. She had many opportunities to get Lu Yusen's phone. She just needed the password or to unlock it secretly with facial recognition. Wang Ying only earned over 8,000 a month working for Lu Yusen and was scolded every day. She had no reason to refuse 200,000 or 500,000. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I will definitely get it. As long as he gets the chat records, Chen Shi believes that the content inside must be explosive enough to take down Li Xiang and Lu Yusen. Lu Yusen's husband is a game streamer with 2 million followers, quite handsome and wealthy. He can't understand how she could cheat on Li Xiang, a middle-aged man with a family. On July 18, Thursday, sunny, Xu Quan drove Chen Shi to the company, reporting along the way. Mr. Chen, the Rolls-Royce people said we can pick up the car tomorrow. Got it. Send me the bill when the time comes, and you drive the car back. Xu Quan had been too comfortable these days, just coming in the morning to take Chen Shi to the company. After that, when Chen Shi went out on dates, he drove himself while Xu Quan stayed at the company playing on his phone. When Chen Shi arrived at the company, he noticed a dozen unfamiliar faces in the hallway, looking like they were there for interviews. The appeal of 2 days off a week and 5 social insurances plus 1 housing fund was too great for job seekers. In the Magic City and the Imperial Capital, these two are basic requirements, but in a third-tier city like Donghai City, they can be presented as standalone benefits. As per usual, Chen Shi entered the company and took a stroll around each department. He walked to the design department and found Su Tian was not at her desk. Where is she? Su Tian went to the fabric and leather market with the procurement department, Manager Lu said. This girl really has some drive, Chen Shi remarked. Yeah, she even stayed late to work overtime yesterday. This surprised Chen Shi, an intern who hasn't even graduated yet, and with the boss backing her, was actually working so hard. When she comes back, tell her not to push herself so much. Manager Lu chuckled. I told her the same thing, but she is full of enthusiasm. Chen Shi thought to himself that such hard-working girls are rare. I should treat her to something good, to reward her. Chen Shi walked to his old department, the operations department. The employees greeted him as the chairman approached. Zhang Ding had been promoted to deputy manager, but he still didn't have his own office and sat at his original desk. How's the sales lately? Chen Shi asked. The other colleagues were a bit nervous. They dreaded the leader asking about performance, especially coming from someone with expertise in operations. Not great, we launched a few items in the new store, but the results were poor. Zhang Ding was different from manager Wang Guanhua of the operations department. Wang Guanhua could talk a lot. If Chen Shi asked him about sales, he would surely embellish it. Zhang Ding was more straightforward and didn't engage in any roundabout talk. The other colleagues dared not look up, thinking Zhang Ding was being too blunt. He could have been a bit more tactful. We can increase the cost of the direct train, you have experience in this area, and we should ramp up the external promotion. Okay, Chairman Chen. Since Chen Shi had personally spoken, increasing the advertising budget wouldn't be a problem. Chairman Chen, I suggest we find a new collaboration streamer on Douyin. The company was also involved in live streaming, but they were paying outside streamers for promotion and sales. Currently, the streamers collaborating with the company were not bringing in ideal sales, barely covering the advertising costs. I have a plan for that, Chen Shi said. He was going to acquire Zhang Ming's 93 Media tonight. After buying the media company, he could facilitate deep cooperation between the two companies. Plus, he had a 1 million follower streamer, Sunny Yao. Once he dealt with Li Xiang, he could bring Sunny Yao into his media company. At the HR department's entrance, people were coming in and out. Chen Yi and Supervisor Feng were in the reception room interviewing candidates. Mainly, it was Supervisor Feng asking questions. He was very capable and could get to the key points while respecting the job seekers. The former HR manager, Chao Cohen, was a nepotistic nuisance. When he encountered a pretty candidate, he liked to ask all sorts of unrelated questions. Sometimes when he hears candidates talk about their hobbies, he would mock them. Chen Etienne did not slack off in the company just because he was the boss's brother. On his first day at the company, he earnestly learned from Supervisor Feng. No matter how much he learned, it would never be worth Chen Shikai's annual salary of 800,000, but he could still contribute a bit to the company. Chen Shi stood outside the glass door, looking at the side profile of a candidate inside that seemed somewhat familiar. What is your expected salary? Chen Etian asked. I hope for a base salary of 8,000. The candidate was speaking when Chen Shi pushed the door open and walked in. Isn't this the rich guy who cut in line to buy my bus seat? Yuan Zhong recognized Chen Shi. It's him. Chen Shi also recognized Yuan Zhong. Last night, Chen Shi had run into Yuan Zhong at Times department store, but Yuan Zhong was too busy arguing with his girlfriend to notice him. Chairman Chen, Supervisor Feng greeted. Chen Shi sat down next to Chen Etian. He is actually the chairman of this company? Yuan Zhong was shocked. What position are you applying for? Chen Shi asked. Chen Etian handed Yuan Zhong's resume to Chen Shi. As Chen Shi looked at the resume, he listened to Yuan Zhong's narration. I am applying for the designer position at your company. How did the interview go? Chen Etian said, I think it went well. We have no issues on our side. We plan to have manager Lu from the design department conduct the second interview, Supervisor Feng said. Chen Shi put down the resume and looked at Yuan Zhong. Yuan Zhong, from Donghai Jianing County, we are from the same place. Seeing Chen Shi chatting like this, Yuan Zhong thought that Chairman Chen should be interested in him. Can I ask a side question? How are things with your girlfriend? Chen Etian looked at Chen Shi in confusion and whispered, You know him? Not really, just met on the road, Yuan Zhong said nervously. Chairman Chen still remembers me. I broke up with my girlfriend, Yuan Zhong said with an awkward smile. Chen Shi didn't need to ask further. It was definitely because of the music festival incident last night that they had a falling out. Yuan Zhong's girlfriend, Xia Sen, was a pure and refined egoist, a representative of the T0 version. What did you just say your expected salary was? 8,000. This salary was quite standard. Yuan Zhong's current job had a base salary of 7,000. However, there was no overtime pay, and it was a single day off, while Chen Shi's company had much better benefits. Chen Shi wanted Yuan Zhong to feel the harshness of society, no, the warmth of society. Manager Chen, make a note to offer him a base salary of 10,000. Ha! Yuan Zhong was shocked again. Is the rich guy so generous with everything? Is there even an interview where they raise the salary? All interviewers usually try to lower the candidates' salaries to save on labor costs for the company. Chen Etian leaned over and asked, You really don't know him? I don't know him. We just bumped into each other on the road and felt a connection. Then why are you raising his salary? Chen Etian tried to speak as quietly as possible, but Chen Shi spoke at a normal volume without any reservations, and both of them were overheard by Yuan Zhong. Just because we've met a few times, he raises my salary. I really have encountered a benefactor. Chen Shi said, however, this salary comes with conditions. As for your girlfriend, since you've broken up, don't go back. My company doesn't need a turtle man. Yuan Zhong had wanted to break up with Xia Xian since that time he was selling yacht tickets by the river. Their relationship was too exhausting, with small arguments every week and big fights every month. Xia Xian even thought that arguing was fine as it could strengthen their relationship, but it was always Yuan Zhong who had to appease her. He felt like a big fool because he had invested so much, the sunk cost was too high, and he couldn't make up his mind to break up. But last night, when Xia Xian brought up the breakup, Yuan Zhong irritably agreed. Until just now, he still felt it was a pity. He had invested too much in money and feelings. Xia Xian had always been taking, which made Yuan Zhong very unwilling. But now, he had encountered a benefactor, a noble person who pulled him out of the mire. In love, I have failed, but in my career, I have succeeded. This saying has actually come true for me, Yuan Zhong said with some excitement, his tone firm. I will definitely work hard and will never let my emotions affect my work. Chen Shi said, of course, work must be done well, but I never said you can't date. Having a normal relationship is beneficial for mental and physical health. Xia Xian had already influenced Yuan Zhong's life and work. He served her cautiously, afraid of displeasing his ancestors. Chen Shi had experienced such things himself. Having been through the rain, he always wanted to hold an umbrella for others. You all continue, Chen Shi said as he stepped out. Yuan Zhong watched his back, like an invincible hero. Yida Plaza, Louis Vuitton. Before work today, Su Lu received the last delivery of kitchen utensils. She had been living in the Marriott's flat for almost a week now, gradually adding many small items to her home. The day before yesterday, Su Lu's parents came to the city and were shocked after seeing the house. Daughter, what kind of person is your boyfriend? Su's father couldn't believe that a boyfriend who wasn't even married had bought Su Lu an 11 million yuan house in cash. He didn't make you sign any strange agreements or contracts, did he? Dad, I've only signed once with him, and that was when we signed this purchase contract, Su Lu replied. Sue's mother asked a question. Lulu, you're not pregnant, are you? Mom, we're not at that stage yet. So is he just someone with too much money to spend, or is he completely smitten by you? Although you inherited my good looks, it shouldn't be to that extent. Do the clothes and bags in your closet add up to 1 million? Sulu estimated, about that. Lulu, tell me, what does his family do? I don't know the specifics, he doesn't talk much about it, but his company must be quite large. Invite him over tonight so I can meet him and your dad, Sue's mother said. Sulu had known Chun-Chi for less than half a month, and now she was meeting the parents, which felt a bit fast. Chen-Chi would definitely be unwilling, so Sulu didn't agree to her mother's request. Mom and Dad, you can stay here tonight. Dad, teach me how to make noodles. Sue's mother smiled, with a house worth over 10 million, I need to stay a few more nights. That won't do, he doesn't even know when he'll come, Sue's father said. You've grown wings, you won't even let your mother stay. Just one night will do, you being here will disturb their world, Sue's father added. Dad is the best. Dad, can you make baked buns? I've never made baked buns, is that Xinjiang cuisine? But what kind of person is your dad? Come on, let's go to the kitchen. The large oven, steamer, baking rack, and iron plate pot that Sulu bought. Fortunately, the kitchen space and storage room were large enough, otherwise, there would be no place to put these utensils. After several failures the day before yesterday and yesterday, Sulu had successfully mastered the method of making baked buns. She couldn't wait to let Chen-Chi try her new dish. Taking advantage of the store manager's absence, Sulu secretly messaged Chen-Chi. Brother, are you free tomorrow night? Chen-Chi was looking at photos. Sunny Yo had sent him several outfits to help her choose one to wear when they went to Dengyun Tower that evening. That place was filled with celebrities. If one didn't dress up carefully, it would be embarrassing to step inside. Chen-Chi casually picked an outfit for her. Then he switched to Sulu's chat window. Lulu, do you miss me? I do. Brother, come to my house tomorrow night, I'll make you baked buns. Is that okay? Chen-Chi was naturally very happy to see Sulu wanting to cook again. A meal would surely yield a few million in returns. Tonight there's a dinner party, and tomorrow I have no plans, so I can just go on a date with Sulu. You can make baked buns now, that's amazing. I definitely have to try some. What has my brother been busy with lately? He hasn't come to see me for several days. I acquired a company and am reorganizing it, so I've been a bit busy. I'll spend time with you properly tomorrow. Sulu was secretly shocked to hear about the acquisition. What Chen-Chi was doing was too high-end for her to understand, so she could only praise him. Brother, you're so impressive. Is acquiring a company really like what they show on TV? It's a small company, not that complicated. If you want to hear about it, I'll tell you tomorrow. By the way, come with me to look at some houses tomorrow. Ah, are you buying a house again, brother? Which development? Yulong Mansion. This name was known to everyone in Donghai. It was the most expensive high-rise residential building, with an average price of 60,000. They only sold large flats of 300 and 450 square meters, and good floors could sell for over 30 million. Another company acquisition and now buying luxury apartments. He can't really be the son of that billionaire worth over 5 billion, can he? Sulu, along with sister Zhang and Xiao Jing, had always believed that Chun-Chi was the illegitimate son of some rich man in Donghai. Xiao Jing even helped Sulu investigate, finding two billionaires surnamed Chen in their 50s or 60s, one worth over 5 billion and the other over 9 billion. Around lunchtime, Su Tian and the procurement department staff returned to the company. Chen-Chi and Chen Etienne were just about to go out for a meal. Chairman Chen, Manager Chen, the procurement supervisor Gao Qinglian greeted them. Why did you follow them to procure fabric? Chen-Chi asked. In the morning, Su Tian had heard that the procurement department was going to the market to get some fabric samples, so she wanted to go along and asked Manager Lu for permission before following Gao. I wanted to learn something. A good design must understand the properties of fabrics, and Gao knows a lot and has taught me quite a bit. Some knowledge and skills can't be learned in school, only when you enter society and meet friendly seniors do you have the chance to enrich yourself. Xiao Su is eager to learn and works seriously. It's a pity she's not in my procurement department, otherwise, I would definitely take good care of her, Gao said. Chen-Chi said, Su Tian, are you going to the procurement department? No, I'm doing fine in the design department. Alright then, let's go eat together. Gao thought to himself, I've heard that Su Tian has an unusual relationship with the boss, it seems to be true. Chen Etienne drove his Levin and took them to Longfeng Tower. Gee, it's really crowded at this time, Chen Etienne said. That has nothing to do with us. Aren't we eating at Longfeng Tower? How does it not relate? Chen-Chi smiled, I'm a VVIP, I go straight to the Longfeng Hall without waiting in line. Ah, then it's fine. Chen Etienne was already used to it. Cantonese cuisine is famous for its soups, and Chen Shi planned to have Su Tian drink some nourishing soup. You worked overtime last night, right? Chen Shi asked. Not for long. Chen Tian said. Su Tian, Manager Lu didn't ask you to work overtime, yet you volunteered. We both just joined the company, you make me feel a lot of pressure. Shouldn't I also volunteer for overtime? Brother Tian, I just entered the workforce, how can I compare to you? Su Tian said. Let's not talk about work, let's eat. Chen Shi picked up Su Tian's bowl and filled it with a generous serving of fish soup. The main dish at noon was a 3-kilogram East Star grouper, priced over 3,000, perfect for making soup. Drink more, it's very nutritious, Chen Shi said. Thank you, brother. Su Tian's favorability +1, current 30, brother, I want some too. Chen Tian mimicked Su Tian's tone. Be normal, or I'll hit you. Chen Tian took a sip of the fish soup. It's really fresh, so delicious, this bowl must cost over 3,000. I don't know, I didn't look at the price. Being with the big boss means having soup to drink, it's really nice. I really followed the big boss to drink soup. I thought that after my internship, I would have to face the harsh realities of society, but instead, I met him. Life seemed to switch to easy mode with such good conditions he provided. I should work hard to repay him. Su Tian thought about designing a hit product to bring performance to the company. Chen Shixin thought, this girl is truly ambitious, her ideas are good, but she is still too young and somewhat idealistic. Sometimes, it's not just about designing well, it also requires marketing strategies and a bit of luck. There are often clothes with mediocre sales that suddenly become popular because a female lead in an online event wears them, and those clothes sell out instantly. The three of them had almost finished eating. Su Tian said, brother, I'm going to the bathroom. This Chen Tian, lazy people have a lot of waste. The Dragon in Phoenix Hall has its own restroom, but Chen Tian was squatting inside. Go ahead. In the corridor, a young man with a backpack was live streaming with a gimbal. Brothers, today's meal wasn't cheap, over 800, send some small gifts to show some love. The young man's Douyin account is called Eastsea Third Prince with 380,000 followers. He mainly does outdoor live streams, evaluations, flirting, and pranking passers-by, anything that can attract viewers. The host's content today is a bit flat, not very interesting. Isn't there Cantonese opera in the Dragon in Phoenix Tower? The host should sing a bit. Host, there's a beauty behind you, she's really beautiful, a bit like Lee Ji-eun. Host, go prank the beauty, add her WeChat, and I'll send a carnival. I'll send a blimp. I have no money, but I'll shout 666. Jin Hai was excited, with two big brothers leading the charge to shout for big gifts, and a bunch of others following suit for small gifts. This wave of show effect had to be good to satisfy the big brothers. Brothers, I'm about to go down. Jin Hai took off his backpack and pulled out a toy spider the size of a walnut. He took small steps towards Su Tian, his wrist flicking, and the spider landed precisely on Su Tian's hair. Judging by Jin Hai's skilled movements, he must have done this many times. Beauty! Jin Hai called out. Su Tian stopped in her tracks, puzzled, and turned around. Beauty, don't move. What's the matter? Jin Hai said with a serious expression, there's a spider in your hair. Su Tian was startled by this and immediately glanced back at her hair. She was most afraid of bugs, let alone so many spiders. Not looking was fine, but once she did, she jumped up, her heart nearly stopping. Accompanied by her scream, gifts in the live stream began to flood in joyfully. What a real reaction, so funny. I love watching this kind of authenticity. I have to say, a beauty is a beauty, even scared like this, she's still pretty. Host, keep it up, get her WeChat, and the Big Brother's carnival will be sent. Beauty, calm down, I'll help you get it off. Jin Hai pretended to take out a tissue from his pants pocket, then wrapped the spider in the tissue and said, got it. He walked over to the trash can and threw the tissue inside. Su Tian's face turned pale, still shaken, wondering how such a big spider ended up in her hair just because she went to the bathroom. Thank you, Su Tian said to Jin Hai, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. No problem, as long as the beauty wasn't bitten, that's good. Beauty, can we add WeChat? Jin Hai pressed on. Su Tian showed a difficult expression. She didn't have a boyfriend now, but her relationship with Chen Shi was very ambiguous, just a step away from breaking the ice. Right now, she was eating Chen Shi's food, living in his place, and even taking his salary. If another guy added her on WeChat, she certainly knew what the other party's intentions were. If it weren't for Chen Shi, she would have added WeChat if the other party helped her out. I'm sorry, let's forget about WeChat, Su Tian refused. Jin Hai certainly wouldn't give up, he had experience with street flirting and had a thick skin. Beautiful girl, look at my gear, you can tell I'm a streamer, right? Jin Hai pointed to the camera hanging on his chest. I don't mean anything else, just want to expand my friend list. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths, right? Really, no need, thank you. My friend is still waiting for me, I have to go, Su Tian said. Jin Hai felt a bit anxious. Usually, his flirting routine had a high success rate. If he couldn't get Su Tian's WeChat, his brother's carnival and airship would be gone. He picked up another phone and typed a few lines in the notes, then showed it to Su Tian. Beautiful girl, actually I'm doing a flirting challenge. I saw you just now and wanted to flirt with you. I happened to see the spider on your head. Help me out. Add me on WeChat. Su Tian knew that many streamers did various challenges on the street, so a flirting challenge wasn't surprising. In the restroom of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, Chen Yitian put away his phone and cursed under his breath. Damn it, quickly wiping and running out of the restroom. Shizi, hurry up and come out with me. What's the rush? Aren't you a manager? Afraid of being late for work? Chen Yitian didn't say much and ran out of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Chen Shi, not knowing what was going on, followed him out. Su Tian, stop. Su Tian heard Chen Yitian shout and paused just as she was about to scan the QR code. Jin Hai cursed inwardly, who is this loser ruining my good thing? My brother's carnival is almost in hand. This guy is trying to trick you. If you give him your WeChat, people in his livestream will send him gifts. I know, he's doing a street challenge. Su Tian was still in the dark. He just helped me catch a big spider. It scared me to death, Chen Yitian said. That was part of the trick. Oh no, ran into a fan. Jin Hai looked at Su Tian nervously. Chen Shi walked over and asked, Etienne, what's going on? I was just in the stall, bored, and watched a few live streams. I saw someone streaming in the Dragon and Phoenix Hall and watched for a bit. Then I saw him using a spider to scare Su Tian and asking her for WeChat. Chen Shi understood. This spirited young man was using Su Tian to make money, and he felt a bit angry. Tian, you weren't scared, were you? Chen Shi went over and took Su Tian's hand. Goodness, her hand was cold. It seemed she was indeed scared. Chen Shi glared at Jin Hai, apologized to her. It's just for the show, there's no need to take it so seriously. There had been reports before of streamers using toy snakes to scare girls on the street, causing them to fall and break bones. Fortunately, Su Tian was fine, otherwise, Chen Shi would make him pay. I'll say it again, apologize. Su Tian had initially been quite grateful for Jin Hai's help, but after learning the truth, she felt disgusted. So Jin Hai stubbornly held his ground. If he apologized, he would lose face. Isn't this how live streaming is done now? Did I break the law? Just because everyone does it doesn't make it right, Jin Hai said. Why are you so nosy? Do you live by the sea? Yes, I live by the sea, Chen Shi said coldly. No wonder you're so idle, Jin Hai replied. Are you going to apologize or not? Are you really idle, or are you just trying to play the hero saving the beauty? She didn't get hurt, why should I apologize for nothing? Chen Shi waved to Chen Yitian. I want to eat fan scallops. Jin Hai said, still pretending, do you think you're Gao Chiqiang? Chen Yitian hadn't reacted yet. He thought, I'm not an old Mexican either. Chen Shi whispered a few words to him, and Chen Yitian's eyes lit up. He walked up to Jin Hai, who remained unbothered. The live stream was ongoing, and if Chen Yitian dared to make a move, he would just lie on the ground and frame him. What do you want? I'm live streaming here. All you need to do is go live, Chen Yitian said. While taking out his phone, he spoke to the camera on Jin Hai's chest. Listen up, brothers watching the live stream, you fans are in for a treat. Unfollow him, take a screenshot of your fan like card level, and send it to me privately. I'll double the cash back according to your like card level. If you unfollow for half a month, there will still be a cash back. Jin Hai and the brothers in the livestream thought Chen Yitian was joking. Chen Yitian shouted again in Jin Hai's livestream using his own account. But people are curious, especially when they see a chance to save money. A few seconds later, Chen Yitian received his first private message. It was from a fan in Jin Hai's fan group with a level 7 light card. To reach level 7, it costs 158 yuan, and Chen Yitian directly sent a red envelope of 316 yuan to the person in the private message. The person was overjoyed to receive the red envelope and quickly spoke in the live stream. Wow, it's real, I got the money, just need to screenshot and send it to him. A fan with a level 12 light card also unfollowed Jin Hai, sent a screenshot to Chen Yitian, and received 6,198 yuan. He typed in the live stream. The third prince has met a tough opponent, the other side is a rich guy. Sorry, he really gave too much, I unfollowed. One after another, several fans sent screenshots to Chen Yitian, and they all received double cash back. Another phone of Jin Hai rang. It was a fan who had added him on WeChat. Third prince, the other side is serious, many high-level light card holders have unfollowed you. Jin Hai looked at his phone, his face turning pale. I know, I saw it. Jin Hai quickly blocked Chen Yitian, preventing him from speaking in the chat, and ended the live stream. Jin Hai had 6 WeChat fan groups, each with 500 people, all of whom were loyal fans who would send him gifts. But now, the number of people in the groups was rapidly decreasing, and Jin Hai was sweating profusely. According to the double cashback for light card levels, how much money would that cost? He hurriedly sent messages in 4 fan groups. Brothers, don't be swayed by him. Yaozue Ge, help me stabilize the morale. Yaozue Ge had the highest light card level, level 17, which required 44,598 yuan to reach. He was definitely a diehard fan, otherwise, he wouldn't have spent over 40,000 on gifts. Jin Hai thought such a fan would surely be on his side. Who knew Yaozue Ge would send a message? Sorry, he sent me 90,000. The amount was too large, and Chen Tian even asked Yaozue Ge for his bank account number to transfer the money. After saying this, Yaozue Ge left the group. Now the group was in an uproar. Wow, Yaozue Ge has run away. It seems the other side is terrifyingly strong. I'm leaving too. I have a level 11 light card. I should be able to get over 3,000. Damn it, third prince, please start the live stream. I want to give you a reward. Jin Hai thought to himself that he still had loyal fans. I want to give more rewards to increase my light card level for cash. This sentence made Jin Hai so angry he almost spat blood. They were just using him for cash back. Many fans in the group hadn't watched the live stream at noon and were unaware of what had happened. What's going on? Why is everyone leaving the group? They all ran off to pick up money. Chen Tian was so busy he could hardly keep up. He created a group for the fans who came running and slowly processed the cash back. For a streamer, the most important thing is fans who can bring him revenue. Hundreds of thousands of freeloading fans are not worth as much as these 3,000 high-quality fans. In less than half an hour, all 6 fan groups had emptied out, and Jin Hai felt like he wanted to die. This was the capital he had accumulated over 2 years of live streaming. These fans not only rewarded him, but when he took commercial orders, they would also place orders, making them very high-quality fans. Chen Tian was overwhelmed, his phone was about to explode, and he turned off all notification sounds. Shizi, there are a lot of fans, so you can eat your fill. Chen Shi looked at Jin Hai and smiled. I'm full, but someone is going to starve. Chen Shi used the simplest and most direct way to bring down Jin Hai. A streamer without a solid fanbase either has to spend time rebuilding it, which depends on luck, or quit the internet. Cold sweat broke out on Jin Hai's back. He was regretting it deeply. Why did he prank Su Tian? Why did he stubbornly refuse to apologize just now? You spent millions to target a small streamer like me. Is it really necessary? Jin Hai said. Chen Shi simply replied with 3 words, I'm willing. Chen Shi roughly estimated that if he refunded everything, it would cost about 5 million. Truly a wealthy person without humanity. Just to help Su Tian, he threw a Lamborghini Gallardo into the mix. I'll apologize. Can you tell my fans to follow me again? I beg you. I actually prefer the defiant you from just now. Let's go, Chen Shi said. Su Tian's favorability +3, current 33, boyfriend power maxed out, being protected by him feels so good. Is this really for a beauty? Wu Sangue could go to great lengths for Chen Yuan, weeping for the 6 armies in white. Chen Shi spent a mere 5 million for Su Tian, it was no problem. Jin Hai grabbed Chen Shi, who was about to leave, and pleaded, bro, those 3,000 fans are my 2 years of hard work. The value of 3,000 paying fans was enough for Jin Hai to live without worry. Even if each person donated a few bucks a month, it would be enough for him. Jin Hai originally worked in an electronics factory, tired of the monotonous life on the assembly line, and came out to learn how to be a streamer. He was lucky and actually made it work. No need to go to work, just walking around with his phone every day and still earning money. That was the life Jin Hai wanted. If these 3,000 loyal fans left, it would mean the essence of this account was lost. Can I kneel down for you? Chen Shi said expressionlessly, don't put on this act, I'm in a good mood right now. If you make me unhappy again, be careful that you lose the rest of your fans. Jin Hai was so scared he didn't dare to move. The remaining 370,000 fans were mostly freeloaders. But now that Douyin has a mid-video plan, streamers who open mid-video can earn money through video views. This money isn't much. Jin Hai's video earnings were between 4,000 to 6,000 a month. He did outdoor live streaming, often needing to eat out and buy props, and after deducting costs, his net earnings were only half. If those 370,000 freeloaders also left, he would really have no income at all. Beauty, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scared you with a spider, I deserve it. Chen Shi said, shut up, get lost. The 3 left Longfeng building. Chen Tian was driving, with Chen Shi and Su Tian sitting in the back. Shizi, your move basically ruined that streamer, he might even want to quit now. Taking pleasure in pranking others for personal gain, isn't it good for such streamers to quit? You're not wrong, but isn't it too much? Refunding everything will probably cost 5 million. Su Tian had no concept of the double refund based on the lightboard level that Chen Yituan mentioned earlier. She also didn't know how many lightboard fans Jin Hai had. But hearing Chen Tian say it cost 5 million, she was immediately shocked. 5 million? Is it really that much? Brother, isn't that too exaggerated? It's not a lot of money. He bullied you, so he should suffer a bit and know the harshness of society. Su Tian's favorability plus 20, current 53, 5 million. In order to help me get an apology. Are you crazy? Even the domineering CEO dramas don't dare to portray it like this. Being with him, I should never have to suffer again in this lifetime. Su Tian came from a single-parent family. Her father was a wayward playboy, always out and about, never home. In the end, he abandoned her and her mother for a mistress. Su Tian hoped to find someone devoted, kind to her, and of course, it would be best if he were a bit wealthy and handsome, ensuring a secure material life. Now she had met Chen Shi, who perfectly matched her criteria for a partner. No, he far exceeded her expectations. Just spoil her, Chen Tian said. Just drive your car well. Don't worry about my driving, I'm as steady as can be. Just as Chen Tian finished speaking, a car behind them honked repeatedly. Brother Tian, what's wrong? Su Tian asked. Driving a Leiling, I'm used to it. Some impatient drivers just like to honk randomly. Chen Tian was driving a Toyota Leiling, one of the 3 common cars on the road along with the Leiling, Xianyi, and Corolla. This was a teasing remark, implying that these 3 Japanese models are slow on the road. It cannot be denied that these models are relatively weak in power performance, lacking in acceleration, especially in the face of the unstoppable new energy vehicles in the past 2 years. But now they were on the elevated road, and Chen Tian was driving steadily at the speed limit of 80, not crawling along. Chen Tian glanced in the rearview mirror. It's a Porsche. Damn, driving a Porsche is impressive. Gee, let me borrow your Ferrari another day. The Porsche driver was clearly suffering from road rage. He honked 3 times, yet the Leiling in front showed no sign of accelerating or yielding. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated to overtake, moving from the left lane in front of Chen Tian. The Ferrari's taillights lit up, suddenly slowing down, and Chen Tian slammed on the brakes. His heart leaped to his throat, but fortunately, he stopped just 10 centimeters away from the Porsche. Damn it, he did that on purpose. Almost crashed into him. Chen Tian cursed directly. The other driver was engaging in dangerous driving, provoking him, which could easily lead to a traffic accident. Thankfully, Chen Shi and Su Tian in the back seat had their seatbelts fastened, otherwise, they would have crashed into the front seats. Chen Shi had already learned his lesson last time. For safety, backseat passengers must also wear seatbelts. The Porsche slowed down and changed lanes, driving alongside the Leiling. Uncle, roll down the window and give him the finger, Huang Qingyi in the Porsche said to Chao Kuan. Damn, record this for me. I want to report him for maliciously cutting me off and provoking me with a middle finger. In such situations, as long as there is a dashcam or video, reporting usually succeeds. Chen Tian did not know Huang Qingyi and Chao Kuan, and they did not see Chen Shi in the back seat. Chen Shi took out his phone, rolled down the window, and zoomed in to start recording. Suddenly, he felt the person on the screen looked familiar. Wasn't that his former HR manager, Chao Kuan? What a coincidence, this car was Huang Qingyi's Porsche 911. Chen Shi rolled down the window, and Chao Kuan saw him in the rearview mirror, genuinely startled. Qingyi, guess who I saw in that car? Who? Huang Qingyi would never have imagined that Chen Shi was sitting in a shabby Leiling. Chen Shi. No way, let me see. Huang Qingyi slowed down again, now able to see the back seat of the Leiling. He turned his head and saw Chen Shi filming them with his phone. Film your mom. Huang Qingyi shouted. He held a deep grudge against Chen Shi. The first time they met, he was slapped in the face by him with a Maybach and ended up on Douyin. The second time, at his own company, he claimed the boss was his dad, only for the company to be bought by Chen Shi. Having been humiliated twice by the same person, Huang Qingyi couldn't take it anymore. Now encountering Chen Shi on the road, he wanted to get back at him. He accelerated again, changing lanes across the solid line, moving in front of the Leiling. Chen Tian didn't want to compete with him, he couldn't win anyway. How could his broken car compare to a 911? He switched to the right lane, and Huang Qingyi naturally wouldn't let him off, following him into the same lane. Huang Qingyi was in front, accelerating for a while, then suddenly braking, which severely affected Chen Tian's mindset. Etienne, don't panic. If he wants to play, just play along. But I can't play better than him, Chen Tian replied. Take the next exit early. If he dares to follow, I'll have some fun with him. Chen Tian still obeyed traffic laws, changing lanes before the exit at the dash line. Chao Kuan looked in the rearview mirror and said, they changed lanes, they must be getting off the highway. I haven't had enough fun yet, Huang Qingyi said. The Porsche also changed lanes, and both cars slowed down after entering the exit. Chen Shi sent a message in the supercar team group. Is anyone nearby? Help me stop a car. Porsche 911 license plate GH645, I'll pay 100,000. I'll give the brother who helps some extra fuel money. Stop the car, 100,000. These two elements, when mentioned separately, wouldn't get a response from the rich second-generation members in the group. Their relationships weren't that close, and they wouldn't help just because they were bored. 100,000 isn't much for those with billions in family assets. But if there's money to be made from stopping a car, then it's interesting. Young Master Chen, I'm nearby. The first to reply was a group friend who, like Luo Kaiyang, drove a Lamborghini Gallardo. Young Master Chen, which direction are you heading? I can come over. Zhang Ming happened to be having lunch nearby. He saw Chen Shi's location was only 5 kilometers away. After getting off the highway, they drove for 10 minutes in the city. Due to the many traffic lights, they hadn't gone far. Huang Qingyi kept annoying Chen Shi and the others, sometimes cutting in front, sometimes honking wildly from behind. Why don't we pull over? It's too dangerous, Su Tian suggested. Chen Shi saw the messages in the group. I'm here, I see that Porsche, I'm here too, Feng Xiao, I see your Gallardo. Zhang Ming and Fang Yinghui flanked Huang Qingyi on either side. Qingyi, what's up with these two supercars? They probably want to race. Huang Qingyi knew that those driving supercars couldn't resist the urge to compare when they encountered other supercars on the road. However, the Lamborghini Gallardo and Ferrari 296 showed no intention of racing him. The two cars, along with 11, boxed Huang Qingyi in. Damn, they seem to be in cahoots. The three cars forced Huang Qingyi to stop by the roadside. Chen Shi got out of the car and said to Zhang Ming and Fang Yinghui, thanks, brothers. Send me your card numbers, and I'll transfer your fuel money. Fang Yinghui smiled, we're all car friends in the same group. Young Master Chen is too polite. It's only right. With gas prices so high, I can't let you run for free, can I? They all used 98-octane gasoline, and with gas prices at 10 yuan per liter, it was indeed expensive. But even if it rose to 20 yuan per liter, these rich second-generation kids wouldn't feel the pressure. Seeing Chen Shi being so generous, Fang Yinghui didn't bother with pleasantries and immediately added him on WeChat. Young Master Chen, I won't need it, Zhang Ming said. Zhang Ming had business to discuss with Chen Shi that evening, a 3 million deal. He couldn't take this small sum of 100,000. Zhang Xiao, business is business. Chen Shi knew what Zhang Ming was thinking. Huang Qingyi cursed, why did you call two people to block me? Are you guys gangsters? What are you barking about? Fang Yinghui directly scolded. Fang Yinghui, a proper rich second generation, had arrogance as a necessary skill. Some were passive, while others were active. Fang Yinghui glanced at the 911's exterior and interior, disdainfully saying, driving a low-spec 911, what are you showing off for? If you have the ability, race me. There are also group members in the supercar club who drive a 911, but it's the top configuration. The appearance and interior of the top configuration have some subtle differences from the regular version, and it costs a lot more, over 3 million. Fang Yinghui immediately recognized that Huang Qingyi's was the regular version. If it were a top configuration 911 racing against a Gallardo, the strength would be hard to distinguish, and it would depend on the driver's skills. But Huang Qingyi's car was just a low configuration version costing over 1.3 million. However, Huang Qingyi was not intimidated at all. Chen Shi had bought his family's company for 70 million in cash. Adding to his family's original assets, the Huang family's wealth had already surpassed 100 million. Faced with cars that were more expensive than his, he felt more confident. Huang Qingyi scoffed, driving a little bull is impressive, huh? Tomorrow I'll buy a McLaren, and then I'll play with you. Fang Yinghui felt quite displeased upon hearing Huang Qingyi's scoff. He revealed his trump card, which was also the signature move of all rich second-generation heirs. Although this move also carried the risk of being slapped in the face, he thought his luck shouldn't be that bad, and Huang Qingyi didn't seem like someone with that kind of strength. My surname is Fang, the one ranked 79th on the Donghai Wealth List. The Donghai Wealth List is a ranking created by Donghai City itself, featuring a total of 100 independent individuals or families. Being on the list means that one's assets have reached double digits, measured in hundreds of millions. Zhang Ming said to Chen Shi beside him, Chen Xiao, there are indeed quite a few big shots in our supercar group, 4 of whom are on the Donghai Wealth List. Out of 28 people, 4 have assets exceeding over 1 billion, and Chen Shi really didn't expect this group to be so impressive. Yang Xiao goes without saying, he joined the group because of Luo Xiao's connections. Although he's in the group, he doesn't really play with us. Yang Rui's family is currently in the top 10 of the ranking, with assets of 23 billion. Luo Kaiyan's family has assets of 5.4 billion, ranked 36th. Zhang Ming's family only has 800 million, not even qualifying for the list. Luo Kaiyang and Zhang Ming chatted privately, mentioning Chen Shi, thinking he probably only had a few billion. Chen Shi quietly checked on his phone. The Fong family, ranked 79th, has assets of 2 billion. Wow, I was going to give him 100,000 for gas money. Luckily, he didn't think I was just trying to brush him off. Huang Qingyi was taken aback. He certainly knew about the Donghai wealth list. He had interacted with the rich kids on it, and such people were not someone he could provoke. Seeing Huang Qingyi's reaction, Fang Yinghui knew he had already intimidated him. What's your rank? Huang Qingyi initially thought that since his family's assets had also surpassed 100 million, he could be more arrogant, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by a real big shot. Damn it, Chen Shi, making me uncomfortable time and again. I'll remember this grudge, Huang Qingyi said. Fine, you have money, you're impressive. You're just stating the obvious, Fang Yinghui retorted. Huang Qingyi turned to leave but was stopped by Chen Shi. Earlier, on the overpass, he had maliciously cut off Huang Qingyi. He couldn't just let him walk away. Chen Shi instructed Chen Yitian to take this route, and 500 meters ahead, across the street, was the traffic police station. Getting points deducted and fined a few $100 was a trivial matter for the rich second-generation heirs. But Chen Shi wanted to make things difficult for Huang Qingyi. Chen Yitian had just reported the incident, and the police arrived almost at lightning speed. What a coincidence, it's her. Among the two arriving traffic police officers, one was the beautiful traffic officer Jiang Yuni, whom Chen Shi had previously interacted with. Jiang Yuni glanced at Chen Shi, clearly remembering him. Chen Yitian stepped forward and said, "Officer, I reported the incident." He maliciously cut off cars on the overpass and made obscene gestures. I have recordings from my dashcam and phone. Jiang Yuni glanced at them and asked, "Are they your passengers?" "Yes, he's my boss, and she's my colleague. Please show your driver's license and vehicle registration." "You too," Jiang Yuni said to Huang Qingyi. "Comrade, I didn't bring it." Huang Qingyi felt a bit guilty. He still had 2 traffic violations that he hadn't dealt with. "Electronic documents are also acceptable, please show them." Huang Qingyi whispered to Chao Kun. "Uncle, I still have violations that I haven't handled, can you cover for me?" "Comrade, it was my car," Chao Kun replied. The male traffic officer had finished watching the video and sternly criticized Huang Qingyi. "Driving like this is considered dangerous driving. If an accident occurs, you will be fully responsible, do you understand?" "Comrade, you can't just look at his video and jump to conclusions." The male officer felt that Huang Qingyi had a point. It wasn't appropriate to make a definitive conclusion without understanding the full context. "Then let's check your dashcam footage." Huang Qingyi was really looking for trouble. It didn't matter whose dashcam it was, the dangerous driving behavior was already confirmed. Huang Qingyi steeled himself and presented his electronic driver's license. Jiang Yuni checked and found that he had already accumulated 9 points without handling them. "Comrade, for dangerous driving and malicious lane changing, you are being penalized with a deduction of 3 points and a fine of 200. Your driver's license points have been fully deducted to 12 points. Your license will be temporarily withheld, and you need to attend a 7-day safety knowledge course at the Vehicle Management Office within 15 days. Now, Huang Qingyi couldn't even drive. Although he could get his license back after retaking the first subject following the safety course, it was too much hassle. Moreover, being punished like this in front of his nemesis Chen Shi made Huang Qingyi feel utterly humiliated. Last time, Chen Shi added Jiang Yuni through her cousin Li Ru's WeChat card, but Jiang Yuni didn't accept it. Now he planned to go directly to ask for it, but thought better of it since Su Tian was still around. Besides, Li Ru said Jiang Yuni was very serious about her work and wouldn't engage in other conversations. Chen Shi and the others got into the car and left, while Huang Qingyi watched the departing Lei Ling with resentment. "Damn Chen Shi, he got my license suspended." Zhang Ming and Fang Yinghui received a transfer from Chen Shi. Why is it 200,000? Fang Yinghui wondered. He sent a message to Chen Shi. "Young Master Chen, why did you send 200,000? Should I transfer it to young Master Zhang?" He thought Chen Shi had sent both of their money to him. "I gave young Master Zhang's share too, also 200,000. The fuel prices have risen recently, and it's only right for you to make this trip." Fang Yinghui was very pleased with Chen Shi's generosity. Someone like him was worth hanging out with. After learning about Fang Yinghui's identity, Chen Shi felt that giving 100,000 was a bit stingy. The favors of wealthy people weren't so easily owed. "Young Master Chen, you are too polite. If there's anything in the future, just shout in the group." "Chi Zi, where did you meet such impressive friends?" Chen Yitian asked. "Ferraris and Lamborghinis, and they're on the Donghai wealth list. I just joined a car enthusiast group. I didn't expect the members to be so capable." Huang Qingyi is too despicable. Su Tian initially thought Huang Qingyi was deliberately trying to annoy Chen Shi by cutting him off, but then she realized it wasn't right. This Lei Ling belonged to Chen Yitian, and Huang Qingyi didn't know him. He was simply lacking in driving etiquette and quality. Chen Shi said, there's no need to get angry with someone like him. Even without Fang Yinghui and Zhang Ming's help just now, Chen Shi still had ways to deal with him. Chi Zi, your supercar group is full of impressive cars. When I buy a Porsche, make sure to add me to the group. A Porsche might not cut it. The group owner only adds supercars worth over 3 million. And to join the group, only the group owner can add members. It won't work if other members try to add people, Chen Shi said. Luo Kaiyan was quite interesting. He refused to let other group members recommend their friends with supercars to join. He said he believed in fate, that group members were those he met on the road, and only those he could chat with would be added. If he were to randomly let people in, the group wouldn't just have 28 members. The three returned to the company, already an hour late, but it didn't matter. Chen Shi is the boss, Chen Etian is the HR manager, and Su Tian has an unclear relationship with Chen Shi. Manager Lu also dares not say anything about her. Brother, I'm going to work now. Go ahead, don't work too hard, Chen Shi said. In the past few days, the company has hired 7 or 8 new employees, and these newcomers are all feeling fortunate to have joined. However, to achieve a full 2-day weekend, the number of employees is still insufficient. When there are more people, this office building won't be enough, and they will have to rent another floor. The new colleagues are looking forward to making a name for themselves in the new company and achieving great results. The old colleagues are also full of energy, all thanks to Chen Shi improving the benefits. Generally, when a company is profitable, most bosses pocket as much as they can without giving anything to the employees. Chen Shi has taken out nearly 1/3 of the company's profits to improve employee benefits. Manager Cui from the finance department genuinely admires Chen Shi's vision, but he is also worried that if this continues, the company might go bankrupt. Manager Cui entered the chairman's office with a report on bad debts. Chairman Chen, this is the bad debt from the Ziyang factory in April. Chen Shi naturally knew about this. In April, they had ordered a batch of summer clothes from a small factory next door. As a result, the owner of that small factory ran away, and the 400,000 yuan deposit paid by the company was a total loss. The money was paid, but the goods were not received, leaving this order in limbo. Now, Chen Shi needs to sign off to write off this bad debt. While signing, Chen Shi said, tell the procurement department to be more rigorous in factory inspections in the future. Chen Shi intends to take on a challenge, truly preparing to grow Tianqi Clothing Company, Ltd., and see if he can achieve the same level of recognition as Li Ning. Therefore, the factories they cooperate with in the future must not be small workshops to avoid such situations from happening again. After watching 2 episodes of Star Wars at the company, Chen Shi prepared to leave at 5 to pick up Sunny Yao. The employees were also finishing work, and Chen Shi glanced into the design department. Everyone else was packing up to leave, but Su Tian was still diligently working on her design drawings at the computer. Su Tian, it's time to get off work. Su Tian looked up. Chairman Chen, just a moment, I'm almost done. Manager Lu hurried over and said, this Su Tian insists on staying late to work. Seeing her so dedicated, Chen Shi didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. Manager Lu, don't forget to calculate her overtime pay. I definitely won't forget. Su Tian, don't stay too late. I feel embarrassed about the overtime pay I'm getting. Chen Shi heard Su Tian's thoughts and didn't understand why she felt that way. After leaving the company, Chen Shi went to pick up Sunny Yao from her home. The small 3-bedroom apartment that Sunny Yao rented was indeed a bit cramped for a family of 4. Yao, how about I buy you a house? Sunny Yao was excited. Yesterday he said he would buy her a BMW 7 Series, and today he was talking about buying a house. Chen Shi was really willing to spend money on her. He had already given Sun's father 3 million yuan, and Sunny Yao had received 2 million yuan in live streaming gifts, plus nearly 1 million for bags and meals. The Sun family's villa had been seized by the court, and now living in a rented house was uncomfortable for the whole family. Sunny Yao certainly wanted to buy a house, but Chen Shi had spent too much on her, and she felt embarrassed. As long as Chen Shi repaid the remaining 2 million yuan owed by the Sun family, Sun's father could apply to the court to get back the seized villa. By then, Sunny Yao could buy a small house herself, which would be convenient for live streaming and comfortable to live in. Brother, you're already going to buy me a car, I can handle the house myself. As long as she secured the contract with Li Xiang, given the current momentum, Sunny Yao was confident she could earn 2 million yuan within 3 years. Chen Shi wouldn't let her buy a house herself. If he had that money, it would be better spent on him. You're still living with your family and need to live stream at home. It's not convenient. It's better to live separately. I'll buy you a smaller one. Sunny Yao is the one who has given him the most cash back, over 240 million, but Chen Shi hasn't spent the most on her. The most is Su Lu, a set of apartments at Wanhao costs 11 million. Then let's not buy the car, Sunny Yao said. The car isn't that expensive. having a car makes it convenient to go out. Sunny Yao's favorability +2, current 77, brother, you are too good to me. Chen Shi was driving, and Sunny Yao couldn't contain her excitement, leaning over and kissing Chen Shi on the cheek. Brother, how do I look in this outfit today? Sunny Yao wore the set she had bought with Chen Shi at Hermes. The short skirt paired with matte black stockings was very elegant and exuded a hint of sexiness. Chen Shi directly placed his right hand on her long leg in black stockings and touched it a couple of times. Not bad, quite smooth. Sunny Yao showed no resistance and said with a hint of annoyance, brother, I meant the outfit pairing. Ah, aren't the stockings part of the pairing too? Brother, do you like black stockings? It's okay. Then I won't wear black stockings next time, I'll wear white ones instead. White stockings are nice too, Chen Shi replied. At 6:15, Chen Shi arrived at Dangyun Tower 15 minutes early. This Chinese-style manor located in the western suburbs is basically modeled after the humble administrator's garden, but it's much smaller in scale. The owner of Dangyun Tower is also a wealthy person on the Donghai rich list. He built this place to provide a dining and tea-drinking venue for the rich. This gate really looks like a royal mansion, Chen Shi remarked. The security guard at the entrance approached, checked the Ferrari's license plate, and then looked inside the car. The license plate had been mailed to him from the vehicle management office yesterday afternoon. When choosing the plate, Chen Shi didn't pay much attention to the number, he just picked one that ended with 11. Since the Ferrari was his first car, he had chosen a plate ending with 22 for the Phantom. In the morning, Zhang Ming asked him for the license plate number, and Chen Shi sent him that number. Entering Dangyun Tower requires showing a membership card, but if accompanied by a cardholder, it's not necessary. The cardholder can also leave the guest's information with the security guard, who will let them through upon seeing the car. The security guard checked the license plate, and the two guests Zhang Ming mentioned, one male and one female, matched. Sir, madam, please come in. Go straight through the main gate, and the second intersection on the right is the parking lot. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. After entering Dangyun, one reaches the sky. The owner of Dangyun Tower chose this name with clear meaning. Whether you are a member or a guest invited by a member, once you enter Dangyun Tower, you are among the elite. There are 7 buildings in Dangyun Tower designated for dining, named after the Big Dipper's 7 stars. Zhang Ming had reserved the Tianji Hall today. The directional signs along the road indicated the direction of each hall. Brother, I'm a bit nervous about eating here, Sunny Yao said. Just casually bumping into someone is a billionaire. This statement is not exaggerated at Dangyun Tower, but it's not easy to run into people here either. The place is too large, and the number of guests dining is not as many as those in outside restaurants. Today, out of the 7 halls, only 3 were reserved. Chen Shi linked his arm with Sunny Yao's. What are you nervous about? We're the same, right? He has never flaunted his wealth. This counts as admitting to having assets over 100 million, right? Why didn't you get a membership here, brother? No need for a membership. We can still come to eat, right? That's true. With money and status, naturally, someone will invite you. The two looked at the directional sign and were about to head towards Tianji Hall when a light blue Lamborghini drove into the parking lot. That's Luo Kaiyang's car. Luo Kaiyang parked, and a beautiful woman got out of the passenger seat, someone Chen Shi recognized. Brother, that's Zhang Shuwen. Zhang Shuwen, a local internet celebrity from the East China Sea, was someone Chen Shi had come across on Douyin while searching for goddesses when he got soft grandpa. Her charm score was definitely 94, but her number of romantic encounters was off the charts. Luo Kaiyang, this rich guy, bringing a big internet celebrity as his companion, didn't surprise Chen Shi at all. Young Master Luo, you came right at mealtime, Chen Shi said. Luo Kaiyang glanced at the time. Nonsense, it's still 10 minutes to 6:30. Wenwen, let me introduce you. This is young Master Chen, and this is his girlfriend, you should know her, he continued. We meet again, young Master Chen, Zheng Shuwen said. Again? Chen Shi was puzzled. Luo Kaiyang asked, when did you two meet? You forgot? That day at the traffic light, weren't you going to race young Master Chen? Hearing her mention it, Chen Shi remembered. Zhang Shuwen had been sitting in the passenger seat that day. Brother, you've met before? Sunny Yao asked curiously. That day, Su Lu had been in the passenger seat with Chen Shi. We ran into each other while driving, Chen Shi replied. Zhang Shuwen stepped forward and took Sunny Yao's hand. Yao, you look even better in person than in the videos, your skin is so nice, and you have such a great aura. This is how female socializing works, they can get close right away upon meeting. A flurry of compliments, and within half an hour, they definitely become friends. No, Wenwen, you're the one who's really beautiful, your eyes are so big. What mascara do you use? Luo Kaiyang, familiar with Dangyun Tower, led them to the Tianji Hall. It was unclear whether he was being casual or testing Chen Shi when he asked, "Young Master Chen, don't you have a membership at Dangyun Tower?" Chen Shi's answer was different from what he had just told Sunny Yao. "It's too expensive, the membership fee is 300,000 a year." Luo Kaiyang wouldn't believe such a thing. He knew that Zhang Ming and Fang Yinghui had gone to help out yesterday. In reality, they hadn't helped much, they just blocked a car, and Chen Shi had given them each 200,000 for gas. Young Master Chen is really humorous. What's 300,000 in membership fees? Now, 300,000 was indeed nothing to Chen Shi. But he couldn't tell Luo Kaiyang that just half a month ago, he was still broke and couldn't afford a membership. Luo Kaiyang thought Chen Shi was joking. Zhang Ming had told him that Chen Shi was the online guy known as Roast Duck Brother, driving a 13 million Rolls-Royce Phantom, a 4 million Ferrari, and giving 2 million as tips to streamers online. You're telling me 300,000 is too expensive? The four of them arrived at Tianji Hall, which was decorated like an ancient noble mansion. At a glance, Chen Shi saw almost no metal or electronic items. There must have been some, but they were all hidden to preserve the antique ambience. Zhang Ming had arrived at 6, ordered the dishes, and was waiting here with his girlfriend Su Lu. Su Lu knew how expensive Dangyun Tower was. The dishes and wine they had just ordered were nearly 300,000. "Brother Ming, that young Master Chen is buying your company for 3 million, and you're treating him to a 300,000 meal. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Isn't that like selling your company for 2.7 million? Zhang Ming replied, "What do you know? My company is barely hanging on. It's good enough that someone wants to buy it." For the second generation rich in the group, coming up with 3 million was generally not a problem, but the question was why they would want to spend it. Luo Kaiyang believed that the second generation should just eat, drink, and have fun. He didn't want to start a business. Other second generation kids could easily get a few million in startup funds from home if they wanted to start a media company. Why not create something new with their own style instead of taking over someone else's? Zhang Ming's 93 Media wasn't very large. If such a company couldn't make it, it would usually just dissolve quietly and be deregistered without anyone caring about taking it over. There were too many media companies now, especially in the past 2 years, popping up like mushrooms after rain. No one cared if one went bankrupt. Chen Shi was just looking for convenience, picking something ready-made, without wasting time on those procedures. "Lao Xiao, Chen Xiao, you're here. Lei, help me entertain these two beauties," Zhang Ming said. Sula smiled broadly. "Sisters, come sit here. They can talk about their business while we chat about girls." Zhang Ming invited Chen Shi and Luo Kaiyang to sit down. "Chen Xiao, Luo Xiao, tonight's wine is from the Burgundy Lumiere Winery, a premium dry red." Luo Kaiyang said, "It's okay, just something to drink." This wine was indeed not cheap. Not even Socrates had it for sale, priced at $13,000, about 92,000 Chinese yuan. "Zhang Ming really gives me face," Chen Shi thought to himself. Zhang Ming was so generous also because Chen Shi was generous, and with Luo Kaiyang present, he felt even more embarrassed to be stingy. "Zhang Xiao is too polite," Chen Shi said. "It's only right. If I don't order a good wine, I'm afraid you guys will strain your throats drinking it." After 3 rounds of drinks and nearly finishing the food, Zhang Ming took out the prepared contract. Chen Shi didn't drag it out and signed it directly. "Chen Xiao really has guts, 3 million to buy that broken company. I think it's just because it's in the same group. It's bought for the sake of a group friend," Luo Kaiyang said. "Just buying it for fun, 3 million isn't much, can't even buy a car," Chen Shi said. "What Chen Xiao said is true, but I see Chen Xiao has such a big vision, maybe he can really make that company work." Chen Shi smiled. "Then you better not regret it when the time comes. If I can't make it work and Chen Xiao can, then it can only be said to be Chen Xiao's ability," Zhang Ming said. The 3 boys chatted about cars and business matters. The girls, on the other hand, couldn't get away from topics about clothes, bags, and cosmetics. "Waiter, turn on the KTV mode," Zhang Ming said. "Each room here is equipped with a cinema and KTV, making it convenient for guests to enjoy entertainment after dining." "Brother, let's sing Little Dimples," Sunny Yo said. "Iyo wants to do a duet, come on." Little dimples and long eyelashes, charming to the point of no return. "Finally found the beauty of a heart that resonates, warm for a lifetime, I will love you until we grow old." Chen Shi sang decently, while Sunny Yao clearly had some skills. She danced well and sang nicely too. The two gazed at each other affectionately, slowly finishing the last line. The other 4 clapped in unison, cheering. Sunny Yao's favorability +1, current 78. If no one were around now, Sunny Yao would have definitely taken the initiative to kiss Chen Shi's lips. Just as the atmosphere became ambiguous, someone suddenly pushed the door and walked into the Tianji Hall. Luo Kaiyang thought it was a waiter bringing fruit, but upon closer inspection, the person looked somewhat familiar. "Lu Xiao, you're also here for dinner today," Luo Kaiyang greeted warmly. Lu Jia was wearing a white shirt and suit pants, looking very capable. A friend from the car group? Chen Qi asked Zhang Ming. Chen Xiao doesn't know him? Zhang Ming was puzzled. Really don't know. Chen Qi thought, who is this important person, a big shot in the top 10 of the Donghai wealth list? Lu Jia, Lu Xiao, a second-generation official, his dad is the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau, and his second uncle is the director of the Market Supervision Bureau, Zhang Ming said. So he was a second-generation official. Historically, officials and businessmen have always been intertwined, and these rich young men inevitably have to deal with officials. Even Luo Kaiyang, who was from a listed company, was polite when he saw Lu Jia. Zhang Xiao is also here, oh, and 3 beautiful ladies. Lu Jia's gaze unabashedly roamed over the 3 girls. Sunny Yo and Zheng Shuwen were both beauties with charm scores above 90, and Su Lu, the rich young lady, also scored 88, with an impressive demeanor. These 3 women were on a completely different level from the ordinary girls in the second half of the evening. Any man would be unable to resist stealing a few more glances. However, Lu Jia's gaze was somewhat brazen. Today, the brothers are having a small gathering, and these 3 are their girlfriends, Luo Kaiyang introduced. Isn't this one? A big internet celebrity. Luo Xiao, your girlfriend, huh? Not bad. This beauty looks a bit familiar too. Oh, I remember now, isn't she the one who went viral dancing the fiery dance a while back? That dance was really intense, quite fiery. There are many female streamers dancing the fiery dance online, some with millions of fans. There's nothing shameful about it. But when Lu Jia mentioned it, the tone changed. Chen Shi felt quite displeased. This person's demeanor and behavior seemed even more arrogant than Luo Kaiyang's. When Luo Kaiyang and Zhang Ming first met Sunny Yo at the tea house, they recognized her too, but they spoke with restraint. Zhang Ming almost blurted out that Sunny Yo was the one who danced the fiery dance but quickly corrected himself. This is Chen Xiao's girlfriend, Luo Kaiyang introduced. Lu Jia ignored Chen Qi and said to Sunny Yao, beauty, why not show us a dance? Sunny Yao's expression soured immediately. As soon as those words were spoken, Chen Qi's anger flared. Teasing his girlfriend right in front of him was unacceptable. Even if he was the mayor's son, he wouldn't tolerate it. Before Chen Qi could explode, Luo Kaiyang quickly said, if Lu Xiao wants to see a dance, this place is too dull. Let's go to the second half later and call a few more girls to dance together. Lu Jia's earlier comment had dampened the atmosphere a bit. Anyone who could dine here was someone of status, and Lu Jia's teasing of others' girlfriends was indeed a bit excessive. Seeing Luo Kaiyang say this, Lu Jia didn't want to contradict him. The second half sounds good. I'm just full now, let's go for a stroll. Luo Kaiyang was polite to Lu Jia, not out of fear, but because it was always wise to be courteous when dealing with officials. Lu Jia also didn't dare to go too far. Luo Kaiyang's publicly listed company was a major taxpayer, providing 8,000 jobs for the citizens. He didn't regard companies worth tens of millions, but he had to think twice about a company valued at over 5 billion. Recently, there was news about a staff member from a local market supervision bureau who wanted to gain benefits from a business and said something to the effect of, I can't support a business, but it's too easy to ruin one. This statement was recorded by the business and went viral online, sparking heated discussions. Lu Jia smiled silently upon seeing the news. The staff member was just speaking the truth. In a city, there are over 20 various bureaus, and businesses often interact with them: the Land and Resources Bureau, Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, Audit Bureau, Commerce Bureau, Environmental Protection Bureau, and Market Supervision Bureau. Lu Jia held positions in 2 of these, so he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. His family was aware of his character and often reminded him to be more restrained outside to avoid becoming a target of resentment and bringing down his father, Lu Dad. After all, Lu Dad had accepted bribes without hesitation, and investigations were always precise. Luo Kaiyang took Lu Jia out, and Zhang Ming quickly said, Chen Xiao, Miss Sun, this is your first time meeting Lu Jia. He's just like this. Relying on being a second-generation official, he acts arrogantly, even though he isn't as wealthy as us. But he doesn't need to spend money when he goes out to have fun. For us in the business, especially in the real economy, we can't avoid the Environmental Protection Bureau, so we all give him some face. Sunny Yao noticed that Chen Qi was a bit angry, so she gently wrapped her arm around his and said, Brother, it's okay. I'm used to the harsh comments from the live stream chat. Lu Jia's lack of respect for Sunny Yao, especially after knowing she was Chen Qi's girlfriend, and still asking her to dance, was disrespectful to Chen Qi. Although Luo Kaiyang tried to smooth things over, Chen Qi was still quite displeased. If there's a next time, just wait and see how I deal with you, Chen Qi thought to himself. Brother, let's go for a walk outside. A stroll in the garden should be quite pleasant, Sunny Yao suggested. Alright, then Zhang Xiao, let's go for a walk. The two walked along the cobblestone path, the moonlight, the chirping of cicadas, the summer breeze, and the slight intoxication from the wine creating a wonderfully pleasant and ambiguous atmosphere. "Brother, don't stoop to his level," Chen-shi said. "Why are you comforting me? I'm more afraid of you being unhappy. I can be angry, but I still know how to handle my emotions. Otherwise, how could I be a streamer? I'll just pretend it's a dog barking." "You can't insult dogs, they're so cute," Chen-shi replied. Sunny Yo shot him a glare. "Brother, are you messing with me?" She bit down on Chen-shi's arm, not hard, but it left a faint bite mark. "Are you a dog? Is the dog still cute now?" Chen-shi cradled Sunny Yao's face, his gaze intense. "Cute, I want to take a bite." Chen-shi leaned down, his lips landing on Sunny Yao's, and she tilted her head to respond. For soft lips greeted each other passionately, and after a friendly exchange, the protagonists' tongues made their entrance. The male and female tongues intertwined like serpents, desperately entangled. Sunny Yao let out a soft hum, accompanied by the cicadas in the forest. Sunny Yao's affection level +1, current 79, it's already 79. Chen-shi paused his actions upon hearing the affection prompt. Sulu was only at 74, Sunny Yao was gaining affection a bit too quickly. The two wore expressions of lingering desire. "Are we going to do it tonight?" Sunny Yao still held a glimmer of expectation. Chen-shi thought, "Not yet, I need to control the affection level." Just then, Chen-shi's WeChat notification chimed. He opened his phone, it was a message from Wang Ying. Upon seeing the message, his bad mood caused by Lu Jia vanished. "Yao Yao, I have good news." "Who is it?" "Lu Yusen's assistant, Wang Ying. She has obtained evidence of Li Xiang and Lu Yusen's affair." Sunny Yao's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "Really? Let me see. Not suitable for children." "Brother, come on, we just did something not suitable for children." Chen-shi handed over his phone and opened Wang Ying's chat. Last night, Wang Ying had sent a video of Li Xiang and Lu Yusen at the entrance of Juanhao Hotel. Chen-shi had asked her to get their chat records, and to his surprise, she managed to do it in less than 24 hours. This time it was another video. Half an hour ago, Lu Yusen was preparing to start her evening livestream. "Why do you look like my grandma, so old-fashioned?" Lu Yusen said to Wang Ying. Wang Ying looked a bit different today. She had bought a phone lanyard and hung her phone around her neck. She had many opportunities to grab Lu Yusen's phone, but it wasn't realistic to take screenshots while holding it. During the livestream, she had to stay with Lu Yusen in the room, and taking screenshots with the phone would be too obvious. So she planned to record a video. If she could get her hands on the phone, she would casually place Lu Yusen's phone in front of her chest. Using her own phone hanging from her chest, she would record the content. Wang Ying smiled. "I always lose things. It's tiring to look for my phone, so it's more convenient to hang it." Check the makeup box again, we're about to go live. After starting the live stream, Lu Yusen's WeChat popped up with 2 messages while she was doing her makeup. She glanced at the screen, it was a message from her mom. "Wang Ying, help me reply, just say I'm not sure, maybe I'll go over around 3 or 4 in the afternoon." Wang Ying held the already unlocked phone. She often did this kind of thing before. When Lu Yusen couldn't reply to messages, she would ask her assistant Wang Ying to help respond. Lu Yusen had no guard against this little assistant who could be called upon at will. Wang Ying had previously replied to messages and then put the phone back on the table or handed it to Lu Yusen. But this time she held it in her hand. "Don't look at me, don't look at me." Wang Ying felt very nervous. She didn't dare to lower her head to look at her phone and could only sneak glances with her peripheral vision. After flipping to Li Xiang's chat window, she immediately turned on the video recording on her phone, which was positioned at her chest. The angle of the camera tilted down just enough to capture Lu Yusen's phone in her hand. Wang Ying scrolled through the chat history from the bottom up. Among the explicit flirtations, there were a few work-related messages mixed in. There were also some sexy, cool private photos that Lu Yusen had sent to Li Xiang. Wow, she's quite something. Because of the recorded video, Chen-shi couldn't open the pictures, but Sunny Yao still covered the screen with her hand. "Brother, no peeking, it's not like I don't have any." Sunny Yao puffed up her modest little peaks. "I'm just gathering evidence," Chen-shi said. "Li Xiang and Lu Yusen are both married, it's solid proof of their affair." Sunny Yao exclaimed excitedly, "Then tomorrow we can take this to Li Xiang and make him hand over the contract." But Chen-shi shook his head. "Tomorrow won't work. Does brother have something to do tomorrow? Didn't I promise to buy you a car?" Sunny Yao replied irritably, "Brother, buying a car can be done anytime, the contract is important." "Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. I do have something to do tomorrow." Tomorrow Sulu is off, and Chen-shi promised to spend the whole day with her. "Then I can go by myself," Sunny Yao said. Chen-shi smiled. "Don't rush, I won't feel at ease if you go alone, but I'm not planning to use this to confront Li Xiang. Then why spend so much money for Wang Ying to find evidence? Of course, I have a better plan. Chen Qi pinched Sunny Yao's cheek. What plan? Sunny Yao asked curiously. Take this to find Lu Yusen. She wouldn't want to cause a scene and get divorced from her husband, right? Let her sneak the contract out from Li Xiang without him knowing. When he realizes the contract is missing, wouldn't that create a better show? It would drive him crazy. Sunny Yao laughed. What do you mean by a show? It's not like we're live streaming. I'll handle the rest. You just focus on live streaming, no need to overthink it. In a while, I'll get you into Tianqi Media. Tianqi Media? Sunny Yao found the name unfamiliar. I just came up with it. I renamed Zhangming's Jiusan Media to Tianqi Media. Tianqi Apparel, Tianqi Media. Chen Qi wanted to create a Tianqi group and establish his own Tianqi business empire. After watching the video, Chen Qi transferred 500,000 to Wang Ying. Upon receiving this large sum, she immediately booked a flight to Sanya, totaling 700,000, even without working. It would be enough for her to have fun for several years. Thank you, President Chen. Well done, you deserve it. Chen Qi and the others left Dangyun building around 9 o'clock. Chen Qi called a special car for Sunny Yao and ordered a designated driver for himself. On the way home, Chen Qi was messaging Su Tian. Tian, don't tell me you're still working overtime. Su Tian instinctively panicked and put down the needle and thread in her hand. No, I'm at home watching a show with my roommate. After getting Chen Qi's permission last time, Su Tian had her roommate Zhou Ningning move to Changtai Gingyuan. Su Tian immediately sent a video to Chen Qi, showing the two girls sitting on the sofa, eating fruit and watching a show. That's good, working overtime is a bad habit, you can't pick it up, you know? I know. Zhou Ningning said, what's up? Is your boss boyfriend checking up on you, even filming a video? No, he just asked if I was still working overtime at the company. Isn't this still working overtime? Just in a different place. Zhou Ningning pointed at the half-finished product behind Su Tian. Doesn't your company have overtime pay? They wouldn't count it if you're at home, right? Definitely not counted at home. Then why are you bringing work home? It's much better to do it at the company where you get paid more. Su Tian, as an intern, had such a high salary that whether or not she received overtime pay didn't matter much. She hadn't told Zhou Ningning that her base salary had risen to 8,000, otherwise, Zhou Ningning would be envious to death. President Chen doesn't let me work overtime at the company, Su Tian said. Oh, afraid your girlfriend is working too hard, huh? So he's checking up on you, Zhou Ningning teased with a sly smile. That's not it. I'm not even his girlfriend yet. How can you say that? I see it clearly. If you weren't his girlfriend, would he buy you a 150,000 yuan Bayadier bag? That's because he wants me to learn from the big brand's designs. Su Tian felt a bit guilty even saying that. Zhou Ningning cunningly remarked, you don't even believe it yourself, do you? Maybe tomorrow, I'll go for an interview at your company. There aren't many companies with such good benefits these days. Sure, our company is actively hiring right now. Chen Qi was about 10 minutes away from home, and the designated driver was driving steadily, clearly an experienced one. The red light ahead turned on, and the driver slowly eased off the accelerator. Suddenly, a violent impact pushed the nearly stopped Ferrari forward a bit. Damn, I got hit. Chen Qi thought he was a bit unlucky. He had driven 2 new cars for less than a week, and it was either hitting someone or getting hit. Sir, are you okay? The designated driver, Master Yang, asked nervously. I'm fine, let me get out and take a look. The car that rear-ended the Ferrari was a Range Rover Evoque, driven by a woman, with a man sitting in the passenger seat. Chen Qi checked the damaged rear bumper and asked Master Yang to communicate with the driver of the Range Rover while he called the traffic police. Your wife is dead, so you're too sad to drive, huh? Just stop at the yellow light. Master Yang saw that the yellow light had only 2 seconds left. As a designated driver, he naturally drove steadily and didn't rush through the yellow light. Ma'am, please don't speak recklessly. Master Yang was inexplicably scolded, feeling aggrieved. Master Yang smelled a strong odor of alcohol coming from the other car, much stronger than what Chen Qi had on him. Chen Qi shouted from the front, I say, you crashed into a car and aren't even going to take a look? The man in the passenger seat leaned out and shouted, watch your mouth, wife, let's go. Damn, hit and run. Master Yang, pull her out. Pulling the female driver out of the car was an action that could easily lead to online harassment, something Master Yang would usually never dare to do. Netizens could make him feel depressed and withdrawn. But now, the other party was suspected of drunk driving, had rear-ended them, and was trying to flee, plus the client had spoken up. This client was definitely not simple. Master Yang knew what Dangyun building was. If you didn't have at least 100 million, you couldn't even afford a meal there. When he picked up Chen Qi at Dangyun building, he felt this ride should be secure, and he would definitely earn a nice tip. Master Yang opened the car door, but the female driver hit the gas, dragging Master Yang to the ground. The Range Rover swerved around the Ferrari and sped away, with 3 seconds left on the red light. The running red light Range Rover was hit on the right front by a vehicle that was driving normally on the right, and the headlights shattered immediately. The female driver was taken aback and frantically turned the steering wheel. The Range Rover spun in place twice before coming to a stop. Fortunately, the car was sturdy, and the 2 people inside were unharmed. The BYD driver who crashed into the Range Rover was so scared that his heart nearly stopped. Hu Biao was still shaken, the smell of alcohol completely gone from his system. "Honey, are you okay?" Lu Fen's hands on the steering wheel were trembling. She quickly checked herself, seemingly uninjured. "I'm fine, not dead." At that moment, the mounted police arrived at the accident scene. What a coincidence, it's her again. Chen Qi had just called 122, and the operator notified the police. Jiang Yuni, who was patrolling nearby, arrived at the scene immediately. "How is it him again? Is he having a bad week?" Jiang Yuni was also surprised. In 1 week, she had encountered him 3 times, 2 of which were car accidents. As she approached the Range Rover, she caught a whiff of alcohol. "Xiao Shun, give them an alcohol test." The male traffic officer instructed the 2 people in the car to get out. Lu Fen said, "Comrade traffic officer, my husband has been drinking." "I haven't." "Your husband needs to take the test, and so do you," Xiao Shun replied. "Why should I take a test if I haven't been drinking?" Lu Fen was a bit flustered. She had drunk, although it was just 1 bottle of beer. But they had just left the drinking party and got in the car, and in such a short time, the alcohol hadn't metabolized yet. "Colleague, please test her." Xiao Shun's attitude was also very firm. Although Lu Fen's breath didn't smell as strong as Hu Biao's, Xiao Shun was sure she had also been drinking. "Oh, I'm dizzy. It must be because I bumped my head just now." Lu Fen suddenly lay down on the ground, pretending to hold her head. Jiang Yuni and Xiao Shun had encountered this situation before. Drunk drivers refusing to take the test would delay time, hoping to wait a few hours for the alcohol to metabolize so that they wouldn't test positive. Lu Fen had only drunk 1 bottle. As long as they could delay for 3 or 4 hours before taking the breathalyzer, it would show no alcohol in her system. "Ma'am, if you refuse to take the test here, we will have to take you back to the station for a blood test," one of the officers said. The driver of the BYD car cursed. "She must have been drinking, just playing tricks here. What bad luck, running into a drunk driver running a red light." "Comrade traffic officer, this is all their fault." Xiao Shun went to pull Lu Fen up from the ground, but Hu Biao quickly stepped in to push Xiao Shun away. "Don't touch my wife." Jiang Yuni said sharply, "The body camera is recording, don't lay a hand on her." "Xiao Shun, call for backup and take them back to the station." Hu Biao had mixed drinks tonight, white, red, and beer, and was in an excited state. Hearing Jiang Yuni say they would take them back to the station, Hu Biao suddenly lost his cool and his common sense. He rushed forward and kicked Xiao Shun, who was trying to contact the station. Hu Biao was tall and strong, and this kick had considerable force. Xiao Shun crashed into his motorcycle, which fell over from the impact. This escalated the situation. No one expected Hu Biao would dare to hit a traffic officer. Did Hu Biao want to become the next Kunshin Longgu? Jiang Yuni quickly stepped forward to stop him. She wanted to subdue Hu Biao from behind, but the size and strength difference was too great. Hu Biao, fueled by alcohol, violently shook off Jiang Yuni's hand and attempted to kick again. However, this time, he missed Jiang Yuni, and Chen Qi kicked him in the back. Hu Biao lost his balance and fell to the ground. "Wife, go drive." Goodness, even at this moment, Hu Biao still wanted to run. He had hit a traffic officer, and the body camera had recorded the entire process. He might escape today, but not tomorrow. But Hu Biao, at this point, couldn't think of much else. The little bit of common sense he had was kicked out by Chen Qi. Drunk driving only incurs a 12-point deduction and a 6-month suspension of the driver's license, but assaulting a police officer would lead to detention. Hu Biao, who still wanted to get up and run, was pinned to the ground by Chen Qi, Xiao Shun, and Master Yang. Lu Fen suddenly burst into tears, screaming desperately, "The police are hitting people! The police are hitting people!" The BYD driver had already raised his phone to start filming for Douyin. Soon, a police car from the traffic unit arrived, and 3 officers got out to take Hu Biao and Lu Fen away. While checking the Land Rover, Xiao Shun found several license plates in the trunk. It turned out the license plate currently on the Land Rover was a fake. Hu Biao thought that after fleeing, if he changed the license plate, the police wouldn't be able to find them. More and more onlookers gathered, all filming videos. Chen Qi hid a distance away. Passing drivers only knew that the Land Rover had crashed into the BYD. The Ferrari parked behind the crosswalk did not become the center of attention. Jiang Yuni walked over. "Thank you for your help just now. It's all in a day's work. we are all one family, Chen-Chi replied. Officer Jiang, we've encountered this 3 times this week, it seems we have quite the fate. Jiang Yuni said, seeing the traffic police 3 times in a week, I don't think it's just fate, you must be quite unlucky. I don't feel unlucky. Every time I see Officer Jiang, I should say I'm lucky. I'm not superstitious, but encountering him 3 times in a row makes me feel there's some kind of connection. Officer Jiang, considering I just kicked that guy, can you accept my friend request? Last time, Chen-Chi was directly ignored by Jiang Yuni, but after seeing her 3 times, Jiang Yuni felt something different inside. Although they hadn't said much, it felt familiar. Perhaps that's what they mean by once shy, twice familiar. Let's call it a day, you can accept it later, Jiang Yuni said. Then I'll go home and wait for your news, Chen-Chi replied. Are you leaving just like that? Chen-Chi asked. Does Officer John want to keep me here for a late night snack? No, your car was hit. Aren't you going to wait for the insurance company? Although the traffic police were directing traffic at the intersection, preventing passing drivers and pedestrians from lingering and causing congestion, the Ferrari would still be caught on video if it stayed too long. At this moment, pedestrians passing by were filming, with captions like, the Land Rover ran a red light and hit the BYD, the Land Rover driver suspected of being drunk. No one understood the full story, not even the BYD driver who was hit. Just a minute before he was struck, the Land Rover had just crashed into the Ferrari and fled. So in the pedestrians' video, the main characters were the Land Rover and the BYD, with the Ferrari barely visible a few meters away. Replacing a rear bumper only costs a few bucks, and Chen-Chi didn't want to linger here for long. I'm not waiting, I'll fix the car myself. Chen-Chi had the designated driver, Master Yang, take him home, and besides the fee on the ride-hailing order, Chen-Chi gave Master Yang an extra 10,000 yuan. I knew there would definitely be a tip tonight, but I didn't expect it to be higher than my monthly salary. Thank you, boss. Chen-Chi went upstairs, took a shower, and when he came out, he saw that Jiang Yuni had accepted his request. July 19th, Friday, sunny. When Shu Quan arrived at the garage, he saw the back of the Ferrari was dented. He quickly called Chen-Chi. You said the back of the car? It was rear-ended last night. Boss, are you okay? I'm fine, you go get the Rolls-Royce and bring it over. Tomorrow, take the Ferrari for repairs. Shu Quan had already said yesterday that the Rolls-Royce could be picked up today, otherwise, he wouldn't have a car to drive. Shu Quan thought to himself, luckily it wasn't him driving this time. Is the boss some kind of vehicle nemesis? Sulu also messaged Chen-Chi at this time. Brother, are you up? I'm up, I'll pick you up at 10:30. Sulu was already sitting at her makeup table, scrolling through her phone while doing her makeup. Her Douyin homepage was filled with beauty, travel, and TV drama content. The video of the Land Rover accident was a rare social news item in her big data feed. Ma Chang, a socialite, stumbled upon the video of the BYD driver. He loved watching this kind of social news. Land Rover driver drunk driving, ran a red light, and kicked the traffic police. Seeing this headline, he became interested. Wow, what a tough guy, a role model for us. Ma Chang worked with Lu Jianran in debt collection. He thought he was pretty impressive, but he would never dare to hit a police officer. He clicked on the video and after a few seconds, his brows furrowed tighter. Isn't that Biao Gu? Hu Biao was also a socialite, running a chess room where Lu Jianran often played. They had a good relationship and usually called each other brothers. Damn, that kid from Black Rose. Chen-Chi kicked Hu Biao down, and his heroic pose was also recorded. Ma Chang had suffered losses at Black Rose, and he wouldn't forget Chen-Chi, Chen Yitian, and that security guard. Lu Ge, Biao Ge got arrested. Ma Chang ran to find Lu Jianran with his phone in hand. At the bottom of the Marriott, a Rolls-Royce Phantom had been parked for 5 minutes. Sulu stepped out carrying a large LV handbag. Today, she wore a white crop top with a light beige sun protection jacket over it, and denim shorts below. As soon as she got into the car, the first thing she did was plant a kiss. Their lips gently brushed against each other. Brother, I missed you, Sulu cooed. It's my fault, I've been too busy with work to spend time with you. Work was indeed busy, and the other goddesses also needed to be entertained in turn. Brother, you really came to pick me up in a Rolls-Royce today. It's so comfortable sitting here, and there's so much space in the back. It takes an hour and a half to get to Daju Island. Driving a Ferrari would be tiring, let Master Zhu drive, and we can relax in the back. Sulu suddenly touched Chen-Chi's face. What are you doing? Chen-Chi asked, puzzled. Brother, you didn't put on sunscreen. No, I've never used sunscreen. That won't do, the sun by the sea is really harsh. If you don't wear sunscreen, you'll get several shades darker. Sulu patted her large handbag, but it's okay, I brought sunscreen spray. Yesterday, she told Chen-Chi she wanted to go to the beach, and after he agreed, she started preparing for the trip, mainly various types of sunscreen. Wait, brother, you're not just going out like this without bringing anything, are you? Yeah, so what? You want to stay overnight? Sulu slapped Chun-Chi playfully. Brother, boys need to take care of themselves too, otherwise, your handsome face will turn rough. Master Zhu, please take a detour past the north gate of Yida Plaza. Okay, Zhu Quan replied. The Marriott was right across from Yida Plaza, and Zhu Quan had originally been following the navigation to head east, but now he had to take a detour. Chen-Chi asked, are we buying something at Yida Plaza? We're not going in, you'll find out later, brother, Sulu said, still keeping me in suspense. A minute later, the Rolls-Royce approached the north gate, where many vehicles were coming in and out, but no one dared to get too close to the Phantom. Master Zhu, stop by the flower bed, it'll be quick. Zhu Quan parked the car, and after a few seconds, a girl in professional attire walked over to the flower bed. Chen-Chi recognized her, she was Sulu's colleague, Xiao Jing. Sulu immediately rolled down the window, Xiao Jing, over here. Oh my gosh, there really is a Rolls-Royce. Xiao Jing walked over. Here, for you. Xiao Jing handed the LV shopping bag through the window. Thanks. Xiao Jing said, what for? This sales performance counts as mine. Alright, it counts as yours. Just kidding, I'm going back to work now. Master Zhu, we can go, Sulu said. Chen-Chi looked at the shopping bag and asked, what did you buy? Sulu smiled mischievously, beach gear. She took out a sunglasses case with the LV logo from the bag. Brother, these are sunglasses, try them on. You bought these for me? Chen-Chi was surprised. This was unexpected, Sulu really cared about him. Of course, you can't go to the beach without sunglasses, the sun is very glaring. Chen-Chi took the sunglasses case, and the soft reminder immediately popped up. Earn 3655 soft meal coins, cashback 36,550,000 Huaxia coins, feels good, no wonder it's LV, a pair of sunglasses costs so much. Chen-Chi had never known that Sulu bought things from her own store with an employee discount. The original price of these sunglasses was 4,300, and the employee discount was 15% off. Moreover, 4,300 was on the lower end, other models cost 7 to 8,000, or even over 10,000. Very stylish, Sulu clapped and praised. Brother, put on this hat too. Sulu took out a fisherman's hat from the shopping bag. This type of hat has a wide brim, which can slightly block the sunlight, making it perfect for outdoor travel. And there's more. Chen-Chi felt secretly pleased. He originally thought he would only get to enjoy a meal cooked by Sulu tonight and maybe earn a few million in cash back. He didn't expect that just after meeting, tens of millions had already been credited to his account. The white fisherman's hat, with a small logo on the brim, was placed on Chun-Chi's head by Sulu. Gained 5670 soft meal coins, cashback 52,200,000 Huaxia coins. The original price of this hat was 6,300, and the discount wasn't as great as that of the sunglasses, so it could only be discounted by 10%. Fortunately, it was only a 10% discount, otherwise, Chun-Chi would have lost a few million. 93. 25 million in hand, there's hope for over 100 million today. Chen-Chi was excited and couldn't help but kiss Sulu twice. Looks like he really likes it, so I can rest assured. To be honest, driving a Rolls-Royce worth over 10 million while wearing sunglasses worth a few thousand felt a bit low-key. Sulu thought so, which is why she was worried that Chen-Chi might not like it. She really is willing to spend money. With a salary of around 20,000, she spent nearly half on me. Of course, this was also thanks to Chun-Chi's all-around support. Sulu now walked to work without needing commuting fees, and Chen-Chi also helped pay the property fees. For meals and fruits, he had loaded money for her at the Yida Plaza store. With her finances more comfortable, Sulu could spend money freely without any burden. This is good. Once we get to the beach, I'll spray you with some sunscreen, Sulu said. Still so thoughtful, Lulu. Isn't it said that the man works outside while the woman manages the home? Brother is busy with his career, so he definitely won't notice these details. Chen-Chi wasn't really busy with work, he just strolled around the office and then opened his computer to watch dramas. However, he indeed hadn't thought about sunscreen or wearing a sun hat. You're a great help at home, I'll give you a 5-star review. 5-star review, is there any reward? Sulu asked with a smile. A reward? 5 kisses. Is this a reward for me or for you? Sulu pouted. The car drove east from the city for an hour, reaching the Dongguan district, and then they got on the cross-sea bridge. After half an hour on the bridge, they arrived at Dazhu Island. Dazhu Island is the largest island in Donghai City, surrounded by more than a dozen smaller islands. Chen-Chi had been here once before with a company team-building event, but they only walked along the beach. So many people, Sulu said, looking at the beach through the car window. It's Friday, they probably took a day off to have fun. Brother, help me take some photos later. The two got out of the car, and Sulu sprayed herself from head to toe with sunscreen. Brother, close your eyes. Then she sprayed Chen-Chi as well. Seeing the LV casual shoes on Chen-Chi's feet, Sulu said, I forgot. I should have asked Xiao Jing to bring a pair of flip-flops down. Brother, wait for me. There were many small vendors by the beach, all selling swimming gear. Swimsuits, swim caps, goggles, water guns, sun protection clothing, flip-flops. Of course, the prices were a bit higher than in other places. Soon, Sulu returned with a pair of flip-flops. Brother, change into these flip-flops. Chen-Chi laughed. You're buying everything for me. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I'm living off you. Nonsense, it's just a little money, not even a millionth of what you give me, Sulu replied. Chen-Chi took the flip-flops, gained 50 soft meal coins, cashback 500,000 huaxia coins. These cheap flip-flops sell for at most 10 yuan in the city supermarket. It's just that there aren't many shops by the beach, so these vendors dare to sell them at such high prices. Do they fit well? Sulu asked. Just right, let's go to the beach. The two held hands and walked onto the beach, where the sand was hot even in the middle of the day. Many parents were playing in the sand with their children, digging sand pits. The sand was quite hot, but once they stepped into the sea, they could still feel the coolness of the water. Brother, look. Sulu wrote their names in the sand, with a heart in between. Although it was quite cheesy, almost all couples do this at the beach. Brother, stretch your foot over here, let's take a picture. Their feet were together, and Sulu had just taken a shot. Suddenly, a wave rushed in, washing away the words in the sand. Ah, it's gone, Sulu said, looking disappointed. Silly, you wrote it so close to the waves, of course, it would get washed away, Chen Shidao replied. But it's okay, the waves have taken our love back to the sea, he added. Sulu chuckled, brother, where did you learn such cheesy lines? From the Chun family's collection, not bad, right? You should tell me more in the future, ha ha ha. I'll stand here, you take a few pictures of me. Chen Shidao said, don't worry, leave it to me, I'll make you look more beautiful than a mermaid. He moved around, taking pictures from all angles. Mainly, Sulu looked good, no matter the angle, the photos turned out great. How's that? Looks good, right? Chen Shidao asked. It looks good, but there are too many people, the background is too messy, it won't turn out well. That's easy to fix. Sulu blinked, brother, you're not going to clear the area, are you? What are you thinking? This is a public area, you'd have to be really domineering to clear it out. Chen Shidao pointed to the distance. What's on the other side of the sea? Freedom America? What a mess, it's Little Bamboo Island. Sulu laughed. Oh, Little Bamboo Island. Little Bamboo Island is a 20-minute ride from Big Bamboo Island, and the sand there is finer and better. However, the beach on Big Bamboo Island is free, while Little Bamboo Island charges a fee. To get to Little Bamboo Island, you have to take a boat, and the ticket is a bit expensive, 200 yuan per person, plus an 80 yuan entrance fee at the dock. There are also free boats, but you need to show your ID. Only the islanders of Little Bamboo Island can board. Of course, there are other ways to get to Little Bamboo Island. There are more than a dozen private yachts docked by the pier, and if you have a yacht, you can sail freely. There are fewer people over there, let's go take pictures there. And there are many fishing boats at that dock with freshly caught seafood. Great, we can bring some seafood back for dinner, Sulu said. The two walked towards the dock. On the beach of Big Bamboo Island, there were almost more people than sand. Describing it as dropping dumplings wouldn't be an exaggeration. Many girls in bikinis were gathered in groups, adding another beautiful sight to the beach. Brother, what are you looking at? Do bikinis look good? Just okay. You really are looking. Chen Shidao said, after seeing them, I realized Lulu was even more beautiful. No comparison, no harm. Look at our Lulu, she's glowing white. Sulu proudly hummed. She was very confident about her skin tone, as people had praised her for being fair since she was little. As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers 3 flaws, and besides, she was beautiful. I originally planned to wear a bikini, but then I thought it was too revealing, Sulu said. What you have on is no different from a bikini, just 2 more centimeters of fabric. Sulu's denim shorts today were super short, exposing half of her butt. As he spoke, Chen Shidao playfully slapped Sulu's backside. The bouncy feel was like hitting jelly. Sulu immediately covered her butt, shyly saying, brother, there are so many people. My bad, next time we'll take pictures in a less crowded place. There were more vendors at the dock than on the beach, selling snacks, toys, and freshly caught seafood. Freshly grilled squid, just caught. The vendors shouted enthusiastically, and the aroma of grilled squid attracted many tourists to gather at the stall. Brother, I want to eat grilled squid. Girls have a very low resistance to these snacks when they go out to play. It was already 12 o'clock, and they hadn't had lunch yet. Sulu was feeling a bit hungry. Bye. The two walked to the stall, where at least 17 or 18 people were in line. According to custom, Shen-Shi wouldn't wait in line, he directly walked up to the customer at the front. "Finally, it's my turn," said the guy with glasses. "Hello, can I go first? I'll give you 1,000 yuan to cut in line." The guy with glasses was taken aback. There really were rich people like this. Before the person involved could respond, a girl behind them indignantly said, "Is being rich so impressive? We've been standing here in the blazing sun for half a day, and you just say you want to cut in line." "Exactly. If you have money, don't eat at street stalls, go eat at a hotel." The customers behind felt a bit unfair. They had worked hard to queue, and this rich guy just came and ordered. Sulu felt a bit awkward with so many people chiming in. She whispered in Shen-Shi's ear, "Brother, why don't we just wait in line? It's so sunny, it's too hot. Leave it to me." Shen-Shi said to the customers in line, "Everyone behind, you don't have to pay, it's on me." "You better pay then, don't just talk big. I'm ordering 10 skewers of squid, will you pay?" "If you pay, I have no objections." This stall sold squid for 50 yuan a skewer, which was indeed a bit expensive. In some bustling night markets in tourist cities, they only sold for 30 a skewer. This place dared to sell for 50, claiming it was fresh squid. 10 skewers would be 500 yuan, and with so many people here, it would easily add up to several thousand. "You don't know my brother's financial power. If he gets angry, he could just buy out the stall, leaving you all with nothing to eat." Chen-Shi could indeed do that, but he didn't. "Alright, everyone gets a share, everyone in line can have 10 skewers, count mine." Chen-Shi directly scanned the QR code at the stall to pay. A melodious female voice rang out. Alipay received 10,000 yuan, wow, the rich guy really treated everyone. The guy with glasses was astonished. The girl who had been the loudest also fell silent. "Thank you, handsome, you're amazing. Handsome, so generous." People took advantage of Chen-Shi, changing their previous attitudes and began to flatter him. The stall owner was grinning from ear to ear. "Handsome, how many skewers do you want?" He thought Chen-Shi would order a lot, but unexpectedly, Chen-Shi said, 2 skewers. The squid was quite large, although he and Sulu hadn't had lunch, they weren't planning to eat until they were full on squid. Later, they would go to Shaozhou Island and find a seafood restaurant for a good meal. Sulu was unfazed. 10,000 yuan wasn't even enough for her property fees. "Brother, I'm going to the restroom over there, I'll be right back." Sulu pointed to a public toilet not far away. "Go ahead, I'll hold this for you." "Thank you, brother." By the dock, a large passenger ship slowly approached, and tourists returning from Shaozhou Island began to disembark one after another. After the tourists, a car actually drove off the ship. "Wow, there's a car ferry too," the stall owner said while grilling squid. "Is it your first time here, handsome? There's a beautiful ring road on Shaozhou Island. Many people will ferry their cars over and then drive around the island." This kind of passenger ferry used to exist in the city years ago when there was only one bridge from Jianing County to the city. There were passenger boats that could take cars directly across, but later, with more bridges and improved transportation, these ferries disappeared. "I didn't expect there would be this kind of service to Shaozhou Island." Some islanders on Shaozhou Island who bought cars also ferry them back to the island. After using the restroom, Sulu encountered a few beautiful girls in short skirts on her way back. "Sister, are you going to Shaozhou Island to have fun?" Sulu said. "Yeah, is there something going on?" "Coincidentally, we're also going to Shaozhou Island. Look at that yacht over there, we'll be taking it soon. Come along, miss. There will be drinks, fruits, and snacks on the yacht for you to enjoy." "Isn't that a private yacht?" Sulu asked. "Yes, the owner of the yacht wants to invite you to join the fun." The girl pointed to a guy not far away, eating an ice cream cone and wearing a floral shirt. "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." Chen-Shi also noticed Sulu talking to those girls. "Wow, they all have long legs. They're even better than those in bikinis on the beach earlier." "Soft Master, give a score." Soft Master said, "You've seen plenty of beauties, where's your eye for quality? These girls have such a techie vibe, can't you tell? With cosmetic surgery so advanced now, it's really hard to distinguish." Chen-Shi replied, "Not a single one is above 90 points. Shuelinen finished the last bite of his ice cream cone and walked towards Sulu. As soon as Sulu came out of the restroom, Shuelinen noticed her. Her looks and figure were absolutely top-notch. She was several levels above the girls around him. His yacht was parked nearby, the perfect tool for picking up girls. So, Shuelinen had a few girls approach Sulu. But after a few exchanges, Sulu remained unmoved, forcing Shuelinen to step in himself. "Hey, beautiful, come play with us. There's a party on the yacht later, it's going to be fun." Usually, he hosted wild parties on the yacht, and the girls were tired of the same old thing and wanted a change. "Sorry, my boyfriend is waiting for me." Sulu ignored Shuelinen and walked towards the squid stall. Chen-Shi saw a guy hitting on Su-Lu. This was a normal situation. After all, she was a beauty. Not just guys, even girls wanted to approach her, but that guy didn't look like a good person. Hey, your squid is ready. Thanks. Chen-Shi took 2 skewers of squid and walked towards Su-Lu. Lulu, what were they doing? They said they wanted to invite me to take the yacht to Shaoju Island. I told them my boyfriend is waiting for me. Ignore them, let's go buy boat tickets. Chen-Shi handed the large squid in his hand to Su-Lu. Shuelinen approached with a few girls, sizing up Chen-Shi. The fisherman's hat, t-shirt, and shorts were all LV. People who lack something tend to show off what they have. He probably doesn't have much money, buying a few LV items and wanting to wear them every day, Shuelinen thought to himself. Hey, beautiful, is that your boyfriend? Come on, there's plenty of space on the yacht. Shuelinen stared intently at Su-Lu, her denim shorts revealing half of her backside, capturing all of his attention. Shuelinen's gaze made Chen-Shi very uncomfortable. Any guy would feel the same. Chen-Shi reached out and forcefully pulled down Su-Lu's sun protection jacket to cover her backside. No need, we'll take a boat ourselves. That old boat is crowded and uncomfortable. How can it compare to the yacht? You all come aboard, there are plenty of handsome guys and beautiful girls on the yacht, and it's going to be fun. Shuelinen signaled to a few girls, and they immediately understood. Hey, handsome, come play with us. 2 girls leaned in, linking arms with Chen-Shi, pressing their techie-chested figures against him. Su-Lu's expression turned cold. It was too shameless to flirt with her boyfriend right in front of her. Chen-Shi pulled his arm away in disgust, saying, "What are you doing? Are you going to let me eat my grilled squid or not?" Shuelinen scoffed, "Dude, you can eat squid anytime, you can't just hop on a yacht whenever. Come with us to Shaoju Island, I'll treat you to a seafood feast." Chen-Shi asked, "Excuse me, which yacht is yours?" Shuelinen thought, he just can't resist the temptation. Does brother really want to sit on his yacht? From her understanding of Chen-Shi, he shouldn't pay any attention to Shuelinen. Shuelinen pointed to a yacht with blue and white stripes. That one. Chen-Shi looked in the direction he was pointing, and it was just a yacht about 15 meters long. Previously, when Chen-Shi and Han Linlin were on a yacht on the river, they talked about buying one. Later, he checked online, and it wasn't very expensive. There were yachts ranging from 2 to 3 million, 4 to 5 million, to over 10 million, at various price points. It mainly depended on the size and the luxury of the interior decoration. Judging by the exterior of Shuelinen's yacht, Chen-Shi estimated it to be around 2 to 3 million, and even with better interior, it wouldn't exceed 4 million. Chen-Shi's guess was pretty close. This yacht was manufactured last year, and Shuelinen spent 3.86 million to acquire it. It's not that great, Chen-Shi said. Shuelinen frowned, "You're quite arrogant, saying my yacht isn't anything special. Let's see yours. Don't tell me you don't have one, you're just bragging." Shuelinen's yacht was indeed quite ordinary, and he knew it himself. Good yachts cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. However, the dozen or so yachts docked at Daju Island Pier were similar to his. There weren't many people playing with yachts here, and there weren't any good yachts. The impressive yachts were all in Guangdong and Hainan, where the sea is much bluer than in Donghai City, and sailing a yacht there offers better scenery. "I don't have one," Chen-Shi replied. "That's hilarious. If you don't have one, just shut your mouth, no one thinks you're mute." "Even if I had one, I wouldn't ride yours, it's not a luxury yacht," Chen-Shi said. "Pretending, huh? Beauty, it must be tough for you to date such a show-off." Shuelinen mocked Chen-Shi in front of Su-Lu, but Su-Lu showed no expression. "You better not say more, be careful, brother might just buy a 10 million yacht to scare you." Su-Lu thought to herself that Chen-Shi's evaluation of that yacht being not great definitely meant it was indeed not great. Chen-Shi sensed Su-Lu's thoughts and secretly thought, "I would like to, but there aren't any yachts for sale here." Donghai City didn't have yachts for sale. The more famous yacht trading companies were in Pengcheng and Yangchang. "I need to find a time to go to Pengcheng," Shuelinen continued. "Beauty, I have champagne on my yacht. How comfortable it would be to drink champagne while enjoying the air conditioning." "I don't drink champagne," Su-Lu replied. Chen-Shi took Su-Lu's hand. "Let's go, we'll buy boat tickets." Shuelinen watched the two leave and spat on the ground. "Damn it, do they know who I am?" Su-Lu linked her arm with Chen-Shi's and said as they walked, "Brother just now had 2 beauties in his arms and remained unperturbed." "Beauties? Where did the 2 beauties come from?" "The only beauty is right beside me," Chen-Shi said. Su-Lu was pleased to hear this. The 2 walked to the ticket booth for the passenger ferry at the pier, where there weren't many people, clearly because the 200 yuan ticket price had deterred quite a few. Everyone still preferred to play on the free beach. There were over 30 people ahead of them, and this time Chen-Shi didn't cut in line. With 20 minutes left before departure, even after buying tickets, they still had to wait. Soon, it was their turn. Su-Lu handed her ID card to Chen-Shi to buy tickets together. Chen Shi glanced at the photo on Sulu's ID and said, "Oh, when was this taken? You look a bit cute." "Don't look." The photo on the ID was taken 5 years ago at the police station, and official photos were usually less than flattering. Moreover, Sulu's face was rounder back then, making her look chubbier. Chen Shi handed both of their ID cards to the window to buy tickets. The bucktooth ticket seller looked at the ID cards and then raised his head to look at the two. "There seems to be a problem with your ID cards." Chen Shi looked puzzled. His ID was valid, and he wasn't a fugitive. "Excuse me, is there a problem?" "Just wait a moment, let the people behind buy their tickets first," said the bucktooth ticket seller. The two waited for about 3 or 4 minutes, and the ticket seller set aside the ID without paying any attention. "Brother, what's the problem? Let me ask." "Hello, is there an issue with our IDs?" The bucktooth ticket seller replied dismissively, "The information can't be read, you'll have to wait. The computer at the scenic area is connected to the public security network, just like the hotel, and after reading the identity information, it can determine if you are a wanted criminal. If the information can't be read, generally, you can't buy a ticket." "How long do we have to wait?" Chen Shi asked. "I don't know." "What I don't know?" Such an answer would frustrate anyone, let alone Chen Shi, who couldn't stand losing even a little. Before Chen Shi could explode, Sulu couldn't hold back. "What kind of attitude is this? When there's a problem, you don't resolve it, and all you say is I don't know. Is this how you do your job?" The bucktooth ticket seller said, "Yelling at me won't help. You want a solution, right? The ferry can work, as long as the driver buys a ticket and drives the car onto the boat. The people in the car don't need to buy tickets." Chen Shi looked at the price list. The starting price for the ferry was 2,000 yuan, for vehicles under 2 tons. For every 500 kilograms over 2 tons, it was an additional 1,000 yuan, capped at 3 tons. Under 2 tons is for regular cars, while 2 to 3 tons is for SUVs and vans. The weight of the Phantom is 2,700 kilograms, and with the weight of 3 people, it's still under 3 tons. Therefore, the ferry price for the Phantom would be 4,000 yuan. After hearing this, Chen Shi took back the ID and left the ticket office with Sulu. Seeing the two leave, the ticket seller pressed a voice message on his phone. Shui Xiao, those two were driven away. This was all the doing of Shui Linen. He was one of the shareholders of the ferry service, although he held no official position. However, he often played on Daju Island, and the staff here all knew of Shui Xiao's reputation. When Shui Linen spoke, the employees had to give him face, so he deliberately made things difficult for Chen Shi and Su Lu, preventing them from buying tickets. Moreover, Shui Linen estimated that Chen Shi and the others were not driving, and to take the ferry, they would need a vehicle. He had already informed the nearby car rental companies not to rent to them. Shui Linen wanted to annoy Chen Shi, making his experience unpleasant and causing him to feel frustrated. He wanted him to come with high hopes and leave disappointed. Xu Quan received a WeChat message and had already driven over. Chen Shi pulled Su Lu into the car. "It's cooler in the car, Master Zhu, turn up the air conditioning," Chen Shi said. "Head to the dock, take the ferry lane." The Rolls-Royce Phantom driving onto the dock immediately attracted everyone's attention. "I've been here for 8 years, and it's my first time seeing a Rolls-Royce." The ticket seller from earlier was also captivated by the Phantom. There are many supercars that run around Daju Island or Shaozhou Island, and with the seaside scenery, taking photos looks very classy. The weighing station for the ferry is like the one at a highway toll booth, and the Phantom drove onto the scale for weighing. The ticket seller lady came over to ask Zhu Quan for the ID and requested that the rear windows and trunk be opened. "Why do we need to open the trunk?" Zhu Quan asked. The lady explained very politely, "It's just for a check. Because some tourists hide in the trunk to evade the fare or squeeze 5 or 6 people in the back seat. A small car is limited to 5 seats, 2 in the front and 3 in the back. Squeezing 5 or 6 people in the back is considered serious overloading, and this kind of fare evasion causes the ticket office to lose a lot of money." Chen Shi opened the car window and said to the lady, "2 people in the back." The bucktooth ticket seller, who had been watching the ferry lane, saw that the back seat of the Rolls-Royce was occupied by the man he had just driven away. "Damn, he's in a Rolls-Royce?" The bucktooth guy was shocked. Brother Baya felt anxious. A big shot of this level had just been treated so poorly by him. If the other party wanted to mess with him, they could easily make him regret it in no time. He immediately sent a message to Shui Linen. "Shui Xiao, those two have entered the ticketing area. Didn't I tell you not to sell them tickets?" "I didn't sell them, they took the Rolls-Royce through the ferry channel." Shui Linen stood on his yacht, looking at the Rolls-Royce at the ticket booth. Zhu Quan drove the car onto the deck of the passenger ferry. "Brother, let's go down and look at the sea from the deck. It's my first time seeing the sea on a boat too, let's go." The environment on the ferry wasn't great, it looked a bit old, with many places on the deck peeling paint, revealing rusty iron plates. Lulu, let's buy a luxury yacht in a while, Chen Shidao said. Like the ones in the movies? Where you can throw parties on the yacht. The yacht parties often appeared in European and American films, and Sulu's impression of yachts all came from movies. Chen Shi couldn't afford anything too extravagant. The yacht that Facebook's owner bought cost billions, and Chen Shi could only afford a transitional one worth a few tens of millions at most. Brother, it's that guy from earlier. Sulu spotted Xue Linen's yacht. Chen Shi smiled and waved at Xue Linen. Damn, Xue Linen muttered. Chen Shi's comment about Xue Linen's yacht not being impressive turned out to be true. His car was even more expensive than Xue Linen's yacht. Although the sun was blazing and the sea breeze was warm, it couldn't dampen Sulu's excitement. Her face was filled with joy. Brother, let's take a photo together. Stand a bit further inside, Chen Shi said, afraid Sulu might fall into the sea. It's fine, Master Zhu, could you please take a picture? Sulu handed her phone to Zhu Quan. Zhu Quan, a man in his 40s, was terrible at taking photos, but fortunately, his wife didn't like taking pictures. However, to better serve Chen Shi, he had searched for many photography tutorial videos online, thinking they would come in handy. Now, the time had come to showcase his learning results. Zhu Quan snapped away from various angles, and when Sulu checked her phone, she happily praised, Master Zhu, you did well. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the boss and Miss Su are a handsome couple, so any shot looks good. Many passengers in the cabin of the ferry were watching the Rolls-Royce on the deck, and some even took out their phones to take pictures for social media. Besides the Rolls-Royce, there were 3 other cars boarding, a Neo, a Buick, and a Lexus. The Neo and Buick had children in them, suggesting a family outing. The owner of the Lexus got out of the driver's seat, walked to the trunk, and took out a fishing rod. Skillfully, he baited the hook and cast his line over the side of the deck. Sea fishing, I'd like to try that too, Sulu said. I didn't know you had the potential to be a fisherman, Sulu teased with a smile. Because my dad is a fisherman, he often goes to the reservoir to fish. I've gone with him a few times, it's quite fun. Chen Shi said, it's a rare opportunity, you should give it a try. That would be too embarrassing, he's in the middle of fishing. It's fine, I'll go talk to him. Chen Shi walked over to the fisherman and greeted him. Hey, brother, catching anything? The fisherman, named Lu Haitao, was a local from Shaozhou Island. He could have used the islanders' free boats, but he had to drive to the city for errands, so he could only take the ferry back. Whether it was because he saw the Rolls-Royce or because the islanders were naturally friendly, Lu Haitao smiled and replied, I don't have any other hobbies, I just like fishing. It'll take another 20 minutes to get back to the island, so I'm just casting a few lines to pass the time. When Chen Shi heard Lu Haitao say back, he immediately thought he must be a local from Shaozhou Island. Is your older brother from Shaozhou Island? Yes, born and raised here. You must be tourists. I run a guest house and a farm stay on the island. You can come and have some fun. Chen Shizhou waved to Sulu. Brother, here's the thing. My girlfriend is quite interested in sea fishing and wants to cast a line. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to lend her a fishing rod. Let's consider it a rental. Is 1,000 yuan okay? Lu Haitao laughed heartily, we're all fishing buddies, no need to be so polite. Here, take this rod. I have 2 more rods in my car, little brother. Want one to play with? Sulu happily accepted the fishing rod, and Chen Shizhao followed Lu Haitao to the trunk to get the other 2. Chen Shizhao noticed a small plastic box filled with many brightly colored small fish and curiously asked, Brother, are these little fish bait? Yes, these are lure baits, they're fake fish. Lu Haitao helped Chen Shizhao attach the bait, and the 2 walked over to Sulu. Little brother, watch me cast. Chen Shizhao imitated Lu Haitao and cast the rod, successfully sending it out without hooking himself or anyone else. Many beginners often cast their hooks to strange places on their first fishing trip, and hooking their own ears is quite common. Sulu, perhaps still in her beginner's grace period, had a fish bite shortly after casting. Brother, I got one. Sulu, with some fishing experience, easily pulled the fish onto the deck. The others watched the 3 of them fishing, finding it quite amusing. Lulu, you're amazing. Chen Shizhao praised. Sea bass, 2.5 pounds, not quite 3. Lu Haitao, a seasoned fisherman, could tell the weight just by holding it. Brother, let's find a restaurant to process this fish. Sulu said excitedly. Sure, the older brother runs a farm stay, we'll go eat lunch there later. Lu Haitao lent the fishing rods to Chen Shizhou and Sulu for free, and Chen Shizhou would definitely take care of his business. Beautiful lady, it's currently the fishing ban period, and the fish are quite fat. You can still catch grouper around here, Lu Haitao said. The fishing ban lasts from early May to mid-September, during which all types of fishing boats are prohibited from going out to catch fish, but personal fishing gear is allowed. The ban provides space for fish to breed and grow, making the fish caught during this time quite plump. Before arriving at Xiaozhu Island, Sulu caught a mackerel, but it was too small, and Lu Haitao suggested she release it. Chen Shizhao put away his fishing rod, looking dejected. I'm the real beginner, why don't I get a grace period? He hadn't caught a single fish, coming back empty-handed. Sulu, this faux beginner, added a dish to their lunch. Brother, are you a sea king? Chen Shizhao's heart skipped a beat. Why did Sulu suddenly say that? But he didn't hear her thoughts. Because you're of the Sea King lineage, all the fish are afraid of you and won't bite your bait. Don't talk nonsense, I'm clearly Iron Man, Chen Shizhao replied. Sulu's deep breath almost startled Chen Shizhao. He thought she had discovered his many girlfriends. By the dock of Xiaozhu Island, Shui Linen's yacht had already arrived before them. Little brother, beautiful lady, if you want to fish some more, follow me. Let's fish on my yacht. Chen Shizhao said, sure, I don't believe I can't catch a single one. But first, let's eat, I'm starving. Brother, let's have some island specialties. Lu Haitao said, that must be boiled. The seafood feast on the island is simply delicious. Shu Quan also benefited and sat at the same table as Chen Shizhao for lunch. They say seafood during the fishing ban is a bit more expensive. The three of them spent nearly 3,000, not sure if that was considered expensive. Brother, do you dare to have a little competition later? Sulu said while wiping her mouth. Compared to what? Let's see who catches more fish. No, let's see who catches heavier fish. Chen Shi smiled proudly. Humph, am I going to lose? If I lose, I'll write the character Wang upside down. Aren't you surnamed Chen? When did you change your surname to Wang? Are you afraid, so you admit defeat in advance? Just kidding, if I lose, for every pound less, I'll buy you a bag, for 2 pounds, 2 bags. Sulu immediately perked up. You said it, huh, for my bags, I've definitely won. Lu Haitao said, I'll take you guys sea fishing. By the dock was Lu Haitao's yacht, a very small one, even half the size of Shui Linen's. It was probably just for going out to fish. Lu Haitao drove the yacht a short distance, but for safety's sake, they stayed in the shallow water to fish. Sulu was thinking about bags, while Chen Shi was focused on catching his first fish. Both were stirred by their competitive spirits, casting their lines one after the other. Brother, I won't go easy on you. Ha, such big talk, be careful of the empty air. The daughter of a fisherman will never have empty air. Just 5 minutes after casting, Sulu's sight started to stir. Brother, look at my bobber. Sulu's bobber was being pulled underwater with great force. It seemed a big fish had bitten. This fish is so strong, Sulu exclaimed excitedly. Be careful. It's fine, I'll tire it out first, then reel it in. Sulu was ready for a long battle with the big fish, but who knew, the fish suddenly surged with power, causing Sulu to lose her balance. The yacht was already slippery, and wearing flip-flops, Sulu couldn't steady herself and fell into the sea. Luckily, she was wearing a life jacket, but Chun Chi immediately threw down his fishing rod and jumped into the water. Don't be afraid, hold on to me. Sulu laughed. It's okay, brother, I have a life jacket, and I can swim. In many coastal cities, swimming is one of the physical education exam subjects for the high school entrance exam, and Donghai City is no exception. Wearing a life jacket and not afraid of water, Sulu didn't panic after falling in. However, Chen Shi, being overly concerned, didn't think much in his panic. Are you fishing, or is the fish fishing you? How did you get pulled in by the fish? Chen Shi said. This fish is too strong. Lu Haitao shouted from the yacht. Are you guys okay? We're fine, just taking a bath, Chen Shi replied. Suddenly, bubbles appeared beneath Sulu. A person sprang out of the water, startling both of them. This person was wearing a diving mask and biting a snorkel, clearly someone who had been diving nearby. He took off the mask and snorkel, ruffled his wet hair, and grinned. Hey beautiful, how's it going? The fish is huge, right? Ha ha ha. Chen Chi's expression immediately turned cold. Damn, it's this guy pulling Sulu's bait underwater. The one causing trouble underwater was Shui Linen, who had arrived at Xiaozhu Island first and happened to be diving nearby. Seeing Chen Chi and Sulu fishing, he quietly swam over to mess with Sulu. If they were friends, just having fun and creating some atmosphere wouldn't be a big deal. But it was clear that Chen Chi and Sulu didn't want to deal with Shui Linen before, and him coming over to do this felt a bit provocative. You're sick, Sulu scolded. Just a joke, don't be so angry. Are we that familiar? Just coming over to joke around, Chen Chi said. Shui Linen still held a grudge, and Chen Chi spoke with a condescending tone about his yacht not being impressive. Although Chen Chi drove a Rolls-Royce, which clearly showed his strength, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Shui Linen was a local in this area, and losing face on his turf meant he had to regain it. Getting anxious? Can't even take a small joke? Then I apologize, is that okay? I'm sorry. Shui Linen's tone gave no hint of an apology, it sounded more like teasing. Chen Shi did not respond to him, he pulled Su Lu back onto the yacht. Brother Lu, let's go back. Although Su Lu was a bit disgusted by Shui Linen, she was touched by Chen Shi's concern when he jumped into the water to save her. Su Lu's favorability +1, current 75, brother, were you really worried about me just now? What do you think? There are big sharks here, Chen Shi replied. Is that true? Brother Lu, is it like that? Lu Haitao said, there are sharks, but this is a shallow area, so they basically won't appear. That guy is really annoying, he messed up the competition. Lulu caught a person, that's more impressive than catching a fish. You win, and I'll buy you 5 bags when we get back, Chen Shi said. Sulu was so happy that she almost pushed Chen Shi into the sea. The two returned to the shore, took a shower at Lu Haitao's guest house, and changed into Hawaiian-style shirts and shorts bought from a street vendor. This floral shirt looks pretty good, Sulu said. Let's go for a stroll, Chen Shi suggested. Wait, let me spray some sunscreen first. Chen Shi and Sulu wandered aimlessly along the coast, where the architectural style had a bit of a European Santorini feel. There were many small shops selling souvenirs by the shore, and Sulu was quite interested in the shell products. A group of noisy men and women approached, and Shui Linen ran into them again. Beautiful lady, we meet again. Why the change of clothes? That little tank top and shorts, such a sexy little butt. Sulu's face fell, saying such things in front of her boyfriend. Shui Linen was really a bit oblivious. Chen Shi held Sulu's hand, signaling her to stay calm. He said coldly, shut your dog mouth. Why are you cursing? Is it wrong to compliment a girlfriend with a good figure? Dude, you drive a Rolls Royce, but your mindset is so small, Shui Linen laughed. The few followers beside him laughed along, understanding the situation. Chen Shi knew that Shui Linen was deliberately trying to annoy him. When Shui Linen and his group were about to leave, Chen Shi stopped one of the voluptuous women. Hey, isn't it inappropriate? Your girlfriend is still here. Chen Shi tightened his grip on Su Lu's hand and glanced at her. What is he trying to do? Su Lu was confused. Beautiful lady, help me with something, and I'll give you 500,000. The voluptuous woman was taken aback by the mention of 500,000. But considering that Chen Shi drove a Rolls Royce, 500,000 shouldn't be a problem. Handsome, I won't do anything illegal. Chen Shi replied, we're law-abiding citizens, we don't do illegal things. You just need to do this. Chen Shi stated his request, and the voluptuous woman looked troubled. Su Lu didn't expect Chen Shi to do this. Not willing? Then forget it. Wait, I didn't say I wouldn't do it. I'll do it. For these women, doing a job usually paid only 2,000 to 3,000, but if they encountered someone foolish with money, they could earn a bit more. But 500,000 a day? Such a good deal was hard to find, even picking up money with a sack wouldn't keep up with that speed. Even if it offended Shui Linen, she was willing to take that risk. You can't go back on your word, the voluptuous woman said. I'll give you 100,000 first, and then 400,000 when the job is done, Chen Shi said. Soon, the voluptuous woman caught up with the group. Shui Linen teased, what, is he asking you to do a double date? Then you should charge more, that guy has a lot of money. The voluptuous woman walked up to Shui Linen and, in front of the other men and women, actually reached out to touch Shui Linen's crotch. The others just let out a few hisses, it wasn't a big deal, and they were used to it. Shui Linen grinned lewdly, you little tease, feeling itchy, huh? However, the next second, Shui Linen's expression froze. The big-breasted woman actually pulled down his big shorts, along with the underwear underneath. What the hell are you doing? Shui Linen slapped the big-breasted woman across the face. Not far away, Chen Shi, witnessing this scene, immediately transferred the remaining 400,000 to the big-breasted woman's account. Upon seeing the bank message, the big-breasted woman was overjoyed. That slap was worth it. Damn it, with 500,000 in hand, why would I bother with you? She immediately turned and ran. With this money, she could travel for several months. Why would she need to please Shui Linen? Groups of other tourists passed by on the roadside, and the street vendors also witnessed the scene. A parent covered their daughter's eyes, fearing she would see something inappropriate, while passers-by whispered among themselves. Chen Shi also covered Su Lu's eyes. Don't look, be careful of getting a sty. Shui Linen was left bare, utterly humiliated. At that moment, he felt a mix of shame and anger. He quickly pulled up his pants and wanted to chase after the big-breasted woman, but heard Chen Shi shout, it's small, but even a little is quite cute. A critical hit, Shui Linen completely lost his composure. He no longer cared about the big-breasted woman and charged at Chen Shi with his fists raised. Brother, be careful. Seeing a fight about to break out, Su Lu nervously said. If a fight was going to happen, Chen Shi wouldn't back down. He wasn't surnamed Chen for nothing. What are you doing? At that moment, a deep, commanding voice rang out. Xue Linen was halted by the voice. He turned to see who was shouting. Lu Haitao approached them, followed by Zhu Quan. What are you doing, fighting? Xiaozhu Island is building a civilized tourism environment. Pay attention. Xue Linen, a spoiled rich kid, wouldn't be intimidated by such a remark. None of your business. Please mind your language, Lu Haitao replied. You talk too much. If you keep yapping, I'll hit you too. Lu Haitao walked over to Chun Shi and spoke to the two of them. Leave it to me. Xue Linen signaled to his two lackeys, who understood and moved in front of Lu Haitao to start pushing him. Today, if he didn't get Chun Shi's pants off, he wouldn't leave. Don't move. If you do, you'll bear the consequences. Lu Haitao shouted. Get lost, this is none of your business, one of the lackeys said. Chen Shi thought Lu Haitao was like Zhou Leishan, someone with impressive skills, but instead, he just shouted, get over here. Within seconds, more than a dozen people, all older, came running from around. The youngest among them looked to be in their 40s. The group of uncles surrounded Xue Linen and his friends. Damn, trying to scare us? Lu Haitao said, this isn't a scare tactic, if you keep making trouble, I won't hold back. Xue Linen scoffed, so what if there are more of you? Are you gangsters? Come on, try touching me, Xue Linen said, unafraid. He pushed Lu Haitao, and the next second, a heavy punch landed on his left cheek. He was stunned, this person really hit him. Xue Xiao, who had been in the world for so many years, had never been hit before, and today he was struck by a middle-aged uncle. Hit him. Xue Linen, blood boiling, pulled his lackeys to beat up Lu Haitao. The dozen or so uncles took 2 steps forward, tightening the encirclement around the three. The 2 lackeys were still clear-headed. Despite the uncle's age, each had dark skin and strong builds, either fishermen or workers. Even if they were in their 20s, they might not win against these physically strong uncles one-on-one. Not to mention there were more than a dozen of them. I'll say it again, civilized tourism, if you keep causing trouble, I won't be polite. The crowd watching had grown significantly, and there were even more people on Lu Haitao's side. If Xue Linen was a cocky rich kid, a local bully in the area, then Lu Haitao, a native of Xiaozhu Island, was the ultimate local bully among bullies. On Dazhu Island, he might not dare to slap him, but on Xiaozhu Island, he just did it. He had quite a reputation on the island, and the fishermen had a good relationship with him. The shop owners around were also his neighbors, and the head of the local police station was his cousin. With this slap, at most, he would just get a few nagging words from his cousin. Xue Linen saw that there were so many locals on the other side, and they, as outsiders, would definitely suffer if a fight broke out. Alright, damn it, I'll remember you all. Xue Linen left with his little brother, and Chen Shi said, Brother Lu, thank you. Luckily, you helped, or there would have been a conflict. I was scared to death, almost thought we were going to the police station, Su Lu said. Going to the police station is no big deal, I have acquaintances there, Chen Shi replied. Master Zhu, go to Brother Lu's shop and pick out a couple of grouper, and get a few more swimming crabs. I'll settle the bill later. Are you preparing for dinner tonight? Lu Haitao thought Chen Shi was going to eat at the farmhouse. I'm planning to take some seafood back. Does Brother Lu sell it? During lunch, Chen Shi saw a lot of seafood in the farmhouse's aquarium. He decided not to go to the dock to buy it and instead support Lu Haitao's business. Of course I sell it. I'll pack it and oxygenate it for you. Chen Shi and Su Lu sat on beach chairs under the shade of a tree. Su Lu pinched Chen Shi's arm. Brother, that move of yours was too ruthless. That guy probably wanted to sneak in at that moment. I could tell he was being sleazy, staring at you on Dazhu Island. He even tried to pull you into the water and flirted with you in front of me. Chen Shi listed Xue Linen's offenses. Su Lu laughed. With my brother around, I'm not afraid of anything. I feel so safe. Of course, I won't let my woman suffer. Su Lu's favorability +1, current 76, but, brother, isn't 500,000 too much? Su Lu asked. Without 500,000, that escort probably wouldn't even do it. It's not a lot of money, just buying a bit of relief. Chen Shi spent 5 million on a small streamer just to vent for Su Tian. Now that he had money, he could spend it however he pleased. Brother, why isn't the sea here blue? Su Lu looked ahead and asked. The sea along Jiang province is like this. The water gets clearer as you go south. I'll take you to Sanya sometime, or we can go abroad to the Maldives for a trip, Chen Shi said. Su Lu looked happy. Yay, I've always wanted to go to the Maldives. The videos online look amazing. The scenery is really beautiful. They didn't stay long on Xiaozhu Island. The next ferry was at 4 o'clock, and it would set sail in 20 minutes. At the farmhouse, Lu Haitao helped Chen Shi pack 2 plump groupers and 8 swimming crabs. Chen Shi walked to the counter and said, Thanks, Brother Lu, I'll transfer you the money. Little brother, we're fated to meet, so I'll give you the wholesale price. These 2 are wild grouper, 120 per pound. Before Lu Haitao could finish calculating the price, Chen Qi's transfer had already arrived. Alipay received 10,000 yuan. Little brother, did you add an extra zero? In fact, even if Chen Qi transferred 1,000 yuan, Lu Haitao would still make a profit. 2 groupers and 8 crabs would only cost around 800 or 900 yuan. Brother Lu also said we're faded. On the ferry, you even lent us fishing rods for free. You helped us just now, so I'm just supporting Brother Lu's business. Is that okay? Su Lu chimed in, yeah, Brother Lu really helped us a lot. It's not much money, let's just consider it making a friend, Chen Qi said. Lu Haitao was excited. Selling some seafood and making friends with someone who drives a Rolls Royce, who wouldn't want that? Little brother, beautiful lady, if you come back to Shaozhou Island, contact me in advance. I'll definitely treat you well. Chen Qi replied, that's a must. The 3 of them took the ferry away from Shaozhou Island, and by the time they arrived at the dock of Dazhou Island, it was nearly 4:30. Chen Qi instructed Zhu Quan to head straight back to the city. Master Zhu, you'll be going on a business trip soon, Chen Qi said from the back seat. Zhu Quan thought to himself, what kind of business trip could a driver go on? Was he supposed to drive Chen Qi far away? Sure, boss. Where are you going on the trip? Zhu Quan asked. I'm not going, just you. Just me? Zhu Quan was even more confused. Go to Pengcheng and get your yacht license. I'm planning to buy a yacht. Just now, Chen Qi had searched online and contacted a well-known yacht company that also offered certification services. Misha International Yacht Trading Company, Ltd. I'll send you the contact later. You can go next Monday. Sulu glanced at Chen Qi's phone. He was looking at a yacht priced over 40 million. Brother, you're not planning to buy this one, are you? This yacht alone could buy her 4 luxury apartments at the Marriott. Chen Qi shook his head, not necessarily. Sulu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This one is too expensive. Those ones by the dock look decent too. How much are they? Those? They won't be more than 5 million. 5 million, that's not bad, and it's quite big. I think it can fit a dozen people, Sulu said. Let's take a look first. There's no rush to buy. A 5 million yacht was too low end. How could Chen Qi buy that? The 40 million one was just a casual look. He planned to buy one for 100 million and then upgrade to one worth over $1 billion when he had more money. As they entered the Haizhong district from the East Bay area, Chen Qi asked Zhu Quan to take a detour. First, let's go to Yulongfu. He checked the time. There were still over 20 minutes left, and the sales office hadn't closed yet, so they could go check out the property. Brother, why are we going to Yulongfu? Su Lu asked. Did you forget? I told you yesterday that I want to buy a place at Yulongfu. Su Lu then remembered that Chen Qi had mentioned it to her on WeChat. Before dinner, let's buy the house too. He's talking about buying a house, not groceries, right? Why does it sound so casual, even more relaxed than buying groceries? Brother, could you at least sound a bit more excited about buying a house? Yulongfu, the most expensive residential complex, with a price of 60,000 per square meter. Why does it sound so easy coming from you, like just grabbing a bottle of soy sauce at the convenience store before heading upstairs? Chen Qi blinked and pretended to say, we're going to buy a big house, isn't that exciting? A bit over the top, Su Lu replied. Chen Qi pinched her cheek. Of course it's over the top. It's not my real emotion. It's not my first time buying a house. There's nothing to be excited about. The salespeople at Yulongfu were waiting to get off work when a Rolls-Royce drove into the sales office. Whose client is that? One salesperson asked. Each salesperson had a few potential clients, and it was normal for wealthy people to drive a Rolls-Royce. That looks like a Phantom. I do have a client with a big Rolls, but it's a Cullinan. The license plate is unfamiliar. You don't know them, right? That means they're a new client. Don't fight with me, I'll go greet them, a handsome young salesman said. Chen Qi and Su Lu got out of the car, and before they even entered the sales office, Tang Yi was already standing at the door, smiling broadly to welcome them. Sir, madam, here to look at houses? Chen Qi thought, why is it a male salesperson? This was his second encounter with a male salesperson. The first was Xiao Xiao from Black Rose. Are there any 450 square meter units available? Chen Qi and Su Lu followed Tang Yi inside, and he scanned the surrounding female salespeople, noting that their overall looks were quite high. However, none met both criteria of having a charm level above 90 and fewer than 3 romantic experiences. Alright, a male salesperson is fine. When Tang Yi heard this, he realized that this rich guy was asking about the largest unit type, definitely someone who wasn't short on money. Yes, sir, please take a look at the sand table model over here. The 20th and 21st floors of this building, and the 5th, 12th, and 18th floors of that building are still for sale. The 21st floor is fine, Chen Shidao said. Lulu, what do you think? Big floor-to-ceiling windows, high floor, the view must be great, Sulu replied. Sulu had already experienced this feeling at the Marriott Hui. Especially at night, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and watching the countless lights below was a pleasure. Alright then, let's go with the 21st floor, Tangi said. Sir, I'll take you to see the model room. No need, I've seen it, Chen Shidao replied. Brother, you've seen it? I saw it online. Sulu and Tangi were speechless. He decided just like that after seeing it online? At least he should check the model room. Prepare the contract, once it's signed, we still need to go back for dinner. Normal, he did the same when he bought at Marriott Hui last time. Sulu tried to keep herself from being too surprised. Sulu was used to it, but Tangi was shocked. Sir, are you really not going to take a look? Chen Shidao shook his head firmly, no need. Tangi had worked in sales at other properties before and had encountered this kind of home buying method. There were those real estate speculators who bought not for themselves. A group of people would come in, browse the sales office for a few minutes, and then directly place an order. But the 450 square meter flat at Yulongfu was priced over 20 million. The 21st floor that Chen Shidao wanted was 30 million. Is he a high-end speculator? Tang Yi thought to himself. Previously, speculators tended to target new properties priced over 10,000 per square meter. They would fund the purchase of an entire building and wait for the property to appreciate. Later, as the appreciation potential for lower-priced properties diminished, some high-end speculators shifted their focus to large flats. Whatever, as long as the contract is signed. Tangi smiled broadly. Sir, ma'am, please have a seat in the VIP room. I'll get the contract right away. In the VIP room, Sulu said, Brother, a 30 million house, and you're not even going to look at it before signing the contract? That's too hasty. Chen Shidao smiled. There's nothing to see, houses are all the same. Brother, do you have so many houses that you don't even know which one to live in? Not to that extent yet. Soon, Tangi came running into the VIP room with the contract in hand. Is that a contract in Xiao Tang's hand? Don't tell me he sold a unit in just this short time. It's not impossible, the other party came in a phantom, so they definitely aren't short on cash. 10 minutes later, the three of them came out of the VIP room, and Tangi's face was smiling wider than a flower. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment, I'll go get your keys. Tomorrow, I'll come back to get them, Chen Shidao said. Sulu stood by, unsure of what to say. In just a few minutes, a 30 million luxury apartment had been sold. Alright, feel free to contact me anytime when you arrive, Chen Shidao said as he linked arms with Sulu and walked out of the sales office, with Tangi behind them continuously talking. You two take care. Once Chen Shidao got into the car, Tangi jumped up excitedly and shouted to his colleagues. Unbelievable, sold a 30 million unit 5 minutes before getting off work. I'm going to buy a lottery ticket after work. Back at Sulu's home at Marriott Hui, it was almost 6:15. Sulu poured a glass of water for Chen Shidao and turned on the TV. Brother, dinner will be ready around 7, you can watch TV for a bit. Sulu had already gone to the market early this morning to buy the ingredients needed for dinner. For the roasted buns, she bought premium lamb leg meat, half a leg costing 204 yuan. The chicken for the big plate chicken was a local free-range chicken she had bought last time for 150 yuan per pound, spending 600 yuan. There were also seafood brought back from Little Bamboo Island, enough to make 5 or 6 dishes. Do you want me to help? Chen Chi asked. Then brother, help me clean 4 hairy crabs, Sulu replied. The two of them got busy in the kitchen, which was 3 times larger than the one Sulu had in her previous home. They didn't feel cramped at all, mainly because Sulu was doing most of the work. No wonder you're the daughter of a chef, you're really efficient, Chen Chi praised. Sulu was quite at ease in the kitchen, even making the dough for the baked buns from scratch. By nearly 7 o'clock, Sulu had completed 4 dishes and a soup. Chen Chi was truly impressed and gave her a thumbs up for her cooking skills. You're amazing, Lulu. How about I buy you a restaurant? Sulu laughed. What do you mean amazing? This is just home cooking level. They brought the dishes to the dining table, baked buns, big plate chicken, stir-fried pork with asparagus, steamed hairy crab, and grouper soup. Earned 845 soft meal coins, refunded 8,450,000 huaxia coins. Earned 200 soft meal coins, refunded 2 million huaxia coins. Over 800, looks like they didn't count the seafood, Chen Chi thought. Of course, that was your purchase, Soft Grandpa said. And the 200? Oh, I see, labor costs. Last time they had dinner at Sulu's house, Soft Grandpa gave 200 as labor costs. Today, Lulu hit over 100 million. Sunglasses 3655 plus Fisherman hat 5,670 plus flip-flops 50 plus dinner 1045. Sulu refunded Chen Chi 1,042,000,000 today. Chen Shi picked up a baked bun with his hand. Sulu's presentation was basically identical to those from outside shops. It looks and smells good, let's see how it tastes, Chen Shi said. Sulu looked at him expectantly as he took a bite. Just from the sound of the dough, he could tell the bun was baked perfectly. As he bit into it, his mouth was filled with rich juice, and the lamb leg meat was incredibly tender. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, a perfect score. Sulu beamed with joy at this full marks review, as happy as a child. Good thing I called my dad over to learn for a whole night. Brother, have some fish soup, it's definitely fresh, Sulu said. They had already tasted it at noon, and it was indeed excellent. Chen Shi said, here, let me serve you a bowl. Thank you, brother. Chen Shi served each of them a bowl of soup. Just as he was about to drink, he heard some noise at the door. Soon, the door opened, and a man and a woman walked in. Mom and Dad? What are you doing here? Sulu was a bit surprised. A few days ago, Su's dad and mom had just come over. Sulu had the property management register their facial recognition and even told them the password to the main door. Su's dad and mom looked at Chen Shi by the dining table in surprise. Your second aunt asked for some dried bamboo shoots, so we came to bring her some. This must be Chen Shi, Su's mom said. Chen Shi didn't expect Sulu's parents to come at this time, but he wasn't flustered. Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm Chen Shi, he introduced himself confidently. This young man is really handsome. Lulu is so beautiful, it turns out she inherited it from her aunt. Chen Shi and Su's mom complimented each other. Su's mom laughed at Chen Shi's joke. Lulu does indeed look like me. Mom and Dad, have you eaten? Sulu asked. Su's dad replied, we had lunch at your second uncle's house. Su's mom walked over to the dining table and looked. Dinner looks good, grouper soup, hairy crab, big plate chicken. Chen Shi pulled out a chair for Su's mom. Aunt, have some more. Old Su, sit down and eat some more. Lu Haitao had picked out the hairy crabs for Chen Shi, all big and meaty, and taking a bite was very satisfying. It's rare to eat such fat hairy crabs in July, Su's dad said. Yeah, your dad bought a few hairy crabs at the market a few days ago, and they had hardly any meat, all shriveled up. Chen Shi said, these were given by a friend from Little Bamboo Island, and there are 4 more in the kitchen. I'll bring some back for uncle and aunt later. The 4 of them were eating crabs and chatting happily, which deeply moved Sulu. How nice it is to sit together like this as a family. As a parent, it was Suma's first time meeting her daughter's boyfriend, so she naturally had many questions. They were mostly about family and work. Chen Shi, what does your family do? They run a few companies, doing some e-commerce and media business. Your parents are still at the company, right? Sulu had never asked Chen Shi about his family. She and Zhang Jia and Xiao Jing had speculated that Chen Shi was the illegitimate son of some wealthy person in Donghai City. Chen Shi replied, my parents passed away when I was in high school. I live alone now. Oh, I'm sorry. Lulu didn't mention it to us. Suma glanced at Sulu, as if blaming her for not saying something like this earlier. Mom, don't glare at me, I just found out too. Brother, I didn't know uncle and auntie were gone, Sulu said. It's fine, it's been 10 years, he replied. Chen Shi is really capable, creating such a large enterprise all by himself. If you ask me, you're no worse than Jack Ma, Suma exaggeratedly praised Chen Shi. Auntie, what kind of person is Jack Ma? How can I compare? So impressive, he's simply a genius in entrepreneurship. His experience could easily be featured in a wealth-building program. Suba, who had been mostly silent, asked Chen Shi a question. Xiao Chun, this house is under Lulu's name, and you just gave it to her like that? You two aren't even engaged. Chen Shi glanced at Sulu and said, Uncle, you've been through this. You should understand that feeling. When you like someone, you want to give them the best. The place Lulu lived in before was a bit small, the kitchen was cramped, and there was no walk-in closet. I just wanted her to have a better place to live. Suma said, such a big house, it's too wasteful for her to live alone. Aren't you going to live together? Mom, what kind of mother-in-law urges cohabitation? I was thinking, since we aren't engaged yet, it's better not to live together for now. Xiao Chen is quite traditional. Where are you living now? Suba asked. Recently, I should be living in Yulongfu, the most expensive Yulongfu in Donghai City. Although Suba lived in Jiala County, the reputation of Yulongfu was too great, even people from surrounding counties had heard of it. With an average price of 60,000, any unit is close to 20 million. Chen Shi said, it's not the most expensive, just one of the better high-rise residential buildings. My parents didn't see how he acted when buying a house, it was simply too disrespectful to a house worth tens of millions. He was more serious about choosing seafood than picking a house. Suba had no doubt about Chen Shi's financial capability. The usual questions that a father-in-law would ask, have you bought a house, how big is it, what's the location, what's your income, didn't need to be asked in Chen Shi's case. Xiao Chun, I believe you can provide Lulu with a very comfortable material life. However, when two people are together, besides material things, they also need to care for each other emotionally. Sulu smiled and said, Dad, Chin-Chi really cares about me. He's worried that takeout isn't healthy, so he orders meals for me from a private restaurant at Yida Plaza, and they deliver every day. The money in the fruit garden could last me 2 years. Suma could hardly find any faults with Chun-Chi. She was very satisfied with this son-in-law. In terms of appearance, temperament, and material conditions, Chen-Chi was top-notch. To be honest, Suma felt that her daughter was a bit unworthy of Chen-Chi. With his conditions, marrying the daughter of a big boss and forming a strong alliance wouldn't be a problem. The Su family was just an average middle-class family. Being associated with Chen-Chi felt like climbing high. Brother, I have a class reunion at the end of the month. Can you accompany me? Sure, when? The specific time and place haven't been decided yet. It was just mentioned in the class group. Taking Chen-Chi to the class reunion, Sulu didn't know how much face she had. By then, those female classmates would definitely be envious to death. The four chatted for over an hour, and seeing Su Dad and Su Mom's expressions, they still wanted to talk to Sulu for a while longer. Chen-Chi then greeted them, Uncle, Aunt, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. You all sit for a while longer. Lulu, when Uncle and Aunt leave, remember to take the hairy crabs and the group are out for them to take along. Got it, Sulu replied obediently. Su Dad said, drive slowly on the way. Dad, he has a driver. Su Dad curiously asked, Little Chen, what car do you drive? Rolls-Royce Phantom. After Chen-Chi left, the Su family of three began their internal family dialogue. This Chen-Chi is impressive, relying on himself to make a fortune. I estimate his worth is over 100 million, Su Dad said. Su Mom asked, Lulu, did you just find out his parents passed away? Yeah, I always thought he was some rich man's illegitimate child. Dad is right, his assets must be over 100 million. He just mentioned Yulong Mansion, did you hear that? He just bought it tonight, went into the sales office for just a few minutes, and bought a 450 square meter, 30 million flat. The 11 million one at Wanhao Hui had already shocked Su Dad and Su Mom enough. What does 30 million even mean? Su Dad wouldn't dare to dream about it. Lulu, he doesn't have parents, so there won't be any mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts in the future, Su Mom said. Mom, don't mention anything about parents in front of him in the future. I know, this is just between us. However, Sulu did think that if it were a proper wealthy family, the pressure of marrying into it would be immense. Various rules, etiquette, and having children. If she didn't have a boy, it wouldn't be over. She had previously asked Chen-Chi whether he preferred boys or girls, and Chen-Chi said either was fine, but a girl like Lulu would be best. She thought Chen-Chi was just flattering her. Her in-laws would definitely want a boy, but now that there were no in-laws, it was fine. Shu Quan drove Chen-Chi back, and a striking sign by the roadside caught Chen-Chi's attention. Yuzufang, seems quite famous, has Master Zhu been there? Chen-Chi asked. Boss, this place is quite expensive, I couldn't afford to go with my previous salary, Zhu Quan replied. Chen-Chi laughed, now you can afford it, right? Zhu Quan's monthly salary was 30,000, he couldn't afford any foot massage or spa places. No, it's too wasteful, I still have kids to raise at home. Turn around, let's go get a foot massage, you can also get a clock, and I'll reimburse you. After getting soft, Chen-Chi had only been to the Black Rose Bar a few times. He hadn't been to other foot massage shops, clubs, sweat steaming places, or spas. Before, he couldn't afford to go, and now there were too many beautiful girls around him. Flirting with a goddess was enjoyable, so he didn't have a particularly strong desire to go to entertainment venues. Today, he had played by the seaside for an afternoon, got a bit tired from the sun, and happened to see Yuzufang, so he decided to check it out. The entrance of Yuzufang looked very luxurious, and there were plenty of parking spaces. Chen-Chi glanced over, mainly seeing a lot of Cadillacs. The receptionist at the front desk noticed a Rolls-Royce driving by and couldn't help but stare a few more times. She saw two people getting out of the car and walking towards the store. The boss driving the big Rolls, you two hurry up and receive them, the receptionist said. Two receptionists in high-slit Chonsams walked to the door. Before Chen-Chi could push the door open, they had already opened it for him. Welcome to Yuzufang, the two said in unison in a sweet tone. The young receptionist, despite her age, was an old employee of the store. She sized up Chen-Chi and confirmed she had never seen him before. Brother, is this your first time at Yuzufang? Chen-Chi nodded, looking at the price list on the wall, and indeed, it was much more expensive than other foot massage shops. Although Chen-Chi had never been there, he had heard about it. It was like buying a coupon on Meituan, and for 88 or 98, you could get it done. Here, the most basic foot massage costs 158, he didn't look at the others and directly ordered the 998-foot massage plus Thai package. 2 for $9.98, I want young and pretty girls. The receptionist smiled, don't worry, bro, they'll definitely be fresh and lovely. Shu Quan, who was beside him, didn't say a word. He was overjoyed inside, getting to enjoy a free 998 service just by following Chen Shi. 2 receptionists were helping Chen Shi change his shoes when he asked, is it legit? The girl smiled, bro, if you want it to be legit, it can be. If you want it to be not legit, it can be too. The boss of the big labor is like a god. Whatever service you want, it's all up to him. Chen Shi thought that if they had someone of the quality of Black Rose Jenny, he could indulge a bit in this not-so-legit setting. If not, then forget it, he was picky now, having been spoiled by the goddesses. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. The receptionist led the 2 upstairs. The 998 service included a private room for each person. After parting ways with Shu Quan, the receptionist brought him a tablet. Bro, take a look, these are the available technicians right now. Chen Shi mainly came for foot relaxation and didn't expect to meet any goddesses that fit his criteria. He scrolled through the tablet. The technicians' photos were all edited to perfection, but they couldn't escape the discerning eye of a connoisseur. As expected, he wasn't that lucky. There wasn't even a single one scoring 90. There were 2 or 3 scoring 88 or 89, which was already quite good. With some makeup and dressing up, they could be stunning beauties. Let's go with number 18, Chen Shi said. Alright, bro, please wait a moment. The server brought in a platter of fruits, snacks, and juice. This is the standard package. If you want anything else, you can order it on the tablet, all free. Okay, thanks. Chen Shi had eaten well in the evening and had no desire for food now. He grabbed a few sunflower seeds, eating while watching TV, waiting for the technician to arrive. After finishing 5 seeds, the door to the private room was pushed open. A tall, voluptuous beauty wearing a lace, semi-transparent camisole dress and red-soled high heels walked in. This outfit, along with her impressive figure, easily stirred a man's desires. Hello, VIP. Technician number 18, Xiaoyu, is very happy to serve you. I must say, you really do look regal and alluring. Yao Yujie had the appearance of a mature woman, and with that semi-transparent lace dress, she was indeed enticing. Scoring 89 in charm, she stood out in looks, temperament, and figure. She held a gold medalist status in the shop, with many customers requesting her. Some even became infatuated, taking out loans to extend their time with her, bringing gifts, and treating her to meals. Brother really knows how to talk, Yao Yujie said with a radiant smile. Upon seeing Chen Shi, she felt comfortable. Giving foot massages to handsome guys was a completely different experience than to greasy middle-aged men. Handsome guys were a delight to the eyes, and she enjoyed massaging them. If the handsome guy could talk a bit more, it would be even more interesting. Moreover, she had just heard from the receptionist that the customer who requested her arrived in a Rolls-Royce. Definitely a big spender. Are you a local beauty? Chen Shi asked. It wasn't that he could tell where a beauty was from, but the tablet indicated that technician number 18, Xiaoyu, was from Donghai. Yes, are you a local too? It was rare to see locals in this line of work, as they feared running into acquaintances. Usually, it was mostly out-of-town technicians. Let me hear you speak a bit of the local dialect, Chen Shi said. Yao Yujie greeted him in the local dialect, asking if the water temperature was suitable. From your accent, you're from Jianing County, right? Chen Shi remarked, as Yao Yujie sounded like someone from his hometown. You guessed it right, I'm from Jianing County. Fellow townsfolk, Chen Shi said. Yao Yujie stared at Chen Shi, carefully examining him, as a vague figure emerged in her mind. The figure was so unclear that she couldn't even make out the facial features, clearly indicating that this memory was quite old. But the more she looked at Chen Shi, the more familiar he seemed. Brother, have we met somewhere before? Chen Shi thought to himself, having heard that technicians are good at chatting and can talk about anything to avoid awkward silences. Indeed, Chen Shi replied. Right? I knew we had met somewhere. Do you remember where it was? Not too clearly, it might have been in a dream or in a past life. Since it was just idle talk, Chen Shi rambled on. How annoying. What should I call you, brother? Yao Yujie asked. My surname is Chen, and I am your crush. While wiping Chen Shi's feet, Yao Yujie said, Brother, you really know how to flirt. After hearing Chen Shi's surname, the vague figure in Yao Yujie's mind became slightly clearer. It seemed to be wearing a school uniform. Could it be a classmate I knew when I was in school? Brother, you look a bit familiar. Did you study at Jianing No. 3 Middle School? Chen Shi had thought Yao Yujie was just chatting, but she accurately named the school he attended in middle school. He carefully examined Yao Yujie. I went to No. 3 Middle School. Are you also from there? We're alumni. Brother, don't you think we have a connection? Yao Yujie said. Chen-Chi asked, "Are you really from No. 3? Yes." According to the information from Soft Master, Xiaoyu's full name was Yao Yujie, and Chen-Chi had no recollection of that name. But connecting the keywords, No. 3, Yao Yujie, and Big Thunder, a person appeared in Chen-Chi's mind. The distant memory gradually became clearer. It was over a decade ago when Chen-Chi was still in middle school. There was a girl in his class who had developed well at a young age, and everyone talked about her behind her back. The boys even made crude jokes in front of her. The girl didn't get into a regular high school during the entrance exam and later went to work in Yangcheng with her family, and Chen-Chi never saw her again. "Are you Yao Yujie from class 2? Chen-Chi asked as he sat up. "It's been so long, I really forgot which class I was in, but I remember the homeroom teacher was a buck-toothed woman." "Exactly, the big buck-toothed one. It's me, Chen-Chi." Chen-Chi introduced himself, never expecting to run into a middle school classmate while getting a foot massage. Yao Yujie's vague memory was also filled in. She had only attended elementary and middle school, and her memories of middle school classmates were still quite clear. In Yao Yujie's memory, Chen-Chi was a top student and a core member of the boys group in class. He was handsome and sunny, and several girls had crushes on him, Yao Yujie being one of them. She had left Donghai City 8 years ago, losing contact with all her elementary and middle school classmates. After working at Yuzufang for 2 years, this was the first time she encountered someone familiar. Seeing Chen-Chi now should have felt warm, but the current situation felt more awkward. "I can't believe I ran into an old classmate after all this time, here of all places," Yao Yujie smiled. "It's been so many years, it must be nearly 10, right? After the entrance exam, you went out of town." Chen-Chi looked at Yao Yujie. Her face seemed not to have changed much, still beautiful, and her figure was still impressive. Yao Yujie had developed earlier than other girls her age, already exuding a mature vibe in middle school. At that time, Chen-Chi thought she was probably the prettiest girl in class. However, boys developed a bit later than girls. Chen-Chi thought Yao Yujie was beautiful but had no particular thoughts about her. Back then, his parents were still around, and life was carefree. He wasn't the gloomy person he became in high school. His happiest moments were playing basketball after class and dragging Chen-Etian to the internet cafe to play Warcraft after school. By high school, he had become aware that Yao Yujie might have had feelings for him in middle school. Yao Yujie often swapped duties with other students, managing to have the same duty day as Chen-Chi. Anyone who has been a middle school boy knows how wild young boys can be. They hardly take their duties seriously. Chen-Chi frequently slacked off, claiming he was going to take out the trash, but he would be gone for half an hour, returning drenched in sweat. Yao Yujie knew he had gone to the playground to play basketball, but she said nothing, and the cleaning was done well. After the duty ended, she would buy drinks for Chen-Chi from the small shop, and they would walk part of the way to the bus station together. "Yeah, it's been 10 years, and you're getting more handsome," she said. "I just heard you drove a Rolls-Royce here, is that true?" Chen-Chi chuckled, "Just doing a little business, made a bit of money." "Old classmate, you're too modest, driving a Rolls-Royce and calling it a small fortune. When did you come back to Donghai?" Chen-Chi asked. "It's been 2 years. I went back to Jianing once in between and found that the third middle school has been torn down," Yao Yujie replied. "It was upgraded, they moved to a new campus." They chatted about their school days, and Yao Yujie's hands didn't stop moving. "You were good at studying and sports in middle school, you were quite popular among the girls. Several girls had crushes on you." "Really? I was just a clueless kid back then, didn't understand any of that." Yao Yujie suddenly pressed a bit harder with her hands. "Clueless indeed, I brought you drinks so many times, and you didn't react at all." "The drinks were really good," Chen-Chi said. "Ah, just kidding. How was I supposed to know what you meant back then? I just thought you were thanking me for the drinks." They reminisced about their innocent crushes, their faces devoid of youthful shyness, simply recalling the beauty of their youth. "Now that you're so rich and handsome, you must have charmed quite a few girls. Do I look like that kind of person? I'm very loyal, okay? Loyal in search of a goddess with a charm value of 90. So, do you have a boyfriend now?" At this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Yao Yujie's face. "Look at me, which guy would dare to pursue me?" Chen-Chi just listened casually. Yao Yujie's charm was not lacking, and she must have many suitors. Moreover, Chen-Chi believed there were definitely admirers willing to devote themselves to her without any return. "Old classmate, lie back a bit, I'll give you a Thai massage now." Yao Yujie took off her high heels and sat on the massage bed, her rounded thighs pressed tightly against Chen-Chi's. While sitting on the stool, her spaghetti strap dress could still cover her backside. On the bed, the dress shifted up a bit, almost revealing her black lace underwear. Yao Yujie started massaging Chen-Chi's calves, and slowly, she squeezed her legs around his, beginning to massage his thighs. "Old classmate, is the pressure okay?" "It's fine. Yao Yujia's fingers skillfully roamed over Chen Qi's thighs, gradually moving higher. He's so rich now, and we're old classmates. If I sleep with him, he should help me out a bit, right? Chen Qi couldn't hear Yao Yujia's thoughts, but her technique was already expressing something. Is this where it starts to get unprofessional? The information on Soft Master showed that Yao Yujia had been in 8 relationships, and with proper precautions, that was about right. Jiang Zhenyi had been in 18 relationships, and Chen Qi had grown alongside her. Her skills were quite good, but Yao Yujia's identity as an old classmate made him feel strange. How about a back massage? Chen Qi suggested. Yao Yujia's hands paused, her feelings a bit complicated. Does he not want it? Well, considering his status now and mine, how could he possibly like me? Chen Qi turned over, lying on the massage bed. Chen Qi, you have a great body, you haven't gained any weight at all. What can I do? I can't even fill my stomach, how could I gain weight? Chen Qi replied. Come on, I see you probably don't eat rice at all, just indulging in delicacies. The two were chatting when the door to the private room was pushed open. Yao Yujia thought it was the waiter bringing the fruit platter, but when she turned her head to look, her expression immediately fell. A young man with a slick-back hairstyle walked in, looking stylish and somewhat handsome. Jia Shuai looked at Yao Yujie and said, I sent you messages and called you, why didn't you reply? What do you want? Can't you see I'm at work? Yao Yujie replied. Jia Shuai ignored Chen Qi and waved his hand impatiently. Transfer me 20,000. Why should I transfer you anything? Yao Yujie said coldly. You're my girlfriend, what's wrong with lending me some money? Who's your girlfriend? Get it straight, we've broken up, okay? Jia Shuai shamelessly replied, I didn't agree, so how can it be considered a breakup? Hurry up, bring me 20,000. I don't have it, just leave. Don't force me, I have those videos on my phone. Chen Qi, lying on the massage bed, roughly understood the situation. The ex-boyfriend had some leverage over Yao Yujie and was using it to threaten her for money. What's all the noise about? Can't you see there are other people here? Chen Qi said. Jia Shuai pointed at Chen Qi, none of your business, just lie there. Chen Qi was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it said that this society is friendly to wealthy people? Why did he always encounter these arrogant types who spoke so condescendingly? Old classmate, need help? Chen Qi asked. Upon hearing this address, Jia Shuai grinned maliciously. Oh, so you've quickly hooked up with an old classmate. You want to help her, right? Then you give me 20,000. Yao Yujie hurriedly said, it's fine, I can handle it myself. Although Yao Yujie wasn't a goddess and didn't deserve any sacrifices from Chen Qi, she was still a classmate who had once liked him. Helping her out a little wouldn't affect him much. Xiao Yu, we're old classmates, so don't be polite with me. 20,000 isn't much. However, I want to know what he's using to threaten you, Chen Qi said. Jia Shuai looked smug. You want to see? I can let you watch for free for 10 seconds, but after that, you'll have to pay. Yao Yujie panicked. No, I'll give you the money. However, Jia Shuai had already opened his phone and started playing the video. The phone screen was small, and with Chen Qi and Jia Shuai a couple of meters apart, the images weren't very clear. All they could see was a man and a woman, two naked people on a bed engaging in activities. Yao Yujie desperately tried to grab the phone, but at over 1.8 meters tall, Jia Shuai held it high, and she couldn't reach it. Jia Shuai turned the volume up to the maximum, and the sounds of a woman's moans filled the air. Chen Qi could guess with his toes that the woman in the video was Yao Yujie. How about that? Quite exciting, right? Your old classmate is really heating things up in bed, Jia Shuai said with a lewd grin. Yao Yujie's face turned pale, and she was on the verge of tears. How despicable and shameless, Chen Qi thought. Even if it were a woman he didn't know, Jia Shuai's behavior was enough to be repulsive. 20,000 for you, just delete the video, Chen Qi said. Jia Shuai ruffled his hair. What are you thinking? I can enjoy this video for a lifetime, and I can take it out to appreciate whenever I'm bored. Playing the rogue, huh? Dealing with such a person, reasoning and conventional methods were definitely useless. What can you do to me? Go ahead and call the police. Don't call the police, Yao Yujie shouted. Jia Shuai had previously told her that if she dared to call the police, he would send the video to Yao Yujie's relatives group. Yao Yujie truly regretted adding him to her family group back then. At that moment, Zhu Quan from the next private room walked over. Boss. Jia Shuai glanced at Zhu Quan. Still a boss, huh? Yao Yujie, you've hooked up with a big shot. Delete the video, or don't blame me for being rude, Chen Qi said. Oh, how scary. You want to rob me? As he spoke, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and it sounded like several people were coming. 5 young men in tight black t-shirts and cropped pants walked in. Give me 300,000, and I'll delete the video, Jia Shuai said. 300,000 goddess, even treating Chen Shi to a cup of milk tea would cost more than that. Who does he think he is looking down on? However, Chen Shi could not accept the feeling of being threatened with leverage in the other person's hands. Alright, give me half an hour, and I'll gather the money, Chen Shi replied. Xu Quan was stunned. Are you kidding? Just 300,000, and the boss still needs to gather it? The boss is the kind of person who wouldn't even bother to call insurance after crashing a car. He must have other plans. Yao Yujie quickly said, Chen Shi, thank you, but I'll handle it myself. How will you handle it? Can you come up with 300,000? Chen Shi asked. Didn't he say he drives a Rolls-Royce? Why does he need to gather 300,000? Did the downstairs get it wrong? But no matter what car Chen Shi drove, Yao Yujie was very touched. They hadn't seen each other for 10 years, and he was still willing to help. Chen Shi, I'm afraid I can't repay this favor. Chen Shi smiled. The few bottles of drinks you treated me to are worth more than 300,000. According to the current exchange rate, what Yao Yujie treated him to back then should be over $1 million now. So touching. You guys are not just old classmates, I see you as old lovers. Jia Shuai and the other young men laughed heartily. Yao Yujie, with such an old lover, you needn't worry about those debts anymore. Do you have other debts? Chen Shi asked. Yao Yujie looked at Jia Shuai with eyes full of anger. You really have no shame. Those debts were all because you tricked me into owing them. Yao Yujie returned to Donghai, and she had no friends around, only knowing the technicians at Yuzufang. A year ago, her sisters took her out to a gathering, and at the drinking party, she met Jia Shuai. Jia Shuai was indeed a bit handsome, well-dressed, and good at conversation. Within a few days, he was chatting passionately with Yao Yujie. In less than 2 weeks, they confirmed their relationship and moved in together. Later, Yao Yujie found out that Jia Shuai was a young master. Not the kind like Luo Kaiyang or Zhang Ming, but the kind from KTV. However, they were in the heat of romance, and love-struck Yao Yujie didn't mind these things. It is said that the passionate phase lasts only 3 months. After 3 months, Jia Shuai revealed his true nature. During arguments, he would throw tantrums, smash cups, slam tables, and even hit Yao Yujie. Yao Yujie wanted to break up but was coaxed back by Jia Shuai's sweet words. 2 months ago, Jia Shuai said he wanted to buy a car but was a bit tight on cash, hoping Yao Yujie would help him with a loan. He pestered her for a week before she finally softened and agreed. He bought a Cadillac CT5, which cost just over 200,000, and he had Yao Yujie loan him 150,000. Jia Shuai also tricked Yao Yujie out of 200,000 of her savings, claiming his family was sick and needed money, and made her take out an online loan of 80,000. He took Yao Yujie's money and maintained relationships with several other women. How can you say it's cheating? You were willing to do it, Jia Shuai said innocently. Jia Shuai was munching on sunflower seeds, glancing at the time. Chen Shi's half hour was almost up. Is it done? Have you gathered it? Chen Shi checked his phone. 2 messages had come in, and he looked up and said, it's done. Then hurry and transfer the money. Is it a bank card or Alipay? Jia Shuai asked. At that moment, the door to the private room opened, and 2 more people walked in. The room, which had been quite spacious, now felt very crowded with 11 people standing there. What's all this noise? Is one basin enough for so many people to wash? Chen Etienne said. Chen Shi had no intention of giving Jia Shuai money. He sent a message to have Chen Etienne and Zhou Leishan come over. With Zhou Leishan's skills, these few young men wouldn't be a match for him. Plus, with Chen Shi, Zhu Quan, and Chen Etienne, it was a sure thing. Chen Shi hadn't explained the situation to Chen Etienne in detail, so Chen Etienne didn't recognize Yao Yujie. The 3 of them were in the same class in middle school, but in high school, Chen Shi and Chen Etienne were separated into different classes, and Yao Yujie went to work in another city. What's the deal? You don't want to pay, so you're going to resort to force, right? Jia Shuai said. Jia Shuai had 6 people with him, more than Chen Shi and his group. Moreover, he had brothers nearby. With 1 phone call, he could summon a dozen more in 5 minutes. Chen Shi said, even if I beat you up, would you dare to call the police? Holding that kind of video and demanding 300,000, you've already committed extortion. I'm laughing, who hits whom is still uncertain. Jia Shuai scoffed arrogantly. Shizi, what's going on? Are you being extorted? Chen Etienne immediately thought of something inappropriate, imagining a foot massage parlor, a private room, and beautiful technicians. He thought Chen Shi had engaged in some illicit service and was being blackmailed. Let's talk later. First, get his phone from him. Brother Zhou, don't let him escape, Chen Shi said. Chen Etienne obeyed Chen Shi without question. Whatever Chen Shi said, he would do. He stepped forward, and the surrounding energetic young men immediately blocked his way and pushed him. What do you want? Looking for death, huh? Chen Etienne said, try pushing me again? Hey, look at you, if I push you, what can you do? The response from the energetic young man was a left hook. This punch ignited the battle in the private room. Fuck him! Jia Shui shouted. Chaos erupted in the room, the foot bathtubs were overturned, and the television screen shattered. Everyone was barehanded, fighting in the most primal way. At this moment, Zhou Leishan, with his rich fighting skills, became the god of war in the private room. The scene was just as impressive as the elevator god of war or the toilet god of war, incredibly heroic. Bringing him over is really worth it, Chen Shi thought to himself. The fight ended in just 1 minute. Zhou Leishan didn't use a brutal approach but focused mainly on restraint and capture. Every time I see Brother Zhou's skills, I'm amazed, Chen Shi said. Zhu Quan was seeing Zhou Leishan fight for the first time. He had wanted to help earlier but couldn't get involved at all. Zhou Leishan was too powerful. Jia Shui and his 6 men were knocked down to the ground, fear evident in their eyes as they looked at Zhou Leishan. What kind of person is this? He can take on 6 and still win. Qi Zi, can we talk about what's going on now? Chen Yitian asked. Chen Shi pointed at Yao Yujie. Do you know her? I've never been to Yuzufang, Chen Yitian said. Yao Yujie recognized Chen Yitian first. Is that you, Chen Yitian? You know me? Chen Yitian quickly searched his memory, not recalling knowing such a beautiful woman. Yao Yujie from class 2 of the 3rd middle school, does that ring a bell? Chen Shi said. Chen Yitian instinctively glanced at Yao Yujie's impressive figure, a familiar silhouette emerging in his mind. Ah, Yao Yujie, didn't you go to Yangchang? Chen Shi briefly explained the situation. The more Chen Yitian listened, the angrier he became, unable to resist kicking Jia Shui. Damn, scumbag, deceiving and extorting money, and using videos to threaten, you've embarrassed all men. Chen Shi took Jia Shui's phone and deleted the entire album, checking the cloud backup as well. Is this all of it? Are there any other backups? Chen Shi asked. Chen Yitian clenched his fists and threatened, you better be honest. If we find out there are backups, next time, you won't need Brother Zhou to step in. I have over 200 brothers under me, and each one could drown you with a spit. Hearing this, Jia Shui thought Chen Shi and his group were from the underworld. There's nothing left, just these few videos, all in the album. Jia Shui's face was full of submission, pleading for mercy. Chen Shi said, get lost, and don't come looking for her again. Watching this scene, tears welled up in Yao Yujie's eyes, and the sorrow in her heart suddenly erupted. She began to cry loudly, releasing all her grievances. Chen Shi, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know how to get rid of him. Don't cry, it's all resolved, Chen Shi said. The owner of Yuzhufang rushed over, and upon seeing the mess in the private room, immediately wanted to call the police. I'll compensate for the damages, 100,000 yuan. Just pretend nothing happened, Chen Shi said. The most expensive item in the room, a television, had been smashed into a colorful screen. Other things were just dampened by foot-washing water, looking a bit messy. 100,000 yuan was a good deal. Alright, I'll get you a new room, the owner said. What he just said about raising money must have been a lie to Jia Shui. He really has money. The 3 of them drank tea and reminisced in the new room. Yao Yujie hesitated, struggling for a long time, and when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she felt too shy to say them. Chen Yitian noticed she had something to say. Xiaoyu, what do you want to say? I feel embarrassed to say it, Yao Yujie stammered. Chen Shi said, it's okay, just say it. Chen Shi, you helped me get rid of Jia Shui, and I really appreciate it. I'm really in trouble asking you this, but I have no one else to turn to. Just say it, and I'll see if I can help. Yao Yujie looked at Chen Shi and said, could you lend me 230,000 yuan? I need to pay off my loan. I will definitely pay you back, 2 years will be enough. I will work hard to repay you within 2 years. To be honest, earning 230,000 yuan in 2 years at Yuzhufang is not a difficult task. Chen Yitian said, I thought it was something serious. 230,000 yuan is just a small amount. Asking Qi Zi for it is a bit looking down on him. I'll lend it to you. Chen Yitian was currently well off, with a savings of 1 million and a monthly salary of 50,000. You should just forget it. Send me your card number, and I'll transfer it to you. Yao Yujie didn't expect Chen Shi to agree so readily, and Chen Yitian was also eager to help her, which moved her. These 2 old classmates hadn't seen each other for 10 years, and they were doing so well. Chen Yitian, what are you doing now? I'm just hanging out with Qi Zi, he runs a company now. Yao Yujie guessed correctly, Chen Shi was definitely a big boss now. You see, can I work at your company? Yao Yujie's mouth was faster than her brain, and she blurted it out. I was just joking. Yao Yujie laughed awkwardly. She had already troubled Chen Shi enough, and she was really afraid of annoying him by asking for a job. Chen Shi didn't say anything, and Yao Yujie thought he was getting impatient. Etienne, are there any suitable positions in the company? Chen Shi suddenly asked. Forcing someone into prostitution or persuading a prostitute to reform, Chen Shi wouldn't do either. Persuasion is useless, it's a choice made by others. But if someone wants to escape such a life, Chun-Chi would help if he could. After all, she was a classmate who treated him to drinks. Hearing this, Yao Yujie was overjoyed. Chun-Chi really wanted to help her. Xiao Yu, do you know how to operate? Well, you all know I haven't studied since middle school, so I might not do well with brain work. Chen Etienne thought about other suitable positions. Without waiting for him to speak, Chen-Chi arranged a job for Yao Yujie. You can be a streamer at my company, with a base salary of 10,000 and a 60-40 split, you get 60, and the company gets 40. Yao Yujie had a charm value of 89, and she had a pair of big assets that male fans love to see. Training her should attract quite a few fans. Chi Zi, are you going to set up a streaming department? Chan Etienne asked. I forgot to tell you, I just acquired a media company and plan to reorganize it, then collaborate deeply with Tianchi Apparel. Chen Etienne was dumbfounded. My adoptive father's strength is unfathomable. He just acquired one company not long ago and has now acquired another. Yao Yujie no longer wanted to work as a massage therapist. Many therapists were switching careers to become streamers. She was afraid of failing in a new career and had never dared to try. Now that Chen-Chi was leading the way and had helped her so much, Yao Yujie wanted to repay him. I will definitely work hard and won't let my old classmate down. Chen-Chi and Chen Etienne left Yuzufang, and as they stepped outside, Chen Etienne glanced back. Chi Zi, back in middle school, Yao Yujie was interested in you. Are you planning to rekindle that old flame? How do you know she was interested in me? I didn't even realize it back then. Anyone could see it, and I told you about it. Did you? I don't remember. Honestly, Yao Yujie is getting more and more beautiful, especially her curves. They're much more pronounced than in middle school. Do you think she's an E-cup? But she works at a foot massage parlor, so I guess. You don't mind that, right? What do I care? When hiring employees, there are no requirements about their sex lives. Moreover, according to Soft Master's information, Yao Yujie had only had 8 boyfriends. I thought you were going to rekindle your old romance and reminisce about your youth. You really just want her to go to work? True, Su Lu and Su Tian are even prettier than her, except for their curves, Chan Etienne said. Speaking of curves, among the goddesses, Sunny Yao's were not small either. When Chen-Chi was in school, he had no feelings for Yao Yujie, and he still didn't. It wasn't that she wasn't good looking or didn't have a nice figure. Feelings were just hard to describe. Is there nothing else? I'm going back to play games, Chen Etienne said. Alright, go back. Master Zhu, we'll head back too. As the Rolls-Royce approached the second-to-last red light on Avenue 1, Chen-Chi saw a shapely female motorcyclist at the crosswalk. The girl was wearing a motorcycle jacket on top and tight dark blue jeans below, which accentuated her curves. She was riding a domestic Chunfeng motorcycle, likely a Chunfeng 450 SR, priced just over 30,000. She exudes a charming and sexy aura, Chen-Chi thought. He wanted the motorcyclist to lift her helmet so he could see her face and have Soft Master rate her. Chen-Chi rolled down the car window, just about to speak, when Soft Master's voice interrupted. Hold on, think about your words before you speak. Why? I'm driving a Rolls. What could happen if I call her beautiful? Others can, but she can't. Why can't she? Is her identity special? Soft Master replied, she is bound to the goddess Jiang Yuni. Upon hearing that name, Chen-Chi understood, if he called out beautiful, it would make Jiang Yuni think he was frivolous. Good thing Soft Master reminded me. Chen-Chi called out to Jiang Yuni, Officer Jiang, just off duty? How did he recognize me? Jiang Yuni had already guessed that the person in the car was Chen-Chi. There weren't many driving a Rolls-Royce. She had only seen one with the license plate ending in 22. This is the 4th time. Donghai City isn't small, yet I keep running into him. Do we really have a connection? Chen-Chi heard Jiang Yuni's thoughts and said, we really do have a connection. This is the 4th time we've met. Jiang Yuni replied, yes, just finished my shift. Chen-Chi checked the time. It was 10:30. Officer Jiang, do you have any plans later? Want to grab a late-night snack together? Jiang Yuni didn't refuse and casually agreed, sure. I know a great place for skewers, just follow me. The green light turned on, and Jiang Yuni drove ahead while Chen-Chi had Zhu Quan follow him. After about 15 or 16 minutes, Jiang Yuni slowed down and said to Chen-Chi, we're approaching an old neighborhood. It's not convenient for your car to go in. Let's get out and walk over. Chen-Chi got out of the car, and Jiang Yuni parked her motorcycle at the entrance of the alley. She took off her helmet and ran her fingers through her hair. The motorcycle outfit she wore highlighted her elegance, and combined with her identity as a traffic police officer, riding a motorcycle looked very fitting. Jiang Yuni led Chen-Chi for about 50 meters, and from a distance, Chen-Chi caught a whiff of grilled meat. I've heard of bicycle barbecues before, but I've never tried one. The barbecue stall consisted of two old-fashioned bicycles, with the back seats converted into grills. This place has good flavor, I've come here several times, and the ingredients are fresh, all skewered the same day. There were quite a few customers eating here, and Chen-Chi glanced at the skewers grilling on the barbecue. The meat skewers were interspersed with vegetables, creating a beautiful color combination, resembling Japanese yakitori more than anything else. What do you want to eat? Chen-Chi handed over the menu. I don't eat much for late-night snacks, just a little to satisfy my cravings, Jiang Yuni replied. Then let's just order a few things. I haven't tried it either, so let's taste the flavors. They ordered chicken skewers, beef skewers, lamb skewers, and grilled mushrooms, 2 of each. Jiang Yuni added 2 skewers of grilled chicken skin, urging Chen-Chi to try them. The name might not sound appealing, but the taste was quite good. The small bicycle grill could only cook 10 skewers at a time. While waiting for the skewers, the vendor served free boiled edamame and sunflower seeds. The two chatted while eating the seeds. Officer Jiang, that bike of yours is a Chunfeng 450 SR, right? After work, don't call me Officer Jiang, just call me Jiang. That's what my friends call me. Chen-Chi said, I was going to say, Officer Jiang sounds too stiff, Jiang sounds friendlier. My name is Chen-Chi, with Chi meaning to start. Do you know about motorcycles? I thought someone who drives a Rolls-Royce wouldn't care for motorcycles. Chen-Chi chuckled, who said that? Motorcycles are so free and carefree, I have one too. He didn't, but it was just a trick he used before saying it first and buying it later. Just like when he told Su Tian he had a spare room for her to stay in, and 2 days later, he bought an apartment. Chen-Chi could easily buy a motorcycle first thing tomorrow morning. What car do you drive? Jiang Yuni asked with interest. Kawasaki H2, I don't ride it much, it's gathering dust in the garage, Chen-Chi replied. H2, huh? I was going to say it's an expensive bike, but since you drive a Rolls-Royce, the H2 should be a budget bike for you. Jiang Yuni's Chunfeng cost just over 30,000, while the Kawasaki H2 was at least 350,000, a price difference of more than 10 times. Expensive motorcycles could go for millions or even tens of millions, but they couldn't be found in Donghai City. The Kawasaki H2 Chen-Chi mentioned was the most expensive motorcycle sold at the Kawasaki dealership in Donghai City. Aren't all motorcycles just 2 wheels? I should take it out for a ride to clear the dust. Do you have any recommended routes to ride? Chen-Chi asked. The Ring Mountain Road in Nanpu District and the Circular Road on Daju Island are popular routes among motorcycle enthusiasts. Let's ride together sometime. Chen-Chi wasn't just boasting, he really could ride a motorcycle. After graduating high school, he got his motorcycle D license, originally planning to ride the 318 Sichuan-Tibet Highway. But then he thought it would be better to save money for college, so during the summer of his senior year, he did ride a motorcycle. He rented a Lifan motorcycle from a shop to deliver takeout, earning money while satisfying his motorcycle cravings. Their conversation flowed naturally from the start, with motorcycles being a topic of interest for Jiang Yuni. She often went riding in the mountains with fellow motorcycle enthusiasts, so she readily accepted Chen-Chi's invitation. Sure, I'm off on Tuesday, if you have time, we can go to Nanpu and ride in the mountains together. No problem, let's go Tuesday morning. Jiang Yuni said, doesn't that interfere with your work? I'm the boss, Chen-Chi laughed. Right, I forgot. You're the big boss who drives a Rolls-Royce. A few minutes later, the skewers were served, and their appearance was indeed appetizing. Barbecue on a bicycle, I think it feels more like a little life. It's the yakitori made by neon people who are living quite well, Chen-Chi said. Jiang Yuni smiled, no need to be so serious, we're not in the police station. Are you afraid of getting into a literary inquisition? You're right, this place does imitate yakitori, just looking at the skewers, it feels very much like a little life. By the way, I'm wearing a helmet, how did you recognize me just now? Jiang Yuni asked. As soon as I saw you, I knew it was you, isn't that amazing? Jiang Yuni smiled and said nothing. There were only 10 skewers in total, 5 for each person, and they finished eating in just a few minutes. The waiter came over to calculate, and the price wasn't cheap. Selling beef skewers for 20 each takes some guts, street vendors charge even more than restaurants. For just these 10 skewers, they spent 140, and the phrase toothpick fits perfectly here. Chen-Chi scanned the code to pay the bill, and just as he confirmed the amount with the waiter, he received a cashback notification from Soft Grandpa. Received 70 soft rice coins, cashback of 700,000 Huaxia coins. What's going on? Where's this cashback from? He looked at his phone and saw that Jiang Yuni had sent him a WeChat message, transferring him 70 yuan. Chen-Chi really didn't expect that after spending over 100 at a street stall, Jiang Yuni would still want to split the bill. In the past, he would have been very happy, whether it was dining out with friends or a girlfriend. It's always nice when the other party is willing to share a bit of the burden. Now he was even happier. As long as he had the goddess bound to him, he could get cash back whenever she spent money. Why did you transfer me money? Chen Shi asked. It's normal for friends to split the bill, Jiang Yuni replied. Chen Shi smiled. Oh, I see, friends, that's nice. They were now considered friends. The next day, July 20th, Saturday, with light rain in some areas. Today was Saturday, and most people in the company were off, with only a few on duty. Chen Shi didn't go to the office but went to the Kawasaki 4S store instead. In the past, when he was poor, he could only look at these expensive motorcycles online. Now he could buy them without asking the price. Hello, welcome to Kawasaki, how can I help you? The salesgirl greeted him enthusiastically. Do you have the Kawasaki H2 in stock? Chen Shi got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl thought that since he was asking about the most expensive bike in the store right away, he must be a rich second generation. Yes, over here, handsome. In the showroom, there was a dark green Kawasaki H2 on display, and Chen Shi always thought it looked like a cyber ninja. One word, cool. Handsome, this model is the new H2 for this year, just launched 3 months ago, and the current price is 385,000. There's a promotion this month. If you pick it up before the end of July, you can get a discount of 20,000. Chen Shi knew that not only were gasoline and new energy vehicles dropping in price this year, but motorcycles were also affected. He nodded. The price is okay. However, the salesgirl's words suddenly reminded him. The latest model this year, he had told Jiang Yuni that he already had a Kawasaki, so it definitely wouldn't be the latest model. At least it had to be last year's bike. Chen Shi asked, do you have any second-hand H2s in the store? Within 3 years. I thought he was a rich second generation, turns out he's just showing off, asking about the H2 as soon as he walked in. Look at how capable he thinks he is. The salesgirl's charm wasn't enough. Chen Shi couldn't hear her thoughts and didn't know what she was thinking. Yes, we have official second-hand bikes, and the quality is guaranteed. These second-hand motorcycles are from old owners who come to the store to buy new bikes and trade in their old ones. The 4S store conducts inspections and then reprices them for resale. Take a look, all the information on the second-hand bikes is there. The salesgirl handed a tablet to Chen Shi and then walked away. Chen Shi looked at the second-hand H2S. There were 3 within 3 years. But the mileage is too high. The least driven one has at least 50,000 kilometers, which doesn't seem like a car that's been sitting in a garage gathering dust. At that moment, a man who looked like a driver walked into the store. Whose Rolls-Royce is that at the entrance? Could you please move it? I need to unload. This driver was a truck driver delivering new Kawasaki motorcycles, and he found a large Rolls parked by the roadside when he reached the intersection. Generally, a sedan wouldn't be a problem to drive past, but the truck was too big. He didn't dare to squeeze past the Rolls. If he scratched it, he couldn't afford the repairs. Is Xu Quan not in the car? Chen Shi thought to himself. He waved his hand to the driver. Sorry, let me make a call, I'll move it right away. The sales staff and customers in the store all looked at Chen Shi. That's a big Rolls, a big shot. Does the big shot also like Kawasaki? At least it should be a Ducati. The salesgirl from earlier looked a bit confused. He drives a Rolls and wants to buy a second-hand H2, is he serious? Since the parking spots inside were full, Zhu Quan parked by the roadside. There was still plenty of space left, and he thought it wouldn't affect other vehicles, so he went to the public restroom in the park for a quick visit. Just as Zhu Quan finished washing his hands and hadn't dried them yet, he received a call from Chen Shi. Master Zhu, aren't you in the car? Boss, I just went to the restroom, I'm coming back right now. Are you leaving? No, just move the car, a truck is coming in, and the road isn't wide enough. Okay, I'll be right there. Chen Shi said, Master, it's fine now, the driver is going to move the car. Thank you. The Rolls shouldn't have been parked by the roadside, it wasn't a parking spot, so moving it was the right thing to do. However, because it was a Rolls, even though it was parked incorrectly, the truck driver still politely thanked Chen Shi. If it were a Wuling, the truck driver would have definitely scolded the Wuling driver. The salesgirl walked over to Chen Shi again, this time with a warm expression. Handsome, are you looking to buy an old model H2? Yes, within 3 years. Preferably with less than 10,000 kilometers. We have a Kawasaki car enthusiast group, I can help you ask in the group. Thank you. The salesgirl relayed Chen Shi's request in the group, and soon a car owner replied. There is a car that meets your requirements. The owner said you can chat privately. Okay, please call and ask. The salesgirl dialed the car owner's WeChat call, put it on speaker, and spoke a few words. Then she brought the phone to Chen Shi. Hello, do you have an H2 for sale? Chen Shi asked. Yes, it's from June 2 years ago, with 4,000 kilometers, and it's been well maintained. What does 4,000 kilometers in 2 years mean? The owner basically hasn't driven it much, at most taking a couple of weekend trips to the suburbs. This car perfectly matched Chen-Chi's criteria. Great, can we complete the transaction today? Chen-Chi asked. I haven't even mentioned the price, and you're already ready? How much are you selling it for? Chen-Chi thought about how much the other party would say, and he would just agree, too lazy to haggle. I bought it for 380,000, now I'm selling it for 360,000. The salesgirl beside him was already feeling overwhelmed. Is he crazy about money? Even with discounts, a new car is only 360,000. He dares to sell a second-hand car for that much. She thought Chen-Chi would argue with him, but to her surprise, Chen-Chi simply replied, okay, no problem, let's complete the transaction as soon as possible. I need to have the car by next Tuesday. That's too soon, I'm on vacation in Sanya and won't be back until next Wednesday. Chen-Chi thought for a moment. He couldn't delay going to the mountains with Jiang Yuni on Tuesday, so he said, add 50,000 to the car price, and I'll cover the return flight. Let's complete the transaction tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl was stunned. The high-end new cars aren't even that expensive. What is he thinking? A big shot driving a Rolls is indeed wealthy. He even adds a price for a second-hand car. The owner was silent for a few seconds before asking, are you serious? Chen-Chi spent 30 million to buy the Longfu mansion, plus a few tens of thousands in miscellaneous expenses. He still had nearly 345 million left, and a mere 50,000 was nothing more than $5 to him. If you're worried, you can let the 4S shop handle the transaction. I'll transfer the money to the shop, and you can drive the car over. The 4S shop will transfer the payment to you. Alright, let's do it that way. After they reached an agreement, Chen-Chi returned the phone to the salesgirl. He only needed to come back tomorrow to pick up the car. The car owner sent a WeChat message to the salesgirl. What kind of person buys a second-hand car at such a high price? Is he reliable? The salesgirl replied, he drives a Rolls-Royce. Then it's fine. After finalizing the Kawasaki H2, Chen-Chi left the shop. He was now heading to the company, not Tianchi Apparel, but the newly acquired Tianchi Media. The night before last, after signing the contract, Zhang Ming had come to the company yesterday to announce that it had been acquired. Aside from a change of ownership, everything else remained the same. He sent a WeChat message to Yao Yujie, letting her know she could come to the company now. Yao Yujie received the message, feeling both delighted and touched. He's not just being perfunctory, he's really helping me. Verbal agreements between adults are like a pile of sand. They scatter with just a few steps, no wind needed. Next time we meet could mean in the next life, and see you another day often means never. Master Zhu, please pick up Sunny Yao. Sunny Yao would also be joining Tianchi Media, and Chen-Chi planned to help her get familiar with it first. He wouldn't be coming to this company often, intending for Sunny Yao to help manage it. Not to mention her management skills, her loyalty was beyond question. Plus, with her ability to hear thoughts, Chen-Chi wasn't worried about her hiding anything from him at the company. Upon receiving Chen-Chi's message, Sun Yao immediately changed into an elegant, sophisticated Hermes outfit. She saw a large Rolls-Royce downstairs in the community, and Chen-Chi waved to her from the back seat. He has a Rolls-Royce too. Sunny Yao was slightly surprised but got into the car. It was nothing unusual for a wealthy person to have several luxury cars. Brother, do you think this outfit is impressive enough? Sunny Yao showcased her attire. Chen-Chi replied, with your looks, you could pull off a burlap sack. Are there people at the company now? Zhang Ming's company also has a single day off. Everyone is working today. As they were talking, Chen-Chi's WeChat pinged. He checked and saw it was from Han Linlin. He opened the chat and realized he had forgotten to reply to her messages from last night. He had been busy at Yuzufang then. Brother, are you off today? I can't believe I didn't reply to yesterday's messages. I was really busy. Linlin, you're not mad, are you? Oomph, I'm mad. I'm the hard-to-please kind. How hard to please? I like a challenge. Brother, do you know what I'm doing today? Chen-Chi paused. What was Han Linlin doing today? He quickly scrolled up the chat history. A few days ago, Han Linlin mentioned she was preparing for her driving test for the third subject. She had learned to drive in college and had attempted the third subject before graduation but failed. After some time, she remembered to continue taking the test. Today was her appointment for the third subject. How did the third subject go? Have you arrived at the venue? I was in the first batch. I've already finished. From the looks of it, you must have passed. Ah, I finally passed. It was raining during the test, and I was so nervous. Linlin, you're amazing. We need to celebrate this. I haven't received my license yet. I still have to take the fourth subject later. Good luck. If you pass, I'll give you a reward. What kind of reward? Once you have your license, you definitely need to buy a car. What car do you like? Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, pick any. Han Linlin was thrilled to see those brands. They were all luxurious top-tier sports cars. These cars are quite impressive when driven out, but she thought for a moment that sports cars all use 98-octane fuel. With the current high fuel prices, even if Chun-Chi gifted her a sports car, she wouldn't be able to afford to maintain it. Brother, these cars consume too much fuel, let's go for an electric car instead. Many teachers at school are driving electric cars now, and there are charging stations at the school. Alright, you choose first. Once you've made up your mind, we'll go buy it tomorrow. Electric cars are even cheaper, even the high-end Tesla Models X and S only cost around 7 to 800,000 now. It had been almost a week since she last saw Han Linlin. They had only chatted a few sentences on WeChat each day during this time. Fortunately, she had been busy practicing for her driving test lately and hadn't bothered Chun-Chi. At the Times Tower, 93 Media. Manager Hong Songping stood in the middle of the office, directing everyone. Make sure to clean thoroughly, don't miss the corners. The new boss is coming over this afternoon, we must leave a good impression. Zhang Ming told him that he would bring the new boss over for a formal handover this evening. However, Chun-Chi didn't tell Zhang Ming that he had gone ahead. Zhang Ming is quite generous with renting the venue, Chun-Chi remarked. Yeah, the rent at Times Tower isn't cheap, it's in the CBD center, the other replied. The two took the elevator to the 19th floor. As soon as they exited the elevator, Chun-Chi saw several company logos on the wall opposite. This floor was filled with small companies, and each office was not very large. Stronger companies either rented half a floor or an entire floor. Brother, 93 Media is this way, 1909, Sunny Yo pointed at the arrow. In the office of 93 Media, a beautiful woman was leading two people out. Yeah, where are you going? Hong Songping asked. There's a new script, I'm going out to shoot some material, Lin Yu replied. How long will it take? When will you be back? That's hard to say, if the shoot goes well, it might be done in one take, but if not, it could take all afternoon. Hong Songping's expression turned serious. Everyone, back to your stations, the new boss is coming this afternoon. You all are still running around. What kind of behavior is that? Lin Yu said nonchalantly, whether it's the new boss or the old boss, work cannot be delayed. The views on our videos have been declining lately, we need to focus on making good videos. No need to rush today. Before Hong Songping could finish, Lin Yu had already taken the two operators out the door. Manager Hong, if the new boss asks, just say I'm working hard, Chun-Chi said as they followed the signs to 93 Media, brushing past Lin Yu in the hallway. This one is quite good looking. Does Soft Master have a score of 90? Just 2 points short, Soft Master replied. Sunny Yo linked her arm with Chun-Chi's. Brother, we're here. Does Zhang Xiao know you're coming over now? He probably doesn't, I didn't tell him. Originally, they had agreed to meet at 2 in the afternoon. Chun-Chi left home around 9 in the morning to buy a motorcycle and decided to stop by the new company. Zhang Ming wasn't at the office either. He was the type of boss who only showed up occasionally, happy to come in when he felt like it. At other times, he left everything to manager Hong Songping to manage. As Chun-Chi and the other entered 93 Media, the office space was not very large, with 5 rows of desks accommodating about 28 or 29 people. There were 3 rooms on the left, likely meeting rooms in the boss's office. At that moment, the office had just been cleaned, and the floor was still wet, the mop was carelessly left aside. Some people were eating chips while watching a show, some were gaming with headphones on, others were getting manicures, and some were playing cards. Zhang Ming, with your employees state, it's a wonder the company can survive, Chun-Chi thought. Zhang Ming was a typical neglectful manager, rarely coming in and leaving everything to Hong Songping. He often pondered why his company wasn't thriving. The atmosphere in the media company is generally quite relaxed, aptly named as it helps to foster divergent thinking and seek inspiration. However, the people in the office are clearly not looking for inspiration for work, they are blatantly fishing for opportunities. Song Zhua, who was leaning back while summarizing data near the entrance, noticed a stranger coming in and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Zhang Ming, is Mr. Zhang in?" Chun-Chi inquired. "He's not here, he won't be in until the afternoon. If you have something to discuss, you can either find Manager Hong or come back in the afternoon," Song Zhua replied. Chun-Chi intended to reveal his identity but thought better of it and changed his approach. "I'm here to discuss a collaboration, may I ask who I should talk to?" Upon hearing this, Song Zhua sat up straight. "An advertiser? I'll take you to see the manager." It was the first time Song Zhua had encountered a direct visit from a client, so he quickly signaled to his colleagues to pay attention to their image. As Song Zhua led Chun-Chi through, many colleagues recognized Sunny Yo and found her somewhat familiar. "That beauty is really good looking. She looks a bit familiar, is she some kind of streamer? How can you not tell? She's the recently popular Yao Yao." Some sharp-eyed colleagues recognized Sunny Yao. What's she doing at our company? Is she switching jobs? As if. Would she even consider our little broken company? To the left were 3 rooms, 1 conference room, 1 manager's office, and 1 general manager's office. The general manager, without a doubt, was the boss, Zhang Ming. Song Juan knocked on the manager's office door. "Come in," replied Hong Songping from inside. "Manager Hong, we have a client here." A client? At that moment, Hong Songping was watching a TV drama and immediately hit pause. "Hello, Manager Hong. We are from a women's clothing e-commerce company and would like to seek collaboration for promotion." Hello, Hong Songping extended his hand. "Xiao Song, go pour a cup of tea for the guests." Hong Songping scrutinized Sunny Yao. "This beauty looks a bit familiar. Are you a streamer?" Sunny Yao glanced at Chen Qi. Chen Qi said, "Manager Hong, let's talk about collaboration." "Sure, how do you want to collaborate?" "Right now, we are looking at product placement in short videos or live streaming sales. Which method do you prefer?" "The short video placement," Chen Qi replied. Hong Songping smiled. "Our company is very good at that. Our scripts and streamers can seamlessly integrate the ads, igniting the audience's desire to purchase." Sunny Yao listened but was skeptical. Although she had never filmed a short drama, Manhwa Media had streamers specifically for short dramas. The streamers and operations team took writing a good script very seriously, unlike those people outside at Joseon Media. Chen Qi said, "Manager Hong, I don't really understand the creative and filming aspects. However, can your employees produce quality content?" Hong Songping felt a bit awkward, thinking the client must have seen the group outside slacking off. "Mr. Chen, if you're worried about content quality, I have a suggestion. We have a partnership with Manhwa Media, and I can introduce you to their clients. They will charge less." "Manhwa Media?" Chen Qi repeated. Zhang Ming had never mentioned that his company had a partnership with Manhwa Media. "My current company?" Sunny Yao also hadn't heard of any projects in collaboration with Joseon Media. Hong Songping thought Chen Qi hadn't heard of Manhwa Media, so he continued, "Our well-known beauty blogger, Lu Yusin, and the recently popular Yao Yao are both from Manhwa Media. They are more professional over there, and the prices are higher. However, I'm familiar with their boss. As long as I give a heads up, they will definitely offer a discount." This is called flying orders or outsourcing, a phenomenon present in many industries. But clearly, Hong Songping was not outsourcing, as Manhwa Media's prices were higher than Joseon Media's. He couldn't possibly pay out of pocket to place an order with Manhwa Media. This is a case of flying orders, where someone transfers tasks they can't handle to others and takes a little bonus. But generally, clients aren't supposed to know. When they pick up something, they still go to the person who placed the order. Someone like Hong Songping, who sends orders out before even securing them, is definitely rare. It's likely that Manhwa Media offered a pretty hefty bonus, even more than the commission from Joseon Media. He doesn't have to do any work and still gets paid. It doesn't matter if the company has business or not, he's making money regardless. Zhang Ming, having a manager like this is truly your blessing. The company hasn't collapsed, so we can say he has a conscience. Hong Songping is a typical insider, taking Zhang Ming's salary while pulling business for other companies, eating from both sides. Song Jua walked in with 2 cups of water. "Manager Hong," a beautiful woman came in, saying she's here to join General Manager Chen. "General Manager Chen? She must have gone to the wrong place. She's really pretty, that big chest." Hong Songping's eyes lit up. "Let's go take a look." "You two wait a moment." Hong Songping left the office, and Sunny Yao couldn't help but whisper, "Old pervert." At that moment, Chen Qi received a message from Yao Yujie. "Chen Qi, I've arrived. They said there's no General Manager Chen here. Is it Joseon Media on the 19th floor? I didn't go to the wrong place, did I?" Chen Qi replied. "No, you didn't go wrong. Do me a favor and just act like you're here for a normal interview." Yao Yujie was dressed very simply today, just a tight white t-shirt and light blue skinny jeans. But her good figure couldn't be hidden, her ample chest was accentuated, and the jeans outlined her curvy hips beautifully. As soon as Hong Songping saw her, he perked up. "This chest, top-notch. Beautiful lady, are you here to join as a streamer?" Hong Songping asked. "Yes, but I think I might have gone to the wrong place. There are dozens of media companies in this building, so it's normal to get lost," but Hong Songping didn't want to miss out on such a gem. No, it's the right place, come in and let's chat." Hong Songping brought Yao Yujie to the conference room and poured her a glass of water. "So, you want to be a streamer?" "Yes, the live streaming industry is booming, and I want to give it a try," Yao Yujie said. "That's right, we're in the era of live streaming, many people have become rich overnight through it. With your qualifications, you'll definitely become a big streamer." "Really? But you need a professional team behind you. the conditions here are a bit lacking. I recommend you go to Manhwa Media. Yao Yujie was a bit confused. Why was he pushing the interviewee to another company? But I told General Manager Chen I was coming here to join. Hong Songping didn't know who General Manager Chen was, but he wanted to snatch Yao Yujie away from him. Beautiful lady, I also appreciate talent. With your qualifications, it would be tough to make it on a small platform. Go to a big platform, with professional support, your development will definitely be better. You know that Yao Yao who isn't sexy? She's the one Manhwa Media promoted, and she became popular in just a few days. I happen to know the boss of Manhwa. I'll recommend you to him, and he'll definitely nurture you. Thank you so much. Yao Yujie quietly sent a message to Chun Chi. He wants me to join as a streamer, but it's to go to Manhwa Media. This manager Hong must be a headhunter, specializing in poaching, Chun Chi thought. Hong Songping was thinking that he would have a new boss in the afternoon and didn't know what kind of person the new boss would be. He wondered if he would still have the chance to do these things in the future, so when such an opportunity arose today, he certainly wanted to make another profit. If Yao Yujie went to Manhwa Media and signed a contract, he would get a referral fee of nearly 10,000. Yao, let's go to the conference room, Chen Shi said. Aren't they in an interview? Isn't it inappropriate for us to go over? Chen Shi smiled. Did you forget? I'm the boss, and the person coming over is my friend. Your friend? Let's go. The two walked to the opposite side, entered without knocking. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment, I'll be right there. Hong Songping thought Chun Chi was just getting impatient. Sunny Yo had just heard that the interviewee was a stunning beauty. She unconsciously glanced at Yao Yujie's impressive figure and then at her own. Damn, how did she grow so big? Sunny Yo was quite satisfied with her own size, but seeing Yao Yujie's made her feel inferior. Mr. Chen, Yao Yujie said. Hong Songping was taken aback. This Mr. Chen is Mr. Chen. He brought this woman in for a job, could it be? Hong Songping dared not think further, and at this moment, he was already drenched in sweat. Chen Shi sat down without revealing his identity and asked Hong Songping, Manager Hong, how long have you been with the company? 2 years, Hong Songping stammered, having already guessed who Chen Shi was. It's over, I've run into the new boss incognito, I can't stay here any longer. In 2 years, how much business have you brought to other media companies, how many hosts? Hong Songping thickened his skin and said, none, I was just joking earlier. Pack your things and leave with dignity, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. Hong Songping was despicable for eating from both sides, but he was eating from Zhang Ming. If Zhang Ming wanted to sue him, let Zhang Ming come himself. Chen Shi didn't have time to deal with lawsuits. He just needed him to leave, and Chen Shi wanted to use his departure to do something. Hong Songping still wanted to struggle a bit. Mr. Chen, I still have a year left on my labor contract. If you fire me like this, there will be compensation. You still want compensation? Chen Shi laughed. If you leave quickly, I might not tell Zhang Ming. If you keep whining, once Zhang Ming finds out, he definitely won't let you off easily. Hong Songping didn't know Chun Chi's background, but Zhang Ming was a wealthy second generation with assets worth over 100 million. With money and leisure, if Zhang Ming sued him, he would most likely lose. Those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. What Hong Songping did could easily fool a boss like Zhang Ming. He gritted his teeth and said, I admit defeat, I'll pack my things and leave right away. First, call everyone to the conference room, Chen Shi said. Hong Songping left the conference room, and Sunny Yo and Yao Yujie sized each other up. Brother, aren't you going to introduce your friend? Yao Yujie, my middle school classmate, Chen Shi said. Chen Shi, is she your girlfriend? She's so beautiful, is she that internet celebrity? Yao Yujie asked. Sunny Yo felt flattered by the compliment from another beauty. Hello, I'm Yao Yao. I remember now, you're the Yao Yao who's been trending recently. You have even more charm in person than in the videos, Yao Yujie said. Sunny Yo began to reciprocate the compliments. You're also very beautiful. Brother, you had such a pretty girl around you in middle school? We're just classmates. We haven't seen each other in years, so don't think too much of it, sister. When Sunny Yo first got to know Chen Shi, she was already mentally prepared for the possibility of him having other women. To help her family pay off debts, she felt she could endure it. But after becoming a couple, Sunny Yo realized her heart wasn't as broad as she thought. One by one, the employees walked into the conference room, curious about the three strangers inside, especially the two beauties. Sunny Yo had already been recognized, while Yao Yujie looked unfamiliar, not like an internet celebrity. Hong Songping stood by, not daring to speak, as everyone was scattered and disorganized. Everyone, please be quiet, Chen Shi said. Who is this person? I don't know. Let me introduce myself, Chen Shi said. My name is Chen Shi, and I am the new boss of this company." Suddenly, the conference room fell silent, the atmosphere extremely awkward. This is the new boss? Why didn't he say anything when he walked in? Incognito visit? Songjua thought for a moment. When Chen Shi came in just now, he seemed to be working on data, not slacking off. Thank goodness. Didn't they say the new boss is coming in the afternoon? Oh no, I was just playing games. I was getting my nails done. We were all playing cards, and he saw us. Those employees who were slacking off felt extremely nervous. Getting caught by the boss while being lazy was just too unfortunate. They were bound to be scolded or have their wages docked. Chen Shi glanced at everyone and asked, "Aren't there a few people missing?" Zhang Ming mentioned that the company had 32 employees, 20 regular staff, and 12 streamers. Now, there were 20 people sitting at the conference table, and 9 more on the chairs beside it, leaving 3 missing. No one dared to speak. Only Songjua, who had just poured water for Chen Shi, said, "Yaya took some people out to shoot materials." Meanwhile, downstairs at Starbucks, Lin Yu and 2 operators were leisurely sipping coffee. "Yeah, aren't you coming back this afternoon? The new boss is coming in the afternoon. Isn't it a bit inappropriate if we don't return?" Lin Yu replied, "It's precisely because the new boss is coming that I'm not going back. I want to give him a tough first impression." Lin Yu was the top figure at Joseon Media, with her fan count about to break 1 million, the highest among the 12 streamers. She had a 50-50 split with the company, which she was quite dissatisfied with. Now that there was a new boss and her contract was nearing its end, she planned to renegotiate a new contract with him. Of course, the profit split would need to be adjusted. Recently, other companies had tried to poach her, but Lin Yu preferred to be a rooster rather than a tail. At Joseon Media, everyone catered to her and treated her with utmost respect. Going to another company might not guarantee such treatment. The operator glanced at his phone. Xiaosong said the new boss has already arrived and asked us to go back now. Didn't we just tell Manager Hong? Lin Yu said. The operator raised his head, his expression serious, and spoke slowly. Manager Hong has been fired. Just moments ago, Chen Shi announced in the conference room that Hong Songping would be leaving the company today. In less than an hour of being at the company, he had already gotten rid of a manager. They say a new official brings 3 fires, but Chen Shi's fire was burning too quickly. "You all have a pretty good work atmosphere," Chen Shi said. The employees' hearts were in their throats. The new boss was going to deal with them, and some might even get fired. Who knew that Chen Shi would say, "A good work atmosphere is a good thing. No one wants to come to work feeling like they're at a funeral." But isn't it true that many people are doing things unrelated to work? If you come out to admit your mistakes, I won't hold it against you. Chen Shi's sharp gaze fixed on everyone, almost all eyes dropped down, not daring to look at him. Even if the boss said he wouldn't hold it against them, only a fool would voluntarily admit to slacking off. If the boss was trying to trick them, admitting it would be like walking into a trap. The atmosphere is so oppressive. It's the first time I've seen my brother so imposing. I wonder how he will deal with the slacking employees. No one is speaking, huh? Then I'll call someone out, Chen Shi said. The employee who had been playing games felt his mental defenses crumble. He thought admitting his mistake was better than being singled out by the boss. But before he could speak, Chen Shi had already pointed out a scapegoat, and it was someone no one expected. Manager Hong, watching TV during work hours, is it really that interesting? Manager Hong. The new boss is going straight for Manager Hong. At least he's a manager, he shouldn't be treated too harshly. The employees first felt relieved that it wasn't them being called out, then they were curious about what the new boss would do. Manager Hong entered the conference room and remained silent until now, when he finally said, "Mr. Chen, it's my fault for not leading by example and neglecting management. I accept the punishment. Then pack your things and get lost." Silence. A dead silence, as if the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be deafening. 2 sentences, and he was fired just like that? Just for watching TV? This isn't according to the rules. There have been similar dismissal cases online. When a company forcibly fires an employee, the employee usually wins in court. Is the new boss legally blind or just indifferent because he has too much money? If he pays compensation, then the forced dismissal could be justified. Hong Songping's salary, the employees weren't sure, but it must be at least over 10,000. According to the N+1 compensation rule, Manager Hong has worked for 2 years, so he should be compensated for 3 months' salary, which would be around 40,000. Spending over 40,000 to fire a manager, to set an example, isn't exactly a bad deal. Pack your things and leave now. Okay, I'm leaving, Hong Songping replied. Everyone was stunned again. Isn't Manager Hong going to argue? Not even mentioning the compensation? A professional manager wouldn't be unaware of how to fight for his rights. But Hong Songping did nothing. Had they already discussed this? Or had the new boss used some means to control Manager Hong? Chen Shidao asked, which one is finance or HR? Everyone thought, at least the new boss has a conscience, knowing to let finance handle the compensation. A slightly plump girl with short hair raised her hand, I'm in finance and also handle some HR work. Forget about Manager Hong's attendance, you can delete his salary information too, Chen Shidao said. Hong Songping assumed there would be no compensation, and that was that. But looking at Chen Shidao, it seemed he didn't want to give him this month's salary either. It was already the 20th of the month, if calculated, he would get just over 10,000. He couldn't accept not getting that 10,000. Mr. Chen, this month's salary is what I deserve, Hong Songping said. Yeah, if you're not giving compensation, fine, but not giving the salary due is too overbearing. Exactly, how can that be? Even if he was slacking off at work, the punishment shouldn't be so severe. Let's give Manager Hong another chance. Hong Songping felt a bit moved. He didn't expect these colleagues to speak up for him. The employees, at this moment, seemed to be speaking for Hong Songping, but in reality, they were speaking for themselves. They were thinking, if Hong Songping was treated so harshly, would they face the same fate in the future? Who thinks this is overbearing? Stand up, Chen Shidao said. A few employees exchanged glances, shared a look, and then stood up. Chen Shidao counted 6 people. Not a small number, the company only had 32 employees in total, and with Hong Songping, that was already over 1/5. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the many. Chen Shidao certainly wouldn't dare to fire so many people. Alright, you 6 can leave with him. Silence. Once again, there was a dead silence. The 6 employees who stood up felt a jolt in their hearts, their heads buzzing. How dare he? On his first day, he fired 1/5 of the staff. Didn't he fear the company would collapse? What about the unfinished business? Didn't he worry about compensating clients for breach of contract? On what grounds? Just because we were slacking off at work, we should be fired? In truth, it wasn't that serious. Chen Shidao himself slacked off at work sometimes. But this time, since these 6 were willing to take the risk, he would grant them their wish. It was just right to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to shake up the others, and to straighten out the work ethic for better performance in the future. Constantly firing people makes it pointless to stay in this company. With this kind of management, the company will eventually go bankrupt. Firing us is fine, but bring on the N+1 compensation, I have no objections. No problem, Chen Shidao replied. They were just a few small employees. Chen Shidao didn't want to make things difficult for them. The employees were confused about what the new boss was thinking. Manager Hong was fired and got nothing. Yet others who were dismissed could receive compensation. Chen Shidao pointed at finance and said, you go prepare 6 termination letters. Oh, okay. Isn't brother so strong that he isn't afraid the others will run away? Sunny Yao quietly tugged at Chen Shi's shirt. Brother. Before she could finish, Chen Shi already knew what she wanted to say. Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Yu and 2 operators were going upstairs when another operator received news. Yeah, something big has happened. The new boss fired Manager Hong and then fired 6 more people. What? Is he here to run the company or to ruin it? Lin Yu was astonished. The company didn't have many people to begin with, and with him doing this, it made everyone anxious. What were the remaining people thinking? The 6 looked at the N+1 compensation on their termination letters and reluctantly signed. Since they had already stood up and received compensation, they might as well leave. At worst, they could find another company, even if the work atmosphere wouldn't be as relaxed. However, Hong Songping didn't sign a termination letter, he signed a voluntary resignation application. Lin Yu brought her team and barged into the conference room. As soon as she entered, she spoke forcefully. Isn't it just slacking off at work? Let them all stay, we can change things later. Chen Shi saw Lin Yu and thought, isn't she the beautiful woman he just met in the hallway? Turns out she was a host from Jiosan Media. You must be Lin Yu. What if I say no? Chen Shi replied. Lin Yu also recognized Chen Shi and Sunny Yao. He's the new boss? The one next to him is Yi Yao, right? Lin Yu said, if they have to leave, then I will too. Lin Yu was the top figure at Jiosan Media, handling the most business deals, accounting for 50% of the company's operations. When Zhang Ming was around, everyone treated her with respect. If she quit, the company would really be paralyzed. The 6 people looked at Lin Yu with gratitude, not expecting her to stand up for them. But they had already signed the termination letters. Chen Shi knew Lin Yu was the star of Jiosan Media, and if she thought she could control him, she was gravely mistaken. Great, I just happened to bring Yi Yao and Xiao Yu to start their jobs. Yi Yao, I don't need to introduce her, I'm sure everyone knows her, Chen Shi said. Lin Yu's face turned pale, she had dug a pit for herself. Before Lin Yu could say anything else, Chen Shi continued, those who want to leave can go pack their things. For the rest, Everyone will get a base salary increase of 2,000, plus a full attendance bonus of 300. Silence lasted for 2 seconds, followed by enthusiastic cheers. Boss is awesome. The boss is so handsome. The boss's vision makes it hard not to get rich. A base salary increase of 2,000 was already a lot. Their original attendance bonus was 200, and with the additional 300, it became 500. The new boss came in and offered such great benefits, it was hard not to love him. Just a moment ago, they thought the new boss was a tyrannical demon, but now he seemed particularly charming. The 6 employees who had signed the termination letters were not so happy. Their base salary was 6,000, and 3 months' compensation was 18,000. The salary increase offered by Chen Shi was clearly more tempting than that 18,000. Boss, give me another chance. I will definitely work hard. One person shamelessly pleaded with Chen Shi to let him stay. The termination letter had 2 copies. Chen Shi held the company's copy, flipped through it, and said, "Since you've all signed, there's no chance to backtrack." He didn't have to fire these 6 people, it was just that they insisted on putting themselves in the line of fire, so Chen Shi had no choice but to shoot. However, before Chen Shi could finish his sentence, he added, "For the remaining hosts, the revenue share will change to 40 to 60, with the company getting 40 and the hosts getting 60. The 11 hosts were overjoyed. The new boss was much better than Zhang Ming. That extra 10% was worth much more than 2,000. Lin Yu felt a bit regretful. She had staged this scene today to assert dominance over the new boss and renegotiate the revenue share. Other streamers did nothing, yet the new boss gave an extra 10%, which shows that the new boss has some vision. Lin Yu felt that, given her business capabilities, negotiating a 70 to 30 split shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yu, you haven't left yet? Chen Shi said. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly, "I was just joking. I'm still with Joseon Media, where else could I go?" Chen Shi replied, "Sorry, this is no longer Joseon Media." Lin Yu's heart sank. Was the new boss determined to force her out? It's now renamed Tianchi Media. That's a good name. New name, new atmosphere. I believe the company will get better and better under President Chen's leadership. Lin Yu flattered Chen Shi. The others joined in with applause. Sunny Yao and Yao Yujia watched from the side as if they were watching an episode of a workplace drama. Chen Shi's tactic of mixing kindness with authority wasn't particularly clever, but it was effective. Quiet down, I have one more announcement. Now, when Chen Shi spoke, it was much more effective than before. The employees immediately fell silent. The position of manager will now be held by Yao Yao. Sunny Yao was completely taken aback that Chen Shi would make her the manager. Moreover, she didn't think she had the ability to manage a company well. Before Chen Shi arrived, he had planned to have Sunny Yao help manage the company. After discovering that Hong Songping was a traitor, he was even more determined to make Sunny Yao the manager. In many companies and organizations, you will find that the trusted aide of the leader may not seem particularly capable, but the boss values them not for their skills, but for their loyalty. Sunny Yao clearly fit this criterion. Her likability was increasing, though it hadn't yet reached the point of unwavering loyalty. But Chen Shi could sense if she was hiding anything from him. Once her likability reached 100, he could rest assured. He didn't even tell me about this in advance. Was it a last-minute decision? Brother, I'm afraid I won't do well. Sunny Yao said softly. Just learn as you go. I have confidence in you. I'm afraid I'll mess it up. A few million, if it messes up, it messes up. Just consider it experience. Chen Shi's words were very comforting. Without the burden, Sunny Yao felt she could give managing a company a try. Hello everyone, I'm Sunny Yao. We'll be working together from now on, and I hope we can get along well. Lin Yu was the first to applaud. Welcome, manager son. Just call me Yao Yao. Lin Yu, little Yu hasn't been a streamer before. Now that she's joined, you're responsible for guiding her. Chen Shi said. Okay, President Chen. Little Yu has such good conditions. She will definitely become popular. Lin Yu replied. Yao Yujie, who had been sitting quietly, thought Chen Shi had forgotten about her. She didn't expect him to make arrangements for her in the end. Meeting Chen Shi again felt like fate to Yao Yujie. He not only pulled her out of the mire but also became her mentor, pointing her towards her future direction. She wanted to offer herself, but she knew she wasn't qualified. With a beauty like Sunny Yao by Chen Shi's side, she didn't even have the thought of competing. Moreover, she felt unworthy, tainted, and not deserving of Chen Shi. Chen Shi and Sunny Yao arrived at Hong Songping's office, where everything on the desk had been cleared away, just waiting for the new owner to decorate. Yao Yao, this will be your office from now on. It's a bit small. When the company grows, we'll move to a bigger place and get you a grand office. Sunny Yao felt so moved she almost cried. He trusts me so much, giving me a company to manage. He really treats me like one of his own. Sunny Yao's likability +2, current 81, brother, you've helped me so much, and now you're giving me a company to practice on. I really don't know how to thank you. Don't say such silly things. Do you take me for an outsider? Chen Shi said. Of course not, you are the closest person to me. Then why not give me a kiss? Sunny Yao immediately leaned in and gently kissed Chen Shi on the lips. So good, Chen Shi said. Your contract with Finghua Media still has a little over a month left. You can do normal live broadcasts in the evening and come here to handle affairs during the day. No problem, I'll work hard, Sunny Yao said, full of determination. Then Manager Sun, let's discuss some business. What is it, General Manager Chen? Sun Yao immediately got into character. Is a monthly salary of 20,000 acceptable for the manager position? Sun Yao didn't expect Chen Shi to pay her a salary. She thought she was just helping him manage the company. Brother, why are you still giving me a salary? Do you see me as an outsider? Sunny Yao repeated what Chen Shi had just said. In fact, Chen Shi had asked this question to Soft Master. Previously, he wanted to offer the intern Su Tian a salary of 50,000, but Soft Master warned him. Even though he was the boss, he couldn't just give the goddess a salary at will. That would be like directly giving money to the goddess, which was prohibited by Soft Master. However, as long as the salary was within a reasonable range, Soft Master wouldn't interfere. A monthly salary of 20,000 is considered above average in Donghai Enterprises, not too high. But Sunny Yao was a novice. Normally, she wouldn't be able to be a manager or earn a salary of 20,000. It meets the criteria, Soft Master replied. Chen Shi felt a bit happy upon hearing this answer. Sunny Yao had live broadcast income, and even without this 20,000, she could live well, but more is always better. The more money she had, the more generous she could be in spending on Chen Shi. Chen Shi said, even brothers keep accounts clear, you're doing 2 jobs, how could I let you work for free? Sunny Yao knew that this 20,000 was just a gesture from Chen Shi. This small amount of money wouldn't even buy a Hermes bag after working for a year. Alright then, I'll follow the general manager's arrangements. Chen Shi thought, you better not disappoint me. Sunny Yao's favorability had already reached 81, if she spent a few tens of thousands on Chen Shi before reaching 100, that would be great. Among the goddesses, Sunny Yao's income was far ahead, surpassing the others. Su Lu, Han Linlin, Li Ting, and Su Tian together barely matched Sunny Yao. We just laid off a few people, you should hire a few to fill in these days. That little song seems reliable, you can arrange for him to do more work in the future. Sunny Yao smiled and said, got it. Let's go have lunch. Is Xiao Yu coming too? Sunny Yao asked. Of course, it's just the 2 of us, bringing a third wheel is too inconvenient. Brother, let's go to Longfeng Building. At this time, Han Linlin had just finished her driving test and returned to the summer training class. In the hallway, Lin Yuan, Yun Yun, and Xiao Shui were already waiting for her after packing up. This noon, Han Linlin treated them to hot pot at Debashu again. Chen Shi had given her too much money. If she didn't take her sisters out often, she couldn't possibly eat it all. Linlin, my ride has arrived downstairs, Lin Yuan shouted. The 4 of them ran downstairs and got into a Didi. Linlin, aren't you coming tomorrow? Yun Yun asked. I won't be coming in the afternoon. Lin Yuan teased, is your rich boyfriend calling you back to be a rich wife and not work anymore? What are you talking about? Didn't I say in the group yesterday that my dad is introducing me to students? Tomorrow I'm going to do one-on-one tutoring, Han Linlin said. Han Linlin and her friends were interning at an elementary school, and the pay was indeed not high, so they took part-time jobs at the summer class during the summer vacation. But the summer class only paid about 5 to 6,000, and it was just for 2 months, plus they had to attend classes every day, which was quite tiring. The pay for tutoring is higher. My dad just happens to have student resources. Han's dad is a senior English teacher and has a good reputation among parents. Although Han Linlin had just graduated, her English level was very high, and her TEM8 certificate was a recognition of her abilities. Han's dad made a slight recommendation to the parents, and out of trust in him, they didn't ask Han Linlin to try a class, they directly let her go for formal classes tomorrow. The basic price for one-on-one English tutoring in Donghai City is 200 yuan per hour, and Han Linlin only needs to attend for 2 hours a day. Your boyfriend drives a Rolls-Royce, why are you working so hard? Lin Yuan said. He's so outstanding, so I have to work even harder, otherwise, I always feel like I don't match up to him. Next month is his birthday, and I want to prepare a surprise for him, Xiaoxue said. Can't you ask him for some money? Han Linlin replied, using his money to buy him a gift would be so awkward. Moreover, she didn't know that even if she asked, Chen Shi wouldn't give her any. Because in Soft Master's rules, directly transferring money to the goddess is not allowed. I went to take my driving test this morning. I got my license, and Chen Shi said he would buy me a car as a reward, Han Linlin said. I'm so tired of being envious. Lin Yuan curiously asked, with his wealth, what kind of car would he give you? Lamborghini, Ferrari, that sort of thing. Wow. He's a person. I don't want to hear it anymore. Han Linlin said, but I didn't ask for it. I can't afford to maintain such a supercar. Don't. Why not? We'll help you take care of it, Lin Yuan said. Exactly, Yun Yun echoed. Han Linlin said irritably, I checked online. These supercars, not to mention the fuel costs, the insurance alone is 50 to 60,000, and maintenance easily goes over 10,000. Ah, that's so expensive, forget it, Lin Yuan said. Xiao Shue suggested, buy an electric car, the school has free charging stations, so you save on electricity. I thought of that too, I just downloaded an app to check, but there are too many options, and I don't know how to choose. Yun Yun said, he can buy you $1 million sports car, asking him for some gas money isn't too much, right? Han Linlin shook her head, asking him for gas money feels too low. Buy a BYD, the teachers who buy electric cars at school all get BYDs, supporting domestic brands, Lin Yuan said. Longfeng Building. Chen Shi and Sunny Yo had just finished their meal and rested for a while in the private room. Yao Yao, let's go buy a BMW later. Sure, the BMW dealership is just 5 or 6 minutes away. Chen Shi looked out the window, there was no sun and no rain. Then let's walk slowly, Master Zhu has something to do this afternoon anyway. Just enough to digest, Sunny Yao said. Chen Shi sent a message to Zhu Quan, asking him to take the Ferrari back to the garage for repairs. He thought that after picking up the car, he would drive the new one back. The two chatted as they walked. Brother, I just contacted my previous salesperson. She said there's plenty of stock for the 7 series, and I can pick it up the same day. Without needing to ask, Chen Shi knew that due to the impact of electric cars, the sales of gasoline cars had dropped significantly, and every dealership was looking to clear their inventory. That's great, later, let our Donghai goddess of cars take me for a spin. My driving skills are terrible, Sunny Yao said. 5 or 6 minutes later, they arrived at the BMW dealership. The salesperson who had sold Sunny Yao the BMW 5 Series greeted them enthusiastically. Yao Yao, long time no see. No, we just saw each other during the live stream last night. You're a big internet celebrity now, Xiaobei said. You watch my live streams too? Sunny Yao had only come for maintenance once every 6 months before, and after selling the car, she hadn't been back to the store. Is this your boyfriend? So handsome, truly a match made in heaven. Sunny Yao smiled, he's not just handsome. Yao Yao, you want to see the 7 Series, right? Yes, I want to upgrade. You're an old BMW user, you probably know the car's performance better than I do, so how about we skip the introductions and talk about the price? Xiaobei asked. Sunny Yao nodded, what promotions do you have in the store now? We'll chat over here, I'll go get 2 bottles of water. Xiaobei led the two to a table on the side. Just as Xiaobei went to get the water, 2 women approached. One was older, looking to be in her 40s, and the other was in her 20s. Isn't that Yao Yao? Chen Shi asked, do you know her? Sunny Yao's expression suggested she had run into an acquaintance, but the relationship didn't seem very good. She whispered, an old plastic sister. What bad luck, I was in a good mood, who knew I would run into her? It seems the relationship is quite bad, Chen Shi thought to himself. Before the Sun family went bankrupt, the relationship between Sunny Yao and Yan Jingjing was already superficial, a very shallow kind of surface relationship. They would exchange polite compliments when they met, but behind each other's backs, they would speak ill of one another. After the Sun family went bankrupt, Yan Jingjing would have loved to celebrate with firecrackers. Sunny Yao's looks, figure, and family background were all better than Yan Jingjing's, which made Yan Jingjing very jealous. Seeing Sunny Yao not doing well made her extremely happy. But recently, Sunny Yao had unexpectedly become an internet celebrity with 1 million followers, which made Yan Jingjing uncomfortable. Jingjing, long time no see, you bought a car too, Sunny Yao said politely. Yeah, next week is my birthday, my mom came with me to buy a BMW 7 Series. Yan's mom said with a forced smile, Yao Yao, how's your mom doing lately? Is she well? Yan's mom also knew Sunny Yao's mother. After all, the Yan mother-daughter duo was just as bad, unable to stand anyone doing better than them. Sun's mom used to be the core figure when she went shopping with other wealthy ladies. The jewelry and bags she wore were the most expensive in the socialite circle. Yan's mom couldn't stand Sun's mom's proud demeanor, constantly praising her skin and youthful appearance on the surface. Behind her back, she would gossip with Yan Jingjing, saying Sun's mom was all flashy and gaudy, not even considering her age. Pretty good, just taking walks and watching dramas every day, Sunny Yao said. Yan's mom sneered inwardly, even after going bankrupt, still putting on a front. Yan Jingjing sized up Chen Shi. Yao Yao, is this your boyfriend? He's quite handsome. Sunny Yao replied, yes, my boyfriend. Brother, this is my friend, Yan Jingjing. Chen Shi politely nodded, hello. Yao Yao, are you buying a car? You've been making quite a bit from your live streams lately, right? It's not me buying, it's my boyfriend buying, Sunny Yao said. Looks like she's hooked up with a rich and handsome guy. Yan Jingjing suddenly thought, could this be the top supporter from Sunny Yao's live stream? Are you the roast duck brother? Yan Jingjing asked. That's me, but offline, just call me Chen Shi. Damn, I thought her top supporter was some greasy middle-aged man, but it turns out to be a handsome guy. This little vixen, how did she manage to catch such a rich and handsome guy? It's infuriating. Chen Shi, what car are you buying? Chen Shi replied, it's not really for me, it's for Yao Yao. Damn. What tricks did this vixen use to make the rich guy buy her a car? Which model are you getting? Our Yao Yao is quite picky, Yan Jingjing said deliberately. Chen Shi glanced at Sunny Yao and then said, Yao Yao used to drive a 5 Series, so it can't be worse than before. I'm getting her a 7 Series. This guy is so handsome and so rich. Damn, is Sunny Yao hiding her family's situation and fishing for a rich guy? Yan Jingjing thought Chen Shi would probably just buy a low-spec BMW 3 Series, a little over 300,000. Which would be considered a decent amount to spend on dating. But she never expected it to be a BMW 7 Series worth over $1 million. Chen Shi had already tipped Sunny Yao $2 million online, but the amount that actually went into Sunny Yao's pocket wasn't much, far from $1 million. What kind of spell did she cast on this rich guy? Yan Jingjing felt that the Sun family had gone bankrupt, their house was sealed off in a waiting auction, and they owed $5 million. In such a situation, any man would run away. Which rich second generation would date a girl from such a family? Purely foolish, and buying her a car was even more impossible. Unless Sunny Yao hid her situation and continued to create the persona of a wealthy heiress. Yan Jingjing pretended to care and said, Yao Yao, how's the apartment you're renting? Sunny Yao replied calmly, it's fine. You must not be used to it, right? You used to live in a big villa, and now your whole family is cramped together. You're exposing my secrets, huh? Luckily, my brother already knows. After saying this, Yan Jingjing deliberately glanced at Chen Shi's expression. He actually has no reaction? Does he already know? Or is he just thick-skinned and slow? It shouldn't be. If he knew, how could he still dare to be with Sunny Yao? Yan Jingjing's charm was insufficient. Chen Shi couldn't hear her thoughts. But this time, he didn't need to listen. He could guess that Yan Jingjing was intentionally saying this in front of him. He knew from Sunny Yao's thoughts that their relationship wasn't good, and Yan Jingjing's words were meant to embarrass Sunny Yao. Chen Shi smiled and said, I also told Yao Yao that a 3-bedroom apartment for 4 people is a bit small. I want to buy her a house, but she doesn't want it. What the hell, is this for real? Has this rich second generation been drugged? Yan Jingjing couldn't believe it. A daughter of a debtor could catch a golden turtle son-in-law. Did he have so much money that he didn't know where to spend it? With $5 million in debt, wasn't he afraid the Sun family would cling to him, begging him to help pay it off? My brother already bought me a car. Buying a house would be too expensive, Sunny Yao said. It's not that much money. After we pick up the car, we can go look at houses. Your friend is here too, let's go together, Chen Shi said. Yan Jingjing pretended to laugh. Yao Yao, your boyfriend is so rich, he treats you so well. He might even help you pay off your family's $5 million. This move would have been a critical hit for any other guy. But Chen Shi already knew about this and had helped Sun's father pay off $3 million. Yan Jingjing was too deliberate, trying to expose Sunny Yao's secrets and make her uncomfortable in front of Chen Shi, but her methods were very low level. You annoying woman, this is never ending. Luckily, I already told my brother everything. Su Lu's rival, the counter girl from Hai Bai Lianmi, Zhou Yali, was also jealous of her, but at least she didn't expose her secrets like Yan Jingjing did. Chen Shi said, Yao Yao, your friend seems to care about you. Sunny Yao blinked. Where do you see her caring about me? She clearly wants me to make a fool of myself. Before Sunny Yao could speak, Chen Shi continued, Yao Yao's family is having a tough time, so I helped her family pay off their debts. So she doesn't have to feel pressured, she can eat, drink, and buy what she wants. Yan Jingjing and Yan's mother exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe it, utterly baffled. What kind of ultimate romantic fool is this? What charm does Sunny Yao have that makes him shell out millions? Just what Yan Jingjing knew, $5 million in debt, $2 million in tips, over $1 million for the car, that's already $8 million. How rich is he? Is he worth over $100 million to date like this? Seeing Sunny Yao living so well, with a boyfriend who dotes on her, was more painful than killing Yan Jingjing. Yan Jingjing felt like she was going to grind her back teeth to dust. Yao Yao, you must have found true love, I'm so envious of you. Sunny Yao had just blamed Chen Shi for not understanding Yan Jingjing's sarcasm, but now she realized she had misunderstood him. He had said it on purpose. How about that? Jealous, right? Just to make you mad, you should find a boyfriend like this too. Sunny Yao said, Jingjing, you're so beautiful, you'll find someone who treats you well in the future. Anyone can flatter, especially these high-value goddesses. Salesperson Xiao Bei brought over some water, along with a car purchase contract. Xiao Bei was unaware that Sunny Yao's family had gone bankrupt. She assumed that the car could be finalized today, so she had prepared the contract. Yao, what kind of configuration do you want? I can calculate the price for you, Chen Shi said. A high-end white model. For the high-end version, we can offer 1.18 million at our store, a very favorable price. Xiao Bei wanted to say more, but Chen Shi cut her off. Alright, let's sign the contract. Xiao Bei was overjoyed. She loved straightforward customers like this. She handed a pen to Chen Shi, but he didn't take it. Yao, sign the contract, Chen Shi said. Ha? Me? Yes, it's for you, so you have to sign. Sunny Yao said, I thought it was your car, and you were giving it to me. Then it wouldn't be called buying a car for you. Come on, sign the contract, I'll pay. Thank you. Brother Yin Jingjing was furious. She had come to buy a car too, originally planning to get a low-end 7 Series for over 900,000. But now, she couldn't let herself be outdone by Sunny Yao, and since Sunny Yao was buying a 7 Series, she didn't want one anymore. Mom, I feel like BMWs aren't that great. Let's go look at Porsches instead, Yin Jingjing said. Xiao Bei felt speechless. You're still in a BMW dealership, saying BMWs aren't good in front of me, a BMW salesperson. I don't know if it's low emotional intelligence or just foolishness. Xiao Bei had encountered such customers before, but she couldn't argue with them. She then put on a professional smile and said to Yan Jingjing, Porsches are a bit more high-end. Naturally, Yan's mother didn't want her daughter to be inferior to others, so she said, if I'm buying you a birthday gift, it has to be something good. This mother-daughter duo is really something, always with their superficial talk. Sunny Yao couldn't help but complain internally. At that moment, Chen Shi pretended to be enthusiastic and said, it's the first time meeting Yao's friend, today is a rare opportunity. How about I treat Miss Yan and her mother to a meal? Yan Jingjing was already full of anger today. She didn't want to eat anything. No need, we still want to look at Porsches. You can look at cars anytime, everyone is quite busy, and opportunities to meet like this are rare. Chen Shi gave Sunny Yao a look, signaling her to help keep Yan Jingjing there. Sunny Yao understood, and although she didn't know why Chen Shi wanted to do this, she still spoke up. Yeah, Jingjing, auntie, we haven't seen each other in a long time, let's have a meal together and chat. Yan Jingjing wanted to refuse, but then thought, why not eat for free? I'll just order something more expensive. Alright, but it's only a little past 1, it's still early. Chen Shi said, later, let's have you accompany us to look at houses too, and give us some opinions. Brother, are you really buying? It's not convenient for you to live with your family, a small 3-bedroom would be much more comfortable. Yan Jingjing said, Yaya used to live in a villa, a small 3-bedroom is quite a difference, you can't make Yaya feel wronged. It's all the same, I like whatever my brother buys for me, Sunny Yao said. Disgusting, showing off love, huh? I'll let you show off. Yan Jingjing quietly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message. Sunny Yao quietly asked Chen Shi, brother, why do you want to treat them to a meal? I noticed long ago that she's jealous of you, can't stand to see you do well, and deliberately says those things to expose your shortcomings. The more she can't stand to see you do well, the more I want her to see how well you're doing now. Show off love, show it right in her face. Sunny Yao couldn't help but stifle a laugh, forcing herself to say, brother, this move is brilliant, it will definitely infuriate her. After about 10 minutes, Sunny Yao completed the car purchase procedures, and Xiao Bei handed her an envelope. Congratulations, Yao, on becoming the owner of a BMW 7 Series. The Yin family mother and daughter clapped their hands with fake smiles to congratulate her. Sunny Yao stood by the car, while Yan Jingjing helped her take commemorative photos. Originally smiling brightly, Sunny Yao suddenly lost her smile upon seeing someone enter the store. Her expression immediately turned cold when she spotted the man. Why is he here? Yan Jingjing must have told him. Chen Shi heard Sunny Yao's thoughts and glanced at the young man who had just entered. Dressed in Prada, he looked somewhat refined. Objectively speaking, he was also a handsome guy. But he wasn't as handsome as Chen Shi. Yao, what a coincidence, Wei Feng greeted her. Brother Feng, what brings you here? Yan Jingjing asked playfully. My mom's X7 needs maintenance, so I drove it over. Xiao Bei chimed in with a smile. President Wei, why didn't you let me know in advance? I could have arranged something. Just felt like coming, Wei Feng replied casually. Noticing that Sunny Yao's expression was off, Chen Shi asked, Yao, who is he? A friend, she replied. From her words and her thoughts, Chun-Chi guessed that he was probably her ex-boyfriend. Sunny Yao's breakup with Wei Feng had no dramatic twists. After learning about the Sun family's bankruptcy, she sought Wei Feng's help to borrow some money to get through the tough times. But Wei Feng ignored her messages and calls, as if he had vanished. Sunny Yao heard from friends that Wei Feng had gone abroad for a vacation. As his girlfriend, she found out about his trip from others. It was clear that Wei Feng didn't want to help the Sun family and didn't want to be associated with Sunny Yao. His family was quite wealthy, and he was a core figure in this small circle, with the Wei family's assets amounting to 70 to 80 million. 5 million was not a big deal for them, but the Wei family felt that spending it on the bankrupt Sun family was not worth it. They wanted strong alliances, not charity. Due to Wei Feng's disappearance, Sunny Yao completely gave up on him and deleted all his contact information. Recently, she had become a big internet celebrity, and while Wei Feng thought about reaching out to her again, he feared that she would ask him to help pay off debts. Just earlier, Yan Jingjing messaged him, saying that Sunny Yao had a new boyfriend who would help the Sun family pay off their debts. He thought about trying to get back together with Sunny Yao, hoping to pick up the pieces. Wei Feng sized up Chen-Chi. He had already heard from Yan Jingjing on WeChat that Chun-Chi had given Sunny Yao a 7 Series BMW. Wei Feng didn't think much of it. His family owned 3 luxury cars. His mother's BMW X7 was the cheapest at 1.65 million, he himself drove a 2.08 million McLaren GT, and his father had a 2.4 million Mercedes G-Class. A 1 million BMW 7 Series was nothing to him. He also heard that Chun-Chi was planning to buy Sunny Yao a small 3-bedroom apartment. Wei Feng could do that too, but he wouldn't. Giving such expensive gifts before marriage was just being a sycophant. He came to see how much power Sunny Yao's boyfriend had. Yao Yao, got a new car? Didn't you say you were going to switch to a Ferrari? The 7 Series is still a bit lacking. Sunny Yao replied, I have a Ferrari now, so I can just ride in his. Wei Feng and Yan Jingjing looked Chun-Chi over again. Looks like he has some strength. I wonder what his background is. Sunny Yao didn't want to stay with Wei Feng, so she tugged at Chun-Chi's arm. Brother, let's go look at some houses. Sure, just a moment, Master Zhu is coming over. When Chen-Chi invited Yan Jingjing to look at houses earlier, he had messaged Zhu Quan to turn back. Today, he wanted to be a show-off, flaunting everything in front of them. Isn't Master Zhu busy? Sunny Yao asked. It's not urgent. It can wait a bit. Anyway, the Rolls-Royce could be driven, and it was fine if the Ferrari was repaired later. Which property are you planning to buy, brother? Chen-Chi thought for a moment. Since Sunny Yao would be working at Tianqi Media in the future, he wanted to find a community close to the Times building. He opened the map while searching and asked, what good properties are near the Times Tower? Wei Feng pretended to be enthusiastic and said, I'm familiar with that area. Wangjiang Mansion, Haizhong Mansion, and Jiangyu Yunzhuang are all close to the Times Tower. Haizhong Mansion has a better environment. Wei Feng deliberately picked out the 3 most expensive ones to see if Chen-Chi had the means. Alright, let's go take a look. 7 or 8 minutes later, Zhu Quan sent a message that the car was parked by the roadside. Chen-Chi said, let's go, ride in my car. Aren't you driving a Ferrari? How can we sit? Yan Jingjing assumed that Chen-Chi's car was a 2-seater Ferrari supercar, which was the stereotype associated with Ferrari. We'll drive ourselves, Yan Jingjing said. Wei Feng knew that Ferrari did have an SUV priced close to 5 million. He can't be driving that one, right? Chen-Chi laughed. I didn't drive the Ferrari today, so it's not the 5 million one. Wei Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Chen-Chi stepped forward and patted Wei Feng on the shoulder. Come on, help me out with some opinions. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Wei Feng also wanted to probe Chen-Chi's background, so he said, alright, I'll leave my car here for maintenance. Xiaobei, when it's done, drive it back for me. Sure thing, Mr. Wei, you can count on me. Yan Jingjing still wanted to drive herself, planning to return after the evening ended, otherwise, her car would be left there. Chen-Chi exchanged a glance with Sunny Yao. If he didn't take them in the Rolls-Royce, how could he show off? He was determined to flaunt today. Sunny Yao took Yan Jingjing's hand and said, Jingjing, ride with us. We'll take you back tonight. Unable to refuse their warm invitation, Yan Jingjing felt it would be rude to decline. Yan's mother said, you young people go have fun, I won't join. Alright then, Mom, you go check out the Porsche first, Yan Jingjing said deliberately. Chen-Chi led the group out of the BMW dealership, and beside the greenbelt a few meters away, a Rolls-Royce was parked. My car is right in front. Wei Feng was astonished. Damn, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, that guy is driving a car worth over 10 million. The 3 luxury cars in his family combined were still a bit short of being able to buy half a high-spec Phantom. Wait, when I came earlier, there was no car parked here. This guy wouldn't have rented a car just to show off in front of us, would he? Shu Quan saw Chen Shi coming and got out to open the door for him. Chen Shi said, Zhu, you can go back. I'll drive myself this afternoon. Still hiring a driver, going all out with the act, Wei Feng thought to himself. Anyone who could afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 10 million surely had assets well beyond that. Most of Wei Feng's friends had families with assets in the tens of millions. But none would spend a quarter or a fifth of their funds on a car unless their assets exceeded 100 million. However, Wei Feng didn't believe Chen Shi was someone with assets over 100 million. If he had over 100 million, how could he afford to give his girlfriend a car worth just over $1 million? Moreover, while Wei Feng noticed Chen Shi was dressed in all LV, he didn't even have a decent watch. He was wearing some cheap beads made of agate or bloodstone. They say the poor play with cars, while the rich play with watches. Wei Feng had a Richard Mille worth 1.62 million, understated luxury that only those with some wealth would recognize. Unlike cars, luxury car brands were already deeply ingrained in people's minds. If one wanted to show off, renting a car to drive around would immediately satisfy their vanity since everyone would recognize it. Oh, there's even a driver, Wei Feng said sarcastically. Yan Jingjing didn't think much of it, she was simply annoyed again. That little B*TCH is riding in a Rolls-Royce, it's infuriating. How can her luck be so good? Clearly bankrupt, yet she can still snag a top-notch golden son-in-law. A Rolls-Royce, and with a driver, how impressive. Yao Yao, your boyfriend is amazing, Yan Jingjing reluctantly complimented. Chen Shi replied with a hint of humility, no, it's not that impressive. Do you know any real estate agents? Chen Shi asked. Yes, my family bought a villa worth 10 million last year and found a pretty professional agent. Wei Feng seized the opportunity to show off. Got it, I know your family lives in a 10 million villa now. Can you help me contact the agent? I want to go to Jiangyu Yunzhuang first. Sure, I'll have him wait over there. Chen Shi drove while Sunny Yao sat in the passenger seat. The back seat was spacious, and Yan Jingjing and Wei Feng were sizing out the interior. Chen Shi said, is it comfortable sitting in the back? It's okay, Yan Jingjing forced a smile. This is a high-end Phantom, the base price is 13 million, Chen Shi said deliberately. Wei Feng thought, who asked you? So eager to show off, is this even your car? Yan Jingjing felt comfortable physically but was distressed inside, she wanted to get out of the car right now. Wei Feng said, the driving experience of a Rolls-Royce is pretty good, right? It's okay, just driving casually, Chen Shi replied. Uncomfortable, this guy is really hard to bear. Yan Jingjing was speechless. When they were at the BMW dealership looking at a 1.18 million 7 Series, she was already a bit annoyed. Why does the bankrupt Sunny Yao have to find such a rich and handsome guy? Now being forced to show off strength, she didn't want to listen, but the more she heard, the more uncomfortable it became. Wei Feng, however, thought, he's pretending pretty well, let's see if he can actually buy a house later. Is this how you get to Jiangyu Yunzhuang? Chen Shi asked. Yes, just turn right at the next intersection, Wei Feng nodded. Soon, Chen Shi saw the entrance to Jiangyu Yunzhuang. A young man in a suit riding a small electric scooter was looking around at the entrance. Judging by his outfit, he was either selling insurance or was an agent. The agent is at the entrance, Wei Feng said, rolling down the window to wave at him. Brother, let's get out of the car, Sunny Yao said. Chen Shi shook his head, I'll drive in, it'll save us a few steps. But it's not a car from this community, they won't let us in, Sunny Yao replied. Open the glove compartment. Sunny Yao opened the glove compartment in front of the passenger seat, revealing a few packs of cigarettes. Here it is, the security guard's nemesis, cigarettes. Chen Shi reached for one and then drove up to the security booth, lowering the window. Uncle, we're here to look at a house, could you please let us in? The security guard, a big-faced uncle with his hat askew, saw it was a Rolls-Royce and smiled. That's not possible, outside vehicles can't enter. We're very strict about that here. Chen Shi handed a pack of cigarettes to the security uncle. Please help us out, we'll be out quickly. The big shot driving a Rolls-Royce was so polite, the security uncle had no reason not to be accommodating. He looked around and then tucked the cigarettes under his arm. All right then. Wei Feng in the back seat whispered, showing off, rich and unsophisticated. Brother Feng, this guy looks pretty capable, Yan Jingjing said quietly. A bit capable, but not much. His family probably has around 20 to 30 million, Wei Feng estimated. The security guard lifted the gate, and Chen Shi slowly drove in. Agent manager Du rode his electric scooter ahead to lead the way. The group spent about 10 minutes looking around Jiangyu Yunzhuang before leaving. Jiangyu Yunzhuang wasn't a new development, the occupancy rate was quite high, and the agent didn't have many listings. After looking at 2 units that Chen Shi wasn't satisfied with, they headed to the next community, Wangjiangfu. They didn't stay long at Wangjiangfu either and soon left. When they arrived at Haizhong Mansion, while the agent was talking to Chen Shi, Wei Feng walked over to Sunny Yao. Yao Yao, can we talk? Not convenient, Sunny Yao replied coldly. I know you're still angry, I had someone explain it to you later. I lost my phone as soon as I got abroad, and when I returned to the country, I bought a new one, so all the chat records are gone. I'm not ignoring your messages on purpose. Who knew you would unilaterally announce the breakup? Sunny Yao scoffed. You can still tweet from abroad even if you lost your phone. Wei Feng retorted, I borrowed someone else's phone to post that. Say whatever you want, we've been broken up for a year. Please don't disturb me. Business isn't done, but we can still be civil. You wouldn't delete all our contact info, would you? Can we add each other back on WeChat? No, I can't. My boyfriend treats me very well, and I don't want him to misunderstand. I really love you. Just give me one more chance. Stop right there. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Sunny Yao looked at him with disgust. She decisively rejected him. A man like Wei Feng, who lacked responsibility, wasn't even worthy of being a friend. Wei Feng said, can't you see what kind of person he is? A little money, loves to show off. Didn't you see how he flaunted himself all the way? Looked at so many houses, always finding faults. I think he just doesn't want to buy it for you. Sun Yao shot Wei Feng a cold glance. You don't know him, so please don't judge him casually. Chen Shi walked over. What are you talking about? Nothing. Wei Feng walked away sulkily. Sunny Yao didn't want to hide it anymore, so she said, brother, he's actually my ex-boyfriend. Chen Shi smiled, I guessed it, so I intentionally brought him along to look at houses. I just wanted to show them how well I'm doing now, with a boyfriend who dotes on me. You really can't hide anything from brother, Sunny Yao said. Of course, the soft power of her brother wasn't for nothing. Manager Du came over, the homeowner sent me the password. We can go up to see the house now. Nowadays, these high-end communities mostly use password locks. The homeowner just needs to send a temporary password for others to enter. This house is on the 16th floor. The layout of Haizhong Mansion is better than the previous two communities. 180 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, a super large living room, front and back double balconies. Manager Du introduced as he walked, boasting extravagantly, everything sounded good, just like the previous few houses. He entered the password and led the four into the house. The house seemed to have been tidied up recently but wasn't completely clean. There was a glass cabinet in the living room with some scattered packaging boxes of figurines. It seemed the homeowner must have a child who liked the two-dimensional world. Chen Shi walked around the house and felt a sense of familiarity. This layout, this exquisite decoration, how does it resemble Gonyuan No? One so much? Manager Du said, Mr. Chen, do you live in Gonyuan No? 1. I used to live in Gonyuan No. 1. Now I live in Yulong Mansion. I just bought a 450 square meter place for 30 million yesterday. Sunny Yao also just learned where Chen Shi lived. Brother, you live in Yulong Mansion? I shouldn't have come with them, showing off all the way, still showing off. Yan Jingjing couldn't show her feelings on her face, seeing someone she disliked with such a wealthy boyfriend. It was more disgusting than eating a fly. Wei Feng's heart sank. The house in Yulong Mansion was more expensive than his family's villa. His family's villa was just an ordinary one, far from being a high-end villa. Damn, is he really that rich? He must be bragging. Wei Feng began to doubt his judgment. Chen Shi, you're so rich, living in a 30 million house. It's not fair to let our Yao live in a small 3-bedroom. Wei Feng said. 180 square meters is still called a small 3-bedroom? Wei Feng was really grasping at straws to find fault. Sunny Yao, however, said, I really like the layout of this house. It's better than the previous few. As long as Yao likes it, that's good. Chen Shi said. What's the price of this one? Manager Du unconsciously glanced at Wei Feng, then picked up his phone to quote the price. This set, because it's on the 16th floor, the price will be a bit higher. The owner has it listed for 6.8 million. Are you sure? Chen Shi asked. He wasn't without a phone. A quick search online would tell him the current market situation. 6.8 million was a normal listing price 2 or 3 years ago. But now, housing prices have dropped significantly, and there are listings in this community for 5.8 million. Chen Shi felt there was something off about this price, but he didn't know if the owner had set it that high or if the agent was deliberately quoting high to earn a bigger commission. Chen Shi wasn't short of a few $100,000, but he wanted to give it willingly. He wouldn't let himself be taken advantage of. The house is fine, but isn't the price a bit high? Chen Shi said. Manager Du hadn't spoken yet when Yan Jingjing chimed in first. Where's it high? It's always been this price. You've looked at so many places, always being picky. Are you really buying a house for Yao Yao, or just making empty promises? If you're deceiving Yao Yao, I won't agree. Yan Jingjing defended Sunny Yao, seeming to have a close sisterly bond. This was all prompted by Wei Feng, who chimed in. 6. 8 million is fine. Aren't you living in a 30 million house? A few 100,000 should be nothing to you. If you're tight on cash, you can take out a loan, you don't have to pay in full. Wei Feng had just heard Chen Shi say he lived in Yulong Mansion, who knew if it was true, and even Sunny Yao, as his girlfriend, didn't know. He suspected Chen Shi was just showing off, so he deliberately provoked him to see if he could afford the 6. 8 million. Do I need a loan? Even if I jumped off this building, I wouldn't borrow a dime, Chen Shi thought to himself. However, he didn't impulsively buy it. Instead, he asked the agent to contact the seller. Nowadays, buying a new house requires caution, let alone the many traps in the second-hand market. Last time, with that Mistress Xu Yaqing selling her house at Shantai Dingyuan, Chen Shi almost got taken for a ride. Let me talk to the seller again, Chen Shi said. But Manager Du replied, Mr. Chen, the seller has fully entrusted me, you only need to talk to me. This was another trick of the agent, avoiding direct contact between the buyer and seller to pocket extra fees through various means. Are there any other listings in this community? Let's take a look, Chen Shi said. Chen Shi, are you reluctant to spend? Seeing you bought a BMW for Yao Yao, so generous, I thought Yao Yao had found true love. Yan Jingjing stirred the pot again. Sunny Yao defended Chen Shi, my brother has money, but he doesn't spend it recklessly, this price is clearly high. In reality, this house was listed by the seller for 6 million, and the agent had privately added 800,000. This behavior not only cheated the buyer but also the seller. If the price was too high, the seller's house wouldn't sell. Manager Du did this on Wei Feng's suggestion. Wei Feng told him that the person coming to see the house was a show-off from a wealthy background. By raising the price, if Chen Shi bought it, Manager Du could earn a few thousand more. If he didn't buy, Wei Feng would still send him a red envelope, so Manager Du wouldn't lose out either way. At that moment, the password lock at the door beeped and someone walked in. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Manager Du asked in surprise. The one who entered was the seller, a chubby man about 1.66 or 1.67 meters tall, wearing glasses. I happened to be nearby, and since a buyer was coming to see the house, I thought I'd come take a look, Wang Zhuge said. Chen Shi looked at the chubby man and felt he looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Wang Zhuge was also staring at Chen Shi, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Isn't this handsome guy from the LV store? Wang Zhuge thought to himself. What a coincidence, this chubby guy was the one who had been pursuing that fat guy in Su Lu's store half a month ago. Later, he was shown up by Chen Shi and left in a huff. Wang Zhuge wasn't stupid, he had figured out that Chen Shi and Su Lu were involved, and he was just being made fun of. They were clearly a couple, yet they pretended to be strangers playing a role. Damn, it's that fat guy, Chen Shi suddenly remembered Wang Zhuge. Coincidentally, Wei Feng also knew Wang Zhuge. Pig brother? Is this your house? Who are you? Wang Zhuge looked Wei Feng up and down. Are you Wei Feng? It's me, Yao Yao, from the next class, pig brother, remember? It turned out that Wang Zhuge was an alumnus of theirs. All three came from well-off families and attended a private school and high school. Wang Zhuge had been 30 pounds heavier in high school, known for his size. His classmates had given him the nickname Pig Brother. Pig Brother? You've lost so much weight, I almost didn't recognize you. Wang Zhuge was 167 centimeters tall and weighed 180 pounds, a significant drop from his high school weight of 210 pounds. The 30-pound loss was due to his father pressuring him to lose weight, fearing he wouldn't find a wife if he stayed too fat. Sunny Yao, I saw you online recently. Beautiful women always leave a deep impression. Wang Zhuge recognized Sunny Yao at a glance. Who is he? Wang Zhuge looked at Chen Shi. My boyfriend, Chen Shi, Sunny Yao introduced. Boyfriend? Aren't you with that LV guy? Just as Wang Zhuge was about to mention the LV matter, Chen Shi quickly interjected. Hey, it seems we've met at the LV store. Pig brother, we're all alumni. Can you lower the price on this house a bit? Sunny Yao said. Upon hearing this, Manager Du's expression twitched. It was too unfortunate to be caught making small moves in front of both the seller and the buyer. Miss Sun, my price is already very favorable, you have to let me make a little profit. 8 million is still expensive. It's much higher than other listings. Wang Zhuge asked in confusion. 8 million? I listed it for 6 million, Manager Du, did you quote her 8 million? Manager Du quickly defended himself. Mistake, sorry, 8 million is the price for another unit. Wei Feng stared at him, thankful he hadn't sold himself. Chen Shi said, since the seller is here, let's talk. Chen Shi pulled Wang Zhuge to the balcony, seemingly discussing the house price but actually talking about Su Lu. Buddy, we have quite a fate, meeting again. Aren't you Su Lu's boyfriend from LV? How did you become Sun Yao's boyfriend? Did you break up? Playing both sides? Wang Zhuge asked. Chen Shi replied, don't mention this to Yao Yao, I'll buy the house for 6 million and add another 1 million. 7 million, which was 200,000 more than the price Wang Zhuge had paid for his house. Although he was somewhat tempted, his family had assets of 40 to 50 million, so he was more resistant to the 1 million than an average person. Hearing Chen Shi offer him benefits, he immediately guessed that Chen Shi was playing both sides and didn't want Sunny Yao to know about Su Lu's existence. Two beautiful girls being toyed with by a scumbag like you, as a shut-in, how can I stand by and do nothing? Wang Zhuge said indignantly. I'll introduce you to a girlfriend, a proper girl. Okay. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Zhuge agreed to Chen Shi's terms, and they struck a deal. She can't be too ugly. Chen Shi took out his phone, scrolling through his social media. Look at me, do I look like someone who knows ugly people? Chen Shi scrolled down in Su Tian's friend circle and found a group photo with her roommate Zhou Ningning. How about this girl? Zhou Ningning had a charm level of 85, which wasn't enough for Chen Shi, but among strangers, she was actually quite decent. Not bad, looks young and pretty, but the one next to her is even better. Forget about the one next to her, she's also my girlfriend. Damn! Scumbag! A senior, loves gaming. I heard she's doing game companionship. I'll find a chance to introduce you. Wang Zhuge had developed a bit of aversion to overly beautiful girls after Su Lu rejected him last time. Although he had some family wealth, his own conditions were really not that great. Beautiful girls would pass him based on looks at first sight. Zhou Ningning, while not as stunning as Su Lu or Su Tian, was still above average in appearance, and Wang Zhuge was afraid of being rejected again. If she rejects me, you have to take responsibility and keep introducing me until I find a girlfriend, he said. Chen Shi replied, you're so rich, plus my girlfriend is her best friend, just let the wind blow a bit. But I'm so fat, Wang Zhuge said without confidence. So what if you're fat? Some girls actually like chubby guys, it's cute, Chen Shi coaxed. I think the success rate is 85%, he added. So high? Wang Zhuge felt a little happy. He seemed to have already envisioned being with Zhou Ningning. Zhou Ningning was at home modifying her resume on Su Tian's alien notebook, preparing for an interview at Chen Shi's company on Monday. Suddenly, she sneezed. At Su Tian, who was doing embroidery nearby, asked, Ningning, is the air conditioning too low? No, it's 26 degrees, not cold at all, Zhou Ningning said, touching her nose. Chen Shi and Wang Zhuge happily finished their conversation. When they reached the living room, Chen Shi asked Manager Du to prepare the contract. They could transact right away. Manager Du, who had been anxious just moments ago, was now full of energy. Not only did Chen Shi not complain about him, but he also successfully signed the deal, feeling quite pleased. Whose name are you planning to put on this house? Yan Jingjing asked. Chen Shi took Sunny Yao's hand. It's for Yao, of course, it will be in her name. So uncomfortable. It's worse than being killed. You're spoiling Yao too much. I'm so envious, Yan Jingjing said through gritted teeth. 6 million was something Wei Feng could afford. His mother even planned to buy him a $10 million house in Wanawawi as a wedding gift. But giving a house between a boyfriend and girlfriend is really not afraid of it going to waste. If they break up, they might even end up in court. Is there a rich simp? Pure idiot. Raising the price is just for these local tycoons. Wei Feng felt uncomfortable too. Sunny Yao's new boyfriend was much stronger than him. He wanted to dig a hole to get back together, but it was basically hopeless. More than an hour later, the home buying process was completed. Chen Shi paid 6 million and transferred another million to Wang Zhuge's card. Sunny Yao became the new owner of this house, and in half a month, she would receive the property certificate with her name on it. Another few million spent. He has spent over 10 million on me. If this isn't true love, what is true love? Sunny Yao's favorability +4, current 85. Brother, thank you. Sunny Yao kissed Chen Shi's cheek in front of everyone. Wei Feng's face turned ashen. He had originally wanted to find trouble and annoy Chen Shi, but instead, he ended up feeling disgusted himself. It's nothing, just a small house for 6 million. I'll buy you a villa worth 10 million later. A 10 million villa seemed to be a jab at Wei Feng, whose family had just bought a 10 million villa. I thought the 3-bedroom he mentioned was the kind worth 2 million. This is almost catching up to the price of my family's villa. Sunny Yao's family had previously lived in an ordinary villa worth 8 million, which was seized by the court and put up for auction. The starting price was 5 million. If it could be auctioned for a high price, they could pay off the bank 5 million and still have money left for the Sun family. Unfortunately, the market was not good now, and there weren't many bidders for auction houses. However, as long as the Sun family paid back 2 million, the court would lift the seizure, and they could get their villa back. Before leaving, Chun-Chi received a phone call, seemingly about work. Okay, sure, wait a moment, I'll send it to you shortly. Brother, do you have something to do? Sunny Yao asked. Nothing, just sending a few documents. Let's find a tea house to sit down. We can have dinner a bit later, Chun-Chi said. Wei Feng and Yan Jingjing were no longer in the mood to eat with them. They were already full of anger. I won't have dinner, I have some things to do, Wei Feng said. Yan Jingjing echoed, I won't eat either. Don't! I've already reserved the spot at Dangyun Tower, Chun-Chi insisted. Sunny Yao had heard of Dangyun Tower, and Wei Feng and Yan Jingjing, being in the same circle as her, surely knew about it too. Damn, isn't that a place where you need to have assets over 100 million to get a membership? He really is a billionaire. Wei Feng was shocked. Given the speed of Wei Feng's family's capital accumulation, it would take at least 4 more years to break 100 million. Yan Jingjing exclaimed in surprise, Ah, Yao, your boyfriend is worth over 100 million, you're so lucky. What the hell, is this intentional? She brought me here just to show off how rich her boyfriend is. This B*TCH is even worse than before. Wei Feng's expression darkened, and he waved his hand. I'm really not going, I have things to do tonight, my family is calling me back. Alright then, let's get together next time. If we have the chance to go to Sanya, I just bought a yacht worth over 100 million, we can go out to sea and have some fun. Damn. Wei Feng and Yan Jingjing were once again hit hard. The yacht worth over 100 million was just Chun-Chi bragging, he hadn't bought it yet, but his boasts always seemed to come true. I'll drive you back to the BMW dealership, Chun-Chi offered. No need, we can just take a taxi, they replied. Taking a taxi isn't as comfortable as riding in a Rolls-Royce, and it's more convenient. Let's go. Sunny Yao pulled Yan Jingjing's arm. Jingjing, let's go. Reluctantly, the two got into the Rolls-Royce, sitting on the leather seats, feeling as if they were sitting on pins. No matter how they adjusted their sitting posture, it felt uncomfortable. Mainly, they were caught off guard, their mindset was skewed, so they couldn't sit properly. Chun-Chi drove slowly out. At that moment, a black Lamborghini Gallardo came driving towards them. Chun-Chi recognized it at a glance as Fang Yinghui's car. Fang Yinghui, however, did not know that the one driving the luxury car was Chun-Chi. He just habitually glanced at the luxury vehicle. This person looks like Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi rolled down the window and leaned out halfway to greet the Gallardo. Fang Xiao. Fang Yinghui rolled down his window in response, it really is you. I was just thinking the driver looked like Chun-Chi. Fang Xiao, do you live around here? No, I came to drop off summer homework for my cousin. What about you? Chun-Chi replied, I came to buy a house for my girlfriend. In the back seat, Wei Feng glanced at the driver of the Gallardo and was shocked again. Fang Xiao, are you the Fang Xiao from Fang's Chemical? Chun-Chi replied without turning his head, yes, you know him? Wei Feng knew Fang Yinghui, but Fang Yinghui did not know him. The Fang family, ranked 79th on the Donghai wealth list with assets of 2 billion, was someone Wei Feng wanted to befriend. At a previous gathering, another rich second generation brought Wei Feng along to make up the numbers, and the main character that day was Fang Yinghui. The second generation attendees, whose families had assets of tens of millions, could only stand aside, not even qualify to speak with Fang Yinghui. I've met him once, are you very familiar with Fang Xiao? Wei Feng asked. Not really, Chun-Chi replied. Fang Xiao, are you having dinner at Dangyun Tower tonight? I'll treat, and we can invite Luo Xiao and Zhang Xiao. I'm not free tonight, let's do it next time, Fang Yinghui responded. Membership at Dangyun Tower requires asset verification, and you need to have at least 100 million to apply. Chun-Chi being able to get in didn't surprise Fang Yinghui. They had long guessed that Chun-Chi's worth should be over 100 million. The Luo Xiao you mentioned, is it the Luo Xiao from Kaiyang Fashion? Wei Feng asked. Yes, Luo Kaiyang. Connections are also a form of strength, only with power and wealth can one meet influential people. Chun-Chi's status was clearly beyond what Wei Feng could touch. That circle, I've been trying desperately to squeeze into, and he's already in it. Wei Feng's heart sank like it had fallen into an ice cellar. The gap between people cannot always be bridged by effort. He probably won't ever fit into that circle in his lifetime. Wei Feng knew that there was no need to force himself into a circle he couldn't integrate into, but that circle represented status and honor, and he was unwilling to accept it. After dropping the two back at the BMW dealership, Sunny Yao finally asked, Brother, when did you become a member of Dangyun Tower? Didn't you say before that you wouldn't join since others would invite you? Chun-Chi smiled, I thought it would be more convenient to have my own membership. While Sunny Yao was signing the contract, Chun-Chi contacted Zhang Ming to have him send over the WeChat information of the person in charge of Dangyun Tower. The person in charge called and asked Chun-Chi to provide some verification documents. bank statements, account balances, real estate, cars, antiques, company shares, etc. could all serve as proof of assets. At this moment, with some free time, Chen Qi began sending the documents to the person in charge. The full payment contract for the Yulong mansion, 30 million. The full payment contract for Gongyuan No. 1, 8, 6 million. The full payment contract for Changtai Gingyuan, 2 million. The full payment contract for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, 13 million. The full payment contract for the Ferrari 488, 38 million. These were assets under Chen Qi's name, and he sent each electronic file one by one. He also wanted to send the information for Tianqi Clothing Company, Ltd., which had changed its legal representative. The person in charge of Dangyun Tower replied, "That's enough, Mr. Chen. Please provide a photo of your ID, and I'll process your membership card." After all, Dangyun Tower was just a dining establishment, and their asset verification wasn't that strict. Unlike banks, which required third-party inspections, Dangyun Tower simply screened their clients, and the assets Chen Qi provided were already worth over 58 million. Moreover, all were purchased outright. Anyone who could spend that much money would have assets of at least 500 to 600 million. Isn't anything else needed? No, Mr. Chen is already qualified for membership. Chen Qi's referrer was Zhang Ming, whose family had been longtime customers of Dangyun Tower, with assets of 800 million. Zhang Ming's friends would likely not be lacking either. Brother, when Wei Feng and Yan Jingjing got out of the car, their expressions were just so sour. Sunny Yao laughed. That's the effect I wanted. Your plastic sisters and your ex-boyfriend just can't stand to see you do well. I just want to show off a bit and make them feel uncomfortable, Chen Qi said. So are we still going to Dangyun Tower for dinner tonight? We've been eating Chinese food lately, let's have Western food tonight. Let's go to Socrates. Sounds good. At 6 in the evening, at Socrates. The waiter saw Chen Qi and thought to himself, here he is again, dining at the cafeteria. Sunny Yao linked her arm with Chen Qi's. Last time I came here, I was still an unknown little streamer. In less than half a month, my life has changed completely. All thanks to meeting you, brother. Chen Qi pulled out a chair for Sunny Yao. Fate is so wonderful. Since I met you, my business has improved. Do you think you have a prosperous husband face? Sunny Yao touched her face. Really? A Taoist told me a couple of years ago that I have a prosperous husband face. The Sun family was in business and had often visited temples and Taoist monasteries. She was somewhat influenced and a bit superstitious. The last time she gave Chen Qi that bloodstone bracelet, she thought it could bring good luck and ward off evil. Brother, let's have a drink. That evening, Sunny Yao was in a great mood, and the atmosphere at Socrates was very elegant. She couldn't help but want to have a couple of drinks. Sure, waiter, open a bottle of white wine from Domaine de la Romanicanti. Is it the same wine as last time? It really was quite good, Sunny Yao said. The last time Sunny Yao and Chen Qi dined at Socrates, they ordered this bottle, priced at 43,500. Alright, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter was overjoyed. The rich guy was ordering wine again. In previous visits, Chen Qi had ordered wine, and he and his female companions had never finished half a bottle. After the wine was opened, it could actually be stored in the fridge for another 2 or 3 days, but Chen Qi was too lazy to keep it. He directly gave the remaining half bottle to the waiter. The waiter immediately listed it on Xianyu, where he had previously sold similar bottles for nearly 10,000 each. Even opened bottles of such fine wine were in high demand. Today, he estimated that Chen Qi would surely leave half a bottle again, allowing him to earn another 8 or 9,000, more than a month's salary. Sunny Yao clinked glasses with Chen Qi, sipping her wine while watching the fish in the aquarium. Brother, once the contract is settled, let's go to Hawaii. Before the Sun family went bankrupt, Sunny Yao often traveled abroad, and Hawaii ranked among her top 3 favorite destinations. Chen Qi nodded. He still needed to find time to deal with Li Xiang and the contract. As they were finishing their meal, Sunny Yao's WeChat call rang. Okay, just tell the waiter to bring you in. At the door, Sun Yu greeted the waiter while holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. Who is it? Chen Qi asked. My brother. Is he here to eat? Chen Qi glanced at the table, which was nearly empty. Let's order a few more dishes. Sunny Yao waved her hand. No need, he has already eaten. As they spoke, the waiter had already brought Sun Yu over. Sister, brother-in-law. This was Sun Yu's first time meeting Chen Qi in person. He had only seen photos of him on Sunny Yao's phone. Stop calling me that, just call me brother, Sunny Yao said. It's fine, brother-in-law sounds nice, Sun Yu replied. Sun Yu would be going back to school in August, and with the heavy workload of his senior year, he had been spending this time playing games at home. In the afternoon, he had just finished a game of LOL with his classmates when Sunny Yao's WeChat message came in, asking him to run an errand. He initially didn't want to go, but Sunny Yao promised him 500 yuan for the task. Sun Yu used to be a second-generation rich kid, and 500 yuan seemed trivial, but things were different now. He immediately agreed to his sister's request, hung up, and ran out to do the errand. Brother-in-law is even more handsome than in the photos. I want to keep this hairstyle too, but the school is strict, Sun Yu said. You and your sister look quite alike, Chun Shi remarked. Sunny Yao smiled. We share the same mother, so we have some resemblance, especially our noses and eyes. As she spoke, Sunny Yao moved the plates on the dining table aside to clear some space. Put the box here, be careful, don't be clumsy. Chen Shi noticed that Sunny Yao's tone changed slightly when she spoke to her brother. I know. A 30-centimeter long gift box was placed on the dining table. What is it? Chen Shi asked curiously. Brother, since you bought a new house, I thought I'd give you a housewarming gift. Sister kept urging me to buy it this afternoon, Sun Yu added. Sunny Yao carefully opened the gift box, which was covered with a layer of tissue paper. Lifting the tissue revealed the true contents of the box. It was a set of exquisite tea utensils, with a sky blue glaze that looked very expensive. The Sun family used to run a company and often bought tea sets. Sun Dad knew a tea shop owner. Sunny Yao had asked Sun Yu to buy a nicer set from her dad's friend's shop. When Sun Yu arrived at the shop, he sent Sunny Yao several photos of different tea sets. They finally chose this one, a Ru Kiln square cup set. Brother, do you like this Ru Kiln tea set? Received 66,666 soft rice coins, cashback 666660000 Huasha coins. The notification from Soft Grandpa made Chen Chi's heart race. This notification sound was always delightful to hear, and especially this time, the cashback exceeded all previous amounts. It's not an expensive item. When I have money in the future, I'll get you a better set, Sunny Yao said. Chen Chi forced down the corners of his mouth. I really love it. Yao, I told you, you have a prosperous husband look. Sunny Yao was puzzled. What's the connection between sending tea sets and bringing good fortune? The connection is significant. Over 600 million has come in again, Chen Chi thought to himself. A tea set worth over 20,000 isn't considered a luxury. Good tea sets can cost hundreds of thousands. It's said that at an auction in the capital, a set of purple clay teapots sold for a staggering 92 million Huasha coins. Sunny Yao has been earning quite a bit recently, but her share won't be paid until next month. She'll probably get over 400,000 next month, but she currently has less than 50,000 in cash. She paid for the 66,666 tea set with her credit card. This afternoon, she spent 7 million on a house, and Chen Chi's balance is about 338 million. Now, with an additional 666 million, his balance has surpassed 1 billion. Chen Chi felt pleased, estimating that in about 10 days, he would make it onto the East Sea wealth list. A little rich woman sending gifts has to be extravagant. It seems I need to prioritize getting to know rich goddesses. Not quite, Chen Chi thought again. Sunny Yao's money was indirectly given by him. He could easily turn the goddesses into rich women instead of deliberately seeking out wealthy ones. As for whether the goddesses would spend money on Chen Chi and how much, that would depend on the specific situation, as everyone is different. Brother, this tea set has a total of 18 pieces. A gentleman's four-sided pot, a three-legged wine vessel with a tray, a Mingdao cup, a Hanyu tea strainer stand, and a double fishier water bowl, one of each. A cup benefiting the 4 Cs, and a cup of unity, 4 of each. Chen Chi listened with one ear and let it out the other. He used to be a loser. He never had the chance to taste tea, and this was the first time he heard the names of these tea sets. Yao really knows her stuff, Chen Chi said. My dad used to have a few sets of tea sets at the office and at home. I helped him brew tea a few times and learned a bit. Sun Yu said, brother-in-law, my sister's tea brewing skills. Sunny Yao thought Sun Yu was going to praise her, but instead, Sun Yu said, it's simply a mess. Mom told you to come home. Sun Yu glanced at his phone. No, she didn't. Yes, she did. Sunny Yao shot him a fierce glare. If Sun Yu said any more, her messy image at home would be exposed. I'm going home, Sun Yu said. Sister, don't forget the errand fee. Alright, hurry up and go, Sunny Yao urged. Sun Yu took a couple of steps, then turned back and said, brother-in-law, let me ride in the Phantom next time. I've never been in one. Before the Sun family went bankrupt, Sun Dad had changed cars 3 times, the best being a Mercedes-AMG S63L worth 2.3 million. Sun Yu really had no chance to ride in a car of Rolls-Royce's caliber. Sure, next time I'll have your sister take you for a ride, Chen Chi replied. Sunny Yao glared at Sun Yu, signaling him to leave quickly. Little boys are like this, Chen Chi said. It's normal, boys are generally more interested in cars. Sunny Yao checked the time. It was 7:30, and she needed to go back to prepare for her live stream. Brother, I have to go back too. Alright, I'll take you. By the way, brother, do you have time tomorrow? Come with me to Michael home city to browse. This afternoon, Wang Zhuge had called a cleaning company to do a deep clean of the house. The furniture had all been moved out, and now they needed to buy new furniture and some small appliances. I have some things to do tomorrow, I might not be free. That's fine, I'll go with my mom. Chen-Chi said, I'll send you a few WeChat contacts for home city stores later. Beds, sofas, coffee tables, TV cabinets. You can buy these from them. Once you've picked, have the store send me the list, and I'll settle the bill. You're so nice, brother. Buying furniture costs a lot, and Sunny Yao definitely doesn't have the money now. Even if she did, Chen-Chi wouldn't let her spend it. Feel free to choose, don't worry about the price. The Big S mattress from Hazarding is quite nice, over 2 million. You can order one if you like. No, a regular one is fine, Sunny Yao hurriedly replied. Chen-Chi called for a chauffeur to take Sunny Yao back to her community. After she got out of the car, Chen-Chi lingered at the entrance for a minute before leaving. Sunny Yao thought Chen-Chi was seeing her off as she went upstairs. It wasn't until she returned home and saw her parents in the living room, crying tears of joy, that she realized what Chen-Chi had been doing in the car. We're free, we're back. Sun Dad said, tears welling in his eyes, his voice choked. We can move back to the big villa. Sun Mom was sobbing uncontrollably. Sun Yu, who was playing a game in his room, rushed out upon hearing the cries from the living room. Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Your brother-in-law has paid off all our debts, Sun Mom said. Really? That's amazing. We can finally go home. After Sunny Yao got out of the car, Chen-Chi transferred 2 million to Sun Dad's card. He was in a great mood tonight. Sunny Yao had brought him over 600 million in cash back, and he directly paid off the remaining debts of the Sun family. Sunny Yao wanted to call Chen-Chi but remembered he was driving, so she sent him a WeChat message. Yao, you need to thank Chen-Chi properly for us, Sun Mom said. Mom, I know. It would be best if you could have a son for him. Sunny Yao was speechless. I'll go to the bank on Monday to get the villa back, and then we can move back in. Sun Dad said. Mom and Dad, I won't be moving back. Are you moving in with Chen-Chi? That's fine, but it would be best to pick a date to get engaged first, Sun Mom said. It's not cohabitation. He bought me a place in Haizhong Mansion. I'll move in by myself, and it will be more convenient for my live streaming. Haizhong Mansion? That community isn't cheap, over 6 million. Is the house under your name? Yes, it's under my name, Sunny Yao replied. What kind of background does Chen-Chi have? He spent over 10 million on our family. Sun Mom was shocked. Have you met his parents? Sunny Yao shook her head. No, he hasn't mentioned his family much. Sun Dad said, Yao, once we get the villa back, bring Chen-Chi home for a meal. Got it. Chen-Chi was a benefactor to the Sun family, and he treated Sunny Yao so well. Even though Sun Dad had only seen his photo and never met him in person, he had already accepted this son-in-law in his heart. When Chen-Chi returned home and saw the thank you message from Sunny Yao, he replied briefly before taking a shower. In Nanpu, in a certain villa area, Han Linlin's one-on-one English tutoring session had just ended. It was her first day as a tutor at a student's home, and she was a bit nervous. The student's family was wealthy, living in a large villa, and when Han Linlin arrived in the evening, the student's mother had prepared a lot of fruit for her. Teacher Han, my son Junjun is about to start middle school. His English is a bit poor, and I'm worried he won't keep up in middle school. So I wanted him to preview the middle school content during the summer. Han Linlin spoke simply in English with the young boy, who responded fluently. She thought to herself, the child isn't bad at English, the parents just have too high expectations. After the 2-hour tutoring session, Han Linlin chatted with the student's mother in the living room. When the student's father returned home and saw a strange young woman, he looked at her with curiosity. Who is this? This is the English tutor I hired for Junjun. I told you about it a couple of days ago. You weren't paying attention, Junjun's mom said. So young, can she do it? Junjun's dad questioned. She's the daughter of teacher Han from the second middle school. She's also an English teacher now. Junjun just said that Miss Han teaches very well. Junjun's dad said, that's good. Miss Han, please take care of Junjun. Of course, Han Linlin replied. Miss Han, let me give you a ride, Junjun's dad offered. No, I can take the bus. Let me take you to the bus stop. On the bus home, Han Linlin received a WeChat message from Chen-Chi. Have you decided what car you want to buy? Yes, let's go see a BYD tomorrow. July 21st, Sunday, sunny, high temperature warning. Today, Master Zhu is off, so Chen-Chi had to drive himself to pick up Han Linlin. Is he really going to buy you a car today? Han's mother asked. Han Linlin was trying on clothes in front of the mirror. Yes, I passed my driving test, and he said he wanted to reward me. I thought he would just take you out for a meal. I didn't expect him to buy you a car. Mom, I'm just going to look at a BYD. A car isn't even as expensive as my bag. Even if he wanted to give me a Porsche or a Lamborghini, I wouldn't accept it. I can't afford to maintain them, Han Linlin said. Han's father, listening at the door, was dumbfounded. A sports car worth over $1 million? Both Han's father and mother drove domestic cars that cost just over $100,000. Han's father wanted to switch to a $200,000 electric car but was scolded by Han's mother. A car worth over $1 million was something they had never even considered. You should bring him home sometime, we need to meet him, Han's father said. Initially, he was very resistant to Chen Shi, thinking that the financial world was full of tricks and that Han Linlin would get hurt being with him. But during this time, Han Linlin and her mother had been constantly brainwashing him, and he was starting to soften. Dad, you want to meet him? Okay, I'll ask him later. Chen Shi waited at the entrance of the community for 2 minutes, and Han Linlin ran out with small steps. She habitually opened the back door but found no one inside. Glancing at the driver's seat, it was Chen Shi driving. She closed the door and sat in the passenger seat. Brother, why are you driving? Where's Master Zhu? It's Sunday, he's off, Chen Shi replied. Have you thought it through? Going to see the BYD? Yeah, many teachers at school drive BYDs. We should support domestic brands, she said. That's fine. The new model that just came out is not worse than a Porsche, Chen Shi said. Han Linlin took a selfie in the passenger seat. It was her first time sitting in a phantom passenger seat, and she felt it was a different experience from the back seat. After about 27 or 28 minutes, they arrived at the BYD dealership. Chen Shi looked at the sign. Wow, the parking lot is so far. The sign read, turn right for parking, 50 meters. After parking, they got out of the car. Han Linlin shielded her eyes with her hand and said, it's so sunny, I forgot to bring an umbrella. There was an umbrella in the Rolls-Royce, but she thought better of it. It was just a few steps, and they could walk quickly. Let's go, you're so fair, you won't get tanned, Chen Shi said. They had just taken a few steps when a middle-aged man called out to Chen Shi. Mr. Chen. Chen Shi turned around. The man's face was very unfamiliar. Could he be an old classmate? But he looked too mature for that. Did he call me Mr. Chen, a new employee from the company? Who are you? Chen Shi asked, puzzled. Lu Guoqing smiled and said, Mr. Chen, you really have a lot on your mind. Sales manager of Lining Textile, Lu Guoqing. We met last year when your company came to our factory for an inspection. With that, Chen Shi recalled. Last year, a senior supervisor from the procurement department led a team, and one person each from the design and operations departments went to Lining Textile for an inspection. Originally, another colleague from the operations department was supposed to go, but that colleague's wife was hit by a car, and there was no choice but to send Chen Shi instead. Lining Textile was in the western suburbs. They took the company's wooling van and arrived in an hour. Lu Guoqing was the one who received them, and he was quite enthusiastic. Lu Guoqing also heard from the senior supervisor in the procurement department that their company had undergone a dramatic change. The new boss was a former junior employee who had even worked at Lu Guoqing's factory. Lu Guoqing had a good memory. He could basically remember all the clients he had dealt with. He never expected such a dramatic event to happen at a client's company. A junior employee won over 100 million in the lottery and actually bought the company he worked for. Just now, when Chen Shi got off the big labor vehicle, Lu Guoqing felt that this person looked familiar. He tentatively called out, and Chen Shi really turned around. Manager Lu, I remembered, there was a batch of women's vests made in your factory last year. Yes, our factory has brought in 2 new machines this year, and the production capacity has increased quite a bit. If President Chen has orders, we can cooperate again, Lu Guoqing said. Lu Guoqing's factory and himself, Chen Shi had only interacted with once, and the first impression was quite good. Chen Shi said to Han Linlin beside him, Linlin, you go check the cars first, I'll be there soon. Han Linlin saw that Chen Shi was talking business with a client, and understanding, nodded and went to the store first. Chen Shi didn't chat with Lu Guoqing for long. He didn't have time to manage these specific matters. As the boss, he only needed to give direction, and the follow-up matters could be handled by his subordinates. Chen Shi quickly walked into the Yangwang showroom, where there weren't many people or cars. There were only 2 vehicles, one Yangwang U8 and one Yangwang U9. Where's that young lady? Wasn't she supposed to come over first? Chen Shi looked around but didn't see Han Linlin. He made a phone call. Linlin, where are you? I'm at the store looking at cars. At the store? I don't see you. Chen Shi looked around again while holding his phone, still not seeing Han Linlin. I'm right here at Yuan Plus, brother, where are you? Friends who understand cars know that Yuan Plus is a model from BYD's Dynasty series. Chen Shi also knew a little about it. As soon as he heard it, he knew where Han Linlin was. Got it, I'll come find you. Chen Shi exited the Yangwang showroom, turned left, and walked 3 or 4 meters to another showroom. Han Linlin was looking at the entrance, and when she saw Chen Shi coming, she waved at him. Linlin, why did you come here to look at cars? Chen Shi asked. Didn't you ask me to come over first? Han Linlin replied, puzzled. Chen Shi slapped his forehead. He suddenly realized he had made a mistake. When Han Linlin said she was coming to look at BYD, Chen Shi had mentioned it in the car. The new BYD cars were quite good, not inferior to Porsche. He hadn't been thinking about the tens of thousands of BYD models but rather the million-plus Yangwang. This was the first time in over half a month, after having money, that Chen Shi realized the change in his mindset. It felt a bit like why not eat meat porridge? I got it wrong, Linlin, let's go to the next showroom. Next door? Isn't that the Yangwang brand? Han Linlin's eyes showed clear confusion. I came to look at BYD, what does that have to do with Yangwang? So she didn't know that Yangwang is BYD. Thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. Many domestic car companies now release new brands and models faster than phone manufacturers release new phones. A female colleague in Chen Shi's company said she only looks at license plates when taking a taxi. She never looks at models or brands because she doesn't recognize most of them. Not to mention Han Linlin, even Chen Shi himself didn't recognize some newly released niche domestic electric cars. Linlin, Yangwang is also BYD. It's BYD's high-end brand. Han Linlin suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Brother went to the Yangwang showroom. Let's go, let's look at Yangwang. The two exited and turned right, arriving at the Yangwang showroom. Why are there only 2 cars? Han Linlin asked. The Yangwang brand has only released 2 high-end models so far, the U8 and U9. Take a look. Which one do you like? Han Linlin walked to the U8, and its bold design immediately attracted her. It was also Chen Shi's first time seeing the real car, and it indeed looked very powerful and handsome. This car is so big, it's impressive, Han Linlin said. I thought you would like the supercar type U9, I didn't expect you to like the off-road U8. Maybe I watched too many Western movies as a child. In the films, foreigners love to drive pickups and off-road vehicles. Brother, this car must be expensive, right? Han Linlin asked. Not expensive, just 1.098 million, Chen Shi replied. The U8 had just been released a few months ago, and its price was very firm. Whatever the official website listed, that was the price in the store. No problem, someone who drives a 13 million Phantom would naturally think 1.098 million is not expensive. Brother, I was just thinking of buying a Song for over 200,000. A car this expensive, I can't even afford the gas. Chen Shi heard Han Linlin's thoughts, so that's what she was worried about. How can that be? I drive cars worth millions, and for my girlfriend, I get her a car worth just a few 100,000. If people find out, they'll think I'm stingy and not good to my girlfriend. Han Linlin said, brother is so good to me. Chen Shi took her hand and opened the car door. Come on, sit in the driver's seat and experience it. Han Linlin was pushed into the driver's seat, and he went around to the passenger side. It's nice inside, very spacious and comfortable, Chen Shi said. Brother, is this an electric car? There is a pure electric version. Doesn't your school have charging stations? It's perfect for charging. So it's an electric car, then I don't have to worry about gas costs. At that moment, salesman Xiao Fan walked over. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, what do you think of our U8? Not bad, can we test drive it? Chen Shi asked. For a test drive, you need to make an appointment in advance because we only have one test drive car, and there are quite a few people wanting to test drive. If I order now, how long until I can pick up the car? Our U8 currently requires 2 to 3 months for production. If you like it, you can register an account and place an order. Sales of domestic electric cars are mostly like this, especially at the beginning. Customers have to wait a long time for production after placing an order. Chen Shi had forgotten about this. Although there is plenty of stock for low-end electric cars, high-end ones still require waiting for production. Is it going to take that long? How about we go look at the yuan instead? Han Linlin said. What yuan? If you have the yuan, you don't have to wait. Chen Shi replied. Little brother, you should have a customer group, right? Are there any orders about to expire in there? Chen Shi wanted to buy an order from other customers who had already placed orders, one that could be picked up immediately. There are a few customers whose orders can be picked up next Friday, Xiao Fan said. Help me ask if anyone is willing to transfer their order for an extra 100,000. Xiao Fan had encountered such customers before. Those with money can be quite willful. If there are buyers, there are sellers. For an extra 100,000, 90% of those prospective car owners would be willing to sell. At worst they could just place a new order and wait another 2 months. Okay, I'll ask in the group, Xiao Fan said. Just as Xiao Fan took his phone out of his pocket and hadn't even unlocked it, a man leaned over and said, "There are sellers, no need to wait until next week, you can drive it away today." Zhou had been nearby and heard Chen Shi talking. Upon hearing that Chen Shi was offering an extra 100,000 for an order, he immediately rushed over. "Brother Zhou, didn't you just pick up your car yesterday? You want to sell it today?" Xiao Fan asked, puzzled. Zhou was Xiao Fan's customer. He had been so excited when he picked up the car yesterday. After waiting 5 months, he finally got the car he liked, so why was he selling it before he even got comfortable in it? Zhou looked troubled. "I really don't want to sell it, but my wife is threatening to divorce me." When he ordered the car, he was afraid his wife would oppose it, so he kept it a secret. He planned to show her the U8's handsome appearance, thinking she would like it. But when Jolie brought the car home yesterday, his wife not only wasn't happy but also exploded in anger and scolded him. "I told you to save some money. Our son is going to study abroad in Australia next year, so save more money. And you bought a car for over $1 million. Go return it immediately." "Dear, I can't return it." "Then sell it." Zhou Linian earned 600,000 a year, belonging to the upper class of high-level workers in Donghai. He had an Audi A6 and a Tesla Model Y at home. After seeing the promotional video for the Yangwang U8, he liked it immensely and thought about supporting domestic products, so he secretly placed an order. "Hey, did you pick up the car yesterday?" Chen Qi asked. "Yeah, Xiao Fan can prove it, the license plate isn't even on yet. After picking it up, I drove a few laps nearby. It's definitely a brand new car." Chen Qi glanced at Han Linlin. "It's in stock, want to take a look?" Sure, my car is right outside," Jolin said. "Then let's go check it out," Han Linlin replied. It was just right to take Jolin's car for a test drive. The two followed Jolin to the parking lot to get into the U8. Chen Qi let Han Linlin sit in the passenger seat to observe the U8's actual operation. "I didn't pay attention to the gear shift on the display car. I want to ask, where's the gear shift on this car?" Han Linlin said. The car she drove at driving school was an ordinary automatic fuel car, with the gear shift below the center console. The U8, like Tesla and Mercedes, used a column shifter, with the gear shift located behind the steering wheel. "Beautiful, the gear shift is here, just gently push down for forward and lift up for reverse," Jolin explained. "So it's a column shifter." Jolin drove the car onto a less crowded road, maintaining a slow speed while explaining to Han Linlin. "Beautiful, why don't you give it a try?" Jolin switched places with Han Linlin, who felt a bit at a loss sitting in the driver's seat. Jolin smiled and said, "The column shifter is very simple, just step on the brake, shift, and go. Drive casually. I just got my driver's license yesterday, I'm a bit nervous on the road for the first time," Han Linlin said. Jolin's smile faded but didn't disappear, it shifted to Chen Qi's face. "Just drive comfortably, no need to go too fast, feel it out at 50 or 60. With me here, if you scrape or bump, I'll take responsibility. Brother Zhou, you can rest assured, I'm definitely buying this car." Jolin wasn't foolish, anyone could talk, but the money arriving was the hard truth. However, he couldn't tell Han Linlin to stop driving, he could only watch carefully. Yesterday, when Jolin listed the car online, inquiries started coming in, with some offering an extra 5,000, 10,000, and even one offering an extra 15,000. Jolin was still observing, now the production time was half as fast as when he ordered. Back then, the common extra price for orders was around 10 to 20,000, with some going up to 50,000. Now, with increased production capacity, cars could be picked up in 2 months, and the prices for orders had dropped significantly. But Jolin still wanted to wait for a big spender, hoping for a bit more. Chen Qi offered an extra 100,000, which was nearly impossible to find in the current market. "This acceleration is so smooth, the driving school cars are like tractors," Han Linlin said. "Electric cars accelerate quickly, and the U8 achieves a 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.6 seconds. That was already an exaggerated acceleration. Chen Qi's Ferrari, worth over 4 million, could do it in 2.85 seconds. For a vehicle weighing over 3 tons, the U8's acceleration was impressive. Han Linlin drove for about 7 or 8 minutes, and Jolin enthusiastically introduced, "Beautiful, why don't you try the waiting function?" "Waiting function?" Han Linlin asked, puzzled. Chen Qi explained from the back seat, "It means you can drive it into the river." "Ha? Won't it sink?" Han Linlin had never seen any reports about the U8 in the news. Its waiting function was arguably its biggest selling point. "It's amphibious, it can even float like a boat," Chen Qi said. Jolin echoed, "Right, during the test drive, I didn't get a chance to go into the river, but as soon as I picked up the car yesterday, I drove it straight into the river." Have cars developed to this extent now? Han Linlin couldn't believe it. Chen Qi remembered that a few months ago, a dealership in Donghai had a live stream selling cars. They directly rented a pond, allowing salespeople to drive back and forth in the water over 20 times. The viewers watching the live stream were attracted by this impressive feature, and immediately 5 people placed orders. Drive another 3 kilometers ahead, there's a small river with not many people, you can test the waiting function, Jolie said. Han Linlin looked back, brother, do you want to try? Let's give it a shot, I haven't experienced it either, Chen Shi replied. 5 minutes later, Han Linlin drove the car to the small river Jolie mentioned. There weren't many people around, just a few fishermen braving the scorching sun. To avoid disturbing them, Chen and the others chose a spot to enter the water about 40 to 50 meters away. Look here, Jolie pointed to the car's screen. Select the waiting mode, then wait a moment, the car will adjust automatically. The engine will turn off, the windows will rise automatically, the sunroof will open as an emergency exit, and the suspension will raise to the highest level. As Jolie explained, the U8 was already entering the waiting mode adjustment. It's ready, you can go into the water now. Really? Han Linlin was still a bit nervous, she hadn't fully grasped driving on the road yet, and now she was about to drive into a river. Don't worry, have a little faith in it, I drove back and forth over a dozen times yesterday, Jolie said. Linlin, go ahead, just think of it as a boat. Han Linlin nodded, feeling both nervous and excited as she slowly pressed the accelerator. The U8 began to move from the grassy bank towards the damp mud. The front wheels were already submerged halfway, and once the rear wheels entered the water, all 4 wheels were off the riverbed. Do you feel it? The car is floating, Jolie said. This is so interesting, it really feels like a boat. The river water had already submerged the front of the car, with just 10 centimeters below the window being the river surface. Excited, Han Linlin unconsciously raised her voice. Indeed, there's a noticeable feeling of buoyancy, just like sitting in a rafting inflatable, Chen Shi said. This small river isn't difficult, the water is mostly flat. There are people who have driven through the Xiangjiang River, Jolie added. The small river before them was about 15 meters wide, and at the U8 speed, they could reach the opposite bank in 30 seconds. A few middle-aged men fishing not far from the opposite bank saw the car enter the water and reacted differently. Wow, a car fell into the river, let's go check it out. What a fuss, that's a Yangwang U8, it can wade through rivers. Yesterday, one drove back and forth in the river over a dozen times. So impressive? Yangwang? What brand is that? You haven't heard of it? It's a high-end brand under BYD. Come on, let's go take a look, I've never seen it before. In the U8, Han Linlin was in a state of excitement. Brother, this is so thrilling, this car is so tough and cool. If you like it, buy it, we can drive it home today, Chen Shi said. Jolie turned back and smiled, looking at Chen Shi in the back seat. Handsome, you said in the store you'd pay an extra 100,000 for the order. This is basically a new car, no different from the ordered one. Chen Shi knew what Jolie was hinting at, he just wanted a high price. Right, 100,000, on top of the car's original price, I'll transfer you 100,000. Chen Shi said. Then let's find a used car dealership later and make a contract? Sure, let my girlfriend drive a bit longer first. Han Linlin was having a blast. Brother, I think I understand why cars need to pay vehicle and vessel tax now. It serves as both a car and a boat, 2 uses in one. Chen Shi said, but don't drive recklessly, this waiting mode is for emergencies. In a small river, it's fine to drive through puddles on rainy days, but in big rivers or the sea, it's still very dangerous. Got it, I just think it's really interesting. The front of the U8 had already emerged above the water, indicating that the front wheels had landed again. However, the rear wheels had not completely come ashore, with half still in the water, when the vehicle suddenly got stuck and wouldn't move. What's going on? Han Linlin exclaimed. Beauty, step on the accelerator again. I did. Chen Shi leaned out to take a look and realized it wasn't good, the wheels were stuck in the mud. The car is stuck in the mud. Ah, it was fine when I drove it yesterday. Jolie looked around and noticed that the spot where they had come ashore yesterday was more than 10 meters away from where they were now. There was mud here, and he had no idea. Now it was a problem. Getting stuck in mud was just like getting stuck in quicksand, there was no way to get out with the car's own power. Is the car stuck? The 3 fishermen who had come over to watch also noticed the situation with the U8. We need to call a tow truck. I have a tow rope in my car, do you need help? One of the fishermen with a shaved head asked. Jolie assessed the situation, the tires weren't stuck too deep, and with a car to pull it, they should be able to get it out. Thank you, big brother, sorry to trouble you. Not far away, a fisherman with yellow hair was chewing on a cigarette, watching the U8 stuck in the mud like it was a show. Rich people really know how to have fun. The shaved-head fisherman drove a great wall cannon, which was quite fitting for fishing. He took the tow rope from his car and tied it to the U8's hook. I'll count to 3, and you step on the accelerator. Han Linlin replied loudly, okay. With the pickup truck pulling and the U-8's power combined, the wheels popped out of the mud in an instant. Chen Shi got out of the car and walked over to the Great Wall Cannon. Brother, thank you so much. No problem, I was just sitting around anyway. Give me your payment code, I'll transfer you a thank you fee, Chen Shi said. No need, it's just a small matter, the shaved-head fisherman declined. Chen Shi insisted, it's not much, just buy some cold drinks for you guys in this hot weather. The shaved-head fisherman thought Chen Shi would only transfer 1 or 200. He opened his WeChat payment code and held it out. Chen Shi scanned it. How much? 4 zeros, 10,000. Little brother, you must have transferred the wrong amount. The shaved-head fisherman looked at Chen Shi in shock. No, it's not a lot of money, just accept it, brother. Damn, this rich guy is so generous, just like in a TV drama. The shaved-head fisherman repeatedly thanked him. Thank you. Little brother, there's more mud over here, it's better for you to drive over there, the shaved-head fisherman reminded. Thanks. Chen Shi got back in the car, and Jolie asked Han Linlin to try the U-8's turning function. This function is really useful. Once the car turned around, the front was already facing the opposite bank. Linlin, let's head back, Brother Joe is in a hurry to sign the contract. Jolie smiled, no rush. Alright, then let's go back. Han Linlin drove the U-8 back into the river. Even though they had already gone through once, it still felt exciting and thrilling. The car hadn't even reached the middle of the river when suddenly there was a crashing sound. What was that noise? Han Linlin jumped in surprise. Then a person emerged from under the water at the front of the car, clinging to the hood and shouting, Help! I hit someone. Nobody had expected to hit someone in the river. Han Linlin immediately stopped, and Jolie was dumbfounded. This was a river, not a road. It's over. On her first day on the road, she had hit someone, and it made her panic instantly. Brother, what should we do? Han Linlin's voice trembled slightly. Linlin, don't panic. The U-8 was moving slower than swimming in the river, and with the water's resistance, the other party shouldn't be seriously injured. They could go to the hospital for a checkup, and whatever compensation was needed, Chen Shi would give a little extra as an apology. At that moment, a splash was heard from the shore. The shaved-head fisherman jumped into the water and swam to the front of the U-8 in just a few seconds. He held onto the blonde with one hand and supported the U-8 with the other. Beautiful lady, back it up. Okay. A few seconds later, the wheels of the U-8 had landed, and the egghead was also standing at the bottom of the river. The water reached the egghead's hips as he hugged the blonde and climbed ashore. Chen Shi and the others immediately got out of the car to check the situation. Brother, should we call 120 or 122 first? Han Linlin said in a panic. As a recent graduate, her lack of social experience made her flustered in such situations, which was normal. Chen Shi thought to himself, the traffic police should be in charge of the river too. At that moment, the blonde coughed twice, sat up, and nimbly crawled under the U-8. If you pay me 20,000 yuan, I'll pretend nothing happened. This behavior looked very much like a scam. Chen Shi asked, what were you doing in the river? It's hot, can't I go swimming? Is this river yours? With such a strong tone, Chen Shi was even more certain that the blonde wasn't injured and might have intentionally crashed into the U-8 to extort money. But I didn't see anyone swimming in the river just now, Han Linlin said. Is it wrong for me to go diving? Seeing that the person was fine, Chen Shi felt relieved. As for extorting money, that was another matter. You come out first, we can discuss compensation, Chen Shi said. The blonde lay under the car, afraid that the U-8 would be driven away. I'm staying like this, you pay me, and then I'll come out. A classic case of playing the rogue in a scam. Friends who often encounter scams should be familiar with this. Jolie said, don't play the rogue, otherwise, I'll call the police. Go ahead, when the police come, I'll say you rich people are bullying workers. Just as he said that, a traffic police motorcycle slowly approached, and the officer parked the bike and walked towards the U-8. What's going on? Officer, they hit someone and want to flee. The blonde shouted from under the car. What are you doing under the car? Did you call for an ambulance? The traffic officer asked. We were just about to call, Han Linlin replied. No need for an ambulance, just give me 20,000 yuan to settle it privately. The traffic officer said, can you explain how the accident happened? We hit him in the river, Chen Shi said. In the river? The U-8 has a water weighting function, it can drive in the river, Chen Shi explained. Whether in the river or on the road, hitting a person definitely requires responsibility. Chen Shi said, we will take responsibility, he can go to the hospital for a checkup, and I'll cover the costs. At that moment, the egghead's companion, another bespectacled fisherman, said, wasn't he just fishing over there? The bespectacled guy recognized the blonde's khaki shorts. You did it on purpose, didn't you? It was 40 to 50 meters away, and you had to swim over here, Jolie said. You can't tell me where to swim, anyway, you hit someone, so you have to pay, the blonde shouted. The traffic officer looked at the U8 and then said, who was driving the car just now? It was me, Han Linlin said. Show me your driver's license. I'll get it from the car. Han Linlin took her driver's license out of her bag. The traffic officer opened it and said, July 20th, you just got your license yesterday. Yes, Han Linlin said nervously. Chen Shi gently held Han Linlin's hand and whispered, don't panic. It doesn't matter how many days you've had your license, you can drive right away. If he wants to settle privately, just let him, the traffic officer said. Chen Shi thought, aren't you just muddying the waters? Officer, when a pedestrian intentionally touches a motor vehicle causing a traffic accident, the responsibility should lie with the pedestrian, right? Earlier, when he was having barbecue with Jiang Yuni, Chen Shi had chatted with her about some traffic accidents. In cases where pedestrians intentionally scam, the driver is not at fault. Who says I did it on purpose? What's wrong with swimming a bit further? Speaking of which, the blonde was quite impressive, his diving skills were quite high. From over 40 meters away, he held his breath and dove down from the fishing spot without coming up for air. He deliberately crashed into the U8, then darted out to lean on the front of the car, gasping for breath. You rich folks driving luxury cars aren't short on cash, just settle for 20,000 yuan and let's skip the hassle of the process, the traffic cop said. Officer, is this really how you handle accidents? Are you teaching me how to do my job? The cop glared at Chen Shi. Chen Shi was a bit angry. After all, people from officialdom should be less provoked and more amiable. But the cop's muddy attitude really annoyed him. A car drove up by the roadside, and the driver seemed to be just watching the commotion, getting out to stand by the car and take a few glances. Strange. He walked down from the embankment to join the crowd. What's going on? He asked, looking at the yellow-haired guy under the car with confusion. The egghead said, just a scammer, no real trouble, just trying to extort money. Which team are you from, comrade? The driver asked. Why do you want to know? The cop replied. Chen Shi said, I want to know too. Knowing which team he was from would make it easier for Chen Shi to file a complaint. This was no way to handle an accident. Don't worry about which team I'm from, just pay the 20,000 yuan to settle this, and I'll get back to my duty. The driver asked, comrade, that motorcycle plate number looks a bit familiar. Is it from the second team of Haizhong? My brother is the captain of the second team, named Ma Dezhong. Do you know him? The cop impatiently nodded, yes, so what? Are you going to complain about me? Who would have thought that in the next second, the driver suddenly circled behind the cop, using his arm to pin the cop's neck while grabbing his hand with the other. The situation unfolded too suddenly, leaving Chen Shi and the others stunned. What's going on? Assaulting a police officer? But the driver calmly held the cop and said, I'm Ma Dezhong, our captain is Yu Chuanjie. You're impersonating a police officer to commit fraud, come with me to the police station. When a thief meets a hero, the thief's true nature is revealed. Chen Shi didn't expect this cop to be fake, he just felt that the cop's professional conduct was too poor, disgracing the uniform. Fake? Han Linlin was surprised. Damn, no wonder he insisted on settling privately, this fake cop must be in cahoots with that yellow-haired guy under the car, Jolie said. The yellow-haired guy, sensing something was off, immediately crawled further inside the car, trying to escape from the other side. But he was caught red-handed by the egghead and the glasses guy. I said, how come the cop arrived so quickly before we even called? Jolie suddenly realized. Ma Dezhong happened to pass by and noticed the traffic accident. Initially, he just wanted to see the excitement, but then he noticed that the cop's uniform seemed a bit off. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't notice, but he spotted the discrepancy at a glance. After casually asking the fake cop a question, he was exposed. Brother, I really didn't expect someone would impersonate a cop, Han Linlin said. Such things weren't rare, but encountering it made Chen Shi find it amusing. He had seen even more outrageous impersonations in the news. A group of scammers impersonated high-ranking military officers, and when the police cornered them, they didn't dare to act because they couldn't tell who was real and who was fake, so they had to call the military district for verification. Officer, do you need help? Chen Shi asked. No need, you can leave now, a colleague will be here shortly. Chen Shi took a photo of Ma Dezhong and the fake cop with his phone and sent it to Jiang Yuni. The egghead helped push the yellow-haired guy into Ma Dezhong's car. Officer, we were just confused for a moment. Please give us another chance, the yellow-haired guy said from the back seat. Everyone caught says that, Ma Dezhong replied coldly with a smile. Watching Ma Dezhong's car drive away, Chen Shi said, let's go too, we need to sign a contract with Brother Zhou. Han Linlin said, brother, let's not cross the river, let's take a detour. She was a bit scared earlier, and going back into the water might lead to bumping into something inexplicable again. Beauty, let me drive when we get back, Jolie said. Jolie searched for a second-hand car dealership on his phone and drove over to have them draft a purchase contract for Chen-Chi to sign. That would settle the matter. Jiang Yuni had just finished her shift and returned to the station when she saw Chen-Chi had sent her a photo. In the picture, Ma Dezhong was apprehending a fake traffic police officer. Assaulting a police officer? Jiang Yuni replied. Chen-Chi, sitting in the car, noticed Jiang Yuni had responded and started chatting with her. Encountered a fake traffic cop, teaming up with a scammer to extort money. Fortunately, a colleague from your team passed by and saw through him. Seeing this, Jiang Yuni zoomed in on the image to take a closer look at Ma Dezhong. Who is this person? Jiang Yuni confirmed that the person in the photo was not one of her colleagues. Is he from our team? Is that what he said? Aren't you from the Haizhong second team? This person also claims to be from the Haizhong second team, named something Ma. Jiang Yuni showed the photo to a colleague nearby. Do we have anyone like this in our team? Someone with the surname Ma. I don't know him. This person isn't from our team, he might also be impersonating. Chen-Chi was taken aback. Damn, could it be a case within a case? At that moment, Ma Dezhong had already disappeared without a trace. Impersonating a police officer to commit fraud falls under the crime of swindling, with lighter cases facing up to 3 years of imprisonment and other penalties. Severe cases could face 3 to 10 years of imprisonment. The police station is just 200 meters ahead. Ma Dezhong slowed down and parked the car by the roadside. Officer, give us a chance, 20,000 yuan, please show us some leniency. 50,000, Ma Dezhong surprisingly responded to the young man with yellow hair. Upon hearing this, the young man thought it was a good deal, better than being ignored. Okay, as long as we don't go to jail, 50,000 is no problem. The two young men thought they had encountered a corrupt cop, but in reality, Ma Dezhong was not a traffic officer from the Haizhong second team at all. Ma Dezhong was a professional fraud investigator. To catch fraud, one needed expertise, or else one couldn't tell the real from the fake. He had self-studied a lot about food and drug knowledge and often managed to score a profit in supermarkets and pharmacies. He had even considered impersonating a police officer or someone from the Market Supervision Bureau to extort businesses. Because of this idea, Ma Dezhong had also researched police equipment and uniforms. The two young men, however, were clearly not as professional. The police uniforms they bought on Taobao were somewhat different from real police uniforms. Unfortunately, Ma Dezhong noticed this and immediately decided to turn the tables. While black eating black also carries risks, it is less risky than scamming ordinary people. Since the other party was also engaged in illegal activities, they were unlikely to dare report it to the police. Did anyone pay attention to the license plate number of that car just now? Chen-Chi asked. Which car? Han Linlin was puzzled. The one escorting the young man with yellow hair. I didn't notice, Jolie said. Brother, what's wrong? Chen-Chi said, the traffic officer later was also fake. They might be in cahoots. Ha? No way? Han Linlin and Jolie were shocked. I showed the photo to a friend in the traffic police team. She said there's no one like that in their team. But why did that Ma Dezhong take them away? Wasn't he trying to extort us for money? He didn't scam a single cent and just left. What's the point? Chen-Chi shook his head, unable to fathom how dramatically things had unfolded, with a fraud investigator coming to Black Eat Black. Forget it, we didn't suffer any losses. Soon, the three arrived at a second-hand car dealership. Half an hour later, Jolie walked out with a beaming smile. Chen-Chi added 100,000, purchasing the Yangwang U8 for 198 million. Miss Han, now you are the owner of the U8, Jolie said. Thank you, brother, for getting me a car. Han Linlin affectionately linked her arm with Chen-Chi's, acting cute. Han Linlin's favorability +5, current 67. A car is nothing. Once you get your pilot's license, I'll buy you a plane. Han Linlin giggled, exaggeration. If I could drive an aircraft carrier, would my brother buy me one? Of course. At that time, I'd just shoot a video of my girlfriend driving an aircraft carrier taking me for a spin. It would definitely go viral. Shinjin, you might as well say I'm flying a spaceship. Private jets can be bought for around 70 to 80 million, and Han Linlin thought Chen-Chi might actually afford it. But an aircraft carrier? That was purely a joke. The starting price for an aircraft carrier is at least 40 billion Huaxia coins. By the way, I bought some things for the U8, and the delivery hasn't even been opened yet. If you don't mind, you can come to my house, and I'll give them to you, Jolie said. Han Linlin asked, what do you have? A full set of lamb fleece floor mats, for both the front and back seats, and even for the trunk. An outdoor power supply, which I originally planned to use for camping with the U8. And a set of camping gear. Jolie's items added up to about 7 or 8,000. But compared to the 100,000 Chun Shi gave him, he wouldn't feel bad about giving them all away. They're all quite practical, brother, let's go get them, Han Linlin said. The floor mats are essential for the car, if she didn't take them, she would have to buy them anyway. The outdoor power supply and camping gear sounded very tempting. Find a cool summer night, and go camping outdoors with my brother enjoying the evening breeze, watching the stars, and eating barbecue. Just thinking about it is romantic. After picking up the gear from Jolie's house, it was already 11:30 a.m. Chen Shi took Han Linlin to Longfeng Tower. So many people during the weekend mealtime, Han Linlin said. She had eaten at Longfeng Tower before, but only in the main hall. No worries, we don't have to queue, Chen Shi said. She guessed Chen Shi was going to use his superpower to cut in line again. However, no such scene occurred. Chen Shi led her straight to the third floor. Longfeng Hall, reserved for super VIPs, no need to queue, Chen Shi said. So that's how it is. Han Linlin wasn't too surprised. With Chen Shi's capabilities, even if he told her this restaurant belonged to him, she wouldn't be shocked. The two chatted while eating. Brother, my parents want to have a meal with you. Are you free recently? I just acquired a media company, so I'll be quite busy, probably won't have time, Chen Shi replied. A media company? Are you going to do live streaming or make movies? You seem quite interested. How about I invest in making a movie for you? Han Linlin shook her head vigorously. No. I'm afraid I'll be criticized to the point of depression. Chen Shi laughed. Don't worry, I'll hire a bunch of online commenters to give all positive reviews. Messages were constantly popping up in Han Linlin's sister group. Is this a BYD? Lin Yuan didn't recognize it at all. I checked, the Yangwang U8, a high-end brand under BYD, costs 1.098 million, Xiao Shui replied. The world of rich brothers and sisters, I'm now understanding it through Lin Yun said. Sisters, when are we buying a private jet? Take us for a ride too if you're rich, don't forget us. Just as the sister group was buzzing, a huge scandal suddenly broke out in the university class group. Han Linlin typed furiously, with messages in the class group coming in one after another. Her brows unconsciously knitted together. Chen Shi reached out and touched her brow. What's wrong? You look so serious. My university classmate is being bullied. Han Linlin placed her phone on the table for Chen Shi to see the chat records. My classmate Chui Xiaoming has been asked by her boss to bring meals at the company. Chen Shi said, that's quite normal. But her boss doesn't pay her. She's been doing it for over a month since she joined the company. Look at what kind of person her boss is. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Let me see. Chen Shi took the phone and flipped through a few pages of screenshots, which were conversations between Chui Xiaoming and her boss. Always let me have mineral water to drink, normal bottled, Nongfu Spring. 2. In the morning, I want a medium hot Americano from Luckin plus 1 egg. 3. Lunch/dinner, high quality protein plus vegetables plus staple food, brown rice instead of white rice, a little less white rice. 4. Do not eat fried, high sugar drinks. Try not to drink cold beverages, mainly light. If I have a meal gathering, I will tell you in advance. Just by reading these few sentences, Chen Shi knew that this leader was not an easy person to deal with. This leader has quite a few demands. What position does your classmate hold? They are also from a training institution. Xiao Meng went there to be a full-time English tutor, teaching online. From what this leader said, I thought she was arranging things with her assistant, Chen Shi said. Han Linlin angrily replied, yeah, it's not like she's an assistant or secretary. Paying someone to bring you breakfast isn't a big deal. But this damn leader has so many demands and doesn't even pay. The monthly meal expenses and other miscellaneous costs have already added up to nearly 4,000. Brother, look at the screenshot below, isn't it infuriating? Han Linlin scrolled down. Sisterly, do you still want eggs tomorrow morning? No need to bring them tomorrow. Sister, can we settle the meal money first? Why have you been asking me for money these past 2 days? Because I really have no money left. If you really have no money, you need to earn it yourself. You can't ask me for it. With you like this, I don't even dare to use you anymore. I need to reconsider the matter of your formal employment. Besides bringing meals, it gets more and more excessive. This damn leader even wants Xiao Meng to buy her professional attire. We just graduated. Where do we have so much money to front? Xiao Meng has been using Huabei and is almost unable to pay it back. If it were Chen Shi from half a month ago, he would have been very angry. Seeing other workers being PUA'd and bullied by their leaders would easily evoke empathy. However, now his mindset had changed. He clearly wasn't as furious as Han Linlin. This damn leader is even more pretentious than I am. She seems to have mastered PUA. Chen Shi said. Now she is deliberately not scheduling classes for Xiao Meng. You know that in training, the more classes you have, the higher the salary. Xiao Meng has now returned her rented apartment and is back at school, squeezing in with her junior to sleep. Seeing Han Linlin's furious expression, Chun-Chi patted her back. Xiao Meng is preparing to expose her leader's bullying on Xia Hongshu. Don't be angry, I'll find a way to help her without making such a big fuss or posting on Xia Hongshu. Really? Han Linlin knew that as long as Chun-Chi intervened, this small matter would be easily resolved. How are you planning to help, brother? Are you going to arrange a job for Xiao Meng? Chen-Chi had only mentioned 2 companies to Han Linlin. One was Tanchi Apparel, and the other was Tanchi Media, but Han Linlin was sure that Chen-Chi had more than just these 2 companies. My company probably isn't suitable for her, and just helping her would be too cheap for that damn leader. I need to teach her a lesson too. Han Linlin quickly nodded. Exactly, that manager is too disgusting. Which training institution is she from? Chen-Chi asked. Jingjing Education, the one on Haizhong North Road. Jingjing Education, huh? Chen-Chi was thinking that if it wasn't a very large training institution, he could just buy it outright. Then he could fire the damn manager or deal with her however he wanted. However, Jingjing Education was quite famous and a publicly listed company. Especially in several provinces in the southeast, they had many branches. 2 years ago, their market value was estimated at 4 billion. But the government introduced the double reduction policy to lessen students' academic burdens, which hit subject-based training institutions hard. Now, all training institutions are severely weakened, and Jingjing Education's market value has been cut in half, now estimated at around 2 billion. Courses like English are too afraid to teach offline now, fearing being reported and fined. Now adjusting the strategy, courses like English, mathematics, Chinese, and physics will all be switched to online classes. Meanwhile, offline, we will expand non-academic business. Various interest classes, programming, robotics, calligraphy, painting, sculpture, chess, go, dance, taekwondo, various musical instruments, and so on. Linlin, what was the name of the training institution where you worked part-time during the summer? On UN Education, just a small institution, not comparable to Jingjing Education. Chen-Chi grinned. Small institutions are good, small institutions are good. What do you mean, brother? Han Linlin was puzzled. He currently had just over $1 billion in balance, so buying Jingjing Education was impossible. Buying the branch on Haizhong North Road was feasible, but acquiring part of the business from a listed company would take some time. Call me boss and let me hear it, Chen-Chi said. Ha? Han Linlin didn't understand what Chen-Chi was talking about. I'm planning to buy on UN Education, so you should call me boss, Chen-Chi said. However, Han Linlin replied, brother, you miscalculated, I'm not working there anymore. Not part-time anymore? No, the salary there was too low, I'm now doing one-on-one tutoring. Chen-Chi smiled. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. Among the goddesses, Han Linlin had the lowest salary, even lower than intern Su Tian. Such a low salary limited her ability to express herself. She wanted to give Chen-Chi something, but couldn't afford it. Chen-Chi also considered this and thought about helping Han Linlin find a new job to increase her income. After dinner, take me to meet your boss. Han Linlin shook off her earlier anger and nodded obediently. She sent a message in the group. Xiaomeng, don't worry, my boyfriend said he would help you. Lin Yuan immediately replied. Xiaomeng, it's all good, Linlin's boyfriend drives a big Rolls, he must be very capable. Cui Xiaomeng had seen Chun-Chi in the Rolls-Royce in Han Linlin's official announcement on WeChat before. With such a powerful person helping her, it should be able to convince Manager Li to return her meal expenses and seek justice. Linlin, thank you. Your manager is too disgusting. I was furious just watching. My boyfriend said he would help you deal with her. After leaving Longfeng Building, Chun-Chi and Han Linlin arrived at UN Education half an hour later. In the afternoon, many parents brought their children to attend interest classes, and when they saw the U8 and Rolls-Royce pull up, they thought it was some wealthy parent dropping off their child for class. Originally, just seeing the U8 was impressive, but with the Rolls-Royce, all the attention was stolen. Driving a big Rolls to drop off kids at UN Education? UN is getting better, even big shots driving Rolls come here for classes. UN Education, a small institution, was indeed shining brightly. Chen-Chi parked the car, and Han Linlin took him to the 3rd floor of UN Education. Lin Yuan and the others knew Chun-Chi was coming, and at this moment, only Lin Yuan had no class. She ran into the hallway just as Chen-Chi and Han Linlin were coming out of the elevator. Handsome, we meet again. The last time they met was at Black Rose, and half a month later, Chen-Chi had almost forgotten what Lin Yuan looked like. Did you finish the last bottle of wine? Chen-Chi asked. They had played dice last time, and Chen-Chi lost, giving away a bottle of Ace of Spades. Lin Yuan and Yun Yun each won 2 bottles and turned around to sell them back to Black Rose, making 20,000 yuan. Finished, Lin Yuan said, feeling guilty. Yuan, did the principal come this afternoon? Han Linlin asked. I think he came for a bit and then left. Do you need to find the principal for something? Lin Yuan asked. Chen Shi wants to buy on Yuan education. Lin Yuan looked at Han Linlin, then at Chen Shi, her head buzzing. Linlin said her boyfriend would help Xiaoming. Could it be that he's buying on Yuan to let Xiaoming come to work? Lin Yuan slowly blurted out 2 words. Boss. I feel it's better to call the principal, Chen Shi said. I only know one principal who is this young. Han Linlin asked, who is it? Principal Wang, but Principal Chen is much more handsome than him. This is too dramatic. Isn't this the kind of plot you'd find in a domineering CEO novel? Alright, let's go find the director, Han Linlin said. Neither Han Linlin nor Lin Yuan had the principal's contact information, so they had to find the director to get in touch with the principal. Principal Gui is probably busy right now, Director Jiang said. Is he busy? He's out on a blind date with his daughter. I see. Director Jiang, could you help me contact him? Just say there's business to discuss. Han Linlin said. Business? What kind of business? Director Jiang asked, adjusting his Mediterranean hairstyle. My boyfriend's family runs a company, and many employees' children want to enroll in extracurricular classes. He wants to discuss cooperation with Principal Gua. Han Linlin didn't mention that Chen Shi wanted to buy a training school. That would be too exaggerated, so it was better to keep it simple. Director Jiang understood immediately. They had taken on such team contracts before, and usually, the person in charge would get a commission for introducing someone. He thought Chen Shi wanted to discuss a cut with Principal Gua. Sure, I'll contact Principal Gua now. 2 or 3 minutes later, Director Jiang hung up the phone. Principal Gui is at Juanhao Hotel. He said it's fine to discuss business there, and he asked you to come over. Han Linlin glanced at Chen Shi. Chen Shi nodded. Alright, let's go now. The two went down to the parking lot. Instead of driving the Phantom, Chen Shi followed Han Linlin into the U8. Brother, aren't you driving? I'll sit beside you and watch you drive. You just got on the road. You still need someone to keep an eye on things. Han Linlin's affection +1, current 68. Such thoughtful and romantic details, Chen Shi thought, this can increase affection? I spent 20,000 at Longfeng Tower and didn't gain any. I'm a bit nervous. After leaving Longfeng Tower, I followed you, afraid of rear-ending you. What's there to be afraid of rear-ending me? That's a 13 million Phantom, Han Linlin said. If it gets hit, it's just one car. Han Linlin didn't dare to drive too fast in the city, averaging 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. It took them 7 minutes longer than the navigation estimated to reach Juanhao Hotel, which was supposed to take 27 minutes. Great, we arrived smoothly, Chen Shi said. Brother, don't praise me, I drove slower than the navigation estimated. The more you drive, the more skilled you'll become. Let's go in and find the principal. Han Linlin had already gotten the principal's number from Director Jiang, and she called Principal Gui. Principal Gui asked them to wait in the hotel lobby for a bit. Then let's sit for a while. Do you want something to drink? Let's go to the water bar. I've been driving, and I'm thirsty. Let's go have some juice, Han Linlin said. Gui Jianhua was on the 3rd floor in a private room with his daughter Gui Jingwen, meeting another family for a blind date. Gui Jianhua and his daughter were very satisfied with the other family. They were all public servants with stable jobs. Although Gui Jianhua was the principal of a training institution, he was still fundamentally a businessman. Gui Jingwen had only passed the teacher qualification exam but couldn't get a position as a regular class teacher. After the government implemented the double reduction policy, Gui Jianhua's income was cut in half, which used to be around 1.5 million easily. Now it was only about 600,000 to 700,000. Although it still seemed like a lot, more than the salary of an average worker over 5 or 6 years, Gui Jianhua felt the risk of business. A single word from the government could wipe out years of accumulation, leaving him with nothing. So he insisted that his daughter find a partner from a government family. Eating government food was more stable. It didn't matter if the salary was not high. As a father, he could support his daughter. Dad, I think this guy looks pretty good, Gui Jingwen said. That's good. If you two end up together, our family's business will also get better. Let's have a good chat and seize the moment. After the two families exchanged pleasantries for a while, they took the elevator down. Upon reaching the lobby, Gui Jianhua said, Director Li, you go ahead. I have some business to wait for someone. Alright, you take your time, Li Weifu replied. At that moment, Han Linlin was wandering around the lobby with orange juice from the bar, and she spotted Gui Jianhua, while another person also noticed her. Han Linlin, what is she doing here? Li Mingda exclaimed in surprise. The boy from the official family who was set up on a blind date with Gui Jingwen turned out to be Li Mingda, the son of Director Li from the Education Bureau, who had previously been on a blind date with Han Linlin. During that time at the Dabashu Hot Pot restaurant, Li Mingda was teased by Chun Chi and Han Linlin. After returning home, he complained to his father, and Director Li called Han's father to scold him. Li Mingda felt a deep resentment. He believed his family's conditions were excellent, with an annual salary of 200,000. His father was a director, earning even more, and his mother was also well off. Before dating Han Linlin, he had always chosen the girls, but he faced a Waterloo with her. The attitude of the Gui family just now made him more confident. He knew Gui Jingwen was interested in him. If she doesn't like me, I can easily find someone better. In terms of material conditions, Gui Jingwen was definitely superior. In terms of looks, Gui Jingwen had a charm value of 87, which, although not as high as Han Linlin's, was still quite impressive. Principal Gui, Han Linlin called out. Gui Jianhua turned at the sound and immediately spotted the beautiful Han Linlin. Although he hadn't spoken much with her, her stunning looks left a strong impression on him. Xiao Han, have you been waiting long? Where's your boyfriend? He went to the restroom, he'll be here soon. Li Mingda walked over. What a coincidence to run into you here. Mingda, do you know each other? Gui Jingwen asked. Li Mingda turned slightly and whispered, we went on a blind date before, but I wasn't interested, she kept pestering me. He wouldn't admit that Han Linlin wasn't interested in him. Gui Jingwen knew Han Linlin, they were both teachers at Anyuan Education. Han Linlin's looks were definitely the best among the female teachers at Anyuan, far surpassing the others. Gui Jingwen privately envied Han Linlin's beauty, especially when she saw the male teachers eagerly trying to win her favor. Mingda has such high standards, he doesn't even feel anything for someone so pretty. But his attitude just now seemed like he was interested in me. With looks like that, not everyone would love him. He's still lost to me, Gui Jingwen thought to herself. Han Linlin said, Jingwen, you're here too. Damn, so Gui Jingwen's blind date is Li Mingda. Yeah, I came on a blind date with Mingda. By the way, didn't you resign? What are you doing with my dad? Gui Jingwen asked. Li Mingda's eyes lit up, as if he had caught on to something. You still took classes at Anyuan? Han Linlin stammered, hesitant to answer. Yeah, she and a few classmates are doing part-time work at Anyuan, Gui Jingwen said. Han Linlin, I've caught you in a bind, haven't I? Li Mingda thought. The Education Bureau and schools have regulations that prohibit both full-time and intern teachers from conducting paid tutoring or teaching activities at off-campus institutions. If no one reports it, everything is fine, but if she gets reported, it could affect her qualification exam. Han Linlin, it's against the Education Bureau's regulations for a school teacher to do this, do you know that? Li Mingda said. Gui Jianhua pretended to be surprised. Xiao Han, you're a school teacher? I thought you just graduated and were looking for a job. Han Linlin felt guilty and couldn't think of any rebuttal. Seeing her silent, Li Mingda became even more arrogant. How about this, you add me on WeChat, and we can discuss how to resolve this when you get back. Han Linlin and Li Mingda had a traditional blind date, and they hadn't added each other on WeChat before meeting. They had only agreed on a meeting place over the phone. After meeting and having a good chat, they continued the conversation on WeChat. If it didn't work out, he could just walk away. Li Mingda was still not giving up. Now he had Gui Jingwen as a backup. Even if he couldn't pursue Han Linlin, he could always return to choose Gui Jingwen. Let's add each other. Chun Shi suddenly appeared, handing over his phone for Li Mingda to add him on WeChat. It's him again. Li Mingda gritted his teeth in frustration. Brother, Han Linlin seemed to have found her support and immediately grabbed Chun Shi's hand. Li Mingda's face fell. Last time, it was Han Linlin and Chun Shi playing roleplay and teasing him. He utterly despised this rich guy, Chun Shi. Principal Gui, I'm here to discuss business with you. Can we talk privately for a moment? You're Xiao Han's boyfriend, right? Gui Jianhua assessed Chun Shi. Chun Shi nodded. Principal Gui, please have a seat here. They moved to the lounge area in the lobby, and Chun Shi ordered 2 cups of Longjing tea. Principal Gui, let me introduce myself. My surname is Chen, you can just call me Xiao Chun. Gui Jianhua nodded. You're here to discuss team business, right? Director Jiang had mentioned this to Gui Jianhua over the phone. Chen Shi replied, you could say it's team business. How many children are coming over? No children. Adults? We don't do adult vocational training here, it's all interest training for primary and secondary school students. No adults either. Gui Jianhua's expression darkened. Are you messing with me? You're wasting my time. He stood up to leave, but Chun Shi quickly stopped him. Principal Gui, I'm here to buy your team. Gui Jianhua paused, staring intently at Chun Shi, then turned to Han Linlin. Xiao Han, what does your boyfriend do? He does investments and has several companies under his name. On the phone, we had director Jiang convey it vaguely, but he actually wants to buy on UN Education. Upon hearing this, Wei Jianhua realized this young man was quite capable, involved in investments with several companies. The education and training industry had been in a downturn for the past 2 years, with many institutions closing down. On UN Education's revenue had also been cut by more than half, and Wei Jianhua was interested in making a move, depending on what price Chen Shi offered. How much are you planning to offer? Chen Shi held up 3 fingers, sticking to the old rule, starting at 3 million, and if that didn't work, they could negotiate. Wei Jianhua smiled. Even though the education and training industry isn't what it used to be, you can't just pick up a bargain like that. Principal Gua, just name a price, Chen Shi said. Chen Shi wasn't very familiar with the situation at On UN Education. 3 million was just a random figure he threw out. 6 million, Wei Jianhua made a gesture for 6. While others would cut the price in half, he was doubling it. Only 6 million? I thought he would offer more, Chen Shi thought. Since Chen Shi wasn't well versed in the situation at On UN or the training industry, he found it hard to estimate. Unlike when he bought Tianqi clothing, where he was an insider and worked at the company, he had some understanding of their revenue. Wei Jianhua missed a chance to make a small fortune. If he had quoted 7 or 8 million, Chen Shi would have negotiated, and they probably would have settled at 6 million. By quoting 6 million, Chen Shi would want to negotiate further, likely bringing the bottom price to around 4 million. Principal Gua, your venue is only 2 floors, and you have just over 20 employees. Offering 6 million is a bit excessive, isn't it? Han Linlin informed Chen Shi that On UN had 21 full-time employees and would hire 5 or 6 part-time workers during holidays. To ask for 6 million like this was quite bold. Then how much do you say? 5 million. Deal. This left Chen Shi stunned. It was settled just like that? Was the bottom price not even 4 million? Or 3 million? Is 5 million really a confirmed deal? Chen Shi asked. Confirmed. Mr. Chen, please don't go back on your word. Wei Jianhua no longer called him Xiao Chen but referred to him as Mr. Chen. In fact, Wei Jianhua's psychological price point is 4 million, and he could accept a little lower. After all, the education and training industry is indeed in decline, a sunset industry. 5 million is a very satisfactory price. He fears that if he drags it out too long, Chen Shi might not buy it. But I still need to discuss it, Wei Jianhua said. Still need to discuss? With whom? Chen Shi was puzzled. You are the boss, you can make the decision. Do you really need to seek the employee's consent? My daughter holds 30% of the shares, I have to at least inform her. 2 years ago, when Gui Jingwen graduated, Wei Jianhua gifted her 30% of On UN shares as a graduation present. According to the system and procedures of a limited liability company, if a shareholder transfers shares to someone outside the shareholders, it must be approved by more than half of the other shareholders. If more than half of the other shareholders disagree with the transfer, the dissenting shareholders must purchase the transferred shares. If they do not purchase, it is considered consent to the transfer. On UN Education has only 2 shareholders, which means if Gui Jingwen opposes Gui Jianhua selling his shares, she will have to buy the shares from her father, otherwise, the shares will be sold to Chen Shi. However, Gui Jingwen is just a young girl and cannot make decisions. Everything is up to Gui Jianhua. At this moment, Gui Jingwen and Li Mingda were whispering about something. Jingwen, come here, Gui Jianhua waved. Mingda, I'll be right back. After Gui Jingwen walked away, Li Weifu asked again, son, what do you think of Jingwen? Pretty good, we get along well, much more talkative than Han Linlin. The attitudes of Han Linlin and Gui Jingwen towards him are worlds apart. One is perfunctory and cold, while the other is active and warm. Gui Jingwen sat down. Dad, what's up? Mr. Chen wants to buy On UN Education. Oh, huh? Gui Jingwen was momentarily stunned before realizing he wanted to buy her family's company. I don't agree. Just now, Li Mingda had been chatting with her about Chen Shi. Li Mingda revealed that he had some grievances with Chen Shi and really disliked this pretentious person. To find a topic with Li Mingda, Gui Jingwen joined in criticizing Chen Shi. Li Mingda felt that Gui Jingwen could provide emotional value and was good at chatting. Gui Jianhua thought his daughter was very obedient, that whatever he said went, but he didn't expect her to go against him. He awkwardly smiled and leaned in to whisper, why don't you agree? Dad, Mingda has a grudge with this Chen guy. If we sell the company to him, it will please him, and Mingda might not be happy. I still want to leave a good impression on Mingda. Gui Jianhua said, I see. Li Mingda wasn't significant enough for Gui Jianhua to value that much, but his father, Director Li Weifu, was enough for Gui Jianhua to curry favor with. In 2 years, Li Weifu would be promoted from the director of the Education Bureau to deputy director, at the deputy department level. This is not just some director of an office in a private company. The official administrative levels are divided into 5 levels: section level, department level, bureau level, ministerial level, and national level, with each level further divided into principal and deputy positions. Department-level officials are already quite significant figures in a prefecture-level city. Above them, only the mayor and the secretary of the municipal party committee are bureau-level officials. In the future, Li Weifu has the opportunity to sit in the position of the Education Bureau director, and there's even a slight hope of contending for the mayor. As long as Gui Jianhua becomes in-laws with Li Weifu, under the in-laws' care, his business path will be smoother. However, the current half-dead situation of UN Education's best way out is to sell it off. Moreover, Chen Shi's offer is very high. Jingguan, he offered 5 million. Then sell it. These two are indeed father and daughter. Gui Jingguan thought for a moment and said, but we can't just sell it to him like that. We can do it this way. In the end, we can deal with this Chen guy, Mingda will be happy, and we will make money. Gui Jianhua said, when did my daughter become so smart? The two whispered and conspired for a while before finally giving their response. Mr. Chen, we've discussed it, and UN Education can be sold to you. I'm in a hurry, let's sign the contract today, Chen Shi said. Today? Gui Jianhua and Gui Jingguan exchanged glances. Sure, let's find a law firm to draft the contract. The rest was left to Gui Jianhua to handle, while Gui Jingguan walked over to Li Mingda and informed him about Chen Shi wanting to buy UN Education. At first, Li Mingda felt a bit displeased. Chen Shi wants to buy, and you just sell? Don't you know I have a grudge against him? But when he heard Gui Jingguan's plan, his frown relaxed. Sounds good. I didn't realize you had such a business mind. Make sure to deal with him properly. Gui Jingguan blushed at Li Mingda's compliment and giggled. Didn't he mess with you before? I'll help you get back at him. Li Mingda was in a good mood and turned to his parents, Li Dad and Li Mom. Mom and Dad, I told you Jingguan and I get along well. On the way to the law firm, Han Linlin, driving, asked with some concern, brother, do you think Li Mingda will report me? No, his family is in the Education Bureau. Han Linlin's paid tutoring outside of school could be a big deal. With the Li family's influence in the Education Bureau, it would be easy to escalate the situation. They could even have her dismissed from school. That's hard to say. Chen Shi acknowledged that he and Han Linlin had indeed played with Li Mingda. If Li Mingda was petty and felt embarrassed, he might seek revenge. Han Linlin felt even more anxious upon hearing Chen Shi's words. She had been preparing for the upcoming teacher recruitment exam in September. Chen Shi suddenly asked, Linlin, how much is your salary now? Are you talking about at school? I'm still interning, 4,500 a month, with some minor benefits. What about after you pass the exam? That depends on which school I get assigned to. If my scores are good and I have some connections, I can stay in a good school in the city. If it's average, it'll be a suburban school, and if it's worse, I might get assigned to a nearby county. The salary also depends on the school, ranging from 80,000 to 200,000. This was also why Han Dad had always wanted Han Linlin to go on blind dates with Li Mingda. If Han Linlin did well on the exam, with the Li family's connections, she could be assigned to a good school. Only 200,000? Chen Shi scoffed at the highest limit. Brother, do you think everyone is like you, casually spending over 100,000 on a meal? For ordinary people, this is the salary level. It's considered good. Chen Shi said, Linlin, I have a suggestion, hear me out. Brother, go ahead. You should quit your job. Is he finally going to let me be a rich wife? No work, just shopping, traveling, eating, and drinking every day. Thinking about it is just too beautiful. Chen Shi's next sentence shattered Han Linlin's daydream. You can come work at my company. I'll pay you 20,000 a month, with full social insurance and housing fund, plus a year-end bonus. Seeing that no one was there to scold him, Chen Shi thought 20,000 should be reasonable, and continued, I'll buy a car today and get you an apartment. How about Oasis Garden? It's in the city and not far from your home. Han Linlin took a few seconds to digest the information before asking, brother, which company are you talking about? On UN Education, this is the only one that matches your major. This salary is higher than the best elementary school in the city, and they even give me a house. Oasis Garden, a square meter costs 30,000 yuan, a house worth 4 to 5 million, is it going to be in my name? They've already given me a car, so the house should be mine too, right? If that's the case, damn it, why bother taking the exam? What others have worked for decades, I already have. But still, being a rich wife is comfortable. Brother, maybe I should just quit and be a housewife, Han Linlin said. Chen Shi sighed inwardly, that's the third one, after Su Lu and Li Ting, another one who doesn't want to work and wants to be a rich wife. Lin, being a full-time housewife isn't as good as you think. Staying at home every day, if you get too idle, you'll start overthinking, Chen-Shi said. I can go shopping, she replied. Shopping, eating, and buying things, right? I don't oppose that. You can buy Hermes or Chanel as you like. But doing that every day will raise your happiness threshold, and eventually, those things won't attract you anymore. You still need to find something to do, go out and have fun every once in a while to keep things fresh, right? Han Linlin didn't feel that Chen-Shi was just painting a rosy picture, he truly had the ability to make it happen. Instead, she thought Chen-Shi was seriously planning for her future. What you said makes sense, Han Linlin nodded. I'm not asking you to work yourself to death, we don't need to in our family. Chen-Shi continued, you can work from 9 to 4, as long as you have something to do, to feel fulfilled. Where can you find a training institution with that schedule? Han Linlin laughed. Training institutions follow the students' schedules, which is fine during winter and summer breaks. During school, they start when the students finish. Chen-Shi said, then don't be a teaching teacher, you can be an administrative teacher, managing logistics and such. That works, I've always envied those administrative teachers. Now you don't have to worry about Li Mingdao reporting you anymore. Han Linlin laughed, so does that make me the boss lady? Of course, when we buy on Yuan, I'll introduce you as such to the employees. Around 2 p.m., they signed the acquisition contract for On Yuan Education at the law firm. Mr. Chen, I'll gather all the employees and introduce the new boss to them, Wei Jianhua said. Then I'll trouble Principal Gua. Wei Jianhua secretly felt pleased and sent a message to Gui Jingwen. Chen-Shi was still unaware of what tricks the Guo father and daughter were playing on him. 40 minutes later, at On Yuan Education. So many people, are they here to pick up their kids? Chen-Shi said. No, it's not time to pick up the kids yet, Han Linlin wondered. As soon as the three of them stepped out of the elevator, they were spotted by parents in the hallway. Principal Gui is here, Principal Gua, can you explain this to us? Why did the teachers suddenly tell us to take our kids home? The class was only halfway through, and the teachers left. I still have to work, why did I have to come pick up my kid? Exactly, we sent our kids here for convenience. Gui Jianhua said, I don't know what's going on, let me find out. On Yuan had a total of 21 full-time employees, plus 5 part-time employees, 3 of whom were Han Linlin's sisters. But now, there were no teachers in sight, the classrooms and hallways were filled with parents and children. Where are they? Gui Jianhua found Lin Yuan, who was surrounded by parents. I don't know, the teachers suddenly ended class and left, leaving just a few of us part-timers. It seems they saw the notice in the group that the new boss was coming and left, Lin Yuan said. Brother Chen-Shi, you really became the boss of On Yuan? Chen-Shi nodded, I've already signed the contract, it's bought. You really went through with it? But as soon as you came, this happened, it feels a bit off, Lin Yuan said. It really isn't right, what a coincidence that just as they heard the new boss was coming, they decided to go on strike. Someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes, trying to set up Chen-Shi. Chen-Shi said, Lin Yuan, add me to the group. Lin Yuan added Chen-Shi and Han Linlin, who had previously left the group, to the On Yuan work group. What's the base salary at On Yuan? Chen-Shi asked. 2,500, everyone is the same, it mainly depends on the class fee, Han Linlin replied. Experienced teachers earn 120 or 100 per class, while regular teachers earn 80, she added. Chen-Shi nodded and sent a brief message in the group. Hello everyone, I am the new boss, Chen-Shi. Those who return to work within half an hour will receive a 1,500 raise. Chen-Shi was concise, he gave these teachers a chance and wanted to see if they could seize it. 40 minutes earlier, Gui Jingwen had created another group with 21 teachers in it. She informed the teachers that On Yuan had been acquired and that the new boss was wealthy. She urged the teachers to strike to negotiate a raise with the new boss, and they had initially planned to send a representative to talk to Chen-Shi. Unexpectedly, when Chen-Shi joined the group, he got straight to the point and said what they wanted to hear. The teachers began chatting in the new group. The new boss is indeed wealthy. 1500. I've been here for 3 years and my base salary hasn't increased, starting with a 1,500 raise. Let's hold out a bit longer. Maybe we can negotiate for even more. Exactly. Strikes abroad last 2 or 3 days. Gui Jingwen, still in the group, watched the messages with a triumphant expression. As long as Chen-Shi raised the teachers' salaries, he would lose. The more he raised, the worse he would lose. On Yuan's profits were already slim, and if he raised salaries, it would increase personnel costs. An extra 30,000 in wages a month would amount to 360,000 a year, cutting profits in half. Moreover, if the teachers suddenly left, the parents would be upset, and Chen-Shi would have to deal with them. This would surely lead to many parents wanting to withdraw their children from classes. It seemed like a heavy blow to Chen-Shi, but in reality, it was just a scratch. As long as he had enough money, none of this would be a problem. If parents caused a fuss, he could just compensate them a little. Shenshi didn't believe that, for the sake of money, parents would still make a scene. If the teachers didn't come, he could just hire new ones at high salaries. Brother, will any teachers come back? Han Linlin asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. By the way, contact your classmate Chui Xiaomeng and have her come to Yuan. Wei Jianhua came out after packing up from the principal's office. The parents surrounded him again. They wouldn't leave without an explanation. Principal Gua, if Yuan has this kind of teaching attitude, I want to withdraw my child. Me too, it's delaying my work. Although today was Sunday, not everyone was off. Some parents had staggered work schedules and still had to work on weekends. They sent their children to summer interest classes just to have a safe place for them to stay, with teachers helping to look after them. Wei Jianhua said, Parents, you should talk to Principal Chen about this issue. Yuan is now under his responsibility. I have nothing to do with Yuan anymore, he bought Yuan. The parents were a bit surprised at the sudden change of principal, but it didn't concern them. They just needed someone to handle the matter. Wei Jianhua shifted the blame, and the parents immediately stopped bothering him and focused on Chen Qi. Principal Chen, you need to give us an explanation. I want to withdraw my child. I don't feel secure leaving them at Yuan. Chen Qi waved his hand. Parents, give me an hour, and I will definitely provide you with a satisfactory solution. In fact, if parents wanted to withdraw their children, it wouldn't cost Chen Qi much. However, he still wanted to use the parents for something, so he wouldn't choose the withdrawal option. At that moment, Chen Tian, who was watching a movie with his sister, received a WeChat message from Chen Qi and stepped out of the cinema. Brother Tian, the movie isn't over yet, said the girl with pink hair. Next time, I have something to do. While flirting was important, the task assigned by his adoptive father, Chen Qi, was even more crucial. Without Chen Qi, there would be no carefree Chen Tian today. It won't take an hour, just 40 minutes to get there. Chen Tian replied to Chen Qi's message, as he was not far from Yuan education. Before Chen Tian arrived at Yuan, several teachers had already returned. A traitor appeared in the strike group. They had agreed to delay for 2 days to negotiate a raise of 2,500, but someone betrayed the organization for Chen Qi's 1,500. Scabs, there were scabs in the strike group. 3 teachers, led by Han Linlin, approached Chen Qi. The new boss is so young? And he's a handsome guy. A rich second generation starting a business, I guess. One female teacher said, Principal Chen, I'm really sorry. I should have waited for you in the classroom knowing you were coming. But my period came, and I was in so much pain that I had to go to the hospital. Chen Qi nodded, I see. The female teacher next to her had also thought of a reason. Teacher Wang was in severe pain just now and couldn't even walk. I helped her go. Is that so? Teacher Wang, unable to look Chen Qi in the eye, stammered, yes, teacher, he accompanied me. Are you feeling better now? You can take a leave from work. You need to take care of your health, Chen Qi said. Much better, much better. I felt fine as soon as I got to the hospital entrance, so I came back right away. Chen Qi turned his gaze to the only male teacher among the 3. Did you accompany teacher Wang to the hospital too? No, my wife just said she was going into labor, so I rushed home. Congratulations, is it a boy or a girl? Chen Qi asked. Turns out she just had constipation and it cleared up. I scolded her badly, the male teacher replied. Han Linlin couldn't help but laugh at him, thinking what a ridiculous excuse. It would have been better to say he accompanied teacher Wang to the hospital. Having constipation clear up is a good thing. Alright, you all go back to the office. Starting this month, the base salary will increase by 1,500, Chen Qi said. Principal Chen, what about the other teachers? Anyone who doesn't arrive within half an hour is fired. The 3 teachers thought, is he serious? Firing so many people would paralyze Yuan, and the compensation would cost hundreds of thousands. Such situations often occur in business wars. When a manager leaves, taking half the team with them, or when a competitor poaches the company's core staff, it can halt operations. On Chen Qi's side, everyone had run away, forming a strike, and he wouldn't indulge them. They were all fired. Even if operations couldn't continue, Yuan would never face a cash flow crisis. Whatever money was needed, Chen Qi would personally deposit into the company account. Moreover, he had ways to maintain the current business and even elevate it further. Wei Jianhua and Wei Jingwen were just waiting to watch the show. After cashing out 5 million, Yuan education was no longer their concern. Even if it went bankrupt, as the founder, Wei Jianhua wouldn't feel sad. Its final value had already been drained. I can only say, well done, Li Mingda said cheerfully. Chen Qi had bought the company for 5 million, and it was about to go under. Such a result made Li Mingda secretly pleased. Chen Tian had arrived at the bottom of Yuan education and made a phone call. Cheesy, I'm downstairs, have someone come down to help move. Got it. Chen Shi hung up and sent Lin Yuan, Xiao Shui, and Yin Yun down to help Chen Tian with the boxes. Brother, who is it? My buddy, I asked him to bring some things over. The elevator doors opened, and Chen Tian came out with the 3 girls, each carrying a box. Just put it on the podium, Chen Shi said. Lin Yuan, have the parents come over. Han Linlin curiously stepped forward to open the box. What is it? The boxes were neatly filled with iPhones, all 4 boxes were full. Han Linlin was a bit shocked, but she quickly calmed down. Lin Yuan and the others had never seen such a scene, repeatedly exclaiming, wow. No wonder it's a bit heavy, turns out it's iPhones. Han Linlin asked, how many are there? Didn't I ask you to count the number of students today? There are as many phones as there are students. This is a compensation for the parents, Chen Shi said. There were 78 iPhone 15 Plus, all black, 256 gigabytes, priced at 6,999 yuan. Chen Tian cleared out the entire stock of this black model from the Apple Store in Ishan City. This was a small matter. When the 15 was just released, a company in the capital bought hundreds to give to employees, and it even made the news. Now that the 16 is about to be released, buying 78 of the 15 Plus isn't a big deal. The classroom wasn't big enough, and half of the parents stood in the hallway outside. Han Linlin brought Chen Shi a small microphone so that they could be heard outside. Dear parents, today due to our issue at Anyuan, the children's classes have been interrupted. Some parents came to pick up their kids during work. One parent impatiently shouted. Exactly, others have weekends off, but we in the service industry are busy to death. This mother was a sales assistant in a clothing store, who had temporarily run out to let her colleague cover her shift. It had been almost an hour, and if Chen Shi didn't provide a reasonable solution, she would definitely make a scene. Although I just took office, I will not evade responsibility. I will give each parent an iPhone 15 Plus as compensation for the time wasted today. Some grandparents who came to pick up their grandchildren, who had nothing to do at home, unexpectedly found themselves getting a great deal. Is this for real? There are no conditions, right? Is the phone genuine? Chen Shi said, don't worry, it's definitely genuine. I just bought it at Ishang City, and there's an invoice. Please report your child's name, and parents can come up to collect the phones. Han Linlin stood at the podium with a list and began calling out names, and parents came up one by one to collect their phones. Some impatient parents immediately tore open the packaging to check if it was genuine. What's the memory size? Let me check, it's 256 gigabytes. An elderly man asked, how much is this phone? If you buy it at the official store now, it's 6,999 yuan. This new principal has guts and vision. The key is, he has money. How many people are here? Over 70, that's over 500,000 distributed. Why is it an iPhone? I wanted a Huawei. You're picky? If you don't want it, give it to me. Now you're being choosy, I'm giving you money and you don't want it. Awesome, my son's interest class costs 3,000, sending him to learn Taekwondo, I'm making 4,000. Hurry and post on Moments to show off. I'll post on Douyin. After more than half an hour, every parent had received their phone. The parents who had been full of grievances earlier were now all smiles. Principal Chen, will classes resume normally tomorrow? Classes will resume normally, you can rest assured to leave your children with us. A few parents were actually a bit disappointed. Why was it back to normal classes? If they skipped another couple of days, could they get more compensation? The 3 teachers who returned were now somewhat regretful. Chen Shi was so capable, adding 2,500 to their salary shouldn't be a problem. So unambitious, just adding 1,500 and they ran back, the 3 thought to themselves. Once everyone left, the classroom finally quieted down. Chen Tian was full of questions. Shi Zi, what are you doing? Doing charity? Charity my foot, didn't you hear me say compensation? Why are you compensating these children's parents? I bought on UN education. Chen Shi briefly explained the situation. Wow, should I start calling you Principal Chen? You're involved in quite a few things, clothing, e-commerce, media, education and training. Are you planning to build a conglomerate? That's the plan, Chen Shi replied. Han Linlin said, brother, we only have 3 teachers coming back now. How are we going to have class tomorrow? Chen Tian could tell from Han Linlin's tone and gaze that her relationship with Chen Shi was special. Shi Zi, who is this? My girlfriend, Han Linlin. Linlin, this is my buddy Chen Tian. Chen Shi introduced the 2. Damn, this is the 4th one, and she's so pretty, a bit like Lin Yuner. Chen Tian had already met Chen Shi's girlfriends Li Ting, Su Tian, and Su Lu, and now another one appeared. How many girlfriends does this guy have? I'm so envious. Even though Chen Shi couldn't hear the man's thoughts, He could tell from his expression what Chen Tian was thinking. The two exchanged glances, and everything was unspoken. Shi, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Not really, Han Linlin said, clearly pleased. Lin Yuan, who knew that Chen Tian was Chen Shi's buddy, said enthusiastically, Brother Tian, I'm Lin Yuan, Li Lin's best friend. Earlier, while moving boxes downstairs, Lin Yuan saw that Chen Tian was driving a Toyota 11, a very ordinary car. She thought he was just delivering goods. But seeing how he spoke to Chen Shi, it was clear they had a good relationship. How could a big shot have a loser friend? Chen Tian must also be wealthy, just more low-key. Han Linlin had already found a rich boyfriend, and Lin Yuan was envious. She wanted to find one too. Hello, Chen Tian replied. Lin Yuan was not bad-looking, with a charm level of 86, and Chen Tian was just in a breakup phase. Normally, after a breakup, if a beautiful woman took the initiative to greet him, he would definitely be overjoyed and start chatting, thinking about how to develop it further. But this wasn't a normal situation. There was a little twist in the middle. His buddy had become rich, and he was doing better too. Now he didn't lack for girls. He had just arranged to watch a movie with a college girl with pink hair, and she was quite proactive. This was because Chen Tian had treated her to a 2,800 yuan Japanese meal at noon. Although Lin Yuan was also pretty, she wasn't Chen Tian's type, and he didn't feel any spark. He could play around, but he didn't dare to be casual, especially since she was Han Linlin's best friend, and Han Linlin was Chen Shi's girlfriend. If he wanted to play, it would be better to find someone unrelated outside. Lin Yuan took the initiative to ask Chen Tian for his WeChat. He added her but felt no excitement at all. Now you all need to do one thing, Chen Shi said. Before 9 a.m. tomorrow, get me 15 teachers. The previous teacher, who had mentioned her period, said, but the accounts for Jillian and Boss are with Director Jiang. Without recruitment software, it would be a bit troublesome to hire people. You can register again. One business license can register multiple boss accounts, Chen Tian said. He was currently in HR, so he understood this issue a bit. Don't hire newcomers for now, they need to start teaching tomorrow. In the end, we'll poach from other training institutions, Chen Shi said. Brother, On Yuan's scale isn't large, and the salary is also below average in the industry. It's a bit difficult to poach people without any attractive points. Chen Shi replied, then we definitely need something appealing. Base salary of 6,000, and a 512 GB iPhone 15 Plus as a signing bonus. Is that attractive enough? Several teachers were shocked. A base salary of 6,000? 6,000? Did they hear that right? This was definitely a top-tier base salary in the education and training industry in Donghai City. The teachers at the training institution have salaries that consist of a base salary plus hourly pay. Usually, the base salary is quite low, only 2 to 3,000, although it is higher in first-tier cities. However, income mainly depends on the hourly pay. Experienced teachers with more students and higher hourly rates earn more commissions. In Donghai City, some teachers can reach a total of 6,000 with their base salary and hourly pay, but a direct base salary of 6,000 is very tempting. Moreover, they are also offering a 15 plus worth $89.99. This is quite a significant investment to attract talent. Principal Chen, what about us? Teacher Wang asked cautiously. Chen Shi offered them a base salary plus 1,500, which totals only 4,000. They felt unbalanced knowing that new teachers would start at 6,000. Chen Shi thought for a moment, the same. The three teachers were overjoyed, initially feeling anxious about being tricked by the 1,500. They didn't expect a turn of events. They were relieved they hadn't gone on strike. Chen Shi had already started recruiting new staff, and those who had gone on strike would definitely be fired. If they had known the new boss was offering such benefits, they would surely regret it. While others were still in shock, Han Linlin had already grown accustomed to such situations. This was just a small matter. Brother, this treatment is very tempting, but we need to recruit 15 teachers before 9 a.m. tomorrow. That's a bit rushed. It's almost 4 p.m. now, and having new teachers come in to take over existing students will probably be chaotic. Chen Shi thought for a moment. It's fine, I have a way. Classes will go on as usual tomorrow. Then Teacher Lu, who was constipated, asked, Principal Chen, can we call back the previous teachers? No need, tell them they've been fired and can come tomorrow to collect their severance. Teacher Lu wanted to bring back a teacher he was close to, but it seemed hopeless. The striking teachers received the news of their dismissal and returned to On Yuan within minutes. Principal Chen, is the base salary really 6,000? And a phone too? We just had something to attend to and stepped out for a bit. Chen Shi replied calmly, that's right, the base salary is 6,000. But what does that have to do with you? We are teachers at On Yuan, why should those three enjoy this treatment? Exactly, Principal Chen, you should treat everyone equally. I've been at On Yuan much longer than they have. Teacher Wang and the other two became the targets of everyone's frustration. As the saying goes, it's not about having little but about unfairness. If no one had it, it wouldn't matter, but when others have it and they don't, it's hard to accept. Weren't you on strike? That's fine, you've been fired. Don't worry, the severance will not be less by a penny. I am a reasonable person, Shinshi said. Some were anxious. The severance of 20 to 30,000 couldn't compare to the current benefits. After receiving the severance, going to another training institution would still mean a base salary of only 2 to 3,000. Principal Chen, it was all Gui Jingwen who told us to do this. She said the new boss has money and that we could pressure him to raise everyone's salary this way. She also told us to wait. The longer we drag it out, the more he would add. This tactic works well in Western countries like England and France, where strikes are common. Unions even organize workers to strike and negotiate better treatment with companies. But in Huaxia, this tactic clearly doesn't work well, especially when faced with Chen Qi. It really is them. Chen Qi suspected Gui's father and daughter from the start. Why would they want to trick us? Han Linlin was confused. It should be related to Li Mingda, Chen Qi said. Han Linlin was taken aback. Is it because I rejected him before? That's so petty. Chen Qi looked at the teachers. Since that's the case, the teachers can come back. Everyone was elated, feeling as if it were the new year. But Chen Qi's next sentence doused them with cold water. The base salary is 4,000, and you can forget about the phone. Why? We demand equal treatment. Yes, we demand equal treatment. Everyone should get 6,000. Not accepting? Then sign the termination notice. The compensation you get will be much more than 6,000. Chen Qi said. The teachers didn't want to be dismissed and wouldn't accept a base salary of 4,000, so dozens of them were stuck in this standoff. Chen Qi knew this would be the outcome. Human nature is greedy. He didn't actually care about the 2,000 yuan. If the teachers weren't striking, he would have improved their benefits in various ways. Just like when he acquired Tianqi Apparel and Tianqi Media, he adjusted the benefits immediately after the acquisition. Tianqi Apparel changed from a single day off to a double day off, paid overtime, and provided 5 insurances and 1 fund from the start of employment. Tianqi Media still had a single day off, but the base salary increased from 5 or 6,000. With an additional 2,000 yuan for everyone, and the attendance bonus was raised. Chen Qi planned to align the benefits of his companies with those in first-tier cities. He could raise the welfare even higher, but raising it too quickly would surely make the employees complacent, so he decided to increase the benefits gradually. On the On Yuan side, giving everyone a base salary of 6,000 was not a problem. However, doing so would make it seem like he was being manipulated by these striking teachers. He could only be the one in control, others couldn't manipulate him. Chen Qi had Han Linlin call the police, and within 10 minutes, 2 officers arrived at On Yuan Education. When the teachers saw the police, they didn't care who called them and rushed to accuse Chen Qi. Officer, he wants to forcefully dismiss us. The 2 officers were experienced in handling civil disputes involving forced dismissals or wage arrears. Are you the boss? Yes, I called the police. The officers were puzzled. You forcefully dismiss employees and then call the police. What does that mean? They say you forcefully dismissed them during the contract period. Is that true? Yes. So confident? The officer said. I provide full compensation. I pay what I owe. The officer is here. I can give the compensation in front of him. I see, he's offering compensation. What are you still making a fuss about? The police looked at the teachers. The teachers exchanged glances. What they wanted was not compensation but to return to work and enjoy equal treatment. After hearing Han Linlin describe the situation, the officers felt speechless. This was purely due to the teachers' greed and jealousy. So you want to return to work, right? The officer asked. Yes. And the salary should be the same as theirs. Your labor contract states a base salary of 2,500. They raised it to 4,000, which is already quite good. You are all teachers, you should be reasonable. He hasn't committed any illegal acts. I advise you to think carefully, the officer said. The teachers regretted listening to Gui Jingwen's words, missing out on the top benefits in the education and training industry in Donghai City. After the police left, all the teachers returned to their posts. However, even though the base salary increased from 2,500 to 4,000, they didn't look happy. Chen Qi could have brought them back at the original base salary of 2,500. If they didn't accept, they could take the compensation and leave. But thinking about it, the psychological gap would be too much. Many teachers might not be able to accept it. Surely, quite a few would choose to take the compensation and leave. Chen Qi had Han Linlin and the others start recruiting, but it was best to use the old employees. They were familiar with the children in the current classes, and new teachers might not be able to recruit in such a short time. Even if they did recruit, it would definitely be chaotic. The teachers looked at Wang and the other two, their jealousy evident. Human greed is insatiable, but this was also good. At least these three teachers wouldn't cause trouble with the others in the future. They could also act as informants for Chen Shi. Once more new teachers were recruited, he would have to be wary of them forming cliques. Gui Jingwen learned that all the teachers had returned to their posts. Although she didn't bring Chen Shi down, it still caused him significant losses. All the teachers at Anyuan are getting a raise, and the profits at Anyuan were already low. Now the labor costs have increased by half. He can only earn 200,000 to 300,000 a year at Anyuan, which is not even as good as a high-level worker, Gui Jingwen said. Making Chen Shi lose money made Li Mingda feel better. It was a small way to get back at him. Chen Shi didn't have much of a grudge against him, but Li Mingda was petty. If you made me suffer, I would definitely return the favor. Around 4:30, Han Linlin's classmate, Chui Xiaoming, arrived at Anyuan. Chen Shi directly arranged for her onboarding. Chen ran to Yishang City and bought 20 units of the 512 GB 15 plus. Chui Xiaoming was so moved she almost cried, and Han Linlin comforted her by holding her hand. No one will bully you at Anyuan anymore. Exactly, Linlin is the boss lady, she will look out for you, Lin Yuan said. It makes me want to go full-time, Yun Yun added. Han Linlin looked at the three of them. I've already decided to go full-time at Anyuan. Ha? You're not going to take the civil service exam? Lin Yuan was surprised. Passing the exam isn't guaranteed, and even if I do pass, the benefits aren't as good as at Anyuan. If you want, I can talk to Chen Shi about it. Lin Yuan and the others were still a bit hesitant. After all, Anyuan was a private training institution and could be impacted by market fluctuations, with a risk of closure. But thinking about what Han Linlin said, passing the exam wasn't guaranteed, and if they didn't pass, the salary would only be 4,500. Even if they passed, they likely wouldn't be assigned to a good school. At Anyuan, the base salary was 6,000 plus class fees, easily exceeding 10,000 a month, and they had the boss lady looking out for them. Chen Shi said not to worry about closure. Even if he sells his labor, he will keep Anyuan running. Han Linlin's words completely swayed Lin Yuan and the others. Although verbal promises were as fragile as sand, easily scattered by the wind, these young girls were easily convinced. In a moment of excitement, the three decided not to take the civil service exam and to stay at Anyuan. I'll fight for a big red envelope for you by the end of the year, Han Linlin said. Han Linlin herself earned a monthly salary of 20,000. But she didn't dare to tell Lin Yuan and the others. Seeing how those teachers were worried not about having little but about inequality, she thought it was better to keep a low profile. Naturally, Lin Yuan and the others believed their sister. Han Linlin treated them to big meals twice a week and even lent them her Chanel bags. A sister like that would never treat them poorly. Chui Xiaoming, give me Manager Li's phone number, Chen Shi said. Chui Xiaoming knew that Chen Shi was the boss of Anyuan and that he was the one who gave her this opportunity, so she felt immensely grateful to him. She took out her phone and found Manager Li's number. Brother, why do you want that scummy manager's number? Han Linlin asked. Girls shouldn't use dirty words. Fine, but why do you want that underling manager's number? Chen Shi replied, of course, to recruit her. Ha, 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 the girls exclaimed, having seen the chat screenshots in the group where Manager Li had pooed and bullied Chui Xiaoming. Who would want to work under such a scummy leader? Chui Xiaoming had just been very grateful to Chen Shi, but now her feelings were complicated. Brother, why recruit her? Are you trying to spread workplace bullying culture at Anyuan? Linlin, don't rush. I can't stand people like her either. Then why recruit her? So I can act on behalf of heaven and teach her a lesson. Brother, stop keeping me in suspense. Han Linlin said. Chen Shi smiled, alright, then I'll tell you. First this, then that. Chen Shi outlined his plan to deal with Manager Li, and Han Linlin nodded repeatedly. Will she come? I heard the principal of Jingjing Education's Haizhong North Road campus is her uncle. She has it easy over there and has a powerful backing. As long as the bait is good enough, she won't be able to resist. Chen Shi got through to Manager Li's phone and straightforwardly expressed his thoughts. However, Manager Li was not swayed, stating that her current job was great and she had no need to switch. Did she hang up? Han Linlin asked. Chen Shi put away his phone, looking calm. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Li Liqin hung up the phone, muttering to herself. How can a small Anyuan education compare to Jingjing Education? Who knows when it might go bankrupt? Chen Shi offered Li Liqin a salary of 20,000 a month, a year-end bonus of 50,000, and full social insurance and housing fund contributions, plus an additional commercial insurance worth 30,000. Li Liqin worked as an administrative manager at Jingjing Education, earning 12,000 a month with a year-end bonus of 20,000. The conditions Chen Shi offered were much better than her current situation, but she still wanted to stay at Jingjing Education. A larger platform provided more security. She might earn that much in her first year at On Yuan, but who knows if the company would still exist in the second year. Moreover, her third uncle was the principal of the Haijiang North Road branch, and with that connection, staying at Jingjing Education was quite comfortable. Li Liqin scrolled through her phone, seeing several groups discussing the events at On Yuan Education that afternoon. Have you heard? The teachers at On Yuan went on strike today, causing classes to be interrupted, and parents showed up to protest. What are they protesting about? It didn't escalate. On Yuan has a new principal now. He gave each parent a 15 plus, worth 6,999. No way, is that for real? Of course, my neighbor went to On Yuan to pick up his grandson and came back with a new phone. I checked it, it's genuine, bought from Yixiang City. Damn, how much will that cost them? Probably over 500,000. That's some serious power. And it's not over, the new principal also raised salaries for all the teachers. I heard they're hiring now. New teachers have a base salary of 6,000 and get a 512 gigabytes 15 plus, worth 8,999. What kind of big shot is this new principal? Is his last name Wang? I wanted to say the same, but unfortunately, it's Chen. Li Liqin saw similar conversations in several groups, and at that moment, she became interested in the new boss of On Yuan. What kind of big shot is he? The treatment for ordinary teachers is so good, a level above Jingjing Education. Then the executives must be even better. Li Liqin thought that if Chen Shi could improve the conditions a bit more, she could leave Jingjing Education. She redialed the number Chen Shi had called from earlier. Chen Shi and Li Liqin were strangers, with no grievances between them. She bullied employees at Jingjing Education, and logically, they had nothing to do with each other. But the people she bullied were friends of Chen Shi's girlfriend, and although Chen Shi used to be a loser, he still had a sense of justice. Since society couldn't educate her, if he encountered her, he would educate her on behalf of society. Principal Chen, I've thought it over. If you could increase the conditions a bit, I would consider going to On Yuan. Chen Shi replied, what does Teacher Li want to add? How greedy, he thought. Someone like Li Liqin, who got her managerial position through connections, had no real ability but was dreaming big. A salary of 20,000 a month plus a 50,000 year-end bonus for an administrative teacher was still not enough for her. I definitely want an independent office, and I need an assistant, preferably one who can drive. Also, provide a car, at least a BBA, and 15 days of paid annual leave. Li Liqin only had 10 days of annual leave at Jingjing Education. To get 15 days, one had to be an employee with over 20 years of service. She thought that with such a salary increase, she would need more time to travel. She really dares to ask, Chen Shi thought. Teacher Li's capabilities in the industry are well recognized. Offering such conditions to invite Teacher Li is worthwhile. Chen Shi's flattery made Li Liqin feel extremely pleased, as if she were truly someone important. I see Principal Chen's sincerity. Let's have a face-to-face chat sometime, Li Liqin said. I'll treat Teacher Li to dinner at the Longfeng Hall in Longfeng Building. I'll drive to pick you up. Li Liqin knew about Longfeng Hall. One had to accumulate a spending of 1 million within a year at Longfeng Building, or recharge 1 million at once to dine there. This Principal Chen is quite impressive. Sure, we'll talk then, Li Liqin replied. Chen Shi hung up the phone, and everyone listening on speaker heard the conditions Li Liqin mentioned. She's putting on airs even more than the principal, and she has an assistant who can drive, Han Linlin said. A small manager like Li Liqin didn't qualify for an assistant, but she was lazy, so she would make someone like Cui Xiaomeng, who was easy to talk to, help her with tasks. Once we hook her, it'll be easier. Later, you come with me to pick her up at Longfeng Building. Etienne, you should go too, Chen Shi said. Chen Etienne blinked. What do I go for? You drive. I don't dare to drive your car. The night before, at the foot massage parlor, Chen Etienne learned that Chen Shi had bought a Phantom, and he had been stunned for 5 seconds. But thinking about Chen Shi's ability to buy a company, it wasn't surprising to buy a luxury car worth tens of millions. Stop joking, if you crash it, it's on me, Chen Shi said. Generally, among Rolls-Royce models, the Cullinan is often driven by the owner, while the Phantom is usually driven by a chauffeur. If Chen Shi drove himself, it would seem a bit out of place, so he needed Chen Etienne to be the driver. At 5 in the afternoon, at the entrance of the Jingjing Education Heizhanbai Road campus. Principal Chen, I'm at the entrance, where are you? Li Liqin looked around with her phone in hand. Etienne, honk the horn. A loud honk sounded. Teacher Li, did you hear the horn? It's on your left, Chen Shi said. Li Liqin immediately spotted the Rolls-Royce, but she didn't associate it with Chen Shi. After confirming on the phone that this grand car belonged to Chen Shi, she was once again astonished by his wealth. She jogged over to the Rolls-Royce. Han Linlin opened the door for her from the back seat. "Teacher Li, get in," Chen Shi said from the passenger seat. Li Liqin got into the car, feeling the luxury of the top-spec Phantom, and couldn't help but marvel. This was the life of the wealthy. "Principal Chen, is this a Cullinan?" "No, it's a top-spec Phantom, even more expensive than a Cullinan, 13 million, Chen Shi said deliberately. Li Liqin thought to herself, no wonder he can afford to give every parent a phone and even raise teachers' salaries. This car is really comfortable to sit in. Chen Shi laughed. "Yeah, it's more comfortable than my 35 million Ferrari LaFerrari." He was showing off. He didn't have a LaFerrari, but he did have a 488. The prerequisite for buying a LaFerrari is to already own 5 Ferrari models. Only by becoming a loyal Ferrari customer can one purchase the top limited edition model, the LaFerrari. In fact, buying it abroad wouldn't cost more than 30 million, but in China, high tariffs and consumption taxes apply. Li Liqin had no idea Chen Shi was just showing off. She was completely shocked for 10 seconds. Which rich family is he from? Is he on the Dong High wealth list? Is he practicing with a small company to prove his abilities to his family? The Phantom arrived at Longfeng Building, and Chen Yitian's task was over. A driver didn't qualify to dine at the same table as the boss. Li Liqin had been to Longfeng Building many times, but she definitely didn't have the qualifications to enter Longfeng Hall. Her third uncle had the weight to be invited to dine, but as a small karaoke manager, she wouldn't catch the eye of the big shots. "Teacher Li, what dishes do you want to order?" Chen Shi asked the waiter to give the menu to Li Liqin. Li Liqin felt very honored. Chen Shi valued her, or else he wouldn't treat her so grandly. "Teacher Li, I believe you've heard that I just acquired on UN education. Now I'm ready to make a big move, just lacking talents like you, Teacher Li." Li Liqin was flattered to the point of forgetting herself. "My abilities have been recognized at Jingjing Education, and I am confident I can help Principal Chen manage well at UN education." "That's great, Teacher Li. I'm a bit anxious on my end. Can you start tomorrow, Monday? Is it that urgent?" Li Liqin was somewhat surprised. "I am currently hiring a lot of people and need Teacher Li to help me manage, otherwise, the personnel structure will be chaotic and affect the courses." Li Liqin thought to herself that in a typical company, leaving suddenly without a handover would definitely cause trouble. But her third uncle is the principal, and she would talk to him tonight to make the necessary arrangements. Surely, her uncle wouldn't stop her from pursuing a better future. "Alright, I'll resign tomorrow morning and then go to UN." Chen Shi and Han Linlin exchanged a glance. It was settled. After finishing this meal with feigned politeness, Chen Shi called a Mercedes E300 for Li Liqin. Li Liqin got into the car, satisfied. Tomorrow, her wonderful life was about to begin. "Brother, what if she causes a scene tomorrow?" Han Linlin asked. "Causes a scene? I haven't signed any contract with her, it's just talk." Han Linlin laughed. "You just know how to talk. Who says? I can do more than just talk, I can kiss too." As he said this, Chen Shi leaned over and kissed Han Linlin on the lips. The last time they kissed was downstairs at Han Linlin's house, in the back seat of a Phantom. This time it was in the car, but in the front seat. Han Linlin leaned closer to the driver's seat, making it easier for Chen Shi to kiss her. Their mouths engaged in a friendly and passionate meeting, occasionally making smacking sounds and soft hums. Han Linlin gradually softened, and Chen Shi's right arm wrapped around her, providing support. Han Linlin's affection +2, current 70, Han Linlin is at 70 already? Chen Shi hadn't paid attention to Han Linlin's affection level lately and was surprised it had risen so high. However, the cash back she gave him wasn't much. Grouper Fishballs 163 plus Taiwanese Snacks 227 plus Spielberg signed DVD 2500, totaling only 2,890,000 in cashback. Han Linlin glanced at the time. It was just past 8 o'clock. "Brother, let's go shopping and stroll around." "Sure, let's digest our food." The two walked hand in hand along the street, which was bustling with people on a summer night. Han Linlin saw a grand craft shop by the roadside and tugged at Chen Shi's hand. "Brother, let's go in and take a look." The craft shop sold various ornaments, crystal pieces, pisho, tianlu, golden cicadas, and the 4 treasures of the study. "Brother, let me buy you something," Han Linlin said. "Oh, I had a feeling about this. I didn't expect it to be true," Chen Shi thought. "What made you think of giving me an ornament?" Han Linlin replied, "You're not a principal anymore. As your boyfriend, it's only right and proper for me to give you a gift to celebrate. And these ornaments are perfect for the principal's office." Chen Shi laughed. "Linlin is quite thoughtful. Brother, pick one. Let me see." The prices of these ornaments ranged from a few hundred to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. "Is it okay?" Chen Shi thought. "What do you think?" The soft voice replied. "Got it. Lin, the gift you give should be chosen by you, Chen-Chi said. Alright, I'll pick one, just don't dislike it. How could I dislike it? What you give is the best. That's good. If he chooses, I'm afraid it will be too expensive for me to afford. It would be awkward to return it later. Han Linlin originally had some savings, plus her part-time income. She planned to prepare a big gift for Chun-Chi's birthday in September. Now with a monthly salary of 20,000, she had sufficient funds, so by September, she wouldn't have to worry about money. She took out her previous small savings to let Chun-Chi choose a congratulatory gift. Han Linlin first looked at the prices, filtering out what she couldn't afford, then considered the styles. Anything over 10,000 was immediately passed. Her balance was just over 10,000. For a recent graduate, having saved that much was already quite impressive. Most graduates were still in debt from their spending. Han Linlin managed to save this little bit of money by relying on her family for food and housing while enjoying her outings. Her attention was drawn to a pair of fragrant wood piscio, priced at 88.88, which was quite auspicious. The owner was a short-haired middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking sharp and capable, around 50 years old. It smells so good, Han Linlin remarked. You have a good eye, miss. This pair of piscio ornaments is made from top-grade agarwood, with a rich yet not overwhelming fragrance, he replied. Chen-Chi stepped closer to take a sniff and indeed detected a refreshing scent. It looks nice, but it wouldn't be fake agarwood, would it? Han Linlin asked. Miss, you can't just say anything. Every item in my shop is genuine. I would never sell inferior goods as if they were top quality. The shop owner quickly picked up one of the piscio. Look at this luster, it's shiny and jet black. It must be first-grade water agarwood. Fake agarwood doesn't have this color, Chen-Chi said. Linlin, you know about this too? My mom's student once gifted her a bracelet made of agarwood, and she studied it, so I just listened in, Han Linlin whispered. It's not unusual for teachers to receive gifts, but it's best not to speak of it openly. If reported, it could lead to trouble. Agarwood is classified into soil agarwood and water agarwood. Soil agarwood forms naturally in the soil after the tree is injured, while water agarwood forms when the tree falls into a swamp after being injured. Water agarwood is of better quality. The shop owner continued, I have third-party appraisal certificates for all my goods, so you can rest assured, they are genuine. The price of 8,888 still made Han Linlin feel a bit pained. She wanted to negotiate a little, but the owner seemed unwilling to budge, and 8888 was already a lucky number. Boss, throw in something else, and I'll take this pair of piscio. The owner readily agreed. Alright, I'll add a brass cicada worth 1,000, consider it a loss to make a friend. In the end, Han Linlin paid 8888 for the pair of agarwood piscio ornaments, and the owner made a tearful profit of 5,000. Received 8,888 soft currency, cashback of 8888,000 Huaxia coins upon receiving the soft currency notification. Chen-Chi took a deep breath, replaying all the sad things in his mind, trying hard not to laugh. Almost 90 million in hand, feels good. Linlin, this pair of piscio looks quite cute. The more I look, the cuter it gets, Chen-Chi said. As long as brother likes it. Chen-Chi kissed Han Linlin on the cheek to express his inner joy. He gave me bags worth hundreds of thousands, cars worth over 1 million. I gave him a small ornament worth just under 10,000. I feel a bit embarrassed, but it seems he really likes it. The two of them walked out of the craft store, sweetly intertwined. Linlin, I have a lot going on with my other companies. I can't come to on UN often, so I'll leave it to you. But I'm just a recent graduate. Managing so many people might be too much for me, Han Linlin replied. You're my girlfriend. Can't you handle it just with that identity? I think they don't want to work anymore, Chen-Chi said. Those teachers had already experienced Chen-Chi's methods. He was decisive and capable, and if he said someone would be fired, they would be. As Chen-Chi's girlfriend, Han Linlin understood that he had intentionally arranged for someone to keep an eye on them at the company. Chen-Chi drove Han Linlin back to on UN education, where she would take the U8 home. Be careful on the road, don't be nervous. If someone behind you honks, just let them honk. Got it, I'll pay attention to the rearview mirror, the traffic lights, and slow down when turning. Just remember that. Go on, message me when you get home, Chen-Chi said. Han Linlin got home 5 minutes later than the navigation estimated, but fortunately, she arrived safely. She didn't go upstairs, instead, she turned up the music in the car, enjoying the surround sound. Han Linlin sent a message in the family group chat, asking her parents to come down. A few minutes later, her dad and mom arrived at the garage and found an SUV parked in front of their car. Upon closer inspection, they realized the driver was their daughter. Han Linlin rolled down the car window, and the music floated out as she called out, Mom and Dad, get in the car. What kind of car is this, Linlin? Her dad got into the car, looking around. Yuanwan U8, never heard of it, right? How could I not have heard of it? It's a domestic marvel. I just didn't recognize it in person. It's too cool. Her dad was all excited. Where did you borrow this car from? Borrow? I bought it. 1,098 million. It's in my name, Han Linlin replied. Her mom in the back seat said, Chen-Chi said he would reward you, and this is the reward? Isn't this reward good enough? No, I mean, it's too extravagant. I thought it would be a small car worth just a few $100,000. Who would have thought he would give a car worth over $1 million? Her dad was shocked that Chen-Chi actually bought Han Linlin a luxury car as a gift for getting her driver's license. By the way, did you invite him over for dinner? Her dad asked. I forgot, he's very busy. He just bought a tutoring institution for $5 million today. Ah, shock after shock. Which one? The one I used to work part-time at, on UN Education. Now he's the boss. Dad, I have to tell you, we ran into that Li Mingda you introduced last time today. He's quite petty. Han Linlin recounted what happened today, including her thoughts about resigning from school. This time, her dad surprisingly didn't say much. In the face of absolute strength, any benefits and treatment seemed insignificant. The meager benefits of being a teacher would take years of not eating or drinking to afford a U8 or a Phantom. Dad respects your decision. Let's not talk about that for now. Let me drive the U8. Her mom said, look at your little ambitions. Han Linlin chuckled. I'll be back in a bit, Dad. You move your car, and I'll park it. In a couple of days, I'll contact the BYD people to install a charging pile. How much does it cost to install one? Her dad asked. Yuan Wang installs it for free. However, if she had to pay for the charging pile, Chen-Chi would help her arrange it. Just now, when entering the community, the unlicensed U8 couldn't get in. If it weren't for Han Linlin knowing the security guard, he wouldn't have let her in. But even after getting in, there was no place to park. Her family originally had one parking space. Later, her mom also bought a car, spending $160,000 to buy another parking space next to it. Now with one more car, the parking spaces were still not enough, so her dad had to park outside, walking a few more steps to and from work. Chen-Chi didn't return to Yuanyihao but drove to Changtai Jingyuan. He couldn't go back on his promise to Wang Zhuge from yesterday afternoon. Chen-Chi called Su Tian. Tian, I'll be there in half an hour. Do you want me to bring you something to eat? Su Tian felt a bit greedy but was afraid of gaining weight from late-night snacks. After a moment of hesitation, her cravings won over her reason. I kind of want to eat duck snacks. Okay, let me ask your sisters if they want anything. Ning, do you want anything to eat? Su Tian called out. So nice? Is there a portion for me? I want to eat durian, it's a bit expensive. I feel bad saying it, so why don't you say what you want? Zhou Ningning said. Brother, I also want to eat durian. No problem, I'll be there soon. Su Tian hung up the phone and quickly said to Zhou Ningning, hurry up and tidy up the room. Is the landlord coming? Zhou Ningning asked. Landlord? Isn't your boyfriend Chen-Chi the landlord of this house? Yes, the landlord is coming soon. Chen-Chi arrived at Changtai Jingyuan. Although the house belonged to him, he hadn't registered his vehicle information, and the camera couldn't recognize the license plate. Lu Gu, open the gate. Security guard Lu Gu came out of the guardhouse, looking at the unfamiliar Rolls-Royce with some confusion. Who is it? Chen-Chi rolled down the window and waved at Lu Gu. Lu Gu, could you please open the gate? Upon seeing Chen-Chi, Lu Gu immediately greeted him with a smile. It was the first time the Phantom had come to Changtai Jingyuan, but the Ferrari 488 had been here before, and Chen-Chi had given Lu Gu a pack of cigarettes. Lu Gu had a deep impression of this young man who was generous with his Ferrari. Mr. Chen, I wouldn't have recognized you if you hadn't driven the Ferrari. Just remember my face, Lu Gu, I might change cars often. I won't forget, Lu Gu replied. Chen-Chi parked the car in his spot and took 2 large bags upstairs. Su Tian was in the living room watching TV, but her attention was on the door. Hearing footsteps, she immediately went to open it. I haven't even rung the doorbell yet, Chen-Chi said. I can count. I knew my brother would come at this time, Su Tian said playfully. Come on, bring the food inside. Zhou Ningning got up and politely greeted Chen-Chi. Brother Chen-Chi, we meet again. The last time Zhou Ningning saw him was downstairs at the Donghai Business School girls' dormitory. I bought some late-night snacks, let's eat together. I'll use the restroom, you guys open the durian, can you do that? Chen-Chi said. We can, Zhou Ningning replied eagerly. If they could eat, they could open it. She immediately found a towel to wrap her hand and, when opening the durian bag, discovered the receipt was still inside. Zhou Ningning curiously picked it up to take a look. Wow, 1,000 yuan, Muzang King, she exclaimed in a low voice. Your boyfriend is too extravagant. She then looked at the other bag of duck products. Wow, wow, 2000, for 2 duck heads. Zhou Ningning exclaimed twice, clearly shocked by the prices on the receipt. Su Tian, who had eaten 100,000 yuan Socrates, was someone who had seen the world. However, a duck head costing 1,000 still piqued her curiosity. She hadn't looked closely before, but the bag for the duck products was from Longfeng Lu. Ningning, this isn't duck head, it's lion head goose, Su Tian said. Chen Shi had ordered this dish, braised lion head goose, when he took her to Longfeng Lu for a meal. What lion head goose? A goose head can't be that expensive, right? Look, it looks strange, with a meat lump on top, Su Tian laughed. That's just how it looks. It's a famous goose from the Tuguang regions, known as the Rolls-Royce of geese. Is that so? Then I must savor it later. Chen Shi came over to smell the durian. It smells great. The ripeness should be just right, not overripe. Go ahead and eat. Thanks for the treat, big boss, Zhou Ningning said. Zhou Ningning took a piece of durian flesh, and with one bite, her mouth was enveloped in satisfaction. She was enjoying her food when Chen Shi suddenly got serious. Ningning, do you have a boyfriend? No, Zhou Ningning replied, her words unclear as she chewed. I have a single friend, I can introduce you, Chen Shi said. Who was Chen Shi? A rich guy who drove a Ferrari. Zhou Ningning thought his friend must also be from a wealthy family. If she could find one, she wouldn't have to envy Su Tian all the time. Sure, is he as handsome as you, brother Chen Shi? Zhou Ningning asked. I'll tell you later, sweetie, come with me for a moment. Chen Shi pulled Su Tian into the study, and the door was gently closed. Zhou Ningning had no idea what they were doing inside, but she was enjoying her food. Brother, what are you doing, being all mysterious? I promised to introduce a friend to someone. I think Zhou Ningning is quite suitable. That's great, Ningning is willing, and she's single, Su Tian said. Chen Shi replied, my friend, well, his appearance could use some improvement. Chen Shi opened Wang Zhuge's social media and flipped to a half-body photo, which Su Tian glanced at. He's a bit chubby, but this is just the upper half. How tall is he? 1.67 meters. His height also needs improvement, but his family is very wealthy. He's a rich second generation. He's also very honest, just likes to play games, and would never go out to mess around or indulge in debauchery. Su Tian said, well, it also depends on Ningning's thoughts. I know, I'll edit a photo first, and then you can say some nice things later. Chen Shi opened his Alienware laptop. Perfect, I have Photoshop. Chen Shi had previously worked in operations, so he knew a bit about Photoshop. He uploaded Wang Zhuge's photo to the computer and started editing. Let's add a filter. Outside, Zhou Ningning heard the sounds from the study and felt increasingly uneasy, her little face turning red. That's too heavy, lighten it up. Not there, it's crooked. Don't move, let me do it. Zhou Ningning thought, are they in such a hurry? I'm still outside. However, the few words Su Tian said were all directing Chen Shi on how to edit the photo. Don't add the filter too heavily, the nose is crooked. In the end, Su Tian couldn't stand it anymore and told Chen Shi to stop. She would do it. Su Tian, who studied fashion design, was better at Photoshop than Chen Shi, and being a girl, it could be considered a gifted skill. Alright, this looks natural, your way looks too fake. After about 3 minutes, the two walked out of the study, looking as if nothing had happened. So fast? Zhou Ningning thought to herself. She felt too embarrassed to speak, continuously eating durian and pretending she hadn't heard anything. Ningning, what are your requirements for your boyfriend's family background? Chen Shi asked. It's best if he has his own apartment. Nowadays, girls don't really accept living with in-laws. It would be better if he could pay in full. If it's a loan, a larger down payment and fewer installments would ease future living pressure. A salary of 10,000 yuan would be good. I also work, so life would be manageable. A car doesn't need to be expensive. A vehicle worth over 100,000 would be fine. Zhou Ningning roughly stated her material requirements for a boyfriend. If you say the requirements are high, they aren't too high. This is basically the standard for the mainstream female group in the matchmaking market, not excessively unreasonable. If you say they aren't high, well, Chen Shi couldn't meet them just half a month ago. Chen Shi said, is that all? My friend's family runs a company. They have 3 apartments in the city center, with assets of 40 to 50 million. He drives a BMW 7 Series worth over $1 million. His salary is 100,000 a month. In terms of material conditions, he absolutely meets your requirements. The more Zhou Ningning listened, the more she liked it. Wasn't this her ideal Prince Charming? Wang Zhuge indeed had a monthly allowance of 100,000, but that wasn't a salary, it was his father's living expenses. Chen Shi saying a salary of 100,000 would make Wang Zhuge seem very capable. Look, this is his photo. Chen Shi took out the edited photo and handed it to Zhou Ningning. In front of Chen Shi, Zhou Ningning felt it inappropriate to enlarge it for a closer look. She had thought he would be a handsome guy, but instead, he was a chubby brother, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Chen Shi exchanged a glance with Su Tian. Su Tian understood. Ning Ning, this boy looks quite blessed. He seems a bit chubby now, he's just too busy with work to exercise. He wasn't always like this. He also likes to play games during his free time. You should have common topics to discuss. Chen Shi felt a bit of guilt. Wang Zhuge used to be even fatter. He spent almost all day playing games, not just during his free time. Chen Shi felt he was no different from those matchmaking aunties who talk nonsense. Matchmakers can say someone who has been in prison was a civil servant, and it seems fine. After all, they all eat from the state. Chen Shi only downplayed the situation and beautified Wang Zhuge a bit. Just looking at the photos, Zhou Ningning had no interest in getting to know Wang Zhuge. But knowing that Wang Zhuge's family was so wealthy, along with Chen Shi's words, she was willing to meet him. A friend who can hang out with brother Chen Shi must have good character. We can add each other on WeChat and chat. Let's add each other in person later. I'll call him over, Chen Shi said. Chen Shi sent Wang Zhuge a location, asking him to take a shower and tidy up a bit before coming over. Before long, the doorbell rang. I'll go open it. Su Tian ran to the door, and upon opening it, she found it was Chen Tian. Brother Tian. You're here, did you bring the drinks? Chen Shi asked. I brought them, Chen Tian replied, holding a case of 500 ml 20 cans of Heineken beer. Behind him was a girl with pink hair. This is my friend, Zhao Huijie. Hello, just call me Xiajie. Zhao Huijie was a companion that Chen Tian had called offline. They had been watching a movie together in the afternoon when Chen Shi summoned Chen Tian to an UN education. After leaving Longfeng building, Chen Tian brought Zhao Huijie back home, and they played games and did other things together. But then Chen Shi interrupted him again. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Chen Shi was his adoptive father. Chen Tian led Zhao Huijie to the sofa, and Chen Shi sized her up. Charm level quite high at 87, and she had been in a fair number of relationships, 12 times. While Su Tian entertained Zhao Huijie with durian, Chen Shi quietly asked, what kind of person is she? Just someone to hang out with. Bored, Chen Tian replied. As long as it's just hanging out, that's fine, Chen Shi said. Chen Tian responded, what do you mean? She's a pretty girl. I was planning to develop things further. Just listen to me. If you don't mind that she's an experienced player, then you can pursue it. How can you tell she's an experienced player? She told me she's only had 3 boyfriends. Classic 3 boyfriends. Be careful, don't get too serious. Even if you do, be cautious. I'll give you a raise next year. 10,000. Upon hearing about the raise, and it being 10,000, Chen Tian immediately agreed. Okay, adoptive father. He was already earning a monthly salary of 50,000, plus a 20-year-end bonus, making an annual salary of 800,000. At this rate, he could reach $1 million annual salary in 2 years. The 5 of them sat on the sofa, watching King of Cards. Halfway through the show, the doorbell rang again. This time it was Wang Zhuge. After receiving Chen Shi's message, Wang Zhuge hurriedly took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and sprayed on a bit of light perfume. When he entered and saw so many people, his social anxiety as a homebody kicked in. Don't be shy, be confident, you're a rich second generation, Chen Shi whispered in Wang Zhuge's ear. Wang Zhuge changed into slippers and walked to the living room, immediately recognizing Zhou Ningning. Upon seeing Wang Zhuge in person, Zhou Ningning felt even more disappointed. He looked worse than in the photos. To help them get familiar quickly, Chen Shi suggested, watching TV is boring, let's play a game. Losers drink. Chen Tian immediately chimed in, sure, what shall we play? Chen Shi glanced at the TV, where they were playing Guess What I Draw. Let's play that. It's perfect for 3 groups, 1 person acts, and 1 guesses. The group that guesses the most doesn't have to drink, while the other 2 groups do. Su Tian thought it was quite interesting to play this interactive game with Chen Shi. I'll download an app on my phone now. The 6 were divided into groups, with Chen Shi definitely in a group with Su Tian, and Chen Tian with Zhao Huijie. The remaining pair was Zhou Ningning and Wang Zhuge. Etienne, you guys go first, Chen Shi suggested, wanting to set the mood. Brother Tian, I'll perform, and you guess, Zhao Huijie said. Chen Shi placed the phone on Chen Tian's head, and Zhao Huijie saw that the first word displayed on the screen was matchstick, so she extended 2 fingers, indicating to Chen Tian that this word had 2 characters. Then she began to act out the motion of striking a match. Light the cannon? Firecracker? Matchstick? Sure, I guessed it after 3 tries, Chen Shidao said. In a group of 2 minutes, Chen Tian and the other guessed 8 words. Wang Xiao, it's your turn. Wang Zhuge and Zhou Ningning, who hadn't spoken yet, finally had their first exchange. Zhou Ningning mimicked Chen Shi's way of addressing. Wang Xiao, I'll act, and you guess. Alright, I'm not very coordinated, and I'm afraid I won't act well, Wang Zhuge replied. Wang Zhuge guessed the first word correctly right at the start, and later he was able to guess almost all within 3 tries. Wow, that's impressive. You're not cheating, are you? Chen Etienne remarked. Chen Shi also thought to himself, this chubby guy is pretty quick-witted. They guessed 17 words correctly in 2 minutes. Brother, they're amazing, we're going to drink with Tiangu. Don't worry, we won't drink, Chen Shi said. You perform, I'll guess. Chen Shi could hear her thoughts. As soon as Su Tian saw the word, Chen Shi immediately knew it. There was no need for Su Tian to act, but they still had to pretend. In the end, they guessed 18 words correctly, 1 more than Wang Zhuge. You 2 groups drink, 1 bottle each, Chen Shi said. Chen Shi gave Wang Zhuge a look, and Wang Zhuge hesitated for 2 seconds before understanding. Ningning, I'll help you drink. We'll definitely win the next round. Thanks, Wang Xiao, Zhou Ningning thought to herself, this chubby guy knows how to play the game. They played a few more rounds, and Chen Shi's acting skills were on point, managing to narrowly defeat Wang Zhuge each time. Wang Xiao, are you okay? I'll drink by myself, Zhou Ningning said. Wang Zhuge had a good alcohol tolerance. He was about to say he could still drink when Chen Shi stopped him with a look. I'm actually feeling a bit dizzy. Zhou Ningning took a beer and started to help Wang Zhuge share the load. With 20 cans of Heineken, Chen Shi and Su Tian didn't drink any and distributed them among the 4 of them. After drinking, the conversation flowed more freely, and Wang Zhuge and Zhou Ningning suddenly opened up. Zhou Ningning praised Wang Zhuge for being smart, able to guess quickly. Wang Zhuge complimented Zhou Ningning for her lively performance. They then talked about games, which was Wang Zhuge's area of expertise, and before long, they went to the study to play games. Brother, are we going back later? Su Tian asked. Back where? Home. This is also my home, Chen Shi replied. Are you staying? Chen Shi deliberately leaned his head towards Su Tian, their heads almost touching. Do you want me to stay? Su Tian's little face turned red. All 3 rooms have beds. You can sleep in the master bedroom, and I'll sleep in the study. Su Tian's affection +1, current 54, flirting a bit, does that count too? Chen Shi thought to himself. Chen Shi was just teasing Su Tian, Zhou Ningning was still here. Even if she wasn't, he wouldn't develop feelings for Su Tian before reaching 100 affection points. They played until midnight before dispersing. Wang Zhuge successfully added Zhou Ningning on WeChat. He played Yasuo like a pro. Zhou Ningning inexplicably felt attracted to guys who were good at games. Usually, when she took on gaming companions, she was infuriated when she encountered bad players. As they were leaving, Zhou Ningning said, Chen Shi-ge, I'm going to your company for an interview tomorrow. Is there even a need for an interview? Our HR manager is right here. Ha! Su Tian said, Tiangu is the HR manager. I think it's great. You can start working, boss. What do you say? Chen Etienne said. If you say it's fine, then it's fine, but Ningning, it wouldn't be interesting for you to come to my company as an office worker. Going to Wang Xiao's house, you could be a young mistress. Chen Shi joked with the two, and Wang Zhuge, not knowing how to respond, was at a loss. Well, Ningning, you can choose any position in my company. Zhou Ningning thought the two were still far from anything serious. It wouldn't be good to work at someone else's company, so she decided to go to Chen Shi's first. Then we're leaving, Chen Shi said. Aren't you staying here, brother? I didn't bring any clothes. Alright then. Su Tian felt a bit disappointed. Chen Shi returned to the No. 1 building. After taking a shower, he lay on the 2 million yuan sea silk mattress, enjoying a baby-like sleep. The next day, July 22nd, Monday, sunny, high temperature warning. It's freezing. Last night, Chen Shi had set the air conditioning too low and woke up cold. Zhu Quan was already in the garage, and at 9 o'clock, Chen Shi left the garage. First, let's go to An Yuan Education. By the way, you're going to Pengcheng today. What time is your flight? Zhu Quan asked. You decide for yourself, all expenses will be reimbursed. Zhu Quan felt secretly pleased. The boss said reimbursement, so it must be reimbursed. I've never been to Pengcheng. When Chen Shi arrived at An Yuan Education, the teachers were already in class. There were a few candidates interviewing in Director Zheng's office. Brother, you're here. Han Linlin had specially changed to a more mature makeup today. After all, she was going to be a manager. What's up? Going for the mature style? Chen Shi said. No, usually my makeup looks too girlish. I just wanted to change it for work, Han Linlin replied. The two sat in the principal's office for a while, and just before 10 o'clock, Li Liqin arrived. She had gone to her third uncle's house last night to discuss her job change. Her third uncle opposed it. After all, he could still look after Li Liqin at Jingjing Education. But the conditions Chen Shi offered were almost double what Jingjing Education provided, which was indeed tempting. Being in their 30s, her third uncle had advised her once and didn't want to say much more. Since Li Liqin had made her decision, he would let her be. Li Liqin had dressed up carefully and walked into the principal's office at An Yuan, looking radiant. Principal Chen, good morning. Good morning, Teacher Li. Teacher Li, has the resignation process at Jingjing Education been completed? Chen Qi asked. It's done. That's good. Chen Qi and Han Linlin exchanged smiles. Then let's proceed with the onboarding. Principal Chen, the conditions you mentioned yesterday, you haven't gone back on them, right? Li Liqin smiled. Chen Qi looked puzzled. What conditions? The conditions for my onboarding. Li Liqin's heart sank. I didn't agree to anything. We just had dinner last night. I only admire Teacher Li's work ability. Right, didn't you say you wanted me to come to An Yuan to help you? Li Liqin was anxious. You must have misheard. I said I wanted to learn more from Teacher Li. Li Liqin, furious, shouted, Chen, you beast, are you trying to trick me? Chen Qi remained calm. Teacher Li, please use civilized language. Civilized my foot. What good does it do you to trick me into leaving Jingjing? No benefit, just for fun, Chen Qi replied. You're not losing much either. You just lose 5 days of annual leave and the seniority bonus. Li Liqin had worked at Jingjing Education for 11 years. Employees enjoy 5 days of annual leave within 10 years, and 10 days from 11 to 20 years. After Li Liqin resigns, her employee information will reset. Even if she returns to Jingjing Education now, her third uncle, being a branch principal, cannot restore her status. Personnel changes in listed companies must go through headquarters. If the system clears your information, it's gone, unless her third uncle is a leader at headquarters. Now, Li Liqin has lost 11 years of accumulation. All the benefits of being a long-term employee are gone, which also serves to vent some frustration for Cui Xiaoming. In fact, even if Chen Qi didn't intervene, Cui Xiaoming could have posted about this on Xia Hongshu, and the topic of workplace bullying would have gained traction. With Xia Hongshu's influence, Li Liqin would not escape being fired by Jingjing headquarters. Chen Qi actually helped her minimize the situation, preventing her reputation from being tarnished online. I have no grievances with you, why are you targeting me? Li Liqin shouted with red eyes. We have no enmity, I'm just helping to educate you a bit. Don't be too shameless. You can bully others, but there are people stronger than you who can bully you. If you keep messing with me, I will definitely retaliate. Li Liqin's eyes were filled with resentment. It doesn't matter, bring it on. Han Linlin's favorability +1, current 71, his sense of justice is really handsome. Is it handsome? Chen Qi thought to himself. He used to want to be the kind of person who would draw his sword to help others in times of injustice, but he didn't have the ability. The news always promotes those who stand up for justice, and netizens agree that they are the most handsome heroes. People with a sense of justice are much more likable than those who are dark and shady. Cui Xiaoming still didn't get the 4,000 yuan in the end, but this result made her feel very pleased. Moreover, she got a precious job opportunity, with much better pay than Jingjing Education. Principal Chen, thank you for helping me vent my anger, Cui Xiaoming said. It's a small matter, punishing evil and promoting good, upholding social justice. Han Linlin chuckled. Brother, you look so funny saying this seriously. At that moment, Han Linlin's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Su. Teacher Han, where are you? Mr. Su, I told Junjun's mom yesterday afternoon that I won't be going anymore. I know that. Teacher Han, where are you? I need to find you. What is it? Let's talk in person. I'm at An Yuan Education. Han Linlin hung up the phone, and Chen Qi asked, who was it? A parent of a student I tutored a few days ago. I told him I won't be doing it anymore. I wonder what he wants. Han Linlin said. Li Liqin returned to Jingjing Education in a fit of rage, and her colleagues were surprised. Hadn't she resigned? Why was this annoying person back? Could it be that An Yuan didn't want her? Li Liqin walked into the principal's office and pulled down the blinds. Third uncle, didn't you go to An Yuan for your job? I was played. An Yuan is now denying it and won't sign a contract with me. Xin, I told you to stay with me. Third uncle, don't say it. I'm so angry I could spit blood. I've lost all the benefits from 11 years at Jingjing. Why is An Yuan targeting you? Did you offend someone there? Third uncle knew Li Liqin's personality. She had been treated like a princess at home. At over 30 years old, she still couldn't distinguish between home and society, often acting high and mighty outside, easily offending people. How would I know? Li Liqin had a look that said, it's not me, it's the world that's wrong. You go back to your position. I'll arrange something for you. As for An Yuan, I'll inquire further. Over at An Yuan, Chen Qi stayed for a while but had nothing to do. Other than a change of boss, the staff remained the same, and everything continued to operate as usual. He planned to meet Liu Yusin and used the video evidence shot by Wang Ying to threaten, no, to give her a warning. He wanted her to steal Sunny Yao's contract from Li Xiang. Chen Shi came out of the office and saw Han Linlin talking to a middle-aged man. Mr. Su, what's the matter? Su Guang hesitated to speak. I want to ask Teacher Han for a favor. My wife found a woman's underwear in my car. Can you say it's yours? If you help me, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. In the car, woman's underwear, wife found. Han Linlin wasn't stupid. She immediately understood what was going on. Su Guang was having an affair with another woman in the car behind his wife's back, and he wanted to hide that woman by having Han Linlin take the blame. As for why it was Han Linlin, the night before, after the tutoring session, Su Guang drove Han Linlin to the bus stop in his big G. Su Guang just needed to say that Han Linlin seduced him, and he was confused and made a mistake once. His wife would probably forgive him for the sake of the child. What a joke, Mr. Su, just leave, I still have to go to work. Han Linlin firmly rejected Su Guang. What kind of person is this, to say such outrageous things? Help me out, 250,000. As long as you say the underwear is yours, I will immediately pay 250,000. 250,000 is a lot, equivalent to 3 years' income for an average person. Saving that much could take 6 or 7 years. Saying the underwear is Han Linlin's would mean she would have to admit to having had relations with Su Guang in the car. If you don't leave, I will report you for sexual harassment. Han Linlin decisively refused. A mere 250,000 is nothing compared to her reputation, and she would never do something so damaging. Chen Shi walked over. What's going on? Brother, Han Linlin grabbed Chen Shi. What do you want with my girlfriend? Before Su Guang could speak, Mrs. Su and a beautiful woman rushed over aggressively. Zhou Yan said, oh, so it's you, this vixen, seducing my brother-in-law. Lin Yu didn't expect her husband would actually come to find Han Linlin, the beautiful teacher who had only taught at her home once. After discovering the lace underwear, Lin Yu didn't make a scene but instead asked Su Guang to explain himself. Su Guang asked Lin Yu for a day to confess. During that day, Su Guang was looking for someone to take the blame. Lin Yu, who had once trusted Su Guang, felt that trust collapse in that moment. She secretly installed a tracker on Su Guang's phone. Initially, he headed towards the company, but then the tracker showed he had left the company again. Lin Yu guessed he was going to find that vixen. Su Guang was shocked. He had no idea how Lin Yu found out. The key was that he hadn't even discussed it with Han Linlin yet. Cousin, let me help you beat this shameless person, Zhou Yan said. She rushed forward but was stopped by Chen Shi. What are you doing? Trying to hit someone? Zhou Yan was quite attractive, and Chen Shi had soft master rate her. Name, Zhou Yan. Age, 30. Height, 165. Charm level, 90. Occupation, bank teller. Number of relationships, 7. Favorability, 0. The number of relationships was below standard, but at 30, a charm level of 90 and having dated 7 times was normal. Who are you? Zhou Yan asked. I'm her boyfriend. Who are you to come to my company and cause trouble? Brother, she's his wife. Han Linlin pointed at Lin Yu. Zhou Yan stared at Su Guang. Not settled yet? How did a boyfriend pop up? Su Guang caught Zhou Yan's gaze, panic written all over his face. 250,000 couldn't sway Han Linlin. If this continued, it would definitely backfire. Forget it, I'll just use her as a scapegoat. Zhou Yan wanted to create chaos. To escalate the tension, she reached out to grab Han Linlin's hair, but Chen Shi stood in front of her, preventing her from touching Han Linlin at all. Teacher Han, you only came to my house once and already hooked up with my husband. You really are a role model. Chen Shi said, if there's something to discuss, let's go to the office. Doing such things behind your boyfriend's back, daring to do but not admit it. Zhou Yan fanned the flames from the side, quiet and demure on the outside, but quite fiery behind the scenes. Han Linlin was bewildered. She hadn't done anything yet was being insulted so harshly. Brother, they are framing me. I have nothing to do with him. She was afraid Chen Shi would believe the rumors and think poorly of her. Chen Shi turned and took Han Linlin's hand. Don't worry, I won't listen to barking dogs. Zhou Yan was anxious. Who are you calling a barking dog? You. Chen Shi was straightforward, a single word breaking Zhou Yan's defenses. Your girlfriend is out there seducing someone, putting a green hat on you, and you're still defending her. Everyone, come look, there's a green hat hero here. Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh at the hypocritical Zhou Yan. Fortunately for you, with a charm level of 90, otherwise I wouldn't know how to deal with you, Chen Shi thought to himself. From the heart's voice he just heard, Chen Shi could conclude that the one having an affair with Su Guang was this Zhou Yan in front of him. The teacher, who was in class, heard the commotion and came out to take a look. Principal Chen, what's going on? Nothing, you all continue with your class. The teachers retreated, but their ears were pressed against the door. The desire to hear gossip was hard to suppress, especially since it involved the new boss. What a joke, I'm so handsome, I have several companies, and I drive a Rolls-Royce. My girlfriend would go seduce him? Is she blind? Is she after his beer belly or his bald head? Chen Shi said. Zhou Yan and Su Guang didn't expect Chen Shi to be so wealthy, but Zhou Yan still thickened her skin to argue. Who knows if she wants to change her taste? Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Han Linlin said sharply. Getting anxious, are we? Chen Shi said, change of taste? Isn't this a delicacy? She has it and doesn't eat it, but goes for the gutter oil stir-fry? Tired of fine rice, switching to coarse grains, who knows about her? Zhou Yan said. Then if you've eaten too much rice, why not go eat shit? Chen Shi laughed. You're the one who eats shit. Zhou Yan was furious. No, the main person hasn't said much, who are you to keep blabbering? Those who didn't know would think Zhou Yan was really Lin Yu's good sister, speaking up for her. If Chen Shi couldn't hear the heart's voice, he might have been fooled by her demeanor. She's my cousin, shouldn't I speak for her? Lin Yu stepped forward. Su Guang, I just want to ask you, is that woman her? Su Guang's gaze drifted, glancing at Zhou Yan, then looking at Han Linlin, stammering, It's her. Since Zhou Yan had already caused such a scene, he just went along with it. He couldn't divorce Lin Yu. If he did, he would lose everything. As a son-in-law, all his support came from his father-in-law. Alright, I'll go make a banner right now, hang it outside, let everyone know you seduced my husband. Wife, I was just momentarily confused, I was tempted by her. In the future, I promise I won't do it again, let's just let this go, don't make a big deal out of it. Su Guang thought it best to let Han Linlin take the blame and end the matter here, trying to gloss over it. If it got bigger, when the police came, it would definitely be found out. Chen Shi said, don't go crazy. He stepped forward and slapped Zhou Yan across the face. Zhou Yan was stunned. Why was he talking to Lin Yu and hitting her? You hit me? I did, so what? Are you going to call the police? Su Guang quickly said, No, don't call the police. Why not call the police? I hit her, I should call the police. Otherwise, what does it count as? Is there still law and order? Chen Shi said. The others were dumbfounded by Chen Shi's actions. Who hits someone and then actively suggests calling the police? Isn't that just making a big deal out of nothing? He was hoping to escalate the situation. Zhou Yan was seething with anger, her beautiful face was cherished by men like a treasure. Who would dare to hit her? Why aren't you calling the police? Chen Shi asked. Crazy, she must know her boyfriend is cheating and is stimulated. Zhou Yan gritted her teeth. Once I get past Lin Yu, I must find someone to deal with this bastard. Cousin, this man has violent tendencies. Now that he knows the woman is cheating, this woman won't have a good life ahead. Brother-in-law was also confused by her. Let's forgive him this time, Zhou Yan said. Su Guang was tearful. Wife, for the sake of the child, please forgive me. Jun is still young. If we divorce, it will leave a shadow on his childhood. Lin Yu's greatest concern was her precious son. For him, she could endure anything. Alright, I forgive you this time, but when we get back, you need to write me a letter of guarantee. I'll write it. I'll write 10,000 words. Su Guang felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally managed to get through this. Cousin, let's go back. Seeing this little third party makes me angry. Han Linlin was filled with grievances. She hadn't done anything but was splashed with dirt. Brother, I didn't. Tears were welling up in her eyes. This little crybaby was about to cry again. Chen Shi looked at her with pity, patting her back as he said, I know, just watch. How could I let my woman be wronged? With the three of them causing a ruckus, Chen Shi would not easily let them swagger away. Chen Shi shouted sternly, don't go. Su Guan looked at Chen Shi, confused. What do you want? Delete my girlfriend's number and WeChat. Upon hearing this, Han Linlin felt even more wronged. Didn't you say you trust me? I clearly never added him on WeChat. Su Guang also didn't have Han Linlin's WeChat, so he said, we didn't add each other's contact information. I don't believe it. Unless you show me. Chen Shi pressed aggressively. At this moment, Lin Yu also said, if you didn't add her, then show him. Su Guang didn't dare to contradict Lin Yu, and besides, he hadn't added Han Linlin, so showing it to Chen Shi was no problem. He took out his phone, unlocked it with facial recognition, and quickly scrolled through his friend list. See, I didn't add her. I'll look myself. Chen Shi snatched Su Guang's phone. At that moment, he achieved his goal. He wasn't interested in the friend list, he wanted Su Guang's phone. Chen Shi knew that Zhou Yan and Su Guang had something going on, and there must be chat records and transfer records between them. Finished looking? Nothing, right? Su Guang wanted to take back his phone, but Chen Shi pulled his hand back. What are you doing? Give me back my phone. Chen Shi pointed at the phone while addressing Lin Yu. You came here without any evidence to falsely accuse my girlfriend of being a third party. I now have evidence in my hand to prove who the real third party is. Do you want to know? Lin Yu frowned. The real third party? Did Su Guang not delete our chat records? Did he see them? Zhou Yan glanced at Su Guang, who winked at her, signaling her to be at ease. The chat records and transfer records had all been cleaned up. In fact, deleting the transfer records on WeChat was just superficial. If one really wanted to check, they could go to a professional institution. However, Chen Shi had his ways and didn't need to go through that trouble. Lin Yu had secretly looked at Su Guang's phone yesterday and found nothing suspicious. That's why she believed that Su Guang and Han Linlin had just made a mistake in the car out of momentary confusion. Who do you say the third party is? Lin Yu asked. Chen Shi's gaze was sharp as he stared at Zhou Yan. The third party is her. Your cousin. Zhou Yan's heart sank, but she forced herself to appear calm. What exactly did he see on Su Guang's phone to guess it was me so quickly? The phone was very clean, everything was in your head. You're delusional, crazy, spouting nonsense from wearing a green hat. Do you dare to take out your phone for your cousin to see? Chen Shi challenged. Lin Yu stared at Zhou Yan, who, without turning red or out of breath, said, What's there to be afraid of? I'm completely innocent with my brother-in-law. Zhou Yan took out her phone from her LV bag and handed it to Lin Yu. Cousin, feel free to look. Don't let this green hat man's nonsense affect our sisterly bond. Lin Yu trusted Zhou Yan very much, and since Zhou Yan was so straightforward in showing her the phone, she must be innocent to act like this. Why would I look at your phone? Lin Yu said. Zhou Yan instinctively squeezed her bag. You can't see anything either. There's nothing in this phone. Luckily, I still have another phone. No wonder you're so calm handing over your phone, but unfortunately for you, you ran into me, the goddess Nemesis. Chen Shi, disregarding any sense of propriety, rushed forward and forcefully snatched Zhou Yan's LV bag. His behavior was outrageous, almost like a lawless thug, slapping and grabbing bags. What is my brother doing? Robbing you? Give me back my bag. Brother-in-law, help me get my bag back. Zhou Yan threw a few clumsy punches at Chen Shi, and Su Guang also stepped forward to grab. Chen Shi rummaged through the bag and found another phone, casually tossing the bag back. There's another phone, do you dare to turn it on? Zhou Yan panicked, it contained everything, and it was quite exciting. Hand over the phone. I said, there's evidence of her cheating with him in there, do you believe it? Chen Shi said to Lin Yu. That's my work phone, it has client information, I can't just show it to anyone. That's a good excuse, so you're afraid to show it to her. What do you mean afraid? It's client confidentiality. Who wants to see your clients? I want to see your chat records with him, do you dare? I told you this is for work, there's no WeChat from my brother-in-law. Whether there is or not, just check the friend list and you'll know, Chen Shi replied. Lin Yu noticed that Zhou Yan's attitude had changed from earlier. If she had nothing to hide, she should have been as generous as before in showing it. Yan, open it for me to see. Cousin, really, there's nothing, do you still not trust me? Chen Shi fanned the flames from the side, then go ahead and open it, you're feeling guilty, aren't you? Su Guang was already sweating profusely, he couldn't understand why Chen Shi would go for that phone. It was as if he really knew there were secrets in that phone. Zhou Yan hadn't deleted any chat records. As a single woman, no one was checking up on her. That phone was indeed a work phone, but all her intimate chats with Su Guang were conducted on it. Look, she doesn't dare to open it. She has a guilty conscience, Chen Shi said. The more Zhou Yan dodged, the more Lin Yu suspected. Since there's nothing, it shouldn't be a problem for you to open it for me to see. Zhou Yan's eyes darted, not daring to look at Lin Yu. How dramatic, her cousin was having an affair with her husband. If this got out, she would never be able to hold her head high in the family, she might have to move to another city to live. Su Guang was also afraid of the truth coming out, which was why he thought of finding a scapegoat. Although he was caught cheating, at least Lin Yu didn't know that the vixen was her cousin. Taking advantage of Zhou Yan's inattention, Chen Shi waved the phone in front of her, it had been unlocked. Oh, it's open, Chen Shi said mischievously. Let's see what exciting content is inside. This was the second time Chen Shi had seen provocative images in chat records. The last time was between Lu Yusin and Li Xiang. What a wild time, in the car, in the bank restroom, outdoors. Zhou Yan's face turned pale, and Su Guang was so scared he fell to his knees. Take the phone, take these two away, don't cause trouble in my company. Chen Shi handed the phone to Lin Yu, who received it with trembling hands. When a person is extremely angry, they can't speak. At that moment, Lin Yu was in that state. She was truly afraid she would faint on the spot. Holding the phone in silence, Lin Yu turned and walked away, almost losing her balance after just a few steps. She felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she leaned against the wall as she slowly made her way to the elevator. This cousin, whom she had watched grow up, was actually having an affair with her husband. Su Guang, the son-in-law, owed all his achievements to his father-in-law. If they divorced, he would leave with nothing. Su Guang chased after her like a dog, pleading for Lin Yu's forgiveness. The three of them left on UN education, and Chen Qi brought Han Linlin back to the office, making her a cup of tea. He wasn't concerned about the aftermath of the melodramatic affair. It had nothing to do with him. Wipe your eyes, your makeup is all smudged. Chen Qi took a tissue and dabbed at the corner of Han Linlin's eyes. With red-rimmed eyes, Han Linlin said aggrievedly, I don't even know what happened. That woman just started yelling at me out of nowhere. Brother, how did you know that cousin was having an affair with someone surnamed Su? Chen Qi replied, the way those two look at each other is different. They definitely have something going on. What about the phone? How did you know she had another phone? Actually, I know a bit about psychology. Just by looking at their eyes and actions, I can tell when someone is guilty. She definitely has another phone. So amazing. You're just like that mind-reading detective from the Hong Kong dramas. It's just average, Chen Qi said. Then can you tell what I'm thinking right now? Han Linlin blinked her eyes. Chen Qi smiled knowingly. You're thinking that if you encounter another argument, you need to be tougher with your words and calmer in your mind, otherwise, you won't win. Han Linlin was surprised. That was exactly what she was thinking, and her mind had been sluggish just now. Usually, she was quite good at haggling, so why couldn't she win an argument? Is it really that magical? You can really tell what I'm thinking? It's called a meeting of minds. Han Linlin took Chen Qi's hand. Thank you for believing in me so much. I was afraid you might be confused by what that woman said. Silly girl, I definitely believe you. You wouldn't believe that rotten vegetable, would you? Han Linlin's favorability +2, current 73. This increase in favorability was expected, and Chen Qi had thought of it. The way you protected me just now, your boyfriend power was off the charts, super handsome. So how are you going to thank me? Han Linlin obediently leaned her head forward, and their lips began to clash. After a while, when they came out of the office, Han Linlin's favorability had increased a little more. Han Linlin's favorability +1, current 74. Linlin, if anything happens, just call me. By the way, let Director Jiang change the company name to Tianqi Education. Chen Qi had many companies and couldn't always stay at on UN, he had other businesses to handle. Han Linlin wanted him to stay and accompany her more, but she still said understandingly, got it, brother, you go ahead and be busy. In fact, Chen Qi didn't have much to do. Tianqi Apparel and Tianqi Media were already established companies. They weren't the kind of startups that needed daily supervision. He only needed to go once or twice a week. Now he was heading to the Kawasaki 4S store. The seller had urged him several times. They had agreed to finalize the deal on Sunday after he looked at the car on Saturday. However, on Sunday, Chen Qi accompanied Han Linlin to buy a yuan and also acquired on UN education in the afternoon. So he rescheduled with the seller for Monday to pick up the car. The seller was worried that Chen Qi might back out, especially since he had raised the price by 50,000. But Chen Qi's money had already been transferred to the Kawasaki 4S store, which reassured the seller a bit. Moreover, the 2,000 yuan airfare for his return from Sanya was also paid by Chen Qi. Lin Zhouxiang waited in the store for an hour and saw a Rolls-Royce pull up at the entrance. Initially feeling a bit moody, he instantly changed his demeanor upon seeing the luxury car. The sales staff had mentioned that the buyer would be driving a luxury car. He got up from the sofa and ran to the door to greet Chen Qi. The car stopped temporarily. Chen Qi greeted the staff. Sorry, I got held up a bit. No problem, I was just idle too, Lin Zhouxiang said. A big shot driving a Phantom must be very busy. Lin Zhouxiang had already thought of excuses for Chen Qi. Brother, the car is over here, the store has already checked it for you to take another look. Lin Zhouxiang really couldn't understand why a big shot who drove a car worth millions would buy a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands, especially a second-hand one. Alright, I'll take a spin. Chen Qi had never ridden such a large motorcycle before. The Lifan he rode during the summer of his senior year felt completely different. He mounted the bike, put on his helmet, and slowly rode out of the shop. After taking a lap around the park and confirming that he could still ride, he returned to the store. I haven't ridden in years, but it feels alright. The bike's fine, just transfer the money to him. Lin Zhouxiang felt pleased. The Kawasaki H2 wasn't exactly a collector's item. He had ridden it for 2 years and didn't expect to sell it for an additional 50,000. Lin Zhouxiang tentatively asked, Bro, I'll add you to the motorcycle friends group. If you need any other bikes, just shout in the group. Chen Qi inquired, are there any female riders? Lin Zhouxiang thought, does such a wealthy guy really lack women? Aren't women usually the ones chasing after men? Yes, there are a few, and some of them are quite good-looking. Oh really? Then please add me in. Chen Shi thought that he didn't really know much about motorcycles. He was originally considering asking the female writers in the group for advice if he ever wanted to buy a motorcycle for Zhang Yuni. The mention of attractive female writers piqued his interest even more. Lin Zhouxiang happily added Chen Shi to the group. "Welcome, big shot," to the group. Immediately, dozens of people in the group lined up to welcome Chen Shi. Before Chen Shi joined, Lin Zhouxiang had already mentioned that a big shot who drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom was willing to pay an extra 50,000 for his second-hand bike, and the other writers in the group didn't believe it. While Chen Shi was test riding, Lin Zhouxiang ran in front of the Phantom, took a few photos, and shared them in the group, along with pictures of the shop. Some writers urged Lin Zhouxiang to add Chen Shi to the group. With the Phantom owner joining, the group's prestige instantly rose. The female writers became bolder, inviting Chen Shi to go mountain riding together. One even posted a posed photo of herself on the bike. "Nice figure. Soft master, give a score." 80-78-83. After looking at a few girls, the photos were well edited, and any average guy would be hooked. However, with Soft Master around, no photo trickery could escape his eyes. The two went to the vehicle management office to transfer ownership, and Chen Shi chose a new license plate ending in 33. "Can you do me a favor?" Chen Shi asked. "Bro, just call me Shaolin." Lin Zhouxiang, looking a few years younger than Chen Shi, was probably around 22 or 23. "Shaolin, follow me and help me ride the motorcycle home." "No problem, bro. Just drive carefully, I can't afford to crash into the Phantom," Lin Zhouxiang joked. Chen Shi led the way on the Phantom, while Lin Zhouxiang cautiously kept his distance behind. After more than half an hour, they arrived at their destination, Yulong Mansion. Last Friday, Chen Shi had spent a few minutes buying a 30 million mansion in the evening. He was in a hurry to go to Su Lu's house for dinner and hadn't taken the keys to his new home. Now he was here to pick up the keys from the sales office and have the property management register his license plate. Tang Yi had been waiting outside the sales office half an hour ago. After 2 days without picking up the keys, Chen Shi finally messaged him, saying he would be over shortly. Chen Shi got out of the car, and Lin Zhouxiang parked the motorcycle. "Thanks for your help." "No problem." Lin Zhouxiang had made 50,000, so helping Chen Shi deliver a bike was only natural. A big shot is a big shot. Living in Yulong Mansion, Lin Zhouxiang thought to himself. Tang Yi quickly walked over with a smile. "Mr. Chen, you're here. I have some time today, came to pick up the keys." "Mr. Chen, do you want to go up now? I can help you set up the electronic lock." Chen Shi thought, "Sure, let's go up together." The environment at Yulong Mansion was excellent, with fountains, a swimming pool, and rockeries. The greenery was well done, making it feel like a stroll in a park. "By the way, I still need to buy 2 parking spaces. Are there any for sale?" "Yes, there are still some parking spaces available. The parking space ratio in high-end communities is 1:1. 2 or 1:1. 5. Over at Gongyuan no. 1, Chen Shi later bought another parking space. The parking space ratio at Yulongfu reached 1:1. 5, meaning that for every 1,000 households, there are 1,500 parking spaces. Those who buy here are all wealthy. It's not unusual for a family to have 4 or 5 cars. In that case, even more parking spaces wouldn't be enough. Tang Yi said, "Mr. Chen, there are still parking spaces available, but each household is limited to 2 spaces. Then I can only buy 1 more, right?" "Yes." "All right." Chen Shi currently has just 2 cars, and he can squeeze his motorcycle in with the Ferrari. The additional parking space costs 700,000 each. "No problem, just prepare the contract, and I'll buy it today." 700,000 for a parking space is something ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about, but Chen Shi found it quite cheap. Compared to the high-end communities in Magic City and Imperial Capital, where parking spaces cost around 1.5 million, Yulongfu is already very reasonable. Tang Yi knew that for these big shots, price wasn't an issue. The problem was that the quantity simply wasn't enough, which is why they had set purchase limits. As the two were nearing Chen Shi's building, he suddenly ran into an acquaintance. "Young Master Zhang." "Young Master Chen." Chen Shi walked towards Zhang Ming. "Young Master Zhang, you live here?" Zhang Ming's family has assets of 800 million, with several luxury homes. This unit in Yulongfu was just opened last year. His family bought it for him, and now he lives here alone. "Yeah, young Master Chen, you live here too? I haven't seen you around. I just bought it and am planning to move in." "Zhang Mr. Chen, here are the keys, 4 for the front door and 2 for the back door. If the electronic lock runs out of battery, you can use the keys to open it." This key felt a bit useless. Zhang Ming looked at the spacious 450 square meter apartment and said politely, "Young Master Chen, this is much larger than mine, and the higher floor offers a better view. The furniture sent by the developer is average, the sofa is usable, but I suggest you replace that bed, young Master Chen. Chen Shi nodded. I'll buy a new bed from Hason's. Hason's is good, I sleep on that brand too. Chen Shi and Zhang Ming chatted casually. On the other side, Yida Plaza. It was Monday, and Sunny Yo accompanied her father to the bank to submit an application to reclaim their villa. After 3 working days, once the approval process was complete, they could move back in. Sister, let's go to Longfeng Tower for a nice meal at noon. Didn't brother-in-law give you a card? Sun Yu said. Sure, let's celebrate at noon. Sun Yu called her sister-in-law repeatedly, which made Sunny Yao feel happy inside. It felt like Chen Shi was already part of her family. Sister, what now? Can you buy me a pair of shoes? I haven't bought new shoes this year. Sun Yu said. Sunny Yao was in a good mood today, the burden at home was gone, and everyone felt relaxed. Let's go, and buy something for mom and dad too. Yao, mom wants to buy an LV set. Sister, LV shoes are fine too. Sunny Yao estimated she would have over 400,000 in commissions next month, so spending a few thousand to celebrate wasn't a big deal. Alright, let's go browse at LV. Sunny Yao drove her new car, slowly pulling out of the bank's parking space. 20 minutes later, she arrived at Yida Plaza. LV opened at 10 o'clock, and Su Lu and the others had just tidied up. There weren't many customers in the store yet. The 4 members of the Sun family entered the store, and Xiao Jing came over to greet them. Welcome to LV, how can I assist you? The Sun family often visited luxury stores, so their demeanor upon entering was not as awkward as that of typical workers. However, Sunny Yao usually went to Yishang City and Xintiandi, so this was her first time at Yida Plaza. We'll look around ourselves, Sunny Yao said. Sun Dad and Sun Yu went to look at shoes, while Sun Mom browsed dresses and suits. Sunny Yao thought that if Chen Shi were here shopping with her, he would definitely pay for everything. She wandered around the store casually, not particularly wanting to buy anything. At that moment, Su Lu, who was restocking a nearby shelf, caught Sunny Yao's eye. So beautiful, Sunny Yao thought to herself. There was mutual attraction between beautiful women. Su Lu also glanced at Sunny Yao a couple of times. It was the first time Chen Shi's goddesses had come into contact. She looks like that internet celebrity Yao, Su Lu thought. However, since the Sun family said they were just looking, Su Lu didn't approach to assist. Sunny Yao, on the other hand, thought this girl had such a great temperament and high looks. If she could recruit her to Tianqi Media as a host, perhaps they could create a big internet celebrity. She slowly walked towards Su Lu, who thought she might need help. Hello, is there anything I can assist you with? Beautiful, you are so pretty, Sunny Yao complimented directly. Su Lu, besides being pursued by boys, had also received plenty of compliments from girls. She immediately replied, thank you, you look great too. Are you that internet celebrity? My name is Yao, have you seen my livestream? I have. You looked amazing in Hanfu, I want to buy one to try it on. Sunny Yao said, with your looks, you would definitely have a classical beauty in Hanfu. Have you ever thought about becoming a host? I used to have some thoughts, but not anymore, Su Lu replied. Actually, I am currently a host and also manage a media company. I see your sister has such good conditions, I was thinking of inviting you to try out at our company. Chen Shi and Sunny Yao mentioned that the company could expand its staff a bit more, and if there are suitable hosts, they could be recruited, with the commission split at 60-40. Thanks, but I'm not thinking about that right now, and my boyfriend is quite petty, so he probably wouldn't agree to me being a host. Previously, when they went to Daju Island, Su Lu dressed a bit too lightly and caught the eye of that rich second-generation guy, Xuelinen, who was staring at her backside. Chen Shi was quite displeased, and later when Xuelinen commented on Su Lu's chest and rear, Chen Shi had someone pull down his pants. Su Lu also watched live streams, and the comments under beautiful female hosts were often filled with vulgar language. She thought to herself that Chen Shi definitely couldn't accept her being pointed at and discussed like that. In fact, Chen Shi wasn't that petty, otherwise, how could Sunny Yao still be streaming? While chatting with Zhang Ming, Chen Shi suddenly sneezed. It must be some goddess missing me, Chen Shi thought to himself. Sister, our boss is very capable, if he supports you, you'll definitely become popular. I was also an unknown small host before, but because of his support, I gained popularity. With popularity, the income is quite considerable. Su Lu said, you dance so well, there will be viewers for your live stream. I don't know how to do anything. You could do reviews, luxury product reviews, there are bloggers doing that too. This was true, Su Lu had some professional knowledge in this field. However, she still declined Sunny Yao. Was she someone who lacked money? Chen Shi covered all her living expenses. Oh no, she lacked one thing, she couldn't drive, so she didn't want Chen Shi to give her a car. Chen Shi had previously told her that work was meant to balance life, and there was no need to be so tired. Sulu was doing quite well working at LV, living close to the Marriott, and waking up at 9:30 every day. The colleagues in the store got along well, chatting about gossip and enjoying snacks every day. In a new environment, she might not adapt, and being a host might not be easier than being a sales assistant now. Let's forget it. I'm doing well now and haven't thought about changing jobs. Everyone has their own aspirations, and Sunny Yao didn't press her. She took out a small box from her bag, which was her business card holder. Alright, here's my business card. If you ever have any thoughts in the future, you can contact me. Sulu wasn't very interested but politely accepted the card with both hands. Over there, Sun Yu and the other two had already chosen what they wanted to buy. Sunny Yao went over to pay for them. Sun Yu bought a pair of sneakers for 8,900 yuan, Sun Dad bought a pair of leather shoes for 13,888 yuan, and Sun Mom finally bought a dress for 9,888 yuan. The family left LV in high spirits. Sulu was just about to throw the business card into the trash can when she glanced at it and saw the company name. Tianqi Media Company, Ltd. Just like my brother, it also has the character Chi in it. Sulu thought it was just a coincidence. There were many companies with similar names, and she didn't pay much attention as she tossed the card into the trash. If she had been curious and searched on Baidu, discovering that the company's legal representative was also named Chen Shi, that would have been interesting. Yulong Mansion. Chen Shi chatted with Zhang Ming for a while, and Zhang Ming subtly inquired about Chen Shi's background. However, Chen Shi gave ambiguous answers. He's so tight-lipped, he doesn't want me to know his family background, Zhang Ming thought. Zhang Xiao, it's 11:30, want to grab a bite together? I've made plans to eat with my girlfriend, let's do it next time since we live so close. Chen Shi said, alright then, let's go down together. The two went down to the first floor, and just as they stepped out of the elevator, they encountered two people in the lobby. A young man was supporting a girl in a black spaghetti strap dress as they walked towards the elevator. The girl looked a bit dazed, as if she had drunk too much, mumbling something incoherently. Name, Su Jiayi. Height, 1.67 meters. Charm level, 90. Occupation, student. Number of relationships, 0. All the conditions are met, but she's just a child, Chen Shi thought regretfully. Nowadays, influenced by the internet, girls in middle and high school dress just like those in society. Without checking her ID, one wouldn't know her age. If someone said she was 20, Chen Shi would believe it. Although she was a goddess he could pursue, he still couldn't bring himself to approach a child. Let's strive to be law-abiding and good citizens. Hello, young Master Wu, Zhang Ming greeted the young man. Zhang Ming, what brings you to Building 8? Wu Qian asked. Just visiting a friend's place, Zhang Ming replied. Wu Qian glanced at Chen Shi but didn't pay much attention. Help me, Su Jiayi's unclear words reached Chen Shi through her thoughts. She's not doing this willingly? Chen Shi thought. He had assumed this child was willingly throwing herself at a rich second-generation heir. Such things were quite normal. Some young girls, influenced by the internet, become materialistic at a young age, eagerly approaching rich heirs with luxury cars and mansions. There's a party later, want to join us? Wu Qian asked. No, I have things to do, Zhang Ming replied. Zhang Ming knew what kind of party Wu Qian was talking about. It involved many people, and he found that a bit hard to accept. It was fine for him to visit his sister with his girlfriend, but a gathering of people was just too open. As the four brushed past each other, Su Jiayi weakly grabbed Chen Shi's arm. He drugged me. Chen Shi heard her thoughts and glanced at Wu Qian. She's just drunk, flailing around, Wu Qian said, forcefully pulling Su Jiayi's hand down. She seems unwell, should we take her to the hospital? Chen Shi suggested. Don't worry about it, she's just drunk, Wu Qian replied. Su Jiayi seemed to have grasped a lifeline and used all her strength to say two words. Help me. Now all three heard clearly what Su Jiayi had said. They exchanged glances, and Zhang Ming spoke first. She's just talking nonsense, young Master Wu, take her upstairs to rest. Chen Shi couldn't understand Zhang Ming's mindset, pretending nothing was wrong. Let's take her to the hospital, Chen Shi insisted. Mind your own business, Wu Qian said, supporting Su Jiayi as they walked to the elevator. Zhang Ming pulled Chen Shi aside and whispered, stay out of young master's affairs, chasing girls isn't a big deal. Can't you see that girl is just a child? Chen Shi replied. I can see that. It's normal. That's Wu Qian, there are plenty of beauties chasing after him. Zhang Ming didn't know Su Jiayi had been drugged, he just thought such things were too common in the second-generation circle. Didn't you hear her shout for help? I heard, but I pretended not to. We can't afford to mess with Wu Qian. What's his background? Don't you know? From Zhang Ming's tone, it seemed Wu Qian was even more powerful, likely someone on the wealth rankings. Chen Shi asked, what's his rank? Assets of 2.5 billion, ranked 72, Zhang Ming replied. That's 7 places higher than Fang Yonghui at 79. Wu Qian was known in the circle for being a party organizer, often bringing many people together. There were also children involved, and they seemed to enjoy it. If Su Jiayi wanted to join in, even if she was a little girl, Chen Shi wouldn't interfere. He wouldn't force someone into a situation they didn't want to be in or persuade a prostitute to reform. At Yuzufang, he hadn't actively told Yao Yujie to stop being a technician. Instead, she had asked him for a job. Since Su Jiayi wasn't willingly participating in the party and had reached out to Chen Shi for help, he couldn't just stand by and watch a little girl fall into a den of vice. I want to take that girl away, Chen Shi said. Hey, just leave her alone. Chen Shi ignored Zhang Ming's advice and walked up to Wu Qian, who was about to enter the elevator. Young Master Wu, you didn't invite me to the party. Wu Qian, certain he had never seen Chen Shi before, asked, which family are you from? This was a way to inquire about Chen Shi's background. Playing with Zhang Ming, his family assets should be in the hundreds of millions. He just didn't know if he was the son of some big shot he hadn't met before. Me? I'm from 2101. Chen Shi deliberately answered off topic, but it seemed to respond to Wu Qian's question. Although Wu Qian's party was a group activity, he wouldn't invite strangers he didn't know. Get lost, Wu Qian said impatiently. Chen Shi reached out and grabbed Su Jiayi's arm. She's just a kid, right? Wu Qian turned around arrogantly and said, so what if she is? Playing with a kid, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhang Ming, your friend talks too much. Wu Qian slapped his hand away, shaking off Chen Shi's grip. Wu Qian had played with little girls before, everyone in the circle basically knew. Besides, he wasn't the only one doing it, some second-generation rich kids liked to play with kids. Wu Qian was just occasionally changing his taste. She must have been drugged. Wu Qian stared at Chen Shi. You don't know who I am, do you? I know, you're young Master Wu, ranked 72 on the Donghai wealth list. Damn it, you know, and you're still here blabbering, meddling in my business. I think you're looking for a fight. Chen Shi didn't back down, suddenly pulling Su Jiayi away. Wu Qian hadn't expected Chen Shi to snatch her. He hadn't held onto Su Jiayi too tightly just now. Are you sure you want to do this? Wu Qian said with a dark look. Zhang Ming hurriedly stepped forward. Chen Shi, what are you doing? Young Master Wu is throwing a party. Don't ruin his fun. Zhang Ming was genuinely afraid Chen Shi would offend Wu Qian and face retaliation. Is this the new little brother that Luo Kaiyang took in? Wu Qian said. No manners at all, hurry up and take him away, or I'll help Luo Kaiyang teach him a lesson. Each second generation has their own circle, and Chen Shi was part of Luo Kaiyang's. But Luo Kaiyang wouldn't cause trouble for Wu Qian over something so trivial. The effects of the drug on Su Jiayi were wearing off, and she could say more. Brother, please take me away, Su Jiayi said weakly. You heard her, she wants me to take her away. Wu Qian sneered, the girl I brought, you think she'll go with you? Are you handsome? It's quite possible I'm better looking than you, so she wants to be with me. Picking up girls depends on skill, she should decide who she goes with, right? Chen Shi said. Wu Qian laughed in anger. Who the hell is this idiot trying to steal my woman? If you dare to take her out of this building today, I won't be surnamed Wu. Wu Qian was very confident in himself. Since Chen Shi knew him, he would surely fear his strength and background. With assets of 2.5 billion, he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. In Donghai City, he was among the top tier. Zhang Ming didn't dare offend him. Luo Kaiyang wasn't in the same circle and wouldn't easily get into conflict with him. Although Luo Kaiyang was richer than Wu Qian, there were second-generation rich kids in Wu Qian's circle who were even wealthier. Chen Shi, don't get involved, Zhang Ming reminded. But Chen Shi said, what surname does young Master Wu want to change? Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Wu Qian forcefully grabbed Su Jiayi, and Chen Shi also increased his grip. The two were tugging at Su Jiayi, and the little girl couldn't withstand such torment, her face immediately showing a look of pain. Seeing this, Chen Shi suddenly let go. Wu Qian pinched Su Jiayi's face and said, you make me very unhappy. After I have my fun, I'll let others have theirs. If Chen Shi didn't save Su Jiayi, what awaited her would be a brutal and morally depraved trampling. Brother, don't go, save me. Su Jiayi looked at Chen Shi with tearful eyes, pleading. Wu Xiao, you don't want the police to come knocking at your door halfway through, do you? You motherfucker, are you threatening me? Go ahead and call the police. Chen Shi picked up his phone. You told me to call the police, remember? In front of Wu Qian, he dialed 110, the emergency number. Chen Shi was completely unpredictable, stubborn and unyielding, like a naive young man who didn't understand the ways of the world. Wu Qian didn't want to escalate the situation, forcing the kid. If he got caught, no amount of money could prevent him from spending a few years in prison. After all, There were plenty of examples of second-generation rich kids and celebrities who had forced others into jail time. Very good, very good. I remember you now. Your name is Chen Qi, right? Wu Qian pushed Su Jiayi over, and Chen Qi caught her, immediately hanging up the call he had just connected. At that moment, a few people came out of the elevator, looking like Wu Qian's underlings. Wu Xiao, weren't you supposed to bring a girl? Shut up! Wu Qian glared at Chen Qi, who was walking out. Go, follow him, find out where he comes from. I want to know his family background, family members, if he has a girlfriend, get as much detail as possible. In this civilized society with a sound legal system, wealthy people could always find loopholes in the law. There was a naive young man whose family ran a small company, who didn't know Wu Qian and accidentally offended him in a bar. Wu Qian forcibly took the woman he wanted. As a result, Wu Qian spent 500,000 to hire a vagrant, got him a second-hand car worth several tens of thousands, and had him crash into that naive young man. The young man didn't die but ended up with broken legs, lying in the hospital for half a year. Wu Qian was the type to repay every slight, extremely narrow-minded, and had a strong desire for revenge, and he had the means to do so. Chen Qi actually gave him no face at all and even threatened him. How could Wu Qian let him off the hook? If Wu Qian found out that Chen Qi had no background and wasn't strong, he wouldn't mind creating another accidental car crash. By the parking lot, Zhang Ming said worriedly, Chen Qi, I've told you, you can't mess with Wu Qian. Why did you provoke him? Throwing a party and playing with girls is completely normal in the second-generation circle. Why do you have to meddle in this? Zhang Xiao, we just can't stand by and watch. Drugging a girl is a crime, right? Zhang Ming said, you don't know how ruthless Wu Qian can be. If he wants to use his connections to sabotage your company, that's a small matter. I'm just afraid of personal harm. Sabotaging the company wasn't a concern. Other people's companies were their lifelines for making money, while Chen Qi's lifeline was his soft power. As long as he developed well with the goddess, the company wouldn't have to worry about a cash flow crisis. As for personal attacks, as long as Wu Qian dared to make a move, he would definitely retaliate, and it would be a super retaliation. It's just revenge, it's nothing, Chen Qi said. Zhang Ming waved his hand, forget it, I won't interfere with you. If something really happens, you can go ask Luo Xiao to mediate. The two underlings following Chen Qi saw him get into a phantom. This kid is quite capable, I just drive a Bentley. What's so strange about that? Living in Yulong Mansion, driving a big Rolls is normal. Some owners in Yulong Mansion had sports cars that were fully imported. The car price might not be as high as the Phantom, but with import tariffs and consumption taxes, the final price was not cheaper than the Phantom. Chen Qi placed Su Jiayi in the back seat, buckled her seatbelt, and then drove to a nearby hospital. Big brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened. After the blood test, Su Jiayi's condition had mostly recovered, and the effects of the drug had worn off. She had originally gone out shopping with classmates and met Wu Qian while buying milk tea at the mall. As soon as Wu Qian saw Su Jiayi, he took an interest and insisted on treating them to milk tea. Before handing the milk tea to Su Jiayi, he had drugged it. As long as you're okay, call your family to come pick you up. I've already called my family. Su Jiayi didn't dare to tell her parents about this, so she contacted her brother to come over. Soon, a young man arrived at the hospital, looking somewhat similar to Su Jiayi. Su Jiawo was only 3 years older than Su Jiayi and had just started college. Jiayi, how did you end up in the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, brother, I just got heatstroke while shopping. While at Yulong Mansion, Su Jiayi had overheard the conversation between Chen Qi and the others and knew that Wu Qian was someone on the Donghai wealth list. Such a big shot was not someone her family could afford to offend, so she chose to keep this matter hidden. Hearing that it was just heatstroke, Su Jiawa felt relieved. Next time, don't go out during the day, come out in the evening when it's cooler. Fortunately, this big brother drove me to the hospital and even paid for the medical expenses. Su Jiawa glanced at Chen Qi, who had an impressive aura and was likely a business elite. Big brother, can you give me your payment code? I'll transfer you the money. No need, it's just a small amount. Seeing Su Jiayi's family had arrived, Chen Qi left the hospital. Su Jiawa stared at Chen Qi's back, deep in thought. Brother, what are you looking at? Him, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, his hairstyle seems familiar. Is he a senior from your school? Su Jiayi asked. Although Chen Qi was still young, he didn't have any student-like demeanor, which caught Su Jiawa's attention. He took out his phone and opened Douyin, searching through the videos he had liked. After a while, Su Jiawa clicked on a video he had liked about 10 days ago. He handed the phone to Su Jiayi, and they both started watching. In the video, at the entrance of Yulong Internet Cafe, there were 2 men and 1 woman, with 2 luxury cars, a Porsche 911 and a Maybach. do you see this guy in the video? Is it him? Although it was night, the internet cafe's entrance was well lit, and Chen Shi's hairstyle, reminiscent of Takeshi Kaneshiro, was easy to identify. Su Jie paused the video and looked closely. It's the big brother from earlier. Wait a minute, Su Jiehua said, you noticed it too, right? Isn't that the big sister next to him? I can't be mistaken, right? You're not mistaken, it's definitely the big sister. This video has been circulating in school for a while. I checked, and I'm 100% sure it's the big sister. He drove you to the hospital earlier, it was the Maybach, right? Su Jiehua asked. Su Jie shook her head, no, it was a Rolls-Royce. What? Are you kidding me? What kind of big shot is the big sister's boyfriend? Su Jiehua was stunned. The big sister they were talking about was their half-sister, Su Tian. Su Tian had just started kindergarten when their father divorced their mother, and Su Jiehua was born 3 years later. He was now also studying at Donghai Business College and would be entering his sophomore year after the summer break. Su Tian had a general relationship with her younger siblings and didn't often keep in touch. When they were young, their father would bring the younger siblings to visit Su Tian, and the three children would play together for a while. Su Jie was 6 years younger than Su Tian and used to be a snotty child, following Su Tian around calling her sister. How do you know she's the big sister's boyfriend? I guess it's highly likely, Su Jiehua said. Why not ask the big sister? The siblings walked to the parking lot, and Su Jiehua drove a Mercedes-AMG GT out of the hospital. This car was priced between 900,000 to over 1.3 million, giving him quite a presence at school. It was evident that the Su family was doing well. Their father, a young playboy in his youth, hadn't squandered the family fortune yet. Chen Shi returned to the company just in time for lunch break, with some employees ordering takeout while others went out to eat. Su Tian had a membership for the entire street downstairs, and she was currently taking the newly hired Zhou Ningning to eat jiangxi stir-fry. Tian, what's today's afternoon tea? The free lunch was not yet finished, but Zhou Ningning was already thinking about the free afternoon tea, as if free things were always a bit tastier. The administration department changes it up every day. They say it's to keep things fresh. You'll know by 3 o'clock. Isn't Chen Shi often not in the office? He's very busy, managing other companies too, Su Tian said. You really are lucky, finding such a capable and handsome boyfriend. We're not even officially a couple yet. What's the difference? You're just one step away from breaking the ice. Su Tian said, the Wang Xiao I introduced to you isn't bad either. His family is wealthy and he isn't that busy. Being busy is good, it means he earns money for you to spend. Zhou Ningning said this, but if her boyfriend were busy all the time and hard to see, she would probably have a different opinion. At that moment, Su Tian's WeChat notification popped up. It was her not-so-close sister, Su Jie. Sister, do you have a boyfriend now? No, why? Brother said you have a boyfriend, he saw you on Douyin. Su Jie sent a video, which was of Su Tian and Chen Shi being filmed at the entrance of the Yulong Internet Cafe. Su Tian opened it and found it quite interesting. Their first meeting, which she hadn't recorded, had been captured by someone else. She saved the video. Still not officially a couple. Sister, I ran into your boyfriend today, he's super nice and helped me a lot. You could say he's my lifesaver. What happened? Nothing. Su Jie realized she had said too much. She hadn't wanted her family to know about this, not even Su Jiashao. The little girl was still innocent, her mouth too loose. In the Human Resources Manager's office, Shin Tian sat helplessly watching Chen Shi eat a chicken leg. He had ordered KFC, and just as he opened the takeout, Chen Shi walked in. Before he could eat, Chen Shi had already started. Did you not have lunch? No, I had something to do at noon. Don't just watch, eat together. Chen Tian said, forget it, I'll order another one. You know, it's been a while since I've had this, it's still nice to have it occasionally. When Su Tian returned to the company, she happened to run into Chen Tian coming out to get his second takeout. Brother Tian, did the takeout just arrive? It arrived early, the boss ate the first one. Did the boss come? Yes, he's in my office. Want to come sit for a bit? Su Tian was just about to ask Chen Shi what had happened with Su Jie today. Tian, just in time, come have a chicken wing, Chen Shi said. I'm full. Su Tian sat down on the sofa. Brother, did you run into a little girl this morning, a high school student? How did you know? Chen Shi slowed down his eating. She's my sister, she told me she ran into you today. Your sister? The chicken leg paused at his mouth, as if frozen. Wow, what a coincidence. Su Jie is actually Su Tian's sister? But wait, isn't she an only child? They don't look alike at all. Chen Shi was quite surprised and put the chicken leg back down. Tian, you have a sister? I never heard you mention it. She's my half-sister, born from my dad's second wife. I also have a younger brother. That made sense. The boy who picked up Su Jie from the hospital was Su Tian's brother. Wait, how does she know me? It should be from this video. Su Tian showed the saved video to Chun Shi. Chun Shi had no idea that they had been filmed that day at the Yulong Internet Cafe. Brother, my sister said you saved her today, you're her lifesaver. What happened today? Su Tian asked. It seemed that Su Jie hadn't told Su Tian that she had been drugged. Since she wanted to keep it a secret, Chun Shi also didn't want Su Tian to worry, so he said, she got heatstroke while shopping, and I ran into her and took her to the hospital. Oh, I see. Chen Shi was now a bit curious about how good-looking Su Tian's dad was, considering all three of his children were so attractive. Both girls had a charm level above 90. Your brother looks like a high school student too, Chen Shi remarked. He's in college, at the same school as me. While they were chatting, Chen Shi received a message from Li Ting. Baby, are you free recently? My parents want to invite you over for a meal. Meeting the parents was something Chen Shi wasn't particularly keen on, but a meal could potentially lead to some benefits. He wiped his hands and replied to Li Ting. Sure. When are you free? I'll let my parents know. Instead of picking a date, Chen Shi replied, how about tonight? I happen to be free. Tonight? Is that inconvenient? No, then see you tonight. Li Ting immediately switched to another chat window and sent a message in the family group. Emergency. Chen Shi is coming over for dinner tonight. Tonight? We don't have any food at home. We can't just cook noodles for him, can we? The house isn't even clean. How about we book a table at a hotel? Li Ting thought for a moment. Eating out at a fancy hotel would be too extravagant. Chen Shi could easily spend tens of thousands on a meal. He had probably eaten at every high-end restaurant. It was better to cook at home and create a different atmosphere. Mom and Dad, take the afternoon off and hurry home to prepare. Dad will clean the house, and Mom and I will go buy groceries. Most ordinary sons-in-law wouldn't require such a grand reception, taking half a day off to prepare. But Chen Shi was different. He was a big boss, a golden son-in-law. The three members of the Li family took time off and got busy. After finishing lunch, Chen Shi rested in the office for a while. Around 2 o'clock, he drove to Yida Plaza. This wasn't the first time he met Li Dad and Li Mom. He had previously visited Li Ting's house without bringing any decent gifts. Now he planned to buy some valuable gifts for the meeting. At Chow Tai Fook, Chen Shi simply bought a few pieces of gold jewelry for Li Mom, which cost over 120,000. What should I get for her dad? Chen Shi thought. How about a watch? Soon, he arrived on the third floor and headed to the LV counter. Instead of going to a brand store that specializes in watches, he chose LV, which also sold watches at a similar high price. Buying at LV would also allow Su Lu to earn some commission. Su Lu was pleasantly surprised to see Chen Shi. Brother, why didn't you say you were coming? What, not welcome? No, I mean I was just so happy to see you suddenly. In front of Xiao Jing and Sister Zhang, Su Lu hugged Chen Shi and gave him a kiss. Su Lu felt that her feelings for Chen Shi could be described as missing him like a year apart. Couples in love want to stick together every day, but Chen Shi was too busy. Su Lu didn't want to be an unreasonable girlfriend, constantly clinging to him. Did you miss me, brother? Of course, I definitely missed my little treasure, Lulu. Su Lu felt happy hearing those sweet words. Lulu, show me the watches. Are you going to wear one yourself? Su Lu had noticed long ago that Chen Shi rarely wore watches or jewelry. Most trendy guys or rich second-generation youths wore all sorts of flashy accessories, but Chen Shi was clean and wore nothing. Of course, when he was with her, he didn't wear anything, but sometimes he would wear the bracelet she gave him when he was with Sunny Yao. It's for an elder, Chen Shi said. Brother, it seems like you've never worn a watch. Do you not like wearing one? Chen Shi naturally couldn't say he didn't like it. If Su Lu wanted to give him a watch and he said he didn't like it, then there would be nothing to wear. I haven't seen any watches I like recently. The ones I had before I've grown tired of, and I haven't worn them at home. I see. Brother, should I get one for a male elder or a female elder? For a male elder. The two of them looked at the watches while holding hands and chatting. Brother, someone invited me to be a streamer this morning. Really? That's quite normal. Our Lulu is so beautiful. It's not surprising that a talent scout would want to recruit you to be a star. Su Lu laughed. I didn't agree. Being a streamer isn't necessarily easier than my current job. And besides, I don't lack money. We don't look like people who lack money. As long as the work is satisfying, there's no need to chase after high salaries, Chen Shi said. So I declined her. But I actually have a good impression of that company from its name. Chen Shi asked, what company? Because it has the same character as your name. It's called Tianqi Media. Right, Tianqi Media. Su Lu recalled the name on the business card. Chen Shi was stunned. Wasn't that his company? Who was trying to poach people outside? Didn't recruitment apps work anymore? Sulu continued, the person who invited me is a web celebrity with 1 million followers. Brother might have seen her live stream. Without needing to mention her name, just hearing a web celebrity with 1 million followers made Chen-Chi realize who it was. Besides Sunny Yao, there was no other streamer with 1 million followers at Tianchi Media. Chen-Chi pretended to ask, which web celebrity? Yao Yao isn't sexy, that's her online name. It's her, I've seen her, she's a rising star. Didn't you add her on WeChat? Having more web celebrities in your friend list could be quite interesting. Sulu shook her head, I'm not interested in being a streamer. She gave me a business card, saying I could contact her if I had any ideas in the future, and I threw it away. Chen-Chi secretly felt relieved, good job throwing it away. If she had added her on WeChat, both goddesses would have official photos in their friend circles. If they saw each other, that would be the end. This guy's girlfriend is really not bad. How do you know it's a girlfriend? It could be a mistress. I've played with this kind of salesgirl before, just give them some money, and their buttocks will be high. Wu Chen's 2 little brothers followed Chen-Chi to Yida Plaza. That's enough, we're not private detectives. Now that we know his company and girl, we can report back to young Master Wu. These 2 young men, although they were Wu Qian's lackeys, had family assets exceeding 100 million. In Wu Qian's circle, they were followers, but in their own small circle, they were core figures. They had little patience for this kind of stalking, it was boring and exhausting. From a Tianchi clothing store, they could trace back to Chen-Chi's other 2 companies. The legal representatives of all 3 companies were Chen-Chi. After hearing his little brother's report, Wu Qian fiercely groped the woman in his arms. Damn, I thought he was someone important, turns out he's just a little loser. 3 small broken companies, and he dares to challenge me. I want him to know the consequences of offending me. Young Master Wu, is it possible that his family just gave him a little money to practice? After all, those who drive phantoms and live in Yulong Mansion can't possibly come from families that run small companies, the little brother said. Wu Qian cursed, damn, can't I afford a big Rolex? Driving a phantom is nothing. Wu Qian owned a fully imported McLaren, worth over 20 million, much more expensive than a phantom. He figured Chen-Chi's family was probably similar to Zhang Ming's, with assets of just a few hundred million. At this level, he didn't take it seriously. Chen-Chi had already chosen an 180,000 yuan watch and was driving back to the company. As soon as he entered the office, Su Tian sent him a message. Brother, are you in the office? Yes, what's up? I just designed 2 new products and want you to take a look. You, an intern, are working so hard, the other colleagues might not like you. Hearing Manager Lu say that Su Tian was very serious, he couldn't tell if it was true or if Manager Lu was just saying nice things because he knew about Chen-Chi and Su Tian's relationship. Chen-Chi sat in the boss's chair, taking a sip from a thermos cup that had lost its paint. Su Tian knocked on the door from outside. Mr. Chen, come in. Su Tian entered with a canvas bag, which was clearly designed and made by her. It even had her initials, TT, embroidered on it. Tian, while others are slacking off at work, you're so serious. Aren't you afraid of tiring yourself out? Not at all. Brother, please take a look at these 2 t-shirts. Su Tian took out 2 t-shirts from the canvas bag, one black and one white. The black one is pure cotton, and the white one is linen. Chen-Chi touched them, the texture was nice, and the material was good. These 2 have national style patterns, they look pretty good, Chen-Chi said. The black one had white clouds embroidered on the chest, while the white linen one had green bamboo and a white crane embroidered on the lower left corner. Yes, the new Chinese style is trending towards national fashion, so I tried designing a bit, Su Tian said. You should really show these to Manager Lu, he's more professional than I am. Su Tian replied, actually, these 2 are not the company's new products. In fact, I designed them for you, from sourcing the fabric to cutting and embroidery, I did it all myself. Chen-Chi was surprised, this was something he hadn't expected. Su Tian's favorability was only over 50, but her dedication to Chen-Chi seemed greater than that of other goddesses. During middle and high school, it was popular for girls to knit scarves for their boyfriends as a sign of affection. Even if the scarf was ugly, the boyfriends would wear it happily around their necks. Su Tian directly made clothes for Chen-Chi by hand, and they turned out quite well. This was thanks to her diligent studies in school and her strong skills in her major. They look really good, and the fit and size seem just right for me. How did you know my size? Su Tian said, when we were on a date, I was close to you, and I could roughly measure it with my eyes. Oh, you have that skill, using your eyes as a measuring tool. It's not really a skill, practice makes perfect. Many experienced tailors can do it too. Brother, try it on and see if my estimated size is off. If it doesn't fit, I'll make adjustments. Chen-Chi said, alright, I'll give it a try. Right in front of Su Tian, he started to take off his LV short-sleeve shirt. Su Tian turned her head shyly, not daring to look at Chen Shi's half-naked body. Still shy? It's quite normal for a designer to see half-naked models, Chen Shi said. Su Tian was caught off guard by his words, turning her head to look at him, her face slightly flushed. That's different. How is it different? Models are models, brother. It's just not the same. I don't like models. Chen Shi heard her thoughts and smiled. You must like me, so you don't dare to look at me. No way, I'm looking. Su Tian widened her eyes, watching Chen Shi put on clothes to cover her inner tension. It fits well, your estimation is very accurate. The linen fabric is also very comfortable and breathable. Earn 600 soft meal coins, cashback of 6 million huaxia coins. I'm glad you like it, let's try the other one. I like it a lot. I'll wear it today. Chen Shi heard the cashback notification and was surprised that these 2 t-shirts were so valuable. Just now, Su Tian said the clothes were a gift for him, and Chen Shi was thinking about how much they might cost. But since these clothes were designed and made by her, he couldn't find similar items online to estimate a price. Soft Master is mighty. It seemed that Soft Master had priced these 2 t-shirts according to the market prices of trendy brands. The Li-Ning clothes Chen Shi wore before were just over 100, and the quality was decent. Some co-branded styles with celebrities could sell for over 200 or even 300. There were also celebrity-owned trendy brand stores, which were quite conscientious, never scamming the poor, only the delusional fans. With a cost of just a few dozen, as long as it was claimed to be self-designed, they could sell for 400 or 500, and fans would rush to buy. As for Su Tian's 2 t-shirts, aside from the fabric not being woven by her, everything else was independently made. Just the embroidery on the clothes required a lot of effort to complete. Selling for 300 each was still a bit cheaper compared to trendy brands. Who knows, if Su Tian becomes famous in the future and makes clothes for Chen Shi, would Soft Master raise the price? Soft Master, will that happen? We'll talk about it when she becomes famous, Soft Master replied. That means there's hope. It's known that famous designers can sell even a t-shirt for thousands, and jackets or suits would be even more expensive. Just look at the prices of LV and Hermes to understand. If Su Tian becomes famous in the future and makes a set of clothes for Chen Shi, it might even reach tens of thousands. Why don't these 2 clothes have our Su De Designers logo? Usually, bought clothes have a wash label on the collar or hem, detailing the materials and washing instructions. Su Tian walked over, flipped up the left sleeve, revealing 2 letters TT embroidered in light yellow thread. It's right here, Su Tian smiled. Sweet brand anti-counterfeiting label, Chen Shi said. Honestly, it's even more comfortable than LV, he added. When did you make these clothes, sweet? Last Thursday, when I went with Supervisor Gao to buy fabric, I bought some for myself. After work, I did a bit of private sewing on the company's machine. I finished the embroidery part at home, Su Tian said. This thoughtfulness is worth more than these 2 clothes, Chen Shi remarked. Su Tian's actions would likely be criticized by her peers on Zaya Hongshu, accused of being love-brained. Chen Shi was wearing a white linen t-shirt and hadn't taken it off. Su Tian happily folded his LV t-shirt. Regardless of whether this was flattery, Su Tian felt delighted to hear it. Moreover, Chen Shi looked quite fond of the clothes he was wearing. That was enough. Her 3 days of hard work at home were worth it. Not long after Su Tian left the office, Chen Tian sneaked in again. Shi, you're driving the Phantom today. Yeah, what's up? Can you lend me your Ferrari? Why would you want to borrow a car? Are you trying to pick up girls again? This time it's for a proper job, Chen Tian explained. It's someone from our building, and I really like her. Just let me use your car for a bit, and in a few days, I'll buy a Benz. In their office building, Chen Shi had been working for over 2 years and had indeed seen quite a few attractive girls. If it was a serious office worker, it wouldn't be a problem for Chen Tian to date her. I have no problem lending you the car, but if you use the Ferrari to pick up girls, their expectations of you will be too high. By the time you drive a Benz, she might feel a sense of disappointment. You might as well drive your Leiling. With your salary, you're already above 95% of office workers in Donghai. You shouldn't need a car to boost your confidence, Chen Shi said. Chen Tian nodded. I know, but this might work for an average office girl. But that girl probably won't be impressed, he added. Why do you say that? Chen Shi asked. I inquired at noon. She is the finance officer of the design company on the 9th floor. Isn't she just an ordinary office worker then? Chen Tian waved his hand. Her dad is the boss of the design company. She drives a Porsche 718 herself. How could she even glance at my Levin? Have you ever heard that saying? Chen Shi asked. What saying? Sometimes, if someone likes you, just a moment is enough. It's not that they don't have feelings for you, it's that you don't drive a Porsche. You give me a monthly salary of 50,000, which is indeed impressive. But I can't just meet a girl and say, I earn 50,000 a month, that would be too low-key, right? I still need some external things to speak for me, like a sports car. The words may be rough, but the logic is sound. Some girls are indeed superficial and care about material things. If you drive 11, she might not even get in the car. Most people would say, cars and wives are not to be borrowed, because a car accident and the repair costs can easily create conflicts among friends. However, for Chen-Chi, a car is just a toy, merely a means of transportation. He wouldn't feel heartbroken if it got damaged. The boss's daughter, well, she should drive a better car, Chen-Chi said. Yeah. Then you should go to the Ferrari dealership at 4 o'clock. Isn't the car at home? Channy Tian asked. I took it for repairs a few days ago. It just got fixed today. Huh? Did you crash it? Nothing happened. I'll let the shop know. You can just go drive it. The car is yours. Whether you can win her over depends on you. Got it. Chenny Tian pursuing a rich girl didn't bother Chen-Chi. If it were in the past, he would have told him not to dream too big. But now, Chenny Tian also earns $1 million a year, which is higher than the income of some small company bosses. Pursuing the young lady from the design company downstairs is well within his qualifications. It's not like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Chenny Tian left the office feeling satisfied, and after work, he had the courage to ask that girl out. He didn't know that while he was happy now, there would be tears later. Chen-Chi sent a message to Li Ting, telling her he would pick her up after work. Baby, I got off work early this afternoon, no need to pick me up, just come to my house. The three members of the Li family were busy. Li Ma was putting her lifelong skills to use. She was preparing this meal with more seriousness than the New Year's Eve dinner. Li Ba was wiping windows and floors, sweating profusely, even with the air conditioning on. Their old community had been lived in for some years, and no matter how much they scrubbed the tiles, they couldn't make them shine. Li Ba couldn't keep going, so he sat down for a while. Old Li, have you wiped the table and the sofa? Li Ma shouted. I've wiped them, done it twice. Li Ting was tidying up the scattered items in the living room. Their home didn't have much storage space, so there were many odds and ends on the cabinets and tables. At 5:30, Chen-Chi had already arrived at Li Ting's community. He gave a bribe to the security guard and smoothly drove into the neighborhood. After parking, when he took things out of the trunk, every resident passing by had to take a few glances at the car. When did such an impressive luxury car come to this old community? To the men, this was their dream car, or you could say, a car for chasing girls. Just driving this car to pursue girls was basically a guaranteed success. Chen-Chi stopped for a moment, and several girls who had just gotten off work came over to strike up a conversation with him. Handsome, can I borrow the mirror in your car to touch up my makeup? Handsome, is this a Cullinan? Handsome, can we add each other on WeChat? Ha, why is there a guy here? Chen-Chi thought to himself. Chen-Chi smiled, sorry, the car isn't mine, I'm just the driver. TCH, just a driver, huh? Upon hearing this, the girls dispersed. However, one guy seemed to be attracted not to the car but to Chen-Chi's handsome looks. Such a handsome driver, that's also good, the guy said. Roll, I'm going to hit you. Chen-Chi was speechless. He led the gifts upstairs. He had been to Li Ting's house twice before and relied on his memory to reach the door. He knocked, and soon, Li Ting opened the door. Baby, you're here. Li Ting's face was full of joy. Li Dad had just finished showering and changed his clothes, greeting him with a smile. Chen-Chi, you could have just come without bringing anything. Chen-Chi changed his shoes and walked into the living room with the gifts. Chen-Chi, have a seat, Auntie will get you some fruit first. When he came before, Li Dad and Li Mom weren't this enthusiastic, and he had been quite nervous then. Now the roles had reversed. Li Dad and Li Mom were the ones feeling anxious, afraid they wouldn't host this golden son-in-law well. Chen-Chi calmly said, Auntie, no rush on the fruit, I brought you a little gift, see if you like it. What gift? You shouldn't have spent so much, Li Mom said politely. 3 months ago, when Chen-Chi came, he brought some milk and fruit, and Li Mom didn't say much, just set them aside. This time, she was staring at Chen-Chi's shopping bag, which was covered in big brand logos, Chow Tai Fook, LV, Hermes. Auntie, this is for you. Chen-Chi handed the Chow Tai Fook shopping bag to Li Mom. Uncle, this is for you. He gave the LV shopping bag to Li Dad. Li Ting felt extremely satisfied, thinking her boyfriend was so impressive, giving her parents big brands. It brought her pride as a daughter. Ting Ting, this is yours. Do I have one too? Li Ting smiled. Of course, how could I forget you? At that moment, Li Ting's 2 cats came over, wagging their tails. Spicy strips and fish balls, I forgot to buy you gifts. I'll get you some canned food next time, Chen-Chi said. The 2 cats meowed and walked away. Li Ting patted their backs, it's hilarious, they really seem to understand. The three opened the shopping bags, with Li Mom having the most items, containing several boxes. Li Dad had just a small box, and Li Ting had a black cloth bag. Li Mom's hands trembled more as she took things out. She thought Chun Shi would just give one as a token, but she pulled out 6 boxes of various sizes in succession. Chow Tai Fook's gold jewelry isn't cheap. How much did this cost? Li Mom thought to herself. She opened each box, and the gold jewelry dazzled her eyes. Li Dad saw the LV watch in the box. It looked expensive, but with his experience, he couldn't guess the price. Chen Shi, does LV still sell watches? Yes, uncle, see if you like it, Chen Shi replied. I like it, this must cost a lot. Li Dad examined the watch from all angles. Not expensive, my friend works at LV, after the discount, it was just over 180,000. Just? Li Dad almost bit his tongue. He was an accountant in a factory with a salary of 10,000. He never imagined he could wear a watch worth 180,000, that was several thousand more than his car. The shock continued. Li Mom couldn't put down each piece of gold jewelry, examining them closely. With her experience, she could roughly estimate their weight. Just the weight of these 6 pieces of gold jewelry was at least over 100,000, not counting the craftsmanship. Is he here to propose? Li Mom thought. In Donghai City, the customary wedding gifts of gold would only amount to about 50,000 to 60,000. Chen Shi was just here for a meal, and he had already given over 100,000 worth of gold jewelry as a meeting gift. It was too extravagant. Li Ting opened the black Hermes cloth bag, revealing a king green crossbody bag. Li Ting exclaimed in surprise, a Kelly bag. They couldn't estimate the exact price of Li Dad and Li Mom's gifts, but Li Ting recognized this one. Li Ting was a heavy user of Douyin and had previously watched luxury brand reviews, but she only watched for fun, knowing she couldn't afford them. Now with the suddenly wealthy Chen Shi, she was seriously watching bag reviews and maintenance. She cherished the Hermes and Chanel items she had bought before like treasures. This crocodile leather king green Kelly bag, she had just seen last week. It was priced at 385,000, even more expensive than the 280,000 won Chen Shi had given her last time. The gift Chen Shi brought for the Li family today could buy them half a house. Li Ting excitedly kissed Chen Shi's cheek in front of her parents. Li Ting's favorability +3, current 73, baby, you are so good to me. By the way, there are some clothes and shoes in the car, I had to buy matching items to get this bag, so I just picked a few random ones. Li Ting had shopped at Hermes before and knew what matching items meant. To buy this Kelly bag, one had to purchase other items worth more than the bag itself to qualify for the purchase. This meant that there were at least 400,000 worth of clothes and shoes in Chen Shi's car. Li Ting's favorability +2, current 75, hearing the favorability increase, Chen Shi thought, I won't give such expensive gifts next time. Li Ting's cashback included 617 for Japanese food +3,800 for a Spider-Man figurine +1 for tissues +680 for facial cleanser +52 for a designated driver, totaling only 5,150,000, which couldn't compare to Su Lu and Sunny Yao. This amount, when doubled as cashback later, felt like a loss. I like everything you picked, baby. Li Ting's face blossomed with a smile. There are quite a few items, uncle, let's go get them. Okay, I'll go with you. Taking advantage of the moment when Chen Shi and Li Dad went out, Li Mom finally sighed in relief and said, Ting Ting, this is incredible, the Chow Tai Fook gift from Chen Shi is at least over 100,000. Mom, don't worry about your Chow Tai Fook, guess how much this bag costs? Last time, Li Ting had told her mom about the Hermes brand, which was extremely expensive, with the previous bag costing 280,000. This one couldn't be any less. 300,000? 385,000. The clothes and shoes downstairs are at least 400,000. Li Ting said excitedly. Li Mom's heart raced, the things he gave our family today must be over $1 million. This is enough for several wedding banquets. Mom, what are you talking about? Li Mom glanced at the kitchen and quickly said, we don't have enough dishes. We need to add more. For tonight's dinner with 4 people, Li Mom had prepared 5 dishes and a soup, all substantial. They even bought Australian lobster, which they usually wouldn't splurge on during the new year, but it still felt a bit inferior compared to Chen Shi's gifts. Chen Shi, is this your car? Li Dad looked at the Rolls-Royce in astonishment. He had heard from Li Ting that Chen Shi drove a Ferrari and also had a Rolls-Royce. Yes, it's my car. Uncle, do you want to take it for a spin? Li Dad quickly waved his hand. He wouldn't dare drive a car worth over 10 million. Just sitting in it was enough pressure. The more he looked at this son-in-law, the more he liked him. When Chen Shi and Li Dad came back with the items, Li Mom called Li Dad aside. Old Li, hurry to the market and buy some East Star grouper, king crab, and 9-section shrimp. Didn't we already buy sea bass? Sea bass isn't impressive enough, hurry up. Li Dad thought about it. They had already received in 180,000 watch, so they had to treat with East Star Grouper at least. Ting Ting, cut some fruit for Chin Shi, and we need a few more dishes. Dinner is at 7. Auntie, you don't need to cook so much. Yes, you rarely come, so you must eat well. Li Ting smiled. Are you hungry, baby? Not really, just a little. Li Ting checked the time. It was only a little past 5:40. How about we go downstairs for a stroll? You said you really liked the takoyaki place downstairs. Li Mom said, yes, you two go for a walk, dinner is still early. Li Ting took Chen Shi downstairs, and as they exited the community, they saw the Phantom. Baby, is this yours? Yes, I told you last time, the Ferrari isn't comfortable, the Phantom is much better to sit in. During the 2 meetings with Li Ting, Chen Shi drove a Ferrari, as his Phantom was being repaired at the shop. Can you take me for a drive tonight, baby? No problem. Although Li Ting's neighborhood was a bit old, it had a lively atmosphere with many street vendors. Chen Shi had come here twice before and found the street food delicious. Baby, do you still eat street food? Li Ting asked. Although Chen Shi had only been wealthy for less than a month, one would think his tastes wouldn't change much. However, Li Ting was still a bit worried. He just didn't want to sit upstairs and wanted to come down for a casual stroll. Of course I eat. That octopus ball stall has really good flavors. You can tell the ingredients are fresh, clean, and hygienic. When I first came over, I wanted to buy some, but parking was a hassle. Li Ting laughed. What do you mean clean and hygienic? It's not like we're in India. The taste is indeed good, but when I asked during my walk yesterday, they actually raised the prices. Now it's 10 yuan for a portion. Chen Shi said, really? Did they increase the quantity or improve the recipe? I didn't ask. Let's buy a portion and try it, Li Ting replied. The two walked to the octopus ball stall. Boss, one small portion, please, Li Ting said. It was almost mealtime, and they were just coming down to satisfy their cravings, not wanting to eat too much, or they wouldn't have room for the big dinner later. Li Ting took the initiative to scan the code and pay. In the past, she would never have paid for such small stalls or snacks. All food expenses were covered by Chen Shi. Now, without Chen Shi needing to say anything, her attitude changed naturally due to their different social standings. Earn 10 soft meal coins, cashback of 100,000 huaxia coins for a small stall. 10 yuan for just 6 balls was a bit pricey. Chen Shi chatted idly with the boss. Boss, why did the prices go up? The raw materials have increased in price. There's nothing we can do. With a 2 yuan increase, Chen Shi had made an extra 20,000 on his side. Boss, add more wood fish flakes, Li Ting said. Sure thing. Chen Shi replied. You still remember I like wood fish flakes. He had casually mentioned it the last time they ate octopus balls together. Those wood fish flakes, which looked like wood shavings, were quite tasty. Some of Chen Shi's preferences had actually shown during his time with Li Ting. But at that time, Li Ting had placed herself in a higher position, while Chen Shi was in a lower one. Even if she knew his preferences, she didn't care. Of course I remember, Li Ting said. Soon, the boss handed over the octopus balls. Li Ting took one in her hand and offered it to Chen Shi with a bamboo skewer. Baby, give it a try. Wow, the first one is for me? What treatment, what status, Chen Shi joked. In the past, if she didn't get the first bite, Li Ting would definitely show a displeased face. Perhaps Li Ting thought about how she had treated Chen Shi before, so she laughed to cover the awkwardness. From now on, the first bite will always be for baby. With 6 balls, 3 each, they finished in a minute. The two continued to stroll leisurely, and the streetlights along the road lit up. After the sunset, the temperature dropped slightly. Hand in hand, they walked to a cool noodle stall. Seeing such refreshing snacks in summer always made one's mouth water. Baby, let's buy a bowl to share. After wandering a bit more, we can head back for dinner. After just 3 octopus balls, Chen Shi felt nothing at all. With Li Ting treating, and the cashback, he could eat from one end of the street to the other. Moreover, Chen Shi believed that as long as he asked, Li Ting would definitely buy it. Street food was cheap, and even if she bought everything, she wouldn't mind. With his status, a casual hint to the goddesses about a gift worth 10 or 20,000 would likely have them eagerly bringing it to him. Chen Shi's cashback could immediately amount to hundreds of millions. But he couldn't speak up. Soft Master wouldn't allow it. Eat less, save some room for your mom's big meal. Boss, I'll have a small bowl of cold noodles. 5 yuan a bowl. Do you want any condiments? Less spicy, my boyfriend can't handle spicy, Li Ting said. Li Ting scanned the payment code, and Chen Shi received the cashback. Gained 5 soft rice coins, cashback 50,000 huaxia coins. The lady selling cold noodles smiled and said, young man, your girlfriend is really thoughtful. Of course, with a girlfriend like this, I'm so happy, Chen Shi replied. Baby, don't tease me. Grandma, he treats me 100 times better than I treat him. the best boyfriend in the world, Li Ting praised. The lady was mixing the condiments when a little boy beside her blinked and said, "Grandma, I want an ice pop." The lady saw her grandson barefoot and scolded him. "Put your shoes on, you've already had 2 this afternoon. If you eat more, you'll get a stomachache." From her accent, the lady seemed to be from Yunnan or Sichuan. Chen Shi looked at the stall sign and asked, "Grandma, is your Cold City cold noodles authentic?" "Of course, I'm from Cold City. Baby, their chili oil is really spicy. If you can't handle it, just give it to me." As they chatted, a customer at a nearby small table finished his cold noodles and stood up to leave, but was called back by the lady. "Young man, you haven't paid yet." "What are you talking about? I paid you before I ate." "That was for the first bowl, you haven't paid for the second bowl." Listening to their conversation, Chen Shi whispered, "What a classic scenario. Eating 2 bowls but only paying for 1. How many bowls the young man actually ate, we don't know, so it's hard to jump to conclusions. If he really tried to skip out on the bill, the lady would definitely be furious. She was just trying to earn a meager living. Chen Shi thought, at worst, he would cover that 5 yuan to ease the lady's burden. But before the young man could say more, a young man with a buzz cut and ear studs sitting at another small table stood up. "You need to pay. I only had 1 bowl, why should I pay for 2? You say you only had 1 bowl? I saw you eat 2. Do you have any proof?" "Proof? Your mom." The buzzcut young man had a bad temper and grabbed the other guy by the collar. It looked like if the other guy said anything more, the buzzcut young man would throw a punch. "Xiao Ding, don't fight," the lady said. At that moment, vendors in front started shouting one after another. "The city management is coming, the city management is coming." Xiao Ding didn't care about the young man trying to skip out. He hurried to help the lady clear the small table and stools. But the lady was busy finishing Chen Shi's bowl of noodles. "Young man, it will be ready soon." "Forget it. I see other vendors are packing up and leaving." "It will be ready soon, it will be ready soon." Li Ting said, "I don't know what's going on lately, the city management has been coming twice as often. I wonder if they're short on money. Here, setting up stalls isn't like a night market, there are no stall fees, but it's actually not allowed. To save on stall fees, these vendors play cat and mouse with the city management. When they come, the vendors run to another spot. If caught, the food cart gets confiscated, and the fines to get it back range from hundreds to thousands." Chen Shi's noodles were ready, but because of the half-minute delay, the lady didn't have time to run away and was caught by the city management. "I'm leaving right away, the lady said. Previously, they encouraged street vending as long as it wasn't too excessive. For example, if they blocked fire exits or were reported, the city management wouldn't be so strict in driving away or punishing vendors. But now they were indeed short on money, the bonuses in the bureau relied on the fines from vendors. So the city management was coming out more frequently and being harsher on vendors who set up stalls illegally. "No way, you little food cart, we're confiscating it. Come to the station tomorrow to pay the fine." A chubby city management officer loosened the handbrake of the tricycle, preparing to ride it away. The old lady, seeing this, held onto the front of the cart, refusing to let the officer take it. "Comrade, just half a minute, I'll pack up and leave right away." "Come on, it's just a broken cart," Xiao Ding said. He seemed to be with the old lady, but he also seemed indifferent to whether the food cart would be confiscated. The officer pushed the old lady aside, and she lost her balance, falling to the ground. Xiao Ding didn't care about the cart, but seeing the old lady being bullied ignited his temper immediately. He stepped forward and pushed the officer hard, knocking him off the tricycle. What started as a minor issue of street vending escalated with that push. City management usually operates in teams, and seeing their colleague knocked down, 2 other officers rushed in to subdue Xiao Ding. But Xiao Ding was quick and dodged their attack. The chubby officer got up from the ground, furious, and kicked the food cart over. "Damn, a foreigner dares to push me." The condiments spilled everywhere, splattering chili oil on Chen Shi and Li Ting, who were standing nearby. "I'm all dirty." Li Ting frowned. She had just taken a shower that afternoon and changed into a Chanel dress waiting for Chen Shi. Now her waist and legs were covered in chili oil, looking like it would be hard to wash off. Chen Shi's new clothes, the linen short-sleeve shirt Su Tian had given him, were also stained. 3 city management officers against 1, yet they couldn't subdue Xiao Ding. Instead, the chubby officer was knocked down again by Xiao Ding's punches. Other officers, seeing the commotion, rushed over. Xiao Ding was capable, but nowhere near as skilled as Zhou Leishan. Within seconds, 5 officers had him pinned to the ground. One of the officers used American-style enforcement, grabbing Xiao Ding's hands and pressing his knee against Xiao Ding's neck. If things went wrong, it could lead to suffocation. The old lady, seeing Xiao Ding pinned down, rushed over in desperation, pulling at the officers. "Let him go, I don't want the cart anymore." The officers, already furious with Xiao Ding, didn't care about the cart, they just wanted to teach this outsider a lesson. The chubby officer pushed the old lady down again with force. The little grandson, seeing his grandmother being bullied, burst into tears. Bystanders around quickly took out their phones to record the scene of the city management officer's violent enforcement.